Chapter 1. A strange encounter from the sky. His name is Chi-seong. On a normal day, he enjoys making wishes, but this time, his wish led to trouble. The story began a month after the start of school. Chi-seong's school wasn't an elite one. It was just an ordinary school in Pingluo City, located in the southern part of the city. Though it wasn't exactly a feng shui treasure land, it was still a decent place. On a break during class, a month after school had started, Chi-seong and Che-dan, his good buddies since elementary school, were chatting on the rooftop when they saw a Kongming lantern. Even though it's hard to see a regular Kongming lantern during the day, how could I miss a red one like that? At the time, Che-dan made a bet with Chi-seong. Che-dan said if Chi-seong wished for an unexpected encounter that day, he would give him $1. Chi-seong didn't take it seriously back then. After all, he probably makes several wishes every day, none of which come true anyway. Moreover, since Chi-seong didn't release the Kongming lantern himself, it should be invalid. So, in a foolish manner, he yelled, "I want a special encounter." This naturally drew some attention from below. But when Chi-seong went to ask Che-dan for the money, Che-dan had already disappeared. He even stuck out his tongue at Chi-seong as he ran away, yelling, "You idiot, Chi-seong." Chi-seong thought, why is he acting so childish? Chi-seong thought this guy Che-dan was just having a mental breakdown, but what happened afterward showed that Chi-seong himself had been dragged into something strange. Of course, this part can't be revealed yet. When Chi-seong returned to class, Che-dan was already flirting with female classmates. Seeing them talking happily, Chi-seong hesitated to disturb them. However, Che-dan noticed Chi-seong and waved at the girls before walking over to Chi-seong. Chi-seong thought, Che-dan's not bad after all, still keeping it cool. He stopped and held out his hand, smiling. "Give me my money." Initially, Chi-seong only meant it as a joke, but unexpectedly, Che-dan actually pulled out a green note from his pocket and said, "Our classmates want to see your performance again, right? Can you do it one more time?" Chi-seong spat and threw the money to the ground before storming off to his seat, cursing in his mind. "Damn you, Che-dan, you friend who values women over friends. The watch I bought last year was useless." Noticing the tense atmosphere, a few male classmates who were close to both of them came over to ask what was wrong with Che-dan. Since Chi-seong clearly looked furious, they didn't want to end up being his punching bag. Che-dan picked up the note from the ground, put it in his pocket, and chuckled. "Nothing's wrong." Then, he walked over to Chi-seong, tapped his desk, and said, "All right, stop being mad. I'm sorry, okay?" Chi-seong wasn't really angry in the first place, but he still grunted unhappily. "How are you going to make it up to me? Do you want me to find you a girlfriend?" Che-dan shot back with an inappropriate suggestion. Although Chi-seong wanted to get out of being single, the girls Che-dan usually introduced weren't great. Chi-seong shoved him and said, "Go back to your seat. Class is starting." Che-dan smirked and said, "Still prefer our little Seong-seong. I'll go first," before returning to his own seat. Just as the bell rang on time, preventing Chi-seong from kicking him. After school, Chi-seong and Che-dan lived across from each other, so they always walked home together. Saying their farewells at their respective doors, they entered their homes. As soon as he stepped inside, Chi-seong's phone rang. His parents told him they had social engagements that evening and wouldn't be coming home. Naturally, Chi-seong was glad, though his tone still carried a slight touch of dissatisfaction. After hanging up, he cheered and ordered a meal delivery service, sending Che-dan a text message about it. Both Chi-seong and Che-dan's parents were businessmen, so they frequently attended social events. Whenever they didn't return home, one of them would go to the other's house to have fun, neglecting things like homework. At the beginning of the term, their teachers had reprimanded them for this, and even contacted their parents. But until the monthly exam, Chi-seong and Che-dan both scored well, leading their teachers to feign concern and say that excelling in studies didn't mean they could skip homework. Yet, no teacher ever brought up the issue of homework again after that. Since Che-dan's parents were at home, he couldn't join Chi-seong for dinner, but he still came over under the pretext of doing homework. When Che-dan knocked on the door, Chi-seong answered with a chicken bone in his mouth and an Xbox controller in his hand. Che-dan grinned upon seeing him and said, "Looks like you're living the high life," before entering the room. Thus, Chi-seong and Che-dan sat there, each chewing on a chicken leg while fiercely battling in a game of King of Fighters. After playing for a while, Chi-seong threw the controller to the floor and complained, "This is so boring. What else should we do?" Che-dan glanced at his watch, grinned mischievously, and said, Nope, can't play anymore. I've got a date with a girl online. Let's hope she's a beauty." Seeing his lecherous face, Chi-seong laughed and scolded him. "You've had enough fun with the girls in our class?" Not as exciting as online," Che-dan said with an air of profundity, then walked towards the door. But Chi-seong wanted to kick him again. Che-dan smirked lewdly and said, "Hope your encounter is a beautiful one." With that, he dodged a chicken bone Chi-seong threw at him, closed the door, and was already gone. Chi-seong shook his head, sighing at how immature Che-dan was while tidying up the room. After cleaning up, watching the old-fashioned show on TV made Chi-seong feel bored. He also became curious about what Che-dan had said. After all, it would be nice if he did have a special encounter. And even if there wasn't one, taking a walk wouldn't be so boring. Saying that, Chi-seong took off his school uniform, changed into casual clothes, and went out. The summer night was still relatively bright, but Chi-seong felt it was somewhat dim. Unconsciously, Chi-seong found himself at 4 Alley Street. As the name suggests, there are really 4 alleys, and they're dead ends, seemingly foreshadowing something. There were also 5 undemolished bungalows on one side and a wall next to an apartment building on the other. On both sides of 4 Alley Street are 2 main roads, so people or cars often take shortcuts here. But today, it seemed too quiet, so quiet that Chi-seong even felt a chill. When people reach such a moment, they tend to recall various horror scenarios. And Xixiang finally understood what it meant to scare someone to death, his heart pounding. Suddenly, Xixiang felt like something hit his right shoulder. The object that hit Xixiang didn't seem heavy because his shoulder didn't feel much pain, but Xixiang's heart started racing, and sweat beads formed on his forehead. Because there were no tall buildings around to drop something from. The only explanation was a paranormal event. At this moment, all Xixiang wanted to say to his best friend Shay Dan was, "You idiot. You let me make that wish. Let me come out. If I live or go back, I'll kill you." Even though Xixiang wouldn't actually do these things if he returned alive, he could only distract himself in this way now. Xixiang didn't dare to run because if it was a supernatural event, running wouldn't help. His body was already stiff with fear. Slowly turning around, he didn't see anything horrifying like a headless female corpse. His body instinctively lowered its gaze, discovering a yellow book. Xixiang realized he had lost control over his body, as if he were just a visitor trapped within this physical shell, with only the power to watch. Next, he saw his hand pick up the book and retrieve a black orb, which hadn't been noticed earlier due to the dark night despite the streetlights on either side. Then, Xixiang saw himself put these two items into his pocket, after which the surroundings began rapidly receding. At this point, Xixiang wasn't as scared as he initially was. Instead, he felt somewhat relaxed. After all, experiences like this weren't for everyone. Instead of panicking, Xixiang thought it was better to enjoy it now. This was always one of his mottos, one among many since someone as narcissistic as Xixiang couldn't be the same as others. It didn't take long before Xixiang returned home. Once inside, he realized he could control his body again, but due to his strong adaptability, he had somewhat gotten used to the previous state. Suddenly regaining control of his body left him unsteady. After stabilizing himself, Xixiang pulled out the two items. It was then that he became aware of the texture of the black bead. The bead was very light and elastic when held, and more remarkably, Xixiang developed an inexplicable desire for the black bead, even though he didn't know what it was. Glancing at the yellow book in his right hand, Xixiang froze in disbelief. On the cover were some words clearly written. Super powerful universe-defying magic. Guaranteed results for only 5 yuan. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and grab it. Is this an advertisement? Xixiang couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Despite the terrifying events before, the power of curiosity was overwhelming. Xixiang didn't care about warnings like, "Curiosity killed the cat." Opening the yellow book, on the first page was written, "To practice this art, one must first absorb the black orb. Remember, if you choose to master this technique, you will surely face endless calamities within 3 years. But once you overcome them, you will undoubtedly become someone extraordinary." The following pages detailed the absorption method, but Xixiang didn't continue reading because he hesitated. Wasn't this just trading good fortune for strength? What use was having great powers and super abilities without any fortune? Moreover, he didn't even know what kind of ability it would give him. Habitually gripping his fist with his left hand, he was about to throw away the yellow book and the black orb when suddenly a flash of black light emerged, and the black orb began to act strangely. A cold current flowed from Xixiang's right hand straight into his body. Xixiang couldn't believe he had accidentally triggered it. He screamed in his heart, "Oh my God, not my fortune. Don't leave me. My good luck of finding money every 3 days." Even as Xixiang cursed, events wouldn't change due to a few expletives. The chilling sensation grew stronger, and yet Xixiang hadn't read the training method, meaning he didn't know how to absorb the black orb. This isn't about lack of fortune. This is trying to kill me. Gradually, instead of becoming more alert from the cold, Xixiang's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. While cursing the world's injustice, Xixiang passed out, slowly sinking into sleep. All he knew was that he might never wake up. The next day, the headline news: a student freezes to death in summer, sparking heated discussions online. Ah! Xixiang let out a strange cry as he woke up. Originally, it was all a dream. Relieved, Xixiang patted his chest while recalling the dream. At that moment, Xixiang's mother rushed into the room. She looked at him and said, "My dear, why did you fall asleep on the sofa last night? I've already taken your leave from school, since you didn't want to go. Take a rest at home today. I'm leaving now. Your dad and I won't be back for lunch. Oh, by the way, I left that book on the coffee table." After hearing all this from his mom, Xixiang thought it was just because he fell asleep last night and had a weird dream. However, her last sentence made Xixiang draw in a sharp breath. "What book?" Xixiang asked, trying to keep his tone steady. "It's that yellow old book. Well, I'm off." Just as Xixiang's mom finished speaking, a bang was heard as the door closed, and Xixiang had already leaped to his feet. He flew over to the coffee table where, indeed, the advertisement-like book lay. At the sight of the book, Xixiang suddenly felt limp and slumped onto the floor. Because seeing this book meant he was in for 3 years of extreme bad luck, and even worse, 2/3 of that time would be spent in high school. Xixiang warned himself that he must avoid high school at all costs. Later, an elder informed Xixiang that schools are like ivory towers in such trials. Being inside is like having invincibility. But Xixiang learned this only later, much like how a man knows little before encountering a woman but learns everything afterward. Once he figured out a way to escape from school, Xixiang stood up and picked up the yellow old book, starting to read it. Since the situation was as it was, if Xixiang succumbed to despair, the outcome would surely be death or severe injury. If this could make him extraordinary, then he'd give it a shot. Flipping through the pages quickly, he found there were words only on the first 2 pages, the rest were blank. Could practicing reveal the content behind? Xixiang instantly understood. It was as simple as saying he was similar to certain protagonists in cultivation novels, or maybe Chi Xiang himself was a character in one of these novels. Rolling his eyes, Chi Xiang began reading the second page. When he saw the title, he couldn't help but mutter an expletive. Corrosion, ingestion. Looks cool, Chi Xiang muttered to himself. Then, Chi Xiang started reading aloud. First level of Dan Ling Divine Skill. Abilities, corrosion, ingestion. Description, use mental control. Based on the strength of your Dan power, determine your corrosion power. Each object you corrode will be absorbed into your body and transformed into Dan power. Upgrade standard. Seeing the 3 question marks, Chi Xiang couldn't help but comment again sarcastically, so trendy. Although Chi Xiang still didn't know what standard was needed to level up, it was enough for now. Chi Xiang walked to his desk, grabbed a piece of A4 paper, and concentrated on corrosion. Instantly, purple flames appeared on his right hand, and the A4 paper vanished immediately. Chi Xiang felt as though something inside him increased. Ha ha ha, I've become awesome. Thinking about this, Chi Xiang became ecstatic. If it was this powerful at the start, just imagine how strong he'd be once trained further. Could he not become king? This thought sparked a fervor in Chi Xiang's heart. Perhaps because of youthful arrogance, all Chi Xiang wanted now was to increase his strength and ascend to greatness. Despite his enthusiasm, Chi Xiang knew better than to underestimate his current capabilities. If he met someone armed with a gun or even a bow and arrow, he would die. His only advantage came from the mysterious skills hidden on those blank pages. Chapter 2. The Daughter of Jin Hu. After leaving home, Chi Xiang hailed a taxi and headed straight to the suburbs. Why the suburbs? Wasn't it written in the book that you absorb and enhance the so-called Dunlead? Damnly. There are trees in the suburbs, and there's also a quarry. Wouldn't that be enough? As long as I'm careful, I shouldn't end up exploding or anything. It might seem a little evil, but I like it, Chi Xiang thought. Upon reaching the edge of the forest in the suburbs, Chi Xiang got out of the car. Looking at this forest, he somewhat hesitated, wishing that someday he could have a skill to plant trees. With a mischievous grin, Chi Xiang rubbed his hands together, causing purple flames to appear. He pressed his hands against a tree, and incredibly, a tree as thick as a person began to disappear visibly before his eyes. Within a mere minute, Chi Xiang had consumed the entire tree. After consuming the tree, Chi Xiang instantly felt something new inside his body. Not much, but it was clearly perceptible. Suddenly, he realized a key issue and hastily took out the yellow-skinned book to look it up. What the hell is this talking about? Dan Li or egg power? Don't print wrong characters. What if it's egg power, and once it's depleted, wouldn't I die? Chi Xiang muttered to himself. The reason Chi Xiang had such a thought was because a certain part of his anatomy had begun to swell. Flipping to the second page, he saw some added words. Practicing this technique will improve your constitution, especially for XY, especially for virgins. If you're not a virgin, then there'll be a reduction. Damn, they're regulating too much, Chi Xiang thought while continuing anyway. After absorbing 2 more trees, Chi Xiang experienced an overwhelming surge of XY energy, leading him to shout, Martial arts secret technique, art of left and right combat. After executing the move, Chi Xiang still felt uncomfortable from the excess energy swelling inside him. Flames erupted from his hands as he desperately absorbed surrounding objects. Things quickly went beyond Chi Xiang's control. Chi Xiang screamed wildly, his eyes blood red as he crazily ran around, smashing 3 trees with his head. Out here in the remote countryside, where would he possibly find a woman? Running like a madman, Chi Xiang unknowingly burst out of the woods and onto the road. Screech. A red car stopped abruptly. You damn fool. As soon as the driver stepped out to yell, Chi Xiang slowly lifted his head, revealing his blood-red eyes, which looked terrifyingly abnormal. Shit, I've gone off the deep end. And now, with just a stretch of my right hand, I can suck people over, thought Chi Xiang in horror. Instantly, the driver was absorbed into Chi Xiang's body. Apparently, living beings provided more than the combined force of 2 trees. Chi Xiang wobbled over to the car intending to drive away and look for more people. It was the only option left, but instead found something even better inside, a real beauty. Yes, sitting on the seat was a girl. Although he didn't know who she was or whose daughter she might be, his life was clearly more important. Only when her clothes were torn did she react, realizing the situation. But how could Chi Xiang let her go? Moving his artillery, he laughed maniacally, finding himself in an unexpected situation. Whether good or bad karma, it was uncertain. Staggering back home, upon arriving, he collapsed onto the bed. His body ached terribly from the previous ordeal, every single muscle throbbing with pain. Recalling what the girl said, that her father was the boss of Jin Hu Company, Chi Xiang couldn't help but bitterly smile. Clearly, trouble was beginning to arise. However, although no external changes were noticeable yet, Chi Xiang knew he was closer to progressing to the next stage described in the book. Jin Hu Corporation, one of the leading companies in Pingluo City, specialized in renovations, though it was rumored that they had previously been involved in organized crime and had only recently cleaned up their act a few years ago. Looks like I've gotten myself into quite a big mess. But that girl wasn't half bad looking. Reflecting on the passionate moment earlier, a virgin, wasted without full enjoyment. Chi Xiang sighed. While lamenting this fact, Chi Xiang swore to never blindly practice cultivation again without following the book's instructions carefully. Stretching a bit, he picked up his phone. Sure enough, many messages from his friend Cha Dan had arrived. Chi Xiang smiled at these messages, appreciating Cha Dan's friendship. He called for a delivery meal and waited quietly. Chi Xiang wouldn't call Cha Dan back, Not because it was class time, but because things like this were better dealt with face to face. After having a bite, he fell asleep. Sleep was the most lacking commodity among high school students. Even though Chi Xiang didn't have night classes, he still had morning sessions. Waking up early wasn't exactly his forte. While others stayed up late to finish homework, Chi Xiang stayed up to play games. Was there really any difference? He only woke up when Cha Dan came knocking furiously on his door. Rubbing his eyes, Chi Xiang opened the door and ignored Cha Dan's complaints like, "Were you dead or something?" Instead, he started looking at his phone. There were missed calls and 3 unread messages on his phone. The first one was Cha Dan checking in on him. The second from his parents saying they wouldn't be coming home for dinner. No surprise there. And missed calls were also from his parents. Damn, they actually didn't worry when I didn't answer, Chi Xiang thought. However, what most caught Chi Xiang's attention was the third message. It was from an unfamiliar number. He tapped it, got a shock, dropped his phone as his hand trembled. Cha Dan, who was looking for snacks, heard the noise, and running over while munching on a sausage, asked what happened. Seeing the phone on the ground, he walked over, picked it up, and read aloud. "Do you call yourself Chi Xiang? Daring to mess with me? I'll make you eat crap." Ha ha, eat crap. Ha ha ha. I've been wanting to say that for so long. Who is this sister? So awesome start. As Cha Dan laughed like an idiot, Chi Xiang sighed irritably and said, "Doesn't laughing sound stupid?" After hearing this, Cha Dan nervously chuckled twice and said, all right, I'll stop laughing. Who's this sister? I'm curious about who scared you so much." Chi Xiang gave a bitter laugh and told Cha Dan about his previous experience. If there was anyone in the world he could trust completely, it was his parents and Cha Dan. After talking for 10 minutes, Chi Xiang told Cha Dan to keep it confidential. Cha Dan awkwardly chuckled. "You don't really think I'll tell others, do you? Or do you want to show off?" Shaking his head, Chi Xiang remained silent, but lifted his right hand, where purple flames began to burn. Cha Dan stared dumbfounded at Chi Xiang's right hand and muttered, "If only I were you." Chi Xiang paused and asked Cha Dan why, only to receive a very cliched response, that Cha Dan was aroused. Chi Xiang wanted to hit him. Despite Cha Dan's reaction, Chi Xiang was glad he wasn't afraid. After all, if Cha Dan freaked out, things would have gotten awkward. Next, Chi Xiang took out a piece of paper to demonstrate absorption to Cha Dan, though Chi Xiang also wanted to see if there were still any abnormalities. Luckily, nothing unusual happened this time. Instead, Chi Xiang felt something inside his body. Obviously, it was Danley. Cha Dan patted Chi Xiang on the back and said, "Looks like your strength is still very weak, huh? With this, all you can do is conquer her using that aspect." Chi Xiang shot him a glare and said, Hey, normal tone please. By the way, how about you? Why don't you make a wish and we'll practice together?" Cha Dan grinned and conjured a cleaver out of nowhere, saying, "Plot from gaming novels, currently have 28 slots. Kill 3 people, haha, turns out I'm the badass." "Wow, F***CK, Chi Xiang cursed. "Why are you so modern? Ugh, you little **T. Cha Dan slapped his shoulder and said, "Well, my stuff costs money. I don't even know if I'll get any skills yet, but you're already good to go with innate abilities." Chi Xiang chuckled and said, "You're killing people? Damn, I don't know whether to congratulate or pity you." Silence. A long silence followed. Then Cha Dan suddenly asked Chi Xiang what he planned to do next. Chi Xiang said, "It can't end anyway. Might as well cultivate properly. What about you?" Cha Dan lowered his head and said, "I die if I don't finish my mission within 5 days. Today's the 3rd day, but the stuff I bought has arrived." Chi Xiang asked what kind of stuff. With a sweep of his right hand, Cha Dan revealed numerous items on the ground. Brass knuckles, cleavers, sleeve arrows, even a 7-shot gun. "Wow, fuck. Are you planning to rob a bank? Is this seriously necessary?" Chi Xiang exclaimed. Cha Dan smirked and said, "Since I don't have special skills, isn't it better to prepare fully? Let's go deal with that woman who wants to harm you." Chi Xiang rolled his eyes and said, "You just want to complete your mission and flirt with the girl." Cha Dan gave him a sly look, winked, and said, "Let's take a walk." When Chi Xiang asked where they were going, Cha Dan replied, "Just wait until that woman sends someone to catch us." Chi Xiang laughed and said, "Your karma must be bad." Cha Dan said something extremely provoking. "My IQ makes up for it." Chi Xiang only thought about throwing a duffel bag at him. Wearing their clothes, the two stepped out of the house. They avoided aimlessly wandering around town because Chi Xiang suggested strengthening themselves first. Cha Dan martial arts, Chi Xiang cultivating dark powers. The two did not go to the suburb where Chi Xiang had previously practiced, as it was too far away, instead opting for a small grove in the square. Half an hour later, Cha Dan shouted, "No more." He stuck the cleaver into the ground and complained, "Damn, Chi Xiang, you just suck some power and level up. I have to undergo such extensive physical training. Not doing it anymore. I gave a dry laugh and said, I almost died from internal explosion before. But you're right, I should also do some physical training. Hey, come on, let's do it together." Cha Dan roared, "Your grandpa. I'm exhausted, no more doing this." Until 10 o'clock, Chi Xiang and Cha Dan returned home, sweaty and stinky. Tomorrow was Saturday, and the two had agreed to take care of that issue tomorrow. If they didn't encounter anything, then first, they'd help Cha Dan finish his mission. He couldn't die, right? As soon as he got home, Chi Xiang felt sleepy. Perhaps it was because he had been too tired earlier. When he got home, his parents still weren't back. Chi Xiang took off his clothes and lay down on the bed to sleep. The next day, Chi Xiang and Cha Dan went out early for the sake of their lives. The two walked on the street, laughing and playing around, completely ignoring any possible danger. After all, Both of them were people with skills, hoping for an engagement. They deliberately walked into 4 Alley Street, and as expected, they were indeed struck by a club each. To say the least, even if they had prepared for it, getting hit really hurt. No golden stars in their eyes, but rather, their vision blacked out, and they knew nothing again. When Chi-Xiang saw the light again, he just felt his hands bound. However, his eyes weren't covered. The smell indicated that it was very much like a basement, and upon opening his eyes, indeed, it looked like a basement. It was about 12 square meters. That girl was now sitting in front of Chi-Xiang, filing her nails without raising her head, and said, "Awake." Although Chi-Xiang wondered how she had known he woke up, Chi-Xiang never intended to pretend to be unconscious anyway, so he casually responded, "Yeah." She raised her head, looking at Chi-Xiang curiously and asked, "Why aren't you afraid?" Chi-Xiang laughed and said, "Since you don't eat me, why should I be scared?" She burst into hearty laughter, licked her tongue, and said, "Maybe." Then, she sat up straight and asked, "What are you going to do?" Chi-Xiang retorted, "What am I supposed to do?" She replied, "That thing." Chi-Xiang feigned an expression of enlightenment and seriously said, "I will take responsibility." But before the woman could argue, Chi-Xiang had already burst into laughter. The woman stared at Chi-Xiang, blankly puzzled and thoughtfully, asking, "Is this funny?" Then added, "What kind of skills did you use that day?" Chi-Xiang replied, "Special abilities," followed by something amazing happening. A flash of blue light, and holy crap, ice crystal. Another one? Seeing Chi-Xiang stunned, the woman smiled faintly and said, "Hey, shocked, huh?" Chi-Xiang nodded and said, How did you get it?" 2 days ago. 2 days ago was precisely the day Chi-Xiang lost control and almost exploded internally. That day, when the girl was shopping on the street, she got hit by a popsicle, which led to her having this ability. Moreover, sleeping strengthened it. Chi-Xiang couldn't help but curse under his breath. "My abilities caused me near death. Cha Dan's made him have to kill 3 people to survive. But you're telling me that sleeping improves you? Life is so unpredictable." Looking at Chi-Xiang's face, the girl covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "You're really fun. Did you get your brain scrambled, or what?" Chi-Xiang muttered some goddess-like words, then asked her what she planned to do. The girl smiled faintly and said, "You took my most precious thing. Tell me, what should I do?" "What the hell? Are you done bickering yet?" "Chi-Xiang, quickly untie me, my hands hurt so much." Chi-Xiang shot a glare at Cha Dan, who interrupted and took out his hand from behind. Purple flames burned as Chi-Xiang went over and sucked off Cha Dan's ropes, smiling while looking at the girl and saying, "Now can we go?" The girl didn't respond as expected with an ah. Instead, she formed an ice spike in her right hand and pulled open the door beside her. Immediately, 3 people rushed in. Cha Dan chuckled. "Coincidence, Brother Xiang, you handle your own troubles first." And with that, the cleaver was already in hand as Cha Dan charged out. The girl wasn't sure what coincidence meant, but being the daughter of a criminal family, she leaned more toward the ruthless side. She forcefully threw the ice spear with her right hand towards Chi-Xiang. Both of his hands emitting purple flames, Chi-Xiang lifted his right hand and softly chanted, "Absorb," making the ice spike disappear instantly. Chi-Xiang's body absorbed some danly. With a forward rush, Chi-Xiang didn't run to the girl, but to her bodyguards. By then, Cha Dan could only make use of the narrow space to hold his ground, nearly losing his resistance. Chi-Xiang slapped his hand 3 times continuously, and immediately, the 3 men collapsed. This was something Chi-Xiang discovered yesterday. Absorbing halfway and stopping would conservatively estimate at least incapacitate someone. Chapter 3, The Catastrophe Appears. Damn eggs, chop. After taking down a few people, Chi-Xiang was blocking the girl's attack, while cursing Chi Dan for standing there dumbfounded. Chi Dan seemed to have made up his mind, letting out a roar. Chi-Xiang only felt a wave of warmth from behind. "Do you have any rope or tape?" Chi-Xiang shouted. This girl was relentless with her ice spikes. Suddenly lunging forward, Chi-Xiang grabbed her hands with both of his, swept her legs with his right leg to knock her down, then chopped at her neck. Instantly, the woman closed her eyes. Retreat. After knocking her unconscious, Chi-Xiang turned around and looked at Chi Dan. Earlier, Chi Dan hadn't responded to Chi-Xiang's inquiry, which had made Chi-Xiang curious. When he turned around, he saw Chidan's head slightly lifted, his right hand pointing in the air. Chi-Xiang knew that he must have completed the task, but wasn't sure how long it would take him. With a bitter laugh, Chi-Xiang turned back around and started searching the 3 bodyguards. He found 6 pairs of handcuffs. Nodding slightly, he cuffed the woman and sat by Chi Dan, waiting while concentrating to prevent being surprised by an intruder. About 5 minutes later, Chi Dan finally snapped back to reality. Looking at Chi-Xiang, he showed a mouthful of white teeth and laughed foolishly. "Ha, your old man rocks. I've got a skill too." Chi-Xiang snorted, cursing, "Why aren't you running away with me now? Are you waiting for them to catch us?" "Hell no." While saying this, he stood up, brushed the dirt off his body, and handed the rest of the handcuffs and keys over to Chi Dan, instructing, "Pack them up and let's go." Chi Dan, possibly in a good mood, didn't criticize and simply agreed as a flash of light enveloped him and he put the handcuffs away. Exiting through the door, they realized they were in a basement. Initially assuming no guards would be present, they were stopped at the door by 2 men dressed in black suits. One asked who Chi-Xiang and Chi Dan were. Chi Dan smirked and said something ridiculous like, "I'm your old man," before summoning a machete to swing at them. Chi-Xiang internally thought this kid was too arrogant but couldn't reprimand him just yet, so he had to play along. Purple fire appeared around him, immediately making one guard stagger nearby. after which Chi Dan swung his machete. The other guard noticed things going south and screamed, "There are intruders!" Then, Chi Xiang struck him down with a powerful slap, literally flying off. Yes, Chi Xiang's body had been fortified by energy pills. There was no way a single full-strength slap wouldn't send him flying, right? Chi Xiang wasn't a weakling. Upon delivering the blow, Chi Xiang quickly dragged Chi Dan and began running. It was only then Chi Xiang realized they were on the grounds of a villa, technically an estate. Now all sorts of men in suits began rushing toward them from the villa and its various locations. Chi Xiang and Chi Dan exchanged a glance without words, then immediately dashed towards the gate. The scene reminded them of another time several years ago, when Chi Xiang and Chi Dan were still in primary school. A similar event occurred where, after being intercepted, they merely exchanged a glance before fleeing. That time, they were caught and beaten badly. But now, things were different. They were not the same kids they once were. Even though they were still running this time, no one could catch them, and definitely not beat them to a pulp. Why? Because they had the strength to prevent it. People chased them, shouting loudly for them to stop, while others charged ahead to block their path. Though they didn't draw machetes, since doing so might attract attention, as this boss, though powerful, wasn't reckless enough to allow such blatant show of weapons. They held rubber batons instead. Nevertheless, even against these odds, Chi Xiang and Chi Dan did not dare engage in direct confrontation. If it was just these guys, it would be fine, but if reinforcements arrived with firearms, Chi Xiang and Chi Dan might be finished. Moreover, the reason Chi Dan stopped fighting this time wasn't due to fear of their numbers. Running all out, they eventually broke free. Although some tried to obstruct them, Chi Xiang wasn't that useless anymore. Once outside the estate, they flagged down a car, only then allowing themselves to relax and catch their breaths heavily. Afterward, should someone suggest repeating this experience, Chi Xiang would undoubtedly beat that person senseless because their survival this time was pure luck. First, the boss top fighters were away negotiating. Additionally, usually, there wouldn't be cars passing this road, let alone taxis. Their escape depended on a fortuitous choice by this driver to take this route. They chatted all the way home with the driver. As they reached their building, the driver insisted on not accepting money, saying they were friends forever. Nevertheless, Chi Xiang and Chi Dan slipped a red banknote on the back seat before departing. Whether the driver would notice remained unknown. Back home, neither of their parents had returned yet. Chi Xiang turned on the computer, wanting to look up some news. That Miss Jean Wei having abilities proved there were plenty of people with special powers, and surely, some couldn't stay calm. After turning on the computer, sure enough, there was news. A man who could control flames had robbed a bank. This wasn't the most intriguing part, though. It was the headline that grabbed Chi Xiang and Chiden's attention. Zombie-like creatures had appeared around the world. Now, Chi Xiang already figured out what this meant. It wasn't a biochemical crisis, nor was it the end of the world. But it was scarier than the end of the world. Because it seemed like the abilities from all kinds of novels were manifesting in real people now. In this world, the weak would band together. But what about us special ones? Would we be wiped out one by one, or join forces? And can we really unite? Under such powerful abilities, who could follow rules and laws? Probably just for our own selfish interests, right? Chi Xiang shared his hypothesis with Chi Dan, who wasn't dumb either. He thought along the same lines. Then they began planning their next steps. First, they had to survive. They couldn't abandon their parents either. After that, they needed to decide what principles they would stick to. Would they resort to anything for survival, or maintain their humanity? As they hesitated, an explosion outside startled them both. What's going on? Chi Dan, come on, let's go check it out. Chi Xiang said, rushing toward the kitchen because the blast had come from that direction. When Chi Xiang and Chi Dan reached the kitchen, they saw a man outside armed with bombs, detonating them everywhere. Gunfighting game? Chi Xiang immediately guessed this man's situation. Clearly, this was his entry task, probably involving using the given explosives to attack. Official player, Brother Xiang, kill him and I'll get a C-level task, Chi Dan said. Apparently, as long as you were a gamer, regardless of which kind, you could access others' profiles. Chi Xiang nodded. A C-level skill would definitely be useful. And currently, Chi Dan only had one skill. For him, levels, attribute points, skills, and items were everything. Game abilities relied purely on luck. Good luck meant being strong. Bad luck meant weakness. Chi Xiang and Chi Dan put on their shoes and went downstairs. If the man didn't have teleportation skills or similar, then they were confident they could take him down. As they ran downstairs and spotted the man dressed in camouflage, Chi Xiang thought the capabilities assigned suited him well. With that thought in mind, Chi Xiang summoned his flame power while Chi Dan conjured a machete, pointing it forward, saying coldly, "Hey, you in the camo, come here and let me complete my task." The camo man raised a gun in his right hand and fired without saying a word. If it had been Chi Xiang, he would have done the same thing. After all, with 1 versus 2 already at a disadvantage, and with ranged attacks being his biggest advantage, how could he wait? So his decision-making wasn't bad. He was smart, not stupid. At that moment, Chi Dan suddenly said, "Brother Xiang, I bet you don't know what my skill is, right?" Chi Xiang nodded, but before Chi Dan continued, bullets were already speeding toward them. Chi Dan didn't say more, instead stepping forward and placing his hands in front of his chest. He shouted loudly, "Soul Insight Shield." A golden light barrier appeared in front of Chi Dan. The bullets striking the shield caused ripples, but none of them could penetrate it. The camo man was stunned momentarily. Chi Dan shouted, "Brother Xiang, move." However, even before he finished speaking, Chi Xiang had already dashed forward. At such times, wouldn't it dishonor Chi Xiang's clever brain if he didn't act? Plus, they were brothers after all, good brothers. Even though they weren't born to the same mother or father, they still shared a tacit understanding. Indeed, the enhanced body after Dan energy reinforcement turned out to be incredibly powerful. Just a single dash brought him quite close to the Camo Man. But was it so smooth? By this time, the Camo Man had recovered, lifting his gun and firing again at Xiong. Xiong's ability was consuming and corroding, and it had grown significantly stronger. How could Xiong fear the Camo Man's bullets now? Purple flames burst forth, controlled by his spiritual energy, forming a fiery wall almost as large as a basin. Though small, it surpassed Xiong's expectations, because although it was now constrained by his insufficient strength, once his power increased sufficiently, perhaps this fire alone could create flawless defense? Even if it couldn't reach absolute coverage, this accidentally acquired skill made Xiong stronger. A little smugly pleased, Xiong rushed to the Camo Man, who had already fired at least a dozen bullets. As Xiong arrived in front of him, he swept his right arm around the man's neck. With just one blow, he knocked the man to the ground. As he observed the Camo Man's skills, Xiong remarked sarcastically, "Buffed, his shooting is so accurate. I thought he might be a soldier, but it seems it's just his abilities enhancing him." Actually, the Camo Man wasn't weak. It was only that Xiong's body had been augmented by Dan energy, greatly increasing his strength. After knocking the Camo Man down, Xiong delivered a kick to his chest. After confirming that the Camo Man wouldn't be able to fight back, Xiong called over Dan. Dan rushed over immediately, glanced at the Camo Man, and said, "Don't blame me for being cruel. The world has already changed. No. Killing me now would be worse than completing the task. A companion in these times is more valuable than finishing your mission." The Camo Man had guessed that Dan intended to kill him to finish his task, so despite the pain in his chest, he managed to say this. But Dan paid him no heed. With his right hand holding the machete, he struck the Camo Man's chest without hesitation. With a cold laugh, Dan said, "You're right. Companions are important, but only trustworthy ones count." As he spoke, he withdrew the machete, causing blood to gush out instantly. The Camo Man's head slumped to one side, his life fading away. At this point, Dan started fiddling with something, while Xiong looked at him, feeling as though he didn't know Dan anymore. The former Dan had been sunny and cheerful, but since slaughtering the bodyguards hired by Jinhu, Dan had shown signs of ruthlessness, even if not directed at Xiong. However, cruelty had begun to emerge from Chiden's character. It seemed that this was the essence of human nature. Chiden's bloodthirsty tendencies had fully surfaced, and Xiong could sense it. Could Dan become someone who killed indiscriminately? And what about Xiong himself? Could he do the same? By now, it could be called an era of chaos. To survive in such an age required cold-bloodedness, forsaking so-called morality. Yet, were these deeply rooted values, which had been ingrained in Xiong for years, so easily changed? Xiong didn't know, nor did he know his own fate ahead. But Xiong could guarantee that he would put forth his full effort to do what he believed was right. At this moment, Dan had already finished up. He looked at Xiong and smiled warmly, as if understanding what Xiong was thinking, saying, "Relax, brother Xiong. No matter how much of a jerk or confused I may be, I'll never harm those who need my protection." Hearing these words from Dan, Xiong nodded forcefully, responding with a simple before asking aloud, "What's next?" Dan scratched his head, looked at Xiong, and smiled. Xiong, looks like I have to think things through again." After pondering briefly, Xiong pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Bogo, where are you?" "Home." "All right, shall I come find you?" "No problem, no danger. I've got special powers too." "Ha, pretty cool, right?" "All right, just wait at home for me." "Got it, see you later." After hanging up, Xiong showed Dan a thumbs up sign. Bogo was an older brother Xiong had met online. He was 4 years older than Xiong, a second-generation wealthy heir even richer than Xiong's family. They'd met in person before, and Bogo had been very good to Xiong. Now, Xiong had nowhere else to turn but to Bogo. Plus, Bogo lived at the southernmost tip of the Yanhuang Republic, making evacuation options via water or air more varied if needed. Thus, Xiong decided to seek refuge with him. Dan didn't say anything. He knew about Bogo, though they hadn't met. However, Dan trusted Xiong enough not to question whether Bogo was reliable. Trust doesn't require verbal expression. That was how Xiong and Dan operated. Even though Dan hadn't explicitly voiced his trust in Xiong, he also didn't express any doubt, demonstrating the best form of trust. Chapter 4, Wealthy Brother Bo. Xiong continued to dial another number and then asked Dan to call his parents too. An hour and a half later, Xiong's family and Dan's family were sitting on the sofa in Xiong's house. Just before, Xiong and Dan had revealed their powers to their parents. To speak of those who would not betray them, it must be their parents. Xiong's dad and Dan's dad remained relatively calm. Dan's dad even let his secretary book airplane tickets. However, both mothers, being women, had a harder time accepting this matter. Nevertheless, no matter how hard it was to accept, they had to move on. The next day, both families landed at a city airport. As expected, Brother Bo, true to his word, sent 2 business cars to pick up Xiong and others, and he himself also came. One of the 2 drivers was very familiar to Xiong. It was Brother Bo's private driver and bodyguard, Uncle Da, who was said to have been a special soldier before retiring and then coming to work for Brother Bo's family. After arriving at Brother Bo's villa and making sure the parents were settled, Brother Bo took me, Dan, and Uncle Da to the study. Brother Bo's study was grand, but Xiong would not describe it further. Brother Bo let Chi Xiang and Che Dan sit on the sofa, while Uncle Da also sat down. Brother Bo sat on the swivel chair behind the desk. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, and looked at Chi Xiang and Che Dan, asking, "Xiang, tell us your thoughts on this matter." Chi Xiang nodded and replied, "This incident happened suddenly. Almost within a few days, or perhaps just one day, many supernormal individuals emerged, and most of the abilities these individuals possess are ones typically seen in novels. Therefore, I suspect that there is a supernatural force behind all this." Brother Bo nodded in agreement and said, "You're right, I agree with you. In fact, Uncle Da and I also have unique abilities. Mine is creating barriers, while Uncle Da's is refining pills. However, judging from the current situation, we can't tell which people are supernormal beings nor find any common features among them." "Yes," Chi Xiang confirmed Brother Bo's view and continued. "Previously, we encountered two supernormal individuals. One was the daughter of a powerful mob boss, and the other an ordinary person. As for ourselves, students without strong physiques, Brother Bo, a rich second-generation heir, and Uncle Da, a retired soldier. What commonality do we share?" "Uncle Da, if it were random, that would be quite unlikely. After all, how could such a thing happen randomly?" "Brother Bo, true. It seems we need to meet more supernormal individuals to understand. Xiang, what do you plan to do next?" "Chi Xiang, I plan to settle our parents with Che Dan first, and then look for the origin of this event. After all, if this situation remains unresolved, we won't be able to return to our previous lives. Although neither of us is Superman with a duty to save the world, we have an obligation to strive for our own future." "Good. Well said." Brother Bo applauded twice and then said, "You're very strong now, but will you still be so strong in the future? If the world is like novels, bosses, monsters, and various unknown dangers might exist. If you encounter one or two of them, you may be able to handle them. But what if you face many? I dare say that as you are now, you wouldn't even be able to beat Uncle Da and me." "Not able to win." Chi Xiang's eyes were filled with doubt. Indeed, if it were in the past, there would be no way to win. Not even Chi Xiang, Che Dan, and Brother Bo combined would be able to beat Uncle Da alone. But now, Uncle Da and Brother Bo only had supportive types of powers, so how could they possibly beat Chi Xiang and Che Dan, who were purely combat-oriented? Brother Bo didn't pay attention to Chi Xiang's look, took another puff of his cigarette, and said, "Don't believe it? Try." At this point, Che Dan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. "Try then, how should we try?" "Haha, the back garden, let's duel." So, Chi Xiang and Che Dan followed Brother Bo and Uncle Da to the latter's back garden. When Che Dan arrived at the back garden, he was shocked because although Brother Bo's place was a villa in front, there was actually a super large lawn at the back. Since Brother Bo liked horse riding, his house had such an arrangement. Brother Bo made a gesture of invitation, and Chi Xiang saw his hands changing gestures quickly. He hurriedly patted Che Dan, who hadn't recovered from his shock yet, preparing for battle. Damn, Chi Xiang suddenly realized a serious problem. His ability could only harm the opponent, but not subdue them. How could he hurt Brother Bo? Thinking of this, he chuckled bitterly and patted Che Dan, asking him for a fist strike. Thus, Chi Xiang faced off against Uncle Da, and Che Dan against Brother Bo. Sorry about this. After saying these words, Chi Xiang kicked off with his right foot, leaped through the air, and in just a few swift movements, reached in front of Uncle Da. With a sudden punch from his right hand, Chi Xiang aimed straight for Uncle Da's face. Uncle Da smiled slightly, shifted his body to the right, grabbed Chi Xiang's arm with his hand, and swung him away. Uncle Da gestured for Chi Xiang to continue. Che Dan's side was even worse. He had already been trapped by Brother Bo's barrier. Moreover, after Brother Bo released the barrier, he didn't need to stay there controlling it. There was nothing Chi Xiang could do at this point but run faster to help Che Dan out of trouble. During this time, Chi Xiang also had to constantly beware of Brother Bo's attacks. He sighed inwardly. "Man, I'm really down in the dumps. It's terrible not being able to use my strength." Brother Bo and Uncle Da exchanged glances, blocking Chi Xiang from both sides. Che Dan had foolishly accepted such a ridiculous duel, which truly lived up to his name. However, admitting defeat at this moment would clearly be wrong. Chi Xiang could only consider what fighting techniques he could employ given his current physical condition. Suddenly, Chi Xiang thought of a move and rushed fiercely towards Brother Bo. Brother Bo crossed his hands, conjuring up a barrier to protect himself. Chi Xiang grinned. "Hee, Brother Bo, you're overestimating yourself." The flames on his right hand erupted, and the knuckles seemed to have vanished almost instantly. "Must succeed," Chi Xiang shouted as his right fist hit the barrier. A crisp sound rang out, and the barrier shattered. My punch succeeded and continued downward. Brother Bo, caught off guard, immediately fainted. Chi Xiang rolled, stabilized his landing, and stopped running because as Brother Bo fainted, the barrier trapping Che Dan disappeared. Even though I had withdrawn the flames, due to the inertia, Chi Xiang hadn't fully retracted his force, so the blow was still heavy. Behind him, Uncle Da's applause echoed. Chi Xiang turned around to see Uncle Da smiling while clapping. As he clapped, Uncle Da walked toward Brother Bo, fed him a pill, then carried Brother Bo on his shoulder and said to Chi Xiang and Che Dan, "You two go back to the living room. When little Bo wakes up, we'll come find you too." With that, Uncle Da headed toward the villa. Che Dan ran over, patted Chi Xiang's shoulder, and laughed. "Good job, Brother Xiang. Let's wait for them if they say so." Chi Xiang nodded and put an arm around Che Dan's shoulders, walking toward the villa. About half an hour later, Brother Bo and Uncle Da finally arrived. Chi Xiang smirked and said, "Brother Bo, your body is pretty good, huh? You recovered so quickly." Brother Bo grunted irritably. "You hit too hard. I couldn't take it. But did you forget what skill Uncle Da has? Although rare materials are hard to find, ordinary ones I still have some. Xiong slapped his head and said, right, there's Uncle Da. Seeing Uncle Da nodding with a smile, Xiong continued, Brother Bo, how about it? Can we go now? Brother Bo nodded and said, all right. By the way, Dan, you have the ability to store things, right? Let's go get some stuff. Dan looked at Xiong, who nodded. Half an hour later, Xiong and Dan finally understood what it meant to be rich. Damn, all sorts of valuable herbs like ginseng, lingji mushrooms, deer antlers, caterpillar fungus, gold, silver, all kinds of gems, firearms, and ammunition. It was insane. They even had military weapons. On the way back to the living room, Xiong nudged Brother Bo's right arm and said, didn't expect you to be this secretive. Brother Bo smiled faintly. The saying goes, hiding one's abilities and fame for 7 days. Afterward, the four of them sat on a private helicopter, with Uncle Da driving. One must admit, Brother Bo was really wealthy. In this period, he had converted all his family's assets into tangible items. More shockingly, his family originally owned a private island, where all their parents had been arranged to stay. Now, the four were heading to a city where zombies had broken out, as places with zombie outbreaks were most likely to provide answers to what they sought. Of course, these few days weren't peaceful. Various news reports covered the emergence of superhumans. In front of power, morality had long since collapsed. Dozens of cities worldwide had become overrun by zombies, and during this time, superhumans wielded power arbitrarily. Although armies from all countries had mobilized, what can humans achieve against true natural disasters? Moreover, a few days had been more than enough for superhumans to grow stronger. Unless nuclear bombs were used, there wasn't necessarily a guarantee of ending this disaster. But who could truly pull that trigger? The plane landed on a square. At this point, there were no zombies around for some unknown reason. Originally, Xiong had hoped that zombies wouldn't come out during the day, but when the four got off the plane, Xiong couldn't help but curse. There was no way out. Zombies, oh zombies. Hey, don't grab my clothes. Stop, or I'll hit you. Such a dialogue was obviously impossible. As soon as Brother Bo got off the plane, he started to prepare a barrier. It wasn't for protecting Xiong and others, but for their means of transportation, the plane. Under Brother Bo's barrier protection, unless it was another energy user or a missile, the plane was 100% safe. Uncle Da held an assault rifle and started firing. While since bullets were limited, Xiong and Dan had no choice but to use their own energy to fight. Luckily, Dan's second skill was explosion, which meant detonation in a certain area with a radius of up to 10 meters. However, it was non-discriminatory. Thus, Dan definitely couldn't release his skill there. Therefore, Xiong threw him out first before starting the fight, inwardly muttering, hey, Dan, may you be lucky. The purple flames kept absorbing the zombies. Although Xiong wasn't sure about the side effects, this was currently his only way of attack. Xiong really envied Brother Bo and Uncle Da, who could avoid fighting. While Xiong was lost in thought, a boom suddenly sounded. Clearly, Dan had succeeded. If someone looked down from the air at where Dan was, they would see clearly that the place had become a vacuum zone. Hearing the sound, Xiong immediately burst with battle spirit, fully opening his energy. The powerful attraction was far beyond what these little zombies could resist. Due to the excessive output, the flames on Xiong's palms actually detached from his hands, forming 2 small whirlwinds. Once the small whirlwinds appeared, they absorbed even more energy. Meanwhile, Xiong clearly felt that the power inside his body had changed from before. It seemed much thicker, and also carried a hint of something special. But now wasn't the time to ponder over this. The zombies constantly replenished Xiong's consumption. Half an hour later, the 3 finally carved out a bloody path. By then, Brother Bo had completed his barrier, devouring the last zombie standing. Xiong turned around, walking towards Brother Bo, complaining, Sai, you've got it good. We fight bloodily, and all you have to do is wave your hand and avoid participating in combat. Really envious. Brother Bo grunted, but said nothing. Though Brother Bo might not have liked it, it was evident that this was the undeniable fact Dan and Uncle Da also walked over. Dan asked, are we going to leave now that all the zombies are dead? Xiong shook his head and replied, zombie corpses are poisonous. If we come back here in a few days, who knows what might happen? It'd be better to burn them. And earlier, I felt some changes in my internal energy. I need to check that book. Dan clapped his hands in delight. He had selected several zombie-related missions beforehand. This time, he had not only acquired a D-class skill, but also gained 2,000 game coins. A bountiful harvest indeed, making Xiong very envious. Brother Bo sighed wryly and said, Uncle Da, looks like we're the ones left to deal with the zombies. Let's go. Yes, young master. So, Dan and Uncle Da retrieved gasoline from the plane to prepare for burning the zombies. Xiong hurried to stop them, asking if they really wanted to stay put. Brother Bo then asked how they were supposed to burn them. With a mischievous grin, Xiong looked at Uncle Da and said, Uncle Da, I'm sure the special forces taught you how to do it. You take care of it. Uncle Da shook his head and sighed, saying, alas, didn't get to use this trick in the special forces, but it comes in handy now. Let's go, little Bo. That's how Brother Bo and Uncle Da took charge of burning the zombies. Dan checked the system store for any good items, and I flipped through my yellow-skin book. Sure enough, as Xiong expected, the second page of the yellow-skin book showed new words. Second level, obtain skill, adhesion, effect, attach the swallowing flame to weapons. Due to some peculiar coincidence, Xiong prematurely acquired another skill, swallowing whirlwind, which increased the speed of absorption. For the 3rd level promotion criteria, Qi Xiang needed to forge a spirit-sucking sword. To create it, he required 1 gene, approximately 500 G, of gold, 1 gene of fine iron, 1 gene of silver, 20 grams of jade, and a tooth of a spirit-sucking beast. Tools needed, a refining furnace. Qi Xiang looked at the 4 words spirit-sucking beast tooth and couldn't help but comment. What in the world is a spirit-sucking beast tooth? Does Uncle Da have a refining furnace? Asking now will mean work for me, so I'd rather not, but there's nothing else to do anyway. Oh, right. According to the book, absorbing zombies should cause no harm and even enhance my corrosive abilities. Alright, let me go suck some in first. With this in mind, Qi Xiang tiptoed to the other side of the plane and began his training. Chapter 5, Survivors. About 10 minutes later, the flames erupted from where Chaidan and Dashu were, and it had already started burning. Then, Chaidan approached Qi Xiang. Seeing that the zombies had disappeared, he was at a loss for words. Qi Xiang walked over, chuckled, and said, "This thing is actually beneficial to me. There's no way I could tell you two about it without making things boring, so I didn't mention it. You won't blame me, right?" Bogu stood there stunned, shook his head, and quickly reacted, saying, "What kind of creature are you? Swallowing zombies? I can't even, damn, I can't stand you." Qi Xiang chuckled again and said, "As long as it's good, doesn't matter what it is, swallow it, right? And it's not like eating, it's more like assimilation. Some people eat bad droppings too. Compared to that, I think this is far better." Bogu made a vomiting gesture and then said, "Let's go. According to the plan, we should check if there are any survivors." Qi Xiang nodded and pointed toward a jeep parked by the roadside that he'd just noticed. In the zombie era, this was quite common. Either the car owner turned into a zombie while opening the door or encountered zombies after getting out. Qi Xiang called Chaidan and the others over. After they arrived, Qi Xiang circled around first, confirmed there were no zombies, and then gave an okay sign. Next, it was Dashu's turn. "Special Forces veteran? Heh, this sort of thing is specifically prepared for you. Quickly, open the car." Although these words were only in Qi Xiang's mind. Dashu walked over. The car door was still open, and Dashu climbed inside. It was exactly like in movies, tearing apart wires, reconnecting them, and within less than half a minute, the car engine roared to life. Qi Xiang couldn't help but comment, "Wow, I really have to admire you, Dashu. If you hadn't become a car thief, it would have been such a waste." After the 4 of them got in the car, Bogu took out the GPS that had been prepared and began checking the city map. There were 3 places marked by Qi Xiang's group as search targets. 2 were supermarkets, and 1 was an arsenal, because these 3 places were most likely to be visited by survivors. They chose the nearest large supermarket, and Dashu drove toward it. When they arrived, outside, a huge crowd of zombies was gathered and rushing toward the doors, roughly estimated to be over 100. Qi Xiang didn't let Bogu and Dashu get out, considering the limited ammunition. Therefore, Qi Xiang and Chaidan would handle it themselves. "Haha, zombies, mealtime." Shouting loudly, Qi Xiang charged forward with devouring flames blazing, acting recklessly like someone throwing caution to the wind. But unlike a reckless person, Qi Xiang played with the zombies instead of risking himself. After swallowing over a dozen zombies, Qi Xiang suddenly noticed something strange running ahead. Chaidan, the guy, had a pair of wolf claws on his hands appear. Qi Xiang couldn't help but think to himself, could his abilities be so monstrous? 1 for defense, 1 for area effect, and now this for offense. Wow, it's unbearable, too depressing. Oh heavens, both being superhumans. Why must you treat me so unfairly? Ah, zombies, let me vent my frustrations. With that thought, Qi Xiang activated his devouring cyclone. One by one, zombies were sucked in and vanished from this world. In less than 10 minutes, almost 100 zombies were eliminated by Qi Xiang and Chaidan together. Neither Qi Xiang nor Chaidan felt proud, for both of them knew these zombies were merely cannon fodder. If they couldn't handle even this much cannon fodder, their acquired powers would have been useless. After eliminating the last zombie, Dashu drove up beside Qi Xiang and Chaidan. Bogu and Dashu got out, and subsequently, the 4 of them prepared to enter the supermarket. Judging by how the zombies behaved earlier, there must be humans inside, otherwise, the zombies wouldn't act so frenziedly. With Qi Xiang leading from the front and Chaidan guarding the back, Bogu and Dashu were positioned in the middle. This, without doubt, was the perfect formation currently. Qi Xiang and Chaidan observed both directions. Dashu kept watch on the sides, and Bogu watched above. Though it wasn't highly probable, caution was necessary. Even though there weren't any regular zombies inside, there might be superhumans. In the current situation, extra vigilance was always advisable. The 4 cautiously moved forward, each ready to respond instantly. To put it simply, if anyone tried to kill the 4, they'd be instantly wiped out by a chain of devastating blows, since leaving potential threats alive was unacceptable. Once the 4 reached the interior of the supermarket, they sighed with relief. Divided into 3 teams, 1 with Bogu and Dashu, 1 with Qi Xiang, and 1 with Chaidan, they searched for survivors within the supermarket. The supermarket had 3 sections: food, electronics, and daily necessities, each checked separately by the 3 individuals. As Qi Xiang devoured a loaf of bread that he had grabbed from the shelf, he couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. This place is amazing. There's food, and even if there aren't survivors, I can still absorb some stuff to improve myself. What a great place. Put down my food. A roar-like voice nearly burst his eardrums. Qi Xiang thought inwardly, come on, it's just a loaf of bread, no need to get so angry. Qi Xiang looked intently at the man in front of him, who was rushing toward him, armed with a cleaver. Hold on a moment, wasn't the cleaver on fire? Fantastic. Haha, This survivor might be very useful indeed. Xiang tossed the bread aside, raised his hand to signal a stop, and said, "Hey, hold it. I'm here to rescue people, not to get chopped up. Hey, stop attacking me already. What's wrong with this guy? Why won't he listen to reason?" As the man came closer, Xiang felt somewhat helpless and decided that subduing him would be necessary for now. With corrosive flames ready, catching a blade with bare hands was no problem at all. Watching as the cleaver dissolved under the corrosive flames, Xiang felt a little smug. The reason Xiang didn't use devouring flames was because he hadn't yet tested what would happen if he absorbed another person's abilities. Xiang gave a sly smile towards the dumbfounded man and asked, "All right, stop being stunned. How many more survivors are here? Hurry up and tell me. Round them up. We're leaving." The man snapped back to reality after hearing Xiang's taunting words, shouting loudly, "Ah, spit. You have purple abilities and you still claim to be a good person? What's going on? This isn't a novel. Abilities don't determine morality. Furthermore, even if they did, judging someone solely by their ability color doesn't make sense. It seems something must have happened here before. Well, those aren't my concerns. What I need to think about is how to stabilize this guy." That was what Xiang thought. After saying that, the man's whole body ignited into flames, scaring Xiang enough to make him jump backward immediately. Xiang bolted, while the man chased after him, yelling, "Hey, coward, is this all you've got? Stand still." The two of them, one running, the other chasing, formed an impressive scene in the vast, empty supermarket. Their loud shouts drew attention from everyone else. Chaidan, who was closest to Xiang and stationed in the daily necessities section, arrived first. Seeing the fiery figure behind Xiang, Chaidan was startled and called out, "Hey, brother Xiang, what's going on? What did you do?" Xiang waved his hand to signal Chaidan to stop talking and kept running. Upon reaching the freezer area, Xiang smirked evilly. He suddenly turned around, not crouching to sweep, but instead delivering a high kick aimed straight at the man's head. The man was kicked directly into the icebox filled with crushed ice. Given that it hadn't been long since the crisis started, the man wouldn't possibly be strong enough. The flames on his body began extinguishing upon contact with the ice, and Xiang wasted no time hopping into the icebox, stomping on the man a few times, not only to put out the fire, but also to exact personal revenge. "Damn, you little punk. Do you know back in school I used to chase others, not the other way around?" After a few stomps, Xiang jumped out of the icebox, pulling the unconscious or dead guy onto the floor. By then, Bogu and Dashu had also rushed over, having already heard Xiang's explanation during his stomping rampage. Xiang patted the man's face and asked Bogu, "Bogu, you don't think this guy is dead, do you?" Bogu made an eye signal toward Chaidan, who instantly caught on and said, "Oh no, brothers Xiang and Bo, I gotta pee really bad." Xiang understood what Bogu meant, grinned mischievously, and suppressed his laughter as he suggested, "I hear urine can heal wounds. Maybe we should give it a try." As soon as these words were spoken, the man sat up abruptly, waving his hands frantically and stammering, "Stop. No need, no need." The sudden movement pulled on his injuries, causing him to wince in pain. I'm secretly enjoying this." Xiang smiled gently and said, "All right, we won't tie you up. Still, I'll ask again, why does purple energy represent evil in your mind?" Upon hearing this, fear filled the man's eyes as he said, "My name is Yulong. My sister and I lived in this city with our parents. A few days ago, I gained the ability of fire, which was also when the zombie outbreak occurred. My parents were killed by zombies, and my sister and I escaped here. A few days ago, more than a dozen people came here. We wanted to ask for their help, but they injured me and took away my sister." At this point, Yulong's voice trembled, tears streaming down his face. This big brother had protected his younger sister with all his strength during the apocalypse, ensuring she wasn't harmed by zombies. Yet another survivor had taken her, leaving her whereabouts unknown. Bogu sighed deeply and said, "All right, stop crying now. You come with us first. After we've finished searching the city, we'll take you to find your sister." When Yulong heard Boji's words, he slowly raised his head, looking at Bogu. Though originally slumped on the ground, he managed to kneel with great effort and proceeded to knock his forehead 3 times against the floor. He called out, "Savior." Xiang and the other 3 were shocked by this sudden action. Xiang watched as Bogu helped Yulong up, couldn't resist complaining. Hey, Bogu, it seems like I'm the one who subdued him. How can you do that?" Bogu gave Xiang a glare and said, "You've already stomped on him so many times, don't say anything else." Xiang looked at Yulong and asked, "Yulong, besides you, are there any other survivors in this supermarket?" Yulong shook his head and said, "Other than me, there aren't any other survivors here." Xiang nodded and said, "All right, Bogu, let's go. It's time for the next location." Bogu agreed. Then the 5 of them headed back to the entrance. After Chaidan and I cleared the zombies blocking the doorway again, Daho drove the car they had commandeered earlier. The next target was still a supermarket, another one. The car sped quickly. How could there be traffic police under such circumstances? With no order left, only freedom reigned, making speed the king. Enjoying the thrill of velocity, the 5 arrived at the next checkpoint. Half an hour later, after confirming that this supermarket had no survivors, Xiang and Chaidan cleaned up the remaining zombies once more. Then, they made their way to the last destination of this trip, the most likely place where survivors could still be found. Brothers in arms, we're coming. Though the military base was located in the suburbs, the group did not choose to use an airplane. They kept driving the car instead. Since they weren't sure when they'd have the opportunity to refuel the plane again, saving fuel became necessary. Moreover, that military base and the next city on their list lay in opposite directions, so fuel efficiency remained crucial. Who knew if the next place even had fuel for the aircraft? Even before reaching the military area, various sounds of bullets firing from guns and grenades exploding were heard, indicating that survivors existed there. Not just one, but many. It was great news because although Chi Xiang's team consisted of psychics, actual rescue missions would still best involve the military personnel. They were professionals. At the entrance to the military base, no crowd of zombies gathered. Instead, the gunshots came from behind the office building. Without hesitation, Dahe drove straight toward the rear. Truly impressive, Chi Xiang and Che Dan exclaimed together. Indeed, it was spectacular. A training field surrounded by what appeared to be an arsenal. Outside stood piles upon piles of corpses dressed in camouflage or farmer outfits, all clearly former zombies. However, Chi Xiang wondered, given that the crisis started several days ago, why hadn't these zombies been dealt with yet? Something's wrong, Chi Xiang shouted, signaling Dahe to stop the car outside the heap of zombie remains. As soon as the car stopped, Chi Xiang jumped out immediately and yelled, "There might be psychic powers being used here. Everyone act fast. We cannot allow harm to come to the survivors." It wasn't out of Chi Xiang's inherent kindness. He understood survival required cooperation with skilled professionals. Although Dahe had mastered more skills than the soldiers inside, Dahe alone could never replace them. Leaping out of the vehicle, Chi Xiang didn't mind the smell or fluids oozing from the decomposing zombie bodies as he dashed towards the mountainous pile. Meanwhile, Bo Gu and the others realized the seriousness of the situation after being reminded by Chi Xiang and ran close behind. Chi Xiang wasn't the same Chi Xiang anymore. His power had continuously grown stronger, improving his physical attributes far beyond their previous level. Every step forward demonstrated his enhanced capabilities compared to when he first began this journey. Chapter 6. The First Encounter with Hostile Psychics. Reaching the top of the zombie hill, Chi Xiang finally saw what was happening inside. At that moment, 4 people emitting a purple glow were confronting more than 10 soldiers. Apparently, these 4 individuals had some significant connection to those whom Yulong had encountered earlier, if they weren't directly from the same group. A few meters height meant nothing to the current Chi Xiang. With one leap, he thought he could land on solid ground, but realized the zombie corpses were soft. Good heavens, my dear mother. Thus, Chi Xiang rolled down the zombie hill. Nevertheless, no matter what, Chi Xiang still managed to descend in a short period. As he stood up, his body was covered with fluids from the zombies. After rubbing his sore butt and head, he ignited corrosive flames all over his body. Although this resulted in losing his clothes, compared to being corroded by zombie fluid, streaking seemed like a better choice. Chi Xiang landed, without drawing any attention from the standoff. After all, they were still fiercely battling, but Chi Xiang could clearly feel bullets hitting him when he just lit the corrosive fire, which made it a very close call. After that, no more bullets hit Chi Xiang, as one of the purple psychics broke off to fight him. The surviving soldiers already knew that Chi Xiang wasn't their enemy. The purple psychic radiated with a purple light. His right hand. No, his right claw, since his right hand had turned into a claw. His claw lunged toward Chi Xiang, who never liked to sit idly by. In an instant, the flame of corruption on Chi Xiang's right fist became stronger. No, it wasn't corrosion fire anymore. It was now the swallowing whirlwind. The swirling vortices of purple flames, whether visually or in terms of power, were not to be underestimated, yet he was still rushing forward. Clearly, he lacked the ability to stop midway, so he ended up crashing into Chi Xiang's swallowing whirlwind. What kind of power does the swallowing whirlwind have? Even if you're stone or iron, you'd be swallowed, let alone you, a weak attack-oriented psychic with only a 5-point physical defense rating. Instant kill. This could truly be called an instant kill. Indeed, one's abilities worked best against the enemy rather than limiting them among allies. Chi Xiang reflected internally. Upon killing one man, the soldiers noticed, and the 3 remaining psychics obviously realized the situation as well. By this time, there was only one person left fighting the PLA soldiers while the other 2 surrounded Chi Xiang. They assumed that even though Chi Xiang instantly killed one of them, it was probably because of surprise. How could one person possibly handle 2? However, they overlooked 2 things. First, an instant kill is hard to achieve, even with surprise. Second, was there really only one person on Chi Xiang's side? He absorbed both of their long-range attacks next, the 2 purple energy spheres. Absorbing the previous man, Chi Xiang replenished his consumption of the corrosive fire and also received a slight increase in power. Just as Chi Xiang was about to rush over and absorb those 2 guys, a chopping knife landed beside him, thrown by Che Dan, who then joined 3 others behind Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang roared inwardly. Why can you jump down and I can't? That's not scientific. However, Chi Xiang didn't dwell too much on this. He picked up the sword lying on the ground and watched the 3 charging at him. With absolute confidence, Chi Xiang prepared to take them all on. Yes, you read it correctly. 3 people charged at me. As soon as they noticed the change in numbers on my side, they abandoned their previous attacks and concentrated fully on attacking us. Chi Xiang didn't care if it was 2 or 3 enemies. He would absorb as many as came his way. Yulong, behind Chi Xiang, wanted to come help, which touched Chi Xiang greatly. They hadn't known each other for very long, but Yulong was already willing to share life and death. However, Che Dan stopped Yulong and sat on the ground drinking beer while watching Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang intensely despised Che Dan, grabbed the sword horizontally, planted his right foot firmly on the ground, and shouted, "Explosive kick." This was a move Chi Xiang invented himself, Ordinary people generally couldn't do it. But Qi Xiang's improved physical capabilities also included his right leg. It wasn't kung fu lightness, but a full utilization of strength from his right foot to propel himself forward. With the blade facing forward, Qi Xiang could finally test this skill. Attach. Roaring loudly, purple flames ignited on the sword immediately. These were not corrosive flames, but swallowing flames. Qi Xiang slashed at the right shoulder of the person running at him in front. It was as easy as cutting tofu. The flames from his right fist failed to touch Qi Xiang, but instead, Qi Xiang's sword cleanly split him apart. The effects of the swallowing flames completely transformed his body into nourishment for Qi Xiang. With 2 more slashes, the remaining 2 people met the same fate as the first one. Now, Qi Xiang finally understood that his swallowing and corrosive fire had no supportive or restrictive functions, but was the most potent attack, and Qi Xiang believed that if used appropriately, it would also be the strongest defense. After taking out 4 people in succession, Qi Xiang didn't feel a bit tired. Instead, he felt as if his blood was boiling and was still not quite satiated. Although absorbing the 4 psychics didn't make Qi Xiang's power skyrocket like in novels, it was certainly quicker than absorbing trees. At this point, Qi Xiang fully comprehended that the cultivation of this unique ability required Dan energy as its foundation and tools as assistants. Though unsure whether he would later need to forge armor or something, it was clear that this soul-devouring saber would definitely bring him much benefit. Qi Xiang took a deep breath, turned around, and said, "Hey, guys, how was my performance?" But except for Yulong, Uncle Da looked as if it was all too easy. Bogo seemed somewhat dissatisfied, and Che Dan bluntly said, "Shit, big brother, is that good? Playing around? If it were me, I'd have killed those 4 instantly without even using a sword." 3 black lines appeared on Qi Xiang's forehead. He thought to himself, there's nothing else to say. This is what friends do. Tease away. Go ahead, keep teasing. Let's see what you do next time you face something like this. Turning back, Qi Xiang shouted, "Hey, come out, we're leaving." Then he said to Uncle Da and Yulong, "Yulong, burn a path through these zombies. Uncle Da, go drive the car." These 2 immediately got to work. Just as Uncle Da climbed up the zombie hill, Yulong threw several fireballs. Fire spells sure are useful. Oh yeah, wasn't it said that swallowing zombies could enhance corrosive abilities? Alright then, here goes. Thinking about it, Qi Xiang completely disregarded the odd looks from everyone present and began swallowing the zombies. To be honest, swallowing zombies did require some courage. For example, the zombie Qi Xiang was now swallowing didn't have eyes. And looking at it, whoa, its eyeballs burst. Though it wasn't about eating them with his mouth, just looking at it was uncomfortable enough. Qi Xiang decided not to dwell on the zombie's appearance anymore. Seeing Qi Xiang's unusual behavior, Yulong was very surprised and wanted to stop him, but Che Dan held him back, saying, "Don't disturb him. He's cultivating now. Although his method is a bit unique, he isn't limited to swallowing only zombies, you know." Just when Qi Xiang thought Che Dan might have some decency, he casually added, "He can also swallow excrement." That made Qi Xiang lose his composure. Qi Xiang turned around and gave Che Dan a fierce glare before continuing to absorb. By this point, Bogu had already started negotiating with those soldiers, explaining the group's intentions. The soldiers agreed to provide weapons, and they planned to head to the military headquarters by armored vehicle. But Bogu wouldn't let them. He said, "Now it's a biocrisis. It's uncertain which city is safe anymore, and we've got a helicopter. Come with us." Those soldiers weren't stubborn, so they agreed. It took approximately 5 minutes to burn a passage through the mountain-like heap of zombies. Uncle Da drove in, having tidied up the weapons. Larger ones were placed into Che Dan's storage space, while smaller ones were packed into bags. At this moment, except for one pocketed slot left open, everything else in Che Dan's backpack was loaded with heavy weapons. Qi Xiang watched enviously, also wanting to store items. Absorbing another zombie, Qi Xiang noticed everyone was ready, so he boarded Uncle Da's car. There were over 10 surviving soldiers, and the base had vehicles, so they weren't worried about Qi Xiang's group fitting into just one car. 3 off-road vehicles drove towards the plane location. However, things at the airfield were far from peaceful now. When Qi Xiang's group arrived, there were zombies surrounding the area. Qi Xiang was curious since there were no living beings visible, yet so many zombies gathered. It must mean there were live humans somewhere. Initially, the group thought to get out and save them, but after one glance inside, Yulong grew anxious. Inside, purple light flickered, accompanied by purple lightning, fireballs, and other forms of attacks bombing everywhere. There were multiple purple psychics, and with Yulong's reaction, these were obviously the individuals Yulong encountered earlier. Qi Xiang got out of the car and stopped the soldiers who wanted to rescue the trapped individuals, saying simply, "We'll handle it." Then, Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and Yulong charged forward while Bogo started creating defensive barriers to ensure their attacks wouldn't hurt anyone else. The moment he exited the car, Qi Xiang picked up the chopping blade and took the lead, slashing furiously, carving out a bloody path. Upon reaching the center, Qi Xiang spotted their helicopter and 5 individuals radiating a purple glow, along with a young girl unconscious, clutched under the arm of one of them. As soon as Yulong saw the little girl, he shouted, "You bastards! What have you done to my sister?" And with that, he was about to charge forward. At this moment, Qi Xiang and Che Dan couldn't stop him because this was Yulong's fight. The 2 of them could only take on those around them. Qi Xiang and Che Dan each faced 2 opponents. Qi Xiang confronted a psychic with purple lightning abilities and another with purple flames, while on Che Dan's side, one wielded purple claws, the kind Qi Xiang had seen before, and the other held a large purple hammer. The psychic fighting Yulong placed Yulong's sister on the ground, snorted coldly, and swung his right fist without any special power attached, just a plain punch. This punch collided directly with Yulong's flaming right fist. Keep in mind, Yulong's fist was enveloped in flames, yet not only was the other psychic unharmed, Yulong was pushed back several steps. With an explosive shout, Yulong charged again. Qi wondered how the guy trained. To be able to hold his own against Yulong with nothing but his body strength, it wasn't just equal footing, the psychic was clearly gaining the upper hand. Was he even human? Qi stared coldly at the two opponents before him, watching the lightning and fireballs rushing toward him. He didn't move, instead igniting his swallowing flame around his entire body, then absorbing both attacks. His conjecture proved correct. By covering himself with swallowing flames, he effectively created a flawless defense, absorbing everything it could handle. Moreover, these kinds of attacks weren't strong enough to threaten him. Even if the experiment failed, the cleaver in Qi hand wouldn't let down its master. With a roar, Qi burst forward, his right fist aimed straight for the psychic with the purple lightning. Qi was not like Yulong, nor was he that superhuman individual. If Qi attempted a direct confrontation, death would await him. Not foolish, Qi avoided engaging directly. As multiple lightning strikes and purple flames attacked him, they were like child's play to Qi. The moment Qi activated the swallowing spin, all their skills were absorbed into his body. Having spent so much time swallowing, Qi no longer wanted to absorb anymore. He hadn't killed anyone truly yet, and now, Qi wished to find out what it felt like to kill. A flash of light, a head dropped to the ground, blood gushing from the neck. Witnessing this, everyone present was stunned. Was this really how psychics fought? Generally, when psychic battles took place, the loser ended up utterly disintegrated. Especially those with Che Dan. Seeing Qi killing through absorption always made it seem like he was merely taking an energy. This intense visual shock overwhelmed even Qi himself. The severed head on the ground, its eyes filled with terror, Qi couldn't bear to look directly at it. Its gaze was simply too horrifying. This was the first person to truly die at Qi hands. Although mentally prepared beforehand, this decision still made Qi feel sick. Even a serial killer would struggle to remain calm during their first kill. These psychics were likely not a simple team. They must have been preparing to become world-ending overlords long before the crisis erupted, and they weren't good people. In fact, they might have been involved in organized crime or even terrorism. Because, upon seeing their comrade die, they only momentarily paused before continuing the battle. Their leader didn't even glance at the fallen teammate, as though Qi had slain a stranger or an animal rather than one of their own. However, this was not the time to delve into their backgrounds. The immediate task was to deal with them and reclaim the helicopter. Che Dan laughed heartily and said, "Looks like Brother Xiang is doing great. It's time for me to get serious." Speaking thus, twin knuckles appeared on his fists. After deflecting an attack from the claw-wielding psychic using his rhinoceros shield, he kicked the attacker away, pulled out a handgun, and fired. The sound of gunfire echoed, and the big man who was about to smash him with a large iron hammer suddenly found his weapon vanished and lay dead on the ground. Unlike the earlier victim, his face bore only a red dot on the forehead. With the loss of two men in quick succession, the superhuman finally lost his composure. With a fierce swing, he drove Yulong back several steps. Then his right leg glowed with purple light, and the next second, it already struck Che Dan's face. Before anyone could react, Che Dan was already flying through the air. Chapter 7 Non-Human. No, Qi roared. Cha Dan was the most important brother in Qi life. Just a moment ago, Cha Dan was still fighting shoulder to shoulder with Qi, but now Cha Dan's fate was unknown. The anger in Qi heart had been ignited. Without any pretense, his whole body burned with engulfing flames. He surged forward towards Zihua. Then, Qi and Zihua embraced each other. But this wasn't a friendly embrace. It was the embrace of death. Zihua had also been instantly killed. In a rage, Qi didn't care how strong his enemy was anymore. He only wanted to use all his strength to defeat them. At this very moment, there were no restraints. Only the full power of Qi remained. Letting out a long, fierce roar, an engulfing purple flame covered his right-hand blade. The next second, Zizao was also defeated without hesitation. Without pausing for a moment, Qi charged towards the non-human. The purple fire around Qi was not the same as Yulong's flames. Anything that touched it would be absorbed by the flame. After all, the engulfing fire had the ability to adhere. The non-human didn't intend to clash directly with Qi anymore. His right hand flashed, and somehow, it condensed into a purple light sword. What was this ability? Why hadn't Qi seen it before? But Qi had only one thought. No matter what your ability is, whoever fights my brother will die. The battle axe clashed against the light sword. Shadows of their blades flashed continuously, and zombies charging in nearly instantaneously disintegrated into fragments. Originally, Qi blade wouldn't have stood a chance against the light sword, but after being enveloped by the swallowing fire, though it couldn't compete equally with the light sword, the difference wasn't much. Huff huff. Qi and the non-human had already exchanged countless blows. Now, he stood calmly as if nothing had happened, but even Qi body enhanced by Dantian energy felt exhausted, and the battle axe in his hands had accumulated over a dozen cracks. At this point, Qi realized the importance of good weapons, but there was no time for him to find better ones. Qi coldly stared at the man in front of him, thinking, is he really not human? Or is his ability just about enhancing himself? Regardless, anyone who fought Cha Dan must die. Thinking of Cha Dan, the flames on Qi body grew fiercer. However, From the start until now, he hadn't consumed anything. For the first time, he began to feel a void in his dantian force. Was Qi truly going to lose? Just as Qi prepared for a final bout, he heard the non-human say, "You're very strong. Apart from my master, you're the strongest guy who could fight me this long. That gives you reason enough to be proud. Now, I give you a reward. I'll let you live. Remember, this is the first time I've spared an enemy's life, and it will also be the last. Farewell, I believe we'll meet again. When we do, I hope you'll be stronger then." After saying this, his whole body transformed into a ray of purple light and disappeared into the sky. Letting out a cry of despair, Qi fell onto the ground, panting heavily. The previous fight had taken a massive toll on both his physical strength and his dantian force. Right now, I'm completely exhausted, but Qi still had something left to do. Forcing himself up, Qi leaned on Yulong's shoulder as he came to help him up and slowly walked towards Chadan. Along the way, every zombie he came across was devoured, restoring some dantian force back into Qi. When Qi and Yulong reached Chadan's side, Uncle Da arrived as well. Although he lacked attacking abilities, his former career as a special forces soldier meant he was more than capable of dealing with zombies using his gun. Uncle Da rushed to Chadan's side, pulling out 3 golden pills and stuffing them into Chadan's mouth. He then took out a blue pill, crushed it with his hands, and sprinkled it onto Chadan's face. After doing this, Uncle Da sighed and said, "Now it's up to his luck." Uncle Da looked at Qi and added, "The gold ones are for replenishing energy, and the blue ones promote bone healing. These are the best 2 types of medicine suitable for him that I currently have. They're also the most valuable medicines I've got. Damn it. If I had the proper materials, I could even bring someone back from the dead. But right now, all I can get with money are ordinary drugs, and the precious ones are basically unavailable or non-existent in our world." Qi shook his head and said, "Uncle Da, it's not your fault. You stay here, Yulong. Protect Uncle Da. I'll go fetch Brother Bo." After finishing his words, without stopping, Qi dashed towards the group of zombies. Neither Uncle Da nor Yulong stopped Qi because they understood that Qi needed an outlet for his emotions. Only through actions like these could Qi temporarily alleviate his sadness over Chadan's injury. Almost non-stop devouring. Even though Brother Bo and the others had already arrived, Qi continued to devour without stopping. Once his Dan energy was full, he switched to killing, unilateral slaughter. When the machete broke, he used his fists. By this point, the number of zombies that had fallen to Qi fists was unknown. Qi only knew that the zombies attracted by the scent of living beings were now few. Those far away couldn't smell them, and those nearby had been exterminated. Qi walked back to the plane, sat on the ground, and used the devouring flames to clean his hands. He howled once and looked at Chadan, thinking, "Good brother, rest assured, I will avenge you." Uncle Da saw that Qi had vented all he needed, so he felt Chadan's pulse and said, "All right, things have stabilized now. All we need is time. Everyone, it's time for us to go." With that, Uncle Da walked toward the helicopter. This aircraft was one with a cockpit in front and a cabin at the back that could accommodate many people. Qi didn't know its exact name, but let's call it a parachute plane or perhaps a transport plane. The latter sounds more professional. Both Qi and everyone else boarded the plane, and Chadan, along with ammunition and food supplies, were loaded on board. Just as they were about to take off, Uncle Da realized something important. Where was the engine? Now, Qi finally understood why those guys were guarding this place. It seemed they had planned an ambush here all along. Now not knowing where to find another aircraft, the awakened Yuxian, Yuelong's sister, who had previously been unconscious, also had no clue about the whereabouts of the airplane's engine. Helpless, Qi and the others got off the plane, started up a car, and drove off. Had it not been for Uncle Da saying that nothing other than his Danshan medicine would work on Chadan's injury, Qi probably would have stayed at the hospital for a few days. But looking at the current situation, they couldn't waste too much time on Chadan, not because Qi didn't care, but because he still had to think about the bigger picture. Qi believed Chadan would understand him. And thus, after spending a day traveling via highway, Qi and the group reached the nearest city queue. Brother Bo said, "It's not a holiday, so the expressway isn't congested, otherwise, who knows how much time we would have wasted." To this, I fully agreed, because if it were a holiday, facing traffic-jammed highways, Qi would truly be desperate. Upon reaching city queue, Qi and the others finally felt relieved because there were guards stationed outside. Clearly, this area wasn't an infected zone, and the military had already taken charge of defending this location. A stroke of luck indeed. But was it really going to be that simple? As Qi and the group drove to the checkpoint, none of them got out of the vehicles. This wasn't their responsibility, so they just called out to the soldiers behind them. Those soldiers wasted no time either, and the one who appeared to be the captain stepped out of his car and went over to negotiate with the checkpoint personnel. Qi and the others thought everything would go smoothly, that they'd soon be granted passage, enter, find a place to rest, and wait for Chadan to recover before moving on to other cities. However, things rarely go smoothly. Before negotiations even progressed a few words, the soldier sent to mediate was captured. Just as Qi intended to get out of the car to check what was going on, 3 vehicles were suddenly surrounded. One of the soldiers shouted, "Listen up, inside the vehicles. We don't welcome psychics here, nor do we welcome anyone traveling with them. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame our bullets for being indiscriminate. Psychics, I hope your impulsiveness doesn't endanger your companions. They're soldiers too, and that's why we haven't fired yet." Brother Bo gave a cold laugh and remarked, "What arrogance." Then he rolled down the window and told them outside. You've got 3 seconds to step back, or we won't hold back. The threat from Brother Bo fell flat. The soldiers outside wouldn't listen to him, continuing to aim their rifles, waiting for them to leave. Seeing that they wouldn't move, Brother Bo turned to Chi Xiong and said, Chi Xiong, handle these guys for us. Chi Xiong rolled his eyes at Brother Bo, opened the car door, and stepped out. He smiled slyly at the soldiers and said, Excuse me, gentlemen, may I ask how the psychic ability has offended you? Chi Xiong guessed that Cha Dan must have thought of him as a lapdog from the war era if he heard this remark. Even Chi Xiong himself felt a bit like one. Still, Chi Xiong understood the wisdom of not offending unnecessarily, and this place was an entire city. Their group, on the other hand, consisted of only over 20 people, of which most were ordinary individuals. Among them, 2 were psychics without any attacking abilities, 1 was still unconscious, and the last was a girl. Meaning the ones capable of taking on hundreds alone were left with only Chi Xiong and Yulong, and they weren't even sure if Yulong possessed such capability. The soldier, seeing Chi Xiong's friendly attitude, after all, you don't hit someone who extends a hand in peace, didn't say anything unpleasant to Chi Xiong either. He simply replied, There's nothing we can do, it's an order from above. You guys should go to another city. I know, none of us here probably matters much to you, but consider this entire city. You need to think about that. Chi Xiong nodded and said, Yes, I understand everything. But as you can see, we have nowhere else to go right now. Can you make things easier for us? After all, we're all survivors, aren't we? The soldier talking to Chi Xiong seemed to be making up his mind after some deliberation. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, I'll let you pass. But there are 2 conditions. First, don't use your psychic abilities. Second, if anyone discovers that you're psychics, don't tell them you came through me. Chi Xiong patted the soldier on the shoulder and said, You're a good soldier. Then he got back into the car. The soldier guarding their group was also released by the others and returned to the vehicle. In this way, Chi Xiong and the others entered the city without any further incidents. Chi Xiong thought that the captain they had just encountered must have been an excellent one. His subordinates clearly respected him greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to allow their group to pass under the captain's watchful eye, indicating that the captain's team could indeed be trusted. But little did they know how stringent this city's defenses truly were. After driving roughly a kilometer, they found yet another checkpoint, this one being the last station before officially entering the city. However, it almost became the place where Chi Xiong and the others met their doom. This time, the guards at the checkpoint showed no hospitality at all. As soon as Chi Xiong's group approached, the soldiers started firing. These cars didn't have bulletproof glass, so when the gunfire began, Uncle Da immediately shouted, Quickly, duck down. The bullets shattered the glass, and the shooting continued for nearly 10 seconds before stopping. The vehicles behind, which had been following closely, went unnoticed. Chi Xiong could hear that those in the rear cars hadn't gotten out either, likely waiting for their decision. Chi Xiong was certain, though, that the people in the back cars were already armed and ready for battle. After all, Chi Xiong and the others were their saviors, their spiritual leaders. Soldiers who'd spent years in service had been tempered by discipline and honor, and this included repaying debts owed to those who helped them. Holding their heads low, Chi Xiong and the others acted as if dead until someone opened the car door. At that moment, Chi Xiong, Brother Bo, Uncle Da, and Yulong, all sitting nearest the doors, attacked simultaneously, catching the enemy off guard. Although at least 10 men were checking Chi Xiong's car, with Chi Xiong and Uncle Da, an experienced special forces soldier, these men were no match. The rear vehicles had also engaged in battle, but evidently, their situation wasn't as favorable as Chi Xiong's side. Chi Xiong called out, asking Yulong to provide assistance there. Despite being outnumbered, those men were seasoned warriors who'd faced zombies and held their own against psychic opponents, undoubtedly possessing unique skills. Thus, even if unable to hold their ground against overwhelming odds, they weren't taken down too easily. Yulong didn't disgrace the name of a psychic warrior. Although he didn't use fire-based powers, the enhancements from his abilities made him superior to ordinary people. A single elbow strike or knee thrust was enough to incapacitate someone. Within moments, all the soldiers lay moaning on the ground. The checkpoint had gone quiet, most likely due to someone being sent to inform their superiors while monitoring the situation. Chi Xiong and the group weren't in a rush. After all, such situations couldn't be resolved hastily. The soldiers, now joined by Yulong, each carried a submachine gun except Yulong himself, clearly dissatisfied with the actions of the earlier soldiers and wanting to teach them a lesson. Their leader was a young officer named Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang asked Chi Xiong what they should do next. Over the past few days, Chi Xiong had unknowingly risen to become the de facto leader of the group. Though Chi Xiong wasn't much more intelligent than Brother Bo, he combined intelligence with bravery. Particularly in combat, his mercilessness against enemies had left a deep impression on everyone. In the apocalypse, what mattered most? No matter how clever a person was, if faced with an opponent they couldn't kill in a day, but who only needed to hit them once to win, would they stand a chance? Chi Xiong touched his hair and said, They've definitely gone to fetch their superior. We aren't in a rush, let's wait here. If their superior is reasonable, there will be no issue. If their superior is unreasonable, then we shouldn't hold back either. Let those who can still move return themselves. They were merely carrying out orders, just like the others before. They're just more loyal to their duty. I don't know why this place rejects psychics, but since it has come to my attention, I have to act. Chapter 8, Entering Q City. The next sentence that Chi Xiong did not shout out was already clear in its meaning. Chi Xiong had decided to handle this matter. Then, Chi Xiong continued talking to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, you go tell them. Those who are willing to return can walk back by themselves. If one person can't do it alone, two people can support each other and walk back. Xiao Wang saluted and said yes, then turned around and said, everyone has heard, right? Quickly finish the task and come back. As he spoke, Xiao Wang was the first to run out. Qi Xiang nodded in approval. If Xiao Wang still gathered everyone and told them the mission before making them execute it, Qi Xiang would definitely not think much of Xiao Wang. He'd at least seem too rigid. But his current behavior proved that Xiao Wang knew now was the end times. In the apocalypse, there should be an apocalyptic way of handling things. Not long after, those soldiers started to gradually get up from the ground, supporting each other as they walked toward the checkpoint. One of them looked back at us, seemingly worried that Qi Xiang and others might shoot him in the back. Unexpectedly, something happened. A blood hole appeared on the head of the soldier, who turned back. The bullet didn't come from Qi Xiang's side, but from the checkpoint. Then we heard someone from the checkpoint shouting, Captain Li, take your soldiers back immediately, or don't blame us for being impolite. You should know what the superior's orders are. One of these men, a corporal, cursed loudly, then shouted to go back and move toward Qi Xiang's side. Clearly, he was Captain Li. Captain Li came to our side, glanced at Qi Xiang, and opened his mouth. Good man, I don't know where you're from, but as you can see, our situation is worse than yours. He didn't finish his words when Qi Xiang gestured with his hand to stop him. Qi Xiang said, all right, Captain Li, everyone is a survivor of the apocalypse. I understand. Place your weapons on the empty ground, then retreat to wait behind. Xiao Li, send someone to keep an eye on them. Captain Li, this rule you should understand. Don't be offended. Captain Li sighed and said, never thought that our troops weren't accepted by ourselves, yet were welcomed by a group of strangers. Ergu, just wait, Brother Li will certainly avenge you. Wang Weixian, may you die a miserable death. It was obvious, without needing to say, whose names these were. For these people, Qi Xiang could only feel sorry for them. In such a situation, the city guards were betrayed by their own comrades. Is this humanity? Although Qi Xiang did not know what tasks were assigned by their superiors, judging from how naturally the soldiers at the checkpoint acted, Qi Xiang could already determine that their superior, no, the person issuing this task, was definitely no good sort. This city seemed more terrifying than the cities invaded by zombies. It wasn't the danger of life, but the evil of human hearts that made it terrifying. The darkest depths of human nature finally burst forth unreservedly in the apocalypse. About half an hour later, Qi Xiang's group had already cracked open beers and were chatting like old friends. Of course, those abandoned soldiers also got a deck of playing cards from them. After all, Qi Xiang's group was not like some other people. Just as the soldiers under Xiao Li were telling a funny story from their hometown, Qi Xiang heard the sound of a car engine and looked toward the checkpoint, muttering, my hearing seems to be pretty good. At this moment, a jeep drove over. Qi Xiang could clearly see that several snipers had appeared around. Most likely, the vehicle contained their superior officer and almost certainly special forces soldiers, or possibly even psychics. Qi Xiang quickly called out, signaling Xiao Li to hide his people back in the car. The rest of the soldiers were asked to find their own hiding spots. There was more than a 90% chance of gunfire breaking out soon, and Qi Xiang needed to ensure the safety of his people first. Qi Xiang glanced at the car and muttered to himself, Chaidan, wouldn't it be great if you could fight alongside me? Looking at Chaidan lying in the car, Qi Xiang felt a bit choked up. How much better it would be if this were a city overrun by zombies. That way Qi Xiang's group could kill some zombies and settle down somewhere. But now, there really was nothing more to say. The jeep stopped in front of us, the door opened, and 8 specially trained commandos in camouflage with submachine guns stepped out. They formed a circle immediately, surrounding us, their gun barrels pointed directly at Qi Xiang and his 3 companions. Evidently, these guys were carefully selected, and Qi Xiang could feel they were no ordinary people. Special forces psychics? That's interesting. Qi Xiang mused in his heart. After they surrounded us, the leader on the passenger seat stepped down. It was a fat man dressed in black suit. Qi Xiang silently cursed him in his heart, but a smile still appeared on his face as he said, Sir, your subordinates pointed their guns at us upon meeting, which is probably impolite, isn't it? The fat man let out a haha laugh and replied, It can't be helped. Everyone here has extraordinary abilities that the likes of us do not possess. I believe you all should not be afraid of these common defensive items, right? Qi Xiang gave a cold laugh. Defense? Are you all normal people? If I'm not mistaken, every one of you should be a psychic. Put down your guns. Do you really think those rifles could possibly harm us? At such close range, only Qi Xiang with his devouring flame would have any protection. What about the others? Especially Uncle Da, the alchemist. Oh, Uncle Da. But Qi Xiang wanted to see if this fat man was scared. Of course, Qi Xiang prayed silently that Uncle Da had a skin-strengthening medicine if they started shooting. The fat man waved his hand, signaling for his men to step back. It was quite obvious that Qi Xiang's bet paid off. The fat man did not know our true capabilities and therefore didn't dare to make a move easily. Qi Xiang looked around and continued, Where are the snipers? To have a conversation like this makes me very uncomfortable. Before the fat man could respond, a giant man behind him yelled, Hey, aren't you ungrateful for giving you face? This large man was over 190 centimeters tall with bulging muscles, and he had good reasons to be arrogant, but Qi Xiang didn't even glance at him. Qi Xiang's foot transformed into a claw-like shape as the swallowing fire emerged, striking straight for the giant man's neck. No one on our side expected such a sudden attack. Qi Xiang's body was now strengthened several times more than an ordinary person's. So was his speed, making it impossible for anyone to stop this attack. As soon as the swallowing fire touched the big man's neck, it began to take effect. After all, swallowing fire had devoured more than a few psychics already. Even if this man was tall and muscular, how did that matter? In less than 2 seconds, Qi Xiang returned to his original position, and it turned out this big man provided a fair amount of energy. This made Qi Xiang feel that his Dan power had increased significantly, as if reaching the energy level provided by 100 zombies. Energy was almost proportional to strength, indicating this man wasn't just any ordinary person. Clearly, Qi Xiang had chosen correctly to kill him. Qi Xiang returned to his place, extinguishing the swallowing fire, revealing a sunny smile. Sorry, but I have this habit from childhood. During conversations, I dislike being disturbed or intimidated the most. Understandable, right? The fat man was also shocked, nodded, and said he understood. It seemed now he leaned more towards reconciliation, since he didn't know whether we were all like me or whether I was the weakest one among us. Even if the rest 3 were slightly weaker than me, it wouldn't be something they could handle. Qi Xiang grinned again. So, where are the snipers? The fat man nodded, snapped his fingers, and then the snipers I found had already retreated, including a few that Qi Xiang hadn't noticed. It seemed that through training, ordinary people were not necessarily incapable of surpassing psychics. After all, even a skilled sniper might easily kill an unprotected non-defensive psychic. After my visible and hidden guards were removed, Qi Xiang couldn't say much either. Furthermore, since Qi Xiang had already dealt with one of his subordinates before, bringing up any more demands would indeed be too excessive. Human tolerance is limited. As the saying goes, even an anxious rabbit will bite. Qi Xiang didn't want to test the limits of the fat man in front of him. Not for any other reason, just to avoid further conflict. He wouldn't act rashly. Qi Xiang smiled faintly. Then, may I ask your name? The fat man replied. You can call me Lin Jun. Qi Xiang was paying attention to those large men and the snipers earlier and didn't notice the fat man's mouth trembling when he spoke. Qi Xiang kept smiling while saying, Then, let's talk about our requirements. Take your people away. My brother is injured and doesn't need your medication. We just need a place to stay until he wakes up. After that, I will leave with my team. Qi Xiang had his own calculation because saying this would give us a chance to infiltrate. Moreover, Qi Xiang had some thoughts about the current leader's actions in this city, so he definitely wanted to get involved in this matter. Lin Jun laughed heartily, his chubby face jiggling, and while laughing, he said, No problem. Isn't it just a place to stay? That's something I can decide on myself. Though let me warn you beforehand, don't cause any trouble here, or our people aren't useless either. Qi Xiang nodded and said, I understand. All right, lead the way. Let's go. As he spoke, I gave a signal, and Uncle De remained as the driver. The checkpoint soldiers had already gotten out of the vehicle since their post was at the checkpoint. They just needed to run back. However, I estimated that things at this checkpoint would definitely not be the same as before. After all, we killed Li Captain's brother, so there was no way this matter would end quietly. Qi Xiang could affirm this. With Lin Jun's car leading the way, progress became smooth and unhindered. What Qi Xiang hadn't expected was that the place was still 1 kilometer away from the city, and there was actually another checkpoint on the way. There was also a temporary fortress at the edge of the city. Qi Xiang couldn't help but wonder, were the rulers here so afraid of death? During the drive, Lin Jun had already informed his superiors about arranging accommodation for Qi Xiang and his group at an already cleared-out hotel. He then said he had other business to attend to and left with his men. Qi Xiang didn't know how Lin Jun had explained it to his superiors, but when Lin Jun got out of the car and mentioned everything was arranged, Qi Xiang realized that he had communicated properly with those above him. However, Qi Xiang wasn't worried. Unless someone with inhuman strength like before appeared, regular small-time characters wouldn't pose any threat to Qi Xiang. 2 people per room. Everyone went to bed early. Qi Xiang told them not to worry, there wouldn't be any issues tonight. Everyone should rest well. They all agreed readily enough, but Qi Xiang wondered if anyone would end up sleepless. After bidding farewell to the others, Qi Xiang picked up his dry rations and walked into his own room. Once inside, he took out his portion of food and started eating. His rations were better than Bo and Uncle Das. A vacuum-packed pig's trotter, instant noodles, and a bag of pickled mustard greens. Under normal circumstances, perhaps only the pig's trotter would catch Qi Xiang's attention, but now, in this post-apocalyptic world, these items weren't rare, but certainly weren't abundant either. Although vegetables are supposed to be scarce during an apocalypse, Qi Xiang still maintained his preference for meat, adhering to his old dietary habits. After boiling hot water and preparing the noodles, Qi Xiang tore open the vacuum packaging of the pig's trotter. It should have been reheated to dissolve the aspic soup, but there was nowhere to heat it up, so Qi Xiang decided not to be particular about it. He took a bite and began waiting for the instant noodles. While waiting, he looked out the window. It was already dark outside. This city was located near the Yangtze River and had a small hydroelectric power station. Previously, Qi Xiang had wanted to head north, but unfortunately, our means of transportation broke down before we traveled far. It seemed we'd need to secure an aircraft while staying here. As Qi Xiang gazed out the night scenery, his eyes became a little watery. Even though the disaster hadn't erupted long ago, Qi Xiang had already experienced quite a bit, both physically and mentally. However, Qi Xiang was still a young man under 20 years old. During moments like this, memories of the wonderful times spent with his parents often surfaced in his mind. Dad, Mom, are you alright? Came the sound of Shidan behind him. Qi Xiang turned around and wiped away his tears. Was Shidan waking up? Yes, Shidan was awake, but it seemed he woke up due to hunger. Qi Xiang went over and sat on the bed, asking, Shidan, are you awake? Shidan opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and said, Noodles, trotters, I want some. At that moment, if it weren't for Shidan being still weak, Qi Xiang really would have slapped him across the face. Still considering Shi Dan as a patient, Qi Xiang restrained himself. He said, "Wait a second," and then headed toward the table. By now, the noodles had been soaked long enough. Qi Xiang opened the pickled mustard greens packet, poured some into the bowl of noodles, and brought them along with the pig's trotter over to Shi Dan. Shi Dan commented, "Xiang brother is good." Then he reached, not exactly taking, more like snatching the pig's trotter from Qi Xiang, and immediately took a big bite. He then placed the trotter onto the blanket. "Hey, that's my blanket. Can you eat with some hygiene, please?" Qi Xiang complained, but Shi Dan didn't seem to hear. He grabbed the noodles with both hands and dug in heartily. Shaking his head helplessly, Qi Xiang went back to fetch another bowl of noodles, since both meat and vegetables were limited and needed to be rationed. In Qi Xiang's current state, even without eating or drinking, he could maintain his life through consuming. But after almost 2 decades of keeping certain dietary habits, it wasn't something easy to change. So, Qi Xiang continued eating according to his old ways. Chapter 9, Civil War. Qi Xiang returned to the room, and Cha Dan had already finished eating. Belching and laughing, he said, "Xiang Gu, I finished the instant noodles, and I left you half of the pork elbow. Go ahead and eat." Qi Xiang nodded, went over to prepare the instant noodles, then started eating the pork elbow as he asked, "Cha Dan, how is your body feeling?" Cha Dan was now out of bed, moving his limbs around a bit as he replied, "Very good. I'm basically fully recovered, and it seems like there's some difference from before, though I don't know exactly what. But Qi Xiang can confirm it's a positive change." Qi Xiang nodded, saying, "Uncle De used Buqi Dan and Shenggu Dan on you before. It should be the effect of these 2 pills." Cha Dan grinned, asking, "Xiang Gu, I found something interesting. Do you want to guess what it is?" Qi Xiang made an approving sound, asking him what it was. He said, "Qi Xiang, level 4, HP 1898, physical attack 450, magical attack 600, physical defense 200, magical defense 150, agility 450. I don't need to explain what this is, right? Hee, what do you think? Not bad, right? Though you're pretty impressive. I'm only at level 2, and you're already at level 4. No wonder you're so strong. Little brother admires you." Saying that, Cha Dan did a pose of worship. Qi Xiang ignored his joking, because this matter was too important for him now. With this, wouldn't Cha Dan just become a living encyclopedia? Qi Xiang quickly asked, "Cha Dan, does your ability show any differences between superhumans and normal people?" Cha Dan shook his head, replying, "I just discovered this, probably gained it when I leveled up to 2 before my injury. I don't know what the difference is between normal people and superhumans either." "Oh, Xiang Gu, since things seem safe now, tell me about what happened during that time." Qi Xiang nodded, spending half an hour telling Cha Dan everything that happened during that time. Of course, Qi Xiang also ate his meal while speaking. When Qi Xiang mentioned getting angry and fighting non-humans because of Cha Dan's injuries, Cha Dan accused him of exaggerating, insisting Qi Xiang wouldn't have fought for him to such an extent. At the mention of the checkpoint, Cha Dan expressed anger at the political maneuvering going on there. However, after listening, Cha Dan didn't joke around as usual, but instead bowed his head deep in thought, contemplating something. Qi Xiang didn't bother him. After roughly a minute, Cha Dan suddenly looked up, saying, "Looks like we shouldn't stay here long. We must leave tomorrow." Qi Xiang replied, "Of course I know." Then he walked towards the bathroom, muttering that he hadn't taken a bath for a long time. Subsequently, the sound of water came from the bathroom. Half an hour later, Qi Xiang came out of the bathroom. Damn, wasn't Qi Xiang still a city aristocrat? It was uncomfortable not bathing for so long, even if the corrosion flames could handle dust and dirt. When Qi Xiang returned to the room, Cha Dan was already asleep. Qi Xiang smiled faintly, lying down beside him, falling asleep shortly afterward. However, Qi Xiang did not know that Cha Dan had actually accomplished something significant while he was taking a shower. The next day, the sun shone through the window, blinding Qi Xiang and forcing him to get up. Stretching a lazy yawn. It had been such a long time since he'd slept this well. On the side, Cha Dan was already awake, eating breakfast and preparing a portion for Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang laughed, saying, "Good boy," then sat down and began eating. Suddenly, Cha Dan said, "Xiang Gu, do you remember Q City Z85? With that reminder, Qi Xiang immediately recalled it. The Z85 incident in Q City happened several years ago, referring to a major killing case where more than 30 people were dead, involving numerous big figures from both the official and business circles. In the end, all those people received corresponding punishments. The Z in Z85 stood for a major case, and 85 was its number. Qi Xiang wondered why Cha Dan brought up this event and asked, "Remember? So what?" Cha Dan pointed outside the window and said, "Z85 wasn't simple. I suspect the current situation in this city has something to do with Z85. If it were another time, Qi Xiang would definitely have teased him by saying something like, 'Are you running a fever?' But now it was different. In the apocalypse, nothing was simple, and there must be a reason why Cha Dan suddenly mentioned Z85. Qi Xiang asked, "What does it have to do with Z85? Cha Dan replied, "Do you remember? Although the Z85 incident happened a few years ago, nearly half of the victims were poisoned to death, and the poison is still unknown today. The other half of the victims were assassinated, all killed in one hit. Some of them were skilled martial artists, not in kung fu, but in military close combat techniques. If they were killed without putting up a fight, it doesn't make sense. I think that superhumans might have appeared even back then, or even earlier." Qi Xiang interrupted Cha Dan, saying, "Your meaning is that there are psychics who appeared earlier than us, and since they've been around longer, they should be quite powerful." Cha Dan nodded and said, "That's exactly what I mean. At once, Chi Xiang felt as if struck by lightning. If it was really as Cha Dan had said, then perhaps the situation was about to become much more serious. There was nothing else to do. Though such a possibility existed, his stomach was growling, so after eating the instant noodles in a few bites, he belched and said, "All right, let's go find Brother Bo. This matter is rather serious. There's no need to call the soldiers and brother and sister Yulong." Cha Dan agreed with Chi Xiang's thoughts, and the two left the room, heading towards Bo and Uncle Da. The lock here had already been removed earlier. After all, this kind of lock wouldn't stop anything, and during an escape, it might even become an obstacle, so it was removed. And it was consumed by Chi Xiang. It was a joke. Metal provided quite a bit of Dan force, and wasn't there a lot of locks in many rooms of this inn? There was no formality with Brother Bo, so Chi Xiang directly pushed open the door and entered. At this moment, Brother Bo and Uncle Da were playing poker. Upon seeing Chi Xiang come in, Brother Bo greeted him immediately, inviting Chi Xiang to join them. However, when they saw Cha Dan, they were startled. Then Uncle Da burst into laughter, shouting, "Ha, Xiao Bo, you lost." Neither Chi Xiang nor Cha Dan knew what had happened, so they looked at each other and turned toward Bo and Uncle Da. With a helpless shrug, Bo said, "Earlier we were bored, so the two of us made a bet on when Cha Dan would wake up. I said 3 days later, and Uncle Da said within 3 days. Well, I lost. Alas, I was originally thinking of tricking Uncle Da out of some pills, but I never expected that he won." Chi Xiang asked, "Then what did Uncle Da win? Seems like apart from money, Brother Bo has nothing left." Bo spat and said, "What do you mean I have nothing left if I don't have money? That guy made me find the eyeball of a soul-devouring beast for him. Come on, what's a soul-devouring beast? Where am I supposed to find one?" Chi Xiang chuckled and said, "Not talented, not talented. Little brother needs the fangs of a soul-devouring beast to make weapons. Brother Bo, how about joining forces?" At that moment, Bo was so angered by Chi Xiang that he made a gesture as if spraying blood, while Uncle Da laughed incessantly. And Cha Dan was rolling his eyes constantly, clearly very annoyed that Bo and Uncle Da had bet on him. Chi Xiang interrupted the two, stopping them, and said, "All right, we came to discuss important matters." Then, Chi Xiang explained Cha Dan's previous conjecture. Both Bo and Uncle Da's faces became extremely grim. They couldn't possibly ignore the severity of the situation. Just as they were preparing to discuss leaving the city, an explosion sounded outside, followed by gunfire. Something was wrong, and it was something big. The four quickly ran outside. By this time, the soldiers and Yulong had also rushed out of their rooms. Since the guest rooms were all on the second floor, they lived on the second floor. As soon as they came out, they gathered together upon seeing everyone else was fine. Chi Xiang said, "Xiao Wang, take Cha Dan to the warehouse and bring all our supplies. If there's not enough storage space, discard some weapons. The rest of you, prepare for defense. Bo, set up the barrier. Yulong, follow me." After issuing the same order, Chi Xiang immediately rushed out. Yulong told his sister to wait for him there, and followed Chi Xiang outward. Outside, bullets were flying through the air, hand grenades flying around like pebbles, but none of these attacks reached Chi Xiang's side. More accurately, none of them hit either side of the buildings. The two sides exchanging fire were both from the local garrison. Damn, why are the garrisons fighting each other now? Chi Xiang cursed, telling Yulong not to move for the moment. Chi Xiang looked at both sides. Both sides of the street were filled with soldiers in camouflage uniforms, and no psychics were discovered, though that didn't necessarily mean there weren't any. Suddenly, Chi Xiang spotted Xiao Li's figure. He was in the eastern camp, holding a sniper rifle targeting enemies. Chi Xiang said to Yulong, "Yulong, return first, and tell everyone not to act recklessly unless someone initiates an attack, or I return to give an order. Don't come out otherwise." While saying this, Chi Xiang had already rushed towards the eastern side using explosive steps. On the eastern side, those who saw Chi Xiang coming opened fire immediately. Chi Xiang shouted Xiao Li's name, blocking several bullets with corrosive flames. Then Xiao Li noticed Chi Xiang, called out a few words, and the bullets aimed at Chi Xiang disappeared instantly. However, there were still bullets from behind, so to avoid damaging his clothes, Chi Xiang used attachment. With several explosive steps, Chi Xiang reached Xiao Li's side. Xiao Li's position was taken over by another soldier. He brought an officer-like person to meet Chi Xiang. As soon as Xiao Li saw Chi Xiang, he said to the person beside him, "Commander Li, look, this is the psychic I told you about before. What do you think? Not bad at all, right? Oh, by the way, I still don't know your name. This is Commander Li." Chi Xiang glanced at the two of them, confirming they weren't related, and then said, "Just call me Chi Xiang. What's going on here?" Commander Li replied, "Xiao Li, go back to your post. Chi Xiang, let's talk in the back." Saying this, Commander Li gestured for Chi Xiang to follow him. In the back, there were several wounded soldiers being carried away. A few officers looked like they were discussing something over a map that appeared to be of this street. However, Chi Xiang wondered if using brute force tactics was effective in such a situation. Commander Li brought over 2 stools, giving one to Chi Xiang, and apologized. "Sorry, this is all we have right now. Hope it doesn't inconvenience you." Chi Xiang replied, "Not inconvenient at all. Now, tell me quickly, what's the situation?" Commander Li lit a cigarette, took a puff, and explained, "It's those bastards on the other side. Not even humans, they're beasts. Because of some orders, they've killed many of our brothers, stopped a lot of survivors, and even shot many dead. I really don't understand why these people waste their energy when they should be killing zombies instead of showing off within the human race." Commander Li got angrier as he spoke, taking another puff of his cigarette to calm down before continuing. "Today, I finally couldn't take it anymore. So, we started the fight. but the situation is quite unfavorable. If an ordinary person had seen both sides seemingly equally matched, they might have asked what was so unfavorable. But considering Qi Xiang's previous suspicions, he asked directly, "Are there psychics on the other side?" Commander Li was surprised but quickly understood Qi Xiang's reasoning given his identity. He nodded and said, "Yes. Although among the traders there are also psychics, they can't compare with the others in either numbers or strength. We only have one who gained abilities a few years ago. The rest gained them just after the crisis broke out. The total number on our side doesn't exceed 5. On their side, 3 gained powers recently, 4 did so a few years ago. And that's just what we know. Frankly, this battle doesn't bode well for us." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Advance the front line to the hotel ahead within 5 minutes. As he pointed to the hotel where he was currently stationed, he continued, "If you can do that, I'll help you win this battle." Though Commander Li was somewhat skeptical, there wasn't time to deliberate. Moreover, since most of their side armed with assault rifles couldn't reach far enough anyway, they planned to advance the front line. It was a 2-for-1 benefit. Soldiers aren't ones to dawdle once a decision is made. It's part of their character. "Advance the front line," ordered Commander Li. At that moment, Qi Xiang clearly felt that the front line was actually moving forward slowly. Qi Xiang patted Commander Li on the shoulder and said, "Victory will be ours." Speaking this, Qi Xiang had already rushed out. Commander Li was moved upon hearing Qi Xiang's words because he said, "Our side," rather than "your side," meaning that Qi Xiang already considered himself part of Commander Li's camp. Running explosively back to the inn, Qi Xiang climbed upstairs and looked at everyone standing guard within Bo's protective barrier and announced, "Bo and to stay here along with Xiaoying. Everyone else, grab machine guns and sniper rifles and head to the first floor." This announcement startled those who were guarding, thinking something dire had happened. Without hesitation, they handed over their submachine guns to Cha Dan, switched to heavier weapons, and rushed down to the ground floor. Uncle Da also grabbed a submachine gun but didn't go downstairs because he realized that if he, Bo, and Sister Yulong's little sister, Xiaoying, went down, they would only slow everyone down. Therefore, they decided to stay behind. When everyone reached the first floor, Qi Xiang told them to wait there while explaining the situation he had learned. Yulong and Cha Dan remained calm, but the soldiers were more sentimental and became angry. They swore profusely and wanted to rush out immediately, but Qi Xiang stopped them. Chapter 10, Joining the Battle. Looking at the clock hanging on the inn's cashier desk, 3 minutes had passed, and Colonel Li's position had already moved over. Qi Xiang shouted, "Let's go," and immediately led this group of people out. After rendezvousing with Colonel Li, they joined the battle without a word. Sniper rifles and machine guns were no comparison to submachine guns. In no time, Qi Xiang's side's combat effectiveness rose by a notch. Colonel Li also organized the psychics for long-range attacks. Yulong didn't hesitate either, joining their team. Colonel Li walked over and asked Qi Xiang and Che Dan why they weren't participating in the fight. Qi Xiang chuckled and said, "Colonel Li, don't rush. The 2 of us are reserved to fight the boss, right, Che Dan?" Che Dan simply replied, "That's right." Colonel Li couldn't do anything about the 2 of them, shook his head, and went back to his post. It must be said that Colonel Li was still very dedicated, leading all the officers to the front line. People like him aren't many these days. Seeing a few black figures rushing over from the opposite side, Qi Xiang and Che Dan stood up. Qi Xiang asked, "Che Dan, is it time?" Che Dan let out a wild shout and yelled, "Party time!" If the current Che Dan was focused on defense and demolition, then the current Qi Xiang was clearly the most powerful charging warrior. Using fists, elbows, knees, every blow was accompanied by the corrosive fire. The reason it wasn't the devouring fire was because if used in this hit-and-go manner, the devouring fire wouldn't cause damage to the enemy, whereas once the corrosive fire made contact, unless there was nothing left to corrode, it would be almost impossible to extinguish. In no time, enemies set ablaze by Qi Xiang's devouring fire screamed in agony. 2 out of 4 attackers had been hit. Che Dan wasn't one to be underestimated either. Although he didn't have Qi Xiang's formidable combat strength, he could still handle one opponent. Using the rhinestone shield to block artillery fire and charge toward the psychic, the rhinestone shield paired with a machete. If the timing hadn't been off, with the defensive capability of the rhinestone shield, Che Dan could have easily used an explosive to kill his opponent. Qi Xiang's guess turned out to be correct. There were only 4 strong psychics on the other side, and it was impossible for all of them to appear at once. So this time, only one showed up. The powerful psychic who appeared was a blonde. When Qi Xiang rushed to him, he kicked the psychic powerfully, sending him flying back several meters. Although the psychic's ability was unknown, Qi Xiang's body had been reinforced to a certain level. If an ordinary person were struck by Qi Xiang's full-force kick, their intestines might have been kicked out. But the psychic only stepped back a few steps, thus demonstrating the disparity between the abilities of a psychic and a normal person. However, stepping back those few meters caused the psychic to pause momentarily. Qi Xiang had come out without a knife this time, but he continuously threw punches while using the corrosive fire, and the effect was still pretty good. It had already been more than 10 seconds, and the psychic still hadn't responded. Just when Qi Xiang thought he could wear down the psychic this way, he suddenly felt a massive jolt and flew back dozens of meters, landing directly on the ground. Before Qi Xiang even realized what happened, he felt another kick land on him, which hurt immensely. At that moment, Yulong and the reportedly strong psychic reacted and charged out. Yulong kicked the psychic being tormented by Qi Xiang's corrosive fire in the stomach, finishing him off with 3 consecutive fireballs before rushing over to help Che Dan. As that psychic charged toward Qi Xiang, a green light blade took the life of the remaining psychic with a casual flick. Following the flash of green light, all motion stopped. Of course, Qi knew none of this at the time. It was something Yulong told him later. Qi forced himself to stand up despite the excruciating pain and looked around. The firepower from both sides had ceased, likely fearing harm to their own psychics. All the psychics from both sides had gathered. The three weaker psychics on the opposing side had already been wiped out. The powerful psychic who had appeared earlier had exchanged blows twice with the one on Qi side before retreating. Now, Qi side had 8 psychics in total. However, Qi estimated that among them, for were about equal to Che Dan or Yulong, far behind himself. And that guy had knocked Qi senseless with just one move. There was no doubt the others couldn't compare. This meant that, except for that green light guy, none of the rest, including Qi had the ability to engage the enemy. On the opposing side, there were 4 people in total, each with different colored hair, yellow, red, blue, and silver. The man with silver hair said, "Number 3, don't be stubborn anymore. Come back. You can count on me to tell the boss, and he will forgive you." The one called Number 3 was the psychic on Qi side. He had black hair, indicating that he may have dyed it recently, as it was probably green before. Number 3 gave a cold snort, spat, and cursed. "Number 1, I respected you as a real man. Never expected you to be like this. You damn well know what that son of a bitch has done. You know more than me about it. After all these years, we've done so much together, but now is the end times." He doesn't just not reform, but becomes even more extreme. Are you still helping him? Looks like I've misjudged you. Today, I, Li Lao San, will cut all ties with you. Be she poisonous snake. As he said this, Number 3 crossed his hands and pushed forward. A green pillar of light shot straight at Number 1 from his hands, resembling a large green snake. Number 1 gave a cold snort and waved his right hand forward. A silver blade of light instantly severed the light pillar. Number 1 said coldly, "Number 3, since you're like this, don't blame me for not cherishing past relationships." As he said this, Number 1 roared and charged directly at Number 3, using Qi powerful leg technique, which was displayed perfectly in his actions. In an instant, he had already reached in front of Number 3, raising his right fist to strike. Number 3 didn't back down either, responding with his right fist. Meanwhile, those around Qi each put their hands forward, releasing 3 beams of white light towards Number 3. When hit by the white light, Number 3's speed and power increased considerably, clearly showing a skill that enhanced physical attributes. The remaining one did not move, obviously lacking such a skill, though his inaction did not mean Qi would remain inactive. Qi wasn't the type to simply accept the current situation. If Number 3 were defeated, then only death awaited them. So, everyone needed to take action. With a roar, activating the powerful leg technique, and surrounded by corrosive fire, Qi didn't hesitate and directly hugged Number 1. Even Number 1 couldn't endure the corrosive fire, and started screaming in pain as his arms shook backward, shining with silver light, and sending Qi flying. Yet he was also struck hard by Number 3. Successively hit by Qi corrosive fire, and then by Number 3, it goes without saying how bad it must feel. Having stopped using the corrosive fire, Qi was smoothly caught by Che Dan. Because Number 1's attack had been rushed, he hadn't fully utilized his strength, so Qi was basically uninjured. Rubbing his chest sore from the impact, Qi watched as Number 3 was fiercely striking Number 1, glanced at those 3 who were about to act, and shouted, "Brothers, Number 3 can't be ambushed. Let's charge with me." As he said this, Qi was already the first to rush forward. At this time, no matter how familiar or unfamiliar you are with each other, no matter how cohesive your group is, once such words are spoken, the outcome is inevitable. Everyone follows. It was easy to deal with the 3 people. Che Dan and Yulong fought alongside another psychic against yellow hair. The rest fought blue hair, while Qi alone faced red hair. Although Qi strength wasn't as strong as his opponents, his formidable offensive power kept red hair on the defensive. And the yellow hair whom Qi had fought earlier was being handled by Che Dan and the others. In such situations, even if you have awakened early, you still can't beat 3 psychics. But how long this situation would last was unknown. If it were someone who had awakened years ago and diligently practiced, their abilities certainly wouldn't be at this level. The reality proved that it wasn't because Qi was too strong, but because the opponents hadn't taken him seriously yet. Almost simultaneously, the 3 roared and delivered powerful strikes, throwing Qi and the others into the air. Even Che Dan with the rhinestone shield was no exception. While between Number 3 and Number 1, although Number 3 seemed to hold some advantage, gradually this advantage became less noticeable. Clearly, Number 1's skills weren't comparable to Number 3's. In Number 3's area, silver and green light pillars intertwined, making it impossible to tell whose side held any upper hand. But one could distinctly feel that Number 1 was not using the same amount of energy as Number 3. This meant that if Number 3 was using 7/10 of his strength, then Number 1 might only be using 6/10 or even 5/10. Although there were more people on Qi side, the fact remained that the opposition had been practicing much longer, by many years. If Qi abilities were compared to someone with similar training duration, he would surely stand out. But facing these opponents, even the greatest advantages counted for nothing. Before Qi could react, he was lifted off the ground again, but this time he wasn't moving backward, rather flying up into the sky. Do you watch too many anime? This person's movements confirmed Qi thoughts. After being hit upwards, Qi received elbow blows to his stomach and kicks to his back. However, he controlled his body well, alternating between being hit from above and below. In this state, as long as he wanted to, Qi Xiong would remain within a meter height, allowing himself to be continuously assaulted in this manner. However, Qi Xiong wasn't one to be easily trifled with. Just as the enemy's elbow was about to strike his stomach, Qi Xiong swiftly grabbed it. Qi Xiong's advantage lay entirely in close combat, and now, it was Qi Xiong's turn. The consuming fire blazed, but using corrosive fire at such close range would surely insult Qi Xiong's judgment, wouldn't it? Upon being hit by the consuming fire, the opponent instantly panicked. Qi Xiong did not hesitate. His right hand quickly gripped the man's neck, and then he hung his entire body on him. This was no loving hug between lovers, but rather a deadly embrace from Qi Xiong, the Grim Reaper. Qi Xiong wondered how he would fare against a main defense psychic ability user, but fortunately, he hadn't encountered one yet. Red hair roared, and flames of red burst around his body. Indeed, his power matched his hair color. However, this didn't mean he could escape Qi Xiong's grasp. Masses of fire-based energy and red hair's own energy were being absorbed by Qi Xiong. In just 6 or 7 seconds, red hair looked emaciated, like skin over bones. Even so, his situation was better compared to others Qi Xiong had faced before. None had lasted this long against him. With no more oil to extract from the already skeletal red hair, the absorption process sped up, and in the blink of an eye, red hair disappeared. Qi Xiong slowly landed on the ground. The energy from red hair was constantly being converted into Qi Dan within him. At this moment, the other two who were busy bullying their opponents noticed Qi Xiong's situation. Yellow hair shouted, "Little four, you bloody devil, you dare kill my brother, give me your life." Qi Xiong spat and cursed. "It's because you attacked my brother that I need to settle accounts with you." As he said this, Qi Xiong charged forward. On the street, a purple light pillar and a yellow light pillar clashed together. Qi Xiong and Yellow Hair continuously used their abilities, attacking each other, while Qi Dan organized their remaining combat-capable people to block Blue Hair. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they had to buy Qi Xiong some time. With a roar, Qi Xiong's right fist surged forward. He didn't expect Yellow Hair's element to be earth instead of electricity, as he had thought earlier. Well, he had just been pondering how he hadn't met anyone primarily focused on defense. And here it was. Was this good luck or bad? Regardless of whether his luck was good or bad, this wasn't something to consider now. Yellow Hair's defense was stronger than Qi Xiong had imagined. Although he could shatter some of the rocks attached to his hands every time, they soon restored themselves. It seemed it would take quite a while to win, and under normal circumstances, Qi Xiong might endure it. But now, number 3 was starting to struggle a bit, and Qi Dan and the others may not be able to stop Blue Hair for long. In other words, if Qi Xiong didn't resolve this quickly, the best scenario would be defeating Yellow Hair alone, but having to face those two separately later, while the worst result would involve Qi Xiong being overwhelmed by 3 people. And since Qi Xiong had killed Red Hair, the consequences would surely be dire. Of course, if Qi Xiong could take down Yellow Hair promptly, he could help the other 2 groups. But could Qi Xiong truly break through his defenses in such a short period? After several heavy punches, Qi Xiong gave up. If things continued like this, his hands might be ruined before even landing a blow on this guy. It was impossible to fight brute force with brute force, and Qi Xiong needed to think of another way. However, this guy wasn't slow either, so what should he do? As he thought, Qi Xiong activated the Devouring Cyclone, which was the only skill he could rely on at present. Even the Devouring Cyclone proved ineffective, as his stone armor could repair itself faster than Qi Xiong could devour it. However, Qi Xiong hadn't expected the Devouring Cyclone to defeat him, so he wasn't too disappointed. Hey, wait a minute, stones, aren't diamonds the best for breaking them? Haha, remembering this point, Qi Xiong violently leapt back and, while dodging Yellow Hair's attacks, began surveying his surroundings. "It's you I've chosen," Qi Xiong muttered as he jumped to the right, seizing a finger-thick iron rod in his hand. Though it's not sharp enough, it will suffice. I wonder if this move can work though. Oh well, let's try it out. Chapter 11. First Victory. Just as Qi Xiong was muttering to himself, Huang Mao also stopped and looked at the iron rod in Qi Xiong's hand, mocking him. "Hey, kid, you don't mean to hit me with a broken stick, do you? You're underestimating my defense." Qi Xiong smiled faintly and said, "I believe someone must have said that to Sun Wukong." Then Qi Xiong gathered all his strength into his legs. In the next second, he jumped up. In the air, Qi Xiong controlled his head downward. He had no flying skill after all, so he just fell down. But this was exactly what Qi Xiong wanted. As his body rotated in midair, he applied force to the iron rod. A purple iron rod combined beautifully with the rotating Qi Xiong. Imagine a streak of purple flame burning and spinning. How it would look. Huang Mao gave a cold snort and muttered something about daydreaming, then raised both hands over his head. It was obvious he intended to block Qi Xiong like that. It wasn't clear whether the impression Qi Xiong left on him made Huang Mao feel Qi Xiong wasn't very strong, or if it was due to his own ignorance. Anyway, these were not things Qi Xiong should consider. The purple iron rod collided with Huang Mao's stone fists. Qi Xiong, who originally had an advantage because of the hole he'd created earlier, plus the swallowing fire, managed in one strike to pierce through Huang Mao's hands. Startled by Qi Xiong, Huang Mao hadn't reacted when Qi Xiong already landed his feet on his fist-sized hands. These hands were really big. While pondering, Qi Xiong pushed the iron rod down with great force. A cry of pain erupted as Huang Mao's crown was stabbed with a large hole by Qi Xiong, brain matter flowing out from that hole. And Huang Mao fell accordingly. This was merely an energy storage unit without mobility. Qi Xiong didn't waste time, starting to absorb directly since others might still be able to resist. Absorbing Huang Mao took Qi only about 10 seconds. The energy gained from absorbing Huang Mao was probably similar to that absorbed from Huang Mao. Although Qi had not yet fully assimilated the energy from Huang Mao, his D-force had improved significantly. Huang Mao definitely wouldn't be any worse. Blue Mao noticed Huang Mao's death, and one couldn't bear it anymore. Within this period, 2 of their key warriors had been lost, and both were taken down by Qi. One probably would have rushed over to kill Qi if 3 hadn't blocked him. Blue Mao shouted, 2, step aside for me. Speaking while unleashing a bolt of blue energy, but having learned their lesson, they all retreated out of range before stepping forward again. This Blue Mao, Qi had already confirmed he was number 5. 5 didn't seem to possess any powerful attack method and momentarily had no idea what to do. Since this Huang Mao was number 2, the energy must definitely be more than Huang Mao. Qi activated the swallowing cyclone, going directly to maximum absorption level to complete the task in the shortest possible time. By the time Huang Mao had been completely swallowed by Qi, and Qi was preparing to go kill that Blue Mao, one suddenly shouted at him, 5, withdraw. But them. 5's words were not even finished before one's glance stopped him, leaving him no choice but to obey. A bolt of blue energy drove back a few people, rushing back toward their camp. Meanwhile, one also issued a silver light blade instantaneously before escaping. After 1 and 5 returned to their side, their artillery fires sounded again. There was nothing left for Qi to do here. Since he had already absorbed all of Huang Mao's power, there was no reason to stay longer. Qi led Yulong and Sudan, while 3 led the rest, heading straight for the base. Upon returning to the base, amidst the roaring guns and the cheers of all military officers and soldiers celebrating the victory without loss of their own, wiping out several of the opponent's Psi abilities users, a result absolutely worth being proud of, it was apparent to Qi that the reason the Psi ability users belonging to the base, like 3 and others, weren't quick to join before was not due to sluggish reactions, but likely because they chose to assess the situation first. Human nature is hard to predict, but now that Qi had taken this step, even if he wanted to leave, he would need to ask if those on the other side agreed. He would need to ask one if he agreed. Moreover, everyone has self-interests. From a human nature perspective, they were not wrong. Faced with their cheers, Qi did not show any reaction. Yulong and Sudan were also the same as Qi, perhaps due to Qi influence, or maybe they guessed the reasons too. Colonel Li approached Qi, probably intending to say something appreciative, but Qi wasn't interested in hearing it. Colonel Li, I'll go back to the inn to check on my buddies. Wang, take your people and let's go. Saying that, Qi had already started walking toward the inn's entrance. Wang didn't hesitate either, calling his subordinates and picking up his weapons, following closely behind Sudan and Qi. As for Colonel Li, despite feeling somewhat stifled, likely due to some guilt, he simply shouted a thank you before going silent. Upon returning to the second floor of the inn, Brother Bo and the other 2 were drinking tea. Upon seeing Qi arrival, they promptly deactivated the protective barrier. Qi recounted the previous events, including Colonel Li's ulterior motives, prompting Brother Bo to laugh and say, all right, no need to be so upset. We're all here gambling with our lives. Mutual vigilance is always necessary. Anyway, get some rest first. It won't be long before someone comes to call you. Qi nodded without hesitation, immediately sitting down cross-legged to assimilate the energy he had absorbed earlier, which still hadn't been fully integrated. Meanwhile, Sudan and Chadan sat on the ground to rest and rehydrate. Wang's team also drank water but did not rest. They began inspecting their guns, with Uncle Do occasionally offering guidance. Sure enough, as Brother Bo predicted, within 10 minutes, a private rushed upstairs, saluting Qi. Esteemed Psi ability user, our Colonel Li requests your presence downstairs. We are about to launch the final assault. The energy from number 2 and 4 was indeed massive. Even now, Qi had only managed to assimilate 4/10 of it, yet even that small portion significantly enhanced his D-force. This increase in D-force had improved both his swallowing fire ability and his physical attributes. Qi felt that every step he took seemed weightless, but if he exerted himself, the power would surely not disappoint. Qi nodded and said, fine, soldier, return and relay the message. I need to brief my team first. The private saluted, said yes, and quickly left. Watching him go, Qi asked Chadan, Chadan, what levels are those Psi ability users? This was a skill Qi couldn't afford to waste, so he had already instructed Chadan beforehand. Chadan frowned slightly and replied, their levels are all above 10. But considering it took them years to reach level 10, I believe it's related to the lack of crisis previously experienced. If we don't deal with them, their strength will surely outpace ours many times over. So, we should eliminate them now. Regarding number 3, the decision rests with you. Oh, by the way, Brother Xiang, I just checked, you're at level 6 now. Qi nodded and said, of course, do you think the 2 Psi ability users I absorbed earlier meant nothing? Alright, cut the chatter. Chadan, Yulong, you 2 come with me. The rest, stay here. They understood well that joining in the final assault would only distract Qi and his team, and soldiers know when to act decisively. Uncle Da, however, stopped Qi. Knowing Uncle Da would not ask to join the fray, dragging others down isn't his style. The reality matched Qi's expectation. Uncle Da handed him 3 pills, saying, the silver one is Iron Armor Pill, boosts defense by 200% within 3 seconds. The red one is Power Pill, increases attack power by 400% for 1 second after use. The yellow one is Thunder Pearl, similar to a bomb. How to use it should be obvious, right? Qi Xiang smirked and said, "Still the best, Uncle Da." Without any ceremony, he pocketed the pills, which were certainly valuable. On the side, Cha Dan protested loudly. "Uncle Da is unfair. Why does Brother Xiang get cool stuff while I don't?" Qi Xiang smirked again with an infuriating tone. "Prove that you can surpass these 3 pills effects, then I'll give them to you." Immediately, Qi Xiang sensed disdainful vibes emanating from around him as he led Yu Long and Cha Dan downstairs. As they descended, Colonel Li immediately came forward. Seeing that Qi Xiang's group had become 3 people, he asked, "Esteemed psi-ability user, I wonder." He didn't finish before being interrupted by Qi Xiang, who said, "It doesn't matter whether they come or not. We only handle the psi-ability users. Others are none of our concern. Now, tell your number 3 to assist the other psi-ability users in attacking number 1, while number 5 is my responsibility." But, no buts. Wasn't my prior performance convincing enough? Qi Xiang's firm tone made Colonel Li feel uncomfortable. He didn't understand why Qi Xiang was acting this way, but it was definitely something he was unaccustomed to. Of course, Qi Xiang had his own agenda. Qi Xiang gave a slight smile, said nothing, glanced at Colonel Li, and then gazed into the distance, waiting for the final battle. Sudan was constantly moving his fingers in the air, no doubt selecting missions, likely involving killing psi-ability users or something similar. Qi Xiang didn't bother asking further. When it came to brothers, he trusted them unconditionally. As for Yu Long, Qi Xiang glanced at him and immediately felt exasperated. "Damn it, boy, you're too laid back. Put down the compressed rations. Don't embarrass us." About a minute later, 2 silver and blue figures landed between the 2 positions, and number 3 rushed forward first. The low-level psi-ability users also charged ahead. Seeing their initiative this time, Qi Xiang couldn't hesitate any longer, shouted an order to attack, and then burst forward. Indeed, after leveling up twice, Qi Xiang's burst step ability had significantly improved. Originally 4 meters per use, it now spans 6 meters. Clearly, the power of leveling up wasn't something to scoff at. If each level increased his physical reinforcement by 1 additional meter of burst step distance, that would be truly extraordinary. Thinking about it, Qi Xiang couldn't help but feel slightly smug. What novel protagonists, what game bosses, you come try and beat me, huh? While indulging in these thoughts, Qi Xiang had already moved 20 meters ahead. By this time, number 1 was already engaged by number 3. Number 5 intended to help number 1, but would Qi Xiang let him? Of course not. Qi Xiang had learned from past mistakes. Previous battles had inflated his confidence greatly, but facing these opponents made Qi Xiang realize something. Without weapons, he would only put himself at a disadvantage. Look at number 2, for instance. He simply wielded an iron rod, and that shifted the situation entirely. For this battle, Qi Xiang borrowed boxing gloves and a saber from Sudan, combining them with his own enhanced strength. He was now more than ready. Qi Xiang roared, activating the swallowing fire ability. The boxing glove on his left hand and the saber on his right instantly ignited in purple flames, looking rather striking. However, if one were to fight someone wielding these weapons, they'd surely think twice before engaging. Number 5, upon seeing Qi Xiang's armed state, dared not hesitate either. He conjured an ice spear, knowing full well he shouldn't underestimate Qi Xiang. After all, numbers 2 and 4 had fallen as examples. Short weapons versus long ones typically gave the latter the upper hand. But did this hold true for Qi Xiang? The answer was no. When Qi Xiang swung his saber at the ice spear, an ordinary blade would have shattered. However, thanks to the swallowing fire attached to the saber, this would not happen. The swallowing fire acted more like a protective layer. Any object intending to damage it would need to withstand being consumed by the fire itself before doing so. Clearly, the ice spear didn't meet that condition. However, the attachment wasn't without flaws. It could only attach to objects handled by its user, otherwise, it would vanish. Despite its power, number 5's conjured ice spear was still fragile against swallowing fire. With one slash, Qi Xiang cleaved the spear into 2. He didn't attempt to consume the spear, since its benefits were minimal. Instead, continuing his assault would leave number 5 off guard, even if a kill wouldn't be guaranteed immediately. Weighing the pros and cons, even the foolish would make the correct choice. Stabilizing himself with his left foot, Qi Xiang struck hard with his left fist, landing a direct blow to number 5's stomach. However, number 5 didn't fly backward due to the adhesive properties of swallowing fire, which Qi Xiang possessed. At this point, number 5's doom seemed certain. But number 5 was, after all, a psi-ability user at least 10 levels high. How could he lack powerful skills? As Qi Xiang absorbed energy continuously replenishing his body, filling even the negligible losses from earlier and adding some extra, the amount of energy awaiting conversion grew. While Qi Xiang reveled in this sensation, number 5 suddenly roared, biting into his right hand, causing a drop of blood to appear. Number 5 bellowed, water secret skill, phantom water. Following the roar, a drop of blood from his finger hit his forehead. According to convention, blood-triggered abilities weren't easily trifled with. Although Qi Xiang wasn't sure what this skill entailed, he was ready to stake everything if necessary. Not because he sought a one-for-one trade, but because only risking everything would unleash his true potential. Chapter 12, Killing number 5 again. When the drop of blood landed on number 5's forehead, there was no visible change in his appearance. However, Qi Xiang sensed something ominous. Although the swallowing flame continued to consume number 5's energy, the energy now was entirely different from before. Previously, it had been mild and harmless to absorb. But now, with only a small amount consumed, Qi Xiang felt an intense chill all over his body. He quickly retracted the swallowing flame, leapt back 6 meters, and glared coldly at number 5. Number 5's body gradually became transparent, emitting a blue glow. Within 5 seconds, he turned completely liquid while maintaining a human shape. Number 3 saw the transformation and shouted to Qi Xiang, "Hey, kid, that's number 5's strongest skill. He transforms into liquid and enhances all his attributes by 10%. Be careful." Yin Yihao remained silent. From these two battles, Qi Xiang had already realized this Yin Yihao only cared about his own interests, disregarding the lives of others, even his teammates. This person absolutely couldn't be allowed to live. Otherwise, he'd surely become a threat, not just to Qi Xiang and his companions, but to humanity as a whole. Determined secretly, Qi Xiang charged forward again, wielding his machete directly at number 5. Number 5 didn't block the attack, though his lack of defense did not mean he'd be injured. The machete struck number 5, but Qi Xiang hadn't activated any special attachments because absorbing number 5's current energy was extremely unpleasant anyway. Moreover, this was merely a probing attack. Still, even without additional effects, it was still a machete. Yet when the machete slashed down, it simply slid off number 5's body like water, truly worthy of his liquid state. Number 5 wasted no time. His right hand swung out, striking Qi Xiang and launching him flying. What the hell? Aren't you supposed to be in liquid form? Damn it, if your attacks were also liquid, then fine. Damn it. Qi Xiang regained his footing as number 5 had already approached him. Without hesitation, Qi Xiang dashed to the right, evading number 5's attack. Next, Qi Xiang stepped onto the wall to his right and sprang again, directly rushing toward number 5. In the next moment, a yellow bead appeared inside number 5's body, and Qi Xiang began sprinting furiously away. It was a joke thinking that this explosion wouldn't cause a massive burst of energy. Qi Xiang definitely didn't want to test how strong the blast radius might be. Before he could escape 2 meters, the thunder bead exploded inside number 5, filling the air with water vapor. But this wasn't ordinary water vapor. It was number 5's flesh and blood. Qi Xiang was also thrown several dozen meters by the aftershock, crashing face first into the ground. He stood up, wiped his face, and laughed. "Ha! Uncle Da. Damn it, your thunder beads are pretty powerful." At this very moment, Uncle Da, who was playing cards with Brother Bo and Xiao Li, sneezed and said, "No need to guess. It must be that brat Qi Xiang." This comment set everyone off into fits of laughter. With such an abundance of energy available, Qi Xiang knew he couldn't let it go to waste. Immediately activating the swallowing cyclone, he absorbed vast amounts of the so-called water vapor into his body, cleansing himself efficiently within moments. Turning his attention to Su Dan's side, Qi Xiang had expected the situation there to be under control, but he was wrong. All those lower-level psychics were sprawled helplessly on the ground, their statuses unknown. Su Dan and Yulong were both covered with terrifying wounds exposing bones. Even San Hao was heavily injured. What was most frightening was that Yihao only had one wound, one that didn't seem to affect him at all. It appeared that they had been through quite a fierce battle over here. They had done too much in order to buy Qi Xiang time. Qi Xiang rushed over, shouting, "Yulong, Su Dan, retreat. Go back and have Uncle to heal you. I'll handle this." Saying this, his right fist was already thrusting forward. If not for the previous loss of his machete, then right now, he would only serve Yihao with the machete. Yihao gave a cold laugh. Before Su Dan or Yulong could protest, Qi Xiang witnessed a white fist strike hard against his stomach. The next second, Qi Xiang was flung away, his insides feeling like they were flipping and possibly damaged. If Qi Xiang hadn't forgotten, this might be the most severe injury he'd received since becoming a psychic. This Yihao was certainly incomparable to the others. Truly, he was a real powerhouse. Before Qi Xiang could land after being sent flying, another brutal kick landed on his stomach. There was no guessing needed. This was undoubtedly delivered by Yihao. Yihao's face now bore a smile, one bordering on madness and extremely terrifying. While laughing, Yihao spoke, "Ha ha ha, kid, you're quite something. Now, there's no way I can turn in my mission. My only option is to kill you, haha. Die, little ghost. Oh, by the way, my ability is speed, so don't be surprised why things happen so fast. Ha ha ha." Following that, Qi Xiang's stomach was repeatedly kicked by him at an incredible speed. The sensation was utterly overwhelming, far beyond the description of having his gastric acid nearly forced out. Number 1 ceased his stomping, and Qi Xiang endured the pain while saying, "You white-haired bastard, you're going to die. You'll die a horrible death, haha." Then came another kick, but white hair wasn't provoked by Qi Xiang. He had stopped earlier merely because of a reason from that side. Before white hair rushed over, he used his skill, energy oscillation, the same move those others had previously employed. Just then, after number 3 recovered slightly, he started a long-range attack on number 1 and charged toward this side. When Qi Xiang made that statement, number 1 was fighting number 3 and hadn't hurt him. Later when Qi Xiang learned about it, he nearly bled from anger. Number 1 delivered another kick, but this time, his foot descended and couldn't be pulled back, because swallowing flame had already covered Qi Xiang's entire body. Just then, Qi Xiang had consumed the Iron Clothes pill, enhancing his defense by 200%, allowing him to withstand number 1's kick for once. Moreover, Qi Xiang caught number 1's left leg and swallowed another violence pill, increasing the power of the swallowing flame, which was usually potent at 400%. The effect was unimaginable. Even though it lasted just 1 second, during that second, number 1's left leg had already been devoured by Qi Xiang halfway. Number 1 startled and without hesitation, transformed his right hand into a blade and severed the connection between his leg and Qi Xiang, swiftly retreating afterward. The previous kick's pain caused Qi Xiang to yell out, and the following sound belonged to number 1. Qi Xiang could tell that number 1 now detested him immensely, assuming he could stand firm first. Qi Xiang bore the pain and stood up to see a shocking sight. Number 1's right leg was replaced by white energy. Number 1 glared furiously at Qi Xiang, with his white hair moving without wind, obviously enraged. Fiercely, number 1 said, "Kid, you'll regret it. Within a year, I will definitely take your head." As he spoke, number 1 vanished, turning into a beam of light. Qi Xiang endured his bodily pain and glanced at number 3's direction. Only number 3 remained standing there, so Qi Xiang sighed and said, "Number 3, bring them all back to the base camp. I'll find a doctor." Number 3 nodded as several soldiers ran out from the base carrying stretchers. The opposing gunfire rang again. Regrettably, number 3 could only endure these bullets and couldn't personally transport the injured. Back upstairs at the inn, Qi Xiang called out to Uncle Da. Without question, Uncle Da immediately followed Qi Xiang downstairs. This time, Qi Xiang didn't say much because Sudan and Yulong were still injured. These two were his close friends. Sudan, who had played with Qi Xiang since childhood, shared life and death together, and Yulong, whom Qi Xiang met in the post-apocalyptic era, but similarly shared life and death bonds. Seeing their wounds caused Qi Xiang immense concern. Uncle Da went downstairs and stopped those who wanted to treat Sudan and Yulong, pulling out 2 golden pills from his pocket and sprinkling them onto each wound. After completing these actions, Uncle Da said, "These are raw flesh pills. Since we don't know how they mix with ordinary medicine, I didn't dare use them. Given Sudan and Yulong's physical condition, they should recover quickly. If everything goes well, I'm off to play cards." With that, Uncle Da was about to leave. Qi Xiang suddenly had an impulse to slap Uncle Da, overwhelmed by his confidence in his own skills. Nobody dared to act this brazenly, right? However, Qi Xiang naturally refrained because, "Uncle Da, do you have more thunder beads, iron clothes pills, violence pills? I'll cover the cost. Tell me, how much do you want? Or do you want something else?" Uncle Da turned around, making a face of vomiting, and said, "Kid, don't go crazy. Let's discuss this later. If I win this game, I'll double my stakes, super exciting, directly becoming rich as hell. At that time, what you desire, thunder beads, iron clothes pills, violence pills, or even more powerful stuff you asked for, I'll give you no matter what." Saying this, Uncle Da rushed upstairs. Qi Xiang shook his head, sighed. This Uncle Da is too naive. Given the unfavorable situation for Brother Bo and his group, how could there still be a chance for him to play his game? Turning around to prepare to have someone carry Sudan and Yulong upstairs, loud explosions echoed from above. Qi Xiang suddenly thought, could Uncle Da have sacrificed himself along with the enemies using the thunder beads? Haha. Thinking of this, Qi Xiang couldn't help but laugh. He called 4 soldiers to carry Sudan and Yulong upstairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Qi Xiang was startled. Wow, there was Uncle Da rolling around on the ground, shouting about injustice, quite embarrassing. Likely, the 4 privates and their companions were astonished too. Brother Bo helplessly shook his head and said, all right, we won't cheat anymore. Whatever is yours, take it. Get up already, stop embarrassing yourself." Uncle Da must have sensed someone was around, so he stood up, grinned, and said, "You can't go back on your promise." This guy, though grown up, was truly immature. Qi Xiang turned to the 4 soldiers behind him and said, all right, you can put them down now, and then head back for assembly. The battle is probably about over. The 4 soldiers shouted in agreement, placed Sudan and Yulong down, and ran off. Qi Xiang looked over there and smiled slightly, saying, "Brother Bo, what did you guys lose? Why are all of you looking so glum? Did you give away your soap to Uncle Da?" This made Brother Bo's originally furrowed face laugh, due to Qi Xiang's teasing. He cursed, "Go to hell," while Xiao Li and their comrades, who had stayed in the army too long, didn't even know what that term meant. Yulong's younger sister, Uxin, was definitely clueless about this term unless she was a hidden fujoshi. Brother Bo said, "You don't know, kid. Uncle Da is really good at card games. 36 snake fangs, or 28 bat's blood. Tell me, is this not unfair?" Qi Xiang nodded, agreed it was indeed unfair, and then continued laughing. "But it's not my loss, ha." Instantly, Qi Xiang felt like Brother Bo could almost spit blood. After some more idle chatter, the sounds of artillery outside gradually diminished. Qi Xiang said, "Shall we find 2 men to carry Yulong back to his room? Sudan, I'll handle myself. Then send 2 men outside. Everyone else returns to their rooms to rest. If anyone comes except number 1, tell them to leave." In fact, Qi Xiang had a selfish reason for saying this. After devouring numbers 2, 4, 5, and most of number 1's left leg earlier, these energies were absorbed roughly by number 4. Without further absorption, Qi Xiang might explode. Mainly, he feared another incident like before would occur. Even if these guys were willing, Qi Xiang wouldn't allow it. And certainly not with Uxin. Back in the room, Qi Xiang glanced at Sudan, still unconscious, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began assimilating. Unsure how much time passed, Qi Xiang finally felt all the energy within his body transformed into Dantian force. He opened his eyes only to be startled. Whose pit was this? Looking up, the hole wasn't shallow at all. No choice but to test his practice results. A burst of power, and Qi Xiang jumped directly upward, surpassing 8 meters while moving forward. If on level ground, he'd likely break 9 meters easily. With another powerful leap, Qi Xiang climbed another 2 meters before descending again to the ground. He found himself back in the inn, now on the 1st floor. Above him, in his and Sudan's room, there was an obvious large hole. Leaping back upstairs, he saw no one. After circling the second floor and ensuring it was empty, he looked out the window. Outside, gunfire flew everywhere. Now it seemed even Brother Bo might have charged into battle. What was happening? Could war have begun again while Qi practiced? There was no time to think much. Qi needed to act fast. With no time to use the door, he aimed at the window, leapt through it, activating swallowing flame. Bullets couldn't touch him. Oh, right, forgot something. Some might say if the swallowing flame was so powerful, why didn't the ground disappear? Are you dumb? Can't you just avoid lighting the area under your feet on fire? Isn't that why people asking such questions always have low IQs and emotional quotients? Is it true? Hey, don't throw money at me. Yeah, I like people like you. Keep throwing. Looking toward both sides of the street, the enemy military positions were gone. Both sides' targets now focused on the center. Just as Qi wondered, the road surface broke open, and a snake emerged from the hole. That's when Qi noticed the ground was covered in such holes. Chapter 13, Summoner. In the barrage of gunfire, even iron plates would be riddled with holes. The snake had barely emerged before collapsing to the ground in an instant. Qi glanced around and dashed to the left, because all his brothers were over there. Here, Qi burst step astonishingly reached 9 meters for the first time, 3 meters longer than before. The energy of a number 4 ability allowed Qi to upgrade by 2 levels, so if each level meant 1 meter, wasn't he now directly at level 9? However, Qi didn't feel particularly happy, as the energy required for upgrading was immense. If he didn't have some extraordinary fortune in the future, wouldn't he lag behind those who upgraded steadily? Besides, Qi enhancements relied on swallowing, which meant how much would he need to swallow to enter the ranks of the powerful. After a few burst steps, Qi landed on the ground, picked up a gun from it, set it up, then asked Che-Dan beside him. Che-Dan, what's going on now? Why am I like this after just practicing a bit? Shit, what are they eating over there, sending bullets my way for what reason? Che-Dan sighed helplessly, choosing to ignore Qi curses towards the other side, saying, Big brother, you've been practicing for only 3 days. You call that a while? Look over there, right in the middle. A few days ago, I don't know why, but strange objects appeared, starting as rats, now they're snakes. In a few more days, will they become elephants? As he spoke, Che-Dan slightly shrunk down and added, Brother Xiang, your curse is so fitting, damn. Qi hadn't carefully observed earlier, only noticing plenty of things on the ground. Now upon closer inspection, indeed there were numerous corpses, most already decomposed. No wonder it was hard to tell what they were before, estimating that many had fallen into the holes. 5 minutes later, the number of bodies on the ground increased again, and the things coming out of the underground finally changed. This time, it wasn't vermin. Zombies were emerging. Yes, real zombies. One of them even burst its eye out. Qi asked Bo-Gu, Bo-Gu, should we still stay here? Because of the loud sound of gunfire, I had to shout, and Bo-Gu shouted back, what do you mean leave? There are so many people. Can you just watch them die? Uncle Da has gone to other streets. This situation is happening on 3 streets this time. Damn, these zombies make me want to vomit. Qi yelled, no, I didn't mean leaving this place. I mean, aren't they coming out from underground? We can dig our way down. Can you dig? Bo-Gu yelled back. It seemed that they were too focused on their cultivation earlier and didn't call Qi. Probably when Qi was cultivating, he unknowingly triggered swallowing fire, and they dared not disturb him to join the battle, meaning they had no idea about Qi previous cultivation status. Qi shouted, nonsense, would I say anything if I couldn't dig? Watch closely. As he said this, he activated the swallowing cyclone and initiated devouring toward the ground by pressing his hands onto the surface. Within a second, a half-meter diameter, half-meter deep hole already appeared. Bo-Gu gave Qi a thumbs up. Qi did not respond, continuing with the swallowing cyclone. In less than a minute, he had dug tens of meters. With Qi around, why bother using an excavator? Che-Dan and Bo-Gu followed behind Qi, crawling forward. As Qi kept digging, suddenly, there was nothing left to dig through. He saw an underground cavern instead. There stood a fat man dressed in a purple robe, waving a staff as 1-meter-tall bone dragons continued being summoned by him. Indeed, just like the scenes from novels, such a thing right in front of Qi left him speechless. After all, what else could Qi say? Qi quietly told Bo-Gu and Che-Dan behind him, call all the special ability users over, and when we descend, let number 1 go first. Bo-Gu nodded, though he hadn't seen the situation inside, but knowing a new cave just appeared without a visible cause, anyone with brains could roughly guess something. While they went off to summon others, Qi expanded the space there, widening it to the shoulder distance of 3 people. After finishing these adjustments, Qi looked inside. It was merely a vacant land of about 100 meters. That mage was still summoning, but now it was no longer bone dragons. It had changed to 1-meter diameter snakes. Even in games, the difficulty doesn't escalate this fast, does it? The creatures summoned by him randomly found a spot to burrow into, gathering at 3 locations, where the exits must be from those 3 streets before. Though reluctant to admit it, the efficiency of Bo-Gu and Che-Dan was indeed quite high. Within just about 5 minutes, they brought everyone over. When number 3 saw the mage inside, his face turned extremely pale. Number 3 said, the mayor? How did he? Qi understood now. This fat man was the mayor, deeply concealed, and even if he wasn't number 3's boss, he had some connection to number 3's boss. Qi said, all right, no more talk, let's fight. With that, Qi jumped down from the hole, estimating that in a little while, the guy might conjure something as big as an elephant. The mayor was startled by Qi and stopped summoning. He pointed with his staff, and immediately hundreds of giant pythons and a few bone dragons that hadn't gone up yet surged toward Qi Xiang. After killing 2 pythons barehanded, Qi Dan and the others also jumped down, although Shu and Bo Gu didn't count. The combat power here with Qi Xiang instantly rose a level, especially Qi Xiang and number 3. Although number 3's level must definitely be higher than Qi Xiang's, Qi Xiang is pure offense. What could these guys do to him? In one breath, he slaughtered over a dozen pythons. Qi Xiang noticed the mayor mage started summoning again. Was this what they called forgetfulness in legends? Without another word, he made a leap and ran across the snakes. As Qi Xiang ran over, he kicked high with a leg. Tut! How can a mere mage compare with Qi Xiang, a pure warrior? One kick, and no matter how fat you are, you still fly several meters away. Next, the swallowing cyclone activated, and this wasn't something those little pythons could resist. Though they were unrelated to Qi Xiang, since they weren't from this world, Qi Xiang had an obligation to get rid of them. With the swallowing cyclone clearing the way, he walked back to the mayor. The mayor hurriedly summoned 2 zombies. But are zombies impressive? After dealing with the 2 zombies, he stopped the swallowing cyclone, then grabbed the mayor with his right hand and roared at him. If you want your life, make sure these things disappear. Qi Xiang guessed this mayor was a coward, and it turned out he was right. The mayor waved his staff and said the word scatter, and all the summons vanished instantly. The mayor rasped at Qi Xiang. Hero, can you put me down now? Unexpectedly, after gaining mage abilities, his voice had changed too. Without saying a word, Qi Xiang lifted the mayor and walked toward Che Dan and the others. Seeing the pythons vanish, everyone fighting them looked over to Qi Xiang. Haha, I'm still quite popular. Walking over, placing the mayor down, Che Dan said something that made Qi Xiang want to throw up blood. I thought this mayor had a change of heart. Turns out it was you who caught him. Say, before you disappeared, did you dig a tunnel to ambush him? Qi Xiang gave Che Dan a kick and laughed, cursing. If you have the ability, why don't you dig a tunnel too? All you know is to keep digging. Number 3 paid no attention to Qi Xiang and Che Dan. Squatting down, he slapped the chubby face of the mayor Qi Xiang had put down, making it swing wildly. But the mayor wasn't concerned about this now, hurriedly bowing and said, Hero, please spare my life. Mr. Number 3, please spare my life. Look at me. I have old parents above and young children below. I'm being forced into this. Number 3, you surely know there are people behind me, right? They are your superiors too. Number 3 shook his head, stood up, and suddenly delivered a kick, yelling, Damn bastard. You've made us brothers kill each other, doing so many inhumane things, and still have the nerve to sweet-talk me here? You motherfucker, do you think I don't know your dirty family affairs? Because of you, your wife has taken a lover, and your son hasn't seen you for 3 years. Am I wrong? Saying this, Number 3 kicked him again, making gestures like he wanted to beat him senseless to enjoy himself. 2 men behind Number 3 quickly restrained him when Qi Xiang signaled them to do so. This guy was still useful. If anything happened to him, Qi Xiang knew that given Number 3's current momentum, he would probably bring up the mayor's breakfast from days ago. The 2 men behind Number 3 grabbed him as he tried to break free, shouting all the while, Don't stop me. I'll kill this inhuman thing. Qi Xiang sighed, walked over, gripped Number 3's left shoulder, and drove his right fist into his stomach. The force of this punch was perfect, neither causing harm nor too light. It was just enough to knock Number 3 unconscious. Number 3, surprised by Qi Xiang's punch, collapsed to the ground on his knees. Qi Xiang sighed, turned around, and saw the fat man actually kowtowing to him, thanking the hero. Qi Xiang found this both funny and infuriating, so he kicked him again, cursing, Are you going to call someone grandpa just because they give you benefits? Then, walking to the man, squatting down before him, imitating a line from TV dramas, Qi Xiang said, Speak. Who do you belong to? Who sent you? What missions do you have? Your name, code, abilities. Qi Xiang wasn't sure how others interrogated prisoners, but the domestic special forces movies he had watched always portrayed this sort of scene. The fat man was startled by Qi Xiang, and at this moment, Qi Xiang smelled something foul. He estimated that the fat man was genuinely scared out of his wits. The fat man hastily said, I belong to the Nether sect. Our sect leader sent me here. My mission is to disturb the security and cause panic among the people. Then I will emerge to eliminate the monsters and establish authority. My name is Zhu Pongguang, codename Pongguang. Abilities, summoning. Qi Xiang couldn't help but marvel at how this fat man would do anything to save his life, revealing everything. However, when he heard his name, Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and Yulong burst into laughter at the sight of his serious demeanor, making them laugh even harder. As everyone laughed heartily, Qi Xiang noticed a gust of wind, which shouldn't have been possible in this place. Just as Qi Xiang stopped laughing, straightened his bent body, and started looking around, what he saw was a streak of black lightning splitting open a fissure, drawing all the air toward it. No, not air. It was a powerful gravitational pull. But this pull seemed selective since only Zhu Pongguang moved. After being sucked upward, Zhu Pongguang laughed. Ha! Our sect leader has come to save me. You ants are going to be crushed. Qi Xiang could only roll his eyes. Who exactly were these ants? From the other side of the fissure came a deep voice. Zhu Pongguang, you have not only failed this mission but also revealed crucial information about our sect and your tasks. Come back for punishment. Apparently, the Nether sect truly existed. As Zhu Pongguang was about to enter the fissure, he blew a kiss and waved at Qi Xiang, leaving him completely baffled. Watching Zhu Pongguang fly away, Qi Xiang shook his head and said, Let's go. Let's carry Number 3 along. We'll have to ask him about the Nether sect now. Saying that, Qi Xiang grabbed Yu Long and Che Dan by their shoulders and leaped up into the hole Qi Xiang had dug earlier. They instantly turned to stone. They had already struggled enough to get up without carrying anyone. So, Qi Xiang waited half an hour before seeing the group, including number 3, appear from the hole with sooty faces. He really couldn't deny that his punch was rather harsh. It took too long for this guy to wake up. Finally, having no choice, Qi Xiang called a soldier to bring 3 bottles of beer. Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and Yu Long started drinking straight from the bottle. When the beer was halfway finished, number 3 groaned. Qi Xiang glanced at him, flicked his wrist, and splashed beer on number 3. Being drenched woke number 3 up right away. He sat up, wiped his face, and looked around for whoever interrupted his nap. Che Dan beside Qi Xiang nudged him with his elbow and said teasingly, "Hey, brother Xiang, you're getting tougher lately. Younger brother bows to you." Qi Xiang gave a grin, didn't say much, just walked over and kicked number 3 on the ground, saying, "Hey, if you're awake, get up. Tell us about the Nether sect." Number 3 coughed and got up, glaring at Qi Xiang as he asked, "Why?" Qi Xiang asked back, puzzled, "Why what? Why are you so different from before? Is it because I'm related to the Nether sect?" Number 3 almost shouted furiously. His group of psychics were also coldly eyeing Qi Xiang due to his previous attitude and actions. Yet intimidated by Qi Xiang's strength, they held off. Now that number 3 was up and unfriendly towards Qi Xiang, those individuals seemingly found reasons to confront Qi Xiang, staring straight at him like they might attack at any moment. Upon hearing number 3's question, Qi Xiang burst into uncontrollable laughter, throwing his head back in amusement. Chapter 14, Leaving Q City. Ha ha ha. Then, Qi Xiang stared straight at number 3, pointing his right finger at him, and said, "Do you know how much I hate people like you? Because of your own strength. You trample on others' dignity, other people's lives. For people like you, if it weren't for needing to know about that so-called Ming sect, do you think I would let you live? Indeed, you've repented already, but can the blood on your hands be washed away because of this? It's truly laughable. Tell me immediately what the Ming sect is, then I'll send you to hell." Number 3 might have been affected by previous injuries and beer, coughed once and said, "The Ming sect, it's a place you cannot mess with. I don't know who bullied you, but my life is reserved for eliminating the Ming sect, so you can't take it away." Before number 3 finished speaking, Qi Xiang had already kicked out, walking directly towards number 3, who was thrown several meters away. And those paranormal individuals wanting to make a move also restrained themselves under the threats from Cheatin, Yuelong, and Bo Ge. Qi Xiang approached number 3, squatted down, mocking, "In my eyes, you're nothing more than a clown without a name. And just based on you, you dare to contend with me? Isn't it too ridiculous?" Then, Qi Xiang pushed number 3 over, stood up, and mercilessly stomped on number 3's chest, while grinding and coldly saying, "Since you won't talk, you're going to die. If you were an ordinary person, I could easily make you die without suffering, or not even let you die. But you're a paranormal individual, someone who surpasses others, helping tyrants do evil. Your end here will only be one death." The sound of breaking bones kept resounding. Although number 3's injuries were not severe enough to prevent him from standing up, he seemed no longer willing to spare his life for the destruction of the Ming sect. Blood flowed down from number 3's mouth. Qi Xiang continuously applied the same force with his foot, yet this single level of strength was sufficient to end number 3's life. After a minute, number 3 stopped breathing. During this period, he made no sound apart from the sound of breaking bones. Inwardly, Qi Xiang marveled at what a resilient warrior number 3 was, but since he had chosen that path of no return, the outcome could only be this. Perhaps the act Qi Xiang carried out today was the only thing that could somewhat alleviate the guilt in his heart. Looking back at those paranormals, Qi Xiang displayed a faint smile, a devilish smile that left not just them, but even Cheatin, Yuelong, and Bo Ge trembling involuntarily. Qi Xiang moved forward and said, "All right, we're ready to go." Then, he started walking towards the inn. Number 3's paranormal subordinates did not attempt to stop him. Accurately speaking, they didn't dare. After all, Qi Xiang had already sufficiently demonstrated his power. Cheatin let out a brief, "Oh," rushed over, shouldered number 3's corpse, and followed behind Qi Xiang. Bo Ge and Yuelong did the same. Back at the inn, the rest of their companions had still not returned. Qi Xiang sent Yuelong to call them, then returned to the room with Cheatin. After returning to the room, as Qi Xiang devoured number 3's remains, he said to Cheatin, "I know that you're not asking why I acted this way today demonstrates trust in me, trusting that I wouldn't do anything harmful to you, but..." Before he could finish, Cheatin interjected, "Who says that? Who says I don't want to ask? I've been holding it in for ages now, alright." This. Qi Xiang didn't know whether Cheatin was genuinely curious or reacting to his words, but since he had already spoken, he definitely needed to answer. Qi Xiang cleared his throat and said, "Do you remember our childhood? Haha, do you remember that incident? Being forced to drink urine because we couldn't pay money. I'm sure you definitely remember it." At this point, tears had fallen from Qi Xiang's eyes. And due to Qi Xiang's words, Cheatin also recalled that moment. One summer day 10 years ago. "Hey, you two brats, rumor has it you're second-generation rich kids, right? Quickly, give old man some money for entertainment, otherwise, he..." A youth around 1.7 meters tall eyed the two 8-year-old children maliciously. One of the children snorted disdainfully, turning to the youth and saying, "What are you? Something I need to respect. As the distinguished young master of the Cheatin family, you think you can stop me? Qi Xiang, don't worry, I'll protect you." Really arrogant, huh? As he spoke, the youth delivered a kick, causing Cheatin blocking in front of Qi Xiang, and Qi Xiang hiding behind Cheatin to fall to the ground. This was not a populated place, so no one saw what the youth was doing. The youth grinned nastily and said, "Consider yourselves lucky, my piss isn't meant for everyone to taste." With that, the youth known as Arai loosened his pants. Urine, steaming and stinking, was splashed all over Qi Xiang and Cheatin, much of it forced into their mouths. Qi Xiang looked at Arai's arrogant face, and though only 8 years old, he suddenly felt a very complex emotion, hate. The young Qi Xiang who had originally been hiding behind Cheatin like a chick without feathers suddenly rushed toward Arai. Even though only 8, these children knew that certain places were different and shouldn't be touched lightly. Without throwing a punch, but grabbing instead, despite the urine drenching his own body, the small hands tightly gripped Arai's most sensitive area with all 5 fingers, causing Arai to cry out in pain and deliver a swift kick, which threw Qi Xiang away, though Arai also suffered a noticeable injury as a result. Afterwards, this incident concluded relatively well. Arai was sentenced to prison, and under the intentional influence of Qi Xiang and Cheatin's parents, the sentence was made much heavier. However, such matters cannot be rectified simply by punishing the wrongdoer alone. The hatred had deeply etched itself within Qi Xiang's heart. It was on that day that Qi Xiang realized only through possessing great strength could one avoid being bullied. Cheatin's tears also flowed down due to the memories, sobbing as he said, "All right, brother Xiang, you don't have to say anything more. We're brothers, and I understand you." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Good brother." By this time, number 3 had already been completely consumed. Cheatin volunteered himself, saying, "Brother Xiang, let me protect you." Wiping away the tears, Qi Xiang nodded and said, "I will certainly become stronger. That kind of thing absolutely won't happen again." Then, Qi Xiang sat cross-legged, took a look at this brother of his, and began to assimilate number 3's energy. Time passed minute by minute. Dan's power increased, and the assimilation seemed to speed up considerably. After finishing his cultivation, opening his eyes, no accidents occurred this time. Cheatin was dozing off at the door, seemingly exhausted from guarding for him. With a faint smile, Qi Xiang didn't say anything, then went to the temporary storage room prepared by everyone to get some food to reward Cheatin. On the way there, Qi Xiang met Bo Gu, who was also going there for food. Seeing Qi Xiang, Bo Gu said, "Little Xiang, your cultivation is done? You've practiced for another whole night. Don't overwork yourself." Qi Xiang grinned and scratched his head in embarrassment, replying, "Hey, what's the big deal? Staying up all night playing games was far more strenuous than this. Besides, these opportunities don't come around every day, right?" It felt pretty good to Qi Xiang having someone care for him. Bo Gu smiled faintly and said, "All right, go back, eat your meal, and prepare to leave. I asked Yuelong about it, and that guy is studying management. After consulting with Director Li, Yuelong and Xiao Li are staying in Q City. This place will serve as our fallback position. Then, the 4 of us will continue our campaign." Qi Xiang rubbed his hands and said, "Man, I've been wanting to leave. There are so many troubles in this Q City. Hey, all right, later we'll head over to your room." After adjusting the portions for himself and Cheatin, having been teased by Bo Gu about eating more than pigs, Qi Xiang bid farewell and returned to the room. Back in the room, Qi Xiang placed the retrieved food on the table, then walked over to where Cheatin was still sleeping leaning against the doorframe, snapping him with a flick on the forehead. Woken by the snap, Cheatin jumped up in alert, yelling, "Who is it? Who?" Qi Xiang burst out laughing and said, "It's time to eat, my good guardian." Cheatin understood Qi Xiang was referring to his sleeping and blushed slightly, asking, "What's to eat?" Qi Xiang chuckled and replied, "Instant noodles, pickled vegetables, ham, oh, and cream bread." Cheatin fell onto the bed complaining, "We basically eat the same few things every day. I'm almost about to throw up." "Those who don't want to eat can go outside and eat zombies," Qi Xiang said while preparing the instant noodles. Cheatin scratched his head and said, "Can't complain anymore." After eating, Qi Xiang and Cheatin walked back to the temporary storage room and packed all the remaining food into Cheatin's backpack. Since Yuelong and others planned to stay here anyway, they wouldn't lack for food. After tidying up, they cleaned out the backpacks, discarded some unused guns, then approached Bo Ji's room and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. "Bo Gu, it's time to leave." Following, the door opened and Bo Gu and Uncle De stepped out. Qi Xiang asked, "Bo Gu, how are we leaving this time? Now that this city is no longer under Yuelong's responsibility, I asked him for a vehicle, and that right he still has," Bo Gu replied. Walking out of the inn where they'd lived for several days, it wasn't easy in the apocalypse era to have found a place where one could live for so many days. Sure enough, there was an SUV parked by the gate. Qi Xiang didn't bother to check what brand it was. After all, Yuelong had been with them for quite a while and wasn't likely to be stingy, especially since they weren't even spending his own money. Brother Bo had arranged everything beforehand, so no one came to see them off. The car started smoothly, its engine sound quiet but the speed sufficient. It was clear this vehicle was high-end. Driving on the road, it was smooth as they sped straight toward the outskirts of the city. Each checkpoint let Qi Xiang and the group pass automatically. Once they passed the last checkpoint, they heard gunshots and cannon sounds. The Shu stopped the car, and everyone looked back at the city. Those were not gunshots or cannons, but fireworks and firecrackers. This was Yuelong's way of seeing them off. Without stopping, they got back into the car and drove away. Not because Qi Xiang and his friends were heartless, but because they feared that if they paused, they would never find the will to leave. The car raced onward, with the next destination being V City. Suddenly, Uncle De said, "Hey, don't you all need to learn how to drive? It's not right letting me be the only one driving, is it?" Upon hearing this, silence fell over the car. Xixiang thought Uncle Da must have regretted speaking up instantly. The car entered a forest, a necessary passage to V City, but now Xixiang felt an eerie sensation as if dozens of eyes were watching them. The road had many broken sections, and despite the car constantly swerving, it inevitably sank into some pits. Even an SUV couldn't handle it. Within less than a kilometer, they'd gotten out of the car to push it no fewer than 5 times. Although Xixiang's current strength made pushing a car easy, the car's swerving made him feel unsteady, leading to motion sickness. Xixiang opened the door and immediately threw up. After several more retches, he accepted water from Cheatin, rinsed his mouth, then got back in the car to keep moving forward. He muttered, "Based on the condition of this road, something has definitely happened here. Trust me, we'll get some meat." As the car moved another dozen meters, agitation began spreading through the forest. Roars of wild animals echoed. Birds flew out startled. The sky grew darker, and escaping this forest within 2 hours seemed unlikely. For the increasing volume of roars, the group paid no mind. If wolves attacked, they'd eliminate them. If monsters appeared, they'd fight the same. They weren't worried. The car continued driving until the paved road turned into dirt. The exit seemed farther and farther away. Gradually, Xixiang started to feel uneasy. Wasn't this entering a realm-like scenario? Wasn't this just trapping us? Indeed, reality proved just as ridiculous. The car suddenly ran out of road. Uncle Da stopped and turned around to look at Xixiang and the others, asking, "What should we do? Go ahead or go back?" Xixiang smirked and replied, "No going back now. Just drive, see where it leads. At worst, we die. Nowadays, to survive, one needs to take risks, right?" Brother Bo nodded and said, "Xiaoxiang speaks roughly, but makes sense. Keep going. Dealing with monsters doesn't fall under our responsibility anyway." Uncle Da hit the gas pedal, replying, "You said it." And thus the car sped up again. This SUV lived up to its name. If it had been an ordinary sedan, it would have already broken down in such terrain. But this truly was a primeval forest. Whether or not Uncle Da's training during his army days involved tests harder than this remained uncertain, but his current driving skills were undeniably impressive. However, no matter how skilled a driver might be, navigating through a forest was impossible. Initially, the distance between trees wasn't close, but gradually it shrank to only the width of a car, and eventually, the path ended entirely. With no other choice, they had to get out. Chapter 15, The Giant Wolf. After getting out of the car, Uncle Da complained, "If only we had a mountain motorcycle, man, we'd just ride and leave." Chaidan grinned and said, "Then you'd be eaten." Xixiang did not bother to look around to see where they were because it was already dark. Xixiang and his group didn't have flashlights, and now only Xixiang had the ability to illuminate. But what's worse, the fire was purple, which was pretty much useless. Moreover, it made other people's faces look scary. Now, Xixiang and his group deeply missed Yuelong. When Xixiang was hesitating whether he should take the lead himself or let the others drive, a wolf howl came. Then they heard footsteps, and incredibly noisy ones. Brother Bo cursed. "Shit, the car was closed before, all smells were blocked. Who would have thought that creatures here are so sensitive to smell?" Then, Brother Bo started to create a barrier. Without a word, Xixiang and Chaidan ran to both sides of the car, each taking a machete, looking quite majestic, like bodyguards. Xixiang suddenly realized, wait, bodyguards aren't supposed to look that majestic. Poor Uncle Da, lying down, still got hit. Uncle Da didn't hesitate either. He dragged a submachine gun from the car and ran to the back. The sounds were getting closer. Xixiang hurriedly shouted, "To the right, gather on the right." As he spoke, Xixiang had already looked to the right, and Chaidan and Uncle Da also rushed over. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the first wolf fell. Xixiang dashed forward with a burst of energy, the devouring fire adhering to his machete. With just one charge, holding the machete in his right hand, any wolves that collided with Xixiang or his machete either died or were severely injured. Chaidan didn't move. His fighting strength wasn't in this area, so he stood by. Brother Bo's barrier was already completed. After making several barriers, he had become much more skilled. Uncle Da entered Brother Bo's barrier, while Chaidan stayed outside. Xixiang swung his machete, chopping wildly for a while. Around him piled up a great number of wolf carcasses that met their end without even being consumed. After killing for a while, Chaidan activated the Lingxi shield and rushed forward. Xixiang's position was now surrounded by wolf corpses, resembling a fortress. Chaidan didn't attack. Instead, he ran to Xixiang, shouting, "Explode." His right hand touched the ground, and a hexagram appeared. This was the first time Chaidan had used the explode skill in front of Xixiang, so neither of them knew what kind of effect it would bring. But Xixiang was well aware that this skill is indiscriminate. Seeing the hexagram appear, although they had agreed beforehand, Xixiang was still scared. He immediately grabbed Chaidan, discarded his machete, and leapt several times using bursts of energy until they were far away. Running about 30 meters, Xixiang stopped. Chaidan shielded with his Lingxi shield as white light flashed on the other side, followed by an intense explosion sound. Since those wolves were attracted there by Xixiang, any wolf that wanted to chase them couldn't even run 10 meters before turning into powder instantly. Seeing this scene, Xixiang was in immense pain. If only they weren't in such a rush here, these wolves could have meant quite some Dan power to him. But saying that, since it's already done, there's no point dwelling on it anymore. The Lingxi shield blocked a few stones shaken off, then Chaidan retracted it. On Brother Bo's side, the barrier hasn't been taken down yet, because the alarm hadn't been cleared. Another wolf howl sounded, and a wolf charged out. No, it wasn't a wolf, it was a giant wolf. This wolf was 3 meters tall and needed to knock down trees when running here. Xiang had been puzzled earlier. Weren't wolves supposed to be on the grassland? How come it showed up here? But Xiang didn't bother to think about that at the moment. The giant wolf roared, creating ripples on the ground. Yes, ripples like water. Then wolves emerged from these ripples. Xiang finally understood. This guy was sending his juniors to catch food and eat it himself. Looks like this time they bumped into something hard, and the giant wolf decided to personally check it out. Thinking about this, Xiang signaled Chaidan and took his machete, saying, "Go inside the barrier. Leave this to me." Chaidan was a little worried, asking if Xiang could handle it. Xiang grinned and said, "If Uncle Da's thunderbeads can do it, so can I." With that, Xiang had already charged forward. Chaidan walked towards the barrier, and Brother Bo controlled it to let Chaidan in. Using several consecutive bursts of energy, slashing a few blocking wolves along the way, Xiang went straight for the giant wolf. The giant wolf wasn't flat land. Each ascent required first sticking the machete into the giant wolf's body for leverage. But was the giant wolf something to be stuck into easily? On the first attempt, the giant wolf angrily roared and shook its body. An ordinary machete can't penetrate it. It has to work with the attaching skill, but this hurt. And what's more, Xiang deliberately left some corrosive fires every time he stepped on the giant wolf, which undoubtedly caused tremendous pain. When Xiang roughly climbed to the giant wolf's leg, the giant wolf kept shaking as if trying to shake Xiang off. However, the fur was excellent for gripping, and Xiang just held on tighter. The more it shook, the more painful it became. The wolves summoned by the giant wolf had started climbing up to rescue it. So the giant wolf stopped shaking and could only keep roaring, occasionally bumping its head toward Xiang. But Xiang wasn't that easy to knock off. Within 10 minutes, Xiang had already climbed onto the giant wolf's back. This journey was long and exhausting, and it had nearly tired Xiang out. Still, it was worth it because he'd reached his destination. Seeing Xiang on its back, the giant wolf began rolling over. Good grief, is this a normal level of intelligence for a wolf? Xiang couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Despite his comment, this high IQ giant wolf certainly wouldn't lower its IQ due to one sarcastic comment from Xiang. Nevertheless, attempting to shake Xiang off by rolling wasn't exactly a brilliant strategy. With the machete stuck into the giant wolf's body and his left hand gripping its fur, despite having his feet dangling in the air, Xiang could still manage without using them. However, the dust swirling on the ground was truly uncomfortable. Finally, after thrashing around for 30-odd minutes, the giant wolf stopped, its breathing audible from its head. Clearly, the giant wolf was exhausted. Xiang jumped down from the wolf's back to the ground and then burst forward with a surge of energy. Since the wolf was lying on its side, Xiang had to be on the wolf's side to stand upright. Standing straight, he shouted, driving the machete into the wolf's body and then charging forward. With devouring fire attached to the machete, dealing with such tough wolf skin was no problem at all. From the shoulder to the head, the giant wolf had been carved with a long wound by Xiang. Standing on the wolf's head, looking at the now despairing wolf, Xiang pierced a hole through its head with the machete before jumping down to begin devouring. Though Uncle Da was the alchemist, many parts of the wolf were supposed to go to him, but the wolf brain, no matter what, was not something Xiang would give up. Being the strongest combatant of the team, improving his own fighting power was the most important thing. Half a minute later, Xiang jumped out of the giant wolf's head, having absorbed the entire brain. Xiang felt refreshed all over his body. Although his Dan power hadn't increased much, given that the brain was one of the most crucial organs for higher animals, how could its effects be anything less than impressive? Jumping down from the wolf's head, he burst toward the car and said to the few people inside the barrier, "Hey, you should come out now. Uncle Da, take what you need from the wolf." The barrier dissolved, and Uncle Da rushed eagerly to the giant wolf's corpse. Chaidan patted my shoulder and said with the tone of a senior, "Young man, good job. Very promising. Haha," before adding quickly when I kicked him, "Stop kicking me." Xiang said to Brother Bo, "Brother Bo, don't you think you should train a bit more? Otherwise, Uncle Da has the medicine, Chaidan equals a bomb, and I am, well, unsaid, though the words might not be pleasant. But it needs saying anyway." Brother Bo laughed heartily and said, "Little Xiang, after showcasing your attack capability, you've become our primary combatant. I lack the energy you possess. Rest assured, my abilities are not merely limited to a defensive barrier. When the time comes, you'll see." Hearing this, Xiang's curiosity was instantly piqued, asking, "What abilities?" "Heaven knows." Brother Bo delivered an infuriating answer, making Xiang exclaim, "Damn." When Xiang and Brother Bo reached the giant wolf's corpse, Chaidan was staring at something, definitely not the corpse, rather, his game interface, probably searching for any missions related to the wolf. Meanwhile, Uncle Da was darting around the exposed parts of the corpse. By now, the carcass of the giant wolf had been cut open in various places, revealing hollow insides. Sitting down to wait, about 3 minutes later, Chaidan also sat down and said, "I just checked the information about this wolf. Holy cow, its profile says it's among the more common weak magical beasts in the world of demons. Isn't this just messing with us? But it's unfortunate there aren't any tasks related to him." Xiang hesitated for a moment, saying, "So does that mean there are magical beasts here, and possibly ones even stronger than this giant wolf?" Seeing Chaidan nod, Xiang felt like he'd been trampled by 10,000 grass mud horses, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Another 10 minutes passed before Uncle Da finally came down from the wolf, covered in blood. For this former Special Forces operative, these movements were effortless. And judging from Uncle Da's expression, it seemed like he had encountered something akin to a woman taking her clothes off for a poor man. Xixiang guessed even if Uncle Da got more exhausted, he wouldn't mind. As they sat waiting for another 10 minutes, Chaidan said again, "It's really strange how there aren't any quests associated with this wolf. It makes me suspect we're being toyed with." Uncle Da approached Xixiang and said, "Come on, Xixiang, help me carry these things. They're all treasures. Although it's like a regular wolf, whatever comes from its body is over 100 times better than that of an ordinary wolf. Looks like I can make a big batch of good pills. But the thing is, its brain is gone, so I'll have to take some from the brains of the wolves it summoned. Oh well, what a pity." Xixiang knew he had swallowed the brain and asked, "Then what can these be used for?" Uncle Da grinned, saying, "Like wind sprint pills, aura pills, they all can be made." Wow, this is truly a windfall. Xixiang didn't say anything but stepped forward, picked up Uncle Da in a bridal carry, and with a burst of strength, jumped onto the giant wolf's corpse. My goodness, there was so much stuff. Xixiang guessed Uncle Da had practically emptied out the wolf's internal organs. There were also a lot of wolf meat and bones, which seemed to be from different parts. Not bothering about the blood on these items since they could be cleaned with the devouring fire, he stepped forward, shouted once, hoisted them all with both hands, and asked, "Anything else?" Uncle Da wasn't surprised at Xixiang's strength, but looked over the items, replying, "That's all." The two then leapt down, and Xixiang placed the items on the ground, saying, "All right, I'm going to eat this big guy. You, Uncle Da, can start refining some pills." With that, Xixiang walked towards the Wolf King and began devouring, activating the devouring fire. Uncle Da followed his instructions obediently and summoned his pill-refining cauldron. His cauldron wasn't as large as the legendary one of Laojun. Rather, it resembled more of a hot pot-sized tripod. Uncle Da then took out some more wolf brains and threw the entire heart and lungs, plus some wolf brains into the cauldron. Goodness, this seemingly small pill-refining cauldron could fit all this stuff inside, and putting in the ingredients ignited flames beneath it. Undoubtedly, after the outbreak of the crisis, many things that appeared to be divine tools came into being. Half an hour later, Xixiang finally finished dealing with the giant wolf. Xixiang estimated that if Uncle Da hadn't repeatedly called him to stop, so he could take away some materials Xixiang had overlooked earlier, the process would have been even faster. After devouring the giant wolf, Xixiang felt his Dan power increase further and exclaimed cheerfully, "Let's go." Uncle Da gathered the leftover materials, then picked up several freshly refined pills from the ground and the cauldron. These pills must not have been of high quality, so they didn't require too much time to refine. After tidying everything up, the group set off. Since the car couldn't drive anymore, they had no choice but to walk. Moreover, there might be more magical beasts ahead, so it wouldn't be convenient to fight while driving anyway. Plus, the car didn't belong to them, so losing it wouldn't cause much pain. Given these two reasons, Xixiang left the car behind without hesitation. But if Yulong learned about the second reason, he probably would have been furious enough to spit blood. Before setting off, Uncle Da handed 3 thunder beads, 2 antidote pills, 1 violent pill, and 1 iron armor pill to both Xixiang and Chaidan. He also gave them wind sprint pills and bloodlust pills made from the giant wolf's materials. With these items in hand, Xixiang became even more confident and shouted aloud, walking in front. Of course, Xixiang wouldn't rush ahead too far, as Bo Brother wasn't cut out for close combat. After advancing about a kilometer, Xixiang and the others heard wild animals roaring again. It seemed that the beasts or magical beasts here had their own territories. As they thought about this, Xixiang and Chaidan already headed towards the source of the sound to prepare for battle. A saber-toothed tiger charged out from the forest. Its size was normal, but judging by its color, it was definitely not an earth-native creature. Why? Have you ever seen a green saber-toothed tiger? Chapter 16, The Poisonous Saber-Toothed Tiger. Chaidan said, "Poisonous saber-toothed tiger, level 18, the rest is unclear." It might be because Chiden's level was too low. Without any quests, his upgrading speed was still too slow, so at most he could only reach 3 or 4 levels now. This poisonous saber-toothed tiger was at least 14 levels higher than him. How could he see the various attributes of this tiger? Not only this one in front, but also quite a few saber-toothed tigers were approaching. However, their colors were all normal. Still, the number was not less than 30. He swallowed, and then heard Boga shouting from behind, "Come on." Xixiang turned around, wanting to smile in response, but didn't expect that Bo Gu and Deshu actually each held a piece of compressed biscuit. Was this the rhythm for watching a play? Forget it, never mind. Xixiang said to Chaidan, "When the battle starts, I'll lure the monsters, and you're responsible for using the detonate skill." Chaidan summoned out Lingxi's shield, grinned and said, "All right, everyone has played games before. What do you not understand? But these guys' IQ probably cannot be compared with those data. Not easily attracted as you say. Be careful, don't kill me." Xixiang grinned and charged forward with explosive force. Skills attached. The machete in his hand lit up with purple flames, slashing down. Instantly, an ordinary saber-toothed tiger didn't even have time to make a sound before being cut in half by Xixiang. The body of a saber-toothed tiger wasn't like those other mutant creatures or magical beasts. That ordinary saber-toothed tiger was split open by Xixiang the moment before, and the next second, it was already consumed halfway by the swallowing fire. With the death of a comrade, all the saber-toothed tigers roared furiously. That poisonous saber-toothed tiger was even more exaggerated, its body actually glowing green. Was this about to use a super move? Ordinary saber-toothed tigers rushed towards Xixiang, but judging by their stats, they wouldn't need Chaidan after all. Swinging his knife to slash consecutively, within just 20 seconds, these saber-toothed tigers had been halved. He shouted, finally killing the last saber-toothed tiger. But Qi Xiang was puzzled all along. Why hadn't the poisonous saber-toothed tiger attacked yet? Looking back, damn, in just this short while, the plants surrounding it had already withered. They would likely crumble into ash if touched lightly, and the light on its body had disappeared, instead having added a layer of green crystals. Without hesitation, he charged forward again, and the poisonous saber-toothed tiger had also finished casting its skill. This was undoubtedly an enhancement skill. Roaring loudly, it pounced toward Qi Xiang. No dodging. Taking out a detox pill with his left hand to consume, Qi Xiang's body radiated a milky white glow as he aimed his right-hand knife directly at the poisonous saber-toothed tiger. On collision, both Qi Xiang and the poisonous saber-toothed tiger simultaneously flew backward. Qi Xiang's right-hand knife had shattered into countless fragments, leaving his right arm wounded from the excessive rebounding force. Blood flowed from the wound, and the entire right arm suffered excruciating pain. The poisonous saber-toothed tiger wasn't faring much better. The protective green crystals formed from its skill, which had sacrificed time by waiting for the other saber-tooths to attack, had shattered. Now bleeding profusely from its mouth after spitting out blood, it slammed against a large tree. Clearly, this wasn't going to be easy on either side. Though Qi Xiang hadn't crashed into a tree, he did roll several times before coming to a stop. Even through his energy-enhanced body, this blow was intolerable. With difficulty, Qi Xiang stood up, seeing that the poisonous saber-toothed tiger was getting up too. Qidan had already rushed over, seemingly wanting to use the explosion skill. Qi Xiang shouted to Qidan, "Qidan, no, this guy is a rare opponent, he's mine." Saying this, Qi Xiang stood up, his right arm dangling helplessly with the pain constantly surging forth. It seemed like his arm was broken, but Qi Xiang still had his left hand. Qidan looked towards Bo Gu and Deshu. At present, Qi Xiang clearly couldn't fight anymore. At this time, even if Qidan spoke some words, it would definitely be ineffective. Bo Gu would have to speak. After all, Bo Gu was an old-timer in business deals. Who else should handle communication except him? Bo Gu nodded knowingly, dissolving the defense barrier, and said to Qi Xiang, "Hey, little Xiang, hasn't Bo Gu told you that I have what it takes to survive? Let me show you now." Before Qi Xiang could respond, Bo Gu was already walking towards the poisonous saber-toothed tiger, while Qidan retreated as well. Yet, remaining only 10 meters away from the poisonous saber-toothed tiger, at this distance unless Bo Gu got instantly killed, Qidan would surely have the ability to rescue him. Of course, if Bo Gu claimed he had capabilities, there would be no lie about it. And at this point, Qi Xiang no longer intended to act. After receiving the Dan medicine handed over by Deshu rushing over, swallowing it down, feeling a surge of heat flow into his right arm, he focused entirely on observing attentively. Bo Gu walked to a spot just 1 meter away from the poisonous saber-toothed tiger, smiled faintly, and suddenly lifted his right hand, shouting, "Spike barrier." Then, the body of the poisonous saber-toothed tiger was instantly covered with dozens of emerald green crystal-like objects. The next second, Bo Gu waved his hand, and the spike barrier disappeared, causing the poisonous saber-toothed tiger to fall down with a muffled sound as dark green blood flowed out from its corpse. This sudden move shocked not only Qi Xiang and Qidan, but even Deshu. Although Deshu had heard Bo Gu mention the spike barrier before, today was the first time he had witnessed it in action. Even without the green crystal defense, this poisonous saber-toothed tiger was an 18th-level magical beast with formidable defenses. With just one attack, Bo Ji's strength truly proved impressive. Qidan reacted the fastest, cheering and shouting, "Oh, let's complete the mission." With those words, he immediately started tapping into the air. Qi Xiang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Wow. Thinking to himself how cunning this guy really was. From the moment the poisonous saber-toothed tiger appeared to now, it hadn't been very long at all, yet Bo Gu had already managed to get a quest. His ability to gain experience must be unmatched indeed. Qi Xiang and Deshu approached the corpse of the poisonous saber-toothed tiger and gave Bo Gu a thumbs up each. Under Deshu's guidance, Qi Xiang used his advantage of the corrosive fire being able to burn through poison and successfully obtained a tiger tooth and the tail of the poisonous saber-toothed tiger for Deshu. Next came Qi Xiang's feast time. Even though the poisonous saber-toothed tiger was only a few levels higher than number 2 and the others, the energy it possessed was far more than twice the amount. If absorbing the energy of number 2 and the others was equivalent to Qi Xiang's current strength, then the time required would have been several times shorter. But now, after consuming 2 portions of the energy, he hadn't even absorbed half of it. This confirmed the incredible density of energy contained within, something that required no further explanation. Although the poisonous saber-toothed tiger's body was much smaller than the giant wolf's, swallowing the sawtooth saber-toothed tiger still took him a full half hour, whereas swallowing the giant wolf only took about half that time. If not for Deshu's interruptions, it might have only taken 20 minutes. Considering the size difference between these two magical beasts wasn't just slight, this made sense. Finally, after completely devouring the poisonous saber-toothed tiger, only 1/4 of the absorbed energy had been processed. However, at this point, Qi Xiang already felt that the energy equated to nearly half of the giant wolf's power. It seemed that the gap in levels could not be bridged by any mere trick or strategy. Had it not been for the earlier duel that left both Qi Xiang and the poisonous saber-toothed tiger injured, and Bo Ji's powerful spike barrier, an ordinary person probably wouldn't have been able to defeat it, even if given 10 thunder pearls. After swallowing the energy of the poisonous saber-toothed tiger, Qi Xiang turned around and said, "Let's go." Bo Gu smiled slightly and pointed at his right arm, saying, "Wait until you're done absorbing. It's safe here." Besides, there's likely nothing else in this area except for that poisonous saber-toothed tiger that could pose a threat to us. You are our main combatant. Following Bo Ji's gesture, Chi Xiang naturally glanced at his right arm. Hey, what was going on? His right arm could actually move now, although it wasn't quite back to normal. Nevertheless, the bones seemed to have reconnected, showing that the process of swallowing and absorbing energy was aiding in his recovery, an exciting discovery indeed. Seeing the look into Shu and Chiden's eyes, as if they were silently affirming, "We've got this," Chi Xiang didn't say anything and immediately crossed his legs, settling into a meditative position to absorb the energy from the poisonous saber-toothed tiger. There was no need for words between brothers. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could clearly feel the energy flowing from the position of his left hand, gradually moving towards the center of his body where it was absorbed. This was not exactly internal visualization, but rather a stage leading up to it, meaning he was getting close to mastering inner sight. He indulged in a small moment of joy as he sensed the flow of energy within his body. It was such a good feeling. Since his right hand had been broken earlier, it hadn't absorbed any energy, but the energy coming from his left hand moved to the center, and then a portion of it circled through his right arm. Don't underestimate this flow. This could easily heal minor wounds, and with the current surge of energy coursing through him, it could likely mend severe fractures as well. He wondered if perhaps a severed arm could regenerate. If so, that would indeed be extraordinary. However, who would wantonly sever their arm unless absolutely necessary? Whether a lost limb could regrow would likely remain unanswered until faced with that exact situation. Time passed unnoticed, and as Chi Xiang focused on the sensation of his right arm healing, it brought neither discomfort nor pleasure, but instead a special and strange feeling, a kind of fascinating wonder. I opened my eyes and shook my right hand. As expected, it had fully recovered. Standing up, I stretched my body which had grown stiff from maintaining the same position for too long. I glanced over at Bo Gu and Chi Dan who were already asleep, then walked towards the Shu sitting by the fire. Sitting next to the Shu, I asked, "Why didn't you put the fire near me?" The Shu chuckled and said, "You kid, when absorbing that energy, your whole body heated up like a furnace. If we placed another fire close to you, would it have been our fire burning you or your heat burning us?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, I scratched my head, let out a foolish laugh, and said, "All right, Uncle Da, you sleep now, and I'll take the first watch." Lying on the ground and looking up, the Shu replied, "I've already rested. I went to sleep first followed by those two later. Even if I hadn't rested earlier, I still wouldn't sleep tonight. These beautiful nights don't come around often. Who knows if we'll see something as good again." Hearing his sigh, I also lay down and stared at the sky. Despite the forest canopy blocking some of the view, I could still catch glimpses of moonlight through the cracks. Although this forest was full of magical beasts, it did not deter insects from living their lives. It seemed as though they felt the death of the poisonous saber-toothed tiger, their king, and therefore sang extra loud tonight. Fireflies flitted gracefully across the skies. He was right. Such scenery truly deserved appreciation. To be honest, I had never seen anything like this before, not even in the past. But Uncle Doug probably had, if not from his childhood in the countryside, surely during his military missions. Both of us lay quietly there without speaking, unwilling to disturb the serene tranquility. Around 3 hours passed, and to my surprise, dawn arrived. Even though it was autumn and mornings generally started early, it should only be about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. I realized it wasn't because Deshu and Chi Dan weren't appreciating the beauty. They simply couldn't stay awake any longer. Deshu asked me to wait here while he ventured into the woods. Not half an hour had passed when he returned holding several brown mushrooms in his right hand and pulling a wild rabbit's ear with his left. Obviously, the entire rabbit was attached below the ear. Chuckling, Deshu said, "What do you think? Am I still in my prime? Let me make some grilled rabbit and mushrooms for you both." "Sure," I nodded. This kind of delicacy was priceless. It wasn't something money could easily buy. So, I immediately collected some firewood and came back. When I returned, Deshu had skewered the rabbit onto a stick similar to what you'd see in movies, with 2 forked sticks propping it up. The rabbit wasn't washed, but once skinned, all the blood was dried out, leaving its meat with just a hint of red, a tantalizing sight indeed. On the side, various mushrooms were speared onto separate wooden sticks, which were planted firmly in the soil. I found myself wondering whether Deshu learned only cooking during his time elsewhere. Walking closer, I swallowed audibly and added more firewood to the flames. Grabbing a piece of the rabbit meat before it finished grilling, I tore off a chunk despite Deshu quickly saying, "It's not done yet." By the time he finished the sentence, the piece was already in my mouth. Though raw, the flavor was surprisingly excellent. My right hand fanned furiously as the rabbit meat burned my tongue, while my left gave Uncle Doug a big thumbs up in approval. Seeing my comical antics, he roared with laughter. After finishing our meal, Uncle Doug told me to stay and wait here, while he ventured back into the forest. Less than 30 minutes later, he returned holding a few brown mushrooms in one hand and dragging a wild rabbit by its ear using the other. He exclaimed happily, "See, I'm still as good as ever. How about I cook some roasted rabbit and mushrooms for all of us?" "Sure," I agreed with a nod, realizing how rare these delicious game dishes were. Eagerly, I gathered some firewood to stoke the flames. Back by the fire, Deshu impaled the rabbit on a sharpened stick, much like in the old movies where the setup involved a forked stand. Though the rabbit hadn't been cleaned with water, after removing its skin, most of the blood had drained out, leaving behind reddish-hued flesh that looked incredibly appetizing. Nearby, mushroom caps speared on individual sticks stood inserted into the soft earth. I couldn't help but wonder if Deshu had mastered nothing else in life except how to prepare food. I stepped forward, licked my lips, and tossed some more firewood into the flames. Unable to resist, I tore off a small piece of the rabbit meat. Before Deshu's warning, "It's not fully cooked yet," was completely spoken, I had already devoured the tender morsel. Although it was slightly undercooked, the taste was superb nonetheless. With my right hand desperately fanning to cool my scalding mouth, I managed to raise my left hand and give Deshu a thumbs up in approval. My amusing behavior caused him to burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 17, Uncle Da's Skills. Chaedan and Gobo were woken up by Uncle Da's laughter. Normally, they probably wouldn't have woken up, but now they were sleeping on hard ground, which certainly wasn't comfortable. Hey, at this moment Chixiang realized just how important it was to have a good sleep. As soon as Chaedan woke up, he sniffed the air and looked at the roasted rabbit. Gobo, on the other hand, stared confusingly at Chixiang. Uncle Da laughed and said, "Chaedan, are you hungry? Don't worry, it'll be ready soon." "Hey, Gobo, stop looking. Chixiang got burnt by the rabbit meat. He's greedier than you." Gobo sat up with an expressionless face, likely hungry as well. The rich young master couldn't care less about his image and just stared at the roasted rabbit. Wait, he seemed like this during meals with Chaedan too. He even stole a big drumstick from Chixiang once. The wood crackled loudly. Each of the four received a roasted mushroom, first while the rabbit still needed more time. Chaedan immediately bit into his mushroom and said, what is this earthy taste?" And with that, spat out the mushroom. Uncle Da focused on peeling the outer layer of the mushrooms while saying, "Hey, Chaedan, don't spit it out. It was hard for me to find these." Chixiang already knew these mushrooms hadn't been washed, so he was also peeling them. Gobo wasn't in such a hurry to eat and washed carefully before deciding to peel the skin too. So only Chaedan, who ate like pig ate it consuming ginseng fruit, got burned. Half an hour later, the roasted rabbit had been divided among the four. There were plenty of discarded rabbit bones around them, along with the empty bags of compressed biscuits and 4 mineral water bottles. And there lay the extinguished fire pit. Satisfied, the four lay sprawled on the ground. This wild game meal made them incredibly comfortable. Imagine eating instant food for some time, and then enjoying something entirely handmade. It felt amazing. Lying on the ground, Chixiang asked Uncle Da, "Uncle Da, wouldn't this roasted rabbit taste better with some seasonings?" Uncle Da chuckled heartily and said, "Of course. Back when I was in the army, people called me the mobile kitchen. What do you think?" After hearing about Uncle Da's title, Chaedan laughed and said, "Mobile kitchen, haha, Uncle Da, didn't you specialize in learning cooking skills from the army chefs?" Uncle Da smirked and replied with an elegant insult, "Go tumble, little cowboy. In simpler terms, get lost." The four lay on the ground like that. A protective barrier stood outside, a defensive formation that Gobo took half an hour to set up. Its strength goes without saying. Despite all having slept earlier, they were naturally sleepy after their full bellies. At Chixiang's suggestion, Gobo created this defense barrier so that if danger came, they wouldn't be harmed instantly. Snoring ensued. Even though they were sleeping on dirt, the four slept deeply because since entering this forest, their minds had been under constant strain. After killing the giant wolf and the deadly saber-toothed tiger, they hadn't rested properly. Even when Chixiang absorbed the energy of the saber-toothed tiger, Chaedan and the others took a short nap but didn't rest soundly. Now it was different. Unless they encountered a powerful monster like a dragon, the place was secure. Moreover, this land belonged to the deadly saber-toothed tiger, so no new monsters would dare occupy it for now. They slept peacefully. When Chixiang stretched after waking up, he was startled awake. The other three were still asleep, but the protective barrier was surrounded by a group of pitch-black creatures resembling giant dogs. Though they weren't attacking the barrier, it didn't mean they lacked strength. Chixiang's awakening caused these black creatures to stir and emit loud noises. Unfortunately, one flaw of this highly defensive barrier was sound isolation. Still, by watching the mouths of those creatures move frequently, Chixiang imagined just how deafening the noise outside must have been. These must have been long-term rivals of the deadly saber-toothed tiger eyeing its territory, but unable to make a move until the death of the saber-toothed tiger king presented them with an opportunity. Quickly considering the situation, Chixiang understood why these creatures were here. He silently cursed the ancestors of the deadly saber-toothed tiger, blaming it for not staying quietly within its own territory and thus attracting enemies. The toxic saber-toothed tiger would probably burst into tears hearing Chixiang's words, for these black creatures were called dark hounds, a breed of dark creatures known for their extraordinarily high aggressiveness and invasiveness. Had it not been for the toxic saber-toothed tiger and his younger sabers being able to stand up against these hounds, Chixiang might have faced them before encountering the tiger. Kicking Chaedan, Gobo, and Uncle Do awake with 3 powerful kicks one after another, Chixiang wished they could sleep longer. The defense barrier was likely holding up fine until then. However, Chixiang knew that seizing the initiative at such times was the wise thing to do. All 3 of them woke up cursing, as anyone rudely awoken from deep sleep would be irritable. Even Mr. Bo wasn't an exception. After muttering a bit, the trio noticed the situation outside. Without hesitation, Chixiang looked up information on these creatures and related. Dark hounds, level 12, other details unclear. Oh, how sad. I've already reached level 4, yet all I face are monsters several levels above me. Also, according to the summary, these creatures possess extreme aggression and invasiveness. Brother Chi, what's your take? Chixiang flatly ignored Chetan's question, saying, "What can I say? There must be some intrigue here. So let's kill. Gobo, try a piercing barrier first and see how effective it is." With a wave of his right hand, Gobo chanted, "Piercing barrier." Emerald crystals shot out of the ground straight toward the dark hounds. Surprisingly though, this piercing barrier that had easily penetrated the toxic saber-toothed tiger when he was in a weakened state failed to break through the apparent weaker dark hounds. This outcome forced everyone to reassess these large black dogs. The current situation was grim. If they dismantled the defensive barrier, the dark hounds outside would surely attack. Only Qi might have a chance to fight these beasts among the four. The others barely had any fighting strength left. However, maintaining the barrier meant enduring a siege by numerous dark hounds who could take turns watching over them while the group was trapped inside with limited resources, a surefire, dead-end strategy. Under such circumstances, Qi mind raced rapidly. After a few seconds of contemplation, he asked, "Gobo, how small can your defensive barrier go, and how long does it take?" "About 2 people wide," Gobo replied promptly, "fastest in about 3 seconds." Nodding, Qi said, "Great. Soon, Gobo should cast the barrier around us 3, Chaedan will detonate next." Then Gobo quickly places a barrier on Chaedan before dismantling the outer one. After the explosion, dismantle my protective barrier. Although simple in theory, executing the plan required perfect timing from Gobo, or the risk of failure would increase substantially. With the current predicament, the quartet had no alternative choice but to proceed with what seemed like the best possible method. Despite everyone opposing it initially, there was little option but to send Qi alone due to 2 reasons. One being, if Qi couldn't handle the Dark Hounds, no one else could, and second, pure trust. Trust placed in each other as brothers. The 4 stacked their right hands together as if making a volleyball team rally gesture. Then Gobo erected barriers around all 3 of them, and Chaedan pressed his palm on the ground starting the explosion countdown. Immediately, Gobo placed a barrier around Chaedan and released the external defense. Unaware of their scheme, the Dark Hounds saw the removal of their meat obstacle and surged forward. The next moment, a flash of white light turned at least 10 Dark Hounds into ashes, severely injuring or killing many more. A multitude of Dark Hounds now lay injured, wailing painfully on the ground. Enraged instantly, every remaining standing Dark Hound felt the loss of potential meals they had waited hours for, which triggered their collective anger despite the unknown reason behind the bright white light's power, an intolerable feeling for any herd creature. Now, without Qi barrier, he was prepared for battle, armed with brass knuckles borrowed from Chaedan moments ago, and infused with a skill that enhanced their lethality. Even though the knuckles' destructive power may not seem direct like a machete, if the wielder's punch is forceful enough, the impact could surpass even a blade. Qi swung his fists twice in rapid succession, forcing 2 Dark Hounds back. Not overwhelmed by bloodlust yet, the hounds kept glaring fiercely at Qi, searching for weaknesses. At the flick of an ear, Qi spun and threw a punch. The movement was sharp and decisive, and a Dark Hound was instantly sent flying several meters, landing with a howl. Though Qi had a high attacking power, this didn't mean he would dare to rush into the group of Dark Hounds. Especially since Qi currently had no decent weapon, he had already made up his mind that he must find the so-called soul-biting beast as soon as possible to forge the soul-biting sword. Ordinary knives were simply not enough to keep up with Qi reckless expenditure of resources. Regardless, the current task at hand was to deal with these Dark Hounds, for that was key. Otherwise, it wasn't just about whether he'd get the soul-biting blade. Even staying alive might be in question. Both sides thus remained locked in a standoff. The Dark Hounds did not advance, and Qi wouldn't dare enter their midst. Even though neither side dared to move forward, the situation felt unchanged from before, if not worse, as they now had less space to operate. There was no way for the group inside the barrier to communicate effectively since all food was with Chaedan, and even the food supply had dwindled. And Qi was outside on his own, exposed to danger. Waiting idly for death was never Qi style. Watching these Dark Hounds, he suddenly remembered a funny anime titled, What Is My Name? He recalled that although its protagonist attracted monsters, the main character only yelled brats. Qi wondered if these beasts could understand human language. Despite Qi reluctance to call these Dark Hounds brats, as doing so would somehow diminish the purity of his genetic lineage, special situations required special measures. Qi shouted at one of them, "You cursed grandson." Chaedan immediately swore, "Shit," swinging his fists while exclaiming, "How do these animals understand human language and no solidarity?" Chaedan and the other 2 watched, unsure what to say, as Qi was surrounded by 3 Dark Hounds. In reality, the Dark Hounds couldn't understand human words. They didn't even have a language of their own but merely used a few simple signals. And earlier, they had been preparing to send some of their numbers to attack this food. When Qi shouted out, "Cursed grandson," none of the hounds understood him, leading to uncertainty about whether his shout was fortunate or unfortunate. By now, Qi was utterly panicked. Not only could he not defeat these Dark Hounds, but even if he could, why would he? It wasn't that Qi worked for any animal protection organization. It was just that he fundamentally couldn't kill these Dark Hounds. Moreover, what if killing one of them triggered a full assault? If Qi only faced 1 Dark Hound, perhaps he could handle it, and with a knife, surely 3 wouldn't be a problem. But right now, Qi had neither a knife nor a stick. In a short while, Qi had gained several wounds, causing him to doubt how the toxic saber-toothed tiger had managed to repel these creatures before. In fact, Qi needn't have been so perplexed, because while the Dark Hounds possessed high offensive capabilities, using the crystal defense technique that the toxic saber-toothed tiger had employed would indeed block their attacks. Additionally, Qi strikes focused mainly on offense, meaning the Dark Hounds wouldn't stand a chance against Qi single blow. Each punch Qi Xiang delivered pushed the dark hounds back a few steps, and he had also attempted a full-force strike. However, that attempt had merely caused the targeted dark hound to retreat further back and pause longer. Given the circumstances, it wasn't yet time for Qi Xiang to use his full strength, so he tried such a powerful hit only once. After 10 minutes, another dark hound joined the fight. Qi Xiang began struggling to fend them off, almost being injured every time he struck. Watching from within the protective barrier, Chaidan could no longer bear the sight of his brother-in-arms suffering like this. Desperately, he beat on the barrier, hoping Mr. Bo would let him out to help Qi Xiang, but this wasn't the right moment. If Chaidan left the barrier, he would only become a burden to Qi Xiang. Thankfully, Mr. Bo remained calm during these tense moments. Chapter 18, Siege. With a loud explosion, Qi Xiang could no longer hold back. As a thunder pearl exploded, though Qi Xiang was blown several meters away and suffered significant injuries, he had finally managed to take care of the 4 dark hunting dogs. Qi Xiang didn't want to do this, as it would surely incite the remaining pack of dark hunting dogs to attack him all at once. But now, he had no other choice. If he didn't use the thunder pearls, death would certainly be his only outcome. Swallowing all his pills, violence pill, iron armor pill, bloodlust pill, and swift wind pill, he roared with determination, wasting no time, and charged directly into the midst of the dark hunting dogs, igniting his devouring flames and unleashing attacks. With the 4 enhancements stacking on top of his already formidable power, Qi Xiang's combat ability reached an even higher level. With each Thunder Pearl's explosion, more and more dark hunting dogs perished. On average, every 3 rounds allowed Qi Xiang to neutralize the combat strength of 1 dark hunting dog. Yet, a single Thunder Pearl could eliminate 3 dark hunting dogs directly. Unbeknownst to himself, the knuckle guards on both of Qi Xiang's hands had shattered. He attacked barehanded, leaving his fists soaked in blood. However, Qi Xiang couldn't afford to give up now, because if he did, not only would it mean his own death, but also the doom of his 3 brothers and Yulong, as well as his parents and countless others who cared for him. Sometimes the power of belief outweighs sheer might. Even though Qi Xiang's enhancements had worn off and the Thunder Pearls were all used up, he continued to unleash tremendous bursts of combat strength. Many dark hunting dogs around him had already fallen. Now there were only about 30 left, and Bo Gu had already undone the barriers protecting the other 3. Occasionally, Bo Gu unleashed a piercing barrier for finishing blows while the Shu threw out 1 Thunder Pearl after another, consuming nearly 10 in less than half a minute. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang fought with his unique style, blocking with a shield and then detonating explosives. Though it wasn't as fast as using Thunder Pearls, he still managed to execute 5 times per minute. In a mere 5 minutes, the remaining 30 dark hunting dogs were wiped out. Where the 4 stood, piles of dark hunting dog corpses gathered. Just as the trio prepared to celebrate their victory, Qi Xiang suddenly lost consciousness and fell down. Though his pill energy could repair some of the damage to his body, this battle had been far too severe. Since obtaining his ability, Qi Xiang had never experienced such a harrowing ordeal. Countless wounds covered his body, both large and small. The intense fight lasted for hours, and his concentration had endured for far too long, so exhaustion was inevitable. The trio rushed to Qi Xiang's side, shaking his body as Chai Dan cried, blaming herself. The Shu said nothing, simply approaching and feeding Qi Xiang a few pills before quietly watching over him. Bo Gu crouched where he stood, chain-smoking cigarettes. He clearly knew that he should have removed the barrier earlier, yet prioritized caution. Now, seeing Qi Xiang in this state, Bo Gu felt responsible. For a time, the Shu ceased collecting medicinal herbs. Chai Dan stopped thinking about missions, and Bo Gu sat silently, just like any other time after a battle. This time, however, a pile of cigarette butts lay before Bo Gu. If he hadn't run out of cigarettes, he might have kept smoking until his body gave out. Time passed slowly, and Qi Xiang was carried by the 3 to a spot not far from the dark hunting dog corpses. Every day, the Shu would feed Qi Xiang 4 or 5 pills. Despite this, Qi Xiang showed no signs of waking up. On the 7th day, Chai Dan, who had slept less than 7 hours over the past week due to her concern for Qi Xiang, witnessed something miraculous. Purple flames ignited around Qi Xiang's body. Not only did the flames burn on Qi Xiang, but they transformed into a line of fire that shot toward the corpses of the dark hunting dogs. When the flames touched the dark hunting dogs, they ignited instantly. All the corpses began burning, purple light piercing the sky. Chai Dan woke Bo Gu and Da Shu, who had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. Upon seeing the scene, Bo Gu and Da Shu were astonished. Within 5 minutes, all the dark hunting dog corpses were completely burned away, and the purple flames on Qi Xiang disappeared soon afterward. If this was Qi Xiang's devouring flame, it wouldn't normally act this quickly. However, there seemed to be no other explanation besides the devouring flame. As Chai Dan and the others were still trying to process what had happened, several of Qi Xiang's larger wounds began regenerating new flesh visibly, healing rapidly. Qi Xiang groaned softly, and this sound alone was enough to finally ease the anxieties that had weighed heavily on the 3 for days. Qi Xiang was finally about to wake up. Though none of them understood exactly what had just occurred, it was clear that since Qi Xiang was showing signs of life, the previous event must not have been bad. During these 7 days, Qi Xiang had intended to beat Bo Gu on the first day of withdrawal, but the Shu stopped him. Over the following few days, Qi Xiang kept blaming Bo Gu for not removing the barriers earlier. However, Bo Gu offered no response to Qi Xiang's complaints, possibly due to guilt. The unpleasantness of these past few days disappeared with Qi Xiang's soft groan. though he emitted only one sound before falling back into slumber. Regardless, this was an encouraging sign. On the second day, Qi Xiang awoke, and all his wounds were completely healed, leaving not a single scar. This allowed Qi Dan and the others to finally get some peaceful sleep after so much tension. Even though Qi Xiang had already slept for 7 days, he insisted on sleeping more since it hadn't felt like rest before. Thus, the four reactivated their defensive barrier and fell asleep once again. Though their journey hadn't lasted long, the experience they had gone through strengthened their bond considerably. Though none of them voiced it out loud, their shared life and death ordeal was enough to bind them together as brothers in arms. Upon waking up, there were no more monsters surrounding them. The four ate a meal, and after Qi Xiang's devouring flames consumed the remaining dark hunting dog corpses, they ventured deeper into the forest. Deeper within the forest, roars of beasts echoed continuously. Howls and growls were commonplace here. Within a short distance of several kilometers, Qi Xiang and his team defeated 3 monsters, each of which possessed strength comparable to that of the initial giant wolf. However, none matched the strong defense skill of the poisonous, sword-toothed tiger. What should have taken at most 2 days because of monster disruptions ended up lasting 4 days. As the four emerged from the forest, a marvelous sight awaited them. Beyond the woods lay a vast plain. Less than 100 meters away from where the four stood, there was a lake. Its beauty could rival that of Tibet in the Yanhuang Kingdom. Even though Tibet was on a plateau, this plain exhibited a similar majestic beauty, a truly wondrous sight. At the sight of sheep and rabbits, harmless animals roaming the plains, the four finally relaxed after being tense for many days. Nevertheless, vigilance was still necessary. Now, Qi Xiang had reached level 14. If he were to encounter their previous adversaries now, numbers 1 and 3 included, he could easily handle them. Meanwhile, Qi Dan took on various missions. Although he didn't acquire any new skills or items, he gained a substantial amount of experience and gold coins. But his gold coins were insufficient for purchasing anything high tier from the system shop. According to him, he had his eye on an Azure Dragon Egg worth 100,000 gold coins, while he currently owned merely over 2,000. My advice for him was simple: keep striving. Nevertheless, he'd now reached level 9, placing second in terms of levels among the group. Although unclear about how Bo Gu enhanced his level, he shot up to level 7. Due to obtaining plenty of high-grade materials, Bo Gu crafted many advanced medicinal pills, elevating his own level to 8 despite being a potion master, shocking himself. If number 1 and the others had also experienced such adventures, their growth might not have been slower than ours. Unfortunately, now only numbers 1 and 3 remained, and they were at odds with each other. Ordinarily, I would have disposed of number 3, for using exceptional power to harm normal humans is a grave sin. However, considering certain matters and acknowledging his reformation, I decided against taking action. We could have practiced more in the forest to increase our levels, but safety was prioritized, thus we chose not to retreat. Qi Xiang cheered, then childishly shouted, "Let's see who reaches the lake first." With that, he sprinted off, followed closely by Qi Dan. Bo Gu and Deshu exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly before walking toward the lake. As soon as they arrived at the lakeside, Qi Xiang picked up a stone and threw it into the water without saying a word. He wasn't testing the quality of the stone, but rather the security of the lake. After the stone sank to the bottom, Qi Xiang squatted down, gazing at the animals drinking from the lake's edge. He cupped some lake water, drank it, and said, "What wonderful water." By the time Qi Dan ran over, hearing Qi Xiang's exclamation, Qi Dan also cupped a handful of water. Before Qi Dan could drink it, Qi Xiang pushed him into the lake. Qi Xiang laughed heartily, jumping into the lake, jokingly saying, "How's the water, huh? Ouch, you splashed me." Qi Xiang pushed water towards Qi Dan's face, causing both of them to burst into hearty laughter. The two played around in the water for a bit, cleaning the grime off their bodies. Although Qi Xiang could use his corrosive flames to clear dust, the feeling of going multiple days without bathing still made him uneasy. When the two had bathed and played enough, emerging from the water, Bo Gu and Deshu had already arrived. Bo Gu squatted down and drank a sip of water, saying to Deshu, "Take out our containers and fill them with some water. We don't have enough to drink." Deshu nodded, waving his right hand, and instantly more than a dozen buckets appeared on the ground. Yes, they were buckets. Since Deshu's backpack was calculated by groups, with 20 items in each group, and these buckets only occupied one slot, this advantage could not be ignored. While Deshu and Bo Gu were filling up the water, Qi Xiang and Qi Dan didn't stay idle either. They decided to catch a sheep to reward everyone. However, these sheep that could survive in such a place, were they really ordinary sheep? Qi Dan aimed his rifle and fired a bullet. This was the fastest way now and caused minimal harm to the sheep. Both Qi Xiang and Qi Dan didn't want to drag a live sheep back and then slaughter it, so they had no choice but to use this extravagant method. However, an unexpected event occurred. The bullet struck the sheep's head but failed to inflict any damage at all. The sheep clearly sensed something and started to stomp its hooves, preparing to charge towards the two of them. This sheep emitted a meh sound, but neither Qi Xiang nor Qi Dan believed it was cute. With corrosive flames in his left hand and devouring flames in his right, Qi Xiang was ready for battle. The sheep underwent a transformation, its fur tearing apart, revealing inside a grotesque, wolf-like creature underneath, not nearly as adorable as a regular sheep. At this moment, Qi Xiang didn't waste any time. He pressed his right hand onto the sheep's head while brushing his left hand over its body, causing the sheep to immediately ignite with purple flames. Without hesitation, Qi Xiang and Qi Dan ran away. Due to the strong corrosiveness of devouring flames, the sensation of burning flesh would surely feel unpleasant. The sheep stopped pursuing the two of them and instead began rolling on the spot in agony. It was at this moment that Qi Xiang and Qi Dan noticed many other sheep around, whose heads also transformed into similar creatures rushing towards them. Moreover, the range of affected sheep kept expanding, potentially reaching across the entire grassland. Deshu and Bogu also started heading toward their side. Qi Xiang and Qi Dan exchanged glances, understanding without words that joining forces was key at this moment. After successfully repelling 4 or 5 transformed sheep, they regrouped with Deshu and Bogu. Once the 4 were reunited, without wasting another word, they immediately adopted a back-to-back strategy, each person responsible for guarding one direction. Although I was assigned the area with the most sheep, compared to the other 3, I felt relatively comfortable handling it since Deshu did possess some attacking skills. Meanwhile, Bogu rather sneakily confined himself within his defensive barrier, releasing piercing shields one after another, too. Yet, the one in the worst situation here was actually Qi Dan. As a potion master, he now also had to participate in combat. What could he say being purely auxiliary? Using thunder beads would be too wasteful, and using bullets wouldn't kill the sheep. Fortunately, Qi Dan had previously concocted several possession pills, which allowed him to merge with the characteristics of specific creatures, such as wolves or other animals. Wise as Qi Dan was, he chose the possession pill for the giant wolf. But strangely, the sheep here seemed not to fear wolves. Nevertheless, he managed to acquire some fighting ability thanks to this pill. After slaying 3 sheep continuously, Qi Xiang became the team member with the highest number of kills. After fending off yet another sheep, Qi Xiang took a breath, adjusting his posture, and said, "Hey, how are we going to fight like this forever? I reckon there are still over 100 sheep left." By now, even Deshu and Bogu had only slain 20 or so sheep, while Qi Dan struggled further, having killed barely over a dozen. At this rate, even if they weren't gored by the sheep, they'd die from exhaustion. Chapter 19 Battle. Devil Sheep. Qi Dan was chopping the sheep while using his Lingxi shield to block attacks and reporting, "Devil Sheep, level 12, skill, Enrage." Qi Dan, who had already reached level 9, could now see the attributes of this beast which was only 3 levels higher than him. However, things like attack power were not useful for us because this was reality, not a game. So, Qi Dan did not report them. Swinging both fists, he knocked one devil sheep to the ground. After understanding its life force, Qi Xiang asked Deshu, "Deshu, how many thunder beads do we have left?" Deshu was struggling to fend off attacks from these devil sheep while replying, "There are still over 10. Qi Xiang nodded, thinking it was enough. He swung his fist again and looked at the remaining hundreds of devil sheep. Only Bogu was holding up relatively well, but even his barriers weren't infinite. They would run out soon. Qi Dan, unable to detonate charges, had significantly reduced his own attacking power. Deshu had plenty of pills, but the only one that could make him join the fight was the foodie pill. Fortunately, the efficacy of the foodie pill wasn't bad. It was Deshu's second pill, and it was the foodie pill made from a giant clawed wild bear. This time, Deshu's attack effect was good. Although he couldn't smash the devil sheep's head with one blow, he could stun it. And after being stunned, weren't the devil sheep just waiting lambs? Looking at so many devil sheep, Qi Xiang thought it was also time to slaughter some of them. He shouted to Deshu, "Deshu, give me the foodie pill of Shadow Leopard." It is worth mentioning that the Shadow Leopard was the strongest guy they encountered in these days except for the deadly saber-toothed tiger. The deadly saber-toothed tiger was fine. It just had high defense, but this Shadow Leopard, as its name suggests, was like a shadow and was renowned for its speed. But after Bogu defended with a defensive barrier, he used only a few piercing barriers to penetrate the body of the Shadow Leopard, whose defense was not high. Deshu laughed and said, "I thought you didn't plan to use any moves. Here you go." Saying this, Deshu handed Qi Xiang a foodie pill of Shadow Leopard. If ordinary people saw Deshu laughing under such circumstances, they might think Deshu was crazy. However, all 4 of them knew that if Qi Xiang enhanced his strength temporarily by using drugs, these devil sheep probably wouldn't even be worth looking at. Although the duration of the violent pills and iron cloth pills had been improved to half a minute, it was still too short for now. But Deshu had another improved version, an amplification of only 50%, but with an effect lasting 1 minute. Without hesitation, Qi Xiang swallowed violent pills, iron cloth pills, jeffing pills, bloodthirsty pills, and Shadow Leopard foodie pills. Now, Qi Xiang didn't have a convenient weapon, but taking the Shadow Leopard foodie pill could grow claws, which was why Qi Xiang wanted the Shadow Leopard foodie pill. The triple speed enhancement of the jeffing pill, Shadow Leopard foodie pill, and bloodthirsty pill pushed Qi Xiang's speed, already increased significantly due to Dan energy, to a true peak, faster even than the Shadow Leopard itself. Moreover, Qi Xiang's attack and defense were much higher than the Shadow Leopard's. Swinging his dual claws twice, he broke through the tough physical defenses of the devil sheep and chopped off 2 heads, spouting blood. It wasn't that Qi Xiang enjoyed bloody preferences. It was simply because if one wanted to quickly kill the enemy, chopping off the head was undoubtedly the best choice. Having gained some space, Qi Xiang immediately retreated from the formation. At this moment, the 3-person team of Qi Dan formed a triangular defensive formation. Qi Xiang first circled around, chopping off the horns of the inner circle devil sheep before moving to the outer perimeter for mass killings. Qi Xiang had his reasons. If he only killed those within the inner 2 circles, the ones behind would inevitably fill in. But if he neutralized their ability to attack, Qi Dan could defend, and obstacles would form to prevent the back rank of devil sheep from advancing. For Qi Xiang's careful arrangements, The three of Che-Dan were more than happy and would certainly not break such a situation. Bo-gu gave Che-Dan and Shu each a protective barrier. Intense combat tired even pure attackers like Bo-gu, let alone Che-Dan and Shu. With the situation stabilized, if they didn't rest now, they'd either be fools or great fools. With various enhancements, Qi was like a tiger with added wings. Although the dual claws weren't as accustomed as a machete, since they grew on his body, they were still quite handy to use. 1 minute isn't long nor short. By the time all enhancements ended, there were still more than 30 standing devil sheep. These devil sheep had identified Qi as their top enemy, fully encircling him without paying attention to Che-Dan and the others. As soon as the enhancement ended, and seeing a significant change in Qi appearance, the devil sheep assumed that this guy's combat ability would drop dramatically. They thought he would soon become a trophy hanging on their horns. But just then, Qi stamped his right foot on the ground with explosive force. Although it was upward, and under Qi deliberate control, he still flew 5 meters off the ground. Swinging both hands, an explosion sounded from the ground, instantly covering it with dust and smoke, making it unclear what was happening. But even though the situation was obscured, anyone could guess what had just transpired, right? When the dust settled, not only the 30 devil sheep remaining, but also those previously killed by Qi lay scattered across the ground in tattered remains, the uppermost layer now buried under a thick coating of dust. Though this wasn't Qi first time committing slaughter, seeing the state of the devil sheep made him want to stay no longer than necessary. After all, Qi hadn't eaten yet. A second glance might even ruin his appetite. Back at Chetan's side, Che-Dan approached with a sly grin. Brother Xiang, impressive. Looks like I should consider hiding behind you for the rest of my days. Qi laughed and cursed. Go take a walk. Then he headed over to Bo-gu and Shu. Despite having slaughtered enemies countless times, Bo-gu and Shu were still courteous. Bo-gu smiled faintly and said, thanks for the effort. Qi shook his head and replied, no problem, then extended his hand to Shu. 10 thunder beads altogether. If they're not reimbursed, I'm not leaving. Shu shook his head, laughing scoldingly. I knew something was up when you asked earlier how many thunder beads we had left, but didn't request them then. So you were just waiting for me here, huh? Alright, because you've earned it. Even though I know you definitely didn't use 10 thunder beads, here they are. Saying this, Shu took out 10 thunder beads and handed them over to Qi. Qi indeed hadn't used all 10, but he had used 8. It wasn't because the devil sheep's defenses were so strong, but rather because the range was too large. Thunder beads were good. In one-on-one combat, if able to strike the opponent, they could almost always reverse the tide of battle. However, such a wide range meant that even thunder beads couldn't resolve everything with just a few shots. Shu wasn't particularly upset about losing the thunder beads either. After all, these beads could only bring out their best effects when given to the people most suited for them, and Shu only needed a few for self-defense. Taking the thunder beads, Qi patted his stomach and said, I'm hungry. Shu laughed. I knew this line was coming next. You guys probably have no appetite for these sheep. Che-Dan, throw me 2 rabbits caught in the forest earlier. Che-Dan waved his hand nonchalantly, and 2 wild rabbits appeared, which he tossed to Shu. Qi said, alright, then you start roasting while I absorb those devil sheep first. With that, Qi ran off. Despite the grotesque deaths of the devil sheep, as someone capable of accepting undead beings, Qi had enough endurance to bear it. Moreover, with so many magical beasts, even if they weren't as powerful as dark hunting dogs, their collective energy far outweighed that absorbed from single magical creatures. After devouring all the devil sheep and eating his share of roasted rabbit meat, Qi cleaned up the leftovers. Che-Dan and Shu had already fallen asleep, but Bo-gu remained awake because this rest period was the most dangerous. From the previous experience with the devil sheep, it was evident that this grassland wasn't as simple as Qi and his companions had imagined. Thus, before anyone rested, an extra defensive barrier was always set up. Qi flashed Bo-gu a smile and nodded. With a wave of his right hand, after his training in the forest, Bo-ji's level had significantly improved. Now, creating a defensive barrier took very little time. After completing the defensive barrier, Bo-gu announced, I'm going to sleep, then immediately dozed off. Qi and Che-Dan weren't in the same defensive sphere since Qi didn't need sleep. He needed to absorb the energy from the devil sheep he had consumed. And during his cultivation process, his body ignited with the swallowing fire to avoid burning Che-Dan and the others. Therefore, Qi had to be alone. Sitting cross-legged, he adjusted his mood to achieve calmness, then began absorbing the energy. Through numerous upgrades, Qi sensitivity to the energy within his body grew stronger and stronger. Now, Qi could clearly feel the energy stored in both hands flowing towards his chest. This energy repaired any minor wounds along its path before continuing toward the chest. After not long, this cycle ended because Qi injuries had already healed. With a flicker of intent, Qi wanted to test whether he could make this energy move according to his will. With a flicker of intent, those energies actually completed a grand cycle through Qi body before reaching his chest. Even though this cycle only went around his body once, the absorbed energy underwent some changes. Previously, the energy felt very mixed to Qi, requiring re-refinement with Donli, which would reduce its quantity. But now, the energy's purity seemed much higher, and it hadn't decreased at all. In other words, if Qi trained in this manner, he would refine more energy each time, marking a significant discovery. Accumulated over time, this could allow him to absorb much more energy than before, especially since Qi Xiang still couldn't perform inner visualization. Following his current development, Qi Xiang was sure that inner visualization would be possible eventually. At that point, if he established a route for the energy to circulate, it would bring him numerous benefits. In fact, Qi Xiang could say he'd struck lucky this time. The meridians within the human body are very complex, and deviating easily leads to injury. Yet Qi Xiang didn't wander off course, but circled correctly instead. Not only did no accident occur, but he also gained an extraordinary gift. If cultivating these powers came at the cost of 3 years of tribulations, the advantages afterward far outweighed the struggles compared to cultivating abilities in an ordinary manner. This might be called achieving victory through peril, but this forest, this grassland, and what happened after were merely tests, rather, trials. And following these trials would come an unforgettable experience for Qi Xiang. After absorbing all the energy, Qi Xiang felt that his internal Danli had improved noticeably. No wonder, these devil sheep, though only level 12 monsters, were present in staggering numbers. Standing up, night had already fallen. Gazing at the moonlit sky, Qi Xiang had adapted to such a life. Though his clothes were tattered, they remained pristine. Letting out a mighty roar to the heavens, he swung a fierce punch. A sound of breaking echoed as Bo Ji's defensive barrier shattered under Qi Xiang's physical attack. Indeed, the improvement of his Danli had elevated Qi Xiang's body to a terrifying degree. Although this enhancement was just beginning and would become progressively harder in the future, reaching this stage of physical enhancement was sufficient. As the defensive barrier broke, Bo Gu was immediately alerted because it was his creation, so when the barrier shattered, he leapt up from the ground, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. When he saw Qi Xiang enveloped in purple flames and radiating royal authority, a smile couldn't help but creep onto his lips. Qi Xiang's voice carried far. Unlike the one Bo Gu created earlier in the territory of the highly toxic saber-toothed tiger, this protective sphere had neither strong defenses nor soundproofing effects. Shandan and Deshu both woke up due to the noise. Shandan couldn't help but curse. Damn, is this guy on drugs or something? He's exuding such overwhelming dominance. Bo Gu smiled faintly and said, No, I think he's realized something profound. Hey, aside from piercing barriers, I wonder if I can understand any other types of barriers. Shandan paused momentarily, staring at Bo Gu and asking, Skills can also be understood? Certainly, Bo Gu replied with a slight smile. Though creating original skills isn't easy, combining them is rather simple. However, don't look at Deshu. He blindly improvises, leading only to casualties. All his medicines are based on a single book. Shandan nodded, seemingly grasping and not fully understanding simultaneously. At this moment, even though Shandan only possessed 2 skills, Spiritual Resonance Shield and Explosion, all knew that game ability holders accumulated the most skills later in their progression. Thus, Shandan wasn't worried about lacking skills. One sentence from Bo Gu opened a gateway in the clever Shandan's mind. A fighting style unique to him began to take shape. Chapter 20, Entering the Lake Bottom. In the next 3 days, Qi Xiang and his 3 companions rested in this grassland, easing their strained minds and bodies. But here, how many people could probably rest in peace? Uncle Da, while preparing lunch, thought to himself that next time he must bring some kitchenware. Otherwise, eating barbecued or instant food every day was just too unbearable. Qi Xiang swung his fist and hit Che Dan's Lingxi shield with a dull sound. He massaged his sore fist and said, Che Dan, your shield seems strengthened again. Che Dan's current Lingxi shield can be resized at will, as small as a chopping board, and as large as a person's height with arms spread out wide. Such a size, if its strength is high enough, even a missile might not be able to penetrate Che Dan's defense. Looking at the undamaged Lingxi shield, Che Dan grinned proudly. That's for sure. The upgrade boosted my Lingxi shield straight to level 2. It seems that upgrading it to level 10 will make it a C-class skill. Qi Xiang gave Che Dan a sidelong glance and said, You guy, you shine bright with just a little sunlight. But let me tell you, your D-class skill is more useful than your C-class explosion. I really don't know what to say. At this moment, Big Brother nearby said, Hey, are you two done chatting? Weren't we supposed to each take turns? All right, Qi Xiang replied and swung a punch towards Bo Gu. Raising his right hand, Bo Gu summoned the defensive barrier, but the instant defense barrier lacked impressive protection power. Qi Xiang's punch almost left cracks on Bo Ji's protective barrier. Qi Xiang shook his head and said, Still no good. Instantaneous barriers are too fragile, while those with higher defense take time to form. What to do? Bo Gu raised his hand again, repaired the crack on the barrier, and said, What else to do? Only by leveling up can I boost the barrier's defense power. Seeing everyone striving hard, Uncle Da couldn't help but feel itchy hands, but alas, Uncle Da was a pill refiner. What should he train now? Train the body? Even a few special forces soldiers might not have been able to kill the previous devil sheep. Training medicine making? No ingredients available. The aroma of the meal drifted around. Although most of this meal was instant food, yet with Uncle Da's endlessly enjoyable roasted meat, this meal smelled delicious. Satisfied with his creation, Uncle Da enjoyed the scent and shouted, Hey, come over and eat. As soon as the words were spoken, Qi Xiang rushed over with great speed. Since they feared their skills might hurt Uncle Da, they chose to stay further away from him. But would such far distance work for Qi Xiang? In merely a few seconds, he had already arrived, whereas Che Dan and Bo Gu could only run over. By the time Che Dan and Bo Gu arrived, Qi Xiang and Uncle Da had already eaten half the food like a whirlwind. Uncle Da had stopped eating, but Qi Xiang was still munching on grilled rabbit meat. Bo Gu asked Uncle Da with a hint of complaint, Uncle Da, why did you start eating first? Uncle Da gave an apologetic laugh and scratched his head, saying, hee hee, couldn't resist. You see, when others eat, my stomach revolts, which has been the case since my special force days. Bo Gu sighed speechlessly and slightly shook his head, while Che Dan poked Chi Xiong, saying, Xiong brother, oh my Xiong brother, can you change 36 times and eat so much? Chi Xiong paused, asking, 36 changes? Wukong 72 transformations, 36 changes, haha. Che Dan chuckled mischievously, and Chi Xiong had already caught on, throwing a bone at Che Dan, saying, good boy, daring to call me 8 trigram. Bo Gu shook his head helplessly, saying, okay, Che Dan, stop fooling around, eat quickly. Haven't you seen that if we don't, there won't be any left? Thus, the four of them spent 3 leisurely days here. On the 4th day, they decided to continue their journey. After all, food was limited, and if they didn't replenish, they would starve to death here. There wasn't much to pack up. After Chi Xiong used the corrosive fire to clean up the trash on the ground, he said, let's go. Wait. Bo Gu stopped the group about to leave and said, Che Dan, let's go get more water and replace the old one. Che Dan nodded and went with Bo Gu to the lakeside, leaving Chi Xiong and Uncle Da unusually idle, one being the main combatant and the other the chef, with all difficult tasks taken care of by these two. And Che Dan as the mobile backpack and Bo Gu as the alarm system didn't have it too tiring. Chi Xiong and Uncle Da watched as Che Dan and Bo Gu walked to the lakeside, taking out buckets from their backpacks and started fetching water. Then suddenly, how did they both fall in? As Che Dan and Bo Gu were drawing water, they suddenly fell into the water, splashing water droplets. Seeing this situation, Chi Xiong and Uncle Da immediately stood up and ran towards the lakeside. Because of his fast legs, Chi Xiong reached the lakeside first. There were no signs of struggle in the lake water. If it weren't for the ripples, no one would have thought that 2 people had fallen into the water just now. Yet Chi Xiong and Uncle Da had seen with their own eyes that Che Dan and Bo Gu had indeed fallen in. But why was there no sign of struggling? Besides, Chi Xiong did not know whether Bo Gu could swim, but he certainly knew that Che Dan was an excellent swimmer. So how could they sink like this without a word? Furthermore, why did the 2 of them fall in all of a sudden? Thinking about these things, Chi Xiong's expression grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, the water exploded into splashes as 2 creatures rushed out of the water. They had human bodies and fish heads, covered with fish scales, and stood only half as tall as humans. In their right hands, they held shell blades, while in their left, they carried shell shields. Without hesitation, these 2 fish people swung their knives and hacked directly at Chi Xiong. Chi Xiong let out a roar, punching forward with both fists. Thanks to the help from those devil sheep earlier and the trials of the forest, Chi Xiong's martial power had improved significantly. How could these ordinary knives stand against him? At just the moment of contact, the shell blade shattered into 2 pieces and was instantly devoured by Chi Xiong. The fish people began to jabber in what sounded like their own language. Although Chi Xiong couldn't understand their words, it didn't matter. He had to seize these 2 as hostages because their actions definitely had something to do with Che Dan and Bo Gu falling into the water. With 2 lightning-fast kicks, Chi Xiong attacked the shells, which were far weaker than even Bo Ge's instant defense barriers. The shell shields broke under his attack. Just before the fish people were about to be sent flying, Chi Xiong extended both hands and caught the pair, then threw them backwards. Turning around, he saw Uncle Da holding a micro-submachine gun, aiming directly at these 2 strangers. Clasping his fists together, Chi Xiong emitted a kacha-kacha sound and grinned menacingly. These 2 fish people seemed not to be powerful warriors. After being touched once and subjected to another blow from Chi Xiong, they huddled together trembling like frightened children, treating Chi Xiong as if he were a monster. Chi Xiong squatted down, extending his right hand and igniting purple corrosive fire. He asked these 2 fish people, I don't care who or what you are. Based on my prior encounters with the group of monsters, I can conclude that you understand what I'm saying. Tell me immediately where my companions have gone. Otherwise, I will turn you both into roasted fish. At this point, Uncle Da appropriately fired a warning shot into the sky, scaring the fish people. Chi Xiong felt absolutely confident because, judging from the current situation, these 2 fish people appeared to be the guards of the lake bottom. The world beneath the lake was still unknown, a place that operated according to sophisticated systems akin to those of the human world. These scouts indicated such. However, these 2 guys might be newbies. Meeting Chi Xiong's team just upon arrival could be considered misfortune, and since there has been no movement in the lake yet, either there are only these 2 here, or their companions realized they cannot match Chi Xiong's strength and went to fetch reinforcements. In any case, this was the perfect opportunity for Chi Xiong to intimidate them, knowing that they would eventually reveal the truth. Sure enough, as Chi Xiong judged, one of the fish people stretched out its right hand and pointed toward the lake, emitting 2 noises, seemingly indicating, your companions are in the lake. Chi Xiong glared, cursing, shut up. Of course I know they fell into the lake. Where exactly did they go? And furthermore, if I could dive underwater, would I even bother asking you here on the shore? This time, the fish person was too scared to utter anything further, seeming resigned to its fate. Chi Xiong could see that they truly had no way out. Or perhaps they did have a way, but dared not speak. Helplessly, Chi Xiong could only look toward Uncle Da and ask, hey, Uncle Da, is there any way we can get down to the bottom of the lake? Uncle Da extended his right hand, grabbing the leg of one fish person. As these 2 tried to resist, they gave up due to Chi Xiong's intimidating presence. Uncle Da shook him a couple of times, and a blue bead fell off this fish person. Smiling, Uncle Da said, as expected, I noticed the glow of this thing on him earlier. seeing the bead that landed on the grass. Xiong didn't dare pick it up yet and curiously asked, "What is this?" Uncle De released his grip, causing the fish person to tumble, clutching its aching head. Uncle De ignored him, picking up the blue bead from the ground and explained, "This is a water-repelling bead. It isn't very rare, but the materials needed to craft it can only be found underwater, so I haven't made one yet. Hey, buddy." This last sentence was directed toward the other fish person. "Do you want to toss too?" Hearing this, the other fish person trembled violently and quickly pulled out an identical water-repelling bead from his body, handing it over to Uncle De. After receiving the water-repelling bead, Uncle De nodded in satisfaction and continued speaking to Xiong. "The effect of this water-repelling bead is to give us the ability to breathe underwater. I estimate that they are stationed by the lakeside to catch land-based creatures passing by, but it seems their intent isn't to kill. Rather, they take them below. Do you have any leaders?" Seeing the fish people nod, Uncle De continued, "All right then, these two guys will serve as our leverage. This one on you should do the trick now. All right, let's go." As he said this, Uncle De tossed a water-repelling bead to Xiong, pocketed one for himself, grabbed one of the fish people, and walked toward the lakeside. With a splash, he jumped into the water. Xiong didn't hesitate either. After accepting the water-repelling bead and placing it in his chest pocket, he grabbed the other fish person and hurriedly dove into the water too. After all, the life or death of his two companions remained uncertain. When he jumped into the water, even though Xiong knew he had the water-repelling bead, his first reaction after so many years was still to close his eyes and hold his breath. Recalling the water-repelling bead, Xiong slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, it was breathtakingly beautiful. This wasn't the bottom of the lake yet, it was just beneath the surface. The lake was deep, so despite how clear the water was, the python couldn't see the bottom. But to Xiong's eyes, what he saw underwater was surprisingly fresh. It wasn't like wearing swimming goggles at all. Exhaling the air he had inhaled earlier, Xiong tried breathing, only to discover that breathing underwater felt no different from being on land. There was no doubt about it. The water-repelling bead was truly remarkable. Suddenly, Uncle De called out beside him, "Hey, little Xiong, are you done playing around? This isn't the time for games. Hurry up, let's go." This fish person is truly scared of dying. Once we got into the water, it even showed us the way. "Come on, let's head down to the bottom of the lake." Saying this, Uncle De already began swimming downward. Xiong tested his skills. He could use both his devouring fire and corrosive fire underwater. Although they were technically fire, they mostly represented energy, and while he wasn't sure if there would be any differences compared to on land, at least he could utilize them underwater. Once Xiong confirmed that his two main abilities could be used underwater, he followed Uncle De down without any hesitation. There were hardly any fish in the lake, which greatly surprised Xiong. If it weren't for the lack of fishing rods and the possibility of encountering aquatic monsters, Xiong would have surely fished here, as his experience told him such clear water must contain fish. However, now there were none, leaving Xiong quite perplexed. Nevertheless, as they swam deeper, Xiong's confusion faded, because the deeper they went, the more fish there were. Xiong thought to himself, "No wonder there aren't any fish above. They've all come down here." As they swam further down, the light should have become dimmer, but after a period of darkness, both Xiong and Uncle De shielded their eyes from the sudden brightness. Wiping away the glare, they rubbed their eyes and looked down again. There it was, a cluster of buildings, more precisely, a palace. Various types of aquatic creatures swam freely, while two guards stood at the entrance of the palace. They weren't the kind of fish people Xiong and Uncle De had caught, but merfolk, 2 meters tall with tridents, half human, half fish warriors. Merfolk and fish people sound similar, but they're vastly different. Fish people have fish heads and human bodies, covered in scales, and belong to the category of beasts. Merfolk, however, are half human and half fish, and most can use magic. Unable to walk on land, they possess extremely strong combat abilities underwater and are regarded as powerful beings of the ocean. None of Xiong's group were aware of this distinction, as fish people were considered beasts while merfolk were spirit beasts and high-ranking ones at that. The brilliant light illuminating the lakebed like daylight came from the top of the palace, where an enormous pearl was set. It was the radiant glow emitted by this great pearl that made the entire lakebed shine like daytime. Xiong noticed that most of the fish here were saltwater species, and those merfolk seemed to also originate from the sea. Although Xiong did not understand how this could be possible, at this moment, he didn't care to know why. What Xiong wanted to know the most right now was whether his companions were safe. Chapter 21. The Palace at the Bottom of the Lake. After all, creatures in the water are not blind. Seeing strangers holding one of their own scouts made them feel uneasy. In no time, many aquatic animals swam around the palace, leaving only a few who believed they were strong enough. A blue shark opened its mouth wide, an ice spike shooting towards Uncle De. Without any panic, Uncle De swam to the right, dodging it smoothly. After all, this was underwater, different from on land. The way of fighting here is different. If one could make good use of the advantages here, even combat could be advantageous. A lobster raised its claws and slashed toward Xiong. The tremendous force parted the lake water, but Xiong's movements were not as elegant as Uncle De's. He lifted his right hand, and the lobster stopped moving instantly because Xiong was holding one of their own, this fishman guard. Xiong smirked, then kicked out with his right foot. Immediately, the lobster's supposedly unbreakable shell cracked under this attack. Severely injured, it lost strength, plummeting toward the bottom of the lake. When the lobster's body hit the lake bottom, stirring up dust everywhere, dozens of attacks had already reached Qi Xiang. Being one of their kind bullied, these water-dwelling magical beasts weren't easy to mess with. In moments like this, they chose unity. No matter how many grudges existed between them usually, they now shared one belief: to eliminate the two invaders who were flaunting their power here. Qi Xiang smirked again, throwing the fishman forward while flames of devouring ignited on his body. He started swimming upward, choosing that direction due to buoyancy, making ascending faster than descending. After being thrown by Qi Xiang, the fishman guard endured countless skill attacks. Though he avoided many, he still suffered plenty. Luckily, these were mostly water or ice attribute skills, which harmed the fishman less. Otherwise, just one strike might have ended his life. However, even if he wasn't dead yet, the current state of the fishman was dire. His skin peeled off, bones broken in unknown numbers, and internal organs damaged. These kinds of injuries wouldn't be erased by time alone. Perhaps only some extremely powerful healing arts or miraculous medicines could restore him. After evading the attacks, Qi Xiang didn't hesitate. At this moment, Uncle Da felt troubled by Qi Xiang's impulsiveness. When Qi Xiang injured the lobster, it meant war. But he couldn't stay anymore. It would only cause Qi Xiang to lose focus if Uncle Da remained. It would be better to retreat and return after the battle concluded. Even without weapons, Qi Xiang's attacks weren't weak. Besides, Qi Xiang didn't want to anger these creatures too much. If things escalated further, losing a part or two from Bo Gu and Kai Dan would not bode well. So although each of Qi Xiang's moves incapacitated someone, only that fishman earlier was truly left severely disabled. Two streaks of golden light shot over, Qi Xiang spinning his body to dodge them. Even if they merely grazed past, Qi Xiang clearly sensed the energy within those beams. That was highly aggressive energy, and the user's strength far surpassed his own. Punching a shark trying to bite him, Qi Xiang looked toward the source of the attack and saw the two merman warriors guarding outside the palace. Their tridents were now glowing as they gathered energy. Qi Xiang didn't doubt the difference between this attack and the previous ones. Realizing he couldn't wait any longer, Qi Xiang roared, striking out dozens of punches in quick succession. Although such high-frequency punches couldn't disable these formidable magical beasts, they were enough to repel them for a while. After creating an opening, Qi Xiang continuously thrashed his legs, charging toward the merman warriors. Ducking another attack, Qi Xiang had arrived in front of the merman warriors. Realizing the situation had shifted, these two warriors knew gathering energy for long-range attacks wasn't viable anymore. The golden glow from their tridents brightened, thrusting forth in every direction, blocking all of Qi Xiang's possible escape routes. Left only with his arms to defend, Qi Xiang was also surrounded by more magical beasts. If given another chance, Qi Xiang would undoubtedly have resolved the threat from the other beasts first. But life offered no do-overs, so all he could blame was his overconfidence. Indeed, if Qi Xiang's strength were placed in the context of today's psychics, or even in that forest before, he would be considered a skilled warrior. However, this place harbored extraordinary entities. His wounds on his back continued to increase, as Qi Xiang couldn't turn back to counterattack, and even if he did, it would expose him to greater injury. Damn it, Qi Xiang shouted, risking being attacked from the right to free his right hand. He quickly took out some improved violence pills and swift wind pills from his pocket, swallowed them, then used his right arm to block a trident strike from the merman warrior. With a roar, Qi Xiang now radiated an altered aura. When he exited the forest before, Qi Xiang's level had already been as high as 14. Although higher levels meant slower upgrades, at this point, Qi Xiang was at least level 15. His Dan energy had grown considerably more plentiful and refined compared to when he left the forest. How could the effect of the violence pills be comparable now to when he battled the devil sheep? Gripping both tridents with his hands, Qi Xiang flipped them backward, causing the surprised beasts behind him to collide with the merman warriors. Qi Xiang naturally wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. Stabilizing himself, leveraging the speed granted by the Swiftwind pills, he swiftly incapacitated the remaining magical beasts in no time. While those two merman warriors still possessed strength for another battle, they also couldn't fare much better. This place was the lake bottom. Blood traces would dissolve in water once released. And at this moment, whether it was the unconscious magical beasts on the lake bottom, or even those continuously engaged around the two merman warriors, all were enveloped in bloody water. It seemed that everyone or beast had entered a special realm, but only those truly within knew. It was lake water dyed red by blood. Uncle Da saw that the battle was almost over and swam toward Qi Xiang. Suddenly, clapping sounded. The sound appeared to come from all directions, crystal clear, yet the source was invisible. From within the palace, led by one merman, followed by more than 10 merman warriors. The leading merman was clearly taller and stronger than these already sizable merman warriors. A snow-white beard flowed down his face, which was sharply handsome, like it was carved from stone. The trident in his right hand differed from those held by the merman warriors, adorned with a sea blue gemstone appearing quite sacred. However, the most eye-catching aspect of this merman wasn't anything else but the crown on his head. "Human, why have you intruded into our world and injured my kind?" A deep voice echoed from the lips of the merman king. Qi Xiang wasn't surprised at the merman king speaking human language, given that he was the king among the advanced spiritual beasts. Though Qi Xiang didn't know the merman king belonged to spiritual beasts either, having read many novels and experienced everything recently, there probably weren't many things that could shock Qi Xiang anymore. Qi Xiang gave a cold snort and said, "Why I came here is something you must already know. Give me back my brother, otherwise, I won't hesitate to destroy your underwater palace." This statement from Qi Xiong wasn't exaggerated. If they refused to give up, he really would attempt to destroy the underwater palace. As for making Qi Xiong kill every living thing here, that wasn't possible. After all, just the 2 merman guards already made it difficult for Qi Xiong, let alone facing over a dozen merman warriors and the merman king barehanded. However, through corrosive fire, if he fought desperately, destroying this underwater palace was not impossible. After hearing Qi Xiong's words, the merman king nodded and said, "Since you are the companion of the 2 humans earlier, then blame me not. They polluted the water of this lake. According to the rules of our aquatic race, they deserve execution. Since you 2 are their accomplices, then, the same punishment applies." Saying so, the merman king's trident swept horizontally. It seemed that as soon as the merman king gave an order, all the merman guards and all the magical beasts would launch an attack. At that time, Qi Xiong might not even have the chance to destroy this underwater palace. Hold on. Just as Qi Xiong prepared for his final fight, Deshu's voice came from behind. Along with this voice, the actions of the merman king stopped too. Dominating the underwater area for years, he was curious to see what trick this human had. Deshu swam forward from behind, raising his right hand, saying, "I will exchange myself for you." Deshu's tone was calm, seemingly unaffected by the matter. Meanwhile, Qi Xiong rejoiced internally. How could he have forgotten about this hostage? He quickly took a healing pill discreetly passed by Deshu and swallowed it. The merman king obviously hadn't expected the other side to still have a hostage, stunned momentarily, then burst out laughing. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Previously, we've heard from other creatures that humans are symbols of baseness, and today indeed proves true. You actually use my people to threaten us. Nice try, that's our weak point. However, do you think exchanging persons will allow you to leave safely? Uncle Da shook his head and said, "No. What I want is for you to release our people and let us go ashore, otherwise, this guy will remain in my control." As he spoke, Uncle Da's right hand flashed, producing a dagger that had been concealed earlier. The sharp dagger slashed a wound on the fishman's body, causing the fishman to cry out in pain. At this moment, the Merfolk King's expression grew extremely grim, but Uncle Da knew that his gamble had paid off. The Merfolk King summoned a Merfolk guard and whispered some words into his ear. The guard then left with another Merfolk guard. Not long after, Che Dan and Bo Gu were brought up, though now both were unconscious, leaving their conditions unknown. Uncle Da nodded and said, "Respected Merfolk King, you are very wise. I originally did not wish to be your enemy, but..." He stopped abruptly as the Merfolk King mimicked his method by leaving long bloody wounds on both Che Dan and Bo Gu. A cold light flickered repeatedly in the eyes of the Merfolk King as he raised his trident at Uncle Da, saying, "Human, don't think my aquatic race is easy to bully. Blessing of the sea god." With the sound of his roar, water molecules around them began to churn, creating a vortex where Qi Xiong and Uncle Da stood. Meanwhile, the fishman guard in Uncle Da's grip was pulled away by another whirlpool and returned to the Merfolk King's side. Qi Xiong bitterly smiled and said, "Uncle Da, your strategy is truly effective." Having said that, Qi Xiong took a bloodlust pill and rushed forward. The medicine created by Uncle Da couldn't be reused within a short period, so Qi Xiong employed a bloodlust pill he hadn't used before to burst out of the vortex. Then, after consuming an iron robe pill, his entire body ignited with corrosive fire as he charged toward the Merfolk King. Qi Xiong, having absorbed the energy of the devil sheep, had already reached level 16, significantly enhancing all his attributes. Despite the difference in how one moves underwater compared to on land, speed like this wasn't much of a challenge for Qi Xiong. In just a few breaths' time, Qi Xiong broke free from the vortex, surged in front of the Merfolk King, and unleashed a punch attack, forcing the Merfolk King to reassess this human. At the same moment, Uncle Da also consumed a giant wolf transformation pill and emerged from the vortex. Given that each creature's corpse could only provide materials for 1 or 2 transformation pills, the ingredients from the giant wolf were relatively plentiful. Even so, Uncle Da had only managed to create 2 pills, which he had now completely depleted. For this not-so-strong giant wolf, Uncle Da harbored a special sentiment. The Merfolk King blocked Qi Xiong's attack with his trident, only to be shocked at discovering that despite his strength ranking among the top in his species, his trident actually trembled in the face of this human's assault. The impact power resonated painfully through his arms, compelling the Merfolk King to no longer underestimate Qi Xiong after merely this exchange. Actually, Qi Xiong's original strength wasn't this powerful, but augmented by the bloodlust pill, this full power blow became unavoidable. Even with the defense enhancement from the iron robe pill, Qi Xiong's hand still hurt from the countershock. Without hesitation, enduring the pain in his hand, his body drifted backward to avoid a thrust from the trident. Then, with his right hand gripping the trident, he exerted great force and wrested it away. The Merfolk warrior who was holding the trident was thrown aside by Qi Xiong's immense strength. Turning swiftly, Qi Xiong swung the trident, blocking several others. With a strong upward thrust, he knocked them all aside, and then with a series of swift points, the chests of those Merfolk warriors instantly blossomed with crimson blood flowers. Inside, Qi Xiong couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Having weaponry certainly made a difference. Though he wasn't familiar with wielding a trident, he had practiced staff techniques before, just for show. However, since Qi Xiong could not handle a long iron staff, the wooden one he used during a fight once shattered after a single strike, forcing him to run several streets being chased by multiple individuals. But now, neither man nor weapon was the same as before. Qi Xiong wielded the trident deftly, appearing quite majestic and formidable. Chapter 22, Merfolk Guardians. The attachment activated, and a purple flame burned brightly. Oddly enough, this trident didn't behave like other weapons that would be suffused with the light of the devouring flame after attachment. It still retained some of its original golden glow, despite being only a small part now. To Qi, this was an important piece of information. Could it be that high-level weapons always emit light? And the more powerful the weapon, the brighter the light? So, does that mean if one day I obtain a weapon that, even after activating the attachment, doesn't alter the weapon's glow, then I could claim to have reached the peak in terms of weapons? After the devouring flame attached itself to the trident, its power greatly increased. The tip of the trident sparkled repeatedly, alternating between golden and purple lights. For a time, despite all the boosts from Qi bloodthirsty pill and iron armor pill having disappeared, Qi was still able to keep up with the battle. However, due to his inability to absorb energy through ingestion to replenish his pill strength, Qi found himself with only about half his pill strength remaining, something he was not used to since he usually cultivated in battles. Uncle Da looked very anxious. If they were on land, one could surely see sweat forming on Uncle Da's forehead. But now, Uncle Da couldn't rush in to help. The Merman Guardian under Uncle Da's control was their last card. If he went to fight, who would watch over the Merman Guardian? At this moment, Uncle Da couldn't even use his Thunder Bead. Not only did he fear hitting Qi by mistake, but also, underwater, there was no certainty that the Thunder Bead would work or even harm the enemy. Even Qi, who ranked among the best in the community of psychics, could only barely maintain balance against so many Merman Guardians. As soon as the first wound appeared, various sizes of cuts emerged on Qi body. Meanwhile, the wounds on the bodies of those initial injured Merman Guardians had disappeared, replaced by new scales. Someone rammed the hilt of their trident into Qi abdomen, making him feel as though his stomach was churning. Acid bubbled up in his mouth, and his body was forced back 3 meters. Clearly, these merfolk weren't out for his life. Otherwise, if 2 merfolk used the previous gold light ability together, it would have been enough to kill him instantly. Qi panted, holding the trident horizontally in his hands while keeping his eyes focused on the actions of the surrounding merfolk. A healing pill slipped down his throat. Though not the legendary kind that restored all health and mana instantly, the benefit was that he could take one at set intervals, and each additional pill slightly increased the rate of recovery. Attack! Came a synchronized shout. Then, from all directions, over a dozen tridents lunged towards Qi. Qi had no doubt that this attack could end his life. He moved the trident to the rear waist position and hooked his arms with elbows, rotating despite lacking leverage. Golden and purple lights clashed, metal collided with metal, trident met trident. For a time, it lessened the disadvantageous position Qi was in. A loud cry erupted as the purple light flashed intensely. Qi unleashed nearly half of his remaining pill strength, intensifying the devouring fire around him. In just a flash, it damaged the tridents held by the Merman guards, which were now no longer tridents but resembled sticks. Several nearby merfolk that hadn't managed to dodge in time lost a hand. Qi hadn't expected such good results from his move, nor had he anticipated absorbing so much energy. Though the hands of several Merman guardians were no great loss, the amount of energy contained within the tridents was significant. For a moment, Qi recovered considerably, and the advantage of sustaining oneself through battle had once again manifested. Those few merfolk that lost their hands withdrew from the fight, alleviating some pressure on Qi. But this move caused public indignation among the merfolk guardians. Aquatic races were inherently a united species. Although there were occasional internal disputes, aside from a few exceptional water creatures, most aquatic beings stood unified against land-based foes. Even sharks joined in when facing enemies from outside their world, let alone the merfolk who occupied a higher rank, valuing this sense of solidarity above all else. Although the merfolk king had earlier instructed them to take Qi alive for future use, the Merman guardians no longer harbored any goodwill toward this human. Initially, they retained a certain degree of restraint because Qi hadn't taken any lives, merely defending himself, the fishman incident aside. Now, however, the honor of the merfolk race had been wounded. Merfolk were not like fishmen. They were the nobility of the sea. When their own kin suffered such almost incurable injuries, how could they stay restrained? They had already decided, if this human didn't die at their hands, he'd leave skinless. Bathed in golden light, Qi was now completely enveloped. To those unaware, it might appear as if something beneficial were happening, like the healing of wounds, but this was merely speculation from those uninformed. Uncle Da couldn't help but feel increasingly anxious, yet given the current situation, should he intervene, he could risk injury himself. If that happened, they'd lose their last ace entirely. Uncle Da had certainly considered using the captured fishman to coerce the Merman king, but the earlier displays of power by the Merman king were clear enough to him. The death of one fishman would not cause any loss for the aquatic races, while on their side, even a slight slip-up could significantly weaken their fighting force by more than half. Roar! With a burst shout, Qi broke through the encirclement with his trident, leaving varying degrees of injuries on each Merman guardian. Now, the flames on the trident in Qi hands had faded. In that moment just before, Qi had used all his pill strength, amplifying the devoured fire attached to the trident. Though the cost was exhausting all his pill strength, Qi successfully dismantled everyone's weapon. The least severe among the varying degrees of injury inflicted on the merfolk guards was dismemberment. Sensing the energy transmitted by the merfolk guards' broken tridents, the feeling of draining and then replenishing energy felt good. At this point, Xiang no longer cared about strategy. His focus was entirely on refining and absorbing. Even with full effort devoted to absorption, Xiang knew that these energies wouldn't be fully assimilated in an instant or two, but each bit of recovery gave him a growing advantage over his foes. Unbeknownst to Xiang, he had unintentionally discovered a skill not recorded in the yellow-skinned book, but rather one described as self-created by Brother Bo. This unexpected surge amplified the effect of the pill's strength drastically. Of course, such an immensely powerful skill, which enabled Xiang to defeat opponents far beyond his rank within moments, came with its own drawbacks. The more pill strength he unleashed at once, the greater the toll on his body. Now, Xiang already felt a headache beginning to develop and sharp pains radiating from his palms. Attempting to heal with the absorbed energy proved futile, producing almost zero results. Red-eyed, Xiang glared at the Merman King, noticing that his trident, without the attachment of devouring fire, was emanating icy sensations intermittently. Yet oddly, this sensation relieved some of the pain he had been experiencing. Xiang never imagined that the weapons of the Merfolk Guardians carried such qualities. Judging from their previous performances, this restoration feature seemed much stronger when the tridents remained in the possession of the Merfolk themselves. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a treasure for Xiang. Picture a scenario where you are locked in combat with equally matched opponents. Being able to sustain yourself through battle combined with a touch of recovery, however minimal, offered a definite edge. Xiang slowly sank to the bottom of the water, his feet resting on the muddy sand, watching the Merman King follow him down. "Hey, you there," Xiang said. "All your minions have been defeated, now it's your turn." Saying this, Xiang held his trident at the ready, prepared to strike at any moment. The Merman King released his grip on the special trident, yet surprisingly, it did not fall, it simply floated there. Xiang didn't consider this due to the lightness of the trident, knowing well that only one explanation existed. The trident shared a connection with the Merman King. After letting go of the trident, the Merman King clapped a few times. "Impressive. Very impressive. You are among the strongest humans I've ever seen," the king acknowledged. "Though your raw strength may not be exceptional, your unique abilities do indeed mark you as a formidable opponent. But let me remind you, this is my territory, my domain." Saying this, the Merman King did not grab the floating trident beside him, instead bringing his hands together and shouting, "The holy light of the sea god." Then, opening his hands wide, blue orbs of light emerged from them, each seeking out a Merfolk warrior and merging into their bodies. As soon as these Merfolk warriors, who had previously cried out in pain, received the blue orbs inside them, they quieted instantly. Their wounds and severed arms began restoring themselves at a terrifying speed. Picking up the trident again, the Merman King spoke. "This trident is called the Sea God's Weapon, one of our Merfolk race's treasures. You are someone worthy of respect, so I must admit openly, the capture of your companions earlier was indeed due to the pollution of our seawater by them. However, judging from your performance here, it seems quite possible they caused harm unintentionally, as people tend to group by kind. Today, I will engage you in a fair duel, one-on-one, with no interference. Regardless of who wins or loses, all of you shall leave unharmed. And take this trident and your water-repelling pearls as a gift from me." As they say, heroes recognize each other. Although this Merman King was an aquatic creature, he possessed a generous heart, which explained why his weapons were all imbued with the might of the sea god. Xiang, hearing the Merman King's words, quickly agreed, not because he admired the Merman King, but because he knew his own limits. He couldn't even be sure of beating those Merfolk guards again, let alone a Merman King as deep and unfathomable as this one. Xiang wasn't just anyone. He had brothers, parents. Death didn't scare him, but a meaningless death? That was something Xiang would never accept. Nodding his head, he said, "Fine, since the Merman King has spoken, I'd rather comply than decline. Receive my attack." With that, Xiang rushed forward. Though the mud beneath made it hard for him to gain traction and thus harder to charge, skillful techniques still enabled him to move effectively. The Merman King held his trident horizontally and declared, "Remember my name, Zhanju." As he spoke, his trident pointed forward, and Zhanju's hands began moving in circular motions, drawing constant circles with the trident. This was an idle effort, as its tips left trails of blue light underwater, creating a blue halo with every rotation. In no time, more than 10 halos had formed in front of Zhanju. A smirk played on his lips as he stopped his movement, then spun the trident once around. The halos followed the motion and then suddenly detached from the trident, shooting towards Xiang. Xiang braced himself, stabilizing his stance with the trident in his hand. Smashing its tip into one of the glowing orbs, brilliant blue light flashed, enveloping him with bone-chilling cold. Already slowing down, Xiang found himself coated in frost, a sign of worse to come. When the more than 10 halos slammed into him, he was completely encased in ice. Zhanju chuckled toward Uncle De nearby. "This is called the freeze aura. Looks like your friend has lost." Uncle De glanced at Xiang, finding himself wondering if fire countered ice or vice versa, whose strength was greater. Amidst the shining purple glow, the ice shattered without cracking first. Within the glow, the ice disappeared, and Xiang addressed Zhanju. "Sorry, but I'm not done yet." With that, Xiang exerted himself fully, charging forth again. Apparently, the freeze aura was a powerful skill. At least for Xiang's level, it still proved very potent. Were it not for the devouring fire that could counteract such freezing effects, none of the other three on his team could escape from it unscathed. Still, this did not surprise Xiang. After all, the opponent was the strongest being in the lake, so naturally, there would be considerable strength behind him. What surprised Qi was how quickly this icy aura was consumed. It happened much faster than when Qi devoured any ordinary object. Moreover, the energy provided actually restored 30% of Qi pill power, which was now quite substantial. At minimum, it equaled the energy of several devil sheep, and yet Zhanju, with just a single skill, restored this much of Qi power, compelling Qi to reassess the Water Lord's abilities anew. There was, however, a commendable quality in Qi nature. He grew stronger when faced with strength. Against formidable opponents, especially ones like Zhanju who weren't lethal, Qi would seize the opportunity for practical combat training. There was a long road ahead. Even if his methods allowed him to temporarily lead others, could that advantage last forever? And if it did, wouldn't someone experienced in battle still have the upper hand if their difference wasn't significant enough? Qi always believed in enhancing power and speaking through strength, a principle he followed regardless of peace, war, or the end times. It was the sole standard governing both this planet and the world beyond. Chapter 23. Feast in the Water. Qi strongest point now is his attack, and also his weakest. Because Qi attacks can only reach the enemy in close combat situations, and his weapon enhancements only apply to what he's holding. So if he faces an enemy who fights at a distance, even though his attack power may be strong, what use is it if he can't hit the opponent? Qi was very aware of this flaw, so each time, he would try to approach the enemy because only by getting close could he unleash his true strength. However, against the mermaid King Zhanji, did Qi still have such an opportunity? Ice spikes, water waves, and freezing halos. Just these three types of attacks already made Qi struggle somewhat. Though every skill used by Zhanji restored some of Qi pill energy cannot be equated with stamina. Standing in place, Qi panted heavily as his right hand grabbed an incoming ice spike and consumed it. By this point, Qi couldn't even lift the trident. It had been half an hour since the battle began. In that time, Qi continuously defended against various attacks, using his swallowing flame to consume the freezing aura no less than 10 times. Such high consumption was beginning to wear him down. After all, pill energy improving one's body isn't equal to actual personal quality. If the human body were a vast treasure trove, then the enhancement from pill energy would merely open the door of this trove and take out a few treasures for you to see. But truly obtaining the treasures within requires your own effort. Life, after all, requires effort for success. Seeing Qi disheveled state, Zhanji laughed loudly. Hey, human, aren't you too weak? Surrender. Actually, in his heart, Zhanji had developed a certain degree of respect for Qi, as prolonged combat over such a long period of time, even for himself, had caused significant fatigue. Of course, being underwater offered quicker recovery, and since the start of the fight, Zhanji hadn't moved more than 10 meters from his original position. His consumption was thus much smaller. Still, Zhanji wanted to see how much potential this human possessed. Qi let out a cold snort, saying, "The person who will make me surrender hasn't been born yet." As he spoke, he exerted force with his right hand, barely lifting the trident. Instead of rushing forward again, he ignited the corrosive fire, which although only able to attach itself to items in his hands, was still not confined to weapons alone. With the strong adhesive properties of corrosive fire and the material of this particular trident, this weapon was now capable of functioning as a long-range attack item. With a powerful throw, the golden-purple trident soared toward Zhanji. Seeing the trident coming, Zhanji inwardly cursed his bad luck. He could feel the intimidating aura of the corrosive fire on the trident and knew he couldn't counter it directly. Leaping back, he narrowly avoided it. That brief pause was enough for Qi to rush forward, picking up the trident, drawing back the corrosive fire, and thrusting the trident repeatedly. For a moment, Zhanji found himself at a disadvantage. Feeling the faint coolness of the trident stimulating his senses, reducing his pain and exhaustion, Qi was making his last efforts. At this point, Qi could only praying that Zhanji wasn't skilled in close combat. But clearly, Qi had miscalculated. Zhanji held his trident, and upon lifting it, there seemed to be a strange intimidation emanating from Zhanji's weapon toward Qi trident, causing Qi weapon to shake slightly despite being firmly grasped. Zhanji quickly realized what was happening, and with a flick of his trident, he knocked Qi trident aside, saying, "Young man, I'll show you what it means when weapons counteract each other." Then without moving, Zhanji released a brilliant blue light from his trident. Under its influence, Qi trident dimmed significantly, seemingly fearful of the other weapon. Without hesitation, Qi threw the trident aside and charged straight ahead with a punch. This, the most primal yet effective form of attack. There was a loud bang, as if Qi had struck a metal plate. His hand hurt badly from the impact, and his body was forced backward by the recoil over 10 meters. However, on Zhanji's chest, a purple flame began to burn, which was not one of his skills but Qi work, the result of the previous clash. Feeling the corrosive attributes of the flame, Zhanji's expression changed dramatically. He wiped it with his right hand, but to his surprise, the flame didn't go out immediately. Now, Zhanji understood why this human, despite possessing relatively weak individual strength, was able to battle against over 10 of his subordinates. He must possess this ability. But his proficiency was still lacking. Thinking this, a faint blue light emitted from Zhanji's right hand, and with another wipe, the corrosive fire on his chest was extinguished, leaving behind a charred black circle. Zhangji looked at his own chest and chuckled bitterly. Human, human, after all these years, you are the first one who could leave me with such a scar. At this moment, Qi Xiang seemed not to have heard Zhangji's words, almost in a daze. The corrosive fire and swallowing fire were Qi Xiang's only two skills. From obtaining these abilities until now, Qi Xiang had relied on these two great abilities to defeat opponents, but this was the second time Qi Xiang felt so powerless. The first time, it was that non-human, and the second time, it was Zhangji. Could it be that his strength meant nothing in the apocalypse? Qi Xiang couldn't help but doubt his own strength. Zhangji saw the lost Qi Xiang and grinned. A blue light flashed and Zhangji had already appeared beside Qi Xiang, reaching out to pat Qi Xiang's shoulder, saying, "All right, young man, I've been cultivating for over 10,000 years. In your human language, I could be considered an old spirit monster. Yet, you at such a young age can be this powerful and have such good talent. Don't lose heart." Qi Xiang looked at Zhangji's hearty smile and laughed. "That's right. What do I have to be sad about? Speaking of which, since you're so close, you're in trouble." As he spoke, Qi Xiang stepped back while laughing, and behind Zhangji, there blazed a fierce fire. Zhangji was slapping his back while cursing. "You little rascal, don't let me catch you." Qi Xiang's strength had been recognized by Zhangji. Zhangji decided to heal the four people's wounds and let them visit his underwater palace. Looking at their healed injuries, Qi Xiang pinched the faces of Chun Dan and Bo Gu and said, "All right, you two still look handsome." This caused the two to give him a cold stare. But Deshu said behind them, "Little Dan, little Bo, don't act like that. You two almost scared us to death. You don't know how much effort Qi Xiang made to save you two." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiang suddenly turned around and looked at Deshu. "Deshu, it seems I didn't see you during my battle. What were you doing?" Hearing this, Deshu scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Wasn't I watching the hostages? Isn't that right? Besides, you're so strong. If I went, wouldn't I just be in your way?" "Old shameless one, haha." The four erupted in hearty laughter. No one wants to die. This experience pushed the four to the door of death, then told them, "Today, the Grim Reaper doesn't accept visitors." The psychological gap is enormous. Yet, it's also what makes one most reflective. As the four came out from the guest room, they were led by the servants to the palace dining hall. The palace that Qi Xiang and the others had already toured can be described in two words: luxurious. Almost every place was golden, and you would occasionally see exquisite gems, especially those water-clan carvings on the ceiling, each lifelike. What impressed Qi Xiang the most was something he saw on the longest corridor in the palace. The ceiling carving depicted a large migration under the sea where countless water creatures were swimming. According to Zhangji, it was because of a flood that the mermaid king responsible for that region led many water creatures to escape, and the majestic carving might be something Qi Xiang would never forget in his life. Arriving at the dining room, the dining table was a long rectangular table, covered with a white tablecloth, with a chair on each side, and 8 chairs arranged along each other's side. At this moment, Zhangji sat on a chair on one side, and on the left were his wife and children. Qi Xiang walked over and gave them a slight bow, then sat down on the chair on the other side with Chun Dan and the others sitting on the right side. Zhangji smiled slightly and said to the attendants, "You may start serving the dishes now." The attendant nodded, picked up a bronze bell from the table, and lightly rang it 3 times. Then, the dining room doors opened, and the first dish served was an appetizer, lemon tender beef. Looking at the plate before him, picking up the knife and fork, Qi Xiang speared a piece of beef and put it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. The flavors of sourness, sweetness, and saltiness stimulated his taste buds, and being accustomed to Western cuisine somewhat, Qi Xiang liked this dish quite a bit. While chatting casually, the lemon tender beef was finished. The second dish was soup, beef broth. Its unique cooking methods and tender beef texture absolutely deserved a top rating. Next came the sardines, vegetable salad, and egg pudding in succession. Feeling the atmosphere of Western cuisine, Qi Xiang couldn't help but become a little entranced. Western cuisine was once a type of cooking that Qi Xiang adored, let alone traditional-style Western cuisine. Sipping black tea, this meal was enjoyed greatly by Qi Xiang. At this moment, Chun Dan asked an ill-timed question. Mermaid King, I have a question I'm very curious about." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze immediately focused on Chun Dan, and the Mermaid King said, "What's your question? Speak." Chun Dan scratched his head and asked, Where do your ingredients and seasonings come from? And how is the food cooked underwater while still retaining its flavor?" That was a good question. As soon as these words were spoken, Qi Xiang immediately thought of the same issue too. Though the water-repelling bead allowed him to adapt to living underwater, this was underwater after all. Every one of Chun Dan's questions hit the mark. Zhangji laughed heartily, nodded, and looked at Chun Dan with approving eyes, saying, "Good, you're thinking deeply. Actually, it's not that difficult. We can find these ingredients on the grasslands above. Even though we have enough food down here, I still like human food quite a lot. So, I regularly send the merfolk out to gather ingredients. You may have noticed that the merfolk are one of the few races here that can go ashore and move freely. As for how the food is cooked, that's a secret of our water clan. It took hundreds of years to research. However, I can tell you, humans wouldn't be able to learn it. At least none of you could. Because this method requires water elemental powers, and I don't think any of you possess water elemental abilities, right?" Qi Xiang smiled and said, "All right, Brother Zhangji, may I call you that? Can we rest here for a night and leave in the morning?" "Sure, Qi Xiang." Zhangji's eyes flashed with an unusual gleam. Although he was the ruler of a country, the lord of a lake, how many true friends could he really have? Moreover, the The Water Clan and the human world were entirely different. The Water Clan only had one emperor. Unless someone ruled over vast oceans, everything was decided by the mermaid king of the region. By vast ocean, we mean something 10 times the size of Australia. So, apart from his wife and children, Zhang had no friends or subordinates. If he hadn't lowered his pride to occasionally chat with other water clans, servants, or guards, Zhang might have truly become isolated from the world. Now, Qi Xiang's single sentence gave Zhang a strange feeling. That feeling was very peculiar. It was something Zhang had never experienced before. All Zhang knew was that he now had a friend, even if this friend would leave tomorrow. Still, he had a friend now. Qi Xiang continued. Then, Brother Zhang, do you have a map of this place? Zhang shook his head and replied, my range is just this lake. The farthest I go is the grassland. How would I have a map? But now that you mention it, I do remember something. If you continue going deeper, you'll encounter a canyon. The defenses of those guys in the canyon are insane. If you plan to go there, be cautious. Qi Xiang nodded and said, thank you. Delicious food and comfortable sleep were certainly luxurious indulgences at this moment. In the early morning, Qi Xiang stretched, got up from the bed, and due to the water-repellent bead, he didn't feel any difference between sleeping underwater and on land. But this soft and comfortable large bed was something Qi Xiang truly liked. If he could, Qi Xiang would even want to stay here forever, quietly spending the rest of his life. However, Qi Xiang knew he had his own mission. After dressing, Qi Xiang left the room and met Zhang, who was about to head to the dining hall for breakfast. Zhang seemed to be in high spirits, clearly having slept well last night. Qi Xiang yawned and greeted Zhang. Good morning. Zhang nodded and said, since you're up, let's have breakfast together. After breakfast, the four of them bid farewell to Zhang and returned to the land. Back on land, they breathed in the air, and Qi Xiang sighed. It's still better on land. Saying that, Qi Xiang tossed the water-repellent bead to Qin Dan. Put it away. It'll definitely come in handy later. The moment he took off the bead, Qi Xiang immediately felt his clothes drenched. The Shu saw Qi Xiang's predicament and said, don't look at me. The water-repellent bead only works on living beings. Your clothes will naturally get wet. Alright, I don't think we should go anywhere yet. Let's start a fire and dry the clothes before continuing. After putting on their dried clothes and securing the trident behind their backs, Qi Xiang commanded, go. Chapter 24, The Rock Emperor Cat. Walking on the grass, Qi Xiang with the trident on his back was in a pleasant mood. Once again having a weapon, though not as straightforward as an axe, was better than having nothing at all. Feeling the faint chill from the trident, both his body and spirit remained in their best condition. Sidon, looking at the trident on Qi Xiang's back, said jealously, hey, I should have asked Zhang for a trident too. What a loss, what a loss. Qi Xiang gave Sidon a cold look and said, then that's good. I won't let you fight Zhang or his men either. If you can beat me, I'll give you my trident. Don't worry, I won't use fire. Do you mind if I use my trident? Sidon shuddered and replied, no, never mind then. Ha ha ha. Sidon's words immediately caused the other three to burst out laughing. That is the smell of merfolk, this delicious fishy aroma. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Stay and be my dinner. Before Qi Xiang and his companions could react, a soil yellow light orb rushed over. Qi Xiang swiftly drew the trident with his right hand and deflected the orb, focusing carefully, only to see an enormous yellow cat. The cat spoke human words to Qi Xiang. You humans aren't half bad. Tell me, where did you get this aquatic trident? Qi Xiang snorted coldly and said, do you, beast, have the qualifications to ask me? Take this. With that, he charged forward. Qi Xiang could tell that this cat had some real power, but Qi Xiang hadn't liked cats since childhood, so there was no way he would be in a good mood now. The yellow cat raised its right paw, and its claws popped out. Swinging it, 3 yellow blades of light shot toward Qi Xiang. Boga used a defensive barrier to protect himself and to shoo after the light blades appeared. Without hesitation, Boga conjured up a piercing barrier. However, Bo Ji's current strength wasn't very great, and the instantly generated barriers couldn't be too strong either, so only one light blade was shattered. Sidon also rushed forward with a small lynxy shield. But how could his speed compare with Qi Xiang? Qi Xiang swung the trident downward, breaking through the light blade and stabilizing his stance. Gathering more momentum, he charged forward once again. The yellow cat's mouth twitched, and Qi Xiang could feel that it wasn't due to convulsion. Rather, it was a sneer towards him. Roaring, he hurled the trident. This time, there was no corrosive fire attached, yet the sheer weight of the trident alone was enough to overwhelm ordinary beings. Although this cat certainly wasn't human. The yellow cat swiped its right claw, deflecting the trident to the side. At that moment, Qi Xiang had already surged forward. His right fist glowing with a purple light struck the corrosive fire onto the yellow cat's face. A quick strike and retreat. At this level, a magic beast's reflexes and defenses wouldn't be lacking. Qi Xiang understood that even if he got close to the yellow cat and struck it repeatedly, he'd need to unleash full force strikes anyway, so it might as well be corrosive fire. Corrosive fire burned on the yellow cat's face. Having accomplished his purpose, Qi Xiang quickly retreated without wasting any time, rushing to retrieve his trident. After being hit by the corrosive fire, the Shifu ability of the corrosive fire wasn't something to be trifled with. Even Zhang, back in the day, who had been hit by the corrosive fire in his chest, suffered greatly, not to mention this yellow cat, especially with a direct hit to the face. In a panic, the yellow cat slapped at the flames on its face with its paws, which resulted in the flames igniting both paws. Subsequently, the yellow cat rolled around on the ground, causing the earth to burn fiercely in roaring flames. At this point, Sidon had already arrived. Of course, he wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. With the Lingxi shield protecting him before the flames fully erupted, he dashed in, triggering an explosion, and then retreated. Following this, a loud explosion rang out, hurling the yellow cat into the air. After flying several meters, it landed heavily on the ground with a thunderous crash, making a truly miserable scene. By now, the flames had diminished due to the explosion. The yellow cat struggled to stand up from the ground. There was no longer any corrosive fire on its body, but the places where its fur had been singed, revealing charred flesh, looked somewhat disgusting. White smoke rose from the meat. Its face was completely unrecognizable, almost devoid of any intact areas. Roaring angrily, the yellow cat shouted, "Ah, you damn humans, you will pay for what you've done." The pain pulling at its wounds made its face contort horribly as it spoke, expressing pure ferocity. Qi picked up his trident, looking at his own work, and couldn't help but feel slightly nauseous. It wasn't just Qi, Sidon, and even Bo Gu and Deshu who were watching from the sidelines also felt sick, but they couldn't vomit. Qi really didn't want to keep looking at this anymore. Just as he was about to finish off the cat, the yellow cat suddenly emitted a yellow glow. Rocks broke through the cat's fur and scorched meat, covering its body. Sidon suddenly shouted loudly, "Rock Emperor Cat, this is bad news, Brother Xiang. This guy has high defense, what do we do?" As he watched the yellow cat transform, Qi expression turned grim. Previously, the devil sheep had significantly boosted their strength after transforming. Now this cat was transforming as well, and this wasn't a simple case of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The greater the original strength, the more the transformation would amplify it. Even with the devil sheep, all 4 of them could manage, even if their numbers were difficult to handle. However, now this Rock Emperor cat wasn't like the devil sheep who relied on quantity, it was all about power. Even more absurdly, for this Rock Emperor cat, the withdrawal order only provided a name. Given that the order didn't show its level, it meant the Rock Emperor cat's level was at least above 14. Withdrawal orders could only provide information up to 5 levels higher than one's own level. Yet this Rock Emperor cat couldn't be detected at all, and based on its performance, even saying it was level 20 wouldn't make Qi hesitate to believe it. Qi couldn't wait for the Rock Emperor cat to complete its transformation. Without another word, he charged forward. His trident gleamed with golden light. The prongs pointed straight at the Rock Emperor cat. When the sharp tip of the trident struck the equally hard rocky shell of the Rock Emperor cat, there was only one outcome. Both would suffer great damage. However, the force Qi used clearly wasn't enough, leaving only a shallow mark on the rocky exterior of the Rock Emperor cat. Meow! A roar sent Qi flying back, tumbling several times before stopping. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Just from one strike, just one single hit. The true power of the Rock Emperor cat had already been revealed. Though Qi defense wasn't his forte, it certainly wasn't bad either. But this ordinary strike from the Rock Emperor cat threw him away and shook his internal organs until blood came out of his mouth. Judging from the situation, the Rock Emperor cat seemed to prioritize defense. Brother Xiang. Seeing his brother injured, Sidon wasted no time retrieving a rocket launcher from his backpack and firing it, followed by an eruption of smoke. Before the smoke cleared, Sidon saw a shadow rushing over. In the next second, Sidon was thrown away, blood spurting from his mouth. And that shadow, it was none other than the Rock Emperor cat. Everyone had seen Qi land a hit on the Rock Emperor cat, but the attack was blocked by this layer of rock alone. This was something they absolutely couldn't defeat. And this rock definitely wasn't ordinary stone. Bo Gu and Deshu ate transformation pills in perfect sync. Bear and Tiger, 2 man-beast hybrids appeared. The Rock Emperor cat looked disdainfully at Bo Gu and Deshu. Before Bo Gu could take down the shield, the Rock Emperor cat charged forward, shattering the shield, indicating the injury of Bo Gu and Deshu. Just like Sidon, they were similarly flung away and spat out blood. The Rock Emperor cat coldly laughed. "Tiny humans dare challenge me? Da!" Saying so, light blades appeared, rushing toward Bo Gu. A bloody explosion danced in midair. This fatal light blade was stopped by Qi who rushed forward, using the trident and the corrosive fire. Though Qi wasn't instantly killed, 3 deep blood marks immediately appeared on his body. Not because the trident broke, but because these light blades penetrated through the trident and slammed into his chest. The Rock Emperor cat looked at Qi lying on the ground and said, "You humans are too eager. I'll grant you what you want then." Speaking, 3 more light blades emerged, this time countered by 3 rapid piercing barriers. The Rock Emperor cat was truly getting angry now. Back when it went to the lakeside to look for fish, even the outer guards weren't like this. Other than those merfolk guards and the mermaid queen, who actually had some skill, but couldn't leave the water. And now, these tiny humans still hadn't died despite multiple attacks, which angered the Rock Emperor cat. Meow! Another roar made the ground tremble. Pebbles flew up from the grass. One pebble may seem insignificant, but what about hundreds or thousands? Controlled by the Rock Emperor cat, these stones soared into the sky and then plummeted rapidly. Under its control, this speed was terrifying, their destructive power no less than falling from a 100-story building. Qi set ablaze the corrosive fire around himself. Sidon was completely covered by the Lingxi shield, while Bo Gu and Deshu were protected by overlapping defensive barriers triggered instantly. To think, this Rock Emperor cat really had bad luck, having so many strong offensive skills yet choosing this one. It had thought that with such dense attacks, they wouldn't have time to rescue each other, killing all 4 of them. But unexpectedly, all of them possessed commendable defensive means. The Rock Emperor cat let out a strange cry, its tail swiping towards Sidon. Originally, its tail wasn't that long. However, the Rock Emperor cat broke through its rocky armor, and its tail grew longer. The Rock Emperor cat's tail fiercely whipped the lynxy shield that Sidon was using. Although the shield ensured Sidon didn't suffer direct harm, the sheer force of the impact was no less jarring, causing blood to gush out from his pores. He slumped to the side and lost consciousness. Satisfied, the Rock Emperor cat gave a nod. Even though it didn't turn around to check, it knew the result would be easy due to its heightened perception. It seemed content with its strategy. Just as the Rock Emperor cat was about to use the same tactic against Qi Xiang, it took in a sharp breath, for under its watchful eyes, Qi Xiang had already charged over. Indeed, Qi Xiang had swallowed down 4 potent enhancement pills all at once. Bloodlust pill, iron armor pill, violence pill, and swift wind pill. This was the first time Qi Xiang used so many enhancements simultaneously. Though he carried injuries, under the effects of these enhancements, his condition surpassed his normal state. With no time to retrieve the trident, Qi Xiang leaped onto the Rock Emperor cat's back, activating the swallowing cyclone. With great veracity, it began swallowing everything on the Rock Emperor cat's body. The rocky armor itself was struggling to resist this powerful swallowing fire. The Rock Emperor cat roared in fury, leaping and rolling. None of this affected Qi Xiang, who had only one thought in mind: survival. An instant explosion of Dan power amplified the swallowing fire momentarily. Earlier, Qi Xiang had used this technique to devour the trident. The Rock Emperor cat's defense was as strong as the merfolk guard's trident, but not invincible. Immediately, large chunks of the rocky armor disappeared, revealing vast areas of burnt black flesh where no blood flowed because the meat beneath had turned into charred ash. Enraged, a real roar echoed, shaking the entire meadow. Countless beams of light erupted from the Rock Emperor cat's body, striking Qi Xiang, who flew away and landed some distance apart. By now, the Rock Emperor cat had red eyes, intent solely on killing this human before it. In truth, this Rock Emperor cat had been extremely unlucky. Originally, it lived in the canyon, precisely the canyon the Merfolk King spoke of. There, the Rock Emperor cat held significant standing. Today, it ventured here out of greed. It came to indulge in some extra treats. However, none could have foreseen encountering Qi Xiang and his group. Initially, the Rock Emperor cat just wanted to taste these humans, but without even having a chance to eat, it was injured by these insignificant people. Though the injury wasn't fatal, it wouldn't recover for several months. Naturally, anyone in this situation would become furious. Meow. Descending its claw, the Rock Emperor cat crushed Bo Ge's defensive barrier. Despite Qi Xiang still burning with flames, it pressed forward. Instantly, fear flooded the Rock Emperor cat's eyes as its right foot was devoured. This wasn't the result of an instant explosion of Dan power. Rather, it was the violence pill, enhancing personal attack strength by 200%. Back then, Qi Xiang used this technique to make number 1 lose a leg, and now Qi Xiang had made the Rock Emperor cat lose a foot. Tolerating excruciating pain, the Rock Emperor cat used its energy to fabricate another cat claw, doing exactly what number 1 had done before. Unyielding, it continued pressing down, knowing that using its physical form to eliminate Qi Xiang was necessary to release its anger. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiang felt a rare sense of relaxation, the pain on his body diminishing significantly. This sensation felt like liberation. Qi Xiang had never felt death come so close. Apparently, the 4 of them would only be reunited in the afterlife. As the cat claw drew closer, Qi Xiang closed his eyes, refusing to look or feel, quietly awaiting the arrival of death with unusual calmness, as if someone else were dying. Meanwhile, Sidon, Bo Ge, and Deshu's eyes were all bloodshot. Tears streamed down their faces. Piercing barriers, bullets, thunder beads, attacks rained upon the Rock Emperor cat. For the first time, they realized how powerless they truly were. Chapter 25. Ice Girl Binghua. When the cat's claw was just a whisker away from Qi Xiang, the Rock Emperor cat laughed. Indeed, humans are no more than weak beings. Even with intelligence, how could they possibly compare to creatures like myself? Chedan, Boj, and Deshu had no strength left to shout. To them, Qi Xiang's death seemed inevitable. Qi Xiang smiled. Freed, am I? He asked himself inwardly. A flash of blue light appeared, and a purple pillar of light descended from the sky, catching the attention of everyone, except Qi Xiang and all the cats. Within the light pillar was a shadow of a figure. This person looked over and muttered, "Oh, isn't that the little guy? He really is weak. Anyway, let me help him out." Ice Spike Rush. As she spoke, a magic staff in her right hand conjured an ice spike. In the span of a single breath, it had already struck and exploded on the Rock Emperor cat. The explosive force sent the Rock Emperor cat flying aside, his body completely frozen. The purple light dissipated, revealing that the one within the pillar was a woman. She flicked her blue hair aside. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and blue jeans, she exuded a vibrant youthful energy, sharply contrasting with the group around Qi Xiang, whose clothes were caked with mud and torn from battle. Carrying her blue magic staff, the woman walked over. At the same moment, Qi Xiang and the others fainted. They had been holding on solely by determination, teetering between consciousness and unconsciousness. Seeing another human, and one so powerful who seemed likely to help their side, the group's tension eased, and they lost consciousness one after another. The woman approached the Rock Emperor cat. His body was encased in ice, unable to move. Staring at this sudden visitor, the Rock Emperor cat asked, "Human, how did you get here?" The woman smirked slightly, shrugged, and replied, "I used teleportation." Understand. The Rock Emperor cat let out a growl. The rock armor on his body cracked open and fell to the ground. His body shrank by half. This rock armor was made by the Rock Emperor cat using his own vital energy. It was as much a part of his flesh as anything else. Normally, the Rock Emperor cat could simply withdraw the armor into himself. Even if it were broken during battle, the effort required would not be so great. Now, however, his rock armor was frozen solid, preventing him from retracting it and leaving him unable to act. With no other choice, he resorted to what amounted to a self-disabling technique to save himself. But would it work? The woman's eyes sparkled as she picked up the Rock Emperor cat, now only slightly larger than an ordinary cat. Little cutie, she teased. How about following your big sister around from now on? Honestly, the Rock Emperor cat, although massive, was undeniably adorable for a beast. However, considering his disposition, being called little cutie must have irritated him, especially when this woman referred to herself as his sister. Heaven forbid. The Rock Emperor cat was likely hundreds of years old. Calculating by age, wasn't this woman actually younger than him? Yet the Rock Emperor cat, with his keen perception of life energies, could sense she was merely a girl less than 20. She might as well call him great-great-great-grandpa. The Rock Emperor cat let out another growl and struggled fiercely. The woman was startled, allowing the Rock Emperor cat to escape. It wasn't that the woman was frail, it was fatigue. After all, she was the daughter of the Golden Tiger. Funny enough, she ended up here accidentally opening a teleportation scroll. Think about it. The daughter of the Golden Tiger may be unknown to others, but Qi and Chaidan have witnessed her fierceness. Such intensity wasn't something ordinary people could match. But first, the unexpected anger of the Rock Emperor cat frightened her. Second, despite shrinking significantly, the Rock Emperor cat was still bigger than a regular cat and possessed far greater strength, enabling him to escape smoothly. Watching the fleeing Rock Emperor cat, the woman placed her hands on her hips, stomped her foot, and huffed once before sitting down to wait for the four men to awaken. A freezing sensation was most invigorating. Qi body shuddered, and with a swift motion akin to a fish leaping, he jumped off the ground. Instantly regretting it, pain surged through his wounds which were still unhealed, causing him to cry out and collapse onto the ground as he searched for the culprit responsible for his state. Beside him, the blue-haired woman covered her mouth and stifled a giggle. Upon seeing her, Qi seemed as though he'd encountered something terrifying and tried to back away. However, moving exacerbated his wounds, and Qi grimacing expression triggered the woman to transition from covering her mouth in suppressed laughter to doubling over in full-blown laughter. After laughing for a bit, the woman lifted her head and said to Qi, "What? Am I really that scary? I'm not going to eat you. Back then, when you were eating people, you weren't so timid, were you?" Qi trembled all over, gave a bitter laugh, and said, "Back then, I was also forced by the situation. You are also a psychic. You should be able to understand me. At that time, I lost control due to an inner fire. However, since I've done something unforgivable to you, I willingly accept my punishment. Now, even if you kill me, I will have no regrets." Despite Qi deep scheming and his reserved personality, both in dress and thought, regarding what he had done, even though the woman didn't say anything, Qi still felt guilty inside. The woman smiled and asked, "Good, then if I wanted you dead, would you let me kill you?" Qi didn't respond, but raised his chest. The woman looked at Qi with a smile as she conjured a piece of ice into a cone shape with her right hand, lightly scratching it across Qi chest, and said, "Oh my, what a nice body you have here, truly a pity." With that, she lifted her right hand, brought it down forcefully. Qi heart raced. He hadn't expected this woman to be so ruthless. Yet now, he couldn't retract his words since he'd wronged her first. Closing his eyes, he awaited death. However, the sensation of pain never came. Opening his eyes, Qi saw the woman rolling on the ground, clutching her stomach. It wasn't from pain, but laughter, more accurately, from laughing so hard that it pained her. Qi glared at the woman darkly and asked, "Hey, big sister, are you messing with me?" The woman, seeing Qi realizing the prank, climbed back up from the ground, dusted herself off, and tried to cover her embarrassment with a cough before saying, "You know, we're living in modern times already. I'm curious about what's inside your head. Do you still keep one of those little red books? Well, after such a long time, I'm not mad at you anymore. Besides, given the current circumstances, judging by your strength, you're not bad. The only reason the Rock Emperor cat got the upper hand is because of your elemental disadvantage. Alright, follow me around from now on. I'll make sure you always get enough meat to eat." Saying this, the woman slightly puffed up her not-so-big chest. Seeing the woman harbored no apparent grudge against him, Qi joked, "I don't like eating meat. I prefer drinking milk." As he said this, Qi stared intently at the area mentioned. Instantly, the woman's face turned dark as she struck Qi right on the chest, right where his wound was. Watching Qi howl in pain, the woman laughed. "Would you dare to joke about me again?" Facing her beautiful yet terrifying smile, Qi quickly rolled aside. Qi looked at the motionless woman beside him, gave a foolish smile, and said, "My name is Qi. I still don't know yours." The woman smiled and said, "I am Jinyu, but now you should call me Bingyu." Qi nodded, naturally understanding what Bingyu meant. It was about starting anew. Next, Qi watched as Bingyu covered her hands with ice and subsequently woke up everyone else one by one. Although Qi watched nervously, he liked it. Neither Chaidan nor Boj interfered, believing fairness mattered for everyone involved. After all four were fully conscious, Deshu distributed healing pills to each person. Chaidan suddenly remembered something and pointed at Bingyu. panic evident on his face as he exclaimed, "Bro Xiang, isn't that person? How is she here?" Qi Xiang, knowing exactly what Chaidan implied, glared at him and replied, "This is Miss Bingyu. Chaidan, let bygones be bygones. No need to bring up old things anymore. This is Boj, and this is Deshu." After finishing the introductions, Qi Xiang paused and glanced at Boj and Deshu. Although they were curious, they remained calm types and thus didn't ask further about Qi Xiang's relation to Bingyu. Sighing with relief that he wouldn't have to explain something embarrassing, Qi Xiang cleared his throat to break the awkwardness and asked curiously, Bingyu, I wonder too, how did you get here?" Bingyu gave a sweet smile and began, "Do you remember that day when the two of you escaped from my home?" Pointing at Qi Xiang and Chaidan, she continued, "Then 3 days later, I woke up. At that time, a biochemical crisis erupted in Pingluo City. Since our family usually accumulated many connections, we had plenty of visiting experts, so escaping wasn't an issue. During an adventure, I obtained a magic scroll. Then, just a short while ago, we encountered a group of people who displayed purple lights as their abilities. They didn't come with good intentions, neither did we, but they intended to rob us. Frankly speaking, there was one really strong guy among them. Whenever someone on their side was about to fall due to injury, he would step in. Whoever became his target would suffer. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I decided to try out this old scroll, not expecting it to be a teleportation scroll. And here I am. Here's the broken scroll, but I guess it can't be used anymore now." As she spoke, Bingyu tossed a scroll to Qi Xiang. When he opened it, he saw that indeed it was empty. However, in his memory, scrolls like these were one-time use items. Why hadn't this one disappeared? Just as Qi Xiang was curious, Chetan's eyes lit up and he snatched the scroll excitedly, exclaiming, "Bro Xiang, this thing is a repeatable blank scroll. It can be used 20 times, with a scroll creation success rate of 99%. Even forbidden spells would only consume 5 uses from it. On the market, it sells for a high price of 5,000 yuan each. Add a scroll-making manual, and together these two wouldn't come under 7,000 coins." Qi Xiang looked at a confused Bingyu and explained before she could ask, "This guy is a game ability user, so he has privileges to buy things." Bingyu made an expression of understanding, nodding and saying, "Hey, Chaidan, right? Chaidan, could we discuss if you could sell me that scroll-making manual you just mentioned?" Chaidan rolled his eyes at Bingyu and said, "I need this blank scroll to sell for money so I can soon afford a Qinglong egg." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Bingyu immediately snatched the blank scroll. By now, she already knew the function of this blank scroll and definitely didn't consider it a regular broken scroll. However, her appearance of a miser amused everyone around, causing bursts of laughter. In the midst of the laughter, Qi Xiang suggested, "Chaidan, how about this? In the future, any tasks you take on, let Bingyu join you. The gold you earn will be split evenly between the two of you, and also get Bingyu some magical equipment." Chaidan nodded, no longer stingy since Bingyu would undoubtedly stay in their small team due to her relationship with Qi Xiang. Enhancing their team's strength was nothing bad. Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Good. Then everybody rest here for a moment. Chaidan, go ahead and list the tasks. Let's try to gain 2 more skills as early as possible. Also, check out the market for magic equipment listings suitable for us all." Chaidan sighed, pretending to be oppressed and complained, "You guys, always exploiting me, this poor lonely man. I wonder how much longer my old bones can last." At these words, Qi Xiang gave him a kick and laughed while scolding, "Get to work." Received order. Half an hour later, Qi Xiang stretched his limbs. Their time wasn't ample. Food supplies weren't much, and now they had another person to consider. Time waits for no one, so they needed to focus more time on traveling. Unless absolutely necessary, Qi Xiang would not easily return for resupply or rest at Zhang Ji's place. The 5 set off again. After walking a mere kilometer, they indeed saw the canyon mentioned by Zhang Ji. 100 meters outside the canyon turned into barren yellow land, and inside, sandstorm winds raged fiercely. Seeing this scene, the 5 couldn't help but frown, not because they feared dirt, but because their eyes would blur from the dust, making visibility low even if they kept their eyes open. If they encountered any beasts, how would they fight? Qi Xiang drew a trident from behind and proclaimed, "Comrades, stepping back leads us to the Mermaid Palace where we can enjoy a comfortable life in our old age. Moving forward leads us into unknown dangers. What do we choose?" "Forward," Chaidan answered first. Bo Gu and Deshu didn't say anything but moved a step forward, aligning themselves next to Qi Xiang. Bingyu looked at Qi Xiang, suddenly having higher regard for him. In her view, whether it was the rich second generation or the retired veteran, both should have been leaders of this team. But their steadiness robbed them of that opportunity. This youth named Qi Xiang, however, motivated everyone with fiery rhetoric. Bingyu smiled slightly and also stepped forward. Qi Xiang looked left and right and shouted, "Great, let's go." Chapter 26, The Tiger and the Cat. Qi Xiang and his group arrived at the canyon entrance. There had been no danger along the way, but this did not make Qi Xiang and the others let down their guard. He drew out his trident from behind. Cha Dan summoned the Lingxi shield. Bo Ji's hands were in the shape of forming a seal, ready to release a boundary at the first sign of danger, while the Shu adjusted the pills. The calmest was Bingyu, who after taking out her staff from her own space bag, simply watched the busy group of people. Cha Dan looked enviously at Bingyu and said, "Big sister Bingyu, you see, my backpack is almost full too. Can we share your space bag?" Bingyu gave Cha Dan a sidelong glance and extended her hand, saying, "Sure, give me the scroll-making book." Cha Dan had nothing more to say, which made Qi Xiang mock him. Upon truly setting off on the journey, Xiang actually felt less tense. Despite the canyon looking outside as if it were swept by sandstorms, once inside, they discovered that the sandstorm was not as violent as imagined, but rather small, even smaller than the sandstorms in the capital city. This level of severity could still be handled by everyone. Originally, Xiang was somewhat worried about Bingyu, being a girl who might fear dirt, but Bingyu truly turned out to be an extraordinary woman, showing no signs of prissiness, instead displaying some curiosity about the area. Looking at the canyon with visibility no less than 300 meters, Xiang glanced around. A rough estimate put the canyon at over 500 meters wide, and the height was unknown. Xiang couldn't guess why there was a canyon here, but under these current circumstances, anything that happened probably wasn't something normal thinking could anticipate. It's been so long since someone came to my territory. Hey, kitty, are those the humans you mentioned? Don't call me kitty, or I'll get upset. Hurry, Crush Tiger, take them out. The voices of the Rock King Cat and another creature rang out. Judging by its name, it should be a tiger-like magical beast. It seemed like this Rock King Cat had backup. At the sound of this, Xiang and his 4 companions immediately became alert. This was the Rock King Cat's domain, and knowing how formidable the group was, it was impossible for it to summon a weak opponent. Instantly, battle stances unfolded, defensive boundaries, Lingxi shields appeared. Bingyu sighed, waved her staff, and a spike of ice shot forward. It was the single target skill she now mastered, the same one previously used against the Rock King Cat. The ice spear flew sharply, breaking through the windblown sand. Visibility increased, and with a roar, blue light exploded not far away. A tiger's roar reverberated through the canyon. 2 large figures charging towards Xiang and his team. Behind them was a group of towering humanoid creatures, each over 2 meters tall, approaching at a swift pace. The tiger-shaped magical beast standing as high as a man must have been the crushed tiger the Rock King Cat mentioned before. Its appearance indeed lived up to its name. Rocks were embedded all over its body, and the character Wang, King, on its forehead was replaced by a red gemstone. Just standing there radiated an aura of power and dominance. Xiang tightened his grip on his trident, watching every move of the tiger and the cat. As soon as either made any threatening movement against the group, his trident would strike immediately. While sizing up Xiang and the others, Crushed Tiger muttered to himself, "So there's an ice-type girl. That explains why the Rock King Cat got taken down. And that guy holding the mermaid trident, getting acknowledged by the old master, Jian, definitely shows he isn't someone to mess with." Then, the Crushed Tiger turned to look at the Rock King Cat, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Kitty, since I'm helping you, what do you plan to give me in return?" "Oh, come on. No nonsense. I'll give you a spirit stone of earth. Quick, quick. I can already imagine how bad these humans will end up. Looks like you're really mad. Giving me a spirit stone of earth. Seems like bringing my stone giant army was a smart choice." Looking at that Rock King Cat, which emitted a vibe of clumsiness and had a size not much larger than an ordinary wild cat, Xiang and his companions would have burst into laughter if the situation weren't so tense. In fact, the Rock King Cat and Crushed Tiger were among the few magical beasts in this sandy canyon capable of becoming friends. The reason for saying few is because most magical beasts usually stay within their territories cultivating and such, rarely making friends unless there's a danger threatening all magical beasts in the region. Even between the same species, these magical beasts rarely socialize. Yet under such conditions, the Rock King Cat and Crushed Tiger had managed to become friends, indicating that there must have been an unusual experience between this pair of friends. The Earth Spirit Stone is a rare mineral in the Winds Canyon. In the hands of a caster, they can imbue weapons or staves with earth attributes. However, if eaten by a magical beast, an Earth-type magical beast will see its strength increase significantly after eating the Earth Spirit Stone. Even other types of magical beasts can derive great benefits from it. Crushed Tiger roared but didn't move. Instead, the large figures behind him began to stir. Before Xiang and his companions were too focused on Crushed Tiger and Rock King Cat to notice them. Only Bingyu had paid attention. These towering creatures were all composed of stones. They were the stone giant army mentioned by Crushed Tiger. These large figures called stone giants were products of earth magic. Even Crushed Tiger could only create one per day. These dozens of stone giants represented his entire stockpile. He certainly couldn't spend all his time creating stone giants. But even just these dozens placed a considerable amount of pressure on Xiang. Xiang crossed his trident, ready to charge forward with Cha Dan, when Bingyu suddenly said, "Wait." Seeing Xiang and Cha Dan's confused expressions, she waved her staff and said, "Mages are their bane. Ice mages, in particular, are their true counter." As she spoke, she raised her staff high and shouted, "Icicle Shower." Icicle Shower was another skill mastered by Bingyu besides the Ice Spear. This wasn't like Icicle Rush. This was Shower, a group targeting skill that unleashed over 100 icicles simultaneously. However, it also consumed a lot of energy. If not for her decent quality staff, Bingyu wouldn't have been able to cast this spell given her current strength. In the air, one after another, blue light orbs appeared. Wherever the blue light faded, there would appear an icicle. In the span of several breaths, over 100 icicles materialized. Casting such a massive spell took its toll on Bingyu, leaving her pale-faced. But seeing herself cast such a powerful magic, pride filled her heart. She swung her staff and commanded, "Rain of Ice Cones." Although this name, Rain of Ice Cones, wasn't technically correct, it was simply Bingyu's addition to make it sound more imposing. Hundreds of icicles fell. Earlier, even just one icicle severely wounded the Rock King Cat. Now, Although these icicles weren't as potent as individual icicle rushes, each stone giant still received 2 to 3 icicles, which clearly demonstrated the result. One by one, the stone giants disintegrated, losing their magic glow and turning into ordinary rocks lying scattered on the ground. Watching these stone giants he had painstakingly crafted be utterly ruined by the human female ice mage before him, Crushed Tiger finally understood why Rock King Cat couldn't control his emotions. The sensation of being harmed by someone weaker indeed stirred overwhelming anger. The tiger's roar reverberated through the canyon, shaking it. Some weak magical beasts trembled on the spot, fearing harm. The higher-tier magical beasts frowned. Although Rock King Cat and Crushed Tiger were medium-level beings in the canyon, because they were brothers, when one was attacked, the other would show up. When these two got angry together, few magical beasts in this area could withstand their fury. In an instant, both the winds and canyon and the nearby prairie fell silent. Not even the high-grade magical beasts wanted unnecessary trouble. While Crushed Tiger was enraged, the Rock King Cat was also not idle. A slash of its claws opened a rift in space, releasing a yellow-lit diamond-shaped crystal, which the cat swallowed instantly. After consuming the crystal, the Rock King Cat grew rapidly, regaining the size it had at the beginning of the encounter. Only something as potent as the Earth Spirit Stone could restore its strength so quickly. Crushed Tiger knew the Rock King Cat owned many Earth Spirit Stones and had special senses regarding them. Therefore, it wasn't worried about being stiffed. Moreover, ever since its stone giants had been destroyed, Crushed Tiger already considered these humans enemies. There's an old saying in the winds and canyon: when the cat and the tiger get angry, the heavens shatter and the earth splits. Though somewhat exaggerated, Crushed Tiger and Rock King Cat, who'd fought side by side for years, had developed an unspoken level of coordination. A mere glance was enough for them to understand each other's intentions. Such harmony isn't cultivated merely through time, but requires genuine bond and trust. Debris, wind and sand, a series of attacks came rushing over. Relying on the defensive barrier and Lingxi's shield, Qi Xiang and his companions were barely holding their ground. However, as this continued, Qi Xiang and his companions couldn't see their enemies, making it impossible to counterattack. Furthermore, how could they possibly outlast two magical beasts who had lived for hundreds of years? Bing Yu's magic power had been completely drained, and she was now hiding in Bo Ji's protective barrier to recover. This meant that currently, the only person with true combat ability was Qi Xiang. Violent pills, iron robe pills, bloodthirsty medicine, swift wind pills, shadow leopard spirit pills. Qi Xiang swallowed them all. Time waits for no one. Offense is the best defense, a motto Qi Xiang always adhered to. Swallowing flame covered his entire body, and Qi Xiang charged forward. Despite the strong impact of rocks and sand, this didn't mean they were any harder. Against Qi Xiang's swallowing flame, whether stone or sand, everything crumbled instantly upon contact. Seeing Qi Xiang charging over, Rock King Cat remained entirely cautious. This human had already surprised him too many times. Watching his approaching figure, Rock King Cat let out a roar and advanced to meet him. The cat's claws clashed with the trident as Qi Xiang easily took the upper hand under various enhancements, though naturally this was only due to those boosts. Qi Xiang didn't prolong the fight. His trident delivered full force strikes, while both swallowing fire and corrosive fire fell onto the Rock King Cat's body. Although swallowing fire alone might not cause harm immediately given Rock King Cat's defenses, corrosive fire was different. It caused a burning sensation that Rock King Cat could not withstand. He let out a roar and began rolling on the ground. Crushed Tiger also saw what was happening here. The stones on its body centered around the red gemstone on its head, connecting together, leaving only its eyes, nose, mouth, for paws, and tail exposed before it roared and rushed up. Qi Xiang didn't engage directly because he knew the stones on Crushed Tiger's body were mostly energy formations, and the real stones and gems on Crushed Tiger weren't something Qi Xiang could break at his current level. So, Qi Xiang opted for a skillful attack, dodging Crushed Tiger's assault while finding opportunities to strike the parts not shielded by rock. Rock King Cat quickly managed to shake off the corrosive fire. At this point, Qi Xiang recalled a term from Chao Gui discusses war. When the enemy is exhausted, I am full. Currently, his enhancements were disappearing one by one with time passing, but the two opponents were still fully capable, growing stronger with every fight. This wasn't about exhaustion leading to strength. This was strength leading to his exhaustion. An ice spear exploded on Rock King Cat's body, knocking him back 2 meters before stopping. The one who could deal such damage could only be Bing Yu. By now, Bing Yu had recovered some magic, although if not for her urgency about Cha Dan and others' situation, she probably would have waited longer. Seeing its brother wounded, Crushed Tiger didn't hesitate and let out a roar, sending a shard of stone hurtling toward Bing Yu. But Bing Yu was now behind Cha Dan's Lingxi shield. With this shield in place, Cha Dan barely noticed such an insignificant attack. However, that provided an opening for Qi Xiang to use his trident fiercely and strike at Crushed Tiger, creating several holes in the beast's rocky armor and even 3 bloody ones. Seeing its ragged-looking brother, Rock King Cat mocked. "Ha! Crushed Tiger, how does it feel? Still mocking me for regressing? Don't you take a look at yourself." Crushed Tiger cursed and slapped at Qi Xiang with its right paw, only to forget that its right paw lacked rock coverage. "Ho!" Qi Xiang shouted, gripping Crushed Tiger's right paw with his right hand. Swallowing flame surged out powerfully, its potent suction force being unavoidable even for Crushed Tiger. Crushed Tiger could only scream in pain as it watched its right paw being devoured with absolutely no way to resist. Both Bo Gu and Rock King Cat deeply sympathized with Crush Tiger over this incident, despite Bo Gu being unaware of the exact details. Chapter 27, Moon Wolf King. After leaving the Wind and Sand Canyon, Qi Xiang's objective was clear: find a fast, powerful magic beast below level 15. The reason he didn't bring Cha Dan along as a live guidebook was because Cha Dan moved too slowly. Once outside the canyon, he looked around, and the grassland appeared almost identical in every direction. Qi Xiang had no idea where to look for a high-speed mount. However, if he could release one later, shouldn't he find a magic beast to try now? Perhaps capture one to bring him there first? With his eyes constantly scanning, a pure white horse caught Qi Xiang's attention. He rushed toward it, throwing a punch with only 3/10 of his strength. Though using minimal power, Qi Xiang was confident that even this fraction of his strength would be enough to knock the horse down. The white horse disdainfully glanced at Qi Xiang, let out a sharp whistle, and tapped its front left leg on the ground. An ice spike shot forward. Surprised, Qi Xiang hurriedly used corrosive fire to dissolve the ice spike. Moments later, an ice ball struck him, flipping him over. Qi Xiang climbed back up, rubbing his chest sore from the collision. Before he could act further, the white horse stepped onto him with its hooves. Seeing the contemptuous gaze of the white horse, Qi Xiang smirked, suddenly exerting all his strength. He grabbed the horse's hooves, flipped it over, straddling it beneath him. Coldly, he said, "Little white horse, how dare you challenge me?" With no pause, Qi Xiang let go with his left hand, scratched his teeth, causing a drop of blood to flow. Without hesitation, he placed that drop of blood on the head of the white horse, simultaneously proclaiming, "I, Qi Xiang, shall form a contract with you today. From this moment forth, you and I are partners." Seal. Qi Xiang's blood seeped into the horse's head, forming a purple six-pointed star on its forehead. At that moment, the white horse's gaze upon Qi Xiang no longer held its previous arrogance, but rather showed signs of submission. Qi Xiang knew the contract had taken effect. He stood up from the white horse and effortlessly lifted its not lightweight body with his right hand. Petting the white horse's mane, Qi Xiang leapt and sat atop it. "Let's go. Take me to catch a mount. Giddy up." The white horse emitted a clear whistle and galloped off, carrying Qi Xiang. Though Qi Xiang did not know how to ride horses, this particular white horse was his mount and instinctively adjusted itself to ensure Qi Xiang sat comfortably. However, this was still a horseback and not a saddle. Moreover, this white horse's back seemed harder than usual, so after covering less than a kilometer, Qi Xiang was already feeling quite uncomfortable. In his heart, Qi Xiang lamented. If he had gone home immediately without testing this, the horse would neither help in battle nor provide comfort when ridden. Qi Xiang had already informed the white horse about his mission. Understanding its objective, the white horse conveyed through telepathy that it intended to take Qi Xiang to one of the most powerful creatures on the grassland, the Moon Wolf King. Its might was such that among the 5 beasts of the entire prairie, it could hold its own. Qi Xiang wasn't sure if this Moon Wolf King was below level 15, but even if it couldn't become his magical beast, it could serve as a source of nourishment. The white horse whistled sharply, stopping entirely. Qi Xiang realized this was the domain of the famed Moon Wolf King. Despite becoming his mount, the white horse still retained part of its old memories, and the impression left by the Moon Wolf King seemed significant. Qi Xiang dismounted, patting the horse on its back, saying, "You've worked hard. You can return now." Speaking, he uttered in a low voice, "Release." A drop of blood emerged from the white horse's forehead, precisely the drop Qi Xiang had used earlier to seal their bond. The appearance of the blood signified the contract's dissolution. The white horse's pupils contracted, reverting to normal. Looking at Qi Xiang, confusion flickered in its eyes. It didn't recognize the human before it, yet felt a peculiar sense of familiarity. Nudging its face against Qi Xiang, the white horse then departed. Watching the white horse depart, Qi Xiang sighed within his heart. A single white horse could create such an impact, but why were people capable of doing far worse? One of the reasons Qi Xiang let the white horse go was that he feared the Moon Wolf King might harm it. Additionally, without dissolving the imprint with the white horse, he wouldn't be able to imprint another mount. Moreover, Qi Xiang had already noticed nearby yak-like creatures suitable for mounts. Even if the Moon Wolf King proved unsealable, Qi Xiang could capture a yak and use it to travel elsewhere. At that moment, watching the retreating figure of the white horse, Qi Xiang paused. The simple act of nuzzling reminded him of much, and shaking his head, he stopped himself from pondering further. Focusing on the Moon Wolf King's territory, he took steady steps forward and entered. As soon as Qi Xiang entered this area, he immediately felt a chill in the air. Although it was still part of the grassland, there seemed to be some kind of boundary that allowed 2 different atmospheres to exist. What Qi Xiang didn't know was that this wasn't any sort of boundary. It was actually killing intent, the accumulated killing intent from the Moon Wolf King over many years. Walking through the prairie, the young grass swayed with the wind, creating a rustling sound. Secretly delighted inside, Qi Xiang thought that only powerful divine beasts could inhabit such a place. Could it be that this time, he had hit the jackpot? At the thought, Qi Xiang's excitement grew, and he sprinted forward with great enthusiasm. The deeper he went, the stronger the icy sensation became. This atmosphere stirred up Qi Xiang's fighting spirit so much that even if he were to encounter a stone tiger again at this moment, he'd have no qualms about battling it to the death for 300 rounds. With his trident in hand, his warlike mood grew stronger. He swung the weapon fiercely, deflecting a blade strike aimed at him. Standing his ground, Qi Xiang observed ahead. Through the red mist, a figure emerged, its eyes gleaming with 2 green points of light. A howl echoed, and 3 blade strikes charged toward him. Qi Xiang blocked them again with his trident. Clearly, this time was different from the previous one. The earlier blade strike merely halted him, but now, Qi stumbled back several steps. Daring not to underestimate the Moon Wolf King anymore, Qi invoked the purple swallowing flame on his trident. Holding the weapon horizontally, he charged forward, dodging 2 waves of blades. His trident targeted the Moon Wolf King directly. The Moon Wolf King's eyes flashed once, and Qi instantly sensed something amiss. His spirit faltered, and the next thing he knew, the Moon Wolf King was hovering above him. The Moon Wolf King curled its lips slightly into an eerie grin and stomped down with its hind leg. Qi landed a nasty faceplant. Ugh. Climbing back up from the dirt, he spat out clumps of soil just in time to block another blade strike. Facing the Moon Wolf King, Qi felt as though he were being toyed with. Judging by the wolf's expression, it didn't seem particularly eager to kill him, but rather intended to mock and play with him instead. Understanding the Moon Wolf King's intentions, Qi anger ignited within him. Already filled with battle fervor, the added humiliation caused his rage and fighting spirit to peak in this special environment. Corrosive fire erupted around Qi, engulfing his body in a purple glow. Observing the transformation, the Moon Wolf King chuckled confidently, seemingly pleased with the results. Letting out a roar, it lunged forward. Claws clashed with the trident, 2 weapons of entirely different nature. Purple light and pale green light intertwined, infusing vitality into the quiet grassland. Breathing heavily, both Qi and the Moon Wolf King stood their ground, trying to catch their breaths after the grueling battle. For both of them, this fight had been extremely taxing, especially Qi. To avoid harming the Moon Wolf King, he had deliberately refrained from letting his flames touch the wolf, leaving his strength without replenishment. Now, Qi could clearly feel that his Dan energy reserves were nearly depleted. The Moon Wolf King wasn't faring any better. As a magic-leaning beast, the wolf lacked sufficient time to cast complex spells because Qi kept pressing the attack so relentlessly. Thus, the wolf relied solely on physical attacks combined with instantaneous magic to hold Qi at bay. Looking at the Moon Wolf King, Qi said, "You're the Moon Wolf King, right? I understand. You've reached the level where you can speak human language. To be honest, I'm an anomalous talent, and the reason I'm here is to capture a mount. Seeing your strength, let me be clear. Even though you are powerful, you aren't my match. So why don't you become my mount? It wouldn't demean you. Besides, mounts tamed by humans gain strength alongside their masters. My training methods are unique, and within a short period, my growth will surprise even you. Follow me, and you'll benefit." The Moon Wolf King spat and retorted, "Bullshit. Human, I've seen what happened with that ice horse earlier. You used it, and then let it go. That's your idea of a mount. Never." With that, the Moon Wolf opened its mouth, spewing forth a pale green fog aimed directly at Qi. Every plant the fog passed touched withered instantly, and the land turned cracked and arid. Qi unleashed the swallowing flame, whose towering fire blazed skyward. In this moment, Qi realized that the swallowing flame consumed all forms of matter regardless of what they were, converting them into energy for absorption. As the pale green fog dissipated under the swallowing flames, Qi initiated the swallowing cyclone, quickly cleansing every trace of the mist around him. Seeing the astonished look on the Moon Wolf King's face, the wolf muttered to itself, "Could this flame really be?" Realization struck suddenly, and widening its eyes, it called out, "Master." Qi looked at the Moon Wolf King with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's this about?" "The Master's ability is not something at my level to reveal, but the Master will surely know in the future. Now, I, Daska, am willing to recognize you as my Master." Saying this, the Moon Wolf King didn't care whether Qi agreed or not, and had already released a drop of blood that landed on Qi. Daska looked at Qi and said, "There's no need to be surprised. Your ability brings me great benefits. Even if your beast taming skills might not be enough to tame me, so I used this contract. Although it will provide less growth boost for me, it's sufficient. And with this contract, you can go and tame other mounts." Facing the unexpected change, Qi was shocked. He could be sure his ability was definitely extraordinary, but what made such an arrogant magical creature willingly enter into such a contract still greatly astonished him. What Qi did not know was that while this contract had numerous benefits, it also had one flaw. Qi would have to pay a price if he ever wanted to undo the contract. But Qi certainly wouldn't think so much right now. Figuring out how to leave this strange place was all Qi wanted to know at the moment. After giving a call, Daska ran over, and Qi quickly jumped onto Daska's back. Daska's back was quite comfortable, with long hair providing Qi a relatively cozy seat. Furthermore, the wolf ran stably and adapted to various terrains, making it one of the prime choices for a mount. With Daska beneath him and his trident resting on his back, Qi even appeared somewhat like a general. Letting out a cry, Daska dashed off. Daska's speed was remarkable, and soon they entered the Wind Sand Canyon. "Ooh, prepare for battle." Qi leaped from Daska's back, shattering ice spears with his trident. He then landed simultaneously with Daska. After putting away his trident, Qi patted Daska's wolf head and said, "Hey, you guys, is this how you welcome me? Damn, so cool." Sudan brightened when he saw the Moon Wolf King. Rushing forward in 2 strides, he carefully scrutinized the Moon Wolf King. Qi chuckled, waving his right hand. A purple light flashed, and the Moon Wolf King vanished. This was the method the Moon Wolf King had taught Qi along the way. The Moon Wolf King hadn't disappeared, but rather entered an alternate dimension. Sudan muttered, "Damn," as Bingyu walked over and said, "Qi, you little lucky devil, you've even got a beauty for a mount." Qi Xiang feigned ignorance, exclaiming, "Beauty? Where? Where?" Bingyu, unaware of Qi Xiang's scheme, pointed at herself and said, "Isn't it obvious?" Qi Xiang acted as though suddenly understanding, saying, "Oh, so this is a beauty? I thought you were a guy all along. Ouch, my foot." Qi Xiang grimaced, looking at the foot Bingyu had stepped on him with, unable to help but feel rueful. This girl was indeed not someone to mess with. Uncle Da laughed heartily and walked over, saying, "All right, Qi Xiang, since you're back, let's get moving." Qi Xiang nodded, stepping aside to break off a large chunk of rock with his trident. After the swallowing cyclone absorbed the energy, his Dan power was restored a bit. "Let's go." The group of 5 moved through the Wind Sand Canyon in grand procession. Beside Qi Xiang, Su Dan whispered softly, "Xiang brother, I don't think your magical beast is just 15th level, huh? What's the deal?" Though these people had become brothers, Su Dan still placed value on some secrets, since there are times when strength must remain hidden. Qi Xiang nodded and replied, "I'll tell you later." Ice Moon, standing nearby, noticed their quiet conversation and questioned, "Hey, what are the two of you whispering about?" At this question, Qi Xiang couldn't resist teasing her again. "We're discussing whether our Ice Moon beauty has a C cup." As he said this, both Qi Xiang and Su Dan exchanged a knowing look and burst into laughter. Sorry for the mistake in the timer setting. Apologies. Chapter 28, Yak Tax. Throughout the journey, despite the terrible weather and incessant wind and sand, not one of these urban princes and princesses complained. Walking through the sandy canyon, Qi Xiang looked into the distance and said, "Hey, I wonder how much longer it will take to reach the end here. Come on, kid, when you encounter powerful monsters, you grow stronger. You're just being picky," Uncle Da unexpectedly teased. As they walked along, Qi Xiang suddenly approached Bingyu and asked, "Hey, Bingyu, do you know how your dad Jin who made his way in the world?" Bingyu glanced at Qi Xiang and replied, "Why do you ask? That guy's an element of instability in society, very interested in this sort of thing. Sister Bingyu, you should tell him. Otherwise, he'll pester you endlessly." Qi Xiang gave a dismissive look to Cha Dan but nodded slightly, confirming Cha Dan was telling the truth. Bingyu pretended to sigh and said, "All right, let me tell you about my father's accomplishments." Bingyu's father, known as Jin Hu on the streets and originally named Jin Bao, was a child from a farming family who grew up quite simple. The farthest place he'd been to as a child was the county town. Later, he attended high school, got into a city high school that exempted tuition fees, and only then moved from the village and county town to the city. Afterward, Jin Hu focused on studying daily, though his physique was robust unlike those scrawny bookworms. In the second year of high school, Jin Hu fell for a girl. She wasn't Bingyu's mother, but his first love. Though Jin Hu didn't have the courage to confess, they became friends. Subsequently, similar to what happens in novels, Jin Hu encountered trouble from the girl's boyfriend. By the third time, Jin Hu smashed the guy with a brick. Jin Hu had neither money nor power. He spent 2 years in the juvenile facility. After he was released, there was no way he could return to school. Jin Hu embarked on a life in society. However, this time, having gained more wisdom, despite initially working as a laborer, with years of hardship and opportunities, he managed, by the age of 25, to gather a group of brothers under him to protect the bar. Years later, after enduring many hardships, Jin Hu began to focus on future plans. He cleaned up his assets and even whitewashed himself. Bingyu mentioned that her father rarely spoke about his past adventures, yet she still knew some things. When Qi Xiang asked what happened, Bingyu simply smiled and said, "Those things don't matter anymore." Roar. Qi Xiang was about to continue questioning when he was interrupted by a loud noise. Looking ahead, they saw a creature appear. It was just a yak, an ordinary-looking yak. Even Cha Dan checked its profile, which showed it was indeed a yak, but could any yak surviving in this environment truly be ordinary? The yak charged toward Qi Xiang and his group without hesitation. Qi Xiang did not underestimate it, and Bingyu also hurled an ice spike. Surprisingly, the ice spikes, which usually worked effectively, or even exceptionally so against strong magical beasts, seemed to have no effect on this yak. This guy probably has an extremely robust body. Be careful, everyone, Qi Xiang warned. In the next moment, the 5 of them already performed their respective actions in battle. "I'll make this thing my mount," he declared, ignoring Cha Dan's curious gaze, charging forward. Ice spikes constantly flew past Qi Xiang. As the 7th ice spike exploded on the yak's head, Qi Xiang reached the scene. Desuka appeared at the same time, hitting the yak simultaneously with both trident and claws. Corrosive flames erupted instantly. Qi Xiang heard Desuka's voice in his mind. "This yak is unique. Your taming ability may struggle to surpass it. We must cooperate and capture it." Saying this, Desuka rammed the yak. As the saying goes, a wolf has a copper head, iron bones, and tofu waist. This ram stopped the yak cold. Desuka jabbed continuously with his trident, and Qi Xiang understood. If they wanted to subdue this yak, they would need brute force since its physical defense was formidable. The yak's attack methods were straightforward, charges and kicks. Yet, these simple methods nearly caused severe injuries multiple times to Qi Xiang and Desuka. Indeed, few people can perfect a single skill, but reaching that level is incredibly challenging. Golden light, purple light, pale green light, white light intertwined in the battle. Qi Xiang's trident constantly emitted golden and purple light, while Desuka's claws radiated pale green light. Interestingly, each of the yak's attacks emitted a white glow. The trident struck the yak 3 times in quick succession, heavily smashing its head and halting its assault. Shaking its head in confusion, the yak attempted to clear its mind. Such an opportunity, Qi Xiang naturally wouldn't let slip by. He threw a full-powered punch. Despite being purely physical, it was already terrifying. With a thunderous roar, the yak collapsed to the ground. Qi swiped his right hand by his mouth, pricking his thumb with his teeth until a drop of fresh blood oozed out. Without hesitation, he dabbed the droplet on the yak's head while shouting, "I, Qi, make this pact with you today. From now on, we shall be partners. Seal." As he spoke, Qi blood seeped into the yak's skull, and a violet six-pointed star appeared upon its head. It seemed that the yak could sense its freedom about to be jeopardized as it began struggling fiercely. Daisuka, not wanting to be affected, had already retreated several meters back. Qi couldn't afford to move, otherwise the entire process would fail. Riding on the yak's back and preventing it from standing up, he clutched onto its horns tightly, while the six-pointed star trembled vigorously. The sound of crystal shattering was heard, and then the star exploded. Qi suffered a backlash. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, he let out a mouthful of blood. As if retaliating, Qi hurled 3 punches at the yak's body. After these blows, Qi was taken aback. Had they been straight punches, he'd have ensured the yak wouldn't take lethal damage. However, due to the powerful strikes, he wondered how much longer the yak could last. With a roll of its body, the yak threw Qi off and was about to deliver a double kick attack. Protecting his chest with both arms, Qi managed to withstand the blow. The awaiting yak met several instant defensive barriers and ice spikes instead. The other companions hadn't been idle either. They immediately came to Qi aid during the battle. This way, Qi could subdue his mount almost without injury while enhancing his combat abilities. Seeing the unsteady yak, Qi knew better than to pass up such an opportunity. Now fully aware of the beast's immense physical resilience, he held nothing back. Finding a punching bag was not an easy feat for him these days. Gripping the yak's forehooves, Qi rose to his feet and flipped it over. Gazing at this fleshly sandbag, a grin emerged on his face, a look that both Daisuka and the yak deemed terrifying. With every punch that flew out, everyone present felt their jaws tighten in awe, including Daisuka, especially Che-Dan. Watching Qi movements, Che-Dan recalled the motions involved in pounding beef to make meatballs. After more than 30 consecutive punches, the yak kicked Qi, sending him flying several meters away. The yak clearly expressed, being robust didn't mean it didn't feel the pain. Head-butting continuously, Qi seemed addicted, relentlessly throwing punches as though a rainstorm battered the yak's head. Meanwhile, the yak kept charging forward. Daisuka stopped attacking too. What could be more exhilarating than the raw brute force displayed between man and beast? Moreover, the loyalty level of this tamed magical beast far exceeded that of those subjected to harsh compulsory contracts. Half an hour passed. Qi massaged his sore fists as the yak tried shaking off dizziness. While rubbing his hands, Qi said, "You're truly formidable, yak. What do you say about becoming my steed? Or else, you'll only reach this level." The yak exhaled, lifting its legs to plant them firmly on the ground. Just when Qi assumed another attack was incoming and prepared to retaliate, the yak knelt down on both knees. Clearly, Qi's strength had won the yak's recognition. Ordinary people might not stand a chance against such a tough yak even if they ambushed it. But Qi had chosen direct confrontation against this mighty yak, elevating his status to an extraordinary level in the beast's mind. Qi approached the yak, helping it rise. He said, "All right, from now on, we're brothers. I can't keep calling you just yak, right? Let me give you a name. How about Tax?" Looking at the yak, who seemed thrilled to gain a unique name, Qi continued with the process. Again, Qi drew his thumb across his teeth, eliciting a fresh droplet of blood. Without wasting a moment, he placed it upon Tax's head, proclaiming, "I, Qi, bind myself to you in contract today. From now on, we are partners. Sealed." As the blood dripped into Tax's head, a purple hexagonal star materialized once more, effortlessly entering Tax's body since there was no resistance. Touching Tax's horn gently, Qi leaped onto his back with ease, exclaiming, "Ha, your back is quite comfy, eh? Let's go, Tax, Daisuka. We need to find my comrades." Seeing Qi 2 formidable mounts, each person present felt envious, including Brother Bo. Qi swiped his right hand by his mouth again, drawing his thumb against his teeth until it bled anew. A fresh droplet appeared. Without pause, Qi placed the blood on Tax's forehead, announcing once more, "I, Qi, hereby seal our covenant. Together we stand as allies." This time, as Tax offered no resistance, the symbol smoothly entered its body. Qi patted Tax's horns before leaping gracefully onto his back. Chuckling, he called out, "Haha, this ride feels great. Let's go find Bingyu and the others, Tax." Qi chuckled and said, "Everyone, rest assured. Withdrawing a contract is a gaming ability. There will definitely be mounts or pets involved. Bo's barrier spell probably can recover the summoning too, and Daisuka's pills certainly don't need to be mentioned." As for a certain mage, he glanced at Bingyu who was examining Tax's horns and continued, "It's not so certain." "Die. Qi, you're gonna get it," said Bingyu, stretching out her right hand and grabbing Qi's ear which was within arm's reach, saying, "Apologize immediately or else, be careful with your ears." She twisted her hand around his ear as she spoke. Right now, Bingyu didn't look a bit like a well-bred lady, although she had never claimed to be one. "Hey Tax, Daisuka, you two come help me." Qi called for help. But Tax and Daisuka shook their heads in unison, adding to the exaggeration on Qi's face, making Brother Bo and Uncle Daisu smile slightly, while Che-Dan burst out laughing holding his belly. Che-Dan, Brother Bo, and Uncle Desu rode atop tax, whereas Daisuka was monopolized by Bingyu alone, leaving poor Xiong whose two mounts had all become others. Worse still, Xiong grew even more furious when that Moon Wolf King Daisuka appeared to revel in it. For words echoed repeatedly in Xiong's mind, prioritizing sex over friendship. Staring at these four who had taken over his mounts, Xiong complained, "You guys are way too inhumane. How could you hog my mounts? It's fine for them. But Che Dan, as a melee fighter, shouldn't you train a little?" Che Dan took a sip of water, glancing at Xiong, saying, "Do you think if I participate in battles like this guy it matters? I just want to mix in and gain experience. The real turnaround will be when I end up summoning a dragon later. Now we're doing this mainly to train you." Xiong wanted nothing more than to drag Che Dan off tax back at that moment, when suddenly Bingyu said, "Look at yourself. Your bull already has 3 people on its back. Do you want to exhaust it?" Though Xiong thought tax was strong enough to handle it, he couldn't resist teasing. "How about I sit with you on Daisuka?" Daisuka gave Xiong a scornful glance, retorting, "Don't you know the principle of propriety between men and women?" Xiong shot a glare at Daisuka, replying, "You, I haven't even said anything to you yet. Enjoying it so much, thinking you're just bloody violent. Turns out you're a lecherous wolf too. And don't give me that propriety nonsense. Didn't you tell me you're male? Given how you've been acting, should I consider cutting off some parts of you so you won't father wolf babies later? Makes sense, doesn't it?" After hearing those words, Daisuka immediately fell silent, while Che Dan found it hilarious watching Xiong scold this mighty wolf. Bingyu wasn't happy after hearing Xiong's comment. After all, the big wolf had been carrying her, hadn't it? Xiong scolding Daisuka clearly indicated disrespect toward Bingyu herself. Even though Bingyu wasn't Daisuka's owner, she felt uneasy somehow. She stared furiously at Xiong, saying, "Listen here, you don't push things too far." Xiong snorted, uttering, "Retract." As he spoke, a hexagonal star emerged. Daisuka screamed in pain, disappearing into an alternate dimension. Landing on Tax's head with a light tap of his feet, the added weight meant nothing to Tax. He found it amusing that the beast named Daisuka, undoubtedly higher ranked in terms of class, got withdrawn merely because of a single phrase, finding the situation quite comical. When Bingyu suddenly found herself falling down from Daisuka's disappearance, she cursed Xiong loudly as she landed. "Xiong, you despicable man." Xiong coldly laughed, declaring, "Don't forget, I am the true master of Daisuka." Chapter 29, The Nether Forest. As he spoke, Xiong said release, once more. Daisuka emerged from the other dimension. Apparently, this time around, Daisuka was a lot more cautious and did not say much, as entering the other dimension equated to losing freedom. Even though following Xiong could bring many benefits, all of that was predicated on not losing one's freedom. Xiong chuckled and said to Bingyu, "Ride Daisuka." Looking at Xiong's silhouette, Bingyu couldn't help but be stunned. The owner of this silhouette had taken away her most precious thing, but now, he was like a strong person. Despite not yet having the power to look down upon others, that was just a matter of time. Subconsciously, Bingyu mounted Daisuka, then Xiong commanded, "Charge." For Tax, carrying 4 people was no problem at all. Bearing Xiong and his group, dust kicked up as they charged towards the exit of the Wind Sand Canyon. Daisuka was originally a speed-oriented magical beast, so riding one person caused almost zero interference. Normally, if Xiong were riding on Daisuka, then Daisuka should have been waiting for them at the canyon's mouth. But now, Daisuka could only stay behind Tax, which although avoided being hit by wind and sand, wasn't a comfortable position either. But who could blame Daisuka when he willingly signed a contract with Xiong for the temptation to boost his own strength? At the entrance of the Wind Sand Canyon, a forest appeared before their eyes again. However, this forest was different from the previous one. All the trees were withered without a single leaf, leaving only dry trunks behind. The ground was full of skeletons, with frightening screams echoing from the forest. Bats clung to the trees, and vultures stood on them, their pairs of eyes staring at the group. Even Xiong couldn't help but feel a chill. The warmth coming from behind drove away that feeling. It was the effect of the trident he obtained from the Merman King's halberd. The trident that Xiong obtained had undergone light-based magical enhancements, capable not only of keeping the user's consciousness clear, but also having an evil-repelling effect. Though its effect couldn't play a significant role, it was enough to deal with these little traces of malevolent energy. Pulling out the trident from behind, he held it across his side. He jumped off Tax's head and stepped forward gradually. The trident emitted a pale golden glow, illuminating the path ahead. Tax and Daisuka slowly followed behind Xiong, making Xiong the pioneer at this point. Xiong struck a tree with the trident, finding no difference between it and an ordinary tree, thus putting him at ease. Now there was no need to worry about mutated plants disturbing the group, so Xiong strode ahead confidently. If one were to describe this forest in 2 words, those would be gloomy and sinister. On the ground, there constantly appeared skeletons and bones. Bats and vultures circled in the sky, with pitiful cries echoing throughout the forest. Suddenly, the cries intensified as a pair of red claws lunged forward. Without hesitation, Xiong thrust the trident forward. Under the illumination of the golden light, a white creature immediately exploded. Only in the last second before its explosion did Xiong discern clearly that it was a ghost-like creature. Looking at this gloomy forest, Xiong could affirm that such ghosts were only the weakest kind. At this point, what Xiong could rely on here was only the light attribute of the trident in his hand. Trying to channel his Dan force into the trident, it confirmed Xiong's prediction. Dan Force was a primitive form of energy, and when combined with the trident, it acted like flames fed by firewood, burning fiercely. The golden light flared, causing incessant wails. Upon hearing these sounds, Qi broke out in cold sweat. Those emitting these wails were precisely the ghosts attempting to ambush their group. If it hadn't been for the light attribute of the trident, perhaps Qi and the others would already be lying down by now. With Dan Force continuously flowing into the trident, only then was the luminous attribute able to keep all low-level ghosts or beasts at bay outside a protective barrier. The expenditure of Dan Force was considerable. Of course, Qi wouldn't linger. Passing each tree meant turning that tree into part of his Dan Force. Though the amount gained was small, something was better than nothing. Not a single person spoke as the oppressive atmosphere pressed down on them. After traveling a kilometer, they took their first rest. More than half of the Dan Force within them had been consumed. One might say that if Qi and his companions encountered a powerful beast now, their chances of victory would be slim. Bogu used barriers to protect everyone. Then Qi recalled his mount, going alone into the forest to search for something that could replenish his lost Dan Force. After killing a few black dog-like magical beasts, Qi had recovered some of his Dan Force. During this process, he was surprised to discover that the energy contained within these magical beasts here was incredibly abundant. Even the withered trees could provide more energy than the lush trees in ordinary forests. Qi two types of flames seemed to have found resonance here, burning exceptionally fiercely. Yet, the consumption of Dan Force was less than half of what it usually required. Qi wished at that moment to cultivate here for a while, as his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, he couldn't do so now because Bogu and the others were still waiting outside. If anything happened to them, how could Qi possibly justify his enhancement? About half an hour passed, and all around Qi had been cleared out. The withered trees had all vanished, and the magical beasts hesitated to step forward. Occasionally, one or two reckless ones would charge ahead, but even if they could turn invisible, they would vanish from this world under a single strike from Qi. Feeling the fullness of his Dan Force within, Qi felt immensely comfortable. He summoned Daska to prepare for the return journey. Daska, emerging from the other dimension space, stretched lazily and said, why ride me? I think that dumb bull is quite suitable for the job. Qi rolled his eyes and retorted, sure thing. I can go tell Tax what you just said, and then lock you up for a while. Looking at Daska's pathetic expression, Qi chuckled. I wonder what the grassland's magical beasts will feel when they see their former nightmare and overlord, our moon wolf king Daska, like this now. With that, Qi jumped onto Daska's back. Ho, having come here, do you really expect to leave? Stay behind. This short sentence, consisting of only a dozen characters, caused Daska to collapse on the ground, trembling with fear, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Despite Qi asking him what was wrong, Daska refused to answer. This voice also made Qi feel something different. Each word reverberated through his ears, though he did not see the source of the sound. It felt as if someone was speaking directly into his ear, each word giving him a tangible sense of being struck, albeit not with great force. Getting off Daska, Qi returned him to the other dimension. Now, Daska had effectively lost his fighting ability and had become a burden to Qi. Qi wasn't planning to release Tax either, considering Daska's higher level compared to Tax, but still being deterred, meaning Tax probably wouldn't be helpful either. Just as Qi pulled out the trident to prepare for battle, a request for battle from Tax rang out in his mind, revealing that the owner of the voice had a grudge with Tax. Qi lightly exclaimed, release, and the figure emerged from the purple light. It was Tax. But at this moment, Tax's eyes were blood red, exuding a heavy aura of killing intent, breathing heavily, an expression and degree of anger which Qi hadn't even seen during their earlier battles. Since Tax could not yet speak human language, Qi asked him telepathically what was going on. Tax responded that the owner of the voice was a high-level magical beast in this forest, an abyssal demon tiger, once came to the Wind Sand Canyon, where it had killed Tax's wife and children. Seeing Tax, Qi was speechless. Such hatred couldn't be erased by mere words. Originally, Qi thought that if they couldn't fight, there was still a chance for him to harden himself in a conflict. But now, it couldn't be done. A steed that resists strongly can't be retracted into another dimension. As Tax was Qi steed, Qi couldn't abandon him, especially not after such a grave matter. Killings of family members triggered a deep-rooted rule in Qi worldview. Evil should never harm innocence. In Qi perspective, the abyssal demon tiger had already violated this rule, thus marking it as something that must die. Qi entire body ignited with a purplish corrosive fire, looking at this moment just like a judge come from hell, adjudicating over this incident, judging against the abyssal demon tiger. The trident radiated brilliant golden light, illuminating everything within 100 meters without any darkness left. Finally, the abyssal demon tiger appeared. Qi finally understood why he couldn't detect this magical beast before despite his keen vision. The abyssal demon tiger was enveloped in a thick black mist, and this mist seemed to conceal its aura and suppress its energy. Seeing that its disguise no longer worked, the abyssal demon tiger dispersed the black mist. Only then did Qi see its appearance. Its eyes were an ink green, its body marked with black and purple stripes, the black, Wong character on its head easily overlooked unless carefully observed. Its tail, thicker than an arm, swayed back and forth, leaving Qi with no doubt that it could shatter rocks. The abyssal demon tiger, upon seeing Tax, seemed a bit surprised and said, "Oh, didn't expect you to still be alive. I guess I wasn't ruthless enough back then. But don't worry, this time, you're going to die for sure, along with your master. With that, Qi could see a smirk appear on the abyssal demon tiger's face. Tax coldly stared at the abyssal demon tiger and said, "Your life today is mine." With that, Tax charged forward. Qi inwardly realized things weren't looking good. Hatred had clouded Tax's judgment. This abyssal demon tiger was at least level 20 or higher, and with attributes stronger than other types of magical beasts, and potentially having special skills unique to the darkness type. It wasn't just Tax, but even Qi who might have difficulty defeating it. Without hesitation, Qi rushed forward. His boost feat technique, though unsuitable for long journeys, worked perfectly for short sprints. After 3 boosts, he had already left Tax far behind. The golden light on his trident flashed brightly as Qi swung it down forcefully. Qi hadn't planned to use corrosive fire, since its effects would be significantly reduced against such a dark-type magical beast. Instead, by strengthening the holy attribute of his trident with Dan Force, his attack on the abyssal demon tiger would undoubtedly be much more potent. As Qi trident descended, the abyssal demon tiger didn't dodge. However, Qi weapon halted midair above the abyssal demon tiger's head, just 1 finger's length away, suspended there. Qi felt like his trident had struck something unseen and was flung back by the abyssal demon tiger's roar, which only then made him realize this was a barrier. Steadying himself and landing, Qi held out his trident horizontally to block Tax and said, "This guy isn't simple. He can create barriers, so apparently, he isn't an ordinary magical beast." Tax was about a meter from the trident when it stopped in front of him. Seeing the trident block his path, he skidded to a stop after sliding another meter. Hearing Qi words, Tax nodded his bull's head and replied, "It not only knows how to create barriers, but also has the ability to corrode and curse, making it one of the top performers among dark-type magical beasts. Although these 3 skills are somewhat ineffective for dark-type beasts themselves, they severely restrain those of other elements. Add to that impressive physical attributes, and it doesn't matter if it's me or even the strongest duo from Wind Sand Canyon, the Stone Crusher Tiger and the Rock Emperor Cat. I doubt either of them would have an advantage." Qi chuckled. He wondered what Tax would think if he knew those 2 had already been defeated by him, though now clearly wasn't the time for such revelations. Jumping on Tax, Qi said, "Then let's show him whether his barriers are stronger than my flames." Saying this, Qi gave Tax a nudge with his feet and spurred him forward. The abyssal demon tiger looked disdainfully at Qi and Tax beneath him. Assuming Qi was a human skilled in fire magic, the abyssal demon tiger erected a barrier in front of himself. However, it wouldn't take long for him to realize his mistake, a serious one indeed. Flames erupted on the trident, and at this point, Qi could already choose between his 2 types of flames to attach to his weapon. Corrosive fire burned fiercely on the trident. The purple flames looked so eerie, and the trident's golden glow was overshadowed, becoming merely an accompaniment to the purple fire. Darkness once again enveloped the area around them, yet this time, Qi target was crystal clear. The barrier melted like snow under the heat. Upon mere contact, the abyssal demon tiger's protection dissolved instantly. This was unlike before, where Qi strike with the trident had achieved no such effect. The trident aimed straight for the abyssal demon tiger's face. Realizing trouble, the abyssal demon tiger roared and tried to deflect the trident with its claws. However, all it managed to do was burn its own paws with the corrosive fire. The black mist appeared again, forcing the abyssal demon tiger to retreat back into the shadows. Chapter 30, Dark Devil Tiger. Qi would not put himself in danger. With the Dan Force channeled into the trident, golden light flashed violently, exposing the Dark Devil Tiger once again in Qi sight. Without hesitation, he leaped off Taxes and hurled the trident at the Dark Devil Tiger. The golden light illuminated the peak of the light attribute, concentrated on the tip of the trident. In an instant, the dark mist surrounding the Dark Devil Tiger was dispersed by the light. As the trident struck the body of the Dark Devil Tiger, while it broke through the tiger's flesh and penetrated its body, the concentrated light force entered the beast as well. The Dark Devil Tiger was blasted back, landing heavily on the ground, with its whole body glowing gold. The surging power of light began to rampage inside the Dark Devil Tiger. Although these light forces were not yet powerful enough to kill the Dark Devil Tiger, they brought sufficient trouble. Black and gold colors lit up on the Dark Devil Tiger's body as black spines erupted from it. These black spines were useless against Taxes, while Qi was protected by corrosive fire. Seizing a black spine, Qi scrutinized closely and realized that these were actually hairs from the Dark Devil Tiger's body. It seemed this fight had inflicted quite some damage on the beast. Holding the trident, Qi and Taxes advanced toward the Dark Devil Tiger. At this moment, the Dark Devil Tiger was tormented by the light energy coursing through its system and was utterly incapable of resisting. As soon as the light energy entered its body, the Dark Devil Tiger felt its dark-based constitution damaged, racked with immense pain. Its senses rebelled violently under the light's influence. Wanting to roar, the Dark Devil Tiger found itself unable to make a sound. Struggling within its own body's energies against the invading light forces, each collision occurred internally, causing significant damage to the Dark Devil Tiger's meridians. But the Dark Devil Tiger could not afford to let down its guard because if it didn't resist, it would only meet its end without any trace left. However, by resisting, there might still be a chance for survival. Just as Qi and Taxes reached the Dark Devil Tiger, and Taxes was about to raise its hooves for the final blow. In this critical moment, the last bit of light energy within the Dark Devil Tiger vanished. Eyes widened, It roared, startling Taxes momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, the dark devil tiger quickly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding Qi Xiang's fatal strike with the trident. Breathing heavily, its eyes fixed on this human and ox duo. In this forest, the dark devil tiger considered itself a mid to high-level monster. But facing Qi Xiang, it felt its strength so feeble, as if every one of its abilities was countered by Qi Xiang. Now completely devoid of any fighting spirit, the dark devil tiger had made up its mind to flee. But could it escape? Hooves stamping on the ground with such force that tremors rippled through the earth, showing just how strong Taxes was. With a slip of its feet, the dark devil tiger tried to retreat, but just as Qi Xiang and Taxes prepared to chase, it collided with something invisible, bouncing back forcefully. Damn, where the heck have you been? Practicing your kills. This voice belonged to Bogo. Because of Qi Xiang's special abilities, every time he defeated a powerful beast, his group joked about him gaining experience or getting seasoned. Qi Xiang chuckled lightly, saying, "Alright, don't just stand there. This guy is almost done. Leave it to Taxes. After all, this beast is his enemy." He pointed at Taxes, who stood nearby with bloodshot eyes. Boga nodded and formed 3 barriers, trapping the dark devil tiger securely within while leaving an entrance for Taxes. Roaring furiously, the dark devil tiger slapped its claws against the barrier, shaking it, but failing to break it. Taxes let out an enraged bellow, rushing forward and ramming its horns into the belly of the dark devil tiger, creating 2 bloody wounds. Even Bo Ji's barrier shattered in the chaos. With a powerful stomp, dust erupted. The cries of the dark devil tiger gradually diminished until finally, it perished with its last breath. Approaching Taxes, Qi Xiang patted his back, saying, "That's it, the vengeance is taken. Survival of the fittest, it's not entirely its fault. It's the fault of this world." Saying this, Qi Xiang reabsorbed Taxes into his alternate space. Qi Xiang did this partly to keep Taxes from being clouded by hatred, and also because the dark devil tiger was almost completely torn apart. How could Qi Xiang absorb anything further if he let it continue? Crouching down, he realized that these parts couldn't be used for Grandpa Da's medicinal ingredients. As Qi Xiang prepared to absorb the dark devil tiger's remaining energy with the devouring flame, a flash of purple caught his eye. Turning off the fire, he extended his hand to find the source. Prying away the near-rotted flesh, Qi Xiang discovered a crystal, a purple crystal. Qi Dan looked at the crystal and said, "This is the dark devil tiger's crystal core. Xianggu, you really scored. The efficacy of this thing probably won't be worse than that earth spirit stone, or it might even be better. You've got really good luck. If it were any later, this crystal would have been stepped on by Taxes and lost its effectiveness." Feeling the energy transmitted from the crystal, Qi Xiang nodded, looking at Uncle Da and asking, "Uncle Da, what do you think?" Uncle Da smiled faintly and replied, "Drugs are ultimately external forces. Only when our strongest combatant improves his power will it be the most important thing." Qi Xiang nodded and without further ado stuffed the dark devil tiger's crystal core into his pocket. He first devoured the dark devil tiger's corpse. The dark devil tiger was indeed a beast surpassing level 20. The energy it provided was so substantial that Qi Xiang almost couldn't fully absorb it at once. Just one leg was enough to fill up Qi Xiang's Dan force. After devouring the dark devil tiger's corpse, half a day had passed. Opening his eyes and looking at these 4 partners waiting for him, Qi Xiang slightly turned up the corner of his lips with a hint of a smile. Taking out the dark devil tiger's crystal core, feeling the immense energy contained within it, he took a deep breath as the devouring flame ignited. Like the earth spirit stone, the dark devil tiger's crystal core was instantly absorbed into Qi Xiang's body. Feeling the massive dark attribute energy coursing through him, Qi Xiang felt no discomfort at all, but rather some sense of indulgence. Controlling the energy flowing through his internal meridians, purifying it while being guarded by his companions, Qi Xiang feared no external danger. This time, Qi Xiang had changed significantly from before. After absorbing 4 earth spirit stones, Qi Xiang's physical body had been enhanced greatly by the Dan force. The energy, although vast, was still less than that of 2 earth spirit stones, and how could it make Qi Xiang feel uncomfortable? Closing his eyes, Qi Xiang controlled the energy flowing through his body, feeling the special sensation brought by the dark energy. Qi Xiang became somewhat entranced because, after all, his devouring fire and corrosive fire could also be considered types of dark attributes. This comfortable feeling made Qi Xiang groan involuntarily, and the corrosive fire burning on his body grew increasingly intense. The energy contained in the dark devil tiger's crystal core kept being supplied to Qi Xiang, entering the sphere formed by his Dan force located in his chest. When Qi Xiang absorbed the earth spirit stones, his energy had already become exceptionally pure. Now, when absorbing the dark devil tiger's crystal core, he would let the energy circulate along his meridians again, making this already pure energy even purer. Qi Xiang knew doing this would reduce the amount of energy absorbed from the dark devil tiger's crystal core, but it would make the already pure energy even more refined. Pure energy was very rare and highly beneficial for cultivation. Another half day passed. This crystal core was truly the most precious thing from the dark devil tiger. Although Uncle Da didn't ask for it, if given to him, Uncle Da was confident that he could make 3 or more violent pills out of it. You see, the violent pills made from such precious crystal cores have a duration of 1 minute, boosting attack power by 300%. Though they carry a great burden for the user's body, they are a good means for reporting names. But, as Uncle Da said, only by enhancing Qi Xiang's strength could their team overall improve. Getting up, There was no distinction between day and night in this forest. More accurately speaking, since they left that forest, Qi Xiang and the others hadn't seen the alternation between day and night anymore. The previous prairie and sandy canyon were both during the daytime, and the territory of Moon Wolf King Daska was at night. Here, it was an endless night. Qi Dan came over and tossed a check profile towards Qi Xiang, who naturally did not refuse. Qi Xiang, level 25. Qi Xiang was quite surprised by this level. He didn't expect that he could suddenly increase by 2 levels. However, after pondering it, thinking about how previously he didn't know whether he had just reached level 23 or was at the peak of level 23, plus the fact that the energy from the Dark Devil Tiger was indeed significant, he understood. After Qi Dan announced Qi Xiang's level, everyone fell silent. Looking at the quiet 4 people, Qi Xiang joked, "What? Do you think I'm so powerful?" Ice Yu shot Qi Xiang a glare and said, "We just can't believe how OP your cheats are." Hearing this, Qi Xiang scratched his head awkwardly and said, Can't help it. Who says I have bad luck? Anyway, my book used to say that I'd endure disasters for 3 years, but I haven't really experienced much calamity." If the author of that yellow-covered book could hear Qi Xiang's words, he would probably be so enraged as to spew blood. What Qi Xiang didn't know was that his luck was extraordinarily good. Even with such a curse, it was only the beginning. Qi Xiang could counterbalance it through sheer luck, but how could such a powerful cultivation technique not come with a price? As the saying goes, it's not that there's no cost, the time simply hasn't arrived yet. Che Dan smiled and said, "Our brother Xiang has great fortune. Speaking of which, brother Xiang, one of my tasks is to collect 100 withered trees from the abyssal forest. Take a look." Qi Xiang knew Che Dan's flattery must have meant asking for help, but it didn't sound like a big deal, so Qi Xiang acted casual and replied, "All right, I'll chop them for you now. It's not a big deal, right?" Che Dan shook his head and said, "It's not the trees around here. If they were just these trees, it wouldn't even count as a task. What I need is the withered tree where the dark spider resides." Qi Xiang hummed in understanding and asked, "What's so tough about this dark spider?" Level 20 beast spirit, a communal beast. They live in groups of 10, equipped with webs, venom, and agility. Shit, are you crazy? Upon hearing Che Dan's words, Qi Xiang cursed instantly. He knew all too well from battling the level 20 plus Dark Devil Tiger earlier how more advanced level beast spirits came armed with more varied skills, making them much harder to defeat. And Che Dan was suggesting he slay 10 dark spiders. Wasn't this suicide? Even though their group was complete now, it still wouldn't be enough. Che Dan shook his head and said, "I'm not crazy. Wealth comes from taking risks, and the reward for this mission is a sea-level skill called Spider Silk. Spider Silk, it provides both mobility and restriction abilities. Besides, there are a full 10,000 gold coins. In this deal, either you die or you get rich. Take a look." As he spoke, Che Dan gazed at Qi Xiang, waiting for him to make a decision. "Let's do this then, let's vote. I think what Brother Xiang says isn't entirely unreasonable. Moreover, if we decide it's too tough later, we don't have to fight." "I agree, what about you guys?" Qi Xiang gave his opinion but passed the buck. Since everyone shared life and death together, they might as well live or die together. So voting seemed like the way to go. "I oppose." Bogu only stated 3 words to convey his decision. Clearly, Bogu followed the merchant's way of thinking. After all, if everyone died, at worst, the entire world might lose its hope of escape. At best, these people hadn't fulfilled their filial duties yet. How could they just die? Life was indeed precious. Bogu was typical in refusing to enter any battle without preparation. "But you know, when I was in the military, I always believed in great wealth comes from great risk." "Sorry, Xiaobo, this time I fear I can't share your opinion." "I approve." Deshu gave his judgment, though Bo Ji's eyes showed no unhappiness over Deshu not siding with him. Now all eyes turned to Bingyu. This vote didn't count Che Dan. Regardless whether the opposition was greater or if it ended in a tie, the action would be directly negated. But if 3 out of the 4 people supported the plan, then they would proceed without a doubt. Hence, the final decision rested in Bingyu's hands. Bingyu faintly smiled and said, "Che Dan, give me the scroll book." Che Dan froze, his mouth twitching. This scroll book cost 2,000 gold pieces. 2,000 gold pieces out of his 10,000 coin mission bounty wasn't exactly cheap. As Che Dan hesitated, Bingyu added, "Oh, by the way, I mean if I kill more than 3 dark spiders, you give me the book then." Deal. Such a tempting condition. How could Che Dan refuse? Qi Xiang had barely 5,000 coins so far, needing another 95,000 for the Azure Dragon Egg. This was an incredibly demanding path. But if this mission succeeded, after giving Bingyu her 2,000 for the scroll, Che Dan would still net 8,000. How could he pass up such a profitable deal? Thus, this quintet formed a spider-slaying squad and set off. Chapter 31, The Spider Slaughter Squad. The trident emitted a faint golden glow, illuminating the path ahead. This mission came with a map, and Chengdan chose a location closest to their group. The 5 of them rode on the 2 great steeds of Qi Xiang, moving at no slow speed. However, Taxis was in a very low mood, unlikely to participate in the upcoming battle. Qi Xiang glanced at Daska, who was being ridden by Bingwe, and said, "Hey, Daska, I just improved significantly. Did you benefit from it at all?" Daska, hearing this, looked toward Qi Xiang and smiled, replying, "Of course. Seriously, are you even human? You're so absurd. I don't know how much you advanced earlier, but my own strength increased by nearly half. Hey, following you makes me lazy about practicing." Qi Xiang jumped down from Taxis' back and kicked Daska's butt, laughing and scolding. "If you don't practice well for me, I'll roast you." By the way, it's been a while since I've had Uncle Da's barbecue. As he spoke, Xixiang displayed a wistful expression, though in Daska's eyes, it wasn't a good look because it implied longing for barbecued meat made from his own flesh. Xixiang stopped teasing Daska, leaping onto Taxis and asking, "Hey, old Ta, what's up? Why so down?" Taxis shook his head, and through telepathic communication, conveyed, "Nothing. I just feel that my big vengeance has been avenged. I've taken revenge for my wife and children." Xixiang nodded and said, "Good. Then there will be an opportunity for you to vent next. Come on, charge." Encouraged by Xixiang, Taxis cheered up and let out a cry, accelerating the pace of his four hooves. Although this was a forest without dust, there was still dirt. The dirt splashed continuously due to Taxis stomping hard, forcing Daska to keep pace with him. Otherwise, his beautiful wolf fur would get dirty. Boj and Uncle Da didn't talk much anyway, and Chengdan was busy eating food, so none of them said much either. But surprisingly, Bingyue, who was usually mischievous, was unusually silent today. When Xixiang glanced at her, he found Bingyue meditating, blue mist rising from her body, evidently having entered deep meditation. Perhaps it was because her enhancement was too fast. That's what Xixiang thought. Uncle Da patted Xixiang's shoulder and teased, "Hey, little Xiang, did you take a liking to the girl?" Staring at her so intently, Xixiang rolled his eyes at Uncle Da and retorted, "I don't understand how someone like you can become a soldier. I'm just curious about what a mage's practice looks like." Quiet Boj suddenly chuckled and said, "Then why don't you watch me? I need practice too." After that, Boj was severely ridiculed by Xixiang and deeply hurt by the remark, "I'm not gay." There was still quite some distance left to travel, and the dark forest covered a vast area. During this time, Boj also began practicing. His training mainly focused on spiritual power with magical power as a secondary focus. Hence, a purple energy sphere lit up on his forehead, resembling a third eye, which was the state of enhancing spiritual power. Boj's hands clasped together, and a faint purple light emanated from them. On the way, both Boj and Bingyue entered a meditative state, leaving Xixiang bored. He hopped to the back and started chatting with Chengdan. Occasionally, Uncle Da and Daska would interject a few words here and there, making the journey less dull. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the location indicated on Chengdan's map, the territory of the dark magic spiders. As soon as they entered, both Boj and Bingyue simultaneously awakened from their meditation. Xixiang clearly understood why. They were aware of the extremely heavy killing aura present here. This killing aura was incomparable to that of Daska's domain. Here, the killing aura seemed materialized, almost able to be controlled and used to attack others if directed. Pulling out the trident and gripping it tightly, Xixiang felt slightly better as he sensed its holy attribute. Spiderwebs shot out and enveloped Boj's instant shield. Unexpectedly, something alarming happened. The protective barrier wrapped in spider silk started smoking and was being corroded by the web. Clearly, the spider web was poisonous. The trident glowed brightly with golden light, and only then did everyone see, a dozen meters ahead, 13 identically large spiders crouched there. Each one had 8 emerald green eyes glaring at the group, with strong black legs covered in velvet hair. It seemed like with one dash, these spiders could reach them instantly. Icy screamed in surprise. Everyone initially assumed she feared spiders, but instead, she said excitedly, "Oh wow, these spiders are so cute. I remember learning the capture technique. Hey, leave one spider for me. My goodness, these spiders make me uncomfortable just looking at them. And you think they're cute?" Bingyue's comment immediately drew Chengdan's ridicule. Bingyue snorted and said, "That's your problem. Anyway, I've decided on this spider. If you're afraid of them, I'll let them crawl into your bed every night." As she spoke, Bingyue made an exaggerated gesture. Chengdan knew he couldn't argue with the girl, so he activated his Lingxi shield and said, "Dark magic spider, a level 20 monster, renowned for its speed. Its abilities are webs and venom. Boga handle the webs. Let's go." Saying this, Chengdan imitated Xixiang's action of charging, but found that he could only rush less than half a meter. Xixiang helplessly shook his head, raised his trident, and pointed the spearhead at the 13 dark magic spiders, saying, "Daska, Taxis, charge." As he spoke, he led the charge against the dark magic spiders. Although Xixiang was fast, there was a mage in the back, who had already hit 2 dark magic spiders with ice cones before Xixiang reached them. The defense of the dark magic spiders appeared to be relatively high. Even struck by Bingyue's ice cone piercing attack, they only retreated a little. Xixiang understood that this would likely be a tough battle, but he wasn't regretful. After all, the more you paid, the more you received. Though this wasn't always true, for Xixiang, greater effort meant tougher monsters, which then resulted in greater power gained, contributing significantly to his improvement. The trident chopped twice. Though it made the legs of the 2 dark magic spiders sink into the ground somewhat, it didn't cause any real damage. By now, Moon Wolf King Daska and Buffalo Taxis had arrived as well. Throughout their entire dash toward the target, all spider webs were blocked by Bo Ji's instant shields, allowing them, man and 2 beasts, to reach the front of the dark magic spiders without sustaining a single injury. Daska and Taxis each entangled 1 dark magic spider. Since the level of the dark magic spiders was still quite high compared to these 2 creatures, if it weren't for their weak melee combat skills, it would have been impressive enough for Daska and Taxis to just hold off a same-level beast. It wasn't far, around 10 meters or so, and Chengdan, with his Lingxi shield, had also arrived. The shield could also be used for attacking. The shield strike, although causing minimal damage, still counted as a method of offense, and Chengdan had the skill of explosion as well. Even now, neither Xixiang, who wielded the most destructive force, nor Daska, Taxis, the two magical creatures, nor Bingwe, the wizard from afar firing shots, nor Bo Gu with his puncturing barriers, managed to inflict any significant damage on the dark magic spiders. Yet Qingdan's attacks brought about big trouble for these dark magic spiders. Every explosion, despite having to wait 30 seconds in between, could result in at least one leg broken on a dark magic spider. This was perhaps the most effective performance of the explode skill since Changdan had obtained it. Actually, the explode ability had been improving along with Qingdan's level, but that wasn't the key point. What mattered was the strong explosive power during detonation, because against these dark magic spiders, such powerful explosive force proved to be an effective attack. The trident in Xixiang's hand began burning with purple flames, purple and golden lights glowing simultaneously on the trident, presenting an extraordinary visual effect. By now, Xixiang had been identified as the strongest enemy except for Qingdan. Around Qingdan gathered 6 dark magic spiders, and 5 surrounded Xixiang. The dark magic spiders didn't know Qingdan's true strength, yet did Xixiang not know? The devouring fire ignited, constantly consuming the bodies of the dark magic spiders. Although these dark magic spiders were strong, they still lacked much in terms of defense. Still, these were level 20 monsters, possessing intelligence. Most adopted a strategy of retreating after a single strike, giving Xixiang barely enough time to deal any harm before withdrawing. Then the next one would attack, effectively carrying out a rotational combat strategy. Though each of the dark magic spiders sustained injuries, the most severely wounded had lost 4 spider legs and moved aside to provide interfering attacks. Meanwhile, Xixiang's body accumulated several wounds. None of these wounds carried poison, but none could be taken lightly either. However, under the current situation, how could Xixiang possibly take time to use medicinal pills to heal? At this point, the battlefield was in such a state. Uncle Da, having no means of attack, waited in a safe area. Bo Gu used defensive barriers to block the webs of the dark magic spiders, while also using piercing barriers to inflict damage on them. One of the dark magic spiders had been locked onto by Bo Gu and had already been hit more than 10 times in its abdomen by his piercing barriers. The spider's carapace now showed fine cracks. Bingwe continuously attacked with her ice cone magic, successfully helping Xixiang and Qingdan, as well as Daska and Taxis, block attacks from surrounding dark magic spiders. It wasn't that Bingwe didn't want to use the group attack version of her ice cone shower spell. She certainly would have cleared all enemies with it. But could she really do so? Xixiang could resist with the corrosion fire and devouring fire. Daska and Taxis could retreat to an alternate dimension. But what about Qingdan? Qingdan held the Lingxi shield above his head to block the attacks of the dark magic spider. Only when the 30-second cooldown was over did he show himself by detonating the explosion ability. Though this style of fighting seemed somewhat underhanded, it was indeed very stealthy. For Qingdan, this was the best way to fight. Daska's blade strikes landed again and again on the enemy. Utilizing his speed, Daska kept maneuvering around waiting for the right opportunity. As for the dark magic spider battling Taxis, things were rather difficult for it from the start. From the beginning, it was trapped beneath Taxis' hooves, suffering relentless trampling. The spider's armor now displayed fine cracks. It wouldn't last much longer. Perhaps Taxis was the one with the most advantageous situation among the melee fighters. With a howl, Daska's claws blazed with red light, his eyes turning red as his body swelled. This was one of Daska's skills, bloodlust. Daska's claws turned into long red energy blades, striking simultaneously. The dark magic spider he faced developed 2 wounds after one strike, and with another, it was split in half. At the same moment, the dark magic spider Taxis was fighting against emitted a crisp sound, the cracking of its carapace signifying the loss of its life. By this time, Xixiang had crippled 3 dark magic spiders and killed one. The final one, under Xixiang's assault, was pitifully weak. Qingdan's situation was much worse. So far, he had only managed to break off 7 spider legs, not all from the same spider. The one Bo Gu dealt with was from Qingdan's side, and now Bo Gu too achieved his feat, killing a dark magic spider. Daska wouldn't waste his bloodlust duration. With a shout, he rushed towards the 3 injured dark magic spiders left by Xixiang. Those spiders were spewing out their webs trying to interfere with Xixiang, but they soon realized one of their companions was missing. They then saw themselves become the next targets. The 3 dark magic spiders, each missing at least 4 legs, were utterly helpless against the bloodlustful Plains Moon Wolf King Daska. With the elimination of the final dark magic spider, Xixiang glanced at Daska, who had returned to normal. Using the bloodlust skill placed a heavy burden on Daska. Although Daska had improved due to Xixiang's abilities, it was still insufficient. After all, bloodlust increased along with the user's power, and its side effects would persist. Returning Daska to the alternate dimension, Xixiang charged furiously towards Qingdan's position. Xixiang took on 2 dark magic spiders alone, while Taxis and Changdan each handled one. Now, dealing with them became much simpler. Bo Gu, drained from using his instant shields more than 30 times and piercing barriers more than 20 times, now sat on the ground, breathing heavily. This kind of consumption had taken a toll on him. Finally, Bingwe had the chance to cast her spells. What was originally an instant cast ice cone spell now required preparation time. The maximum casting time was 10 seconds, but the longer the preparation, the stronger the spell's power. Now Bingwe allowed 5 seconds between every attack. Chapter 32, Dark Demon Spider King. Xixiang was about to finish off the last one, when suddenly an ice spike pierced through the dark demon spider that Xixiang had almost killed, which was Ice Yu's doing from behind. Isyu had said before they set out that if she could deal with 3 dark demon spiders, she would be given a scroll book. Isyu had been helping the group share the pressure up until now, and if she didn't put in more effort, it might slip away. The dark demon spiders in front of Cha Dan weren't just half dead. They were completely pierced by Isyu's ice spikes that sacrificed time for enhanced spell power. This made Cha Dan quite frustrated since he was beating the dark demon spiders using the Lingxi shield such that they had no way to counterattack. But Isyu came and finished them off. After all, Cha Dan rarely got the chance to feel this good while killing monsters. When Isyu finished off her 3rd dark demon spider and fulfilled her quota, Qi also resolved the last dark demon spider. Looking at the dozen or so dark demon spiders on the ground, Qi and Taku worked together to gather all the dark demon spiders into one place, and Cha Dan returned to Isyu's side to rest. "Kid, you did a good job." Uncle Da patted Qi on the shoulder and praised him. Cha Dan chuckled and said, "Still far from Brother Xiong, but this time, we're making some serious progress. Both experience and money are pouring in. And there's also this apparently awesome sea-level skill. If that skill has corrosiveness, it'd be even better, haha." While Cha Dan was immersed in his own fantasies, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, interrupting his sweet dream. "Hey, hurry up and hand over the task. I still need the scroll book." Cha Dan slowly turned around and said with a bitter face, "Big sister, that thing costs 2,000 gold coins. Gold coins. A person must keep their word." Isyu's words immediately silenced Cha Dan. Cha Dan waved his hand, pretending to have an enlightened tone, and said, "So be it. Everything is as destined for me, old man. Once I cut down the tree and finish the task, I will buy you the book." His antics made everyone unable to suppress their laughter. Qi gathered all the dark demon spiders together and summoned Moon Wolf King Desika. With his hands glowing white, after so long applying his techniques, Qi was already able to simply control the Dan energy. Dan energy flowed through Desika and Taku's heads into their bodies, and white light lit up from both creatures. Qi communicated telepathically to them, telling them to let the white light flow inside themselves to heal and restore. Qi deliberately sent less Dan energy to Taku because Taku wasn't a magical-type beast. Taku was completely clueless about controlling energy, so the energy would only naturally circulate within him, offering nothing more than a strengthening effect. But Desika was different. Qi believed Desika could understand the preciousness of this Dan energy and bring out every bit of its use. After 10 minutes passed, Qi left the two to absorb it independently. Qi hands ignited with purple flames as he activated the devouring flame. Now, it was Qi turn to feast. Although the dark demon spiders contained considerable energy, they couldn't match up to the dark demon tigers, since the higher the rank, the greater the difference. These dark demon spiders were merely level 20, whereas the dark demon tiger was level 25. If it weren't for Qi advantage in using the holy property of the trident and his superior fire, how could he have won? It took no more than half a minute to devour each dark demon spider, so all 13 consumed barely 6.5 minutes from Qi. He found not a single crystal core, indicating the formation of these cores still required strength. Focusing his mind, the energy concentrated in his hands began to circulate. Each time, a certain amount of energy was drawn out from his hands, flowing internally according to a set path, continuously purifying. In the end, the energy entering Qi Dan energy white sphere was only half of the original, but it was the purest energy. The discarded energy did not disappear either. Although these energies were not as pure as those finally entering Qi Dan energy sphere, they were still excellent energy. So each stripped energy was instantly absorbed into Qi meridians, thus enhancing the intensity of his meridians and body strength, making this method stronger than simply relying on the enhancement of physical power by Dan energy alone. Watching Qi enveloped in purple fire, Cha Dan sighed bitterly and said, "Oh well, looks like that guy can't help me chop down the trees anymore. You guys." As he spoke, Cha Dan turned around only to see a scene that made him both angry and laughable. Bogu and Isyu sat cross-legged on the ground. Bogu was glowing with a purple light, while Isyu emitted a blue glow. Both had already started their cultivation. Meanwhile, Uncle Da had somehow already gathered firewood and was lighting a fire to prepare a meal. Noticing Shudden's gaze upon him, Uncle Da chuckled and said, "Young man, I trust in you," as he made an encouraging gesture. Shudden knew that it was clear he would be the one cutting down the tree. With a sigh, he shouted toward the sky, "Why is my life so miserable?" Now, Shudden didn't even have a single blade left. The trident was also strapped to Qi back. Seeing the fierce flames burning brightly around Qi body, Shudden hesitated and instead summoned the Lingxi shield to use it for chopping trees. Shudden's ears twitched as he suddenly snapped back to his senses and instinctively held the Lingxi shield before him defensively. Looking at what clung to the shield, Shudden broke out into cold sweat all over his back. On the surface of the Lingxi shield stuck a web, purple and very conspicuous. Even something as sturdy as the Lingxi shield was corroding under the influence of this purple web, sizzling audibly and emitting smoke. Wiping the thin layer of sweat beads from his forehead due to the fright, Shudden thought to himself how fortunate it was that he reacted quickly. Otherwise, if this web had landed on him, he might have disappeared from this world already. Since the Lingxi shield was a summoned object from a skill, Shudden wasn't too worried about its durability, but he could not dismiss it now. After all, skills had cooldowns, and this shield's cooldown lasted a whole 15 minutes. "Uncle Da, protect them," Shudden called out toward Uncle Da. Without hesitation, Uncle Da prepared multiple pills in his hands, ready to consume them at any moment. Shiden wasn't overly concerned about Qi Xiang, who during his cultivation was naturally accompanied by the devouring flame. If any attack managed to land on him, whether it could overcome the devouring flame itself was still questionable. Furthermore, Taku and Desika were both well rested and ready for battle. However, Shiden saw that neither of them would be able to move forward since they hadn't fully recovered yet from earlier injuries. Such damage wasn't something that time or energy alone could repair. It needed actual rest. In his heart, Shiden cursed Bo Gu and Ice Yu for entering deep meditation. This situation was vastly different from their usual traveling routine. While traveling, their practice wouldn't allow them to fall into a complete trance, enabling them to wake up instantly if necessary. But now, waking either of them up could lead to severe internal damage. With no other choice, Shiden was now the sole melee warrior available. Even though he didn't want to step forward, there was no avoiding it. Yet, how much could a melee warrior with only defensive and explosive abilities contribute? And worse, this was beyond his current level. A massive spider stood atop a tree right in front of Shiden, 8 pitch green eyes glaring at him. At the sight of it, Shiden felt his heartbeat pause momentarily. It was none other than the Dark Demon Spider King. Although Shiden couldn't see the Dark Demon Spider King's level, he could guess that it was far higher than that of a regular Dark Demon Spider, likely somewhere around level 23 or 24. However, he was wrong. This Dark Demon Spider King was a full level 26 entity, double Shiden's rank. Moreover, the complexity of leveling up wasn't as simple as adding 1 + 1 = 2. Every level gained enhanced one's strength even more than the previous one. Holding the Lingxi shield in hand, Shiden stared at the Dark Demon Spider King. His right hand grasped the shield, and his left already prepared some pills he took from his game bag, all part of Qi Xiang's standard equipment set. The Dark Demon Spider King pushed off simultaneously with all 8 legs and charged forward. Purple webs shot forth from its mouth. After spewing 4 or 5 nets, instead of more webs, it spat out venom, green, steamy poison unique to the Dark Demon Spider King, called Spider King Toxin. The Lingxi shield held firm against the webs, which posed little issue. However, the moment the first puddle of toxin touched the shield, it instantly started smoking white gas. The spot where it hit began visibly eroding before Shiden's eyes. As the Dark Demon Spider King landed on the ground, its 8 tiny eyes mocked Shiden with contempt, seemingly suggesting that a mere flick of its tongue and a splash of something could kill this human who'd slaughtered several members of its kin. When Shiden saw those toxins dissolve his shield, he immediately abandoned it and quickly retreated 3 steps. By the time the Lingxi shield completely vanished, it was the moment when Shiden and the Dark Demon Spider King were about to clash head-on. Under the green toxic corrosive effect, the golden Lingxi shield entirely disappeared. Slowly moving forward, the Dark Demon Spider King gave the impression of being the death knell for Shiden, foretelling the end of his life. A pale green light blade and the sound of bullets being fired rang out simultaneously as Desika, the Moon Wolf King, and Uncle Da launched their attacks. However, Uncle Da's thermal weapons had almost no effect on a level 25 magic beast like the Dark Demon Spider King, even though this wasn't a defensive-type magic beast. Compared to Uncle Da's bullets, Desika's light blade seemed to carry more power, leaving a white mark on the Dark Demon Spider King's body. Of course, it was merely a white scratch. The Dark Demon Spider didn't even glance at the enemies attacking it from both sides. Its 8 eyes flashed with cold light, as if it was already hearing the sound of its web being sprayed. To everyone's surprise, the Dark Demon Spider King let out a howl and embedded its entire body into the ground. The one responsible for this scene was Taku. Both Taku and Desika knew that Qi Xiang considered Taku a good brother, a matter of life and death. As Qi Xiang's steeds, they naturally had to protect him too. Yet, after Desika failed to distract the Dark Demon Spider King, Taku rescued Qi Xiang in a way no one expected. While using his front hooves to step on the Dark Demon Spider King, Taku signaled Qi Xiang to run. But within just 3 meters, when Taku's third hoof landed, a purple light burst forth, and his heavy body was flung into the sky. He fell aside, unconscious. Although Taku's physical attack was powerful, compared to the level 26 Dark Demon Spider King, he was still far weaker. Desika let out a long howl and charged forward. At this moment, however, Desika could no longer use Bloodlust. In fact, due to its side effects, Desika was even weaker than usual, but there was no retreating now. If Taku and Uncle Da's actions were motivated by brotherhood, and if Taku attacked because Qi Xiang had avenged him, then Desika's charge was purely out of self-interest. In the past, the contract Desika had made provided greater benefits, but ordinary taming spells meant that if the rider died, the mount would be free of any side effects and even gain freedom. With Desika's type of contract, however, if Qi Xiang were to die, Desika would suffer for 10 years before dying himself. At first, Desika saw the potential in Qi Xiang through the special flame he possessed. Now, though, if Desika truly had to endure 10 years of agony before death, it would surely be worse than dying immediately. Especially since if Qi Xiang were attacked by the Dark Demon Spider King, even that unique flame might not provide enough protection. A spider web shot out, and just a single strand of it was enough to trouble Desika. Meanwhile, Uncle Da was also struck by a web, although the pills he carried helped him withstand it more easily. The Dark Demon Spider King's eyes flashed with cold light once again, and without using any skill, its mouth opened wide. Those teeth inside were extremely sharp. The large mouth lunged toward Qi Xiang. At this moment, Qi Xiang felt great relief, as this was a physical attack, not something like a web or the Spider King's venom. A flash of golden light appeared, and the Lingxi shield manifested, its tip pointed toward the Dark Demon Spider King's gaping maw. But unexpectedly, Xixiang was shocked by what happened next. The teeth inside the Spider King's mouth began spinning, and not only did they not sustain any damage from biting down on the Lynx's shield, but the shield started disappearing at an astonishing speed under the Dark Demon Spider King's assault. Xixiang's left hand pressed against the Spider King's head, and a hexagram rapidly formed. As soon as the hexagram materialized, Xixiang instantly released the Lynx's shield and stepped back. Unaware of what was happening, the Dark Demon Spider King wanted to chase, but suddenly, a tremendous explosion occurred, blowing apart its head. As the smoke cleared, the Spider King's originally purple head had turned pitch black. 3 of its 8 eyes bled dark green blood. Blinded, and even the teeth that could destroy the Lynx's shield had been blown off. 2 of them shattered. As Xixiang's strength increased, so did his explosive abilities, making this, his first skill, grow stronger with time. Your opponent is me. Chapter 33, Qidian's Battle with the Dark Evil Spider King. Purple spider silk was ejected, and 3 golden beads flew out of Qidian's hand. Although thunder beads no longer had much effect on these high-level magical beasts now, it was clear that Qidian had discovered another function of the thunder bead. As the smoke dissipated, Qidian swallowed an attachment pill. Instantly, his arms began to grow longer and black hair started to grow. They were forest brutes, the kangaroo monkeys. With fists hammering their chest, they roared as one fell, stirring up a fierce wind. A loud boom sounded, scattering mud everywhere. The whole body of the Dark Evil Spider King became embedded in the ground. The hardback actually showed fine cracks, though it would be hard to notice without careful observation. The kangaroo monkey once dominated a vast expanse of forest, all of its attacking power focused in this pair of fists. If you practiced 100 forms, your victory would come from unpredictability. However, if you focused all of your energy on one technique, then that relied purely on true strength, real power. The Dark Evil Spider King strained to support itself, barely managing to crawl out from the soil, only to be struck by another blow even harder than the previous one. The whole head of the Dark Evil Spider King buzzed from the impact, the cracks on its body growing even larger. With the force of both violent pills and wind pills at the same time, the fists rained down like hammers, creating ever more cracks on the body of the Dark Evil Spider King. It wasn't that the Dark Evil Spider King didn't want to counterattack. In normal situations, all it had to do was release its energy and send Qidian flying before poisoning him thoroughly with its proud Spider King toxin. But due to Qidian's incessant attacks, the Dark Evil Spider King had no chance to focus enough to release its energy, let alone send Qidian flying. Suddenly, Qidian's entire body trembled, seemingly sensing something, pausing momentarily. Seizing this rare opportunity, the Dark Evil Spider King emitted purple light, sending Qidian flying with this released energy. Qidian's earlier pause was not for nothing. At that moment, a spike pierced his right arm. It was none other than the sparse yet highly toxic Spider King needles of the Dark Evil Spider King. One might say Qidian was quite unlucky. There were fewer than 5 such Spider King needles on the entire body of the Dark Evil Spider King, so sparse that they hardly played any role, but Qidian just happened to run into one. Luckily, it was the needle on the back of the Dark Evil Spider King since the defense of its back was strongest, and thus had only one needle. This needle possessed the most toxicity, and had it hit anywhere else, it could have killed Qidian outright. Landing and steadying himself, Qidian's face went pale. Without hesitation, he quickly swallowed 3 detoxifying drugs made by Uncle Da, restoring some color to his cheeks. Even with the enhancement of these herbal pills, Qidian had weakened considerably. Growl, Daska broke free of the web. From when Qidian launched his attack to the present, only a short while had passed. Yet Daska had managed to break through this highly resilient and venomous spiderweb, showcasing his formidable strength. 2 beams of light shot out from each claw, the pale green light blades cleaving towards the Dark Evil Spider King. A strand of spider silk blocked the light blades. At this point, the Dark Evil Spider King did not dare rely on its physical form to withstand any attack anymore, for Qidian's attacks had already rendered the carapace of the Dark Evil Spider King extremely fragile. Despite looking intact, the cracks on it were strikingly clear. Daska pushed with all 4 feet, charging full force at the Dark Evil Spider King. A pale green light emanated around Daska, the dignity of the Moon Wolf King being challenged. Though the rank of the Moon Wolf King was lower than the Dark Evil Spider King, its quality surpassed the latter by more than 1 tier. However, the rank gap was too great, prompting the rage of the Moon Wolf King. These 2 powerful races were about to clash. Daska's speed grew faster and his footsteps increasingly peculiar, almost like a dance, fleeting and unpredictable. Just when Daska was on the left, the next second he appeared on the right. The pale green light seemed gentle but harbored intense attack potential. The Dark Evil Spider King, being an intelligent magical beast, naturally noticed the difference in Daska. Streams of spider webs combined with Spider King toxins sprayed forth. What astonished the Dark Evil Spider King was that regardless of whether it was the spider webs or the Spider King toxins, upon meeting the glow around Daska, they disappeared. Moreover, after disappearing, Daska's surrounding glow reappeared immediately. Could Daska use such a potent move with his own power? The answer was no. This was a skill exclusive to the Moon Wolf King lineage of Daska's bloodline, called the Wolf King Charge. That pale green light was one of 2 effects of the Wolf King Charge, able to withstand any attack up to 20 ranks higher than oneself. After being attacked, there was a brief interval, which currently did not reveal its weakness but would become the greatest flaw of this skill during moments of rapid combat. The other effect was in its attack capabilities. It used the energy of the Wolf King, an energy unique to the lineage of the Moon Wolf King. The reason why this skill was exclusive to the Moon Wolf King clan was that only the bloodline of the Wolf King could possess this Moon Wolf King energy. Otherwise, if all members of the clan learned this skill, wouldn't Daska's family line dominate one region and possibly lead the entire Moon Wolf clan? Daska's father was once a member of their royal family, but Daska was naturally easygoing and did not wish to live among those greedy for fame and profit. So after learning all the techniques from his father, he ran away to the grasslands to become a local tyrant. Come to think of it, Daska hadn't returned for decades. Of course, given Daska's strength, he still couldn't utilize such skills. The skill required level 20 to be usable, while Daska was only one level below. Even though he gained many benefits by being with Che Dan recently, as a mount, how much could he share? Moreover, magic beasts required far more energy to level up than humans did. Therefore, Daska had employed a secret method, using his own blood as a trigger to activate the skill. After using this technique, not only would he lose a level of his power, but he would also need to enter hibernation, unable to return until at least half a month later. However, in order to protect Qi Xiang and avoid being tormented by that wretched contract for a decade, Daska had no choice but to use this method. After Daska came into contact with the Dark Evil Spider King, pale green energy surged through his body and rushed entirely into the Dark Evil Spider King within the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Dark Evil Spider King's whole body turned green, which, paired with its appearance, was arguably less pleasant to look at than the original purple. After completing the attack, Daska was sent flying back hundreds of meters, not by the Dark Evil Spider King, but by the natural effects of the skill. In an extremely weakened state, escaping was necessary, or it would mean certain death. Seeing that the Dark Evil Spider King was about to go berserk under his assault, Daska subconsciously glanced at Qi Xiang before slowly closing his eyes and revealing a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The Dark Evil Spider King felt like a herd of crazed bulls had stormed inside its body. Yes, crazed bulls rampaging recklessly. Its already damaged meridians from Che Dan's previous attacks were now shattered even worse, some breaking completely due to the overload. If this technique solely attacked meridians, it wouldn't deserve to be called a royal skill of the Moon Wolf clan. After all, some creatures focused on magical prowess, whose bodies were weak in comparison. This move, known as the Wolf King Charge, aimed not just at meridians, but also at the physical body. The carapace cracked apart violently. Large chunks of it were dislodged due to the damage, creating fragments flying everywhere despite lacking the rain-like intensity. At this time, Deshu also broke free from the web, but unlike Daska, he didn't have an advantage. Using a fusion pill, violent pill, and iron armor pill to break free, Deshu was utterly drained, sitting on the ground without any capacity to attack anymore. Even trying to pull the trigger of a gun would require him lifting it first, and even then, the recoil might overwhelm him. Che Dan let out a loud roar, reverting to his true form while consuming another fusion pill. There were only 2 such pills left, and this was the last one Che Dan kept as a life-saving resource. A dragon's cry rang out as red scales covered Che Dan's body. His fingers grew sharp, tearing apart his shirt and exposing his upper body covered in scaly armor. This wasn't the type of magic beast that Qi Xiang and the others encountered. It was Bo Ji's treasure. There were only 5 pills made, substituting lizards for dragons to create these pseudo-dragon fusion pills. Despite being pseudo-dragon, they were superior to all the fusion pills Deshu had crafted along the way due to their precious materials and special crafting techniques. These were prepared beforehand, with only 7 total, 2 each for Deshu and Che Dan, 2 for Bogo, and 1 originally for Qi Xiang, which Qi Xiang gave to Bingyu upon her joining. Though Qi Xiang felt some distance and dissatisfaction toward Bingyu's aristocratic pride, he knew the pseudo-dragon fusion pill could save lives, even if his strength exceeded any of the 4 others even when they used their fusion pills. Feeling the strength brought by the pseudo-dragon pill coursing through him, Che Dan clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it towards the Dark Evil Spider King. The Dark Evil Spider King was still dealing with its own troubles when it was suddenly struck from behind, instantly losing whatever small advantage it had gained. The energy of the Wolf King Charge surged violently within the Dark Evil Spider King, causing its back carapace to shatter almost completely because of this single blow. A dragon claw emerged, its sharp points embedding themselves into the Dark Evil Spider King's back before tearing upward, carrying away 2 large pieces of spider flesh. Additionally, the pseudo-dragon attribute was fire, which seeped into the Dark Evil Spider King's body. However, this fiery energy wouldn't collaborate with the energy of the Wolf King. For a moment, the Dark Evil Spider King's body became a battlefield for these 2 energies, causing such intense pain that its entire body stopped twitching and instead went into constant convulsions. Che Dan drifted backward. If he used the Lingxi shield in conjunction with an explosion, he could have killed the Dark Evil Spider King, but doing so would put him at a disadvantage. Now, Che Dan had time to do more. With a glance at the Dark Evil Spider King wrapped in red and green light, Che Dan rushed to Deshu, shouldering 1 person and lifting 2, carrying all 3 to a spot not far from Qi Xiang. He also took Daska and Tax along, finishing these actions quickly in under a minute. Despite this, Che Dan still monitored the Dark Evil Spider King's every move with his mental strength to ensure he wasn't sneaked upon. Fortunately, by the time all this was done, the Dark Evil Spider King had only just begun suppressing the restless energy within its body, but was still unable to counterattack. The Dark Evil Spider King was feeling frustrated now. Not only were all its kin killed, but it itself was battered so severely. Although the two energies within its body caused less damage under the impact of the dark evil Spider King's own energy, they still wreaked considerable harm. While its internal meridians hadn't been completely severed, very few were left intact. Most suffered severe damage, and its vital organs were injured as well. Its external injuries were also significant, especially on its back where the carapace was torn apart. Even if it survived, and with sufficient energy provided for restorative purposes, it would take at least 6 months to fully recover. At this moment, even the slightest energy fluctuation would cause excruciating pain. Che-Dan knew that his current strength was entirely due to the pseudo-dragon fusion pill, and even the boost it gave him wasn't enough to defeat the dark evil Spider King. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would definitely miss the best chance to kill the dark evil Spider King. Once it recovered, the consequences would be disastrous, and there was a high likelihood that their group of 5 would be wiped out. Before Che-Dan even arrived, he felt a cold wind pass by his ear, followed by the piercing barrier and ice spikes rushing simultaneously toward the dark evil Spider King's body. It turned out that Bo Gu and Bing Yu had awakened just as Che-Dan carried them earlier. They only needed some time to collect their thoughts and finish meditating. As soon as they ended their meditation, they unleashed their attacks. Looking at those 2 strikes, Che-Dan clenched his fists tightly, roared loudly, and unleashed the dragon claw. The already ravaged body of the dark evil Spider King was ripped apart by Che-Dan, split into 2 halves. A flash of red light indicated the time limit for the pseudo-dragon fusion had reached its end. Returning to his original form, Che-Dan stumbled slightly, almost falling. The battle up until this point was absolutely grueling for him, despite its brevity. It was exceptionally perilous. Che-Dan realized that if it weren't for Daska's Wolf King charge, he might not have even had the chance to consume the pseudo-dragon fusion pill. Looking at the 2 purple crystals rising from the dark evil Spider King's body, Che-Dan grabbed them and walked back to Bo Gu and Bing Yu. He plopped down on the ground, stretched out his right hand, showed the 2 crystal cores to them, and said, "Hey, your skills are too weak. Improve a little bit." Upon seeing the 2 crystal cores, both Bo Gu and Bing Yu paused in shock. Though smaller than the one from the dark evil tiger, 2 crystal cores were certainly no ordinary items. Chapter 34, 2 Crystals. Che-Dan glanced at the 2 puzzled individuals and smiled slightly, saying, "Don't look at me like that. This is a characteristic of the Dark Demon Spider King. Only a few types of magical beast crystals can be this way. The crystal cores that appear this way are each only half of the original size. The more there are, the smaller their energy, but these magical beasts with multiple crystal characteristics have an advantage. You 2 know that the crystal core of a magical beast is the essence of its own energy. Most of their energy is concentrated in it, and each magical beast with a crystal core has one skill, which is to explode the core. But for magical beasts with just one crystal core, their body won't be able to withstand it, leading to death while exploding the core. Even if they could resist the power of the explosion, afterwards, their body will become extremely weak. So this skill could be said to be used only when desperate, and with the determination to die. But the magical beasts with multiple crystal cores are different. They distribute the crystal cores throughout various parts of their bodies. When the cores explode, the power emitted doesn't trigger the other cores, and the harm to themselves won't be fatal enough to make them sacrifice their lives for this one skill. Most importantly, as long as these magical beasts have one crystal core left, they can survive, and if they explode all the cores simultaneously, the power is even greater. This Dark Demon Spider King has 1 crystal each at the head and tail. I estimate that Daska's wolf might have even more crystals later, since he's a high-ranked magical beast, and only high-ranked magical beasts can have multiple crystal cores. However, Che-Dan obviously forgot one phrase. Extremity brings reversal. Truly powerful magical beasts, how could they produce crystal cores? If the energy of the crystal exists within the body, whether for cultivation or for the body itself, it would be beneficial without harm. Che-Dan paused for a moment, then continued. Now, besides Uncle Da, you 2 are the weakest. Uncle Da can only rely on refining medicinal pills to enhance his strength. You 2 take these crystal cores. Saying this, Che-Dan divided the 2 crystal cores, giving 1 each to Bo Gu and Bing Yu, with a somewhat apologetic look toward Uncle Da. But Uncle Da fully understood Che-Dan and shook his head with a smile, indicating it was no issue. Bo Gu took the crystal core, smiled, didn't say anything, clenched his right fist slightly, exerted some force, and crushed the crystal core of the Dark Demon Spider King. Subsequently, Bo Ge's right hand flashed with a purple light. The energy of the crystal core flowed through his right arm into his entire body. That smooth sensation made Bo Gu feel quite satisfied. Without any hesitation, he sat cross-legged. A purple glow illuminated, and Bo Gu had entered deep meditation. Although absorbing the energy of a magical beast's crystal core did not benefit his mental strength, both mages and boundary masters' fundamentals were based on magic power. Otherwise, no matter how strong your mental strength is, what use is it unless you want to switch to being a mentalist mage? Bingwa hesitated for a moment and said, "But I think Qi should need this more." Che-Dan obviously did not expect Bingwa to say such a thing, but after just a brief pause, he replied, "It's fine. That guy is very strong anyway. Moreover, do you think there's only one magical beast in this forest? I estimate that by the time we leave this forest, he'll at least reach level 27, and maybe even reach level 30. Che-Dan was thinking too naively. After level 20, every promotion wasn't easy, let alone for Qi, where a bottleneck awaited him at level 30. Of course, this does not mean Qi wouldn't improve in this forest. It's just that the improvement wouldn't be in terms of levels. Bingwa hesitated for a bit, mimicking Bogu, crushed the crystal core in her hand, felt that strange yet comfortable sensation, and entered deep meditation. Chaidan walked over to Uncle Da, pulled out a water bottle from his gaming backpack, drank a mouthful, and then handed it to Uncle Da. Uncle Da waved his hand, indicating he didn't want it. Smiling wryly, he said, now it's just us two left. If another magical beast appears, we're probably going to die here. Chaidan put away the water bottle, smiled, and said, relax, do you think magical beasts walk around everywhere? It's probably hard to see a powerful magical beast within 100 meters radius, unless many magical beasts have targeted this forest. Uncle Da nudged Chaidan's arm, laughing wickedly, and said, hey, aren't you going to cut trees anymore? Chaidan shook his head and said, do I still need to handle tree cutting? Let's wait for Qixiang. As he spoke, the two looked at each other, burst into laughter, and started laughing heartily. 5 minutes later, the flames on their bodies returned to their insides. They opened their eyes, and a sharp gleam was released. No need to ask, Qixiang's internal energy had increased again. Chaidan leaped from his spot, wanting to show off by jumping next to Qixiang, but forgot about his own capabilities, jumping merely 3 meters far. He chuckled sheepishly, scratched his head in embarrassment, looked back at Uncle Da, and walked towards Qixiang. Xiangge, that thing is the Dark Demon Spider King, which attacked us earlier, and I managed to eliminate. However, your two mounts have been injured quite badly. You should send them back to their dimension, then cut down the trees, and finally go absorb the essence of the Dark Demon Spider King, alright? Qixiang looked around and nodded, replying with a yes. He then walked over to Daska and Tax, squatting beside them, using his Dan energy to heal their wounds while examining their conditions. Half a minute later, Qixiang stood up and said, they're fine. Tax will wake up after some time. And as for Daska, it seems he's about to evolve, so he'll need some time. Yeah. Chaidan jumped up on hearing this. Although Daska wasn't his mount, Daska had once saved his life, and Qixiang was his good friend. So Chaidan was happy not only for Qixiang, but also for Daska. Qixiang wasn't dumb. After hearing that Daska had saved Chaidan's life, he understood why Chaidan was excited but still teased him. Hey, are you interested in my mount? If you want one, go catch your own. Saying this, he waved his hand, looking like he couldn't be bothered by such an idea. His humorous words and actions amused even Uncle Da, and even Chaidan, who was being teased, laughed. Qixiang waved his hand and softly shouted, return. With the appearance of the 6-point star, Daska and Tax entered the dimensional space. Qixiang then pulled out the trident from behind his back and smiled, saying, let's see how much stronger I've become. Speaking of this, the trident moved swiftly in Qixiang's hands, rushing to the tree with great force. In almost one sprint, Qixiang could chop down a tree much faster than Chaidan. The trident swept horizontally, cutting down a large number of trees instantly. In just 10 minutes, 100 trees were neatly piled on the ground. On average, 10 trees per minute, meaning each tree took just 6 seconds. This didn't even include the time taken to arrange them. Such speed would be the dream of many lumberjacks. However, in this era, would anyone still think about chopping trees to make money? Chaidan stepped forward, said thank you, and then waved his hand, collecting the 100 trees. Qixiang watched Chaidan do something in the air and smiled, walking over to the side of the Dark Demon Spider King. Just as Qixiang was about to absorb the Dark Demon Spider King, he sensed something rushing toward him from behind. Spinning quickly, Qixiang used the tail of the trident to block a purple spider web immediately appearing on the trident. Subsequently, a streak of purple light came towards him. Qixiang roared and thrust his left palm forward, engaging the light blade with swallowing fire activated. The energy of the light blade was weak, as if deliberately reduced, and Qixiang easily defended against it. Chaidan grinned and said, congratulate me, brother Xiang. Qixiang looked confused and asked, didn't you say you only had the spiderweb skill? Why do you suddenly have another skill? It looks pretty strong. Chaidan laughed and said, that's right. Because the Dark Demon Spider King appeared, the mission difficulty increased, the task automatically upgraded, compensating me with a new C-level skill called Shadow Moon Slash. Isn't it awesome and powerful? Qixiang nodded and said, great job, you're really high-end, luxurious, yet humble. As he spoke, Qixiang gave Chaidan a thumbs up. Turning around and looking at the Dark Demon Spider King split into 2 halves by Chaidan, Qixiang activated the swallowing fire and started to absorb the essence of the Dark Demon Spider King. Chaidan sat next to Uncle Da and said, Uncle Da, isn't this pretty good? Uncle Da nodded and smiled slightly, saying, it's very good, but what's so great about it? With good materials, Clash Dragon pills are nothing special. Neither is the body attachment pill the strongest among medicinal pills. There are 4 categories of medicines in the alchemist's world: defense, enhancement, recovery, and attack. And there are multiple top-tier medicines in each category, any of which can scare someone to death when shown. Among them, the defensive one is called Iron Armor Pill, not the kind I create, but the real Iron Armor Pill, which grants protection for half a minute, making even prohibitions unable to break through it. Taking that, even if a true dragon showed up within the next minute, it wouldn't be able to harm me. After glancing at the withdrawal form, Uncle Da paused for a moment and continued. The enhancers are the 12 embodiment pills and blood demon madness pills. The 12 embodiment pills contain materials from 12 of the most top-tier magical beasts. No, they should even be considered divine beasts. The dragon is merely in the middle tier among them. Furthermore, each of these 12 embodiment pills lasts longer and provides greater enhancement compared to ordinary embodiment pills. Then there's the blood demon madness pill, which increases one's power by exactly 500 times, with an effect lasting 5 minutes. There's even a legend that the strongest alchemist once created a pill with 1,000-fold enhancement, but that remains a mere myth. Uncle Da paused again, his eyes showing a hint of yearning as he continued. Finally, we have the attack category, which also splits into two types. One locks forbidden spells inside the pill. This type is far more powerful than scrolls, its potency determined by the magic power of the mage who uses it. Once made, the power is enhanced by 25%. Don't underestimate this 25%. You probably don't need me to explain how potent an enhanced forbidden level spell would be. The other type is the Thunder Pearl, or rather, the Core Pearl. I believe you understand just by hearing the name. A Core Pearl's strength can rival that of a nuclear bomb, except it doesn't cause radiation. Its power is extremely intense. This is why the attack category ranks first. Our alchemist attack capabilities are almost zero, making these pills crucial to us. Uncle Da took a deep breath and his eyes revealed a tinge of fear as he went on. Of course, nothing is absolute. There exists another kind of pill, perhaps the strongest in the alchemy world, and yet also a taboo within taboos. The book I found didn't provide the method of creation, only the explanation. It's called the blood demon toxin. No one knows who discovered the method of refining it. The blood demon toxin's effect is to enhance one's own strength by 30,000%. Yes, you heard right, 30,000%. However, once used, the user will become immortal and invincible, but they will lose all consciousness, turning into a mindless killing machine. No one knows the creator of this pill. In history, he refined only two. He consumed one himself, turning into a universal enemy of all intelligent beings. Eventually, all the great powers of the time united and exhausted all their strength to kill him, but nearly every one of those powers perished in the process. That era was almost entirely drained of strong individuals. You must be wondering what happened to the other pill. No one could destroy the remaining blood demon toxin, as it was too resilient. And no one knew what would happen if it were destroyed. At the time, the sole surviving light mage summoned the collective faith of the entire world and expended all of his magic power and life force to create a seal, sealing away the blood demon toxin. Having said this, Uncle Da drew a deep breath. Apparently speaking so much had left him somewhat oxygen deprived. Then, Uncle Da fell silent, and so did Che Dan. Though not a stellar student, Che Dan wasn't exactly a bad person, merely associated with some unruly groups to avoid being bullied. Yet he'd never drawn blood during fights since he wasn't a professional. But hearing Uncle Da's story, something seemed to press heavily against his chest, suffocatingly. Che Dan, after listening to Uncle Da's narration, could vividly imagine the scene back then. That situation must have been an unprecedented disaster, a land soaked in blood. Even worse, anyone consuming the so-called blood demon toxin would lose their mind completely and only know how to slaughter. Che Dan imagined how horrific the scenario would have been. Words like bodies strewn across fields and rivers of blood truly failed to exaggerate the situation. Since Uncle Da knew about such an extremely evil substance, others might know as well. If so, another blood demon might very well appear in the world. Lying on the ground, Che Dan closed his eyes, trying hard not to think about these things. But the images of the slaughtered kept surfacing in his mind. He didn't recognize them, hadn't personally experienced any of this, yet the scenes felt so real, not a product of imagination. Che Dan's head now ached severely. It's getting late tonight, my apologies. Chapter 35, Chi Xiang the Card King. Uncle Da also noticed the change in Cha Dan's mood and said, "Stop overthinking it. Those matters have nothing to do with you. If we encounter them, we'll deal with them when the time comes. Shouldn't we be thinking about something other than the blood demon poison right now?" Cha Dan nodded and replied, "That's true. Right now, our primary concern shouldn't be these things. These aren't issues we can get involved in." Half a day later, Bo Gu and Bing Yu had already finished their cultivation practice for quite some time. The four of them were sitting together playing cards. "Alas, I lost again." Cha Dan scratched his head while waving his hands, saying, "No more, no more. My luck is terrible." Bo Gu rolled his eyes at him and said, "It was you who begged to play. Am I not itching to play too? Come on, since he's not coming, let's just three of us continue." As he spoke, Bo Gu began shuffling the cards. "Hey, that's not fair." Cha Dan complained as Bo Gu completely ignored him and started dealing the cards. A loud noise drew everyone's attention to Chi Xiang. The four thought Chi Xiang had gained some improvement, but instead found him rushing over, shouting angrily, "Hey, all of you guys, why didn't you say you were playing cards?" The four were nearly exasperated by Chi Xiang's sudden outburst. Uncle Da stood up, glanced around, and said, "All right, you're awake too. Everyone, stand up, stretch a little, and let's prepare to go." This immediately provoked Chi Xiang's opposition. "What? Who among you needs to stretch or warm up? Let's play a few rounds quickly," Chi Xiang said, looking like a gambler. Though gamblers are addicted to winning money, Chi Xiang was addicted to playing cards. Seeing this scene, Cha Dan helplessly shook his head and said, "Fine, shall we accompany him for a couple of rounds? We've been childhood friends. In the past, if he didn't see the cards, everything was fine, just like a normal person, but once he sees them, if we don't play, it would take him at least 2 to 3 days to recover." "Spare me, I think you're just wanting to play," Bing Yu mocked from the side. However, Cha Dan glared at Bing Yu and retorted, "You guys can play with him. I won't touch a card with this guy. He doesn't recognize anyone when he plays cards." With that, Cha Dan turned away, ignoring everyone. Chi Xiang chuckled mischievously, sat down, and began shuffling the cards while saying, "Cha Dan's right. It's an illness, an incurable one. Anyway, let's not play anything else, just landlord, okay? Do you all know how to play? Who wants to join?" Uncle Da had no intention of continuing, But Bo-gu believed in his own skill, so he couldn't back down from a challenge. And Bing-yu wanted to gauge Qi-xiang's abilities. After half an hour, I'm off. Haha. Total multiplier was 148x. Uncle Da, what about that bet? Quickly give me what you called. Yes, Bai Chao Pill. In this half hour, Qi-xiang played several games like Landlord and Triple Threes with Bo-gu and Bing-yu, and he won almost every hand. In this particular round, Qi-xiang bet with Uncle Da that he could win with a 148x multiplier. Uncle Da, of course, didn't believe it, and under Qi-xiang's strategy plus Bo-gu and Bing-yu deliberately playing along, Uncle Da lost one of his most valuable pills. Reluctantly, Uncle Da pulled out a bright green pill from his pocket and handed it to Qi-xiang. The pill was entirely green, translucent, resembling jade, but it wasn't jade. It was an excellent medicinal treatment. With an expression full of reluctance, Uncle Da explained, "This Bai Chao pill is made from various top-grade herbs, even supreme-grade ones. Although eating one won't bring the dead back to life, it can certainly regenerate flesh and bones." At this point, despite his unwillingness to part with the Bai Chao pill, Uncle Da felt a bit proud. The Bai Chao pill wasn't his only one, and being able to produce such a high-quality pill was something worth pride. Qi-xiang took a look at the Bai Chao pill that Uncle Da praised endlessly, put it into the pocket where he kept his pills, stood up and stretched, then said, "All right, it's about time to leave." Why stop? I want my Bai Chao pill back." Uncle Da immediately protested as he saw Qi-xiang preparing to leave. After all, the Bai Chao pills, although not exclusive, were meant for life-saving situations, and having more was always better. Qi-xiang gave Uncle Da a glare and said, "Come on, Uncle Da. You've got plenty of treasures. Losing one doesn't matter much. Time to move on." As he spoke, he squatted down to carefully gather the playing cards, concentrating fully so they wouldn't get damaged. After all, this was the only way to relax moving forward, though they might not necessarily have the time for it. It was still essential to keep them around. After gathering the cards and handing them to Cha Dan, Qi-xiang glanced around and said, "All right, we should head over there. Let's go." Everyone followed Qi-xiang as Desu trailed behind rather reluctantly, still upset about having lost a valuable pill. "Hey, Qi-xiang, how many times have we been back here already?" Bing-yu stomped her feet while complaining. In 3 hours, this was already their 7th return to the same spot. They had killed plenty of small magic beasts along the way. The reason why this place stood out so much is because a large area of trees was missing. Hard to miss that feature even if one tried. Qi-xiang, feeling somewhat guilty at Bing-yu's tantrum, apologized. All right. I owe all of you an apology. Let's take a short break here. Who wants to lead the way next? I'm done leading. I admit, I'm just no good with directions." Bo-gu interjected. "All right, it wasn't intentional on Qi-xiang's part, and his attitude has been fine. Let's forgive him. We're not ordinary people anyway. Walking for a few hours isn't going to kill us. I took a look earlier. Even if I can't get everyone out immediately, I can at least lead us away from this place. Let's go." With that, Bo-gu took the lead, and the group of 5 set off again. The surrounding scenery looked similar everywhere. Crows circling in the sky, dead trees forming a forest eerie enough, and an absence of stars above, just clouds blocking out sunlight. Occasionally, 1 or 2 weak magic beasts would attack, their bloodthirst being a natural trait among creatures in darkness. However, they were up against Qi-xiang and 4 others. Forget the other 4. Qi-xiang alone made most magic beasts lose combat capability upon touching the flames he emanated. Even the slightly stronger ones could barely last 3 moves. After all, even common dark magic spiders like those around these forests weren't particularly strong in the food chain. It usually contained more weak beings. "It's so cold," Cha Dan complained since half an hour ago when the temperature drastically dropped where the 5 were now located. Qi-xiang shrugged and retorted, "You shut up." The alchemist and boundary expert didn't complain. "But you as a warrior?" Cha Dan stared at Qi-xiang surrounded by fire and remarked, "Yeah right, keep your fire to yourself. That fire only keeps you warm while posing danger to anyone who gets close. Turn it off." Qi-xiang gave Cha Dan a smug look, infuriating him. Cha Dan was about to jump up and shout before realizing every movement chilled him further, causing him to stop moving altogether. Desu walked over, grabbed Cha Dan's hand, and placed something in it, saying, "Here, this is the cold-resistant medicine. Take it quickly." Without another word, Cha Dan swallowed the pill and instantly felt a warm current spread through his body, relieving his discomfort. "Thank you," Cha Dan mumbled, but then realized something odd. If the cold resistance pill was available, why hadn't he received it sooner? Seeing Desuo and Bo-gu unaffected by the cold, Cha Dan understood immediately, accusingly calling out, "You too. Couldn't you have stopped fooling around with me earlier?" Bing-yu, using magic to keep herself warm nearby, quipped, "Took you long enough to figure it out." Cha Dan stopped arguing, appreciating the warmth enveloping him, and thoughtfully wondered about the hardship northern dwellers must endure during winters. Who dares trespass into my domain? A freezing chill hit them, even Qi-xiang feeling the strain of the sudden cold wave. Snow blocked their vision, except for Qi-xiang and Desu who managed to glimpse ahead to a blue light-emitting object. The reason Qi-xiang and Desu fared better came down to Qi-xiang's body enhanced by Dan art, giving him capabilities beyond ordinary limits, including sharp vision. Meanwhile, Desu's skill stemmed from his training as a sniper during his military service. The voice spoke again, colder than ever. "Ah, humans? You appear quite strong for your kind, yet compared to me, you lack much." His words carried a bone-chilling coldness as if each phrase could freeze someone solid. As the snow cleared, a human-like figure emerged, a completely ice-constructed person. It was difficult to distinguish its features except for a nose and ears. Oddly enough, the ice person even appeared muscular, causing Qi Xiang and the rest to find the sight amusing despite themselves. Above the ice person's head hovered glowing red letters, Ice Person Crosa Boss. My goodness, finally we see something from the gaming realm. Seeing the glowing words above the boss's head, Cha-Dan immediately became excited. After such a long time without encountering anything from the gaming world, this first sighting turned out to be a boss. Friends who often play games know that bosses represent experience, equipment, treasures, money, and other great things. Basically, defeating a boss is like discovering a treasure trove. However, in the next moment, Cha-Dan's excitement cooled off drastically, even colder than being frozen by the cold. Cha-Dan threw a reconnaissance skill, wanting to check the boss's level, but seeing only 3 question marks instead. Keep in mind, after completing that quest, Cha-Dan had already reached level 15, which meant he could inspect enemies up to 5 levels higher than himself. Therefore, this boss was clearly over level 20. Cha-Dan quickly informed everyone of this information but didn't expect a wave of ridicule in return. Qi Xiang laughed as he spoke. Ha ha ha, Cha-Dan, can't you use your brain for once? How could something making such a grand show possibly be a low-level magic beast? That thing is at least a boss, okay? And since when did you start entering forests where powerful magic beasts are under level 20? But don't worry, with me around, even level 30 magic beasts aren't a problem. Saying this, Qi Xiang struck what he thought was a very cool pose. After hearing Qi Xiang's earlier remarks, Cha-Dan silently agreed inside and nodded. However, upon witnessing Qi Xiang's self-obsessed state, Cha-Dan couldn't help but make a gesture indicating nausea. In a burst of flame, a trident appeared in Qi Xiang's hands, and pointing directly towards Crosa, Qi Xiang commanded, "Brothers, follow me." With those words, he charged ahead, the trident glowing faintly golden as it descended on Crosa. Defeating you will be simpler than squashing an ant. A common phrase in many games emerged. Crosa raised his right hand, blue light flashing, and an ice hammer formed in his grip. He roared loudly as he met Qi Xiang's trident. Qi Xiang was pushed back by the counterforce, and at the same time, Crosa's ice hammer shattered. Crosa just managed to form an ice sword, intending to press his advantage, when something struck him from behind. Turning around, he saw a purple crystalline structure. It was Bo Ge's piercing barrier. Realizing the barrier wasn't greatly affecting him, Crosa prepared to turn back and continue attacking, but suddenly noticed 2 large holes appearing in one arm, while the other broke clean off. These were Bing Yu's Ice Spike Rush and Cha-Dan's new skill, Dark Moon Slash. Before Crosa could react further, he was enveloped by a large purple net, causing him to soar backward until landing about 2 meters away. AAA, you treacherous humans, how dare you fight unfairly? It looks like I'll have to use you, old friend. As he spoke, Crosa emitted a flash of blue light, shaking Cha-Dan's spiderweb off. Standing upright again, blue light enveloped Crosa's arms. Not like the limbs previously used by psychics or magic beasts which temporarily replaced their lost ones, but entirely regenerated arms. Given Crosa's body made of ice, no one found this surprising, yet this alone indicated a challenging battle. When Crosa finished regenerating his arms, Qi Xiang reappeared in front of him, swinging his trident with purple corrosive flames. With another flash of blue light, Crosa held an ice sword in his hand. Using the sword to block the trident, Qi Xiang was forced back again. Chill Blade, the king of weapons. How dare any of you defile its dignity? Upon hearing these words, Qi Xiang wanted to scream. He always hated pointless banter during gameplay. Filled with frustration, he relentlessly attacked Crosa with the trident. Purple light mixed with blue as Qi Xiang's attacks grew increasingly fierce, while Crosa's defenses remained flawless. No matter how cunning Qi Xiang's angles or positions were, they were all intercepted by Crosa. Worse still, the corrosive fire Qi Xiang prided himself on had absolutely no effect on Crosa's chill blade, as if the blade was unbreakable. With a roar, Qi Xiang launched the trident again. The result, however, was the same, blocked by Crosa. An indomitable competitive spirit surged within Qi Xiang, prompting him to retreat temporarily. However, retreating doesn't always mean giving up. Sometimes it heralds the arrival of a storm. Chapter 36, The Iceman Closa. The purple firelight of the trident illuminated Qi Xiang's face, making it look extraordinarily terrifying. Qi Xiang's face was lit up in a bluish-purple color, paired with his faint smile, looking just like a devil from hell. The trident pointed straight ahead as Qi Xiang roared and charged forward. This time, he rushed out horizontally, as if floating. The trident and Qi Xiang formed a straight line, charging directly at Closa. Closa looked vigilantly at Qi Xiang, lifting the frost blade into a defensive position. The 4 other members of Qi-Dan also watched Qi Xiang nervously, observing what seemed to be an impressive skill. However, Qi Xiang's behavior made everyone feel as if they could bleed internally, because after lightly tapping on Closa's frost blade, Qi Xiang retreated. Just when no one understood what had happened, Qi Xiang muttered to himself, "Oh, this actually works. Looks like I'm about to get an awesome skill. Okay, Closa, I'm getting serious. Weya, you dare to use me as an experiment?" Roaring, Closa rushed over, raising the frost blade high above his head, the blue light flashing furiously, ready to strike down. Shit, Qi Xiang cursed. He felt his fighting spirit surge, and the corrosion fire erupted fully. The trident now bore no resemblance to its original appearance. The trident chopped sideways against Closa. Then, it deflected the frost blade and sliced open a wound on Closa's body. In the next moment, Qi Xiang grabbed the blade of the frost sword with his left hand blazing with flames, seizing the frost blade and retreating while shouting, "Hey, guys, attack." Reacting quickly, Qi Dan unleashed all sorts of skills: Shadow Moon Slash, Rushing Ice Cones, Piercing Barrier. Even Qi Xiang complemented it with a Thunder Pearl. Qi Xiang stabilized his stance, then tossed the frost blade aside. The part that Qi Xiang had grasped turned red, stained by Qi Xiang's own blood. At the same time, Qi Xiang's palm had already been frozen, but facing Closa, he dared not let down his guard. Although Closa had recovery abilities, the limits of this ability were unknown. Qi Xiang swallowed a healing potion and ground another into powder to sprinkle on his wounded left hand since Uncle Da had said the healing potion could be used both externally and internally. Looking at Closa enveloped in mist, Qi Xiang examined carefully, yet discovered nothing unusual. Helplessly, he decided to wait for the mist to dissipate, realizing this was perhaps the only way to know the precise situation. As the mist dissipated, Closa stood there unharmed except for a new red light orb located on his chest. "Vile human, this is your fault," Qi Dan shouted behind. "No good, the boss is going berserk." As any gamer knows, in many games, some bosses enter a frenzied state once their bloodthirsty mode activates. This informs players two things. 1. You're almost done defeating the boss. 2. The boss has become stronger. At this point, Qi Xiang focused entirely on Closa. The corrosive fire on the trident receded as he adjusted his internal Dan energy, ready to unleash a powerful blow against Closa at any moment. Accompanied by Closa's cold laughter, the temperature of the land dropped dramatically. Frost appeared on the ground, and snow began to fall from the sky. Everything looked perfect, but not a single person at the scene considered it a sign of anything good. The wind started blowing, and the snow became heavier, forming multiple snow tornadoes with the icy winds. Any contact between those snow tornadoes and withered trees would instantly uproot and obliterate them. No, they weren't merely gone, they were crushed. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiang immediately shouted, "Withdraw immediately to Brother Bo's side. Bo, activate the barrier, quickly." Saying so, Qi Xiang retreated as well, but not fast, rather appearing as if he were repositioning himself. With one chop of the trident, a flash of golden light redirected a snow tornado. Yes, Qi Xiang was repositioning, observing Closa's weaknesses. At this moment, Closa floated in midair, a foot off the ground. The red light orb on his chest radiated brilliantly, clearly showing that the source of these snow tornadoes originated precisely from that red light orb on Closa's chest. If they didn't break it, the battle would likely devolve into a mere comparison of energy reserves. But Closa absorbed energy while airborne, making it unlikely that either Qi Xiang or Bo could match him. Suddenly, Qi Xiang turned around and charged backward rapidly. Bo thought Qi Xiang was entering the barrier and hurriedly opened a gap, only to hear Qi Xiang shout, "Hey, don't open it." Upon hearing this, Bo quickly closed the gap again. Qi Xiang, however, landed on top of the barrier. With the corrosion fire ignited, Qi Xiang squatted down, tapped on something, and said, "Hey, guys, if you see my light later, it means I'm still alive, so don't panic." After saying that, Qi Xiang stood up again and looked toward Closa's location. His eyes gleamed with an indescribable brilliance, like those of a hawk. At this moment, Bo and others seemed to realize something. Just as they were about to shout something, 4 snow tornadoes came rushing toward the barrier from 4 different directions. There was no time to say anything now, so they quickly shouted for Bo to let Qi Xiang in. Bo was just about to open the barrier when a snow tornado collided with the barrier, causing it to flicker. Stunned, Bo watched as Qi Xiang had already jumped out. As the snow tornado approached, Qi Xiang roared loudly. His whole body and the trident glowed a bright purple. With great force, he dashed forward, his target being the snow tornado. Entering the snow tornado, the piercing cold was not the main issue. What mattered most was that this snow tornado was actually an ice tornado. The wind had transformed the snow into tiny ice crystals. Each spinning shard turned into a lethal blade. Fortunately, Qi Xiang had the corrosion fire attached to him. Otherwise, even this would have been too much for him to handle. After the ice tornado had made one spin, Qi Xiang wanted to jump out, but found himself trapped by the suction. Looking down, Qi Xiang realized there was only one way. He fiercely slashed the trident downward, creating a gap, and then Qi Xiang fell downward. Although the gap disappeared almost immediately, it proved to be an effective method. Repeating this process 3 times, Qi Xiang was very close to the ground. He roared once more, plunging the trident into the ground. As the ice tornado spun around, it disappeared after making 3 circles. Losing his balance, Qi Xiang fell to the ground. Without any hesitation, he stood back up and charged at Closa with all his might. Even though Closa was floating in the air with his eyes closed, it didn't mean he wasn't aware of what was happening. On the contrary, using his spiritual senses made him perceive events more clearly than if he used his eyes. Feeling Qi Xiang rushing towards him, Closa immediately summoned 3 surrounding ice tornadoes to surround Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang continuously thrust his trident towards the bottom of the ice tornadoes. A golden light flashed, disrupting the tornado's momentum, causing them to vanish. These originally formidable ice tornadoes thus dissipated. This wasn't because Qi Xiang was extremely powerful, but rather because he knew how to use clever techniques. Qi Xiang discovered that the golden light on his trident, powered by his internal Dan energy, could block the wind of the ice tornadoes. Then, finding their weakest points, he destroyed them accordingly. However, this wasn't as simple as it sounded. To achieve such skill was one requirement for success. Having great strength was also required. After all, without such strength, one might not even endure getting close to the ice tornadoes. Once again charging towards Closa, the trident high above his head, Qi Xiang aimed to cleave Closa in two, targeting the red light orb on Closa's chest. It seemed that during the execution of this skill, Closa couldn't move. Otherwise, he should have cancelled the skill halfway to counter Qi Xiang. Now, however, Closa had lost his chance. When the trident struck the blue light orb, a red glow flashed. A streak of red light shot towards the sky. Then, a red sphere fell to the ground, bouncing several times with considerable elasticity. However, Qi Xiang had no time to deal with the ball now, as the vanished ice tornado signaled that he should aim his trident at Closa's head. A crisp sound resonated as Closa's head shattered entirely. The Iceman that was still struggling a moment ago stopped moving at this point. Suddenly feeling oppressed in the chest and a surge of sweetness in his throat, Qi Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on Closa's corpse. After spitting out the blood, Qi Xiang sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. Since he had already consumed the healing potion earlier, Qi Xiang couldn't take any more and instead started to restore himself using the Dan energy inside his body. In reality, could Qi Xiang fully withstand the attacks of the ice tornado? The answer was definitely no, considering the immense power of the ice tornadoes. But Qi Xiang had managed it, enduring until now. Seeing Qi Xiang spit blood, Sidon quickly dispelled the barrier and rushed over. Sidon was the first to run here. Seeing Qi Xiang's pale face, he felt powerless at this moment. Bing Yue's hands emitted blue light, and as she placed her palms on Qi Xiang's back to transmit energy, nothing happened initially. However, the instant she transferred even a little energy, Qi Xiang spat out another mouthful of blood. Terrified, Bing Yue quickly retracted her hands, afraid to do anything further. Sidon anxiously looked around, suddenly noticing the red sphere. He recalled seeing a type of item like this before. That kind of item is called red heart fruit, which comes from the bodies of magical beasts. Of course, it can also be purchased in stores, but at a price as high as 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, the buyback price reaches 50,000 gold coins. Its effect is to replenish energy and treat injuries while also increasing experience. However, when used on others, this experience translates into power. Qidan sent out one more reconnaissance spell, confirming that this was indeed the red heart fruit. At this moment, Qidan wasn't thinking about gold coins or anything like that. Though he clearly knew Qi Xiang's wounds would heal with time, Qidan couldn't bear seeing his brother suffer even a bit. Qidan ran over, picked up the red heart fruit, then returned and placed it near Qi Xiang's nose and mouth. Something miraculous happened. As the red heart fruit reached Qi Xiang's face, it turned into red gas that entered through his nose and mouth. Next, Qidan stepped back a little. Following that, Qi Xiang's body emitted a red glow. His skin changed color from white to yellow and then turned red. White steam started to rise from Qi Xiang's head, and black blood began dripping out of all his pores, looking rather nauseating. Then, the red light suddenly intensified, enveloping Qi Xiang inside it. At this point, Qidan could only pray that his judgment had been correct. This really was the red heart fruit. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Qi Xiang felt pain throughout his entire body. The Dan energy inside him moved erratically but didn't show any signs of repairing the damaged meridians. Then, Qi Xiang felt a cold draft on his back, which caused him to spit out yet another mouthful of blood. His consciousness grew increasingly blurred until he almost fainted. After that, he felt something warm and comforting entering his body through his mouth and nose, like a warm stream. The moment this warm stream entered his body, Qi Xiang sensed the uncontrolled Dan energy inside him reacting as if afraid, quickly retreating back to the small energy sphere in his chest composed of condensed Dan force. Then, the warm stream dispersed, beginning to repair the damaged areas of his body. Time seemed to pass slowly, but after an indefinite period, Qi Xiang felt that his body had recovered to its original state, even slightly stronger than before. The remaining energy flowed entirely into the Dan energy ball. This seemingly insignificant amount of energy actually caused the Dan energy ball to compress by 3 complete circles. Yes, compress. Qi Xiang realized that his Dan energy ball reached a certain level and began contracting inward. Each circle of contraction required triple the energy of the previous one, making it evident how precious this red heart fruit was. Unfortunately, Qi Xiang couldn't currently perform an internal check, so he was unaware that the energy brought in by the red heart fruit appeared red inside him. He could only vaguely sense the energy flowing through him. Do you think Qi Xiang will be alright? Qidan sat on the ground, resting his chin on his palms as he looked at Qi Xiang covered in red light. Ice Moon, who was flipping through the scroll book that Qidan had promised her, replied nonchalantly. I don't see any problem with Qi Xiang originally, but judging by his condition now, he might have been poisoned. Let's dig him a grave, and for ourselves as well. Qidan rolled his eyes at Ice Moon and looked toward Bo and Da, only to find these two nodding in agreement. Qidan sighed helplessly and continued watching Qi Xiang. However, he noticed that the red glow around Qi Xiang was gradually dimming. Alarmed, he immediately signaled the other 3 to take a look. The red glow around Qi Xiang disappeared, and the redness on his skin faded away. As soon as Qi Xiang opened his eyes, he saw the familiar faces of those who had been with him these past few days. Qidan, Bo, Da, and Ice Moon. All 4 had stayed beside him for several days through life and death situations. Seeing their faces upon opening his eyes, Qi Xiang felt a strange sense of fulfillment in his heart. Then, hearing Chiden's voice ask, Xiang brother, are you feeling better? Chi Xiang found an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and warmth filling him. Speaking of Chapter 26, there were 2 instances mentioned. Should they still be revised? That's what you all decide. Chapter 37, Toxic Mist Fungus. Pulling himself together, Chi Xiang didn't want to be bogged down by emotions at this moment. With a sudden thrust of his right hand, he pushed Che Dan to the ground, followed by an explosive flash of fire as his right fist struck and killed a dog-like magic beast. Chi Xiang glanced around at everyone and said, "Your vigilance is terrible." He then stood up, extending his right hand to help Che Dan up. Next, he probed Desika and Takex's conditions. Desika had already entered a peculiar state, even more so than before. It was seemingly due to that earlier warm current, leading to changes within Desika. Meanwhile, Takex also entered a special state similar to Desika's. It was obvious. These 2 magic beasts were undergoing an evolutionary phase. Sighing, Chi Xiang said, "Looks like my magic beasts can't move for now. Let's go." As he spoke, he placed an arm around Che Dan's shoulder and apologized. "Hey, buddy, sorry about that." Even though Chi Xiang wanted to become a little colder, more rational given their surroundings, his heart refused to remain cold when faced with his closest brother. Che Dan chuckled, rubbing his sore behind, and said, "What do you have to apologize for? Don't I know you well enough? You saved my life. I saved yours. We're even, though my butt sure does hurt. Were you getting your revenge through me? Ha ha ha. How could I miss such a good opportunity to get an advantage?" Chi Xiang asked teasingly. Then, his tone changed as he added, "By the way, you mentioned saving my life earlier. Was that strange warm current I felt you're doing?" Che Dan smiled faintly and nodded. "Of course. That thing dropped from close cells for 10,000 gold, or can fetch over 5,000 when sold secondhand. Pay up, buddy. Pay my ass." After Chi Xiang spat out those words, the 2 brothers exchanged glances and burst into laughter, not resembling men who had just survived life-and-death situations in the least. Behind them, Bingwei walked alongside Big Brother Bo and Uncle Da. Although she acted like a tomboy, when it came to brotherhood, there were still aspects she couldn't fully understand. After all, being born into the Jinhua family, her character leaned toward fierce but wasn't truly akin to a genuine tomboy. Bingwei looked at Big Brother Bo next to her, then at Uncle Da, asking curiously, "Uncle Da, Big Brother Bo, why are Chi Xiang and Che Dan states different from both of you?" Uncle Da slightly startled before responding, "How are they different? It's that kind of state. Look, you 2 are brothers too, and they are brothers as well, get it?" Bingwei explained in her own terms. Uncle Da suddenly understood, laughing loudly as he said, "Oh, you mean that? The issue is probably whether Chi Xiang and Che Dan have ever grown out of puberty. They're bound to fight sometimes. Big Brother Bo and I went through battlefield initiation and marketplace trials respectively, so no matter how much we want to, it's hard for us to reach their state anymore." He shrugged his shoulders as he finished speaking. Big Brother Bo let out a sly laugh, retorting, "Who says I don't make trouble? Maybe it's because you're old, Uncle Da," before starting to dance on the spot. Safacefa. It was the currently trending Fox song. Chi Xiang and Che Dan heard this sound and quickly turned back. Seeing Big Brother Bo's familiar moves, they simultaneously cursed, "Damn." Then the 2 exchanged grins and rushed forward, joining Bo in dancing. Ice Moon laughed until her stomach ached, doubling over on the ground and still unable to stop. On the other hand, Uncle Da looked flustered, repeatedly muttering, "What's going on?" After making enough of a commotion, the 5 set off again. Despite resuming his usual poker face, everyone had now come to realize that underneath Bo's icy exterior lay a passionate heart. Or as people might say, quiet lust. Clozo was dead, yet Che Dan earned numerous coins and experience points. But seeing Chi Xiang awake proved most important, not merely because he was the strongest combatant in the team, but rather because he was their brother. Che Dan estimated the group's levels. At present, Chi Xiang was still the highest-ranking member at 27 levels, having leveled up 1 more grade due to the heart fruit's effects. Che Dan, completing a significant task while defeating a boss, still ranked high at level 19. Third place was Ice Moon, whose rank originally wasn't low, adding the core crystal from the Dark Devil Spider King, thus reaching 17 levels. Not far behind her, Bo stood at 16 levels due to insufficient early training. The most pitiful case was Deshu since he'd constantly yielded all prime materials to Chi Xiang, leaving him no chance to refine pills, managing to only craft some basic ones during Chi Xiang's absorption period, reaching level 10. However, the strength of an alchemist doesn't lie in levels, but instead in the number of pills he produces and the quality of higher-grade pills. Chi Xiang reflected on the encounters of the past few days and said, It's been so many days already, all encountering magic beasts and bosses. Although our skills have improved pretty quickly, is there anything like a treasure vault? This large forest wouldn't just have magic beasts, would it?" Ice Moon sighed and said, Why am I even walking with you? There's no good happening to you in the next 3 years, which means we're probably not finding any treasures." Of course, no one complained to Chi Xiang about such things since this wasn't what he wished for. However, some teasing was still necessary. Che Dan grinned wickedly. How could this situation lack him? He stepped between Bo and Deshu and said, "Hey, Big Brother Bo, Uncle Da, I'm at level 19 now, right? That's not bad. Plus your barriers and ammunition. We 3 will definitely be an unshakable triangle. Come on, let's go look for treasures." "Yeah, my rank isn't low either. I can definitely protect myself. I'll join the treasure hunt too." Ice Moon's voice followed Che Dan's words. Chi Xiang obviously understood that these 2 were teasing him. With his character, even if it were true, he wouldn't stop them, let alone when this was fake. So, he simply sat down and said, "You go ahead. I'll rest here for a while." It's been too long since I slept. Saying this, he closed his eyes and lay down on the ground. After 5 minutes, under the apologies from Che Dan and Ice Moon, the five set off again. During those 5 minutes, everyone except Che Dan, who grew up with Chi Xiang, got a taste of how far one could take advantage of someone. During those 5 minutes, rolling around and causing trouble, Chi Xiang didn't leave out any antics and had Che Dan and Ice Moon chasing around aimlessly. Thankfully, there was no one else around, and this was all in jest. Otherwise, half an hour would have been the bare minimum to proceed. What was more infuriating was Che Dan and Ice Moon originally wanting to see Chi Xiang covered in mud. But as Chi Xiang stood up, he attached corrosive fire onto his clothes, solving the issue instantly, leaving Che Dan and Ice Moon as two mud-covered figures instead. After helping Che Dan clean his clothes, Chi Xiang glanced at Ice Moon, shook his head, and said, "All right, let's go." Not wanting to initiate himself, Ice Moon certainly couldn't face asking Chi Xiang to help clean her muddy clothes, so she walked wearing her dirted clothing. They hadn't gone far when suddenly, Uncle Da's eyes lit up, pointing at a pink mushroom beneath a tree and saying, You guys, look at what that is." Everyone looked in the direction Uncle Da pointed, spotting the pink mushroom. Che Dan shrugged and asked, "What is it?" "A poisonous mushroom." Uncle Da grinned, picked up a nearby stone, and hurled it towards the mushroom. A terrifying event unfolded. Accurately hitting the mushroom, it instantly emitted pink gas, enveloping everything within 5 centimeters around it. After roughly 2 or 3 seconds, the gas contracted inward, only then revealing that the gas had been absorbed back by the mushroom, and every object the gas touched, apart from soil, had vanished, corroded away. Che Dan was dumbfounded and said, "That's terrifying. This thing is terrifying." Chi Xiang nodded and said, I understand now, Uncle Da. This must surely be something valuable, right? Poisonous substances may indeed be dangerous, but when used appropriately, they can be made into something useful. The stronger their toxicity, the more precious they are. This mushroom should probably be top tier, shouldn't it? Uncle Da nodded and said, "Exactly. This is one of the materials needed for refining the 12 embodiment pills, toxic mist fungus. And this pink toxic mist fungus signifies the highest grade among its kind. You might think it's only palm-sized, but a single mushroom is enough for me to refine at least 7 pills of any type of 12 embodiment pill. But its toxicity is extremely potent. Of course, there's a way to deal with it. Before setting out, I prepared a jade box specifically to store it. The toxic mist fungus can corrode everything, except for soil. The moment it leaves the soil, it will immediately wither and die. And naturally, if it wilts, it becomes unusable." He went on, pulling out a jade box from his alternate dimension space and showing it to everyone. "Oh, right, forgot to mention, could a pill master possibly exist without alternate dimension space? All of Uncle Da's precious materials, pills, and refining furnaces were inside. This jade box was peculiar. It had jade externally, and internally, it contained soil encasing it snugly. The soil remained soft yet firmly adhered to the jade box." Deshu continued, "I thought it through like this. The toxic mist inside the toxic mist fungus is limited. Once depleted, it takes at least a month to regenerate. So, we extract its toxic mist, let Little Bo use a barrier to seal the mist, then, who's volunteering?" As he spoke, Deshu looked around. Chi Xiang raised his trident and said, "I'll go, but you have to give me the 12 embodiment pills first once we refine them." Uncle Da nodded in agreement. In reality, Uncle Da was thinking that the main materials for the 12 embodiment pills come from the 12 divine beasts. It's not that easy to refine. If it were actually refined, 1 pill would be enough to save a life, and giving away all the others wouldn't be an issue. Uncle Da suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right. After you put the toxic mist fungus into the jade box, don't take it out too quickly. Let it absorb the toxic mist first, then retrieve it, otherwise there will be trouble." Chi Xiang nodded, picked up a pebble, and threw it over. The pink toxic mist reappeared. Chi Xiang shouted, "Big Brother Bo, hurry." Big Brother Bo crossed his hands and muttered lowly, "Seal." Purple small squares appeared, sealing the toxic mist. Yet those barriers seemed frail under the potency of the toxic mist from the premium-grade toxic mist fungus, as if they could vanish at any moment. Chi Xiang didn't waste time, making a fierce dash forward into the space Big Brother Bo had provided. He thrust his trident downward and upward, then quickly leaped backward, avoiding the red mist. "Chi Xiang, catch!" Saying this, Uncle Da threw the jade box toward Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang caught the jade box with his left hand, scooped it, and immediately retrieved the toxic mist fungus. Then, placing the jade box down, Chi Xiang immediately retreated. And Big Brother Bo's barriers couldn't hold out much longer at this moment. As the sound of the barriers breaking rang out, the pink toxic mist appeared again. Instantly, more than half of the toxic mist vanished, obviously absorbed by the toxic mist fungus, but the remaining mist continued to float around motionless. Chi Xiang steadied himself, returning the trident to his back, asking, Uncle Da, what's going on?" Uncle Da frowned deeply and said, "We might be in serious trouble." "What happened?" Chi Xiang asked. Uncle Da squatted on the ground, lighting a cigarette, taking a puff, and said, "The book says that if the toxic mist fungus senses someone is trying to harm it, it will concentrate the toxic mist. The toxicity of the mist will decrease, but instead, it emits a fragrant aroma, an aroma only magic beasts can smell. Any magic beast within 10,000 li will be attracted here, and those who smell the aroma will become highly aggressive, leading numerous magic beasts to fight over the toxic mist fungus." Hearing these words, all 4 people were shocked. "Does this count as a brawl?" Che Dan hurriedly asked, "Can we run now?" Uncle Da shook his head, took another puff, and said, "It's no use. Every living creature within 100 meters will get infected with this scent, being marked as the primary enemy. All right, prepare for battle." Saying this, Uncle Da took another puff. Despite this, the group remained calm. After all, in this era, anything could happen. Knowing they couldn't avoid it, they tried to see if they could win. Although there may be 200 or 300 powerful magic beasts within 10,000 meters, they wouldn't arrive simultaneously, and not all of these beasts would necessarily target them. Qi Xiang and Ice Moon sat on the ground adjusting their conditions, while Bo set up defensive barriers, creating time for increased defense power. Hence, Bo had to prepare in advance. Che Dan and Uncle Da were idle, though Che Dan's attitude was okay. He was seated eating sunflower seeds, whereas Uncle Da's state was quite poor, as if he had been sentenced to death. At this point, Uncle Da believed that it was his mistake which caused this situation. If he hadn't taken the toxic mist fungus, everyone else wouldn't have ended up like this. By now, Uncle Da had already switched to a new cigarette. With a roar of a wild beast, everyone became alert. Even Uncle Da adjusting his own condition, since he understood better than anyone else that if he didn't face the situation properly, he might endanger the others. At this point, Uncle Da had replaced another cigarette. As the sound of savage howls echoed, every muscle tightened for the impending battle. Chapter 38, Chaos. A demon beast resembling a hound burst forth, roaring and immediately releasing 3 beams of light from its mouth. Qi Xiang blocked the attack with his trident, saying, "As expected, everyone be careful. These demon beasts have all entered a bloodthirsty state and will only attack." With that, Qi Xiang charged forward, his trident glowing fiercely as he unleashed an all-out slash. Instantly, the demon beast was split into 2 halves. At this moment, the howls of various demon beasts echoed around as one shadow after another appeared. A variety of lights emerged, attacks predominantly in black and green colors rushing toward the 5 of them. Bo Gu, Da Shu, and Bing Yu all retreated into the barrier while Che Dan stood outside, holding up a Lingxi shield, ready to charge into battle at any moment. The most formidable among them was still Qi Xiang, wielding a trident and constantly blocking those attacks. His trident gleamed with golden light, stopping blow after blow, claiming the life of one demon beast after another. Qi Xiang was good at picking his targets. After encountering various demon beasts for such a long time, Qi Xiang had roughly figured out which kinds of demon beasts were powerful and which ones were weak. Therefore, Qi Xiang specifically targeted the weaker demon beasts to fight. Moreover, powerful demon beasts usually had their own territories, so no more than 10 had arrived this time. However, the weaker ones were almost everywhere, meaning that the number of demon beasts killed at the moment was quite high. Following an explosion, Qi Xiang didn't even need to turn his head to know it must have been Che Dan's doing. Che Dan held up the Lingxi shield, attacking using spider webs combined with dark moon strikes. Previously, a demon beast that had been continuously tied up by the spider web was not weak. It was also around level 16 or 17, but once bound by the web, it first got hit by Che Dan's dark moon strike, followed by piercing barriers and ice darts until it finally met its end through Che Dan's explosive attack. After killing over 30 demon beasts consecutively, Qi Xiang paused, though knowing that among the demons he had slain so far, around 30 total, only about 3 were above level 18. Now, more and more demon beasts began appearing. At this point, however, the focus of their attacks was no longer solely on the group of 5, including Qi Xiang. They started attacking each other instead. Qi Xiang's team, of course, wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Whenever a demon beast attacked either Qi Xiang or Che Dan, it would receive special attention. If a demon beast was losing a fight against another, then it too would be cared for by Qi Xiang. A distant wolf howl reverberated. Upon hearing this sound, all the demon beasts trembled, likely stopping in ordinary times. But now, under the influence of bloodlust, their consciousness was already clouded. They couldn't stop. The wolf-like demon beast stood proudly on a dead tree branch, looking down at Qi Xiang and asked, "Human, did you trigger the poison mist of the mist toadstool?" After decapitating a tiger, Qi Xiang responded, "Yes, so what? Are you dissatisfied?" "Human, this forest has been tranquil for a long time. Why disrupt this peace?" the wolf asked. As Qi Xiang fought off the attacks directed at him, he glanced briefly at the wolf and was instantly stunned because he saw a beam strike the wolf but leave it completely unscathed, even its first showing no signs of damage. Swinging the trident, Qi Xiang replied, "Do you think we wanted to? If you can find a way to bring them back, great. If not, there's nothing I can do." Saying this, Qi Xiang swept horizontally with his trident, infecting several demon beasts with corrosive fire. He then leaped away forcefully without needing to look, knowing well enough that those demon beasts wouldn't survive. "Human, you will pay for your actions today," said the wolf, who then howled again. Qi Xiang thought it was aimed at himself, and he stayed alert, only to realize it wasn't for attacking him but seemed like a summoning call. "Third brother, are these the humans responsible?" A sinister voice emerged. When Qi Xiang looked at the wolf again, he noticed a black tiger and a bat the size of a man had appeared beside it. The chilling voice had just come from the bat. With one roar, the black tiger made every demon beast freeze in place, fearfully eyeing it. Some were even scared unconscious. Qi Xiang looked at these 3 demon beasts, growing slightly more puzzled inside. These 3 definitely should not possess such strength according to where they were in the forest, yet here they were, handling these situations. "Why?" The tiger glanced at Qi Xiang and said, "Hey, human, it seems you should be the leader here. The mist toadstool is your responsibility now. Most of the demon beasts here, we can take with us. Some won't succumb to our influence. so their recovery will fall to you. This time, we'll let you go. I hope after you solve this matter, you leave immediately." With that, it howled to the sky. Then these three demon beasts bolted toward the distance. Xiang was about to say they had fled when he noticed that all surrounding demon beasts were quickly retreating. Within less than a minute, only 7 or 8 remained. Upon closer inspection, Xiang saw 2 wolf-like demon beasts and an ape-like one engaged in battle. A huge emerald python hissed, its tongue flickering, staring at them. 3 werewolves were prepared for an attack as well, along with another tiger-like demon beast sizing up the group. Looking at these demon beasts, Xiang couldn't help but marvel. Predatory demon beasts truly ruled the food chain, just like ordinary predators. Xiang gripped the trident firmly and commanded, "Engage." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang charged forward. After activating the attachment mode, Xiang's trident glowed purple, piercing straight toward the tiger-like demon beast, while Dan faced off against the 3 werewolves. Xiang acted strategically. Snakes were the most patient animals, and demon beasts were no exception. Thus, the snake could be left for last. He jabbed repeatedly at the tiger. This tiger Xiang had seen several days ago. It was a dark demon tiger. However, this dark demon tiger's strength far surpassed the previous one. The dark demon tiger roared, its right claw slashing toward Xiang. Xiang dodged, shouting fiercely as the trident thrust directly toward the dark demon tiger's face. The dark demon tiger roared once again, creating a barrier similar to the one Xiang had faced before, only for it to break apart shortly after, allowing Xiang's trident to pierce through the dark demon tiger's head. Wiping the blood from his face, Xiang turned to the 3 werewolves and roared again, throwing the trident with great force, impaling one werewolf. In the blink of an eye, Xiang arrived, delivering a powerful kick to finish off another. He stood firm and delivered a punch, leaving none of the 3 werewolves standing. Staring at his handiwork, Xiang was astonished by his own capabilities. What he didn't know was that the red heart fruit obtained from Crossra had enhanced his body significantly. Now, he was twice as strong as before. Regaining his trident, Xiang felt even more confident. Looking at the giant emerald python, it seemed to him like a corpse already. Before Xiang could charge, Dan stopped him and said, "Xiang brother, this snake is called the green-scaled snake. Its poison is potent, and its scales offer incredible defense. Your trident won't work. But remember last time we fought Crossra? He dropped a frost blade which I picked up. Let me give it to you to use for now." Speaking, a flash of blue light appeared, and the frost blade materialized in Dan's hands, who promptly threw it to Xiang. Receiving the frost blade in his left hand, Xiang inserted the trident into the ground, caressing the blade, muttering, "What a fine sword, what a fine sword." He switched the sword to his right hand, testing its weight and power with a couple of swings, nodding approvingly to Dan. Then, Xiang looked at the green-scaled snake, letting out a fierce roar as he surged forward. Under the surge of Dantian energy, the frost blade emitted a brilliant blue glow. Xiang refrained from using his corrosive fire, instead channeling the energy of the frost blade. The frost blade swung in Xiang's hands, emitting light blades each time, leaving icy patches on the green-scaled snake where they hit. Even though these effects would fade quickly, such attacks proved effective enough. A cold gleam shone in Xiang's eyes as killing intent radiated from his body. The frost blade hacked away furiously, sending scales flying from the green-scaled snake's body. The green-scaled snake wasn't idle either. It spat purple venom from its mouth continuously. But Xiang was covered entirely in corrosive fire, making the venom ineffective. The snake relied more heavily on physical attacks. When fully grown, the green-scaled snake could reach over 100 meters in length, 20 meters in diameter, with the might to crush small mountains. However, this green-scaled snake was still young, lacking sizable power. Facing Xiang, it felt hampered in unleashing its full potential. Piercing barriers and freezing spikes constantly shot out from the ground or rearward, pelting the green-scaled snake. For a moment, the snake was rendered unable to fight back. Xiang shouted, "Break!" slicing downward with the frost blade upon the green-scaled snake's body. Blood splattered everywhere, covering Xiang entirely. The green-scaled snake was cleaved in two, collapsing onto the ground. The corrosive fire covered his whole body, neutralizing the green blood of the bristling snake. Xiang now turned his attention to the ape-like demon beast. By his side already lay the 2 wolf-like demon beasts. Dan called from the back door, "Xiang brother, be careful. That ape is the strongest demon beast here. It's called a manlequin." With those words, Dan came running around from the back door, dragging Xiang's trident with him, but judging by Chiden's demeanor, he still lacked the strength to freely wield the trident. Xiang quickly snatched the trident and then handed the frost blade to Dan with a smile. Dan didn't hesitate, directly taking the frost blade, which instantly filled him with renewed confidence. With an enraged roar, the manlequin charged over. Dan swung his right hand, sending a purple spiderweb toward the manlequin. The spiderweb seemed utterly ineffective in front of the manlequin, sticking only to its right arm and having no impact on the creature whatsoever. But what followed wasn't as easy. Icicles, piercing barriers, and shadow moon slashes continuously struck the manlequin. Even the strongest defense would waver under such relentless attacks, let alone the manlequin, which was not a defensive-type demon beast. Letting out another roar that shook the surrounding leaves, the manlequin continuously pounded the ground. Under the force of its all-out blows, the ground itself began to tremble, like a small earthquake. It wasn't just Datu and the others who struggled to stay steady. Even Xiang felt unsteady. Huh! A loud roar resounded as the manlequin leaped from its spot, raising its arms to strike directly down upon Qi Xiang. Clearly, it had targeted Qi Xiang as the strongest among them. Once Qi Xiang was defeated, the rest wouldn't pose much of a threat. But was Qi Xiang really so easy to defeat? Qi Xiang roared fiercely, planting both feet firmly into the ground and holding the trident high to the sky. The corrosive fire burned vigorously, showing no sign of evasion or strategy. Only a head-on collision, a primitive yet effective method of combat. When the manlequin's fists hit the trident, Qi Xiang's body visibly sank slightly. He inwardly marveled at the manlequin's ability to focus its attack on a single point. It indeed was no ordinary opponent. The manlequin, however, also fared poorly. Its entire body was halted mid-air, the corrosive fire traveling up through its fists and causing intense, unbearable pain. "Take this," Qi Xiang bellowed, swinging the trident to throw the manlequin away. Then Qi Xiang and Qi Dan leapt together, slashing down at the manlequin's head with their weapons. Having no time to dodge, the manlequin could only use its arms to block. This caused immense pain, prompting the creature to swing its arms and fling the two of them to either side. Where the manlequin had been hit, one spot had frozen solid, sustaining frostbite, while another ignited with purple flames. Qi Xiang's corrosive fire wasn't merely hot, it pierced deeply, causing excruciating pain. After all, corrosive fire didn't burn, it corroded, genuinely corroded. Roaring repeatedly, pounding its chest with its fists, the manlequin truly became infuriated now. Flames of rage burned within the creature's heart. As a higher-level demon beast in this forest, it had never before experienced such humiliation since birth, not because it was injured, but because these 5 humans, whose power was not overwhelming, had managed to injure it and cause great pain. Its left arm revealed short claws, tearing off the piece of flesh on its right arm that was still being burned by the corrosive fire. The severe pain prompted another roar, confirming the manlequin's resolve. Every ounce of suffering endured would be repaid manifold. Opening its mouth in a fierce roar, the manlequin's muscles suddenly swelled up, and some red hairs appeared in its fur following a peculiar pattern. Clearly, this wasn't an ordinary transformation. The manlequin's changes weren't limited to its muscles and fur. Long fangs protruded from its mouth, its eyes turning from black to blood red, and angry roars kept erupting from within. It was obvious Qi Xiang and the others were in for more trouble. Chapter 39, The Brute Ape. Various ranged attacks bombarded the brute ape relentlessly. Despite the multicolored strikes hitting its body, the brute ape stood like a mountain, unmoving. With its transformation nearly complete, Qi Xiang could no longer wait. He raised his trident and charged toward the brute ape. The tip of the trident pierced straight ahead, injuring the chest of the brute ape. As Qi Xiang looked up, he made eye contact with the brute ape. Its eyes gleamed with a cold light as it brought its fists inward. But its target was not the trident, it was Qi Xiang. Seeing this, Qi Xiang did not hesitate, immediately releasing the trident. His feet planted firmly on the ground, he roared loudly and caught each punch with his left and right hands. Strangely, the corrosive fire had no effect on the brute ape at all. Despite burning the hair on its fists, the creature showed no reaction, instead gripping Qi Xiang tightly. The veins bulged on Qi Xiang's arms. Until now, he had always believed that his strength was great, but he realized just how insignificant it was compared to the brute force of this monster, and the brute ape didn't even seem to be using its full power yet. What Qi Xiang didn't know was that the brute ape was a magic beast specifically renowned for its raw strength, concentrating all its might in its arms. Moreover, it had entered a berserk state. So if even under these conditions it couldn't match Qi Xiang's strength, wouldn't the brute ape have lived for nothing? Boom, boom. 2 eye spikes struck the brute ape's arms. Behind him, Qi Xiang's companions unleashed all their ranged attacks. Though Qi Xiang couldn't see it, he could feel it. Che Dan was charging forward, issuing dark moon slashes while wielding a frosty blade towards this direction. Qi Xiang's lips curled into a slight smile as he exerted all his strength, managing to push away the brute ape's arms. Having shaken loose some space between them, Qi Xiang stepped back. With a thunderous roar, the brute ape slammed its 2 fists together. The momentum barely diminished its formidable power, but still, even such strength caused little damage to the brute ape itself, who merely shook off the effort. Looking at the trident crushed beneath the brute ape's foot, Qi Xiang chose not to retrieve it, but continued retreating instead. After all, even if he retrieved it, the trident would be useless against the sheer power of the giant hands. On the other hand, Che Dan's frostblade would serve Qi Xiang better in combat. As he backed away, intercepting the rushing Che Dan, Qi Xiang said, "Che Dan, give me the..." Suddenly, Qi Xiang jumped aside to avoid being impaled where he had originally stood. A trident stuck firmly in the ground at that spot. Indeed, Qi Xiang saw that the brute ape had lifted the trident high above its head and hurled it like a javelin. The brute ape roared again, charging forward. Che Dan asked, "Xianggu, do you still need the weapon?" Qi Xiang chuckled and responded, "We'll talk about that once you can use a trident." Then, pulling the partially buried trident from the ground, Qi Xiang channeled an energy boost into it, fully activating his fighting spirit. Leaping forward with a powerful kickoff from his right foot, Qi Xiang instantly arrived before the brute ape. Roaring fiercely, he swung the trident horizontally, carving a wound into the brute ape's chest. Continuing fluidly, Qi Xiang transferred the trident into his left hand, grasping it firmly with both, planting his left foot forward and his right foot back, preparing for a blow from the advancing brute. No sound erupted, no explosion occurred. Under the monstrous strike, Qi Xiang's entire body sank significantly into the ground, hiding the soles of his shoes completely. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, followed by a spout that sprayed across the trident and onto the brute ape. Yeah, Qi Xiang roared again, kicking out violently with his right foot directly at the brute ape. Apparently, the brute ape hadn't anticipated Qi Xiang could manage an attack while under its immense pressure. The brute ape's lower half was sent flying backward. Qi Xiang stepped back cautiously as the brute ape crashed heavily to the ground. The trident plunged downward, stabbing into the ground near the top of the brute ape's head. The skull is the hardest part of the human body, and though the brute ape resembled a humanoid magic beast whose toughest part was its fists, its head came second. Furthermore, with the resilient bodies of magical beasts, the bones throughout the brute ape's body were far from fragile. Therefore, although Qi Xiang managed to inflict wounds on the brute ape's chest due to the abundance of soft tissue, the head proved much more resistant. In fact, the only mark Qi Xiang left was a small puncture matching the size of the trident's tip, just breaking through the outer layer and going no further. With its right hand gripping the trident, the brute ape slowly lifted its head and locked its red, menacing eyes onto Qi Xiang. Yet Qi Xiang felt no fear. With a twist of his hand, he inflicted another wound upon the brute ape's grip before continuing his downward stab. Roar! The brute ape let out a low, angry roar, its right hand tightly gripping the trident. Blood flowed from the brute ape's hand. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiang quickly released the trident and retreated, while at the same moment, the brute ape threw the trident aside. Qi Xiang had no doubt that if he had been holding onto the trident tightly at that time, he would have been carried away too. A blue light appeared in the sky. In fact, if it were in an ordinary place, the blue light wouldn't have drawn people's attention. But here, this was the abyssal forest, a world of darkness. Here, there was only endless night without day or sunlight. Therefore, that blue light stood out conspicuously here. Instinctively looking up, the brute ape saw dozens of ice spears coalescing in the air, and they were about to reach the count of 100 soon enough. Clearly, all this had been caused by Bingyu. Yes, upon witnessing the strength of the brute ape, Bingyu had already started summoning the ice spear attack. The only reason it took some time was because this magic required preparation. During their encounter at the Wind Sand Canyon last time, Bingyu employed certain tricks and relied on her staff to cast it, albeit with considerable side effects. But now, she could cast it based purely on her true strength. Even though it still drained her significantly, it did so without any negative repercussions, except for the rather lengthy casting duration. Bingyu cried out delicately as she waved her staff. Instantly, all the ice spears in the sky converged toward the position where the brute ape stood, the attacks growing increasingly focused. It should be known that getting struck by one ice spear already hurt quite a bit. However, with these mini ice spears falling from the height above under Bingyu's manipulation, each reaching 2/3 the power of a fully charged ice spear shot, the damage was undeniably substantial. Even if it wasn't overlapping damage, it was objectively considerable. The brute ape's eyes contracted, both arms shielding its face. Then, with the explosion of the first ice spear hitting the brute ape's body, more surged forward relentlessly. Even those which barely missed the target managed to strike several places nearby, and at least over 80 spears landed on the brute ape itself. When the ice spear rush ended, the brute ape was unable to remain standing. It knelt semi-squatting on the ground. Its once prideful pair of arms had become riddled with wounds. Likely it couldn't continue to fight for some time. Qi Xiang placed his trident behind him and raised a hand signaling Bo Gu and Bingyu to stop attacking. He also ordered Che Dan to cease fire. Qi Xiang walked in front of the brute ape, looking at this creature taller than himself. He gave a slight smile and said, "I know you attacked us because of the toxic mist mushrooms. Now you may go." After saying this, Qi Xiang turned around and walked towards the toxic mist mushrooms, leaving his back exposed to the brute ape. This act meant the brute ape's next move could potentially catch Qi Xiang unprepared, but Qi Xiang went ahead with it anyway. He was making a bet on the psychology of the brute ape. Footsteps echoed from behind, growing fainter and fainter, letting Qi Xiang know he had wagered correctly. With a burst of energy, Qi Xiang rushed forward, closed the lid of the jade box, and laughed lightly saying, "You've given me quite a lot of trouble." Then, Qi Xiang turned around and leaped toward Bo Gu and the others, handing the jade box over to Deshu. Deshu received the jade box and put it into his own spatial pouch. Bingyu glanced at Qi Xiang and asked, "Why didn't you kill him?" Qi Xiang hummed and counter-asked why Bingyu thought he should be killed. Bingyu looked at the corpses scattered across the ground and said, "That brute ape looked very strong. If you had killed him, your power must have grown significantly, right?" Qi Xiang smiled faintly, looking at Bo Gu, then at Deshu, and replied, "Che Dan probably knows this too. You've never had to consider such things since you were young. Let me ask you, how much longer do we need to stay here? Don't you know? This time I let the brute ape go is essentially making friends with him, thus ensuring that if we meet him again someday, he can lend a hand. At the very least, we'll find no problem getting out of this forest. But killing him won't even boost my level. Which option would you choose?" Bingyu nodded and said, "You're right. Your merchants' minds are sharp. I'll stick to being a mage." Qi Xiang gathered all the bodies together and absorbed them over a day's worth of effort. Following that, the 5 companions resumed their journey once again. "Come on, Bo Gu, will you ever get us out of here? We've been walking for 3 days, and although we haven't looped back too far yet, this just isn't sustainable," Che Dan complained. Indeed, since setting off again, the 5 of them had been on the road for 5 days. It was hard not for Che Dan to voice complaints. Bo Gu shrugged and said, "Who knows how large this place is? Just keeping us from circling back is an accomplishment. Even Deshu might struggle in this aspect." Qi Xiang remained silent, jumped onto a tree, and peered into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed something, hurriedly leaping down, and said excitedly, "Hey, everyone, there's a way out." Upon hearing this, the four immediately came over. These words were incredibly important to them. They had had enough of being cooped up in this hellish place, where there was perpetual night and no water at all. The water they brought along was almost gone. To say the least, after one more day, they would be completely out of supplies. Qixiang pointed to the front and said, "Ahead, it's a plain. Shall we rush?" "Yes." The five went running like mad, covering approximately a kilometer before Qixiang suddenly noticed something and hastily called everyone to stop. Qixiang looked around and said, "Have you noticed that everything looks similar here? This is not good. This is an illusion." Saying this, the five instinctively grouped together, standing back to back. The Shu said, "We just entered this illusion, but getting out won't be easy. What should we do?" This question was directed at Bing Yu since she was the only real mage among them. Bing Yu gave Che Dan a look and said, "It's your fault for being so stingy with those few coins, not buying me books about magic. Now, I have only one scroll book. How am I supposed to know how to break the illusion?" Che Dan snorted and retorted, "Don't blame me. The book on illusions cost more than all the money I had. What was I supposed to buy it with?" "Stop arguing," Qixiang interrupted sternly. Then he continued, "Here's what we'll do. We will split into groups. Che Dan and Bing Yu form one group, Deshu and Bo Gu form another, and I'll go alone. By dispersing ourselves, we increase our chances of finding a way out." Bo Gu stroked his chin and remarked, "In situations like this, shouldn't we stay together?" Qixiang chuckled and explained, "Illusions are tricky. There might either be one exit, or none, making us loop around forever. Splitting up could lead to two possible outcomes. One group finds a way out, while the others might just end up looping back." Since there was no better plan, the group followed Qixiang's suggestion. His strategy seemed reasonable enough, so even if Che Dan and Bing Yu weren't entirely harmonious, neither raised any objections. Qixiang walked like a true leader, trident in hand, hacking down trees as he passed, leaving many stumps behind in his path. Meanwhile, Che Dan and Bo Ji's teams moved normally, unable to match Qixiang's strength in cutting down obstacles easily. Even Che Dan's cold blade wouldn't achieve such results. Suddenly, all five members simultaneously heard terrifying cries. The sounds couldn't be attributed to any known animal, nor did they resemble anything familiar, yet upon hearing it, an inexplicable fear struck deep within their souls, transcending mere psychological discomfort. "How can you be here?" In front of Qixiang appeared a girl, his first love. However, later due to a car accident, she passed away, becoming a perpetual pain embedded in Qixiang's heart. Qixiang even attended her funeral, during which an unforgettable event occurred. Her body fell out from the coffin, something Qixiang, who was merely 15 then, had never imagined seeing. The girl's mouth opened as she said, "I've come to find you." With that, she lunged towards Qixiang. A chill of coolness surged through Qixiang's mind, suddenly restoring his clarity. Looking straight at the girl before him, he declared firmly, "You are merely an illusion. If I am not afraid, you will vanish." Speaking thus, Qixiang straightened his chest and faced her squarely. As the girl pounced on him, she dissipated instantly, and by doing so, she eliminated years of dread haunting Qixiang's soul. Not that he wasn't brave. It was just that very few things managed to frighten Qixiang as much as that incident did. Drawing his trident from his back, Qixiang smiled slightly and said, "Thanks." Ever since spitting blood onto the trident after fighting the brute ape, the trident had formed a connection with Qixiang, a sensation persisting ever since for these 3 days, proving crucial now as it helped Qixiang regain his focus. Suddenly, Qixiang felt a flicker of unease. If he himself could be ensnared in such illusions, what are the other for? Chapter 40, The Holy Light Spear. "Get lost," Che Dan shouted, but before him stood his teacher, not the honest teacher from high school, but his middle school physical education teacher. That PE teacher looked at Che Dan with a sinister grin and said, "What's wrong? Aren't you fond of drinking urine? Today, I'm here to serve it to you." Saying that, he began to lower his pants. Che Dan watched in horror, his trembling hand barely gripping the cold blade, as if it could fall at any moment. Yes, this middle school PE teacher represented Che Dan's greatest fear. Back then, due to a joke Che Dan played on Qixiang, the teacher forced him to drink urine, and that became Che Dan's lifelong trauma. Although Qixiang avenged him later, just seeing this PE teacher still made Che Dan's legs tremble even now. "Hee, come on, don't be shy. There's plenty for you." The PE teacher laughed wickedly, spraying a stream of yellow liquid onto Che Dan's face. Following this, Che Dan let out a piercing scream. On Bing Yue's side stood her first love, just 4 years older than her. At the time, when they dated, Bing Yue was only 14. Later, she was terrified by his sadistic tendencies. Thus, now all Bing Yue could see were a whip and rope in his hands. Bo Gu and Deshu saw their old rivals and enemies respectively. Qixiang rushed violently towards the group, sweat pouring from his palms. Since terror maximized could indeed kill people, Qixiang wondered what entity had conjured such an enormous space. If it weren't for the trident, a powerful weapon, it was possible that their group of 5 would have met their end right here. However, Qixiang had little certainty now. Finding an exit in this vast expanse seemed incredibly unlikely. Locating another person even less so. Hence, Qixiang could do nothing but pray. Even worse, Qixiang discovered that the original 30 tree stumps had significantly diminished, which meant this space might be a deadly loop, one requiring special methods to escape. Qixiang felt increasingly anxious. Che Dan and the others were not merely friends. They were brothers bound by life and death. If something went wrong, Xiang would blame himself endlessly since he suggested dispersing in the first place. He shouted, "Chaidan, Bingwe, Bogu, Deshu, where are you?" His loud cry shook the tree's leaves. Then Xiang noticed something unusual. Not all the leaves moved. Only half of them stirred. Walking closer to examine these stationary trees, Xiang realized something shocking. They emitted no trace of vitality. Even dead trees retained some semblance of energy, yet these did not. This revelation gave Xiang immense joy. Having identified this characteristic, the illusion wasn't invincible anymore. With a roar filled with frustration, a sound best described simply as "ah," Xiang attacked the trees whose leaves were still moving, swinging his trident wildly at those targets alone. Eventually, Xiang found Chaidan and the others. Though he spotted all four, there was a dilemma ahead: how to help them overcome their deepest fears. The faint golden light emanating from Xiang's trident radiated warmth, creating a calming aura around him. This insight sparked hope, confirming that this glow was likely the only surefire method to awaken them. As Xiang prepared to move closer, suddenly, strange phenomena occurred in the sky. A massive face formed out of purple clouds appeared. The face spoke, its deep voice addressing Xiang. "Human, you're smart to discover the sole weakness of my soul-devouring space. But do you truly believe you can save your friends?" Hearing this ominous tone, Xiang glanced upward, locking eyes with the giant face. Smiling confidently, he retorted, "What can you possibly do to me? Let me tell you, once I awaken my friends, you'll meet your doom." Saying this, Xiang pointed his trident at the face, flipped his thumb down in defiance. In response, dark clouds gathered in the heavens, releasing bolts of purple lightning toward Xiang. Thinking these might just be illusions, Xiang soon realized their lethality when one of them tore through his right arm. Reacting quickly, he spun the trident defensively, forming a protective shield against the fatal arrows. Seeing the terror-stricken expressions of Chaidan and Bingwe, along with the frozen postures of Bogu and Deshu, Xiang feared losing his dear companions more than anything else. Inside, Xiang's heart raced furiously with concern. With a roar of anger, Xiang's trident emitted bursts of golden light, creating an opening for him. Seizing the chance, Xiang rushed forward with all his strength, the trident glowing fiercely as he positioned himself behind Chaidan. He plunged the trident into the ground, letting its radiance envelop Chaidan completely. Then, Xiang leapt away swiftly. The dark clouds roared ferociously, strong winds howled, and purple clouds spun rapidly above. From the ground, numerous vines erupted out of the soil, binding Xiang tightly, while cloud arrows rained upon him continuously. A purple glow enveloped Xiang's entire body, activating his corrosive flame. Whether it was the vines or the cloud arrows, everything disintegrated under this corrosive fire. Looking up at the face in the sky, Xiang smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth, a cold smile. With a sudden burst of speed, Xiang disappeared from where he stood. This was already the fastest speed he could achieve. The next second, Xiang reappeared midair. However, he did not stop there. A cloud arrow just happened to be near him, so Xiang lightly kicked off from it, surging upward again. Stepping on a cloud arrow was different from stepping on solid ground, so the high-speed burst that Xiang initially used did not manifest again. Nonetheless, Xiang continued his rapid ascent towards the sky. The massive face floating in the sky sensed a wave of unease and cried out in panic. "What are you planning to do?" Simultaneously, it stopped sending cloud arrows. Tens of vine-like tendrils rose crazily from the ground toward Xiang, similar to hands reaching from hell, trying to drag him back down into hell. Corrosive flame ignited across Xiang's whole body as he paid no attention to these vines since he knew they would vanish once they came into contact with him. At 100 meters away, only the final cloud arrow remained. But Xiang didn't rush. Since he'd made it here, he had a plan. With another powerful shout, he stamped forcefully onto the cloud arrow and surged forth yet again. 100 meters, 50 meters, the distance grew shorter while Xiang's momentum began to decrease. Finally, when he was only 5 meters away from the face, he came to a halt. 5 meters. It was short, but those were the 5 meters that Xiang could not reach. The face in the cloud relaxed somewhat, but immediately tensed again when it caught sight of Xiang's smile. Shaking with fear, it watched as Xiang spoke 2 words, "Burning Inferno." Without any noise, a purple flame erupted violently around Xiang, covering everything within 10 meters instantly. This technique Xiang had mastered earlier released Dan energy quickly to intensify the flame's power. In this case, however, Xiang prioritized range over intensity. In a flash, the flames disappeared, consuming 1/3 of Xiang's internal Dan energy. However, as long as the goal was achieved, even if it cost half his energy, it was worth it. Xiang's burning inferno vanished momentarily, and he fell downward with a smile on his face. The face in the cloud, meanwhile, couldn't see because it was now engulfed by the corrosive flame. The reason Xiang chose corrosive flame was simple. Swallowing flame only affected opponents upon physical contact, whereas corrosive flame adhered persistently. As for how Xiang thought of this strategy, it started when the first cloud arrow descended. From then on, Xiang noticed that the cloud arrow was a physical object, not mere mist, and even harder than ordinary arrows. That's why he opted for this method. Firstly, Xiang positioned the trident behind Chaidan to restore his consciousness. Next, he chose an open space, feigning weakness to draw in his enemy. Once the cloud became careless, Xiang suddenly detonated the corrosive flame, causing all attacks against him to disappear instantly. Utilizing his speed-enhancing ability, Qi gained confidence that he could ascend before the cloud reacted. Ultimately, his gamble succeeded. How did Qi know the cloud was solid and attackable? This was merely speculation. After all, Qi lacked ranged combat skills. Watching the cloud mass burning with purple flames in the sky, Qi lips curved upward faintly in a triumphant smile. Touching down firmly on the ground, he sprinted toward Dan, using his speed enhancement skill, holding faint white light in his hand. This was not a new mastery, but rather Dan energy condensed on his palm, a skill Qi had now perfected. Grasping the trident with both hands, he boosted the output of his Dan energy. Instantly, the trident trembled intensely, as if responding to his energy infusion. A brilliant golden glow radiated, illuminating a kilometer radius. Qi could feel the intense consumption of his internal Dan energy, yet it seemed like the trident had an insatiable appetite, relentlessly drawing Qi from him. As the Dan energy flowed into the trident, it appeared nourished by it, and the golden glow emitted continuously intensified. Meanwhile, noticeable changes occurred to the trident itself. There were many fine cracks on the trident, but this was not a sign that it was about to break. Qi could see clearly that these cracks appeared according to a certain pattern. At this moment, Dan and his companions, enveloped by golden light, were quite calm. They lay on the ground, entering a special state, which laid the foundation for their future strength. Qi watched as the patterns appearing on the trident became more intricate, with the spear tip growing sharper while the other two prongs seemed to be inching toward the center. By now, Qi had consumed 9/10 of his Dan energy, and he already felt the strain. Suddenly, the trident gleamed with golden light and shook violently, throwing him off. Qi flipped backward, completing a backflip before landing steadily. With surprise, he looked at the sight in front of him. All the trees around them had grown green leaves, green grass covered the ground, and even some nameless wildflowers had bloomed. Moreover, his trident had changed. It had become a long spear, a golden spear. Qi approached it and summoned it with his right hand. The golden spear responded, flying into Qi grasp. He weighed it in his hands. It seemed heavier, and upon closer inspection, 3 characters clearly inscribed on it read Holy Light Spear. But the words disappeared almost immediately, transforming into several magical runes. Qi swung the Holy Light Spear experimentally, jabbing forward. A streak of golden energy surged forth, smashing straight ahead and cleanly severing a massive tree, requiring 3 people to encircle. What Qi didn't know was that this trident was specially arranged by the Mermaid King's War Trident, because War Trident knew only Qi could truly unleash its full potential. This trident was forged by a divine blacksmith. Although indistinguishable from the ordinary tridents used by the mermaid guards, it harbored an extremely potent light attribute. Once energized, the trident would release its true power, and this energy was Qi Dan energy. What Qi saw now was merely the second transformation of the trident. The reason War Trident hadn't told Qi about the trident's secret was because when the divine blacksmith originally created it, he had said, achieving the trident's maximum potential could not be forced, but must come naturally. Forcing it might mean spending one's entire life without ever unlocking the trident's true strength. When Qi had splattered blood on the trident earlier, it was equivalent to claiming ownership. Then, during this encounter where Qi extensively utilized the trident's light attributes, the trident evolved as a result. Placing the holy light spear behind his back, Qi gazed at the sky. The cloud face was gone. He walked over to Dan, crouched down, patted his face, and called out, "Hey, wake up." Then he did the same for Bingyu, Bogu, and Shu. Standing still, Qi looked at the 4 with a sigh of helplessness. Seating himself on the ground, despite the absence of sunlight, the softness of the grass brought comfort. Even better, through the dense leaves, Qi could already see a hint of sunlight filtering through. He was certain this forest would exist for some time. However, without pollinating animals, the plants here couldn't reproduce. They were just a group of immobile organisms. Gazing skyward at the dark green leaves, Qi relaxed mentally, lying back down. Suddenly, something came to his mind, causing him to leap to his feet. This illusionary realm definitely wasn't created by the cloud face. The cloud face was likely just the controller's way of manipulating this environment. And the real puppet master had yet to reveal themselves. Holding the holy light spear in his hand, Qi felt the glow emitted from it soothe his tense heart. In truth, his heart calmed to the point of cold focus. His spiritual energy expanded outward. Though Qi mental control wasn't absolute, short-range detection presented no issue. Chapter 41, The Soul-Devouring Beast. As his mental energy spread out, Qi could only sense the presence of the 4 Dan individuals, trees, and grass. He detected no other things, but the less he found, the more afraid Qi became. This was because there were only 2 possibilities. If the enemies weren't already eliminated, then their power must surpass his own, at least on a spiritual level. Qi didn't fear foes with powerful physical strength. After all, such enemies could still be fought using methods. However, an enemy with formidable mental power could kill him from afar, or even control his body to attack his companions. Hence, Qi was now utterly terrified. Qi stood up and gathered the 4 Dan members together. Then, he planted the holy light spear into the ground, gripping it with both hands as he channeled his Dani force through his arms and into the spear. Golden light radiated, and Qi spirit energy was unleashed, searching for any possible dangers around them. A day later, the 4 Dan people regained consciousness, and Xiang's heart relaxed somewhat. However, he wasn't completely at ease yet because he still faintly sensed that his opponent was a very patient hunter. After discussing this matter with the 4 others, they decided to leave immediately. Xiang pulled the holy light spear from the ground. By this time, Xiang was already very weak. Having sustained prolonged Dani consumption for a day, he had less than 3/10 of his original force left. This feeling of emptiness made Xiang quite uncomfortable. Upon standing, Xiang felt dizzy and almost fell. It wasn't because his body was weak, but rather due to sitting on the ground for too long without rest and combined with the depletion of Dani, which led to fatigue. Yet, Xiang couldn't stay where he was. When Dan tried to support him, Xiang used the holy light spear as a crutch and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Our priority right now is getting out of here." With that, Xiang took his first steps forward. The Dan group helplessly shook their heads, sighed, and followed behind Xiang. In the woods, a mass of purple mist appeared and coalesced into a humanoid shape, leaning against a tree as it said, "So, you've come into my territory and expect to leave?" Hearing this voice, Xiang suddenly asked, "Are you the one who had that Zhang Yun face before?" The cloud of mist nodded and replied, "It's me. Now, let me properly introduce myself. In your human language, you might call me the soul-devouring beast. What you're seeing isn't my true form. It's merely one of my avatars. But since your mental powers are so weak, a single avatar is enough for you." With that, the soul-devouring beast casually waved his right hand, not even looking at Xiang as a cloud arrow shot toward him. Xiang held the holy light spear in front of his chest, and with a clang, he was struck and sent flying away. Xiang still hadn't recovered full control over his body. The soul-devouring beast smirked coldly and said, "Even your strongest ones have ended up like this? Well then, dealing with you will be a breeze." Turning around, he faced the Dan group directly. As Dan was about to retort, he was frightened by the sight of the soul-devouring beast's face. It had only one eye, but this one eye dominated its entire face. The voice of the soul-devouring beast echoed, not loud, but clear enough for the 4 to hear it as if it were whispered directly into their ears. "When your soul loses its way, seek me. When your mind is confused, seek me. When you need a place to belong, seek me. The way of souls, spirit puppet." Saying this, the soul-devouring beast raised both hands, which seemed to produce 10 threads of purple rope heading straight for the Dan group. Xiang attempted to stand up and stop it, but grew dizzy again, realizing he had lost control over his body. Only the light emitted by the holy light spear allowed Xiang to regain some control over himself, relieving his weakness slightly. Standing back up, Xiang pointed the holy light spear at the soul-devouring beast and said, "Hey, soul-devouring beast, get lost right now, or don't blame me for being unfriendly." The soul-devouring beast clearly saw through Xiang's pretense, pretending his strength had been restored, and laughed coldly, saying, "Hey, little human, I've lived for hundreds of years, though I haven't been to human society, but even I know how idiotic that statement was. My spirit energy can already sense your condition, so stop trying to scheme with me. It's useless. Even your emotions, I can perceive. However, you do hold one advantage now, and that is the spear in your hand. It's indeed powerful." Seeing the soul-devouring beast analyzing everything logically, Xiang was shocked. His right hand gripped the holy light spear tightly. Seemingly aware of Xiang's mood, the holy light spear flashed with light, and Xiang was ready to fight the soul-devouring beast head-on at any moment. The soul-devouring beast continued, "Do you know? The personalities of the magical beasts here are somewhat distorted. Although my personality may not be the most twisted, I am certainly no good person. What I enjoy the most is seeing brothers turn on each other and fight." As it spoke, the soul-devouring beast moved its right hand, causing Dan to charge forward. In his hands appeared a freezing blade as he swung it straight down at Xiang. Xiang, looking at Dan, was startled for a moment. It wasn't until the cold air from the freezing blade reached him that Xiang snapped back to his senses, sidestepping to avoid the attack. He grabbed Dan tightly with his left hand and said, "Good brother, it's me, Xiang. Don't you remember me?" Though Xiang knew Dan had been controlled by the soul-devouring beast, though Xiang understood this act might not change much, though many novels would consider it foolish, yet in that moment facing his friend, Xiang realized it was the natural thing to do. Dan's eyes were vacant. Upon hearing Xiang's voice, there seemed to be a flicker of recognition, but only for an instant before Dan returned to normal. With great effort, he tried to shake off Xiang's grip with one hand while throwing a punch with the other. Xiang blocked the punch with the holy light spear and continued, "Dan, you bastard, you dare hit me? Do you forget who used to fight for you?" As he spoke, Xiang kicked Dan with his right foot, not because he was angry, but because he realized that if he didn't restrain Dan, defeating the soul-devouring beast would be impossible. Xiang manipulated the holy light spear, releasing a laser beam that created a large crater in the ground. Charging forward, Xiang grabbed hold of Dan, wrested the freezing blade from his hand, and then kicked him into the crater. Seeing Dan attempt to move, Xiang waved the freezing blade, emitting a blue flash that encased Dan in ice. The freezing blade blocked an incoming icicle, then turned and shattered the defensive barrier around Bogo. Looking fiercely at the soul-devouring beast, Xiang felt anger rising. He couldn't forgive being forced to fight against his own ally. But the soul-devouring beast underestimated Xiang's resourcefulness. After all, Xiang did have ways to incapacitate them without causing harm. With a fierce kick, Xiang charged forward. Blue light flashed from the freezing blade as rays shot out, striking Bo Ge's protective shield. Wherever the blue light hit, it froze the shield solid. Then Qi Xiang aimed the holy light spear at Deshu, enveloping him in golden light before freezing him. The reason Qi Xiang chose this method was because the light from the holy light spear could offer some protection. Che Dan was a warrior. Direct freezing might only cause him a bad cold. However, Bo Gu and others couldn't withstand such treatment, especially Deshu, a potion master, whose body wasn't augmented by magic or energy, making him the weakest physically. Continuously shifting his position, Qi Xiang employed the same method to freeze Bing Yu and Bo Gu. However, Bo Gu proved troublesome. As a barrier master and under the soul-devouring beast's control, Bo Ge's barriers seemed stronger. Moreover, since Qi Xiang wasn't in peak condition, he took some losses from Bo Ge's side. Seeing all his puppets frozen, the soul-devouring beast chuckled and asked, "Hey kid, you're pretty strong. Your weapons really are extraordinary, but tell me, how confident are you against me?" 7 out of 10. Hearing Qi Xiang's answer, the soul-devouring beast laughed loudly, shouting in awe. Afterward, then asked again, "How about now?" After hearing the ah, Qi Xiang felt like he'd been struck in the head, suffering immense pain, as if the soul-devouring beast had just done something effortless. Qi Xiang half-knelt, both the freezing blade and holy light spear falling to the ground. Using one hand to steady himself so as not to fall, he struggled to say, "Still 7 out of 10. The soul-devouring beast found Qi Xiang's response intriguing and couldn't help but ask, "What makes you so sure?" Qi Xiang smiled faintly, muttering 2 words, "Explosion flame." The soul-devouring beast vividly remembered those 2 words and hastily retreated. When nothing happened at Qi Xiang's side, the beast realized it had been tricked. Instantly appearing before Qi Xiang, it grabbed him by the neck with its right hand and snarled, "Kid, you dared trick me. You'll..." Before finishing the word die, the soul-devouring beast was tightly embraced by Qi Xiang. Pain surged through its entire body. Although this was merely an avatar, it was directly controlled by the soul-devouring beast's consciousness, so the pain was transmitted to the main body. The creature immediately felt excruciating torment. The soul-devouring beast quickly withdrew its consciousness, and the avatar in front of Qi Xiang turned into a puff of black mist and disappeared. Qi Xiang knelt on one knee as sweat beads rolled off his forehead and dripped onto the grass. It had been perilously close. Even the slightest mistake in his plan could have led to failure. Previously, Qi Xiang had adjusted his mental state so that every word he spoke sounded truthful. And with great control, he manipulated his Dan energy to ensure no flaws were detected by the soul-devouring beast. Though Qi Xiang didn't know exactly how strong his Dan energy was, he now realized that both it and the 2 flames ranked among the best abilities. That's why he managed to deceive the soul-devouring beast. Otherwise, despite its avatar having less mental strength than its true form, Qi Xiang would never have been able to trick it. Looking behind him at the 4 people injured by frost, Qi Xiang grabbed the freezing blade with his left hand from the ground. With what little Dan energy he had left, he expended all his remaining strength to dissolve the ice. After finishing these actions, Qi Xiang's body reached its limit, not physically, but mentally. Everything went black, and Qi Xiang collapsed. "Hey boy, wake up, wake up." Qi Xiang felt something hitting his face. Opening his eyes, he saw a pair of ruby eyes staring back at him. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiang couldn't help but cry out. Then Qi Xiang felt his face slap twice, followed by a voice speaking. "Boy, what are you shouting about? You're gonna die next and still so loud." Hearing the voice, Qi Xiang's mind instantly became clear. It was the soul-devouring beast. He looked closely and found himself looking at a magical beast with ruby-red eyes, a sharp beak-like mouth, and a fox-like face. Its humanoid body stood approximately 140 centimeters tall, with clawed hands and feet. The creature had not a single hair, but instead was covered by a layer of purple shell, tied up by an unknown force. Qi Xiang let out a cold laugh and asked, "How do you know I'll die?" The soul-devouring beast snorted and said, "Do you think you can fool me now? Your friends are all dead. I kept you alive only for your weapon. Now, break the contract with it immediately." As it spoke, the soul-devouring beast pulled out a spear, the very holy light spear belonging to Qi Xiang. "Is Che Dan dead? Is Bing Yu dead? Is Bo Gu dead? Is Deshu dead? Haha. Then, soul-devouring beast, you shall die." Suddenly, Qi Xiang's eyes turned blood red. Looking at the soul-devouring beast with fiery red eyes, it internally cursed the situation as dire. Before it could react, Qi Xiang was engulfed in a violet flame, grabbing the holy light spear while roaring, "You killed my companions, so there's only death for you." In an instant, Qi Xiang channeled the last remnants of his Dan energy to activate the light attribute of the holy light spear, lunging straight toward the beast's face. The soul-devouring beast tried swiping the holy light spear away with its right claw, but the moment their contact connected, white smoke emerged. Realizing the severity of the situation, the beast quickly moved, barely managing to dodge. However, this danger wasn't yet over because although Qi Xiang was in a berserk state, his attacks were precise and composed. He changed the trident's direction swiftly, swinging it toward the soul-devouring beast. With no other choice, the soul-devouring beast placed both hands defensively before its chest. Despite knowing it wouldn't offer much protection, at present, that was all it could do since it was a spiritual attribute magical beast. After all, its arms could regrow if severed, but losing its life would mean everything was lost. Wishing everyone a happy holiday, we also thank our fallen leaves who supported this book, giving us 100 Juleng coins. Thank you. Chapter 42, Soul-Devouring Knife. The holy light spear pinned the soul-devouring beast to the ground. Qi loosened his right hand from the spear and exerted force with his left, which was enveloped in corrosive fire, striking at the soul-devouring beast. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Fine cracks appeared in the shell on the soul-devouring beast's face. The soul-devouring beast now deeply regretted its actions. In fact, those several people who had not been killed, because even if their soul forces were absorbed by the soul-devouring beast, they would be of little use and might even cause a backlash. Therefore, the soul-devouring beast planned to keep them alive, using them as puppets until the day they were worth absorbing. Anyway, unless their mental power and soul force surpassed that of the soul-devouring beast by 2 times, the beast could easily control them. However, Qi was different. The soul-devouring beast could sense a special energy inside Qi tied to his soul. Once it absorbed Qi's soul, the soul-devouring beast would enhance greatly, possibly even surpassing those older beings in the forest. The reason why the soul-devouring beast didn't absorb Qi's soul when he was unconscious was that the absorption degree in such a state is less than 1/3. However, absorbing during an intense mental shock provides more soul force. Hence, the beast said those words before, but never imagined it touched Qi's deepest resentment, leading to this current situation. The soul-devouring beast roared loudly. This was a mental attack known as Mental Dash. Mental Dash was a single target strike, not a powerful attack, but it was enough for Qi at this moment. The soul-devouring beast did not wish its grand soul feast to be destroyed. Qi's pupils contracted sharply. His head began to ache severely. His hand stopped punching, instead gripping his head tightly. With his already fuzzy consciousness hit by this strike, Qi's condition was very bad. Even another slight attack could cause him to disperse into nothingness, death. The soul-devouring beast screamed painfully, pulling out the holy light spear from its body. It quickly sealed its wounds twice. The soul-devouring beast wasn't a flesh or magic-type creature. Its energy wasn't enough to heal its wounds entirely, though simple hemostasis was still achievable. Spitting out some congealed blood, the soul-devouring beast glared viciously at Qi. This human in front of it had caused it damage more than once. The soul-devouring beast spent exactly 3 years constructing its soul-devouring realm and also wasted a month creating a fog clone, both of which had been destroyed by this human. How could it not be furious? But fury aside, the soul-devouring beast knew what needed to be done. Moving closer, it squatted down and watched as Qi rolled around helplessly due to his headache. The soul-devouring beast smirked and said, "Young man, since you've made me lose so much, taking your life wouldn't be excessive, would it?" Speaking, it probed with its right claw directly piercing into Qi's body. At this point, the soul-devouring beast no longer cared how much it could absorb. It knew keeping Qi alive was only inviting future troubles, so it decided to use the simplest, most brutal way possible. Purple light radiated from the originally purple claws. The right claw formed a bridge connecting the soul-devouring beast and Qi. White soul chi flowed from Qi's body to the soul-devouring beast's right claw, then back into the soul-devouring beast. Just when the soul-devouring beast thought this would suffice to absorb all of Qi's energies, something unexpected happened. A barrier appeared within Qi, and the soul-devouring beast realized it could no longer absorb the soul energy within him, no matter how much it tried to amplify its own power. Meanwhile, Qi developed an absorptive force, sucking not only the soul-devouring beast's energy, but also its essence. When the soul-devouring beast noticed this change, it wanted to withdraw its right claw from Qi, but it was too late. Its right claw was tightly gripped by Qi's body, unable to break free unless it was fully absorbed. What the soul-devouring beast hadn't seen was Qi's eyes changed. His left eye turned purple while the right became white. Both were pure, one pure purple, the other pure white, with no traces of other colors. At the same time, the aura emanating from Qi had shifted, embodying an inexplicable dominance mixed with softness. The strength of the soul-devouring beast dwindled, not out of resignation, but because its energy, vitality, and soul were being continuously absorbed by Qi. If the soul-devouring beast managed to escape now, it would take over a century to recover. And in the dark forest, where could it find such a place for cultivation? The soul-devouring beast struggled, trying to hold onto the hope of survival. However, its right claw was stuck and couldn't be pulled out, leaving its energy to be absorbed by Qi. The body of the soul-devouring beast showed no apparent changes. Instead, its shell's vitality gradually faded and slowly turned gray. The only things left might as well be the 2 eyes cast from rubies and its sharp teeth. With a boom, the soul-devouring beast fell, the shell shattering all over the ground. All that remained, apart from the powder of the shell, were those 2 eyes and precisely 16 teeth. Qi gave a slight snort and also collapsed. At this point, all states within his body had already transformed into their best condition. Rising from the ground, Qi could not recall how many times he'd been felled by formidable foes, then fallen unconscious. He only remembered that his brothers were all dead. Fueled by the abundance of energy within him, Qi felt great regret over his weakness and inability to protect his brothers. A punch struck the ground, creating cracks where it made contact. Qi wanted to vent, to lose control, but an energy restrained his emotions, preventing him from going mad. Qi, what's got you so fired up? A familiar voice reached his ears. Though weak, Qi still recognized it as Che Dan's. Turning towards the source of the sound, 4 figures stood there. Despite having numerous wounds on their bodies, they were none other than his brothers, Che Dan, Bo Gu, Deshu, and Bingyu. For in total, none missing. Without answering Che Dan's question, Qi Xiang rushed forward, embracing him. Stop that, I don't swing that way, said Che Dan, maintaining his sense of humor even at this moment. Qi Xiang gave him a playful punch, saying, Kid, I don't care if you like men or not, but from now on, you're not leaving, nor are any of the 3 of you. As he spoke, Qi Xiang looked at these good brothers who had gone through life and death with him, feeling as if he had recovered something lost, his eyes misty with emotion. After some time, Qi Xiang's mood stabilized. Picking up the remains of the soul-devouring beast, he asked, Where did you guys go? Che Dan scratched his head, replying, We don't know. We lost consciousness after being attacked by that soul-devouring beast, only regaining awareness just now. And as soon as we did, we came looking for you. Qi Xiang nodded, saying, All right, we should already be near the edge of the Netherworld forest. We don't know what dangers we'll face next. Before he could finish, Che Dan interrupted. Got it. We'll face challenges fearlessly and forge ahead, right? Come on, stop yapping and let's go. Qi Xiang chuckled, tapping Che Dan on the head, and said, What do you think about, kid? Anyway, let me continue. Through slaying the soul-devouring beast, I've obtained the materials needed to craft my soul-devouring knife. I hadn't mentioned this before, but you've probably noticed, I haven't acquired new skills for quite some time. This is because without crafting the soul-devouring knife, I cannot advance to the next stage. Now, it's the time for me to increase my strength. As he spoke, Qi Xiang glanced at Deshu, saying, This time, I need Deshu's help, so the rest of you can practice independently. Oh, and Che Dan, your cold blade. Saying this, Qi Xiang drew the cold blade from behind his back, handing it over. With the goal determined, everyone refrained from further chatter. After all, the power of the soul-devouring beast had shown them the importance of strength. So what they desired most now was more power, which could only be gained through prolonged hard training. Summoning a refining furnace, gold of 1 catty, refined iron of 1 catty, silver of 1 catty, white jade of 20 grams were all placed on the ground. Normally, such quantities would not be used lightly, except for refined iron. But now, in order to forge a fine blade, all these items would be necessary. Of course, in the post-apocalyptic world, these items would only remain as rocks if not utilized properly. Qi Xiang took out the 16 teeth and 2 eyes of the soul-devouring beast, placing them on the ground and indicating for Deshu to start. Deshu hesitated slightly, asking, Why aren't we using just 1 tooth as usual? Why have you brought them all out? Qi Xiang smiled faintly, replying, That's because these all come from the body of the soul-devouring beast. I suspect that if we incorporate them all, unexpected results may appear, perhaps even leading to the forging of an unparalleled treasure sword. Deshu shook his head and said, Kid, you're good at everything, but why are you so impulsive when it comes to some matters? If we fail, I can still manage with the gold or other materials, but how easy is it to encounter another soul-devouring beast? As he spoke, Deshu took away one of the soul-devouring beast's teeth and said, We can begin now. Qi Xiang chuckled and replied, All right, let's start. Gold, refined iron, silver, and white jade were released sequentially into the refining furnace. Following what was written in a book, Qi Xiang placed all these materials inside without rushing to add anything else, controlling them instead with the internal energy, Dan Li, within his body. 5 minutes later, watching the materials in the refining furnace, Qi Xiang knew it was time. With a light shout, his left hand continued using Dan Li to control the process, while his right hand dropped 15 teeth and 2 eyes of the soul-devouring beast into the furnace. Instantly, purple and red lights burst forth from the opening of the furnace, and a beam of light shot skyward, forming a dragon. Seeing the change, Sudan, who had not been practicing cultivation, couldn't help but feel grateful for witnessing such beauty. In the sky, the light dragon roared, then exploded in midair. Purple and red lights filled the heavens, presenting an extraordinary scene that would occur only once in 10,000 years. At this moment, Sudan could not help but feel relieved, as he was glad that his abilities did not require cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see this magnificent sight. Qi Xiang's heart was filled with awe. Watching the refining furnace, he wanted nothing more than to see the true form of the soul-devouring knife. The purple light intertwined with the red light, and transformed back into the light dragon heading toward the refining furnace. Without making any sound, a white light expanded outward, blinding the 3 of them from seeing what was happening. When the white light disappeared, Qi Xiang saw that atop the refining furnace floated a purple knife. The blade was about an arm's length, and its handle connected to the body where a ruby-red gem carved into a skull shape was set, clearly made from the soul-devouring beast's eyes. Qi Xiang stepped forward and grabbed the soul-devouring knife with his right hand. A bloodthirsty sensation flashed through him momentarily, causing Qi Xiang's whole body to tremble. He looked at the soul-devouring knife in his hands, sensing that somehow it was related to the 2 types of flames within him. Sudan rushed over and asked, Hey, Brother Xiang, how does it feel? Is this knife any good? Qi Xiang swung the knife twice and said, It's not just good, it's excellent. This knife is very impressive, but there's something unsettling about it. Sudan gave Qi Xiang a disdainful look and said, Don't sell yourself short after getting such a bargain. A weapon this good doesn't come with any bad vibes. Qi Xiang scratched his head and said, I don't know. It feels weird. Looking at the soul-devouring knife, Qi Xiang felt an odd sensation. Placing the soul-devouring knife on the ground, Qi Xiang pulled out the yellow-skinned book, which naturally revealed new content. Third level, obtain skill soul-devouring slash, granted access to a unique dimension. Due to the special forging of the soul-devouring knife, the power of the soul-devouring slash has been increased. Fourth level promotion criteria, level 40, must be reached. After reading the content of the yellow-skinned book, Qi Xiang slightly paused, glanced at the method of using the soul-devouring slash, then picked up the soul-devouring knife lying on the ground and slashed it toward a nearby tree. A purple light blade charged toward the tree with a loud boom, cutting it cleanly in half. Qi Xiang was briefly surprised, then lightly shouted, "Store." Focusing his mental strength on the soul-devouring knife, the knife promptly vanished. Qi Xiang shouted again, "Retrieve." Immediately, the soul-devouring knife reappeared in his hand. For the first time trying this storage technique, Qi Xiang was somewhat excited internally, but he didn't play around and stored both the soul-devouring knife and the holy light gun. Sudan looked at Qi Xiang and said, "Hey, Brother Xiang, now you also have long-range attack capabilities and can store items. There's nothing more to say from me. 2 words, awesome." Sudan grinned broadly at Qi Xiang and added with a chuckle, "I hope one day I can compliment you properly." Chapter 43, The Marshland. A day later, Bo Gu and Bing Yu woke up from their meditation. Qi Xiang stood up from the tree, jumped down, and said, "Hey, we should go." With that, he called out, and the 5 of them set off again. After leaving the dark forest, Qi Xiang and the group came upon a completely different sight. There was no darkness like in the dark forest, nor any brightness as in the grasslands or forests. Instead, there was only dimness. Here, the light was extremely faint. Even for Qi Xiang, visibility was limited to just a few hundred meters, not to mention others. Moreover, the land emitted a foul smell. Qi Xiang could identify this odor. It wasn't toxic at all, but just the scent itself would likely make someone quite uncomfortable. Qi Xiang covered his nose while looking ahead and said, "Everyone, be careful. This place seems to be the marshlands. Deshu, how do we get through the marsh?" For such matters, Deshu, who had been a special forces soldier, was surely the only one among the 5 with authority to answer. Deshu stepped forward and said, "Qi Xiang, give me your holy light spear." Saying this, Qi Xiang summoned the golden holy light spear from the interdimensional space and handed it to Deshu. Deshu took the spear and continued, "Follow my steps one by one. I'll step where you will step." As he spoke, Deshu started moving forward. Holding the holy light spear, Deshu first poked it downwards. Qi Xiang hadn't figured out how Deshu judged if an area was marshy, but so far, his method seemed effective. After walking about 30 meters, Deshu suddenly stopped. Then, he moved 10 meters to the left, circled back to the original position, then went another 10 meters to the right before stopping again. Qi Xiang looked at Deshu and asked, "Is there something wrong? What happened?" Deshu nodded and said, "This entire area is a marsh zone. One wrong step means certain death. Chadan, create an ice path using your frost blade." Currently, the formation was arranged with Deshu going first, Chadan second, Bing Yu third, Bo Gu fourth, and Qi Xiang last. There was a reason for this order. Deshu explored the path, so naturally, he went first. Chadan had the frost blade to create an ice layer, so he followed behind Deshu. Bing Yu's role was similar to Chadan's. Although Bo Gu had defensive barriers, his spellcasting range was extensive, so he was placed fourth. And since Qi Xiang was the strongest, it was his responsibility to cover the rear. Moreover, if anything happened up front, Qi Xiang could arrive quickly. With a flash of blue light from his right hand, Chadan replied with a cheerful, "All right." Following this, a streak of blue light shot out from the frost blade. Though the water in front of Deshu didn't freeze over, Deshu knew that the ground beneath it had solidified. Deshu tentatively stepped on it. Sure enough, it was walkable. Deshu said, "Good to go, let's keep moving forward." As he took another step, he immediately stopped. Without waiting for Deshu's cue, Chadan had already activated the frost blade once more. This time, without hesitation, a straight line of blue light shot directly forward, covering the next 100 meters with icy blue radiance. After the light faded, the ground for the next 100 meters was entirely frozen. As they advanced again and reached the 100-meter mark, Deshu paused again. Just as Chadan was about to activate his power again, Qi Xiang held him back. Qi Xiang patted Chadan on the shoulder and said, "That's enough, don't continue freezing. We're probably all surrounded by marshes here. Remember where we are. Everyone rest for a moment. Bo Gu, create a protective barrier beneath our feet, and then we can take a break and figure out what to do next." Bo Gu nodded and complied with a simple "okay." Instantly, a purple glow appeared beneath their feet, making everyone feel grounded. Especially Deshu, whose feet instantly felt less cold. Qi Xiang gazed into the distance. Even though he couldn't see very far, he still glanced symbolically and asked, "So what now?" Deshu responded, "We used to roll sideways, increasing contact between our bodies and the ground to cross it. But here," Deshu didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. He was referring to the unclear situation and potential dangers. Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Wait here. Let me try first." Upon hearing this, Chadan immediately protested, "No way. You're the strongest here. If something happens, we'd lose our best fighter. Let me test it." Upon hearing these words, Deshu lightly tapped Chadan on the head and said, "Do you think I didn't understand what you were saying? You meant the weakest person should go first, right? I'll go, don't argue with me." Usually quiet and reserved, Bo Gu coughed lightly and said, "Well, actually, I think I might be better suited to go." Yu gave each of the 4 men a flick on the forehead and said, "You 4 big men are arguing over nothing. How about letting me, the girl, take the lead? Do you even know what ladies first means?" Qi Xiang rubbed his aching head, which Isu had struck. After so long being together, Qi Xiang was accustomed to making sacrifices. After all, he was the strongest of the five. But seeing their actions today, Qi Xiang couldn't help but feel a little moved. He said, "That's enough, stop arguing. Unless you're confident that you'll make it back alive, stay on the protective barrier." Without waiting for any of the four to respond, Qi Xiang had already started rolling on the ground. Looking at Qi Xiang, the four wanted to follow him, yet they didn't dare, because they all knew their own abilities. If they joined him, they would only become Qi Xiang's burden should something happen. Using corrosive fire on his face to avoid eating mud, Qi Xiang didn't want to protect his entire body with the fire, not because he couldn't, but because if he did, the slope would become too steep. Whoa! Qi Xiang emerged from the water, taking a deep breath, then covering his whole body with the corrosive flame as he barely managed to stand up. With a heavy step, he returned to the others and said, "This method doesn't work. The water here is too deep. You'll run out of oxygen before you've gone far. And what if danger comes? Will you be able to get up?" Cha Dan smiled slightly and said, "Xianggu, your brain isn't working well. Haven't you forgotten about the water-repelling beads? With them, we're fine, aren't we? Moreover, there's Bogu to fight if we need to stand." Qi Xiang chuckled and replied, "Great plan, huh? First, there are only 4 water-repelling beads, not enough for everyone. Second, let me ask you this. How much time would it take for Bogu to create the protective barrier and then for you to stand up and fight? Don't blame me for my tone this time. It's because you aren't using your head." Cha Dan looked at Qi Xiang. For years, Qi Xiang rarely spoke in such a harsh tone to him. Instead, he'd always been amiable. However, since gaining power, Qi Xiang seemed different. Was it because Cha Dan's lack of effort disappointed him? Knowing it was his fault, Cha Dan didn't argue or defend himself. Bowing his head, Cha Dan fell silent. Isu looked between Qi Xiang and Cha Dan, suddenly pointing her finger at Qi Xiang's nose and angrily shouting, "Qi Xiang, you jerk. Cha Dan just tried to come up with an idea to help you, and you yelled at him. What gives you the right to yell at someone? Are you better just because you're strong? How dare you do that?" Then she added, "Cha Dan, don't try to stop me. I don't care what others think. I can't just watch this." Qi Xiang chuckled softly and pointed at his own nose. "Me? Why would I have the right? Tell me, why have you made it this far on this journey? You, the alchemist, only know how to refine medicines. What else can you do besides drugs? And you, the shield specialist, your attack power is almost 0. Also, you, who are supposed to be a melee fighter but always hide in the back pretending to be ranged. As for you, Miss Bingyu, I wonder what your fate would have been if you hadn't met us when you were teleported here. To tell you the truth, I'm ashamed to associate with all of you. From now on, I, Qi Xiang, have no more ties with you." With that, Qi Xiang stepped back hard on the ground and rushed off toward the distance. "Xianggu," Cha Dan's voice echoed across the marshlands. Isu glared at Cha Dan and snapped, "Call him again? What's the point of calling such a person back? Does he want to stay and insult you some more? I don't believe that without him we can't accomplish anything. Bogu, create the barrier. We'll walk out using the barrier." Bogu nodded and simply said, "All right," then exchanged a wry smile with Deshu as both sighed quietly. Even Cha Dan understood Qi Xiang's grievances. After all, Isu hadn't been part of the team long enough to understand the situation. After several quick bursts of movement, Qi Xiang planted the holy light spear into the ground and stood on top of it, looking at the 4 others. That's right. If there wasn't a good reason, why would Qi Xiang leave them? Qi Xiang hadn't thought much of it until entering the dark forest, but soon after, he realized his curse was beginning to manifest. It began with the dark magic spider king, followed by the Iceman Crassa, then the toxic fog mushroom, and finally the soul devourer. These encounters shouldn't have happened, but they did, one after another, and Qi Xiang could find no other explanation except for his curse. The distance between Qi Xiang and the group of 4 was carefully calculated. This way, Qi Xiang could observe them while remaining undetected. His goal was to make the 4 stronger. As he had pointed out before, they had forgotten their respective roles. Cha Dan should have been a warrior, Isu a mage, Bogu capable of ranged attacks, and Deshu an adequate support. In terms of individual responsibilities, the 4 had not performed well. Cha Dan had become a ranged attacker. Isu only occasionally struck blows. Bo Ji's barriers were outdated, with the only bright spot being Deshu, whose pills were still quite good. Looking at the 4, Qi Xiang murmured to himself, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I hope you can understand my intentions." Saying this, Qi Xiang swung his soul devourer sword forcefully into the water, revealing a crocodile that had been split in half and floated up with its belly turned white. Qi Xiang embedded the soul devourer sword into the crocodile's body, igniting the purple swallowing flame. He had now made up his mind. Either his strength would be sufficient to withstand everything, or the 4 would become strong enough to stand on their own. Otherwise, Qi Xiang would only help them from the shadows. Cha Dan stared at the direction where Qi Xiang had gone, lost in thought. Suddenly, something hit his head, and when he turned around, he saw that Isu had hit him. Isu stood with her hands on her hips, looking somewhat angry at Cha Dan. She said, "Kid, are you useless without Qi Xiang? Let's go already." Then, turning around and walking ahead, she added, Not what? Haven't you figured out what kind of person he is? People say adversity reveals true colors. Now I see it clearly. Just because someone rushes forward all the time doesn't mean they're necessarily any good. Hurry up, we don't have all day." Cha Dan sighed in exasperation but followed Isu, though he kept glancing toward the direction where Qi Xiang had disappeared. As the 4 walked, Qi Xiang followed them quietly. After trailing for about 500 meters, Xixiang grew increasingly confident in his decision because during this period, he had killed several crocodiles and over 20 especially large mosquitoes, while the others had encountered no trouble whatsoever. However, Xixiang didn't realize that it was the energy from his body and the holy light spear that attracted these monsters. In other words, these monsters targeted Xixiang, seeing that he was alone, and sought to test their strength, only to end up dead. Just as Xixiang planned to lure some more monsters for slaughter, assuming the others were safe, he noticed something unusual. Mud splashed, water sprayed, and a cylindrical object as thick as a bucket burst out from the water, covered by green scales. It was a giant python. Isyu shouted, "Prepare for battle. Bo Gu, ready to set landing points for Cha Dan anytime. Does Shu fall back?" Speaking, Isyu had already cast an ice spike toward the python. Xixiang hadn't expected trouble so soon. Just as he was about to rush over, he suddenly paused, asking himself, if he intervened now, would they gain the experience they needed? While Xixiang hesitated, a poisonous needle shot toward him. Xixiang reacted swiftly, spinning around to block it with the Soul Devourer's sword just in time. However, the force of the needle hurled him backward. On solid ground, Xixiang could have easily held his position, but standing on the holy light spear was like standing on a thin stick. It offered no stability. Consequently, Xixiang was thrown off and landed face down in the mud. Cha Dan roared, charging forward once more under the protection of the Lingxi shield, his cold blade swinging furiously at the giant snake. Meanwhile, Isyu and Bo Gu unleashed continuous ranged attacks, but Isyu soon realized how inferior their attacks were compared to Xixiang's. Once again, Cha Dan was knocked back by the snake's head, landing heavily as he panted heavily, realizing his powerlessness. If using skills, his webbing was ineffective, and even if attempting to detonate his abilities, he couldn't even close the distance. The best method for dealing with such large beasts was brute force, but his strength wasn't even a third of Xixiang's. Looking at the serpent, Cha Dan used a reconnaissance spell and cursed, "Holy crap, this is a level 25 monster." Chapter 44, Verdant Scale Gigantic Python, Poison Toad. Using the cold blade in his hand to withstand the charge of the giant snake. No, it shouldn't be called a giant snake. Based on the information Shindan had seen, it should be called the Verdant Scale Gigantic Python. The Verdant Scale Gigantic Python didn't act like an ordinary snake, observing its opponent and flicking its tongue first. Instead, it launched fierce attacks from the start, near frantic attacks. The large snakehead repeatedly charged at Shindan. Among the group, Uncle Da and Bo Gu were the most anxious. If this giant python could do this much damage with just its head, what would happen if it used its tail as well? After using corrosive fire to clean off the mud around him, Xixiang stood up and lightly leaped onto the holy light spear, looking toward the direction the poisonous needles were coming from. Xixiang looked toward where the poison needles were being shot from, and there was a green toad sitting there, croaking guagua. Of course, Xixiang wouldn't think it was an ordinary toad. After all, in a place like this, not a single normal creature could survive. The soul-devouring blade in his hands emitted a malevolent energy, and purple light appeared on the blade body. Xixiang swung the soul-devouring blade continuously, sending waves of purple light blades flying towards the toad. At once, smoke filled the air. Xixiang felt no relief, because he could sense that this toad hadn't sustained any injuries at all. Apparently, this toad had surpassed Xixiang's expectations, and he feared that if his attack power grew stronger, then dealing with this toad might become difficult for Xixiang. After all, they weren't on land here. Xixiang's abilities were greatly restricted by the terrain. With his right foot stepping on the holy light spear, Xixiang suddenly exerted force, dashing towards the toad, the purple light of the soul-devouring blade growing even more intense as he swung it down upon the toad. As the smoke cleared, Xixiang saw the body of the toad surrounded by a layer of green crystalline protection. Xixiang wondered if strong magical creatures like these could indeed use barriers. With a roar, Xixiang put even more force into gripping the soul-devouring blade, hacking down onto the crystalline structure surrounding the toad. Sparks flew everywhere. Fiery flames erupted on the soul-devouring blade, instantly creating vulnerabilities in the crystalline shield around the toad. Not dumb, the toad immediately canceled its barrier and hopped aside. This left Xixiang tumbling down hard, landing face first in the dirt. After using swallowing fire to clear away the dirt around him, Xixiang climbed out of the mud, spitting out the mud and water from his mouth, glaring angrily at the toad. This was blatant manipulation. With a roar, Xixiang consumed both the Shadow Leopard Spirit Pill and Swift Wind Pill simultaneously, causing his body to feel significantly lighter. Now, while stepping on the marsh, he no longer felt any suction. Staring intently at the toad, Xixiang revealed a dangerous glint in his eyes and gripped the soul-devouring blade tightly before charging forward. The toad also sensed the change in Xixiang and began to hop about, but each time it moved, Xixiang's soul-devouring blade followed. The toad responded uniquely, blocking Xixiang's strikes with its tongue, a tongue which proved to be unafraid even of corrosive fire. Xixiang inwardly praised the skill of this toad, yet the chopping speed of his blade only became faster, meeting and intertwining with the toad's movements in the air, forming shadows around them. Shindan's cold blade repeatedly struck the verdant scale gigantic python, leaving one after another icy marks on its body. But as soon as the python moved slightly, it could easily shake off the ice. Bingyu, while shooting ice spears urgently at the verdant scale gigantic python, thought about how the current battle would go if Xixiang were present. Strangely enough, her thoughts led her to envision victory. After all, Xiong's powerful armor-breaking capabilities and superior physical attacks were undoubtedly the nightmares of every enemy. Thinking of this, Bingyu couldn't help but feel somewhat guilty. Had she not argued with Xiong earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have left, sparing everyone else from their current predicament. As she stared at the verdant-scale gigantic python, her gaze transformed. She finally understood Xiong's words. Indeed, if she were stronger, would she still hear such scolding? The blue glow on her wand intensified dramatically, and the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. In the sky, a cluster of blue light points emerged, signaling the summoning of ice spears. Bingyu used the rare technique, one she probably employed less frequently than fingers on a single hand. Bingyu had recognized her role within the team. She was akin to a DPS player in games. Poor healing, poor restriction, incapable in melee combat against monsters. If she did not utilize her formidable long-range attacking ability, then what good was she anyway? Under Bingyu's control, the ice spears in the sky descended rapidly. It was unclear whether Bingyu's strength had increased or if her mindset had shifted. Regardless, this wave of ice spike rush was far stronger than usual. Sensing the chill from behind, Dan had already dodged to the side. The verdant-scale gigantic python, confident in its own power, didn't rush to dodge or chase. After all, encountering humans in this swamp was exceedingly rare. The python wanted to have some fun. Now, it became more curious about what surprise these blue light points in the sky would bring. Ice spears shot rapidly towards the verdant-scale gigantic python. The python felt the danger of those ice spears, but didn't try to dodge. Instead, it flicked its snake tongue and opened its mouth wide to spew out a mouthful of green liquid. The green liquid rushed towards Bingyu's ice spears with great speed. In an instant, nearly 8 out of 10 ice spears disappeared in the green liquid. The remaining 2/10 posed basically no threat to the verdant-scale gigantic python. When that green liquid landed on the ground, it began to corrode the soil. The land covered by the liquid visibly sank at an alarming rate, and within just a few breaths of time, a several-meter-deep pit had already formed. When all four were slightly stunned, the verdant-scale gigantic python actually spoke human words. "Hey, human, that female human, you must be what humans call a mage, right? Your move is quite powerful, though, wouldn't you say it's too scattered? Let me clarify. I'm not trying to teach you anything. I just don't want your potential to go to waste." With that, the verdant-scale gigantic python emitted an evil laugh and burrowed into the ground. "Be careful." Boga noticed the verdant-scale gigantic python burrowing underground and immediately shouted, while placing several layers of protective barriers beneath everyone's feet. However, could these barriers really stop the verdant-scale gigantic python? The answer was no. When a crisp sound rang in Bo Ji's ears, Bogo instantly turned his attention to Bingyu. He shouted as he formed hand seals. "Hey, get away from there." Purple lights kept flashing underground despite Bogo knowing full well that piercing barriers held no effect against such a huge python. Yet, he wanted to delay time so Bingyu could escape. The sharp crack of the barrier breaking sounded distinctly in Bo Ji's ears, this sound being so clear to him as the caster, and only audible to him because the broken barriers were underground. A massive snake head erupted from the ground, and the 4 fangs of the snake shone brightly. Whether or not Bogu was seeing things incorrectly, they certainly appeared radiant. By the time Bingyu reacted to Bogu calling her name, she hadn't jumped far enough, still remaining within range of the verdant-scale gigantic python's snapping jaws. As the snake closed its mouth, Bingyu instantly disappeared from the vision of the other 3. "Ice Moon!" The 3 cried out simultaneously. Dan's cold blade danced vigorously, one after another blue beams of light striking toward the verdant-scale gigantic python, while Bo Ji's piercing barriers summoned twice as fast as usual. Bogo kept his hands in the motion of summoning piercing barriers, and the purple glow never faded. Blood dripped from both of his hands. At this moment, the overexertion could likely lead to fatal harm for Bogo. If he did not stop, the least severe consequence would be losing the use of his hands, and the worst could be death. Bogo didn't know this. No, Bogo knew. But how could he stop? He couldn't let down Xiong's hope for them, and moreover, Bingyu had been with them for some time. There had even been moments of life and death companionship. It was impossible not to form bonds. This was Bo Ji's motivation. One by one, purple piercing barriers emerged from the ground. Currently, each piercing barrier was several times larger than usual, and their power was multiplied as well, managing to injure the scales of the verdant-scale gigantic python. It should be noted that Bo Ji's piercing barriers couldn't normally break through even the defenses of ordinary magical beasts, proving how limitless human potential truly was. Dan's cold blade swung and hacked, and every enhancing pill crafted by Uncle Da that Dan had on him was taken, one by one. The strength of the attacks from his cold blade grew increasingly powerful. Fine cracks appeared on the verdant-scale gigantic python scales, and those cracks wouldn't heal because the intense freezing aura emitted from Dan's fully activated cold blade wasn't merely sub-zero degrees. It had reached hundreds below zero. Even the most formidable magical beast would find it hard to withstand such freezing. This was also the limit of the cold blade. Uncle Da was also throwing himself into the fight without reserve. His life had long been on the line during previous missions, and now, if he died, he would feel no regret. All the pills on his person were consumed. Uncle Da had more types of pills than Xiong did, and this time, he even used the dragon-like embodiment pill, which he possessed only 2 of in total. With the extreme enhancement, combined with Uncle Da's already good physical condition and the effects of the dragon-like embodiment pill, his attack power was no weaker than Dan's or Bo Ji's. Dragon claws continuously slashed, leaving marks of cracks on the body of the verdant scale gigantic python as well. The verdant scale gigantic python was now extremely regretful. It had originally just wanted to play a game of cat and mouse before eating these few humans, but the python hadn't anticipated that eating one human would cause the other 3 humans to enter a state of extreme rage. And as for the 3 people who were causing it almost equal amounts of damage, this made the python hesitate momentarily on who it should attack. Roar. The mouth of the verdant scale gigantic python emitted a roar as its entire body ascended onto the ground. Shockingly, the length of the verdant scale gigantic python's body exceeded 100 meters. This was also a flaw in Che-Dan's game system. After all, this verdant scale gigantic python was already stronger than ordinary magical beasts, and this particular one was unique due to its unusual experiences. Its body length surpassed that of the regular verdant scale gigantic pythons. Therefore, this verdant scale gigantic python had reached the strength of a level 27 or even higher level magical beast. Qi panted heavily through his mouth while both feet stood upon the holy light spear. Qi didn't know what was happening with the battle over where Che-Dan was because this toad completely prevented him from sensing the situation there. This toad looked no different from an ordinary toad in size or shape, yet Qi could feel it clearly. This toad's toxicity absolutely ranked among the top among peers of its rank, and its tongue was impossibly hard. So hard that even when Qi soul-devouring blade touched it, it couldn't cause a single scratch. Moreover, there seemed to be something peculiar about the tongue, as not even the corrosion flame could ignite it. In fact, Qi didn't know that this toad was called a poisonous toad. The reason being, it was the king of poisons. Even though this poisonous toad was only level 25, it was still an opponent that level 30 magical beasts wouldn't dare provoke lightly, because, even if you killed the poisonous toad, its poison would prevent you from surviving under its effects. Meanwhile, thanks to the swallowing flame's ability to devour everything, Qi hadn't yet been poisoned. Besides the poison, what else was distinctive about the poisonous toad? Its tongue, which was both extraordinarily hard and incredibly flexible, also resisted any form of energy attack due to a liquid secreted from its mouth that shielded it from harm. This explained why Qi couldn't hurt the poisonous toad's tongue with the corrosion flame. Looking at the poisonous toad, Qi gripped the soul-devouring blade tightly as sweat dripped down from his forehead. Yes, facing the poisonous toad, Qi was sweating, and his back was drenched in sweat. The previous battle had been perilously dangerous. Although Qi clashed quickly with the poisonous toad, he knew very well that had the fight prolonged slightly, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. Qi realized that the poison on the poisonous toad's body could somehow convert part of his swallowing flame, albeit minimally. However, if exposed excessively, it would become overwhelming. That was why each time Qi engaged the poisonous toad in combat, he would attack swiftly and then retreat so as not to accumulate too much poison on his body. He needed to ensure he remained unharmed by the poison on the poisonous toad's body. Yet, if the battle went on too long, Qi had no doubt that the poisonous toad would find ways to smear poison onto his body. Staring at the appearance of the poisonous toad, despite its seemingly friendly demeanor, Qi felt chills run down his spine. Looking at the poisonous toad again, Qi took a deep breath and asked, "Hey, you there, that toad. Would you like to discuss something?" The poisonous toad flicked its tongue and nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing that it agreed, Qi continued, "Can we stop fighting?" A surprisingly human-like smirk appeared at the corner of the poisonous toad's mouth. Then it shook its head. Qi nodded, saying, "All right." With that, Qi revealed a hint of a smile. The poisonous toad sensed impending trouble and prepared to jump away. But it soon found itself caught by Qi. A faint smile appeared on Qi's lips, yet the poisonous toad didn't perceive victory, for it realized that its own poison had been somehow contained. Meanwhile, Qi's hands radiated a soft white glow. Using his Dantian energy to isolate the poison, it proved effective beyond expectations. However, Qi did not forget his original plan and softly muttered, "Explosive flames." Chapter 45, Qi's Protection. The purple flames erupted instantly, and this time, the poison toad had no way to resist. The roaring flames enveloped the poison toad's body as it was consumed by the devouring fire. The power of the explosive flames increased Qi's speed of absorption significantly, but it still required some time to fully absorb the poison toad. Glancing at the Cha-Dan side, Qi felt a wave of worry, especially when he noticed that one person was missing, which further unsettled him. Qi, having expended 5/10 of his Dan force to unleash the explosive flames that devoured the poison toad, wasted no time in recalling the holy light spear and then charging towards Cha-Dan with the devouring soul knife in hand. Bo Ji's hands were already overworked. The tendons on his hands were almost about to snap. Blood flowed from Bo Ji's hands. Eventually, Bo Gu could not hold on any longer, let out a cry, and fell down into the swamp. Even though Bo Gu fell, it did not have much effect on Cha-Dan and Deshu since both were standing on top of the green-scaled gigantic python to fight. The green-scaled gigantic python was incredibly angry at this point. It hadn't been beaten this badly in a long while. At present, there was a large wound on its body, where its scales and flesh were mixed together, causing it immense pain. Even worse, Cha-Dan and Deshu were riding on its body, out of reach. If it tried to strike with its tail, it would not only be hard to hit them, but regardless of whether it hit or missed, it would strike itself instead. If it swept with its tail, the two could evade easily. And if it rolled around, they would simply grab onto its scales tightly. This put the green-scaled gigantic python in an extremely difficult situation. With an upward motion, the green-scaled gigantic python prepared to burrow into the ground to try and hide. But suddenly, a figure charged towards it. "Leave my brother behind." Qi Xiang's voice echoed from afar, but Cha Dan and Shu were so focused on the fight that they paid no attention. However, the green-scaled gigantic python heard it and took notice. At this moment, Qi Xiang was not the same as before. Although he had not yet absorbed the energy of the poisoned toad, his own strength was quite remarkable. Moreover, Qi Xiang's devouring soul knife had a suppressive effect on creatures with dark attributes, so the green-scaled gigantic python actually felt a tinge of fear. Without hesitation, the green-scaled gigantic python attempted to rush into the soil. But unexpectedly, the human being had already arrived, wielding a great blade to block it. Faced with this human, the green-scaled gigantic python thought of only one thing now: escape. After rushing over, Qi Xiang quickly reached beneath the mouth of the green-scaled gigantic python, slashing with the back of his blade to halt it. Having stopped the green-scaled gigantic python, Qi Xiang activated an attachment. Corrosive fire burned on the devouring soul knife. Though Qi Xiang was not yet aware of any inherent skills that the devouring soul knife possessed, he could feel that using it alongside two kinds of flames enhanced the effectiveness of those flames. Qi Xiang did not choose the cool-looking move of cutting from head to toe, splitting the green-scaled gigantic python into two halves, because he still needed to consider Cha Dan and Shu. Therefore, instead of slashing inward, Qi Xiang thrust the devouring soul knife upward. Combined with the corrosive fire, the defense of the green-scaled gigantic python seemed so fragile. From the mouth to the head, it was a remarkably short distance. Immediately afterward, the green-scaled gigantic python emitted a wail and collapsed. Qi Xiang flipped himself out from the snake's mouth and rushed far away with all his might. Seeing the fallen green-scaled gigantic python, Cha Dan and Shu did not stop immediately. Instead, they split up. Shu went into the swamp to rescue Bo Gu, while Cha Dan was responsible for cutting open the green-scaled gigantic python's body to rescue Bingyu. Driving the cold blade, Cha Dan chose a place where the scales had been completely shattered and started working with the blade. Meanwhile, due to the remaining time left in his embodied state, Shu easily rescued the unconscious Bo Gu, who was only partially submerged in the swamp, and brought him onto the body of the green-scaled gigantic python. By now, Bo Gu had lost consciousness, but that wasn't the most critical matter. What mattered most was that Bo Ge's hands were completely destroyed. He could no longer function as a boundary master and wouldn't even be able to do tasks that ordinary people easily accomplished. Looking at Bo Ge's hands, seemingly washed over with blood, Shu sighed and shook his head, muttering to himself, "Qi Xiang, is your choice the right one?" Afterward, taking advantage of the remaining time before his dragon-like possession ended, Shu went to assist Cha Dan in looking for Bingyu. Placing Bingyu and Bo Gu flat on the snake's back, Cha Dan and Shu sat on the snake's back as well. The body of the green-scaled gigantic python seemed not to be pulled down by the swamp, allowing the group to rest a little. Cha Dan sighed, saying, "Xianggu really messed this up this time. With Bo Gu like this, even if we don't blame him, it's likely he can't bear it mentally either." Shu nodded and said, "That's right. But didn't you notice something had pierced the head of the green-scaled gigantic python? That's the only fatal wound on its body. Clearly, only Qi Xiang could have inflicted such harm. It seems Qi Xiang has been here already. His earlier inaction must have been due to some trouble, since anything can happen in a place like this." "Exactly." Cha Dan looked up at the sky and said, "Do you know what? I can now vividly imagine how the zombies would ravage the city. Back then, I played so many games and watched countless anime thinking that if one day, when I possess abilities beyond those of an ordinary person, I would protect the common people. But now, I'm trapped in this kind of place." As he spoke, Cha Dan clenched his right hand into a fist and slammed it hard against the green-scaled gigantic python's body. Shu glanced at Cha Dan and said, "Hee, your thoughts remind me so much of myself back then. However, unlike wanting superpowers, my desire back then was to become a soldier, which I successfully did. I also protected many people. But what did I truly gain? The identity of a special forces member may be mysterious, but after retiring, I'm just an ordinary person. After my retirement, all I became was a bodyguard for a wealthy family." Cha Dan and Shu shared a look and smiled. Clearly, these two had found common ground. With one foot on the holy light spear, Qi Xiang looked over at Cha Dan. He felt no regret, because obtaining great power isn't something that can be achieved easily. Regarding Bo Ji's condition, Qi Xiang had seen it too. Yet, Qi Xiang had no regrets since he was confident he could cure Bo Ji's hands. After all, what can compare with the healing capabilities of light attribute energy? Qi Xiang merely needed time to explore the methods. Moreover, Bo Ji's injury could stimulate the potential of the other three, meaning their strength would genuinely increase within a short period. Qi Xiang had a premonition that the end of this dangerous land was drawing near. Once they exited, it would be the moment for the five of them to truly demonstrate their prowess. Looking at Cha Dan and the others not far from him, Qi Xiang resisted the inner urge and used absorbing the poison toad's energy as a way to distract himself. Shu, why didn't you give those two some medicine this time?" Cha Dan asked Shu. Shu laughed heartily and said, "Look at me. I was so engrossed in thinking about Qi Xiang that I forgot. No need to worry though, everything's fine." Saying that, Shu walked past leaving Cha Dan frowning. "I forgot. What a great excuse." Shu took out several pills, swallowing some and crushing others into powder for external use. After finishing these tasks, he glanced at Cha Dan and said, "Hey, aren't you going to hand in any quests? Cha Dan nodded and began retrieving items from the green-scaled gigantic python's body. They had received a quest to kill the green-scaled gigantic python earlier during the fight. There were also overlapping quests that involved fetching certain things, always completing tasks before engaging enemies. A good habit Cha Dan always practiced. After Cha Dan finished, there was still no equipment or skills rewarded, not even any props. All he gained were experience points and gold coins. Cha Dan wondered why his system seemed to have such a low chance of dropping equipment, as well as why the probabilities for obtaining items and skills were so minimal, and there were so few quests. In fact, Cha Dan didn't realize that at this stage, with various powers merging together, each game system could balance fairness by reducing the advantages provided by props and skills, instead enhancing individual capabilities. After Cha Dan handed in all his quests, Deshu also gathered some necessary materials to refine pills. Cha Dan eagerly anticipated what Deshu would create this time. Naturally, the most anticipated item was the embodied spirit pill. Cha Dan was quite curious to know what a snake-shaped magical beast would turn into after embodiment. As Deshu deftly added ingredients one by one into the pill refining furnace, following precise steps and techniques, Cha Dan observed intently. Previously, he had never paid much attention to such processes. However, since the last time Qi Xiang's devouring soul knife manifested, Cha Dan had grown very curious about whether Deshu's refining process would also present such brilliant effects. Even if not as dazzling, it should at least be unusual. When Deshu threw a snake tooth into the furnace, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The flames inside the furnace gradually turned green. Following that, Deshu poured in some transparent liquid, and Cha Dan clearly detected a strong alcoholic smell, specifically that of potent white liquor. Instead of evaporating due to the high temperature, the white liquor turned into a green liquid upon entering the furnace, interweaving with the flames. This bizarre phenomenon was both strange and visually stunning. Cha Dan wanted to see what kind of expression Deshu had on his face. When Cha Dan looked at Deshu's fully focused expression, it was clear that this wasn't the first time Deshu had witnessed such a wondrous scene. Meanwhile, Cha Dan's attention shifted again to the alchemy furnace. The liquid inside the furnace gradually condensed, and at that moment, Deshu began moving his hands. Even though his hands hovered just above the furnace, Cha Dan, who had been educated and read books, naturally knew that heat rises. However, Deshu seemed unaffected. Either he was too absorbed in what he was doing, or perhaps he had some special way to withstand the heat. Deshu's hands kept changing their gestures, and the liquid inside the furnace also churned with the movements of Deshu's hands, as it continued to condense into a bead-like shape. A green light flashed briefly, leaving behind a green pill resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Cha Dan watched this with amazed eyes, thinking how marvelous it all was. The entire process was truly a miracle akin to creation itself. After retrieving the pill from the bottom of the furnace, Deshu casually waved his right hand, sending it into his subspace storage, and grinned while saying, "What do you think? Your uncle here is still pretty skilled, right?" Cha Dan nodded but suddenly realized something and said, "Nope, isn't this something every alchemist can do? Why are you so smug about it? I almost fell for your trick." Saying this, Cha Dan looked at Deshu with disdain. Deshu laughed sheepishly and scratched his head, saying, "Come on now, I'm one of the better alchemists out there. Is a compliment going to kill me?" Cha Dan gave Deshu a glance and said mockingly, "Sure thing, then we won't find you any materials anymore, and let's see where you'll be then." As soon as these words were spoken, Deshu immediately went silent and started preparing the materials for the next pill silently. After taking a deep breath and absorbing the poisonous toad's energy, Qi Xiang felt refreshingly clear-minded. Upon opening his eyes, he found everything looked extraordinarily sharp and clear, as if everything was right before him. Additionally, Qi Xiang noticed his vision in the swamp had expanded. Evidently, this was due to the energy of the poisonous toad. For the first time, Qi Xiang considered whether different kinds of energy enhanced him differently. For instance, after absorbing zombie energy, his corrosive flame's corrosiveness became stronger. This thought made Qi Xiang ponder deeply. Interestingly, his method of thinking was quite unique, standing on one leg on the holy light spear with his other foot aloft in a crane stance, while his right hand stroked an imaginary beard. When Deshu finished using all the green-scaled gigantic python's materials, he placed 2 pills at the tendons of Bo Ji's both hands. A strange phenomenon followed. Those 2 pills appeared to merge into Bo Ji's body. Instantly, Bo Ji's whole body trembled as his hands' tendons emitted faint golden light. Cha Dan clearly remembered that those 2 pills were refined from the snake meat of the green-scaled gigantic python, and so, he looked curiously at Deshu, waiting for an explanation. Deshu laughed loudly and said, "Do you think alchemists are such useless people? Let me tell you, I specifically chose the parts of the green-scaled gigantic python that have the strongest regenerative capacity to refine these pills. Their function? Restoration. I believe that when Xiao Bo wakes up, not only will his hands be restored, but his recovery ability will be even stronger than before." Cha Dan sighed and asked, "When do you think Xianggu will come back?" Of course, Cha Dan meant when Qi Xiang would rejoin the team instead of continuing to protect them from a distance. Deshu put away the alchemy furnace and said, "When we become truly powerful, don't keep thinking about when Qi Xiang will return. Think about how we can become stronger. After all, Qi Xiang will return once we grow stronger." Cha Dan stood up from the snake's back, clenched his fists, and said, "All right, then for Xianggu, I must also grow stronger." Chapter 46, The Wind Elemental Body. Half a day passed, and finally Bo Gu and Bing Yu woke up. Although their bodies were still uncomfortable, they could already move normally. After resting for another half-day, the four of them set off again. Perhaps because of the corpse of the Chui Lin giant python, no magical beasts appeared that entire day. After all, even in death, strong individuals aren't something weaker beings can touch. It's not about combat ability, but rather about aura. If there were stronger ones around, they would definitely have arrived immediately. Given the Chui Lin giant python is a great source of nourishment, the absence of any magical beasts proved that within the short term, Qidan would likely not encounter powerful magical beasts. Looking at the distance, after buying something from a shop for 1,000 gold coins, Qidan said, "All right, we should be going. Otherwise, wouldn't it disappoint Xianggu too much?" Qidan stretched lazily and spoke thusly. "That guy, if it weren't for him leaving us behind, would Bingyu and I have suffered such severe injuries?" Bingyu complained about Qi Xiang on the side. Suddenly, Bingyu felt as though something terrifying was staring at her back. Slowly turning around, she saw that Qidan was looking at her coldly and said, "If you say one more bad thing about Xianggu, I can make sure you end up like the Chui Lin giant python." Qidan's tone was icy. This wasn't the usual joking manner. Bingyu believed without doubt that Qidan could do exactly as he had said. Deshu also sensed the change in atmosphere and quickly tried to mediate. What's going on here? Don't be like this. Let's go. Keep moving forward." As he spoke, Deshu pulled Qidan along and gave Bogu a look. Understanding instantly, Bogu held on to Bingyu. In this way, Bingyu and Qidan were separated by Bogu and Deshu. "Qidan, what's with you today? You're not usually like this," Deshu asked after separating the two. Qidan snorted coldly and replied, "If only someone could understand Xianggu, why would things end up like this?" This was clearly a good training opportunity, yet everything is blamed on Xianggu. I want Xianggu to know, and Bingyu too, that I will grow stronger. And in fact, I've already started growing stronger. Worried, Deshu looked at Qidan and said, "This attitude of yours isn't good. Your pride has become excessive, which won't help your future development." Qidan glanced at Deshu, sighed, and said, "Deshu, perhaps soon, you'll understand my intentions. All I can tell you is that I've decided on my direction for the future." Deshu sighed, saying nothing further. After all, this matter couldn't be easily influenced or controlled by him. Instead of intervening, he'd rather see what sort of outcome Qidan might create. Boga looked at Bingyu and said, "You." But before he could finish, Bingyu interrupted him. "I know what you're about to say. Don't try to persuade me. I understand everything. Even that Qi Xiang came over. I'm not an idiot. Just the wounds inflicted by Qidan and him weren't enough to make the Chui Lin giant python itch. The wound on my head, you can see it, was caused by Qi Xiang's simple yet brutal attack method. Don't ask me why I'm so stubborn. It's all about so-called face. Eventually, this will cost me dearly, but rest assured, I'll soon rid myself of this habit." Boga looked at Bingyu, smiled faintly, and said nothing more. Bogu was never skilled at making conversation, whether in the past or present. And since Bingyu had her own concerns, she certainly wouldn't start a conversation on her own. So, these two walked quietly. The purple light on the ground illuminated brightly, resembling two beautiful celestial paths. The four walked upon them, each lost in their thoughts, while the Shu yearned silently for this peaceful moment to last forever. However, that was merely a dream. Far away, Qi Xiang stood on his holy light spear, watching the four of them. Here where Qi Xiang was, all was utterly still, without a sound. The only proof of time moving forward was perhaps the ripples created when Qi Xiang stabbed his spear into the ground, causing the water to ripple. The wind blew gently, startling Qi Xiang momentarily, because he hadn't sensed any wind in this marshland yet. Before he could react, the wind began intensifying. Raging wind elements rampaged through the air, inflating Qi Xiang's clothes greatly. As the wind grew stronger and faster, once it reached a certain speed, it turned into wind blades. Yes, nearly seamless wind blades filled the air. This wasn't due to Qi Xiang's negligence. He had noticed something amiss as soon as the wind began to rise. But from the start of the wind until now, it hadn't taken more than several breaths worth of time. Even a deity probably couldn't react fast enough unless they had foreknowledge or control over time. Qi Xiang leaned his body backward, immediately retracting the holy light spear into an alternate space. In the face of such wind, probably only an idiot would dare to confront it head-on, and Qi Xiang was certainly no fool. With a splash, Qi Xiang fell into the water, then became trapped in the swamp. Thanks to the water-repelling pearl, Qi Xiang's breathing wasn't a problem, and the mud on his face was easily dealt with by the corrosion fire. However, this meant that Qi Xiang had completely put himself in a passive state, because if the wind didn't stop, he wouldn't be able to leave, and if anything happened at their campsite, he absolutely wouldn't be able to get there in time. What's worse, Qi Xiang had no way to move within the swamp, meaning that he could only keep sinking until the wind blade ceased. After weighing the pros and cons, Qi Xiang took immediate action, extending his spiritual power around him in search of his enemy. Suddenly, Qi Xiang felt something shaped like a tornado. With a gesture from his right hand, he summoned the holy light spear into his possession, and then, like a small drill, Qi Xiang broke through the ground and charged forward. The holy light spear emitted brilliant golden light, dispelling all dark forces. The fierce wind blades were also blocked by the holy light spear. Looking at the cluster of green elemental entities, Qi Xiang realized that the first strong opponent he'd faced for a long time had now appeared. Since elementals don't have physical forms like magical beasts, they are, in a sense, immortal. Of course, this strongest enemy was just according to Qi Xiang's own perception. After all, he possessed the most powerful attack against elemental creatures, the devouring flame. Xiang stared at the wind elemental, stabbing the holy light spear into its body. Then, being dragged around several times, he was thrown off by the wind elemental. Landing in the water, Xiang couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. Could he defeat this wind elemental? Physical attacks were useless against it, so how much energy-based attack did he have? Realizing this, a flash of inspiration crossed Xiang's mind. Since the wind elemental was an energy form, what was there to fear? With that thought, a cunning smile appeared on Xiang's lips, and the way he looked at the wind elemental changed. It was as though a gourmet gazing upon a delicacy. In truth, this wind elemental could also be considered unlucky. If it had chosen to attack the others instead of Xiang, it might have had a better chance of victory. But now it chose Xiang. No one knew what the wind elemental was thinking since it was only an elemental body without a brain. However, having chosen Xiang, it meant choosing death. After freeing himself from the swamp, Xiang charged toward the wind elemental, switching the holy light spear to the soul-devouring knife. The purple flames on the soul-devouring knife seemed like the death knell for the wind elemental. The wind elemental, sensing something different about Xiang, quickly gathered the wind elements in the air for an attack. Unfortunately, these wind elements were extremely scarce here. Accurately speaking, the majority of elemental attributes in this area were quite rare. So even though the wind elemental should have been able to use level 10 magic, it was currently only capable of the strongest spell, a level 5 wind dragon technique. Of course, the same spell cast by different individuals would produce different effects. Moreover, as an elemental entity made of magic, the wind elemental had an enhanced sensitivity to other wind elements in the air, offering two advantages: reduced spellcasting time and decreased mana consumption. One after another, wind blades shot out from the hands of the elemental, followed shortly by numerous wind dragons. Yes, even though only level 5 magic could be used here before causing a magical vacuum, it didn't mean the elemental couldn't continuously unleash level 5 spells. While a magical vacuum would still occur, it was much better than casting just one level 6 spell. Looking at the incoming attacks, Xiang coldly snorted, placing the soul-devouring knife behind him with his right hand, while producing purple flames with his left hand. The swallowing whirlwind skill. Xiang had used it so few times that they could be counted on one hand. Yet now he used it again, because given the current situation, this skill was undoubtedly the best choice. The purpose of this wave of attacks by the wind elemental was to consume Xiang's resources, obstruct him, and harm him. If Xiang stopped to defend himself, he would definitely fall into the wind elemental's trap. However, things were different with the swallowing whirlwind. First, as Xiang's strength grew, so did the swallowing whirlwind. At present, the swallowing whirlwind was fully capable of absorbing wind dragons. It just required more time, though relative to others, this longer period amounted to merely a second. Moreover, the swallowing whirlwind could adjust in size according to Xiang's needs. In the past, Xiang hadn't used it due to his insufficient proficiency in applying his abilities, but now he was adept enough. Hence, Xiang dared to charge using this method. A person-sized swallowing whirlwind activated, converting all attacks in front of Xiang into energy, which was then stored in his left hand through the swallowing whirlwind as a medium. Seeing its wind blades disappear into this human's firewall, the wind elemental became furious. However, when it realized that even its wind dragons had vanished, the wind elemental's emotion shifted from anger to surprise. As its own magic, the wind elemental knew quite well about its power. Yet now, it had been countered by this human's purple flames, leaving the wind elemental highly unwilling. Even though a vacuum of energy had appeared in the air, it didn't mean that the elemental couldn't still utilize his spellcasting attacks. Row after row of wind blades condensed towards one direction, while the wind dragons ascended into the sky under the control of the wind elemental. Several wind dragons hovered in the air, coiling and swirling continuously. Xiang didn't care what the wind elemental was doing. He had absolute confidence in his strength. His goal was clear: the wind elemental, a great nourishment for him. The clear roar of a dragon caught Xiang's attention, and he paused, turning his head back to look. Behind Xiang, several wind dragons gathered together, gradually fusing into one. The wind blades also coalesced, consolidating all their powers into a single entity. In other words, the wind elemental now wielded not numerous level 1 wind blades or level 5 wind dragons easily countered by Xiang, but rather level 6 wind slash and level 7 wind spirit dragon. Xiang looked at these two skills, his expression darkening. Earlier, his confidence stemmed from the wind elemental's perceived weakness, and he himself possessed corrosion fire to counteract elemental bodies. Thus, he hadn't hesitated to attack the wind elemental. But now, the strength displayed by the wind elemental had definitely exceeded Xiang's expectations. A 3-meter-wide wind blade rushed toward Xiang. Observing this attack, Xiang fully realized that this wind elemental would be difficult to deal with. Not mentioning anything else, such proficiency in stacking spells would require long cultivation even among humans. And yet this wind elemental had undeniably mastered it completely. Looking at the wind elemental in front of him, Xiang once again understood that he was facing his strongest opponent, not because of the wind elemental's physical body, but due to its battle experience. With his feet planted in the swamp, Xiang halted, roaring loudly and raising his right-hand soul-devouring knife before hacking down forcefully. The soul-devouring knife clashed against the wind slash, and the two forces, purple and green, erupted simultaneously. These forces collided violently in the air, causing chaos and destruction. Surprisingly, this turmoil even attracted dark clouds in the sky. Thunder rumbled overhead, followed by heavy rain. The attraction force created by the collision between Qi-xiang's corrosion flame and the wind elemental's wind attribute abilities had drawn nearby dark clouds over. Raindrops struck Qi-xiang's face, flowing down and dripping onto the ground, as if even the weather was telling Qi-xiang that this battle would be the toughest one he'd ever faced. Huh? Why is it raining suddenly? Looking up at the falling raindrops, Dan exclaimed. At this moment, the four of them had already walked thousands of meters away. The four of them were now truly separated from Qi-xiang and would soon encounter danger. Chapter 47, Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python. When Qi-xiang's knees were already sunken in the mud, cracks gradually appeared on the wind blades. Then, a sound like glass shattering rang by Qi-xiang's ears. Afterward, Qi-xiang spun the soul-devouring knife around and struck again because the wind dragon had already reached in front of Qi-xiang. With a roar, Qi-xiang pulled the soul-devouring knife back and then fiercely chopped at the wind dragon's head. The corrosive fire burned from the soul-devouring knife as if wanting to devour the wind dragon. A loud explosion occurred. Cha Dan and his companions had walked quite a distance. Suddenly hearing this sound, the four quickly raised their guards. In such a place, if one could not maintain an appropriate attitude, there would be only one outcome, death. The four immediately gathered together, backs pressed against each other, eyes never missing a corner. Following that, the ground began to shake violently. Cha Dan and the three others instantly panicked. They knew they were still within Bo Ge's protective barrier, which meant something big was about to emerge. The ground split open, the barrier shattered, and Cha Dan and his group were pushed upward by some entity into the air. Since it happened too suddenly, none of them managed to steady themselves, all falling onto its body. After the object stopped moving, Cha Dan finally faced what it was. The reason it was guessed is because Cha Dan couldn't see its entirety while lying on it, but had to rely on assumptions. However, Cha Dan guessed it to be the Yingzhimong, Cui Linju Mang, another one, and stronger than before. Its body stretched for at least a kilometer away and was at least 7 meters thick. Humans, you will become my food, the food of Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python, the dominant force in this swamp. You should feel honored. Saying so, the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python lowered its head and threw Cha Dan and the other three off. While in midair, Cha Dan adjusted himself to land feet first. Deshu did the same, but Bingyu didn't fare as well. Since she landed face down, Bogu dared not use his barrier for her descent, so Bingyu ended up falling with a dog eating the dirt crash. Bogu, however, remained calm thanks to the barrier and stabilized himself before even falling 3 meters. Following this, Bogu was hit by the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python's head and smashed into the ground. With no preparation, Bogu fell backward entirely into the mud, the result being self-explanatory. Bogu lifted himself with a barrier, glaring at the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python, his heart burning with anger. Clearly, Bo Ji's attitude toward the Cui Linju Mang had transformed into hatred. The Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python flicked its tongue, speaking in human language. Human, I know that you defeated one of our juniors earlier, but don't be overly proud. Don't forget, that strong human isn't here. Furthermore, you shouldn't expect him to arrive soon because the strongest existence besides me here, Wind Element, should already be engaged in battle with him. That means, by the time he returns, you'll already be in my stomach, and I will have left here. Oh, almost forgot one thing. Your friend won't come back. Ha ha ha. Laughing toward the sky, the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python opened its enormous mouth and charged directly at Bogu. Although the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python had power, confidence, and arrogance, how could it lack extraordinary skills after emerging victorious among numerous magical beasts and evolving from the Cui Linju Mang to the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python? With a dragon's cry, the wind dragon broke apart under Qi-xiang's knife, and mud had already submerged Qi-xiang below the waist. Seeing the wind element gather energy again, Qi-xiang was curious and might even say excited. Possessing great strength is indeed important, but deep inside everyone is a factor of enjoying combat, even women. Men, deeper in their hearts, yearn for battles, yearn for bloodshed. If people you know are not like this, then they simply haven't let it out yet. In the apocalypse, when humanity truly releases itself, when unbound by morality and law, it reveals itself. Looking at the wind element, Qi-xiang seemed to have found what he had been long awaiting, his rival. Yes, without a good opponent, what does it matter to be powerful? Without a proper adversary, having great strength is merely a tool to prevent bullying or to bully others. Qi-xiang's inner being burned. It was an opportunity, a chance to unleash himself completely. At this moment, Qi-xiang had forgotten everything in his mind, including Cha Dan and the others. All he could think of was the enemy in front of him. The soul-devouring knife in his hand seemed to sense Qi-xiang's fighting spirit and erupted into roaring flames. The knife trembled slightly, as if ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment. And the wind element also sensed Qi-xiang's warlike spirit, emitting a powerful energy to resist the effects of Qi-xiang's spirit pressing upon it. Blades of wind began to form from the wind element's hands. Due to the magic vacuum period, the wind element couldn't mobilize or draw in air energy since it was already depleted. However, the wind element could peel off some of its own energy and use this energy to create power with its methods. The essence of the wind element, fundamentally, was still wind. In other words, where there was wind, there was the presence of the wind element. The wind blades spun continuously, crossing each other, stirring up gentle breezes. Qi-xiang moved then, understanding why the wind element had acted thusly. After using the devouring fire to free himself from the swamp, he charged again at the wind element. The soul-devouring knife buzzed, and in this moment, Qi Xiang and the soul-devouring knife merged together, their overwhelming battle intent radiating through the air. At this point, Qi Xiang underwent a promotion, not an enhancement in power but a spiritual elevation. Now, Qi Xiang had reached the 30th level. Bo Ji's piercing barrier shot out, signaling the beginning of the battle. The Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python completely ignored the piercing barrier heading towards it and opened its mouth to swallow Bo Gu down. Having witnessed Cui Lin Jumang swallowing Bingyu before, Cha Dan, Deshu, and Bingyu weren't overly anxious. After all, being anxious might significantly enhance one's combat capability, but the price paid would also be enormous. Bo Gu thought similarly. Moreover, he was curious about what it would be like inside a snake's stomach. However, once he saw it, it nearly cost him his life. After entering the snake's mouth, Bo Gu slid down as the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python tilted its head upwards. Initially thinking nothing serious would happen, Bo Gu realized that the inside of the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python's belly was lined with spikes. Furthermore, when a drop of mucus fell onto his clothes, they immediately started smoking white steam, scaring Bo Gu into tearing off that part quickly and summoning a defensive barrier. Trapped within the snake's belly, Bo Gu watched helplessly as his barrier continued to be dripped on by the sticky secretion, which emitted white fumes whenever it touched the barrier. Then he had to mend the sections it touched. Bo Gu couldn't help but feel exasperated. Being swallowed by a snake was always going to differ so drastically. Also, he wondered whether it would get stimulating if the snake moved around. This time, the three of them didn't rely on Cha Dan for close combat, while Bingyu performed ranged attacks. Instead, they all utilized long-range tactics. After all, given such defenses of the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python, even if Cha Dan were stronger, it wouldn't be easy to deal with it effectively. Rather than wasting effort on meaningless actions, it would be better to do something that actually harms the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python. Bingyu raised her staff, and blue light lit up the sky. With her improved powers, Bingyu favored this skill more and more. Not only did the activation time shorten compared to before, but the mana consumption no longer drained her entirely with one use. Thus, this skill made another appearance during this fight. The Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python took no notice of the changes in the sky, simply spitting balls of venom from its mouth akin to phlegm expulsion. Cha Dan took upon himself the duty of intercepting these venomous balls, swinging his frosty blade to unleash streaks of blue light that froze the poison. While the toxins melted the ice almost immediately, they lost momentum and fell straight down, an effective interception method. With a loud roar, the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python lashed its tail toward Cha Dan. Its massive tail whipped at Cha Dan like a whip. Knowing not to confront it directly, Cha Dan hastily summoned Ling Shi Tun, then leapt forcefully, dodging the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python's tail and landing a Dark Moon Slash on it. As soon as the Dark Moon Slash hit, its dark attribute manifested, showing powerful corrosive properties as the area struck on the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python's tail, turned ink black, and smoke rose from it accompanied by sizzling sounds. Though this wasn't enough force to penetrate the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python scales, the feeling was comparable to having ants crawl all over its body. Itchy, painful, and very uncomfortable. The Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python roared furiously, flailing its tail wildly, causing much trouble for Cha Dan and Deshu, who had to dodge the snake's tail while keeping an eye on Bingyu, making sure to intercept if it headed toward her. Bingyu spent much time this time because she pushed herself to her limit. One must understand that any ability strengthens alongside oneself. For instance, a first-tier individual using a forbidden spell is just like a full-tier individual using a first-tier attack. This explained why Qi Xiang's two types of flames grew ever stronger. It seemed as if the sky was covered by blue clouds. Within a kilometer, every bit of the sky was filled with icicles, numbering over 4,000. Bingyu let out a light cry, and the icicles in the air, as if receiving an order, all charged toward the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python. For a time, the icicles exploded, forming large areas of ice mist. Such widespread attacks were impossible for the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python to stop with its venomous liquid alone, especially since it was preoccupied with its tail issues. However, when the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python allowed the icicles to strike its body, it discovered that these icicles hurt quite a lot, and the invasion of ice attribute energy affected its movements, causing great discomfort. The Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python wanted to intercept, but did it have such an opportunity amidst all this chaos? In fact, the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python was very powerful, but because it had long dominated this swamp, it had already forgotten the principle that even a lion hunting a rabbit must use full force. Thus, it had given Bingyu such an opportunity. When the icicle attack ended, the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python still stood there, but it looked utterly disheveled. Many scales on its body were broken. These scales were tough enough that even Qi Dan might not be able to break them. Only someone like Qi Xiang, purely offensive, could accomplish that. And now, Bingyu had done so too. This was not to say Bingyu's attack power was extraordinary. Rather, she employed the strategy of breaking through at a single point. She concentrated a large amount of attack into one spot. In fact, every wound on the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python had been subjected to continuous assault from at least 100 icicles. This alone demonstrated how strong Bingyu's control was. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to control it this precisely. Even hitting the Billy Phosphorus Spirit Python would be uncertain. Of course, great strength is based on long-term cultivation. However, if one achieves it quickly over a short period, it must be due to some extraordinary experience, and Bingyu was clearly the latter. Blood flowed from the wounds on the Billy Phosphorus spirit python's body, red blood trickling down its body and onto the ground. Even the right eye of the Billy Phosphorus spirit python was blinded in this attack. Although these injuries were recoverable, without several months, its eye surely couldn't heal fully, and this was assuming it had sufficient food during those months. The injured right eye of the Billy Phosphorus spirit python turned red due to the pain, while the left eye turned red out of anger. White gas rose from the scales of the Billy Phosphorus spirit python, and its entire scale armor gradually turned emerald green. What changed the most were the Billy Phosphorus spirit python's teeth. 4 fangs protruded from its snake mouth. The white fangs reflected the sunlight like cold light, exuding a chilling aura. Chidan said, "Not good. The Billy Phosphorus spirit python has been enraged. This is its complete form. Everyone, prepare to fight with all your strength." As he spoke, his left hand executed the Dark Moon Slash, and his right hand performed the Frost Blade Slash, attacking from both sides and unleashing his full potential. At this moment, the one who felt the worst was actually Bo-gu inside the snake's belly, as he suddenly sensed the Billy Phosphorus spirit python's body violently trembling. Initially thinking it was the result of Chidan and others' successful attacks, he soon realized that after the tremor, the spines inside the snake's belly began pricking him repeatedly. Furthermore, the secretion became much more corrosive than before. Bo-gu found his barrier strained. After all, he was currently using a triple-layered protective barrier. If another layer was added, reaching a 5-layered barrier, the space would become very limited, barely enough for a single person. Now, Bo-gu could only hope either Chidan and the others ended the battle quickly or the changes inside the Billy Phosphorus spirit python's belly stopped. Otherwise, Bo-gu would truly be unable to endure any longer. At this very moment, Qi-xiang was engaged in a spirited battle with the wind element. Both Qi-xiang and the wind element brought out all their skills, desiring to test who among these evenly matched opponents was stronger. Meanwhile, Chidan and his companions were battling the Billy Phosphorus spirit python, and Bo-gu continued to struggle against the insides of the Billy Phosphorus spirit python's belly. Chapter 48, Battle Against the Green Dragon, Part 1. The method of the wind elemental left Qi-xiang utterly amazed. If this method was used skillfully, wouldn't it be an unlimited demand for energy? However, that was obviously impossible, especially during battles with enemies. Qi-xiang swung his soul-devouring blade repeatedly, slicing through the wind blades in the air one after another. The wind elemental's attack was already prepared. At this moment, the color of the wind elemental was much lighter than before. It was clear that this move drew upon the wind elemental's own energy. Behind the wind elemental, 8 emerald green warriors and a giant dragon lying on the ground were staring at Qi-xiang. This was probably the wind elemental's strongest attack. This move could be said to have reached the level of a 10th grade spell, and the reason why the wind elemental could draw upon such power was because these 8 warriors and the dragon were summoned beasts of the wind elemental. The problem was that summoning them consumed a lot of energy. Most importantly, these summoned creatures were all alive. The wind elemental made no move, but Qi-xiang could already feel that the wind elemental had issued instructions to its minions. Next, 4 warriors sprang into action. Qi-xiang blocked punches with both arms, and also parried a strike with his right leg. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fend off 4 hands. Not to mention that this wasn't about 4 hands, but 4 people. 4 beings whose power was on par with Qi-xiang. Phew. Qi-xiang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His stomach actually sank inward. One must understand that Qi-xiang's physical body was no ordinary one. With the enhancement of Dan energy, Qi-xiang's body continued to grow stronger, not extraordinarily so, but quite terrifying. Yet even such a body couldn't withstand this blow, which illustrated just how powerful the force behind it was. The 4 warriors naturally did not stop. Not only did they pursue him, but 2 more warriors from behind the wind elemental also charged forward. Clearly, the wind elemental didn't believe in fairness. It believed in using full strength even against a rabbit. After regaining his footing, Qi-xiang spit out a mouthful of congealed blood, finally feeling better. This time, he didn't fight physically anymore. He transferred his soul-devouring blade to his left hand. Then, as his right hand flashed with golden light, the holy light spear appeared. Roaring fiercely, Qi-xiang hurled the holy light spear with his right hand, then transferred the soul-devouring blade back to his right hand, where corrosive flames began burning, purple light emanating from the blade. Cutting continuously, he momentarily held his own against 5 opponents. And why say 5 people? Because when Qi-xiang threw the holy light spear, it pierced and pinned one of the warriors to the ground. Although not fatally, it restricted their movements. This wasn't due to Qi-xiang's incredible strength, but rather because his throw caught them off guard. Moreover, the golden glow of the holy light spear caused visual errors in the enemy, which allowed him to pierce them. Qi-xiang's right hand kept swinging ceaselessly, making the soul-devouring blade seem alive, emitting mournful wails, almost instilling some fear in the warriors themselves. However, Qi-xiang had no time to ponder this change now. The only thing on his mind was how to defend against and counterattack them. The soul-devouring blade kept slashing wildly. The warriors summoned by the wind elemental weren't formed from pure energy, they were living beings. However, their bodies weren't made up of flesh, but of a special substance. This substance was something Qi-xiang couldn't clearly explain. Its color resembled jade, its hardness like iron, yet still flexible enough for movement. Without doubt, the dragon would also be made of this material. Qi-xiang could affirm that none of these things originated from Earth. Actually, everything here shouldn't belong to Earth at all. The speed at which Qi Xiong wielded his soul-devouring blade increased more and more rapidly, creating wounds all over the warriors' bodies. Although their bodies were as hard as iron, this level of defense was relatively easy for Qi Xiong to penetrate. Still, Qi Xiong felt frustrated. After all, if they were made of iron or rock, the cuts from his sword should have been larger. But instead, the wounds looked exactly like those inflicted on flesh, cutting precisely wherever struck. Qi Xiong let out a fierce roar, shaking off the warriors. With continuous slashes from the soul-devouring blade, several purple light blades erupted from it, striking directly at the 5 warriors. Subsequently, purple light blossomed, and these light blades exploded, releasing piercing purple light. However, much to Qi Xiong's chagrin, these warriors didn't disintegrate completely like flesh. Instead, they just gained additional wounds. Qi Xiong couldn't help but want to rant. When you're being cut, you're like human flesh. Why are you suddenly invincible now? Is this some kind of bug? If it were a video game, Qi Xiong would undoubtedly call customer service and lodge a complaint. But now, if Qi Xiong wanted to contact customer service, well, he simply lacked the means to do so. As the light faded, Qi Xiong had more than one thing to complain about. One of these was that all 8 warriors, including the one previously pinned down by Qi Xiong's holy light spear, were still standing there, despite the fact that one of them now had a gaping hole in his chest. Now, facing Qi Xiong were 8 warriors. Though 6 of them bore injuries, Qi Xiong had no doubt that as long as their limbs weren't severed, their combat prowess wouldn't decrease. However, severing their limbs? That was easier said than done. Qi Xiong sheathed the soul-devouring blade and retrieved the holy light spear with a sudden burst of strength. He looked at the 8 warriors and the green dragon, whose power level remained unclear. Holding tightly onto the holy light spear with both hands, Qi Xiong did not dare to relax for even a moment. Observing the 8 warriors and that unknown green dragon before him, he unleashed a loud roar and thrust out the holy light spear, interweaving golden and purple lights. The gold here wasn't for healing. It represented the holy light of punishment. Although in most people's perception and media portrayals, such punishing holy light primarily restrains dark creatures, reducing or entirely vanishing against other types of beings. This wasn't fiction, though. It was the apocalypse, the true end-of-the-world scenario where punitive holy light was an authentic offensive skill. One of the warriors attempted to block Qi Xiong's thrust with a punch, only to find that the power of the holy light spear far surpassed the soul-devouring blade. Yes, although the soul-devouring blade was already exceptionally powerful, it was but an anomaly. In contrast, the holy light spear was a divine artifact, a holy relic that simply hadn't fully matured yet. And while the soul-devouring blade might be complete and extremely potent, Qi Xiong lacked the ability to wield its full force, making the holy light spear, which he could handle effectively, the strongest weapon in his arsenal. As soon as the warrior's right fist touched the holy light spear, it shattered like stone. Following this, the whole right arm of that warrior was destroyed by the spear. Qi Xiong certainly didn't let him off so easily. With one sweep of the holy light spear, he split the warrior into 2 parts, separating head from body. However, the fight wasn't over. These warriors being anomalies, if just cutting off their heads would have killed them, wouldn't they be too weak? Moreover, Qi Xiong clearly sensed the life energy still radiating from him. Next, the holy light spear struck repeatedly, accompanied by the sound of rocks cracking. This time, the warrior was completely dead. His green body turned gray. Correction, it wasn't even his body. It was just scattered stones on the ground. Holding the holy light spear horizontally, Qi Xiong gazed at the 7 remaining warriors, seemingly foreknowing the outcome of the battle. Thereafter, both sides moved into action. 8 figures continuously flashed and intertwined, flashes of energy bursting forth everywhere. The holy light spear wielded by Qi Xiong grew faster and faster. Yet, under the attacks of the 7 strong opponents, Qi Xiong gained no advantage at all. Had it not been for the existence of the holy light spear, Qi Xiong might well have ended up utterly defeated. After all, Qi Xiong was a human akin to a cultivator below level 30 with limited skills. That he could stand up to 7 warriors matching his strength gave him some grounds for pride. But for Qi Xiong, this was obviously insufficient. For in this apocalyptic world, true power did not exist. Power was merely relative. If he became complacent after a single, or even a few victories, it could mean halting his progression, or even death. Of this, Qi Xiong had no doubt. Roaring again, Qi Xiong withdrew the holy light spear and pushed both palms toward the 2 closest warriors, then swiftly retreated. These 2 warriors, finding no serious damage on themselves, prepared to chase after Qi Xiong in triumph, only to realize that wherever they were hit by Qi Xiong carried a yellow particle. With a bang, these particles exploded, instantly pulverizing the 2 warriors into countless fragments. The 4 warriors nearest to them also suffered collateral damage. Though they were not killed, each lost an arm, greatly affecting their fighting capacity. After retreating over 10 meters, Qi Xiong nodded contentedly upon witnessing the effect of the enhanced thunder pearls gifted by Uncle Da. Next, summoning the soul-devouring blade and lightly stepping on water rather than land, he launched himself forward with tremendous force. Yes, not stepping on solid ground, but water. As his strength increased, Qi Xiong discovered with astonishment that although he couldn't walk on water, he could step briefly on it. It became evident that ancient people practicing lightness techniques shared something similar to what Qi Xiong currently practiced, except that in ancient times, they lifted themselves using qi, whereas Qi Xiong relied on strength from his feet. Though this technique didn't match the explosive power of stomping on solid ground, it had to do since there was no earth beneath, just swampy terrain. Qi Xiang raised his knife and rushed forward, emitting a loud roar. The soul-devouring blade instantly slashed downward, slicing half of a warrior's body off at an angle. This wasn't the end. Qi Xiang noticed the remaining warriors gathering together and immediately unleashed a move he should have used long ago, Blazing Inferno. Purple flames burst out from Qi Xiang's body, though they only lasted for a second. But 1 second was enough. When the flames dissipated, the 5 warriors were all absorbed into Qi Xiang's body without exception. Qi Xiang's Dan energy recovered to 70%. However, he did not pause. Instead, he sprang forcefully to the right the moment after. Just a second later, the spot where Qi Xiang had been standing turned into a crater. Qi Xiang looked at the wind elemental. At this point, the wind elemental took no direct action, but its body kept shaking, as if it was extremely enraged. If the wind elemental could express emotions, Qi Xiang would have been certain that it was genuinely angry. Yes, the wind elemental was furious now. Its 8 painstakingly recruited warriors had just died at Qi Xiang's hands. Who wouldn't be mad? Of course, what troubled the wind elemental more was sorrow rather than anger. Behind the wind elemental, the green dragon had stood up. The dragon had a serpent-like body, a deer-like horn on its head, fish scales covering its body, a neck resembling a horse, a mouth like a crocodile, and bull-like ears with shrimp whiskers. And wasn't this exactly the image of the dragon in the legends of the Yanhuang nation? Qi Xiang finally saw what a dragon really looked like. Despite how movies and TV shows from Yanhuang country failed to depict the true appearance of the Eastern dragon, Qi Xiang now understood clearly what real beauty meant. He even doubted whether those novel writers had ever seen a real dragon before. Otherwise, how could they know that compared to the Western dragon, this true dragon was so superior? Like comparing a dragon to a lizard with wings. Gazing at the handsome green dragon, Qi Xiang couldn't help but feel inferior, not because of the dragon's appearance. After all, if it were merely about looks, Qi Xiang wouldn't fear such things. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone encountering someone good-looking surrender immediately? What made Qi Xiang feel inferior was the dragon's aura. Though the green dragon wasn't a true dragon, its superior aura was even stronger than the wind elementals, making it seem as if the wind elemental were its servant. Even this overwhelming aura alone left Qi Xiang feeling inadequate. Facing such an aura, someone with weaker mental fortitude might prostrate themselves and submit instantly. Though Qi Xiang wasn't like that, he still began reflecting, pondering why he lacked such commanding presence. However, while thinking is important, enemies won't wait for you to finish musing. As Qi Xiang observed the incoming green light orb, he swung the soul-devouring blade, shooting out a beam of light that struck the orb. To his surprise, however, his light blade merely delayed the orb slightly before being consumed. That, Qi Xiang realized, was real power. Without pausing, Qi Xiang dodged swiftly. This was merely a random attack from the green dragon's breath. Qi Xiang could not imagine the strength of the dragon's strongest attack. After all, human imagination has limits. Though his thoughts were unrestricted, his imagination was finite. Therefore, without clear information, Qi Xiang could only aim for a quick resolution. In a matter of several breaths, Qi Xiang had already reached the green dragon. However, along the way, the green dragon had numerous chances to stop him, yet it did nothing. Qi Xiang couldn't comprehend why the green dragon chose to act this way. The more baffling the unknown factors were, the greater the potential danger lurking behind them. Qi Xiang already sensed an ominous foreboding. Trouble! Qi Xiang shouted, quickly shifting to the right and rolling to land on his feet. At this moment, the green dragon emitted a green light column, stopping once the target had dodged. However, there was not just one attacker. After all, the wind elemental had previously chosen not to join the fray but hadn't said it wouldn't re-enter. Chapter 49, Battle Against the Green Dragon, Part 2. Wind blades battered Qi Xiang's body, and all 3 of them hit him without fail. Despite his formidable defense, such an attack could only leave him wounded since his body was still made of flesh. Qi Xiang had 3 wounds on his body where the wind blade struck, and blood flowed from these cuts. The pain stimulated his brain intensely. It felt as though every part of his body was aching to its limit, and he seemed about to faint. But then white light shone from the wounds, not only stopping the bleeding, but also slowly mending them. The feeling of pain turned into itching, an indication that new flesh was growing. Hardly standing up, Qi Xiang wasted no time in retreating, fleeing rapidly from the scene. Injured, Qi Xiang realized he wasn't a match for the wind elemental or the green dragon. Much like in a game-based anime he had watched before the apocalypse called I Call It NT, where the character NT often said, "This is called a strategic retreat." At the time, Qi Xiang had just laughed heartily, never imagining that one day he himself would be making such a strategic retreat. The wind elemental clearly had no intention of letting Qi Xiang escape, jumping onto the green dragon's head to chase after him. While Qi Xiang's injuries were healing, he had no doubt he'd be back to full strength soon, when the real battle would begin. Qi Xiang ran ahead, while the wind elemental wasn't idle, firing off occasional wind projectiles at Qi Xiang. If Qi Xiang hadn't been so adept at dodging, the wind elemental might have ordered the green dragon to attack much earlier. Still, the wind elemental's attacks significantly disturbed Qi Xiang, gradually closing the distance between them. The gap narrowed from 100 meters down to merely 5. 5 meters was close enough for even a normal person, and for a parahuman, it was a mere instant. The wind elemental certainly believed this too. At this moment, the wind elemental formed a green wind blade with both hands. If it could express emotions, it would surely be smiling now because its enemy was about to die. Of course, this was only what the wind elemental thought. With a fierce roar, the wind elemental launched the wind blade towards Qi. The roar wasn't truly a roar, but rather a strange screech. What was simply wind howl, woo, to Qi was a ferocious roar in the wind elemental's language. Simultaneously, Qi sensed danger and leapt backward, performing a backflip that not only avoided the wind blade but also managed to strike the wind elemental's head with his sword. From top to bottom, the blow was ineffective due to the wind elemental's nature as an element, but this did not mean Qi couldn't harm it. After all, his corrosive fire and swallowing fire were still quite effective. In an instant, the wind elemental actually shrank slightly, though not by much. Only careful observation could detect it. Even this slight change shocked the wind elemental. After all, in the few seconds Qi blade lingered within its body, it had lost 2% of its energy. If Qi had left his blade inside longer, wouldn't it be quickly devoured? This horrifying realization sent a chill through the wind elemental, who looked at Qi as if staring at a monster. Then it leaped back, continuously firing wind blades, more than 10 of them heading towards Qi. Qi swung his demon-slaying blade 3 times, blocking all the attacks. However, the wind elemental's wind blades were not meant to hurt him directly, but rather to buy time. After deflecting the wind blades, Qi looked ahead and found the wind elemental had disappeared. Looking around frantically, he had not properly spotted it when suddenly the green dragon let out a loud roar and rose fully, intending to crush Qi. Qi landed on the ground and steadied himself, scanning the area again for the wind elemental but seeing no sign of it. Since that was the case, Qi decided against searching for it, as caution in battle was good, but excessive caution was counterproductive. Moreover, there was still the green dragon to deal with. If Qi didn't take it down first, even finding the wind elemental would result in being caught in a pincer movement. Therefore, it would be better to kill the green dragon first. With Qi skills, using his explosive flames could render the green dragon incapable of fighting, since those explosive flames represented Qi's strongest technique. Without hesitation, Qi leapt onto the green dragon's head, roared fiercely, and immediately purple flames enveloped a radius of 10 meters. Qi took the fight against the green dragon very seriously, unleashing 40% of his Dan power in this explosive flames burst. 40% of Qi's Dan power ignited his swallowing fire like fuel, covering all objects within 10 meters. Despite the phenomenon lasting only 1 second, that was enough for Qi. Since everything within 10 meters had been swallowed, Qi no longer had a place to stand and immediately fell down. Regaining his composure, Qi looked at the green dragon. At this moment, the green dragon wasn't downed anymore, and the severed part of its body even emitted a faint green light as it began repairing itself. Qi watched in astonishment at this scene. Clearly, this green dragon's self-healing ability far exceeded Qi's imagination. In his mind, he had only one thought. If this creature were not eliminated, it would surely become a future threat. Qi was undoubtedly an action-oriented individual, so once the idea to eliminate the green dragon came up, he sprang into motion right away. The soul-devouring blade slashed against the green dragon's body, with the sharp blade enhanced by corrosive fire cutting through the green dragon as easily as slicing tofu. How much more effective could it be on such a green dragon that now had absolutely no ability to resist? It took merely 5 strikes, and the green dragon lay on the ground, immobilized. However, after witnessing the powerful healing ability of the green dragon, Qi dared not let his guard down. After consuming the remains of the green dragon on the ground using 1/10 of his Dan power for the explosive flames, he finally felt at ease. Moreover, at this point, Qi's internal energy did not decrease. Instead, it had increased to 80%, even higher than before he used the explosive flames, 1 full tenth more. This showed just how much power the green dragon contained. And at this time, the energy Qi had consumed from the green dragon hadn't been fully absorbed yet. Glancing around, Qi didn't leave. After all, there was still an enemy here who gave him headaches, the wind elemental. The wind elemental clearly abandoned the green dragon with some plan in mind, although Qi didn't know what it was. But the less clear it was, the more dangerous it became. After all, the green dragon could be considered one of the wind elemental's main forces. If the wind elemental could give up the green dragon, then there could only be 2 possibilities. The first being that the wind elemental feared Qi, letting the green dragon stay behind while fleeing itself. The other possibility was that the wind elemental had a strong trump card capable of killing Qi. Naturally, Qi wouldn't be foolish enough to think that the wind elemental was afraid of him, which meant that the wind elemental possessed a strong trump card. However, what was this trump card? And where had the wind elemental gone? These were questions Qi pondered over. Swallowing fire covered his entire body. Though doing so couldn't completely fend off the wind elemental's attacks, physical attacks wouldn't hurt the wind elemental much either. The swallowing fire was extremely sensitive. Since Qi could feel exactly where the energy was coming from, he could instantly discover the position of the wind elemental. As the time passed minute by minute while observing his surroundings, a sense of unease suddenly crossed Qi's mind because he thought of 2 possibilities. The first was that the wind elemental was waiting for the strongest strike. However, it was obvious that nothing was happening now. If a powerful attack were to be launched, there'd be no reason not to gather energy, and gathering energy would produce noticeable signs. But now there were none, meaning the wind elemental had left. and the reason for its departure might well be due to going after Che Dan and the others. Feeling troubled inside, Chi Xiang raced towards Che Dan with all his might. But could Chi Xiang really recognize the direction? Che Dan was breathing heavily, and at this moment, he was the only one left with fighting capabilities. All of Uncle Da's pills were on cooldown, and Ice Moon's magic had also been exhausted. Furthermore, the three were in a sorry state, their clothes torn into strips, and each person bearing wounds of varying severity. One could say this was the most disheveled they had been since the apocalypse began. Holding the cold blade, Che Dan glanced at the Biling spirit python, unable to help but reveal a wry smile. Even though the trio had suffered such heavy injuries, the Biling spirit python was faring no better. After all, its defense hadn't reached the point where it couldn't be breached. At this moment, many wounds appeared on the Biling spirit python's body, numerous scales broken and embedded in its flesh, making it look quite fierce. Most importantly, blood kept flowing from the python's mouth, soaking its chest in blood and turning nearby waters red. And this was precisely the doing of Bogo. Inside the Biling spirit python, Bogo had already solidified his own protective barrier moments ago. Under the guarantee that the barrier wouldn't break, he continuously attacked using the penetrating barrier technique. After all, inside the python's body, there was no protection from scales. Thus, Bo Ge's penetrating barrier was practically unhindered as it surged violently within the Biling spirit python. Of course, this caused the Biling spirit python to fly into a rage, resulting in Che Dan suffering significant injuries as well, requiring time to recover. But if Che Dan needed time to rest, wasn't the same true for the Biling spirit python? Of course, the time the python needed wasn't for resting, but to deal with the pest inside it. The Biling spirit python roared, and all the spines on its body turned green. White fumes emanated from these spines and exited through the python's mouth, making it seem as though its insides were on fire. However, only Bogo and the Biling spirit python knew the truth. The spines of the Biling spirit python weren't just producing white fumes. These fumes were poisonous. More precisely, they had strong corrosive properties. But for the Biling spirit python, the one releasing them, these fumes had no effect at all. Watching as his own barrier was slowly being corroded by the white fumes inside the Biling spirit python, Bo Ge's heart was filled with fear. As a barrier master, he understood the strength of his barrier well. If even such a robust barrier could be corroded, there would be no hope for him if he found himself in such an environment. Danger is always the birthplace of human limits, and at this moment, Bo Ge's limits had been ignited. A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, and Bo Ge formed hand seals with both hands. Next, one of the spines was trapped by his barrier. There was no explosion, but then the white smoke and the spine within the barrier disappeared. Throughout this entire process, Bo Ge only spoke two words: form and release. These two words shouldn't be underestimated. They were the classic incantations from the Japanese anime series Barrier Man. Looking at the barrier that he suddenly recalled from watching this anime before, Bogo managed to smile faintly, because at least now he wouldn't die. This was real magic, something that couldn't be explained by science. Bogo also realized that he seemed to inherently possess many skills. It was just that their triggers needed to be activated. In other words, to truly become stronger, Bogo needed to discover the methods to activate those barriers. But right now, this one move was sufficient. Bo Ge's body emitted a purple glow. Beneath his feet, a hexagram appeared. Bogo formed hand seals again and shouted, "Form." Immediately, countless barriers appeared, each imprisoning a spine. A wry smirk spread across Bo Ge's lips as he raised his right hand with great vigor and shouted, "Release." Following this, the sound of shattering echoed continuously. One after another, the spines exploded and disappeared, but this wasn't the end yet. Penetrating barrier. These four words were shouted out by Bogo. Thousands of penetrating barriers instantly emerged, piercing into the Biling spirit python's body. Instantly, the Biling spirit python let out a cry of anguish and collapsed onto the ground. Chi Xiang and the other two immediately scattered, gazing at the Biling spirit python. Chi Xiang's brow furrowed slightly, unable to understand what had just happened. But when the python started bleeding from its mouth, Chi Xiang understood. It was Bo Ge's doing. 5 minutes later, Bogo painfully climbed out of the snake's belly. After all, while entering had been easy since the Biling spirit python's body provided no resistance, coming out was hard. Moreover, nearly every part had been pierced by Bogo, especially the bones which were broken in many places, leaving large areas sunken. Thus, Bogo struggled greatly to climb out. After emerging from the python's body, Bogo looked at Chi Xiang and the others, grinned mischievously, and said, "This time, I'm still the best, huh?" Chi Xiang shot Bogo a scornful look and retorted, "Best my ass. You stayed inside so long, only showing up once we'd already been injured. Tell me, did you do that on purpose?" Chi Xiang's words weren't wrong. He didn't know yet that Bogo had learned new barrier techniques or about the conditions inside the Biling spirit python's body. So he naturally said this. Bogo glanced at Chi Xiang and replied, "There are numerous sharp spines inside this thing. It took me some time to stabilize my barrier against their attacks. Who'd have thought these spines would produce white fumes with corrosive properties? If it weren't for my quick thinking, you guys might never see me again." Saying this, Bogo made a humorous gesture. Upon hearing this, Chi Xiang had no more complaints and simply said, "All right, I admit I misjudged you. Let's take a break, everyone." Chapter 50, Soul-Devouring Saber Advancement. When the four individuals had just consumed their pills and were preparing to recover before continuing onward, a loud noise erupted in the sky, causing the four of them to look upward. Immediately after, they witnessed a shocking sight. There was an immense tornado forming in the sky, extending downward constantly. The position where it appeared was at least 100 meters above the ground, and once it fully formed, it would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, this tornado was green. Cha-Dan immediately thought of what the billionairebooktok, emerald-scaled giant python, mentioned, a wind elemental entity. A bad feeling welled up within him. If the wind elemental was here, did that mean Chi-Xiang had already? Cha-Dan didn't dare to think further. He glared at the wind elemental and growled, "Avenge brother Xiang." As he spoke, he got up and channeled all his abilities into the cold blade. Ignoring the wounds on his body, Cha-Dan forcibly activated his energy, causing the freshly healed injuries to reopen again, with blood flowing out profusely, turning Cha-Dan red as if he'd been pulled out from a pool of blood. Yet, Cha-Dan's mind was filled with thoughts of Chi-Xiang. At this moment, Cha-Dan's fighting spirit had reached its peak. Bo-Gu and the other three weren't foolish either. If Cha-Dan could guess, so could they. Staring at the unformed tornado, they simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. In the sky, blue light appeared. Bingyu's magic power had only partially recovered, but relying on her staff, she managed to use an all-out ice spike barrage. Though it caused considerable harm to herself, Bingyu wished to test which was stronger, her magic or the wind elemental's magic. Bo-Gu sealed both hands into a seal gesture, shouting, "Seal." Then, in the sky, a massive barrier appeared. Bo-Gu glanced upwards and roared, "Release." Instantly, the barrier exploded. However, the tornado in the sky did not vanish like the thorns inside the billionaire's body. It merely dimmed somewhat. It was clear that Bo-Ji's technique had limits too, yet he was satisfied with what he had achieved. Nonetheless, this attack had also drained all of his energy. Cha-Dan continuously swung his cold blade, launching blades of light 5 times larger than usual. They struck the tornado, and though these attacks inflicted damage, Cha-Dan's wounds worsened progressively as a result. Deshu swallowed a pill made from a bird-like beast that fused magical elements into his body. Following this, Deshu ascended into the air. Having eaten all his elemental beast-based fusion pills, for a time, Deshu became extraordinarily strange. Features of various beasts appeared all over his body, while his hands constantly burst forth with all kinds of attacks, striking against the tornado. The tornado composed of the wind elemental continued being battered, but this did not mean it was about to be disrupted. As the tornado extended further downwards, when it was 50 meters away from the ground, Bingyu's attack was ready. Though her strike was slower due to the depletion of her magic force, it still happened fairly quickly. The reason the tornado was already only 50 meters from the ground was because of how fast it condensed. With a wave of Bingyu's staff, countless ice spikes shot towards the tornado. This was the first true battle between two magical forces. The instant the ice spikes hit the tornado, they were thrown off, but the tornado also began freezing. Perhaps 1 or 2 spikes wouldn't have any effect, but Bingyu's full-force ice spike barrage consisted of hundreds of such projectiles. As the ice spikes struck the tornado, a bluish mist spread around it. In no time, when the fog cleared, the tornado had transformed into one entirely composed of ice. Because of the exertion, Bingyu spat out a mouthful of blood, panting heavily. Without hesitation, she sat down cross-legged to restore her breath, knowing well that even a bit more recovery would give their side greater chances of victory. Even though the tornado had frozen solid, neither Cha-Dan nor Deshu let down their guard. After all, now Bingyu and Bo-Gu had used up all their mana and were recovering, leaving only Cha-Dan and Deshu capable of combat. Worse still, Cha-Dan's injuries posed an imminent risk to his life, and most of Deshu's restorative pills were still cooling down, meaning his strength couldn't reach its fullest. Meanwhile, the icy tornado in the sky didn't fall simply because it had been frozen. Instead, it continued floating midair. Clearly, it wasn't something that could be resolved with a single freeze. At this moment, despair filled Cha-Dan's heart, but curiously, there was also a sense of relief. Finally, he could stop living in constant worry and go find brother Xiang. In the sky, the ice was cracking, fissures forming as if it could explode at any moment. Cha-Dan's vision darkened suddenly, and he fainted. Now, the only one left with combat capability was Deshu. At this moment, in the sky, a sharp sound rang out, and all the ice exploded, releasing the tornado from within. Next, Deshu heard an enormous roar. "Die for me." Then, Deshu saw a man wielding a purple broadsword charging forward, cleaving straight at the tornado. And this man was none other than Chi-Xiang. In fact, Chi-Xiang had not only taken the wrong path, but also deviated a bit. However, what drew Chi-Xiang here was that exact resonant sound made by the wind elemental. Upon hearing that sound, Chi-Xiang immediately sped toward the source with all his might, arriving just now. Chi-Xiang and the tornado, two objects completely disproportionate in size, collided. Instantly, the soul-devouring saber in Chi-Xiang's hand lit up, its power so terrifying that even from such a distance, Deshu could feel its fearsome suction. Watching the tornado in the sky rapidly diminish, Deshu knew that Chi-Xiang had grown stronger. But Chi-Xiang hadn't actually become stronger. He had merely changed weapons. The soul-devouring saber Chi-Xiang wielded was designed to synergize with his 2 types of flames, making it a powerful weapon. Additionally, combined with Chi-Xiang's swallowing whirlwind technique, this created the observed effect. Moreover, the tornado wasn't entirely the form of the wind elemental. Strictly speaking, it wasn't purely the wind elemental entity. To trace back, we must return to the time when Chi-Xiang fought the green dragon. From the moment Chi-Xiang inflicted damage on the green dragon, the wind elemental realized things weren't going well. realized he'd bitten off more than he could chew. Without hesitation, the wind elemental chose retreat immediately. After all, while the green dragon and the 8 warriors could be summoned again after some time, the life of the wind elemental was finite. As a non-living being, for an elemental entity to evolve into something possessing spiritual consciousness was an arduous process beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Therefore, each elemental entity valued their existence greatly, and thus the wind elemental wasted no time escaping. The wind elemental transformed into wind and fled at that moment, while Qixiang was focused solely on slaying the green dragon and did not notice. By the time he finished with the green dragon, it was already too late. The reason the wind elemental fled was because it sensed the life force of the Billionaire emerald-scaled giant python was extremely weak. You see, the strong entities dwelling in this swamp were extraordinarily sensitive to each other's vital energies. In reality, the wind elemental and the Billionaire were cooperative partners, or rather prearranged participants. At the time, unable to defeat Qixiang, the wind elemental discovered an excellent opportunity, not only to eliminate 4 formidable humans, but also to consume the internal pearl of the Billionaire. Any intelligent being would have taken such an advantage. Of course, the wind elemental wasn't foolish. Since the amount of wind element available in the swamp was limited, and its summoned creatures had been exterminated by Qixiang, the wind elemental chose a particular skill to harness the wind elements within 10,000 meters to create a tornado 100 meters tall. However, the quantity of wind elements in the swamp was scarce. If there were abundant wind elements, it would take merely half a minute to complete the process. But due to the scarcity of wind elements, the procedure took significantly longer. Moreover, the earlier explosion caused by channeling energy caught Qixiang's attention, leading to his arrival. The soul-devouring saber emitted intense purple light, and at once, not only were the energy sources the wind elemental had gathered absorbed by Qixiang, but also the energy already used to create the tornado began being drained by him. At this moment, the wind elemental finally realized how dreadful Qixiang truly was. For Qixiang's greatest strength wasn't in attack or defense, but in absorption, in fact, devouring. And even now, the wind elemental still couldn't ascertain the limits of its adversary. This was certainly a boon for itself, but having such an opponent was truly terrifying. Qixiang's experience was far different from the wind elementals. When using the swallowing whirlwind technique with the soul-devouring saber, the absorbed energy split evenly. Half went to Qixiang himself, and the other half was intercepted by the soul-devouring saber. Clearly, the soul-devouring saber was already an extraordinary weapon. Because Qixiang had crafted it without following the manual, it exceeded the original expectations set forth by the Yellow Tome scribe. Henceforth, everything the soul-devouring saber did was uncontrollable. It had gone berserk. Green patterns gradually appeared on the blade of the soul-devouring saber. Had an elderly magician seen these patterns, they would certainly have recognized them as the representative runes of the wind element, the purest representation of wind element runes. The purer the magical elements, the greater their potency. The purest wind element symbolizes the strongest wind element. As the soul-devouring saber changed, Qixiang did not feel a trace of joy but instead experienced a flicker of panic. After all, the fact that the soul-devouring saber could autonomously absorb energy meant it had consciousness, suggesting the possibility that the saber might overshadow its wielder. This certainly wasn't a good sign. 3 minutes later, the wind elemental manifested in its true form, descending from the sky. Qixiang also landed from the sky. By this time, the purple blade of the soul-devouring saber was adorned with many green patterns, imparting a unique aesthetic charm. Holding the transformed soul-devouring saber in his hand, Qixiang stared at the wind elemental and roared. Leaping into the air, he raised the saber and swung it down toward the wind elemental's body. As usual, Qixiang used an attachment technique. However, this time it nearly frightened him because the corrosive fire unexpectedly blazed wildly. The sudden change startled Qixiang, and he ended up falling out of the sky. Regaining his balance, he looked at the soul-devouring saber in his hand and seemed to grasp something. It turned out that after absorbing the wind element, the saber would undergo such transformations. Qixiang smirked coldly as he observed the wind elemental. Dan force flowed from his right hand into the soul-devouring saber. He deliberately controlled the saber and was surprised to discover that the saber generated 2 forks. Selecting one fork, he swung the saber and cleaved a wind blade directly toward the wind elemental. Seeing the wind blade he had unleashed strike the wind elemental at a rapid speed, a hint of enlightenment dawned on Qixiang. He seemed to understand the true method of wielding the soul-devouring saber, and all previous worries vanished in that instant. Qixiang's Dan force boiled with excitement within his body. After all, whether before or after the apocalypse, having formidable strength was something everyone craved, especially men. Virtually every man harbored within their nature a desire for power and combativeness. It's just that some were worn down by society, while others buried these feelings deep inside, waiting for certain moments to let them burst forth. Qixiang stimulated his internal Dan force, continuously channeling energy into both forks of the soul-devouring saber. He wanted to see what kind of surprises this transformed soul-devouring saber could bring him. Green light blades and purple light blades kept emerging from the soul-devouring saber, striking the wind elemental. Each time the wind elemental was hit by a wind-attributed light blade, a large wound appeared, whereas being struck by a purple light blade resulted in the absorption of its energy. During this time, the wind elemental also mobilized its energy, using wind blades and wind balls to defend itself. However, it was utterly futile because any wind weapon the wind elemental produced, regardless of its type, would be absorbed by Qi Xiang's light blades. After all, the purple light blade inherently possessed the property of absorption, so this was not surprising. Moreover, the advanced state of the soul-devouring saber absorbed the purest form of the wind element, which now fused completely with the saber. When Qi Xiang drove this pure energy, using his refined Dan force, every wind-based attack encountered by the wind elemental from the saber would be assimilated. Upon seeing Qi Xiang, the wind elemental began sensing a threat, and thoughts of escape arose, not merely in its brain, but deep in its heart. This demonstrated that its instinct told it. This opponent was dangerous, and it must leave. In fact, Qi Xiang's danger was relative. Against other opponents, it wouldn't have been so simple. But his abilities particularly countered the wind elemental, which was why the wind elemental lacked any power to counterattack. Staring at Qi Xiang, the wind elemental chuckled coldly. In an instant, its body dispersed into the wind, aiming to escape. But would Qi Xiang allow it to leave? Chapter 51, Return. Devouring Whirlwind. Qi Xiang shouted loudly, and the soul-devouring blade in his hand instantly lit up with a purple glow. In no time, a whirlwind made of flames appeared, its powerful suction force striking terror into everyone's hearts. And this was the result of adding wind elements to the soul-devouring blade. Qi Xiang had not expected such an outcome, but the soul-devouring blade possessed a kind of power that subconsciously guided him to unleash this move called the Devouring Whirlwind, which obviously turned out to be quite effective. Uncle Da, upon seeing the emergence of the Devouring Whirlwind, felt deep fear within his heart. Yes, a profound instinctual fear welling up from the very core of his being. Immediately afterward, Uncle Da rushed toward the three others, grabbing hold of them tightly so they wouldn't be sucked away by the Devouring Whirlwind. In truth, Uncle Da's concern was unnecessary because the fundamental nature of the Devouring Whirlwind was merely to accelerate the devouring process. Even though the size of the Devouring Whirlwind increased, it still retained its purpose, to enhance the speed of devouring. It lacked any formidable suction force. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Qi Xiang's mouth. With a swing of the soul-devouring blade, he immediately felt his internal dantian force increase significantly. It was apparent that the wind element had been fully devoured, leaving no trace whatsoever. Having retracted the Devouring Whirlwind and returning the soul-devouring blade to the other dimension, Qi Xiang leaped up onto the corpse of the Bailin Ling python. Seeing Uncle Da about to speak, Qi Xiang gestured for silence, then placed both hands on Uncle Da's body. Since Uncle Da was already in close proximity to the three others, it sufficed for Qi Xiang to touch only Uncle Da. Instantly, Qi Xiang's arms emitted white light as dantian force continuously flowed out of him. The wounds on the bodies of the four individuals began healing visibly, including the pale complexion of Cha Dan caused by excessive blood loss, which gradually regained some redness. After 2 full hours, Qi Xiang ceased the flow of dantian force, not because he thought it sufficient, but rather because his own dantian energy had almost depleted entirely, preserving just enough to conjure a single instance of the devouring flame. Of course, Qi Xiang did not believe this would diminish his combat capabilities, since beneath their feet lay a creature brimming with abundant energy. Qi Xiang reached the tail of the snake, pressing his right hand against it as the devouring flame ignited. While consuming vast amounts of energy himself, Qi Xiang absorbed even more, creating a cycle that replenished the dantian force in his body bit by bit. Finally, after 1 hour, having devoured most of the snake, Qi Xiang fully restored all his dantian force. He returned to where Uncle Da and the others were positioned. By now, the 3 members of Cha Dan's group had awakened as well. Bingyu glanced at Qi Xiang's face and blushed, but this wasn't due to shyness, it was guilt. After all, Bingyu had doubted Qi Xiang before, and she certainly didn't possess thick skin. Now, having witnessed Qi Xiang save all 4 of them twice after being offended and leaving, Bingyu dared not question Qi Xiang's strength anymore. Upon seeing Qi Xiang approach, Cha Dan said nothing, simply stood up and embraced him warmly. At this moment, there was nothing better than these silent, brotherly embraces to express their emotions. After giving each other 3 firm pats on the back, they pulled apart, looking at each other, their eyes seeming to contain something different. Brother Xiang, do you know? I've grown. I can take on the role of a warrior. Cha Dan eagerly shared the results of his efforts with Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang nodded, patting Cha Dan's shoulder, saying, I understand. Good brother, am I not back? As he spoke, Cha Dan burst into tears. Yes, for so long. Ever since all this began, much time had passed. Cha Dan had endured far too much, far beyond what someone his age should have to bear. Yet Cha Dan bore it all silently, showing only smiles to others every day. Perhaps only Qi Xiang knew that Cha Dan was using his smiles not just to comfort others, but also to soothe himself. Cha Dan's crying transformed the atmosphere, filling it with a somber note. Each person here had their family. Definitely, either Uncle Da's family had become zombies or gained abilities. But the parents of Qi Xiang, Cha Dan, and Bo Gu were on a private island. Still, they faced separation and the unknown since none of the trio knew whether that island was safe or not. Nonetheless, they had to make this decision because if they dragged their parents along through the apocalypse, the inevitable result would be death. All 3 of them were rational individuals, and their parents understood the situation even more. If the children wished to embark on a dangerous journey, the parents wouldn't obstruct them or cry melodramatically like in certain films. After all, not everyone lacked self-awareness. At least Qi Xiang, Cha Dan, and Bo Ji's parents knew that if they joined the group, they'd only be a burden. As for Bingyu, Growing up in a black market family meant she was constantly exposed to various elements associated with that life. Thus, when Bingyu lost her mother years ago, there was no emotional fluctuation within her heart. And now, her father Jean, who was also one of those people capable of using abilities, along with many others under him who had become part of this apocalyptic world. Bingyu wasn't familiar with worry. Her father was among the most powerful ability users during the apocalypse. If such a group couldn't survive, then there truly wouldn't be anything to discuss anymore. Yet seeing Cha Dan sobbing like that, something seemed to have stirred inside Bingyu, as if some invisible crack had split open, causing her heart to ache. It reminded her of her late father whose death left her emotionally unmoved, making Bingyu ponder whether she would genuinely feel nothing at all if Jean, who were to pass away too. Xiang watched as Cha Dan wept and extended his right hand, wiping Cha Dan's tears away. That's enough. It's all over now. Stop crying. You don't look good when you cry, he teased playfully, pulling a comical face to mock Cha Dan. Immediately, Cha Dan burst into laughter through his tears. Indeed, no matter how strong he appeared during battles, no matter how fearless he seemed against enemies, Cha Dan was still just a child after all. If none of this had happened, Cha Dan would still be attending school, following the path set out by his parents for either an ordinary or extraordinary life, instead of being here fighting for survival. Cha Dan wiped away his tears and said, "Right, this world saves its tears only for the weak." Hearing Cha Dan's words, Xiang felt as though Cha Dan had undergone a transformation, becoming more accustomed to this harsh new reality. But was this really a positive change? Because Cha Dan now lacked the vitality he previously exuded. Xiang patted Cha Dan's shoulder and turned to Bingyu, saying, "All right, do you realize now how foolish your earlier actions were?" Actually, Xiang wasn't truly upset. After all, lacking such maturity would make any relationship unfeasible. His question was merely intended for Bingyu to introspect and better understand herself. To Xiang's surprise, Bingyu didn't show anger. Instead, she smiled slightly, bowed toward Xiang, and said, "Yes, thank you for your guidance. I will remember this lesson deeply." Looking at Bingyu's smile, Xiang subconsciously scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, he wasn't one of those wealthy second-generation youths driven purely by selfish desires. The traditional mindset ingrained in him made looking at Bingyu spark a strange sensation within his chest. However, Xiang quickly brushed this thought aside since it was inappropriate at this time. Xiang said to Uncle Da, "All right, Uncle Da, go collect the materials you need. Then we'll prepare to move forward." With that, Xiang sat down cross-legged, smiling at Uncle Da. Uncle Da nodded, summoned a Tang Dao, and started dissecting the snake, while Xiang and the other three recounted stories from their previous separation. Xiang described his recent experiences, mentioning when he was ensnared by the wind elemental bodies and could barely make it. Instantly, cold sweat drenched Cha Dan and the other two's backs, because what Xiang went through was no longer a secured trial, but rather a life-and-death struggle. After half an hour, the five set off again. Within the day, Xiang and the group hadn't suffered any injuries, and before long, they had emerged from their training grounds, appearing right next to the off-road vehicle, though it was currently surrounded by 2 or 3 zombies. Summoning the soul-devouring blade, Xiang instantly dispatched these few zombies, and then the five got into the car. This time, their route ahead wasn't through the forest, but on an open road. Following their original plan, the five drove steadily towards the next city, V-City. The car raced along at great speed, and the landscape outside the windows swiftly receded. Occasionally, a zombie would block the road, but Bogu promptly eliminated it with his barrier system without any disruption. With no speed restrictions, Uncle Da pushed the SUV to its peak performance, its maximum speed possible, while ensuring the car functioned perfectly. Despite this, the car moved extremely fast. Even accounting for delays caused by refueling and eating, the journey originally scheduled for a full day was completed in just half a day, arriving at V-City. With each passing mile, their vehicles tore down the highways, and the five pressed forward confidently towards the next phase of their journey, eager for whatever awaited them in V-City. V-City did not have a large military presence, so unlike Q-City that had defenses set up on the outskirts, entering V-City revealed desolate streets. There wasn't a single person in sight, not even the shadow of a zombie. But the quieter it was, the more Xiang felt that this city held something unusual and terrifying. The five remained in the car, moving slowly, with everyone's nerves stretched tight as they kept watch over their designated angles. Suddenly, a figure dropped from above, landing heavily on the hood of the car, creating a large dent. As the others prepared to attack, Xiang stopped them. With his vision enhanced by Dan energy, he was the strongest among them in eyesight, and what he saw was not a zombie but the silhouette of a man. Xiang ordered the others to stay in the car while he summoned the soul-devouring blade and exited through the right side door. Facing the man, he said, "Who are you? Why do you block our way? And how dare you damage our car?" After Xiang spoke, the man burst into laughter and said, "I thought you were just ordinary people, but you're ability users. I see you're not aware of the current situation, right? Come along, we'll head to the refugee camp. I'll explain everything on the way." Xiang glared coldly at him and asked, "Why should I trust you?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the soul-devouring blade. Any suspicious move would result in a frenzied attack. The man chuckled softly and said, "Is this enough?" Then, with a wave of his hand, a blade of light appeared and detonated nearby buildings, revealing hundreds of hidden zombies inside. Startled for a moment, Xiang pointed the soul-devouring blade at the zombies and activated the devouring whirlwind. A massive devouring whirlwind immediately swept all the zombies away. The man smiled faintly and said, "It seems you're quite capable. Have your companions get out of the car. Let's go." Xixiang looked at the man, instinctively doubting him despite finding no fault. This was the apocalypse. After all, anyone could be a threat. Thus, caution was always better. The man laughed heartily and said, "You sure are cautious. Fine, if you won't come, then I'll leave first." Saying this, he began running backward. Seeing the man flee, the four others quickly exited the car. Uncle Da had specifically opened a window to listen to the conversation between Xixiang and the mysterious man. Getting out of the car, Bo Gu said, "Pursue. We can't let him escape. He seems off." Having spoken, Bo Gu rushed forward. Since someone had made the decision, Xixiang hesitated no longer and charged with great speed, chasing after the man. Not concerned about the others' safety, he knew their combined strength had once taken down a level 30 magic beast. Xixiang believed there weren't many individuals capable of such feats. Within a few breaths, Xixiang caught up to the man. "Wow, fast speed, huh? Didn't you say you weren't coming?" The man remarked, looking at Xixiang, who had instantly caught up. Xixiang gave a cold snort and said, "My actions don't require your instructions. How far is this so-called refugee camp of yours?" The man grinned and replied, "Your pride sure is strong. I'm a patrolman. There's only one layer of patrol within 100 meters of the refugee camp. So how far do you think?" He then pointed to a skyscraper appearing in front of Xixiang, saying, "This is where the survivors of this city live. It's probably also the last clean space left in this city." Clean space. Xixiang repeated these two words and then said, "In my opinion, even if there had been no zombie outbreak, this city wouldn't count as a clean space." The man paused, understanding something, and nodded approvingly. "True." Chapter 52, V-City Refugee Camp. The man smiled slightly at Xixiang and said, "I was too busy before that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Zhijie. What about you?" As he spoke, the man politely extended his right hand to Xixiang. Xixiang didn't think this was an attack. After all, someone capable of concealing all their energy presence in this situation had likely not appeared yet, so this was just an ordinary handshake. Xixiang extended his right hand and said, "Xixiang." Li Zhijie smiled slightly and said, "Then we might be considered to have a connection. To meet in the apocalypse is rare. Shall we go inside?" Xixiang shook his head and said, "No, I need to wait for my companions." "But isn't your duty to patrol? Isn't being away from your post for this long problematic?" "Because we anticipate the arrival of outsiders, our patrols are handled by pairs responsible for one area. Although I've left, there's still my companion watching over the area, so it's no problem," Li Zhijie replied. Xixiang quietly watched the direction from which he came, waiting for Che Dan's arrival. And at this moment, Xixiang knew nothing about the skyscraper behind him because visually, the insides of the building were not visible. The exterior was entirely glass, suggesting that this was special glass, a type that allows those inside to see out, but those outside cannot see in. When Xixiang attempted to probe with his mental power, he encountered interference, evidently a barrier akin to a boundary layer. This boundary, however, differed greatly from Bo Ji's, as this one was designed for shielding or obstructing, blocking mental power from entering and preventing the emanation of vital energy. Otherwise, with the undead's nature, they wouldn't peacefully seek places to rest, but would surely attack en masse here. After Che Dan and his group of four arrived, the six of them entered the skyscraper. Inside the skyscraper, the difference compared to the outside was like day and night. Outside, due to attacks by zombies and general destruction, everything became ruins, while inside, merely on the first floor, Xixiang roughly estimated that at least 1,000 people were present here. In normal circumstances, 1,000 people might not seem much, but gathering such a number during the apocalypse wasn't easy. Moreover, among these individuals were an unknown quantity of ability users. This was undoubtedly a formidable force, since anyone who could survive the apocalypse certainly weren't weak. When Li Zhijie informed Xixiang that these people only constituted 1/3 of the total population present here, Xixiang was astonished. When he asked Li Zhijie why they didn't leave this place, Li Zhijie smiled slightly and said, "That, our leader will explain." Subsequently, Che Dan and his four companions were taken by someone Li Zhijie sent to rest, while Xixiang followed Li Zhijie to meet their so-called leader. Within the skyscraper, without any interference, Xixiang could clearly sense through his mental power all living beings emitted auras within this building, thereby judging everyone's strength. The reason Xixiang let Che Dan and his group rest with peace of mind was because none of the people here possessed sufficient power to harm the four of them, despite all having gone through life and death experiences. However, Che Dan and his trio had more intense encounters. Furthermore, there was no person inside the building who could pose a threat to Che Dan and his four. While it's true that ants can bite an elephant if there are enough of them, Xixiang had observed Che Dan's group fight together before. It was nearly perfect, bringing out the best synergy of their combined abilities. Currently, Xixiang and Li Zhijie were taking the elevator upwards. When Xixiang saw the elevator, he was startled, as this skyscraper was 50 stories tall. According to Li Zhijie's introduction, apart from a few floors designated for recreational activities such as cinemas, gyms, and supermarkets, the remaining floors were all residential, and the number of residential floors amounted to as many as 30 stories. Even so, there were over 10 floors left empty. However, these facts did not astonish Xixiang. Since entering this place, only one thing made him amazed: the individual on the top floor. On the 50th floor, one should be able to get a clear view of the surroundings. From the aura alone, Xixiang could determine that the person on the rooftop was definitely not inferior to him, and even possibly stronger. Nonetheless, Xixiang wasn't afraid. considering anyone who could gather such a large group of people would undoubtedly be willing to befriend him, unless Qi Xiang himself chose otherwise. Hence, collaboration between both sides was always a possibility, and a conflict unlikely. The elevator slowly ascended. After some time, it stopped steadily. The door opened, and Li Zhejie made a gesture inviting Qi Xiang to proceed. Thus, Qi Xiang stepped out. However, Li Zhejie didn't follow. Instead, he closed the elevator door and went down. Qi Xiang was unconcerned about anything befalling Che Dan and his group, for they had food supplies and needn't worry about poisoning. Moreover, the strongest entity here hadn't left, and the underlings below simply couldn't contend with Che Dan and his group. With these points in mind, Qi Xiang felt secure in waiting here. After exiting the elevator, Qi Xiang saw a large room without walls, just a single desk. The sides of the room were entirely glass apart from where the elevator was, offering a 360-degree view outwards. One could say that, whether pre-apocalypse or post-apocalypse, this place was excellent. Qi Xiang was about to walk towards the window to see what the city looked like when he heard a light cough. Following the sound with his eyes, Qi Xiang saw a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a suit sitting there. Qi Xiang had noticed him as soon as he entered. It was just that since the man was hiding behind the desk, Qi Xiang didn't want to expose him and instead pretended to be admiring the view. Smiling slightly at the man, Qi Xiang said, "I'm Qi Xiang. I don't know if your subordinate told you about me, but I'm quite curious about you, especially why you were hiding behind the desk." While speaking, Qi Xiang approached the desk and looked at the man with a smile on his face. The man paused briefly before laughing heartily and said, "Impressive, just as Xiao Zhijie said. You're certainly strong, and your perception is good too. I'm Su Ming. As for why I hid behind the desk, it's because I need to monitor the entire city from here. When I moved here, there was only this desk, so I've been sleeping on the floor. I have no idea what these people were thinking. Honestly, I slept late last night, so I just woke up when you came in." Su Ming then scratched his head embarrassingly. Qi Xiang smiled faintly, signaling for him to continue. Su Ming then went on, "Zhejie has indeed told me everything about you, so let me tell you something about my side." With that, Su Ming pulled out a folding chair from beneath the desk and handed it to Qi Xiang, saying, "Let's sit down and talk." Su Ming also took his own chair, and upon seeing Su Ming's chair, Qi Xiang couldn't help but admire his leisure. It was a beach-style folding chair. After arranging the chairs, Su Ming invited Qi Xiang to sit, then grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water from behind the desk, handing one to Qi Xiang. He then began, "Actually, I'm just like you, a psychic, only I possess greater cohesion power. Before the zombie outbreak, I often fantasized about such an event and even bought some useless anti-zombie gear for fun. When the outbreak occurred, I gained an ability. It was reinforcement. This kind of reinforcement can be either localized or cover the whole body. So, with a kitchen knife, I lived for 3 days in the city before coming here. As time passed, this building gradually became a refugee camp, gathering more and more survivors. We, who arrived earlier, organized search and rescue operations throughout the city and brought all the survivors here. Interestingly enough, in a city that originally housed hundreds of thousands, within a short time, only several thousand remained. Among them, psychics numbered merely 76, many of whom had a combat capacity capable of handling at most 6 zombies at a time. Su Ming's tone grew heavier as he spoke. Pausing briefly, Su Ming continued, "If it were only the zombies, we could have held out for a long time. After all, this building has 3 or 4 floors dedicated to refrigeration, which we remodeled into cold storage rooms. And we looted all the supermarkets in the city. We would have been fine defending here for years. But, just last week, a problem arose. An extremely powerful zombie appeared. It first killed several of our psychic team members searching for food outside. Then, it led the mindless zombies to attack us. In the end, after combined efforts from me and a few other capable individuals here, we barely managed to drive that zombie away. Subsequently, we installed hidden sentries and had a psychic with special abilities set up a barrier, which I'm sure you noticed. However, I have a feeling that this guy will come back in the next few days, and it will be even stronger than before. So, I sincerely invite you to join us." As Su Ming spoke, his emotions began to rise. After all, everything that happened during this period was too terrifying for any ordinary person, especially the memory of that powerful zombie that left a deep impression on Su Ming. Qi Xiang nodded and said, "All right, I accept your invitation." The reason Qi Xiang readily agreed was twofold. First, as a human, he couldn't sit idly by and watch others die, especially since he also wanted to test his own strength against the so-called powerful zombie. Most importantly, it was because of Che Dan's suggestion during their return trip. Che Dan spent 3,000 gold to buy a vocation scroll for a summoner, rather than waiting too long for the 100,000 gold wind dragon. And now realizing that their group needed combat power more than anything, the issue of acquiring a dragon could wait. Che Dan's vocation task was to seal a summoned beast, which suited Qi Xiang's idea perfectly, to use this zombie as the target. After agreeing, Su Ming and Qi Xiang had nothing left to say, and after bidding farewell, Qi Xiang went down. Before descending, however, Qi Xiang specifically inquired about the timeline. Upon hearing it, he realized that after accounting for travel time, their group had only spent half a day navigating through the forest, the grasslands, the canyon, and the swamp. This baffled Qi Xiang. Reuniting with Che Dan and the others, Qi Xiang asked Bo Gu to cast a soundproof barrier, then explained what Su Ming had told him, including his confusion over the timeline. Che Dan pondered for a moment before saying, "It might be due to the special nature of my ability that we were put into a Funing dungeon instance. And you guys must have been counted as my teammates by default, because I don't yet have high enough permission to activate group mode. Thus, we entered the dungeon. But this dungeon seems to be part of a plan to improve rookies' abilities. Honestly, this system is quite ruthless. Going alone, a rookie would surely face certain death. Che Dan spoke truthfully. Despite reaching level 20 and acquiring the powerful weapon Coldblade, he still questioned whether he could have defeated even a large wolf at the beginning. Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, this dungeon offered many rewards, but their 5-person team, with a tank, DPS, and healer, still struggled significantly. If a normal newbie ventured inside, they'd likely end up dead. At the moment, Qi still held the highest level at 27, possessing the skills Corrosive Fire, Swallowing Whirlwind, and self-created abilities like Burst Kick and Explosion Flame. He also wielded 2 pieces of equipment, Soulbite Knife and Holy Sphere, and owned 2 mounts, Moonwolf King Daska and Yak Takas, though both were in a dormant state. Che Dan remained the second highest level, at 20, with skills such as Intuitive Shield, Explosion Trigger, Spider Silk, and Dark Moon Slash. His primary weapon was Coldblade. Bing Yu shared the same level as Bo Gu, both at 19. However, neither her skills nor equipment changed. They were still Ice Dart Rapid Fire and Ice Cone Volley, and she still wielded her Frost Mage Staff. What improved wasn't her arsenal, but her mastery over these skills. She was no longer the beginner who recklessly used Ice Dart Rapid Fire on enemies or indiscriminately triggered Ice Cone Volley when someone blocked her way. Bo Gu gained an additional skill named Barrier. Yes, just called that, because Bo Gu simply couldn't think of any better term. In fact, he didn't know the principle behind the barrier and thus merely named it Barrier. The Shu had refined a good number of medicinal pills, but given that most of them were combatants while the Shu was skilled in a lifestyle profession, his level remained the lowest, having only reached level 13. However, this rate of progression was still considered rapid for an alchemist. Many alchemists could only refine basic potions to gain experience and slowly level up. Although these alchemists can ascend in level, they usually won't achieve much unless evaluated by the quality of their medicines, not by level. Chapter 53, Withdrawal and Job Change. On the 3rd day of Qi stay here with his 4 companions, the inevitable finally arrived. A zombie manifested by a normal person kept colliding with the outer wall of the building. All ordinary people were evacuating outside, while the psychics, except for a few responsible for crowd evacuation, all broke through their windows on their respective floors to prepare for battle. Of course, the most exaggerated one was Su Meng, who jumped directly from the 50th floor. Of course, he wasn't crazy enough to jump down in one go. He would slow himself by tapping the ground at certain intervals. Each place where Su Meng landed left a huge crater. Qi also heard the commotion outside, nodded to everyone, and then the 5 of them stepped out through a hole Qi had punched in the wall. Then Bo Ji's barrier provided a cushioning effect as the 5 landed safely on the ground before observing that zombie. The spot where Qi group emerged was carefully selected by him because the zombie was impacting the building exactly on this side. This zombie looked no different from regular ones, but its act of leaping off a building to ram into the tower made it anything but ordinary. Che Dan threw a reconnaissance skill and said, "An enhanced zombie, 1,000 times stronger than a regular zombie. Looks like we've met our match." After hearing Che Dan's words, Qi stared at the enhanced zombie and said, "Alright, then this guy will be Che Dan's first summoned creature." With that, Qi shouted loudly, burst forth with strength, and rushed forward. In front of absolute power, there was no strategy needed. In the past, even before entering any scenario, Qi was someone capable of taking on 100 enemies alone. Now, Qi paid no mind to this zombie at all, whether it was about eliminating or subduing it. The Holy Light Spear appeared in his hand, and Qi used it like a whip against the enhanced zombie. Immediately, the back of the enhanced zombie was struck by Qi, losing balance, plummeting heavily, and falling flat on the ground, creating a massive crater. It was then that 76 psychic survivors arrived. Qi landed on the ground, looked at the crater-causing enhanced zombie, stopped the other psychics who were preparing to attack, and said, "Alright, Qi, come over here. He's yours now." Saying that, Qi stepped on the enhanced zombie with his right foot and infused some light attribute energy from the Holy Light Spear into the zombie, making it completely lose its ability to resist. After all, although only a little bit, the light attribute still dealt significant damage to these kinds of creatures. Che Dan walked over, nodded to Qi, and then swiped his right hand across his mouth, breaking a finger with his teeth. A drop of blood dripped onto the enhanced zombie, and he said, "Weak creature, I, Che Dan, shall become your master. From now on, you will obey me. Contract." As he spoke, strong bloody light erupted from the body of the enhanced zombie, forming a red barrier around it. The barrier shrank continuously, eventually stopping at the size of a coin located on the back of the zombie's skull before disappearing. To be precise, it merged into the enhanced zombie's body. With a raise of Che Dan's right hand, the enhanced zombie stood up immediately, evidently showing that Che Dan's sealing technique worked. Next, everyone saw Che Dan looking at something in the air, occasionally tapping lightly, which wasn't hard to understand. Che Dan was using gamer abilities, after all, since most of the people present had read novels involving such mechanics. Let's switch perspectives to Che Dan. After sealing the enhanced zombie, a thought came to Che Dan, commanding the enhanced zombie to stand up, and indeed, it did just that. At that moment, the system notification also arrived. Before Che Dan were 3 cards. He gestured with his hand, and the 3 cards turned into powder, floating into his body. His mind also gained new insights. Sealing technique, seals a living being. Limit *1. Dimension swap, switch positions with a tamed summoned creature. Summoned beast enhancement, passive increases all attributes of a summoned beast by 10%. As he felt the presence of these 3 skills, Che-Dan knew his professional career had begun. Subsequently, he took a look at the system, noticing quite a few more things compared to before. What caught his attention most was the forum, a place brimming with information. However, Che-Dan didn't log into it yet because he received a system announcement. Congratulations to player ID 16 for being the first to change jobs. Skill points reward *3. Life extension bonus *5. From this one piece of information, Che-Dan realized he was the first to change professions, and that the forum feature was only available after job changes, so he refrained from logging in, fearing it might just be blank anyway. Che-Dan closed the system interface and looked around. At this point, apart from Chi-Xiang and his 4 companions, all the other psychics had returned. Chi-Xiang saw Che-Dan come back to his senses and asked, "How about it? What did you get from changing your job?" Che-Dan scratched his head, grinned, and said, "A sealing skill, a skill to strengthen summoned beasts, and a skill to swap positions with a summoned beast. Hey, by the way, Brother Xiang, where are they?" Chi-Xiang glanced at the building and said, "They've all gone back. Su Ming said he would wait for me on the top floor. Now that you're awake, I'll head over there soon. Oh, by the way, is there anything in that forum about the apocalypse?" Che-Dan snorted and said, "I'm the only player who has changed jobs so far, and only I can access the forum, so it must definitely be blank." The moment Che-Dan heard first, his eyes immediately lit up, and he immediately said, "Then why don't you log in fast? You're the first one, and the system probably assumes no one will click into it if there aren't many players. But there could very well be rewards since it's the apocalypse now, and we don't know where your system came from, so it's still worth taking a look." Che-Dan nodded, then opened the system interface and clicked in. Congratulations to player ID 16 for being the first to open the forum. Gained the title Attention to Information, and forum permissions *5. The moment Che-Dan opened the forum, the system instantly issued an announcement. It was just as Chi-Xiang had said. Apparently, this system favored being the first at everything. Thinking about it, Che-Dan looked at the system. Sure enough, there wasn't a single post. However, since the system mentioned forum permissions *5, the forum that Che-Dan and ordinary players could see must differ. After looking for a while, Che-Dan couldn't find anything special, so he had to close the forum and then opened his personal information to take a look at the properties of the Attention to Information title. Attention to Information increases perception +10, increases event detection sense +10. This was a title that looked rather useless, but since there were no other titles available, and the increased perception attribute was decent, Che-Dan directly equipped this title. After closing the system interface, Che-Dan surprisingly found that the world he saw became much clearer, and when he listened carefully, he could hear many sounds that he usually wouldn't notice. Also, his sense of smell improved, indicating that this perception seemed to enhance the 5 senses. He wondered whether the 6th sense had been enhanced as well. Seeing Che-Dan's expression, Chi-Xiang knew Che-Dan must have obtained something good. Patting his shoulder, he asked, "How about it? What did you get?" Che-Dan looked at his hands and said, "The title Attention to Information, Perception +10, Event Detection Sense +10, and Forum Permissions *5. After hearing this, Chi-Xiang smiled faintly and said, "All right, since your task is done, you guys go back and rest well. I'll go see Su Ming and find out what he needs." Saying that, Chi-Xiang pushed off with his feet and shot upward. Waiting for the elevator was something Chi-Xiang couldn't bear, so he chose this method. Although Chi-Xiang tried his best to control himself, every time he stepped on the glass window, it still left a cracked spot, considering these were reinforced glasses after all. In less than half a minute, Chi-Xiang reached the 50th floor, flipped his body, and entered through the gap Su Ming had broken earlier. The damage couldn't be repaired within a short period, after all, because no one was around to fix it now. Chi-Xiang jumped through the window into the room, seeing Su Ming enveloped in smoke, and walked over. Fanning away the smoke with his hand, he saw Su Ming inhaling and exhaling clouds of smoke, along with the dozens of cigarette butts on the ground. Chi-Xiang furrowed his brow slightly, and said, "So, this is what you call a leader?" Upon hearing Chi-Xiang's words, Su Ming gave a self-deprecating laugh, and said, "Leader? What kind of leader am I? I'm just the strongest among this group. Compared to you, I'm nothing." Saying that, Su Ming took another puff of smoke. Chi-Xiang shook his head, approached, and patted Su Ming's shoulder, saying, "No, the fact that you can lead these people proves that you have outstanding qualities. Our group, though powerful, has paid a price for our strength, and some luck played a role as well. If I solely relied on killing zombies and training myself to improve, even I would find it hard to match you. Moreover, you're not weak either. I really want to see what enhancing one's body fully looks like, though I wonder if your enhancement has a limit." Chi-Xiang said this lightly, but those who spoke knew their minds, and those who listened understood theirs. Upon hearing Chi-Xiang's words, Su Ming suddenly had a flash of insight. That was right. Does my body have a limit to its enhancement? If I keep strengthening it, I might become an invincible existence. It's like I'm a seed. With this thought, Su Ming clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Although Su Ming was the leader of thousands of people, he had never been arrogant and maintained a humility rarely seen in others. After all, his power was not yet particularly strong. Even reaching the edge of true strength seemed distant. Thus, he remained humble toward others. This characteristic of humility, if deeply rooted in one's heart, could not be broken by any factor. Su Ming was precisely such a person, which is why he earned the respect and support of the people here. Qi Xiang grabbed Su Ming and walked to the desk, lightly jumping onto it before saying, "All right, speak your mind." Su Ming nodded and said, "It's like this. Because your group has demonstrated great power, I have something I wish to ask for your help with." Qi Xiang quickly interrupted Su Ming, saying, I see there are quite a number of capable people here who will grow into formidable fighters. You probably don't need us to stay here. Let me clarify, the 5 of us won't stay. We still need to go to other cities, and we're all very curious about the source of this calamity." Hearing Qi Xiang's words, Su Ming paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Brother Qi Xiang, what are you talking about? I have nothing that can attract someone like you to stay with us. After all, you're like a dragon, destined to become one of the dominant forces in this world. When that day comes, we will definitely join you. However, our power is too weak right now, and following you would only hold you back." Qi Xiang felt somewhat sorrowful upon hearing Su Ming's words. Indeed, although the 5 of them were powerful, there were countless other people in the world who needed protection. Qi Xiang suddenly realized that their strength was not meant solely for themselves, but rather to protect more people. At this moment, Qi Xiang seemed to understand the feelings of protagonists in wuxia, hot-blooded anime. Despite being inspired, Qi Xiang remained rational. He knew these people weren't ready to follow him yet. Not only would they be incapable of protecting themselves against strong enemies, but logistics alone would be a major issue. Qi Xiang was well aware of this. After a brief pause, Su Ming continued, "The thing is, though our numbers have increased significantly, some threats can't be overcome by sheer quantity. In V City, there's a powerful zombie at the city center. It hasn't moved, and we consider it a potential threat. We once organized an attack on it, but unfortunately, 3 psychics were lost. However, we discovered that it operates within a certain range and seemingly cannot leave this area. Still, it remains a hazard, so I hope." With these words, Su Ming looked expectantly at Qi Xiang. His meaning was clear. He hoped Qi Xiang would take care of that zombie. Qi Xiang wouldn't refuse this request, as dealing with a powerful zombie could provide either the chance to seal it or, failing that, devour it to enhance his own power while simultaneously earning a favor from Su Ming's group. Qi Xiang saw great potential in Su Ming, especially considering his body had no limit to its enhancement. Though Qi Xiang wouldn't bet everything on Su Ming, he still intended to invest in him. If Su Ming grew stronger in the future, Qi Xiang would earn the gratitude of a skilled warrior. If Su Ming failed, Qi Xiang could at least gain some immediate strength now. This opportunity presented itself too advantageously to pass up. Su Ming, though aware of this, had little choice but to proceed this way. A powerful existence lingering near his location was simply too dangerous to ignore. A tiger must not be nurtured to one's peril. Owning Qi Xiang a favor would be much less burdensome. After asking several professional questions about the zombie, Qi Xiang went downstairs to discuss strategies with his companions. Once again, he chose to descend by stepping on the glass, causing Su Ming to wince. The glass, after all, served as a hidden asset. If broken, it would create complications, since nobody here could repair it. If damaged, most floors below a certain height would have to be cleared and left uninhabited. Though Su Ming watched with concern, Qi Xiang handled himself with remarkable precision, ensuring the glass sustained minimal damage. So, Su Ming could endure it, although technically he had little choice given his weaker strength. Chapter 54, Mutant Zombie. After returning to the assigned floor, Qi Xiang informed the 4 others about the task Su Ming had entrusted to him. Unsurprisingly, it was unanimously approved. All 4 of them had experienced life and death situations before and understood that the greater the danger, the greater the reward often was. Besides, their increased strength gave them confidence in self-preservation, as the zombies also required time to grow stronger. Having made the decision, the 5 wasted no more time and jumped off from the upper floors. Next, Qi Xiang found an SUV in the garage of the building, and the 5 drove toward the location provided by Su Ming. As for why Qi Xiang liked SUVs so much, it was because they were powerful in outdoor driving. Moreover, Qi Xiang always believed men should drive SUVs. Uncle De drove continuously until he arrived at the place mentioned by Su Ming. This was a asterisk venue, and at the center of the asterisk venue stood their target for this trip, a meditating zombie. Qi Xiang glanced at the zombie and said to Che Dan, "Che Dan, give me the data." Che Dan nodded and looked at the zombie before saying, "Mutant zombie, level 30, possesses 1 special ability. Each mutant zombie's special ability differs." Looking at the level 30 zombie, Qi Xiang wasn't worried since even a level 30 magic beast could be dealt with by him, let alone this instinct-driven zombie. However, what concerned Qi Xiang was the unknown special ability, and the fact that each zombie had a different one. Staring at the mutant zombie, Qi Xiang frowned slightly and said, "Bingyue, use Ice Spike Burst. Gubo, prepare the protective barrier." Gubo and Bingyue acknowledged, and then Bingyue summoned her staff, pointing it towards the sky where blue light orbs appeared. Meanwhile, Gubo focused on the mutant zombie, ready to cast his barrier whenever necessary. Suddenly, the mutant zombie, sensing impending danger, opened its eyes and suddenly charged towards Qi Xiang and the group. As the mutant zombie opened its mouth, countless toxic needles flew out, heading straight toward the 5. "Trouble!" Qi Xiang shouted, immediately summoning the Soul Bite Sword and activating the devouring whirlwind, which destroyed all the toxic needles. By the time Qi Xiang stopped the whirlwind, the mutant zombie was already in front of him, lunging its right claw at Qi Xiang. With no time to dodge, Qi Xiang blocked it with the Soul Bite Sword. The impact was so strong that the force transmitted through the sword caused immense pain throughout his left side, highlighting just how powerful this mutant zombie was. Xiong bellowed and kicked powerfully with his right foot, striking the abdomen of the mutant zombie simultaneously with the blade. Despite the brute strength of the mutant zombie, Xiong's blow managed to push it back over 10 meters. Seeing the mutant zombie retreating, Gobo immediately summoned a defensive barrier without hesitation. Binghua also cancelled the Ice Spike Burst spell since it was designed as an AoE skill better suited for enemies in large numbers or bigger sizes. Against a mutant zombie of normal human size, the regular Ice Dart spell would suffice. Xiong watched as the mutant zombie landed a punch against the barrier, causing it to crack instantly. However, Gobo quickly repaired the barrier. Frowning slightly, Xiong remarked, "This guy's strength, speed, and defense far exceed those of ordinary zombies. His capability is likely these venomous needles. However, that isn't our main problem. Che Dan, can your seal technique work on him?" Shaking his head, Che Dan replied, "The seal technique has a limited number of uses, and its level needs to be upgraded to increase effectiveness." Xiong questioned, "How do you upgrade it?" Again, Che Dan shook his head. "I don't know. The system doesn't display proficiency levels either. But at the beginning, the system provided me with skill points. Maybe it's related?" Glancing at Che Dan irritably, Xiong asked, "What do you think?" Realizing his mistake, Che Dan added some of his skill points to the seal technique. To his surprise, the seal limit increased incrementally, first to 2, then 4, finally stopping at 8. Che Dan marveled at how the seal's capacity doubled each time. In this case, even if it didn't increase too high, merely reaching level 10 would enable the sealing of up to 1,000 creatures. For an ordinary summoner, this wouldn't matter much since among 1,000 summoners, less than 10 might have significant combat power, and the remaining hundreds may consist only of zombies or weak magical beasts. But Che Dan had allies like Xiong, not to mention his improved capabilities after entering the Fuba. Dealing with a 20-level monster posed no issue for him. The biggest challenge now wasn't finding a suitable summon creature, but acquiring additional skill points. Che Dan explained his skill traits to Xiong, who immediately laughed and said, "Haha, brother, don't worry. I'll definitely help you build a powerful army of 1,000 men." Bogu, open the barrier. Naturally, there was no need to doubt Xiong's strength. After Bogu opened the barrier, Xiong directly swung his knife and slashed at the mutant zombie, instantly creating a terrifying wound on its chest. However, Xiong's attack was far from over. After inserting the Soulbite sword into the mutant zombie, Xiong didn't rush to pull it out, but instead summoned the Holy Light Spear and thrust it in as well. At this point, the mutant zombie had both a sword and a spear pierced into it, looking extremely eerie. Xiong then roared and punched the mutant zombie with his right fist, sending it flying. Before the mutant zombie landed, Xiong had already arrived before it and delivered a punch to its chest, causing the mutant zombie to crash onto the ground and create a crater. But Xiong's attack was not yet finished. Xiong believed that his strength was strong after so long. However, since the mutant zombie managed to hit him, he was quite annoyed. That wasn't the main issue. The primary reason was that Xiong needed an opportunity for a good release. However, sandbags were too weak, regular zombies were also too weak, and once they were killed, their blood would splash all over him, which wasn't worth it. And this time, encountering such a durable punching bag, Xiong wouldn't let it go. After throwing more than 10 punches, Xiong finally stopped. It wasn't because he had enough. Rather, if he continued hitting, Xiong was unsure if Che Dan could still use it. Seeing Xiong stop, Che Dan approached the location of the mutant zombie along with Bogu and the other 3, activated the seal technique, then placed the mutant zombie into the pocket dimension, awaiting summoning when needed. Che Dan made a yay gesture to Xiong, and then summoned the enhanced zombie and another mutant zombie. These 2 zombies looked no different from ordinary zombies on the surface, but Xiong and the others all knew that these 2 were the elite among all the zombies in the city, perhaps even leaders. Che Dan only summoned these 2 zombies to find out if there were any zombies in the city as strong as them, or even stronger. After all, the strongest advantage of a summoner isn't themselves, but their summoned creatures, and now, Che Dan urgently needed to replenish his summoned creatures. However, to Che Dan's disappointment, these 2 zombies had no consciousness. They could move if controlled, but asking questions was still impossible, as their brains had no memories. They merely survived according to their nature. Che Dan sighed, shook his head slightly, and returned the 2 zombies to the pocket dimension, muttering to himself, "What a pity. I wonder if intelligent beings would have memories." When Che Dan summoned the 2 zombies, Xiong and the others did not disturb him, and now that Che Dan had returned the zombies, Xiong asked, "How about it? Is it not feasible?" Che Dan nodded and responded affirmatively. "Alright, since it's not feasible, we shouldn't force it. Alright, everyone get in the car. We need to go to the next destination." "Uncle Da, where's the next destination?" Uncle Da took out a map from his pocket and glanced at it, saying, "It should be. The next target is quite far away, it's in Y City." After hearing this, Xiong nodded, stroked his chin, and said, "Y City? That place is tough to handle." "Well, if it's tough, then let's go." Saying this, Xiong walked towards the car. Xiong said Y City was tough because he had been there before and knew that there was a wildlife park and a large livestock ranch there. On the way, Xiong had seen animals turn into zombies, and originally, he wasn't too worried. However, now that mutant zombies and enhanced zombies had appeared, Xiong had doubts because animals generally have much greater combat strength than humans, and the number of animals at the livestock ranch was certainly not small. If more mutant zombies or even stronger zombies appear, the situation might become unpredictable. The car sped along for 2 whole days without reaching the destination, demonstrating how far the journey was. Along the way, if they got off the highway, they could encounter many small villages or towns, but Qi Xiang and his group did not focus on those places. Small towns or villages had fewer people, and entering some areas required a lot of effort. Currently, Qi Xiang and his group aimed to preserve more combat power for Earth, which required them to think long-term. For example, if someone told you to kill a thoroughly evil person, if you hesitate, you might end up causing more deaths, but if you eliminate them, you're just removing a piece of trash from the world. With that, the car sped toward their destination. Isn't the current situation just like this? People should always prioritize the bigger picture. It's like some people who pick up sesame seeds but lose watermelons. Only by having long-term vision can one achieve great things. Although there is a possibility that psychics might appear in small places and even become powerful, these are not what Qi Xiang and his 4 companions should concern themselves with. After all, the premise of becoming strong is self-preservation. If a future strong person needs to be saved, then they're nothing but a waste. Uncle Da stopped at service areas along the way to refuel, raid supplies, and continued rushing on the road. Due to the long journey and the urgency to arrive quickly, Uncle Da and Bo Gu took turns driving. But even so, both were heavily burdened as resting in the car was impossible. However, fortunately, there were few bends on the highway and no other vehicles traveling, otherwise, they might have caused an accident. On the 3rd day, when they were less than 2 hours away from the highway exit, Qi Xiang and the others thought their comfortable time was almost over, but it had already ended. A sedan sped toward them from ahead. Sitting in the back seat, Qi Xiang saw the car and became curious. After all, anyone who could escape from the city might not be a psychic, but certainly intelligent. Moreover, Qi Xiang and his group knew nothing about the situation in Y City, so finding someone to ask was quite necessary. Qi Xiang slapped Qi Dan and Bing Yue, who were playing cards and plastered with paper notes, signaling them to stop, and said to Bo Gu, who was driving, "Bo Gu, stop the car, I want to see who that guy is." Without nodding, Bo Gu hit the brakes hard. The car swayed forward and came to an abrupt stop. Even though Qi Xiang's head jolted forward, his hands held tightly onto the driver's seat. With Qi Xiang's strength, he wasn't affected much by the sudden braking. Deshu also braced himself upon hearing Qi Xiang's words, but neither Qi Dan nor Bing Yue were prepared, and thus, they both slammed into the front seat. Qi Dan massaged the lump on his head and complained, "Hey, Brother Xiang, that's not cool. You didn't warn us before hitting the brakes." Qi Xiang chuckled and patted the lump on Chiden's head, saying, "All right, stop complaining. Prey has arrived." Speaking, Qi Xiang opened the door and jumped out of the car. The sound of tires screeching against the ground made Qi Xiang slightly frown. As Qi Xiang got out, the car was just passing by. Seeing Qi Xiang suddenly appear, the driver panicked and slammed on the brakes, stopping the car. However, Qi Xiang wasn't afraid because even if he was hit, he wouldn't get seriously injured. Besides, how could someone who managed to escape from the city lack such reflexes? The window of the driver's side rolled down, revealing a long-haired woman who stuck her head out and shouted at Qi Xiang, "Hey, friend, do you want to die?" Qi Xiang smirked and said, "If I did this before the apocalypse, perhaps, but don't forget what time we're in now. How many survivors are left?" The woman paused and replied, "Just me." Qi Xiang nodded and asked, "Are you a psychic?" The woman shook her head and answered, "Psychics are all in the refugee camp. It's located at the northernmost part of the city, but the dangers in between are too numerous. So, I decided to leave here." Qi Xiang glanced at the woman and said, "All right, come over. We'll go together. I can't guarantee much, but I'm sure I can get you to the refugee camp." Hearing Qi Xiang's words, the woman revealed a hint of joy yet hesitated. Qi Xiang understood her hesitation since trust among people was already very low before the apocalypse, let alone now, making it harder for someone to believe a stranger. But Qi Xiang had his own method. Qi Xiang summoned the Soul Eater blade from his subspace dimension and ignited it with roaring flames. Qi Xiang looked at the woman and said, "If I wanted to kill you, tricks wouldn't be needed. Of course, you have the right to choose. Life or death depends on your choice." Chapter 55, Animal Zombies. The woman chopped at Qi Xiang just like that, hastily pulling her head back into the car. Then Qi Xiang heard the roar of the engine start up. Clearly, she had misunderstood what Qi Xiang had meant. Qi Xiang had said the choice was between life and death because his group had encountered many zombies on their way here, so it was uncertain if this woman would survive on her own. Her chances of survival with him and his group were much greater. However, the woman clearly thought Qi Xiang was a bandit looking to commit unspeakable acts. Qi Xiang roared, taking a step back with his right foot before thrusting forcefully with both hands against the car. After all, even though Qi Xiang wouldn't die if hit by a car, being hit still hurt quite a bit. He quickly shouted inside the car, "Wei, Che Dan, why aren't you helping?" The reason Qi Xiang asked for Che Dan's help was that Che Dan's cold blade could effectively restrain the car. But who would have thought Che Dan replied, "Who's going to help you? My head hurts, deal with it yourself." "Che Dan, I'll be waiting for you," Qi Xiang shouted before yelling at the woman in the car. "Hey, sister. No, what I mean is there are a lot of zombies over there. We can take you to the refugee camp." But the woman firmly believed that Qi Xiang and his gang were robbers. She was someone who trusted first impressions, and the first impression Qi Xiang made on her was obviously very bad. Qi Xiang sighed, flipped onto the car roof, then smashed the rear window with a punch and jumped in, saying, "I already said, if we wanted to kill you, one move would suffice. Why don't you believe me?" Seeing Qi Xiang jump into the car, the woman screamed and jumped out to escape, while Qi Xiang immediately gave chase. Qi Xiang grabbed the woman, saying, "Let's go." Speaking, Qi Xiang ignored the woman's struggles as he forcibly pulled her back into the car. He then summoned the Shurhun blade from his interdimensional space and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Instantly, 3 figures appeared behind Qi Xiang, none other than Che Dan and the others, while Uncle Da stayed inside the car. Qi Xiang gazed at the sandstorm in the distance, his brows furrowed, because that wasn't a sandstorm. It was a massive army of zombies. Even from afar, Qi Xiang could smell the pungent stench of blood. Never waiting until danger arrived, did Qi Xiang act. Roaring with battle intent, both Qi Xiang and Che Dan rushed forward, emitting light blades continuously as they charged ahead. Meanwhile, Bo Gu and Bing Yu were also in action, one using piercing barriers to attack constantly, while Bing Yu formed ice spears that shot forth. Instantly, Qi Xiang's purple light blades, Che Dan's cold blades, and Bo Ji's piercing barriers relentlessly battered the zombie horde. Hundreds of zombies died before reaching their foes, but mere hundreds of zombies were insignificant compared to this horde. Swallowing whirlwind. Qi Xiang roared again, as the zombie horde entered the range of the swallowing whirlwind technique. Not wasting any time, Qi Xiang unleashed the swallowing whirlwind. At once, a whirlwind akin to a fiery dragon emerged, resulting in countless zombie deaths in an instant. With each swing of his Shurhun blade, Qi Xiang slaughtered hundreds more zombies at least. The woman in the car watched Qi Xiang and the others unleash terrifying combat power, timidly asking the sole person remaining in the car, "Uncle Da, why don't you go outside?" Uncle Da, hearing the woman calling him, turned around, flashed a grin revealing a mouth full of white teeth, and said, "I'm not a fighter. I'm a pill refiner, so I don't need to join the fight." The woman muttered an, "Oh," and didn't say anything further. However, Uncle Da became unusually chatty this time, asking, "By the way, how is City Y now?" The woman paused for a moment and replied, "Now, there are many zombies in City Y, but those zombies seem to have a leader, since their actions are all orderly, although I don't know what the leader is. Moreover, I've heard that there's a refugee camp in the northern part of the city. That's all I know." After hearing these words, Uncle Da nodded and said, Looks like the situation isn't good." Saying this, Uncle Da turned back around to continue watching Qi Xiang and the others in battle. The woman was somewhat shocked too. After all, the combat power of ordinary zombies is much stronger than that of normal humans. And with such a large number of zombies, there must be animal zombies, which are zombies created from animals. The woman had once seen dozens of human zombies besieging a tiger zombie, only to be completely annihilated by it. This showed just how strong animal zombies were. Now, seeing how fast Qi Xiang and his group were slaughtering them, the woman understood the strength of this small team better, but also felt a little more fear. After all, humans are creatures that instinctively fear being stronger than themselves, even if those beings do not harbor ill intentions toward them. Qi Xiang, due to his speed, had already rushed into the horde of zombies. The Shurhun blade in his hand was constantly swinging, and the swallowing whirlwind technique resembled a fiery dragon devouring everything in its path. Since dust was also matter that could be consumed, Qi Xiang's attacks not only dispelled, but also completely swallowed the smoke. When the smoke cleared, everyone finally saw just how horrifying this massive zombie horde truly was. This army comprised all kinds of zombies, but it was predominantly made up of cattle, sheep, and human zombies. Due to Qi Xiang's intervention, the entire horde had paused. As the smoke dissipated, it became clear that the extent of the zombie horde was unclear. It was densely packed, and their numbers were no less than 10,000. At this point, because Qi Xiang had entered the throng of zombies, Che Dan dared not rush forward, as his upgrades did not necessarily require killing zombies. However, being harmed by Qi Xiang's swallowing fire would definitely make Che Dan's situation worse if he accidentally came into contact with it. "Ice spike barrage!" Bing Yu cried out. Immediately, ice spikes rained down from the sky. She had chosen a spot 50 meters away from Qi Xiang, the furthest range she could control. All the zombies in that area were struck by the ice spikes and killed instantly. Although the ice spike barrage was effective, it managed to kill only a few hundred zombies. In terms of restraining enemies, Qi Xiang might not be the best, but when considering speed and attack power, Qi Xiang was undoubtedly the strongest among them. As he slashed, Qi Xiang's Danilai, spiritual energy, didn't diminish because of the swallowing whirlwind. Instead, it amassed much energy from consuming so many zombies. This energy just hadn't been absorbed yet. 15 long minutes passed. Only after Qi Xiang eliminated the last zombie did the battle come to an end. And because of the swallowing effect, not a single fragment or remnant of the zombies remained on the ground. If it weren't for the deep holes left by the heavy animal zombies' bodies, there would have been no way to tell that a ferocious battle had occurred here. After the 5 returned to the car, Qi Xiang remained silent, as his task was done. Before the apocalypse, Qi Xiang was merely a high school student with a wide social circle. Bo Gu was the true king of networking among the group, and even Bing Yu excelled more in interpersonal skills than Qi Xiang. "What's your name, please?" Instead of directly asking the woman if she wished to join them, Bo Gu simply asked her for her name. Qi Xiang, earlier, hadn't even told her his own name before dragging her along, a major faux pas in social etiquette, though they were now living in the apocalypse era. Still, most people's mental frameworks retain some pre-apocalypse habits, so following conventional social norms would at least benefit regular people. "My name is Li Shuyue," Li Shuyue replied, looking at Bo Gu, her face slightly flushed. However, since only Bo Gu was observing her closely, no one else noticed. Li Shuyue's reaction could actually be explained with a single term: spring fever. After all, she was over 30 years old. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 behaves like a wolf. Bo Gu, In terms of looks, ranked among the top in men, carrying an air of nobility which naturally appealed to women. More importantly, Bogu possessed a battle-honed charisma that gave women a strong sense of security, traits that made him especially likable. In contrast, while Qi Xiang was also good-looking, his dominance only showed unintentionally once in a while. Bogu and Li Shuyue conversed joyfully, while the car drove into City Y. Qi Xiang listened as Qi Dan and Bing Yu chatted merrily with Bogu and Li Shuyue, whereas he himself could only stay quiet. Otherwise, would he engage in small talk with Uncle Da? That combination would indeed seem odd. As the car approached City Y, Li Shuyue seemed to recall something terrifying, causing her body to tremble slightly. There was nothing unusual about the city except, it was too quiet. Bogu gently patted Li Shuyue's shoulder and smiled reassuringly, immediately calming her trembling significantly. Roar! Hearing this sound, Qi Xiang smashed through the car roof with his right fist and leapt out, blocking an attack. The attacking creature was a chimpanzee zombie. Qi Xiang roared, delivering a powerful punch with his left fist directly to the chimpanzee zombie's face. Then, the zombie flew off to the right, landing several meters away. Its head had already exploded from Qi Xiang's blow, losing its fighting ability. Seeing more than 10 chimpanzee zombies jumping down from above, Qi Xiang quickly shouted inside the car, "Uncle Da, drive." Subsequently, Qi Xiang used his corrosive fire to clean the filth off his left hand, then summoned the Shurhun blade with his right hand, creating a swallowing spin directly aimed at the sky. However, the chimpanzee zombies were obviously not comparable to the ones Qi Xiang had encountered earlier. Whether it was strength or defensive power, these chimpanzee zombies far surpassed the cannon fodder. At this moment, although the chimpanzee zombies were all injured, none of them had died. Their skin had peeled off, but since they were not living creatures, but zombies, their aggression would continue unless their heads were destroyed. These weren't organisms, they should be called monsters. The off-road vehicle sped up, and Qi Xiang planted his right foot firmly on the car roof to anchor himself. He looked back at the chasing chimpanzee zombies and swung the Shurhun blade, emitting beams of light to stop the pursuit. Qi Xiang, forget about what's behind for now, look ahead. Qi Xiang immediately turned forward upon hearing Bo Ji's warning, then saw a horrifying sight that even made him shiver. More than 10 tiger zombies lay in front. They weren't ordinary zombies, but undead tigers. Although their eyeballs had turned white due to becoming zombies, Qi Xiang could clearly feel their intense gaze locked onto him, along with an imposing aura that sent chills down his spine. But it was impossible for such a scene to make Qi Xiang afraid. He slashed again towards the rear, without looking to see if his energy blades hit before rushing straight toward the tigers. The Shurhun blade in his hand transformed into the Holy Light gun. Although the Shurhun blade was effective for absorbing energy, it wasn't as powerful in raw offense, which is why Qi Xiang preferred using it during combat. But the Holy Light gun, a pure light attribute weapon, significantly increased damage against zombies. Qi Xiang roared, and the Holy Light gun emitted golden radiance, causing the zombie tigers to instinctively recoil with fear. Then they howled wildly, attempting to scare him off, but that was clearly unrealistic. As Qi Xiang confronted the tiger zombies, Che Dan and Bing Yu also climbed onto the car roof. However, unlike Qi Xiang's robust physique, neither Che Dan nor Bing Yu had such prowess. Instead, Che Dan cut a hole through the car roof with his frost blade, and the two clambered up. Behind the car, there were the monkey zombies. Ahead, the tiger zombies had already blocked the way. The car stopped where it was, and Che Dan and Bing Yu stood on top under the wind, with their clothes billowing around them. Che Dan holding the frost blade, while Bing Yu grasped her staff, gave them a genuine impression of a warrior and mage. "You help me." After saying those words, Che Dan rushed forward. Having been trained thoroughly, he understood the meaning of a warrior, that is, trusting one's back to a teammate and giving them a safe place. He activated the web skill, entangling one of the chimpanzee zombies before they even engaged in battle. Next, he executed a shadow moon slash, decapitating another chimpanzee zombie. And this was not all. Don't forget that Che Dan's primary role was not a warrior, but a summoner. His summons were truly his most important asset. Enhanced zombies and spike poison zombies appeared beside Che Dan, charging alongside him. Che Dan named the variant zombie Spike Poison Zombie because its ability was spike poison. Given that Che Dan would encounter many more variant zombies in the future, simply naming them mutated would make differentiation nearly impossible. Luckily, a summoner can rename his summons, so Che Dan devised this method to identify each creature. The Spike Poison Zombie, as it charged, spat poison spikes. However, this proved ineffective against the chimpanzee zombies, as their tough hides prevented damage, and since they were zombies, the poison couldn't poison them unless it was corrosive. When Bing Yu launched her third ice shard, Che Dan had already reached the chimpanzee zombies. He leapt into the air and slashed down with his frost blade at one of the monkey heads. Meanwhile, the enhanced zombie and variant zombie found another chimpanzee target. Now, apart from the one chimpanzee trapped in Che Dan's web, there were still 6 others left. Chapter 56, The Trickster. Barrier. Bogu appeared on Bing Yu's right, forming hand seals that immediately detonated a zombie gorilla. But this was already his strongest strike. After dealing with the billion spectral python, Bogu seemed to have reached a bottleneck in his body, allowing him only a limited ability to use barriers. Even if Bogu wanted to use more power, he couldn't. However, at this moment, one barrier strike would be enough. Next, the remaining 2 zombies were divided between Bogu and Bing Yu, each handling one. In front of them, Qi Xiang's holy light spear pierced into a tiger zombie's head. Then, Qi Xiang quickly withdrew the spear, swinging it forcefully to knock aside another tiger zombie that tried to attack him. Afterward, Qi Xiang delivered a strong left punch, blowing up the head of yet another tiger zombie. Roar! The remaining tiger zombies roared successively, their bodies expanding slightly, while the king character on their foreheads emitted black fog. It's actually a skill, Qi Xiang muttered to himself. Then he thrust out the holy light spear again. But this time the situation looked bleak because Qi Xiang's spear merely broke through the outer layer of the tiger zombie's skin. Its defense had been strengthened. Since physical attacks can't kill you, how about energy attacks? Qi Xiang yelled. His right arm began emitting a pale white light as Dan energy flowed into the holy light spear, releasing a surge of power. Die! With a shout, Qi Xiang drove the holy light spear towards the tiger zombie again. This time, although Qi Xiang failed to pierce its head completely, a burst of golden light penetrated the tiger zombie's body, causing it to release a puff of black smoke before collapsing on the ground. Seeing this tactic work, Qi Xiang's holy light spear flashed repeatedly. In less than half a minute, all the tiger zombies were dead. Meanwhile, the trio behind him, although weaker than Qi Xiang, completed their missions after killing their own foes one-on-one. Ho! Who dares to slaughter my people? A thunderous roar caused everyone's heads to ache. Li Shuiyue and Uncle Da even fainted. And Qi Xiang wasn't faring much better. It felt as though someone had struck inside his brain, not just externally, but deep within it, making a noticeable difference. As Qi Xiang raised his head to look ahead, a white tiger appeared in front of him. Raising its right paw, the white tiger slammed Qi Xiang's head down onto the ground with great force. When Qi Xiang lifted his head, his face was drenched in blood, as if he'd washed his face with it. Qi Xiang glared furiously at the white tiger, punching hard with his right fist, but it had no effect. White tiger, do not act so arrogantly. A sound caught Qi Xiang's attention. Here come these troublesome humans again, the white tiger muttered before leaping away. After standing straight and using Dan energy to treat his facial wounds, Qi Xiang cleaned the blood off his face with corrosive fire, restoring his normal appearance. Hey, I didn't expect your recovery ability to be pretty good. A man landed in front of Qi Xiang, who had been waiting for him, or rather, waiting for them. On the rooftops, Qi Xiang could sense more than 30 psychics, each with formidable strength. These were the elites among humans, the powerful survivors of the apocalypse. They were also the envoys from the refugee camp. Looking at the man, Qi Xiang laughed heartily and said, "We've been waiting for you for a long time. Now, we should be able to visit your territory, right?" Since the name refugee camp sounded offensive, Qi Xiang referred to it as your territory, although the man apparently didn't mind. The man extended his right hand and said, "Don't talk about territory. It's just a refugee camp. My name is Tiku. I'm the leader of everyone in this city." Qi Xiang shook hands with Tiku and introduced himself, Qi Xiang. After shaking hands, Tiku snapped his fingers. Qi Xiang noticed everyone starting to move in unison, impressing him with a high level of coordination. His subordinates seemed like a highly trained and battle-experienced army. Although individually their combat strengths were comparable only to Bing Yu or Bo Gu, if scaled by 30 times, things wouldn't be as simple anymore. Sometimes, coordination outweighs sheer strength. A rumbling sound echoed as 13 armored vehicles neatly parked at the street corner, while one more drove closer. Tiku smiled faintly and said, "These are our mounts. Let's go, we'll talk at the refugee camp. But before that, I have to deal with a problem." As he spoke, Qi Xiang felt an arrow was past his ear and quickly turned back. To his surprise, Li Shuiyue had already awakened. She now held a shield, into which a light arrow was embedded. Tiku explained, Li Shuiyue was a drug addict and trafficker before the apocalypse. She should have spent her life in prison, but when the apocalypse came, she escaped during the chaos and gained significant abilities. Just one day ago, she came to the refugee camp claiming leadership, but I drove her away. I wonder why she ended up in your group. Qi Xiang looked at Li Shuiyue. He wouldn't blindly believe Tiku's words, but he couldn't trust Li Shuiyue anymore either. Although Tiku's people were numerous and their combat strength strong, Qi Xiang would still help whoever he deemed right, as this wasn't a time of peace. The world had descended into chaos, allowing everyone to vent their true natures freely. In a cold voice, Qi Xiang asked, "Is what he said true?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for Li Shuiyue to hear. Li Shuiyue shook her head and replied, "Qi Xiang, you must believe me. They tried to do something unspeakable to me. When I refused, they put me on their kill list. Now, I've become their assassination target." Qi Xiang stared at Li Shuiyue and gave a cold snort, saying, "Then why did you conceal the fact that you're a psychic?" Li Shuiyue fell silent momentarily, then showed a sinister smile. A sword appeared in her hand as she declared, "Since you've discovered my true nature, I will leave all of you here." With that, her sword thrust downward. Indeed, Li Shuiyue was exactly as Tiku had described, an escaped convict who challenged the entire refugee camp. This time, her goal was to find another city where she could rule supreme. However, upon encountering Qi Xiang's group and realizing their formidable power, she decided to use them to eliminate the refugee camp. Her blushing face towards Bogo earlier had merely been due to the monotony of prison life. She hadn't seen a man in a long while. Years ago, Li Shuiyue's deceitful skills rivaled those of many officials, but after several years in jail, she no longer had the chance to deceive others. Thus, her trickery had grown rusty. Adding to that was her nervousness, so when Qi Xiang questioned her, she decided without hesitation to take down a few people with her. But Li Shuiyue clearly underestimated the power of psychics. Barrier, Bogo and the other two had rushed back. Though they hadn't heard Tiku's words, they overheard the conversation between Qi Xiang and Li Shuiyue. Seeing Li Shuiyue attempt to harm Uncle Da, Bogu immediately formed a barrier without hesitation. Li Shuiyue's sword struck the barrier, its backlash causing immense pain to her, but the barrier remained unscathed. Li Shuiyue's ability was creation, meaning she could produce various weapons. While this ability was powerful later on, early in its development, it could only create firearms at best. For stronger psychics, such weapons were easy to dodge or withstand. Therefore, those possessing this ability rarely achieved greatness early on. Most creations in the early stage of the creation ability were mundane instruments. To craft truly powerful weapons required substantial cultivation, and forging divine artifacts demanded even more extended training. If the person with the creation ability were someone good at cooperating with others, this individual would grow more influential because such a person could find reliable backers. However, after leaving prison, Li Shuiyue's psychology had already been warped somewhat, making her different from normal people. That was why she chose to challenge the refugee camp. Qi Xiang stared at Li Shuiyue, then made a sudden charge forward. With a powerful punch, Qi Xiang shattered the barrier, grabbed Li Shuiyue by the neck with his right hand, and lifted her off the ground. Now understanding the truth, Qi Xiang had made his judgment. Looking at Li Shuiyue, his eyes grew exceptionally cold. Even Shandan, who had just arrived, shivered involuntarily upon seeing Qi Xiang's gaze, a look foreign to Shandan's mind, since in his view, Qi Xiang should be completely unrelated to such a frigid expression. Qi Xiang looked at Li Shuiyue, whose face was red due to the lack of oxygen, and said, "Since you plan to use us, you should be prepared for death." With that, Qi Xiang used his right hand to throw Li Shuiyue into the air forcefully. Then, he leaped up above her and delivered a powerful leg whip with his right foot. Instantly, Li Shuiyue's body crashed onto the ground. Li Shuiyue had no ability to refine her body. Her main reliance was on creating weapons. However, after battling the refugee camp earlier, most of her weapons had been destroyed. Now, the only thing she could rely on was the shield she used to block Tiku's arrow. Qi Xiang landed on the top of a vehicle without even glancing at Li Shuiyue. He then told Cha Dan, take Uncle Da with us. Let's go. As he spoke, Qi Xiang leapt lightly and came beside Tiku. Cha Dan stared at Qi Xiang's back and suddenly felt like Qi Xiang was not the Qi Xiang he knew anymore, for the aura of killing intent radiating from Qi Xiang made Cha Dan feel afraid. Tiku glanced at Qi Xiang and remarked, "Your strength is really formidable." Qi Xiang nodded slightly without responding. Tiku continued, "However, you are truly not good at socializing." Hearing this, Qi Xiang paused momentarily, looking at Tiku as he asked, "What do you mean?" Tiku chuckled heartily and replied, "You are the captain. I don't know if in the future you will only lead these 4 people or an entire army, but what I can tell now is that under your current condition, you can only be an aloof expert." Qi Xiang fell silent. After listening to Tiku's words, Qi Xiang neither agreed nor contradicted. Qi Xiang was a smart man, and one of the standards for being intelligent was knowing how to listen to others' advice and judge their words based on personal discernment. The 5 individuals and Tiku got aboard the armored car. Tiku's armored car fleet drove straight through the streets towards the refugee camp. Along the way, Qi Xiang did not sit inside the vehicle, but sat atop it, observing the surroundings. The city had not been largely devastated. Looking at the abandoned buildings, Qi Xiang could imagine the former prosperity of the city. However, Qi Xiang was not dwelling on those thoughts right now. Instead, he was pondering over Tiku's words. "Hey, Tiku, what's wrong with Brother Xiang?" After advancing for a while, Cha Dan finally voiced out his internal question, which was actually the question for all 3 of them since Uncle Da was still unconscious. Tiku glanced at the roof and smiled faintly, saying, He's thinking. He's contemplating whether to be a strongman or a leader." "Strongman? Leader?" Cha Dan felt utterly perplexed by Tiku's words, muttering these 2 terms to himself repeatedly. Tiku did not offer any explanation because Tiku knew that some things needed to be realized by oneself. As the armored cars entered the refugee camp, Qi Xiang observed the watchtowers surrounding the camp, realizing they were more than just a refugee camp. This was a fully qualified base. Tiku's team was not intercepted as they directly drove into the refugee camp. Of course, in the apocalypse, who would dare stop the leader's vehicle? Privilege was a word that would never fade. Qi Xiang watched the simple houses and tents inside the refugee camp along with a few spots where food was being distributed and gave a satisfied smile. It seemed that the people here had already adapted to their current life. The armored vehicles came to a halt. Many people jumped out of each armored car, heading swiftly to their positions to start their tasks, including the driver of Tiku's car. Tiku and Cha Dan leisurely stepped out of the armored car. Tiku glanced at Qi Xiang and said, "How about it? Satisfied with my place?" Qi Xiang laughed and responded, "Your place could rival an army base. Add the psychics, and your strength might even be terrifyingly stronger than an actual army." Tiku raised his right hand, wagging his index finger and retorted, No, you underestimate the army too much. While a large amount of regular troops may not compare to the special forces, an army that cooperates seamlessly with excellent equipment is something a few psychics cannot match. I used to serve in the military, and many old soldiers there possess faith that we can hardly reach. Furthermore, in the unit where I acquired these armored vehicles, I examined everything carefully, finding no bullets or grenades left. Those warriors fought until their last moment. They were true heroes. Upon saying this, Tiku's eyes gleamed with admiration. Chapter 57. Resorting to Violence. Qi Xiang looked at Tiku and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "You're not Mother Teresa. You don't have to sacrifice your life. There are many kinds of faith, and only the one that suits you is the real one. Moreover, We didn't come here to see who you worship. Let's go to your place and tell us about the situation here. Tika nodded and adjusted the armored car, leading Chi Xiang and his group toward his residence. Tika's residence was not a simple shack, but a military tent, just like all the other tents here with no special privileges. Chi Xiang knew that if Tiku wanted, he could live better or even larger, but he did not. If this was out of habit, it would be understandable. If it was the leader's self-discipline, then Chi Xiang truly thought that the people here were blessed. 6 people entered the tent in succession. Chi Xiang looked inside where there was only a table, a bed, and a flashlight hanging from the top of the tent for lighting. Chi Xiang looked around and silently gave Tika 32 thumbs up in his heart. Seeing his simple quarters, Tika chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head sheepishly, and said, "Sorry, I usually just focus on inspecting the city, so I haven't tidied up my place. You'll have to make do for now." Chi Xiang noticed Tika's embarrassment and said, "Hey, no problem. If you lived in the best building, I might have left instead. All right, everyone, find a place to sit." Saying this, Chi Xiang sat on the bed and let out a comfortable groan, exclaiming, "Ah, so comfortable." Tiku smiled and said, "Thanks for your understanding, brothers. Then I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. I'll first tell you about our situation here." As he spoke, Tiku pulled out a map from under the table and said, "Take a look. These places marked with red circles are where the zombies congregate. Although their movements are unpredictable, most of the time they still gather in these areas." Chi Xiang took a glance at the map and was immediately startled. There were more than 30 places marked with red circles on the map, and just along the straight line from the south to the north of the city, there were more than a dozen spots. It was fortunate that Chi Xiang and his group had followed Tiku's route. Otherwise, even if they could make it, it would have required much effort. Pausing for a moment, Tiku pointed to a cross-marked location at the center of the map and said, "Look here, this cross-marked place is where the strongest zombie in this city resides. We have a game player here who is already level 15. Looking at this zombie, its level cannot be determined, but we can identify its name, Commander Zombie. All the zombies here seem to fear this Commander Zombie. Fortunately, it hasn't issued any orders for all the zombies to attack us. Otherwise, we might not be able to handle it. Oh, by the way, there are also these 2 places." Then, Tiku pointed to 2 red cross-marked locations. Chi Xiang saw from the map that one place was a wildlife park and the other was a ranch. Tiku explained, "These 2 places also have 2 kings, though they are not commanders, but beastmaster zombies. One is the white tiger you met before, and the other is a hybrid zombie made up of parts from a dairy cow, a sheep, and a Tibetan mastiff. When I led a team to investigate, we fought against these 3 zombies. Apart from the white tiger, the other 2 zombies could only run away, and even with the white tiger, we could only fight to a draw." Chi Xiang nodded and said, "All right, our goal is to solve the troubles in each city and find the culprit behind all these problems. Don't worry, the 3 kings here will be handled by us." Tika nodded, said good, and then asked, "Do you need me to send anyone to help you?" Chi Xiang shook his head and replied, "No, we work well together as a team. An extra person would only make things difficult for us." As he spoke, Chi Xiang patted Deshu's face and said, "Hey, Deshu, stop pretending to be asleep when you're already awake. Is it appropriate for you to occupy the entire bed?" Deshu sat up from the bed and laughed embarrassingly, saying, "Youngster, unlike you kids, I'm old. I need more sleep." Then he lay back down to sleep again. Chi Xiang turned to Tiku and smiled apologetically, saying, "Could you arrange a few tents for us? We'd like to stay overnight here before leaving." Tiku grinned and said, "What's the trouble? Guests are always welcome. Since you're here, how can we treat you badly? I'll go and prepare some food and bring out my good wine. A good wine deserves a hero, hee." With that, Tiku ran out to make arrangements. As soon as Tiku left, Bingyu immediately asked Chi Xiang, "Chi Xiang, are you really going to provoke these 3 powerful creatures? Remember, we had a hard time dealing with just the white tiger before. Moreover, according to Tiku's description, these 3 zombies should be able to command weaker zombies. If we fight them, each battle will likely be arduous." Chi Xiang looked up at the flashlight on the tent ceiling and said, "Isn't your current strength also due to pressure from challenges? Living means more than just staying alive. It's about truly existing." As he spoke the last word, Chi Xiang glanced at Bingyu, his eyes revealing a strange look. That night, Tiku prepared a lavish feast to entertain Chi Xiang and his group. A few key figures from the refugee camp also attended, creating an excellent atmosphere. Although food was scarce, no one criticized Tiku for organizing this banquet. After all, if Chi Xiang's group succeeded, they would be hailed as heroes, deserving the highest respect. Even if they perished, they would still be remembered as martyrs, equally respected. Most importantly, the majority of people here had already learned to trust Tiku, their leader, since so far, he had done nothing to disappoint anyone. However, in any group, there are always 1 or 2 troublemakers, even in this apocalypse. 2 men walked into the tent and pointed at Tiku, yelling, "Hey, Tiku, how unfair. We've been following you for so long, but when have you ever treated us to such a sumptuous meal? They're just newcomers, yet you treat them like royalty. You must be hungry yourself, huh? Shouldn't you give the brothers an explanation?" Chi Xiang watched the 2 men, one fat, the other thin, both sporting mohawks, and instantly judged that the skinny one who spoke was clearly provoking trouble. Someone sitting beside Chi Xiang whispered, "These 2 are our squad leaders, with moderate to high strength. They've always caused trouble for Brother Tiku. I think they're deliberately trying to make things difficult for him now." Chi Xiang snorted coldly, saying, "If you can't even find proper trouble, you might as well go hit your heads against a tofu block." Qi Xiang's remark immediately drew attention from the mohawked men. The thin one glared at Qi Xiang and said, "Humph, so this kid is invited here, eh? And who are you to speak? Shut your mouth, brat." "Shut my mouth." Qi Xiang's tone grew colder. He stared back defiantly as his holy light spear suddenly appeared in his right hand, pointing straight at the man. "Go now. I'm giving you a way out. Otherwise, even if Tiku pleads for you, you'll die. Hey, brother Qi Xiang, don't get upset. Xiao Wang, stop making trouble. Since we've gathered here, it's fate. Why create unpleasantness?" Tika noticed the growing tension and tried to mediate, but neither Qi Xiang nor Xiao Wang were willing to back down easily. Xiao Wang grabbed Qi Xiang's holy light spear and shouted, "Fuck you, try stabbing me then. Unless you're a damn coward." Xiao Wang's words were cut short as Qi Xiang thrust his spear forward. Luckily, Qi Xiang didn't use full force, and Xiao Wang reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have died on the spot. After all, Qi Xiang was someone unafraid to kill. Tika slammed his hand on the table, standing up furiously and yelling, "Xiao Wang, that's enough. Get out of here. Reflect on what happened today." Then he turned to Qi Xiang, saying, "Brother Qi Xiang, forgive his rudeness. Please, let's continue drinking." Qi Xiang snorted again, putting away the holy light spear and sitting back on the chair, but his eyes never left Xiao Wang. Realizing he had met his match, Xiao Wang was still pulled and urged by the fat man who came with him to leave, but Xiao Wang was naturally rebellious and cared too much about saving face. What Qi Xiang did earlier in front of everyone was perceived by Xiao Wang as an immense humiliation. Anger surged through him, and he pointed at Qi Xiang, yelling, "Dare you accept my challenge?" As soon as Xiao Wang finished speaking, he flew out of the tent, part of his chest collapsing. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang stood where Xiao Wang had previously been, holding a wine glass in his right hand, and his left leg still posed in a kicking stance. Retracting his left leg, Qi Xiang drained his cup and started walking toward Xiao Wang step by step. Xiao Wang was no ordinary figure in the refugee camp and often acted arrogantly, leaving a deep impression on others. Now seeing him being thrown out of Tiku's tent like this attracted considerable attention. Qi Xiang slowly walked to Xiao Wang, grabbed the collar of his shirt, and lifted him up with one hand, saying, "Let me tell you, you're not worthy to be my opponent, but I don't mind smashing you." There was no emotion in Qi Xiang's voice, making people feel neither fear nor doubt about the truth of his words. Tika quickly ran to Qi Xiang's side and said, "Hey, brother Qi Xiang, give him a chance. He has made quite some contributions and done a lot for our home. Let's call it even." Qi Xiang glanced at Tiku, then gave a slight smile. "All right, for your sake." As he said this, his right hand loosened, and Xiao Wang fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qi Xiang kicked Xiao Wang and said, "Watch yourself next time. Not everyone is someone you can provoke. Why are you hitting people? Why did you hit our person? Where are you from, guy?" Endless questioning voices rose around Qi Xiang. Gradually, someone started throwing pebbles at him, and no matter how hard Tiku tried to stop them, it was useless. Purple swallowing flame engulfed Qi Xiang's whole body. While cleaning his ear with his little finger, Qi Xiang said to Tiku, "Are these your people? What an ignorant crowd. Haven't they adapted to the survival environment of the apocalypse yet?" This sentence chilled Tiku's back as he looked at Qi Xiang with fear. However, Qi Xiang smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'm in a pretty good mood today, having made a friend like you, so I won't kill anyone today." Then, Qi Xiang walked towards the tent. Due to the swallowing flame, no stone could harm him. Tiku looked helplessly at Xiao Wang lying on the ground, called 2 people to take him to receive treatment, and then continued to accompany Qi Xiang. Due to the unpleasant incident before, the meal soon ended. Qi Xiang and Shay Dan shared a tent, Deshu and Bo Gu shared another, while Bingyu slept alone. Lying in bed, Qi Xiang asked, looking at the top of the tent, "Shay Dan, do you think what I did today was right?" Shay Dan replied, "I think there's no absolute right or wrong. After all, people have different ideas. You did what you thought was right, and so did Xiao Wang. He thought it was wrong for Tiku to hold such a feast, while you thought it was wrong for him to question his superior and insult you. At bottom, it's just that the times have changed, and many people haven't been able to adapt quickly to the current life." Hearing Shay Dan's words, Qi Xiang nodded silently and said, "Not bad, Shay Dan. I didn't expect you to say something so philosophical." Shay Dan blushed and said, "Come on, it's nothing. My goal back then was to become a Taoist disciple." Ha ha. The night was so quiet. Tika looked at Xiao Wang lying in the hospital bed. The doctor diagnosed that Xiao Wang had 4 broken ribs and his lungs were injured, leading to pulmonary hematoma. But with the current medical conditions, lung hematoma clearing surgery couldn't be performed, leaving only Xiao Wang's luck to determine if he could survive until medical technology became available. Tika looked at Xiao Wang and said, "Why wouldn't you listen when I warned you? That guy is so strong. Why did you provoke him?" This is truly. The night was so quiet, but in the refugee camp, people had mixed feelings. Gossip spreads extremely fast, especially in a camp of just a few thousand people. Within no time, the news of Qi Xiang injuring Xiao Wang spread all over the camp, and almost everyone knew something about it unless they weren't particularly interested in gossip or had no friends at all. Chapter 58, The Zombie Commander. At dawn, Qi Xiang did not linger in the refugee camp, but directly woke everyone up and quickly left. There were too many people in the camp and things were chaotic. At this moment, Qi Xiang had not even figured out Taika's character. Staying here rashly would probably only bring trouble to himself. If he got schemed against by a sycophant, it would be counterproductive. Qi Xiang had been schemed against by such people before and knew how dangerous they could be. The group of 5 led by Qi Xiang left the refugee camp. and practically no one besides the guards and a few who got up early knew that Qi Xiong and his group had left. Qi Xiong and the 4 others rapidly headed towards the city center. Qi Xiong had already memorized the map. Unless they encountered a zombie action as described by Tai Ku, their route would lead straight to the city center where they planned to challenge one of the 3 great zombies of this city, the zombie commander. The 5 moved quickly, and today Qi Xiong's group was fairly lucky. They did not encounter hordes of zombies along the way, only encountering a few stragglers which Qi Xiong easily killed. After half an hour, the 5 arrived at the city center. Qi Xiong did not rashly attack, but instead took the group up to a high-rise building to observe the situation ahead. Standing on the rooftop, Qi Xiong looked down, and upon seeing the thick mass of zombies below, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. It wasn't because he couldn't distinguish which one was the zombie commander. After all, the target was sitting on a chair right in the middle, with a proud demeanor, but the surrounding area housed more than a dozen enhanced zombies, and there were even several mutated ones. Qi Xiong was aware these zombies alone were troubling enough. Moreover, the grade of the zombie commander's control was unreadable, clearly surpassing level 30. Isu looked at Qi Xiong's expression and asked, "Should we still proceed?" Qi Xiong nodded and replied, "Yes, taking risks can bring great rewards." Since Qi Xiong had decided so, Isu had nothing further to say, knowing she would stay at the back when the battle began and had a high chance of survival. After formulating a plan, Qi Xiong announced the start, signaling the beginning of their attack. In the sky, blue orbs of light appeared but attracted no attention from the zombies. Dozens of zombies were trapped in barriers without causing any alarm. However, when Uncle Da threw down 8 golden beads, the ground-level zombies immediately lost their composure. When the lightning beads exploded on the ground, hundreds of zombies were instantly killed. Then, Brother Bo's barrier activated again, leading to the deaths of dozens more zombies. By this time, Isu's prepared icicles also struck, leaving behind yet another few hundred dead zombies. With a roar, Qi Xiong leapt down from the roof, summoning his soul devourer's sword. A tornado-like storm swept through the zombie masses below like a fiery dragon, consuming them whole. When Qi Xiong landed, these zombies suffered massive casualties again. Right from the start, the 5 managed to reduce the zombie population by a third. Retreating with his right hand, Taidan conjured a spiderweb trap catching a mutant zombie, then jumped into the fight himself, summoning the reinforced zombies and mutants for slaughter. While upstairs, Brother Bo and Isu continued their attacks unceasingly, piercing barriers and ice shards relentlessly snatching away the lives of the zombies. Qi Xiong swiftly cut down each zombie life one by one, his soul devourer blade repeatedly plunging into and withdrawing from various zombie bodies. Flames, lightning, water, body enhancement, head spikes. Mutant zombies showed off their skills as they battled Qi Xiong, while the zombie lord remained seemingly disinterested, refraining from joining the battle. Wielding a knife in his right hand and throwing punches with his left, Qi Xiong engaged with 5 mutant zombies, enjoying an exhilarating battle despite the fact that the method was not particularly satisfying. On the other hand, Taidan dealt with 13 enhanced zombies. Unlike Qi Xiong who fought with ease, he struggled against such numbers. Not having any group attack abilities, Taidan could only let poisonous needle zombies and reinforced zombies skirmish with the opponents around him. After severing the head of a mutant zombie with a head spike, Qi Xiong used his left foot to kick over a strengthening zombie about to attack him. He then continuously punched 3 elemental controlling zombies. After felling these 3 zombies, Qi Xiong quickly sliced down the remaining reinforcement enhancing zombie. Bursting forward, he reached Taidan, cutting down 2 enhanced zombies and said to him, "You seal those 3 mutant zombies over there. Leave the rest to me." Speaking, Qi Xiong unleashed a punch that hit a mutant zombie directly in its chest, collapsing it entirely. Taidan nodded, turned around, and led the poisonous spine zombies and the reinforced zombies into a charge. One zombie subdued while the other fought, as Taidan needed to control 2 zombies and delay time at this moment. It wasn't necessary for his own pair of zombies to overpower the opponents. Delaying them was enough. Meanwhile, with a wave of his right hand, Taidan summoned a spiderweb to control the water-spitting zombie, then swiftly performed a sealing technique to seal it. Next, he used the same method to seal the other 2 zombies. Summoning 3 mutant zombies, Taidan looked at his subordinates. Although he now had 5 slots available, Taidan wasn't bothered because this group of 5 was a strong fighting force at this stage. Ayo. The zombie that had been controlled by Tiedan's spiderweb from the start finally broke free. As soon as it did, its back exploded, revealing a pair of wings growing out of it. When Taidan saw the flying zombie, his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. No one yet possessed the ability to fly, but doing so would bring many advantages. Therefore, Taidan was determined to capture the flying zombie. "Fight!" Taidan shouted, then began controlling 3 elemental zombies to attack in coordination. As the flying zombie continuously dodged, Tiedan's spiderweb skill was still on cooldown. So, he commanded the reinforcement-enhancing zombies and the poisonous spine zombies to serve as stepping stones for him. After running up onto the hands of the 2 zombies, Taidan leaped off them towards the flying zombie. By this time, the attacks from the 3 elemental zombies also ceased. Thinking that the battle had ended, the flying zombie relaxed just a bit, only to discover someone charging towards him, holding a knife ready to stab. By the time the flying zombie reacted, Tiedan's blade had already pierced through its chest. Following this, Taidan kicked the flying zombie down and activated the sealing spell. "Human, we have no grudges or debts, so why are you here slaughtering my subordinates?" When Qi Xiong finished dealing with the last reinforcement-enhancing zombie, These words echoed in his ears, prompting him to instinctively look toward the position of the zombie commander. The zombie commander noticed Qixiang looking at him and smiled faintly. But due to his stiffened zombie skin, his smile was rather grotesque. Qixiang suppressed his nausea and said, "So who are you, and why are you here turning everyone in this city into zombies?" After hearing Qixiang's question, the zombie commander placed his index finger under his chin thoughtfully before replying, I don't know about that. But when I gained consciousness, things were already like this. Who turned this place into such is beyond me, though existence always implies reason, wouldn't you agree?" Qixiang replied while observing the zombie commander's mannerism. "Yes, existence does indeed have its reasons. But has anyone ever told you how disgusting you look doing that gesture?" In an instant, Qixiang plunged the soul devourer blade into the abdomen of the zombie commander and summoned a holy light spear to pierce him through. Qixiang attacked first and summoned two weapons because even though the zombie commander hadn't attacked, Qixiang had already sensed the powerful aura radiating from him, an aura that made Qixiang feel threatened. To counteract this danger, Qixiang had no choice but to act preemptively. Why? Why do you hit me? Why do people like to bully me? Is bullying me that enjoyable? As Qixiang watched, the zombie commander seemed lost in a flood of memories. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst forth from him. Qixiang hurriedly withdrew his two weapons to prepare for retreat, but to his surprise, the weapons wouldn't budge. The zombie commander's eyes had turned completely red, emitting a soft red glow as he fixed Qixiang with his gaze. "You too, do you enjoy bullying the weak?" he asked, and with that, threw a punch. Qixiang flew dozens of meters before landing, rolling a few more times before stopping. The moment he came to rest, he felt a surge of sweetness in his throat, prompting him to spit out blood. His stomach, where the zombie commander's punch had landed, throbbed painfully, leaving Qixiang without the strength to even stand up. "Brother Xiang! Qixiang!" In unison, Taidan, Isu, Brother Bo, and Uncle De cried out, launching various attacks at the zombie commander. Barriers, piercing barriers, ice spears, lightning beads, and light blades striking all at once in a barrage of diverse assaults against the undead lord. The zombie commander endured these attacks as if nothing had happened, standing still while looking at his own right hand and muttering, "Did I hit someone? But this feeling is actually quite good." Then a terrifying aura burst forth from the zombie commander. The heavy killing intent shocked Taidan, Isu, Brother Bo, and Uncle Da. The teeth in the zombie commander's mouth had turned into fangs, and long claws had grown on both of his hands. Looking at Qixiang, the zombie commander licked his lips and said, "Since you like to bully the weak, then die." An overwhelming wave of killing intent rushed toward Qixiang. Instantly, a mist of blood erupted from Qixiang's body, revealing dozens of cuts like slices made by knives on his body, looking incredibly ghastly. The zombie commander took step after step toward Qixiang. Under the zombie commander's oppressive might, Qixiang found even breathing to be difficult. After surviving so long in the apocalypse, it was now that Qixiang truly understood how death approached. In fear, Qixiang closed his eyes, listening to the sound of the zombie commander's footsteps and attacks striking his body. He muttered to himself, "This is Da's cold blade. Yes, this is Brother Bo's piercing barrier. Yes, this is Da's dark moon slash." As Qixiang continued speaking, his eyes became moist. Tears flowed down his cheeks. At this moment, Qixiang wanted nothing more than to fight, to protect his companions, to survive, but his injuries were too severe. All of his internal organs had been damaged, especially his ribs, which were almost completely broken. And each external wound was at least 7 millimeters deep. Such grave injuries couldn't be healed quickly just with Dan power, and now all Qixiang could do was wait for death. An hour ago, Qixiang had been an unstoppable human powerhouse, but now he had become someone whom the zombie commander could easily kill. Experiencing extremes of joy and sorrow within such a short time, Qixiang laughed, not because he was insane, but because he did what he chose to do, and he didn't regret it. "Roar!" The zombie commander suddenly shouted. This seemed like the Grim Reaper telling Qixiang that his life had reached its end. However, if Qixiang accepted his fate so easily, he wouldn't be Qixiang. Suddenly, Qixiang's eyes opened wide as he roared. Blast fire! Purple flames, like a ferocious beast, immediately consumed the zombie commander. This attack was one that Qixiang had unleashed with all his strength. 9/10 of his Dan energy exploded outward. In just 1 second, the zombie commander who had been boasting only moments ago had vanished. No, not vanished. He had transformed into energy entering Qixiang's body. But at this moment, Qixiang's body couldn't withstand anymore. You see, blast fire was a technique that instantly ignited a large amount of Dan energy to trigger swallowing flames. The more Dan energy used, the greater the power of the swallowing flames, but it also caused serious harm to the body. If under normal circumstances, releasing 9/10 of his Dan energy would already severely injure Qixiang, let alone doing so in his current gravely wounded state. Qixiang immediately fell unconscious, covered in blood beads, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It looked incredibly terrifying. Taidan came to Qixiang's side, shaking Qixiang's body and shouting, "Brother Xiang, don't leave me. Brother Xiang, wake up." Suddenly, a barrier pushed Taidan away and was then supported by Brother Bo and Isu. Brother Bo yelled at Taidan, "Do you want Qixiang to die?" Isu added, "Yes, Taidan, we know you're anxious, but so are we. If Qixiang is shaken like this in his severely injured state, you might accidentally kill him." But Taidan, seeing Qi Xiang's uncertain survival status, wasn't hearing any of it, struggling constantly with snot and tears streaming down his face, screaming, "Let me go! I need to save Brother Xiang." Meanwhile, 5 zombies also charged over to help Tai Dan. Seeing those zombies, Brother Bo panicked. With a left-hand strike, he knocked Tai Dan unconscious, and the 5 zombies stood still without control. Brother Bo looked at Qi Xiang and sighed in relief, saying, "That was close." Chapter 59, Return. The Shu's hands quickly ground each pill into powder and sprinkled it onto Qi Xiang's wound. Then he fed another golden pill into Qi Xiang's mouth before wiping the sweat off his head and saying, "It's done." Although the entire process took less than half a minute, the Shu used more than 20 different pills. Not only did he have to judge how to use the pills in such a short time, but also their order of application while administering them. This required a deep understanding of his own pills, yet the Shu still managed to complete the task. Looking at Qi Xiang covered in powdered medicine on the ground, the Shu said to Bo Gu, "Xiao Bo, you use a defensive barrier. Cha Dan and Bingyu, you two keep watch outside." "All right." Saying this, Bo Gu conjured a defensive barrier, then walked inside, reinforcing it continuously with hand seals. Meanwhile, Cha Dan had calmed down, summoning a cold blade, and standing guard outside the barrier, surveying the surroundings. Bingyu also stood atop the barrier, watching vigilantly around. The reason they didn't go to the refugee camp or find a house to wait for Qi Xiang's recovery was because Qi Xiang's injuries were so severe when the Shu first saw him that he couldn't be moved. So, they stayed where they were. As time passed second by second, the Shu kept his eyes fixed on Qi Xiang, afraid of any problem arising. Meanwhile, Bo Gu deployed dozens of defensive barriers around the area, although these barriers were not for defense, but as an alert system. Since Bo Gu is a caster, he always has some connection to the barriers he creates. Therefore, if anything collides with them, he can sense it. Thus, this method of warning proved quite effective. The powder covering Qi Xiang's body was gradually being absorbed, albeit abnormally fast and visible to the naked eye. When the absorption reached a certain point, the Shu could even see Qi Xiang's body emitting white light. This phenomenon was something the Shu had never seen before. He tried all possible means to check Qi Xiang's condition. At this moment, the Shu suddenly realized how weak his abilities were. If he had a single resurrection pill, things would not have been so dangerous now. But currently, all he had were basic healing pills. After Qi Xiang passed out, when his consciousness returned, all he saw was whiteness. "Is this heaven?" was Qi Xiang's first thought upon waking. Staring at the white expanse, Qi Xiang tried to control his hands, but found he couldn't. However, with a single thought, he moved forward. Sensing the surrounding whiteness, Qi Xiang discovered something. That the energy was actually pill energy. Qi Xiang realized his pill energy was permeating his whole body and still absorbing something. Now, Qi Xiang finally understood what was happening. He realized he could suddenly internalize observation within himself. Upon discovering this new ability, Qi Xiang looked inside himself. Although all he could see was just whiteness, Qi Xiang remained curious about this newfound power and wished to uncover the secrets of his body. And since Qi Xiang couldn't undo his state of inner observation, he decided to take advantage of this time to discover more. Time passed bit by bit, and without realizing it, it was already noon. Zombies seemed to sense the presence of living beings here and began gathering towards this place. "Damn it, another enhanced zombie. Fire spiderweb," Cha Dan roared, flinging a web at the approaching zombie with his right hand. He then struck a mutated zombie he was battling. This mutant's ability was hardened skin, countering Cha Dan's attacks, yet he had no choice but to fight this zombie since others could not restrain it. By now, 10 strengthened and mutated zombies had gathered. 2 were held back by Cha Dan's spiderwebs, while the number of regular zombies exceeded hundreds. Cha Dan and his companions lacked the immense offensive power Qi Xiang possessed. Their true strength would reveal itself in the future. For now, their combat abilities were limited due to insufficient attack strength. Huff huff, Cha Dan breathed heavily, looking at the 3 reinforced zombies he had slain and wiping the sweat off his brow. At this point, all the zombies were defeated, and Cha Dan had successfully sealed 1 mutated zombie. The zombie's ability allowed its body to turn into blades, and it was thanks to this addition that their battle progressed a little smoother. Cha Dan glanced back at Qi Xiang, then turned ahead and said, "They're coming." For such a long time, Qi Xiang had always been protecting Cha Dan. It wasn't just now. Even before the apocalypse, from childhood to adulthood, Qi Xiang was like an older brother who constantly protected Cha Dan. Whenever Qi Xiang wasn't around and Cha Dan got bullied, those who bullied him were always soundly beaten by none other than Qi Xiang. For so long, though Cha Dan appeared slow-witted on the surface, deep down, he had always regarded Qi Xiang as his elder brother. "This time, it's my turn to protect you." When Bo Gu and the Shu heard this groan, they simultaneously looked toward Qi Xiang. The white light covering Qi Xiang's body quickly contracted into his body, and his eyes gradually opened. Finally, after being unconscious for several hours, Qi Xiang woke up. Not only had his body recovered, but thanks to the Shu's pills, his abilities had slightly increased as well. The pills the Shu used were not celestial-grade treasures. The most valuable ones weren't much more than herbs like ginseng or lingji mushrooms. However, when these herbs were combined, along with Qi Xiang's absorption ability, unexpected results emerged. Qi Xiang was no over-the-top protagonist from some contrived novel. If given the celestial treasures, he might have burst into flames in mere seconds. Building something great must start from the ground up. Without the proper body to match, taking celestial-grade herbs would merely waste the resources and doom oneself. Instead, Qi Xiang was treated with ordinary medicinal herbs, some as common as chrysanthemums or jasmine flowers that could be used to brew tea. But these simple herbs gathered together worked wonders for Qi Xiang at this point, surpassing even the effects of celestial herbs countless times. After all, one leads to death, while the other brings strength. Who wouldn't prefer the latter? Upon opening his eyes, Qi Xiang seemed to see the dust floating in the air. Lifting his hand and sensing the flow of the air, Qi Xiang knew he had become stronger. This time, however, it wasn't raw power but his senses that had enhanced. Humans have 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. The so-called sixth sense is beyond these 5 senses yet intertwined within them, a perception of the future. Most people's sixth sense tends to warn them of danger. This is why the sixth sense transcends yet remains rooted in the 5 senses. It requires one sense to perceive it, yet it is unrestricted by those senses. Feeling his own wondrous transformation, Qi Xiang lightly swung his fist and felt the air part in response. Such sensation probably went far beyond human limits, revealing how Qi Xiang's potential was being slowly unlocked. The human body is often referred to as a treasure trove because most people exploit only a small fraction of its capabilities. However, humans can't fully unlock their potentials because doing so equals higher energy consumption. For example, if your auditory development reaches 5%, then full utilization would consume 20 times the usual amount of energy. This energy comes from food. Thus, unlocking certain capabilities entirely means increasing intake accordingly. Excessive hunger could either kill or render a person unable to do anything else besides eating. But Qi Xiang was different. His Dantian energy was a mysterious form that sustained him even without food. How long this could last, he didn't know. But what he did know was that this energy wasn't comparable to the calories of ordinary foods. Currently, Qi Xiang had developed his 5 senses to at least 15%, but he didn't feel hungry. Because of the Dantian energy, this was possible. Standing up, Qi Xiang felt the changes within himself. His eyes seemed to see every single detail in the air. His nose detected the scent of the earth. His ears picked up conversations happening kilometers away in the refugee camp. His skin felt the movement of the air, and his tongue almost tasted the air itself. With a flicker of thought, Qi Xiang returned all sensations to normal. Feeling his body's transformations, Qi Xiang marveled at the mysteries it revealed, and looking at his hands, he understood for the first time why the human body was called a treasure trove. Raising his right fist, he shattered the barrier. Calling forth the soul-devouring knife, he closed his eyes, amplifying both his hearing and tactile senses to the max. Qi Xiang wanted to test out his new abilities, to explore a fresh combat method. In the darkness, the sounds in his ears and the flowing air pinpointed the enemy's location. Though newly acquired, Qi Xiang's adaptation skill stood out. Sensing the change, he struck with his left hand, instantly blowing off the head of a zombie that tried to attack him. Next, Qi Xiang kicked with his right leg, attacking the zombies. Gradually, Qi Xiang's movements became as smooth as flowing water, even more effortless than when he had his eyes open. Looking at Qi Xiang's transformation, Cha Dan and the others were all surprised, because although Qi Xiang's actions were awkward at first, they soon grew natural, as if Qi Xiang had originally known the positions of the zombies beforehand, having designed his moves accordingly. And when Qi Xiang executed a spinning kick, Cha Dan and the others were astounded to a degree that words could not describe, because they actually saw Qi Xiang's attack being completed with his eyes closed. The 4 of them looked at each other, unsure what to say, for Qi Xiang's combat style was, in the parlance of a popular saying, simply beyond human limits. Finally, when Qi Xiang's last kick exploded the final zombie, the sun also set below the horizon. Qi Xiang opened his eyes, looking at the ground covered with the zombies he had killed, revealing a trace of danger. Of course, this wasn't due to the thrill of killing zombies, for Qi Xiang wasn't that twisted yet. It was because Qi Xiang knew that his power had increased again. This wasn't something describable merely by attack or defense capabilities. It was a battle style, one possessed only by those with extremely strong senses, especially touch and hearing. Qi Xiang discovered during practice that these 2 senses were far superior to sight. After all, sight has blind spots, but hearing doesn't. Moreover, wherever there is air, the sense of touch can perform its function properly. The soul-devouring knife ignited with raging flames, and after such a long fight, it was time for Qi Xiang to reap the rewards. At this moment, the 4 of Cha Dan witnessed Qi Xiang's combat method once again. Simple, brutal, and effective, though it was only performed on the scattered remains of the zombies across the floor. 5 minutes later, Qi Xiang finally cleaned up all the zombie corpses. It wasn't that consuming the zombies was slow, but rather that they were too spread out. When Qi Xiang cleared them, he realized that he had unintentionally walked several hundred meters, and walking back took quite some of Qi Xiang's time. Furthermore, Qi Xiang did not rush his steps but slowed down intentionally, for he needed time to reflect on his previous battle. True strength isn't just talk. It requires continuous effort and time to become a generation-defining powerhouse. Otherwise, possessing raw physical might would make one nothing more than an unrefined brute. Returning to Cha Dan and the group, Qi Xiang sat down, extending his hand toward the fire, and said, "Sorry, everyone, for making you wait." With that, Qi Xiang grinned foolishly. Cha Dan looked at Qi Xiang, a hint of complicated emotion appearing in his eyes. Qi Xiang felt uneasy under Cha Dan's gaze and teased. "Hey, Cha Dan, you're not falling for me, are you? Though I'm handsome and wealthy, I'm straight, my sexual orientation isn't wrong." Cha Dan slightly shook his head and replied, "No, I just feel like Brother Xiang has returned, still as conceited as ever." You little brat, haha. Speaking, Chi Xiang looked at Cha Dan's tears and wiped them away, saying, Am I not always your brother Xiang? I've always been here. Hey, you two fags, can you stop that? Finally, Bing Yu couldn't bear it any longer and protested, only to lick his lips after glancing at Chi Xiang and Cha Dan and add, Shouldn't you guys take things further already? Bo Gu and Deshu exchanged smiles, perfectly in sync as they said, At the foot of Mount Brokeback, the lilies bloom. Ha! Finally, after reflecting, Chi Xiang realized the issue with his own mentality. Sometimes the human heart works this way. You seek answers but cannot find them, yet when you let go, insight strikes all of a sudden. And now, Chi Xiang had returned. The next day, Chi Xiang stood on the roof, gazing at the sunrise. The dawn lit up Chi Xiang's face, radiating with youthful vitality. Looking into the distance, Chi Xiang knew that a new day had begun. Chapter 60, Taku's Awaken. Gazing into the distance, Chi Xiang jumped directly off the building. After bouncing off the wall a couple of times, Chi Xiang landed on the ground where Bing Yu immediately beckoned him over. Hey, Chi Xiang, come over and eat hot pot. It's delicious. At that moment, Bing Yu seemed like a little girl, arguing with Cha Dan over a fishball. Cha Dan also said, This hot pot base tastes really good. Come eat quickly, or Bing Yu, this starving ghost, will eat it all. Not true, you're eating even more than I am. Chi Xiang smiled faintly, picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the ground. Then, in a flash, the fishball that Bing Yu and Cha Dan had been struggling for disappeared, only to reappear in Chi Xiang's bowl. Hee, I'm not being polite anymore. Saying this, Chi Xiang blew gently on the fishball, which had cooled down from the struggle, then put it in his mouth, chewing twice before saying, It truly is very tasty. Hey, how can you steal my fishball? Bing Yu and Cha Dan said simultaneously. Without even looking at the two, Chi Xiang reached his chopsticks into the hot pot and said, What's the big deal? Anyway, once I snatch it, it belongs to me. Hey, this fishball is mine now too. With that, Chi Xiang grabbed another fishball, uncaring of the heat, and shoved it straight into his mouth. Gu watched the three helplessly and muttered, I really don't understand why they have to do this when there's still plenty left. Deshu laughed and said, This you don't get. Hot pot is all about having fun. Hee, and this fishball belongs to Uncle Da. As he spoke, Deshu also snatched one. Hearing Deshu's words, Gu nodded, muttering to himself, Seems like that's true. He tried to grab some too, but lost interest after just a few attempts. The education he received since childhood made Gu unable to adapt to such dining styles. Since Ji's family ran a major business empire, his education, while not exactly noble, was pretty close. Moreover, he attended an aristocratic school and rarely interacted with commoners. His friendship with Chi Xiang happened by accident. Thus, Gu still could not psychologically accept this style of eating. At the beginning of human life, nature is inherently good, but people's experiences shape them differently. For instance, a beggar may kneel down to save their life, while a noble may choose death over disgrace. The reason lies in the beggar understanding the value of life. Only living means hope, and death means nothing. On the other hand, nobles often don't grasp such things. In their hearts, dignity and face are always paramount. Of course, such noble ideals have almost completely disappeared now. After indulging themselves in drink and food, Cha Dan packed away the hot pot, and the group stood up. Breakfast had lasted until about 10:30 in the morning. Likely, there weren't many people who could remain so leisurely now. The five friends joked and chatted, occasionally fighting zombies. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the wildlife park, or rather, the former wildlife park. The main reason this group remained so relaxed was because of Chi Xiang's change. His influence within this small team was considerable, and previously his actions were always swift and decisive. Tiku's words reminded Chi Xiang of their importance, along with yesterday's realization. Now, Chi Xiang has truly returned. Of course, leisure was one thing, but when action needed to be taken decisively, Chi Xiang spared no effort. Watching the wildlife park overtaken by zombies, Chi Xiang's spiritual force expanded outward. After a long pause, Chi Xiang's lips curled into a faint smile as he murmured to himself, It's here indeed. Then, he shouted, Attack! Various forms of attacks surged into the park. At this point, Bo Ji's piercing barrier displayed its real power. Though Bo Gu was already strong, previous opponents were far too powerful for him to breach their defenses. But these animal zombies seemed trivial to Bo Gu now. Combined with Bo Ji's spirit scanning capabilities targeting weaker defenses, his zombie kills actually started rivaling those of Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang continued to fight using his old methods, a fiery dragon formed from the combination of the soul-devouring blade and the swallowing whirlwind. Although inefficient against powerful enemies, this move worked wonders against waves of cannon fodder. Not only did it clear obstacles effectively, but it also enhanced Chi Xiang's own abilities, a win-win situation. On the way, Cha Dan sealed a reasonably strong zombie, an altered snake zombie, but saw the words promotable written on its head. After consulting Chi Xiang, Cha Dan wasted no time sealing the snake zombie, wasting one of their limited slots. Only after sealing it did Cha Dan realize the magnitude of his mistake. The snake was not a snake, but rather a dragon-like creature. Yes, this is a dragon-like creature, one could say it's a legendary being. However, due to its weak power and lack of fighting spirit, even after being captured here, it lived freely without much concern. Were it not for this disaster, this dragon-like creature would probably never have left until death. Although the dragon-like creature had a high rank, its strength was not great and it lacked ambition for battles, so it obeyed by Hu, the white tiger. If it desired strength, it wasn't comparable to Baihu. After all, one is a tiger and the other is a dragon. One exists in reality while the other lives in legend. Of course, these things Cha Dan and his companions wouldn't know. Cha Dan only knew he had obtained a treasure, and he was now thinking how to make it advance in level. On the way, Qi Xiang couldn't help but feel that this Baihu was too lazy, sitting inside waiting for enemies to come close while not caring about the deaths of its subordinates. It was just like a tyrant. What Qi Xiang didn't know was that Baihu was naturally proud and wouldn't be influenced by trivial matters, and also possessed some inherent laziness. Most importantly, Qi Xiang and his team hadn't attacked Baihu's core, the powerful zombies such as the gorilla zombies and tiger zombies that attacked them before. For Baihu, these cannon fodder weren't a big loss. After all, most of them were human-turned zombies. Qi Xiang's group encountered almost no resistance on their journey because Tiku had told him earlier that the powerful animal zombies had limited ranges of movement and mostly stayed within their respective zones. If everything went according to plan, bypassing these areas would lead directly to the main threat, and this allowed Qi Xiang to reach this spot peacefully. Looking at the rockery ahead, Qi Xiang could sense the aura emitted by Baihu beyond it, and gave a faint smile. This Qi Xiang was no longer the Qi Xiang who had just entered the city. Qi Xiang showed Cha Dan his level, which had reached 32, thanks to the continuous consumption of cannon fodder and powerful zombies over the past days. Of course, strength is relative, but with a significant enhancement in the 5 senses, Qi Xiang's chances of victory improved once again. Looking at the rockery, Qi Xiang did not roar loudly. After all, roaring was either used when having overwhelmingly superior strength or by fools. Roaring may indeed elevate one's battle awareness through an increase in momentum, but it would also alert the target. They were sneaking up on Baihu, so they couldn't let Baihu detect their presence. Although Qi Xiang wasn't sure whether Baihu had already sensed their arrival yet. Qi Xiang made a preparatory gesture, then placed his right fist against the rockery, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then, with a powerful punch, the entire rockery shattered instantly. Begin the battle. Qi Xiang roared, but instead of rushing out, he waited for the ranged attacks to strike first. Baihu may be lazy, but that doesn't mean he isn't highly vigilant. On the contrary, Baihu has a strong vigilance surpassing that of normal zombies. Although he didn't sense Qi Xiang's group arriving, in the instant the rockery collapsed, Baihu immediately leapt into action, turning around and opening its mouth, unleashing a ball of light straight toward Qi Xiang. However, before Baihu's attack reached Qi Xiang, Baihu was surrounded by attackers. Piercing barrier, ice spike rush, frost blade slash, dark moon slash, soul devouring slash. In a moment, all ranged skills burst forth, targeting Baihu. After casting soul devouring slash, Qi Xiang moved to the right to avoid Baihu's attack rather than face it directly. Then, Qi Xiang saw Baihu's body explode as if hit by fireworks, though these fireworks had terrifying power. Spiderweb. After the attack ended, Cha Dan promptly cast a spiderweb spell. Subsequently, both Qi Xiang and Cha Dan quickly regrouped, preparing to fully surround Baihu. Bah! You despicable humans, you will all die. Baihu roared angrily. His voice itself formed an attack, knocking Qi Xiang off his feet, then tore apart the webbing covering his body and charged at Qi Xiang, using a headbutt. Struck by Baihu, Qi Xiang flew back rapidly, spitting blood, while Cha Dan was swept aside by Baihu's tail and fell down nearby. In truth, Baihu's strength ranked among the top 3 zombies in V City, reaching as high as level 37. The reason Tiku said Baihu was the only zombie they could stand against was because there was a member in their group whose abilities perfectly countered Baihu. But without such a counter in Qi Xiang's group, Baihu's strength far exceeded theirs. Tiger's heavenly roar. Bellowing fiercely, Baihu's voice was immensely powerful, attacking not only their hearing but also physically assaulting Qi Xiang's team. Qi Xiang had lowered his hearing to the minimum since the start of the attack, yet even so, his ears still throbbed painfully. This clearly showed how powerful Baihu's attack was. Ice Yu and Bo Ji's ears were bleeding now. Their eardrums had been damaged. Qi Xiang gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, glaring at Baihu as he let out a roar and hurled the Holy Light Spear. Qi Xiang's all-out strike, coupled with the Holy Light Spear's attribute of light, compelled Baihu to take it seriously. Although Baihu's name sounds pure and might not suggest darkness, remember that Baihu is a zombie. And what do zombies fear most if not light? Baihu closed his tiger jaws, narrowing his eyes at the Holy Light Spear. Then a ferocious tiger roar burst forth, vanishing immediately from his original position because a deep pit now lay where he had been standing just moments before. This opening Qi Xiang certainly wouldn't miss, unleashing the soul-devouring blade combined with a swallowing gale directly at Baihu. In one explosive leap, Qi Xiang charged right in front of Baihu, using an uppercut to send him flying into the air. Then Qi Xiang jumped up, reaching above Baihu, delivering a kick that sent Baihu crashing back down to the ground. Upon landing, Qi Xiang remained utterly cautious because Baihu's momentum hadn't diminished one bit. Without hesitation, Qi Xiang struck with the soul-devouring blade, aiming straight for Baihu's head. A protective roar erupted as Baihu grabbed the blade with both claws, stopping it dead in its tracks. And the corrosive flames on the soul-devouring blade seemed useless against Baihu's fur. Looking at Baihu's pelt, Qi Xiang realized this fur could resist fire. His corrosive flames were ineffective. Kicking out with his right leg, Baihu countered with his hind claw. The two of them stood locked in stalemate. Baihu saw that his roars weren't affecting Qi Xiang much, and maintaining such a pose left him unable to muster energy for another roar. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang was faring worse off. Though able to hold this stance, Xiang couldn't expect Qidan or others to help since they hadn't recovered yet. Deshu had already passed out due to insufficient mental strength. Still, Deshu's hearing was fine. He hadn't gone through any enhancements, but was a battle veteran whose exposure to artillery blasts dwarfed this noise, leaving his ears unscathed while the concussion wave caused him to faint. Xiang knew he couldn't tangle like this with Baihu any longer. Otherwise, if reinforcements came, things would go south. Baihu thought the same way. In fact, both Xiang and Baihu fell into a misunderstanding. Xiang knew Baihu was the lord of these zombies, but didn't realize Baihu needed his tiger roar to command them, and currently, Baihu can't produce that sound, meaning no summoning his subordinates. And Baihu overestimated Xiang's companions, mistaking their power for greater than it actually was. As the two stepped back with newfound resolve, readying themselves to launch fresh attacks, Xiang's body emitted a yellow glow while a voice resonated within him. "Master, allow me to fight." That voice belonged to Tax, Xiang's mount. Without hesitation, Xiang immediately summoned Tax using the summoning spell. By now, Tax had completed the absorption process, and his fur turned an earthy yellow color. He appeared more robust overall. Xiang sensed that Tax was no longer just a physically strong yak, but had become an elemental creature capable of wielding earth magic, a true magical beast. Even Tax didn't know. His mother was an ordinary yak, but his father was actually the earth-splitting Yellow Ox King. After absorbing such vast amounts of energy, Tax's lineage awakened. Seeing Tax, Xiang quickly asked, "Tax, how is your evolution? What about Desika?" Turning back toward Xiang, Tax offered a kind smile and said, "Master needn't worry. My evolution is going well. I feel some latent energy awakening within me, making me feel incredibly powerful. I only just awakened and instantly felt master in combat, so here I am. Desika has excellent bloodline, but his awakening may take some time. Not too long, though. Please rest assured, Master." Xiang nodded and responded, "We'll discuss details later. This opponent isn't easy to handle." As he spoke, Xiang pointed at Baihu. Chapter 61, Sealing the White Tiger. "Moo." Tax mooed and said, "Master, let me give it a try. I just want to test how strong I am now." Xiang looked at Tax. He also wanted to see how strong Tax was now, so he nodded and said, "All right. If there's any problem, I will intervene." Then Tax mooed and charged towards the white tiger. However, this Tax was no longer the same as before. Now, Tax could summon the earth element, and when combined with his almost freakish body, they were simply a perfect match. Tax roared, and the dust on the ground immediately stirred and rushed towards the white tiger like a sandstorm, obscuring its vision in the wind and sand. Then, the white tiger screamed as it was lifted off the ground by Tax's horn, being hurled directly into the sky. If it were an ordinary creature, this one blow would likely send it to the afterlife. But that's just an ordinary creature. Clearly, this white tiger was not an ordinary creature. Even though being rammed by Tax surely wouldn't feel good, it could still endure it. After being thrown up, the white tiger roared in anger as its back began to tear apart, revealing a pair of snow-white wings. Xiang looked at the white tiger and doubted for a moment if it was of the holy attribute. However, Xiang merely watched, and then continued using his elixir power to heal the others. "You inferior creature, how dare you challenge the authority of my king? Then I'll show you the strength of a monarch." As it spoke, the color of the Wang, king, character on the white tiger's head became unusually deep. After growing these wings, the white tiger's aura also significantly strengthened. "You're too hasty to declare the outcome of this battle. Rock explosion." With a shake of his head, Tax unleashed a stone sphere at least 5 meters in diameter toward the white tiger. "Humph, such petty rocks dare to show weakness before me?" The white tiger flapped its wings, and wind blades shot out from them, slicing through Tax's rock. However, Tax's rock wasn't an ordinary rock. It was formed by Tax controlling the earth element. And the feature of this rock was that it could not be destroyed. The white tiger proudly observed the rock it had cut in two, but suddenly its pupils contracted sharply because it saw the rock healing itself together. This phenomenon was completely beyond the white tiger's comprehension. A sense of terror emerged within the white tiger, because how many can truly face the unknown without fear? A newborn child may fear nothing, but this fearlessness isn't courage, it's ignorance. Because even a very young child, if burned once, would know not to touch fire again. Now, the white tiger thought along these lines. He believed that all the unknown carried danger. At least, everything unknown he had encountered before was dangerous. The wind blades repeatedly sliced the stone ball, yet the ball didn't follow the white tiger's wishes to fall shattered to the ground. Instead, it kept healing and rushing toward the white tiger. No matter how the white tiger tried to evade, it couldn't escape the pursuit of the stone ball. At this point, the white tiger was extremely frightened. Facing the stone ball, the white tiger wanted to dodge, but found no way to do so. This sense of helplessness made the white tiger feel as if it were choking, even though it didn't need to breathe. In fact, the indestructibility of Tax's stone ball was not absolute, but relative. What Tax called indestructible was simply gathering a certain amount of earth energy, forming it into a ball for attack, and controlling it to heal even if it was smashed to pieces. To completely destroy the stone ball, one would have to utterly eliminate the earth elements that constituted it. For the white tiger, this was extremely difficult. Since the wind blade didn't work, the white tiger changed tactics and used Tiger Roar. Yet this method was also ineffective because, although Tiger Roar could shatter the stone ball into powder, it couldn't destroy the essence of the ball, the earth element. Xiang walked over to Tax and patted him on the back, saying, "The flaw in your move is quite obvious. If someone attacked you directly, the technique might be broken. All right, Use your earth attribute to surround the white tiger. I want this mount. By this time, everyone who had been injured had already recovered. Although Bo Gu and Bing Yu's ears were a bit tricky, Qi Xiang had repaired them using elixir force, with the aid of Uncle Da's medicine, ensuring no side effects remained. When Qi Xiang realized he had reached level 32, he habitually glanced at the yellow book. Sure enough, something new had appeared. However, this novelty wasn't about martial arts, but rather about beast taming. Qi Xiang's limit for mounts had increased to 2. This adjustment was to keep up with his enhanced strength. After all, as one's power increases, the first mount they capture should be a growth-type mount to match the master's strength. Hence, every time the user reaches a certain level of power in the mount taming art, the limit for the number of mounts increases. The white tiger's strength made Qi Xiang envious, and that was why he decided to seal it. Tax glanced at Qi Xiang, nodded, and then the stone sphere immediately dispersed, reverting back to its original form, earth element. And just when the white tiger thought the attack was over and prepared to counterattack, it suddenly found itself being confined by something. It looked down only to discover its body had been enveloped by rocks, and it had actually ended up inside that stone sphere. The white tiger instantly felt defeated. Encountering such an opponent, the white tiger knew it had met its match. But this didn't mean the white tiger would give up. It kept struggling and roaring furiously. Surrounding zombies started converging toward them. These weren't just tiger or gorilla zombies that Qi Xiang had encountered a few days ago. There were many other animal zombies emanating powerful auras. Qi Xiang felt the danger these zombies posed, and without hesitation, he dashed forward with all his might, landing on the stone sphere. Qi Xiang began sealing the mount. He moved his right hand to the side of his mouth, letting his thumb be grazed by his teeth, which drew a drop of blood. Without pausing, Qi Xiang dotted the blood on the white tiger's head and exclaimed, I, Qi Xiang, shall now sign a contract with you. From this moment on, we are partners, bond. As he spoke, his blood seeped into the white tiger's forehead, forming a purple hexagram. This hexagram rapidly contracted while the white tiger continuously struggled. Nevertheless, the sealing art still dominated. After all, how could Qi Xiang's mental power be compared with that of a zombie white tiger, despite this white tiger zombie having no small amount of intelligence? Now, sealing the white tiger was merely a matter of time. However, Qi Xiang could not leave because the sealing technique was based on his mental power. If distracted, the entire process would fail. Tax couldn't leave either since if he wasn't restricting the white tiger, any counterattack from the white tiger would have been impossible for Qi Xiang to withstand. By this point, Che Dan and the others had already engaged with these elite zombies. Of course, elite wasn't their title but referred to their status within this park. Che Dan teamed up with 6 zombies to form a defensive line that held all the zombies outside the line. The dragon-like zombie hadn't yet gained enough power to participate in the battle, so Che Dan didn't risk deploying it prematurely. A great potential shouldn't be squandered in a single skirmish. Meanwhile, Bing Yu and Bo Gu helped Che Dan and his zombies out of trouble, dealing finishing blows where necessary. Whenever a zombie tried to land a sneak attack, they'd retaliate. Finally, Qi Xiang completed the sealing. Tax unraveled the stone sphere, allowing Qi Xiang and the white tiger to descend to the ground. The white tiger glared at Qi Xiang and roared, "Human, I will tear you apart." Then, the white tiger attempted to attack Qi Xiang, but discovered it could no longer move. Qi Xiang smirked slightly and said, "Now, send your minions back." The white tiger intended to call it nonsense, but inexplicably let out a roar, the exact command signaling retreat for its subordinates. Zombies aren't human. They don't question whether their leader's commands are right or wrong. They simply obey. Qi Xiang smiled at the perplexed white tiger and said, "Now, you're my mount. My sealing technique allows you control over your own body and me control over yours. So which do you choose? Blink your left eye if you wish to control yourself. Blink your right eye if you wish me to control you." Of course, you understand what blinking your left eye represents. The white tiger hesitated for a while and finally blinked its left eye. Qi Xiang's smile widened into a broad grin. Good, good, good. If that's the case, then you will be my aide. The white tiger sensed that it truly could move again, turning to look at Qi Xiang and asked, "So, what about my subordinates?" Qi Xiang surveyed this former wild animal zoo, imagining its former prosperity, saying, "Here, let it stay as is, life and death left to fate. Perhaps soon someone even stronger than you will rise here to lead." The white tiger nodded silently, but agreed internally with Qi Xiang's words. Even though it was a zombie, a higher-level zombie possessed its own thoughts, and clearly, the white tiger belonged to the category of advanced zombies. Satisfied, Qi Xiang gazed at his new mount, leaped lightly onto the white tiger's back, and patted it appreciatively, saying, very comfortable." However, this action startled the white tiger, who struggled briefly, disgruntledly asking, "What are you doing?" Qi Xiang chuckled and said, "What? You are my mount. Don't I have the right to ride you?" The white tiger huffed and said, "I'm not that jiao cheap, sensitive. It's just unpleasant being ridden by a human." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Seems like you've had some bad experiences. Maybe you were a circus performer or one of those zoo animals whose teeth and claws were removed so people could ride and take photos with you. But your luck wasn't too bad. You ended up here eventually." Hearing Qi Xiang's words, the white tiger shivered and cautiously asked, "Is that true?" Qi Xiang sighed helplessly and said, "I hope these things didn't happen to you. Honestly, humans have done a lot of wrong things." After saying this, Qi Xiang spurred the white tiger toward Che Dan and the others. Che Dan's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing the white tiger, especially its pair of wings on its back, which made it appear even more majestic and powerful. Previously, Che Dan had also planned to seal the white tiger but was beaten to it by Qi Xiang. Nevertheless, Che Dan wasn't bothered as Qi Xiang's possession was effectively his own. If Che Dan asked, Qi Xiang wouldn't deny him the chance to ride it. Bingyu also adored the white tiger. However, in her eyes, it wasn't just majestic and imposing but noble, its white fur along with its wings radiating an almost sacred aura, making even Qi Xiang, its master, curious about whether the white tiger was truly a zombie. Che Dan and Bingyu each touched the white tiger affectionately, their praises flowing continuously, while Qi Xiang jumped off the white tiger to discuss with Bo Gu and Shu whether they should head to that ranch next. Although Qi Xiang had improved overall and now possessed the white tiger as a fierce ally, he was still unsure whether he could defeat the zombie at the ranch because Taeku had particularly emphasized how dangerous that farm was. While sealing the white tiger and commanding the other zombie beasts wasn't too difficult, the zombies at the ranch were not only individually very powerful, but also commanded over 10,000 cattle and sheep, plus zombie Tibetan mastiffs, and some exceptionally strong zombie cows. Even Taeku mentioned that unless there was something extremely important, he would avoid going there his entire life. Still, Qi Xiang was interested in exploring the ranch, especially with the aim of having Che Dan seal the zombies there. Therefore, he was discussing with Bo Gu and Shu whether they should go. At this moment, the white tiger was being lavishly praised by Che Dan and Bingyu, and happily agreed when Che Dan asked for a ride. However, the white tiger quickly regretted its decision since it was still strongly against being ridden by others. As soon as Che Dan climbed on, the white tiger roared, stood up on all fours, and fortunately Qi Xiang reacted early and used the permission from the sealing technique to control the white tiger. Otherwise, Che Dan might have been injured. Qi Xiang walked over, looking at both the white tiger and Che Dan who were standing there like two mischievous children, heads bowed, awkwardly unable to meet his gaze, but unwilling to leave either, awaiting Qi Xiang's punishment. Qi Xiang exhaled audibly, giving Che Dan a big flick on the forehead, and said, "Hey, Che Dan, that's enough. The white tiger had it tough before, so better not ride it. And you, white tiger, you knew your flaw but still agreed carelessly. Ugh, I can't handle either of you." Ultimately, Qi Xiang decided not to punish the white tiger, as this wasn't a major issue and the white tiger bore little responsibility. Plus, considering the white tiger's likely tragic past, Qi Xiang couldn't bring himself to inflict any harm. Che Dan rubbed his head, sticking out his tongue, and said, "Won't do it again next time." The white tiger mimicked Che Dan's gesture, rubbing its head and sticking out its tongue as well, also saying, "Won't do it again next time." Qi Xiang watched this amusing interaction between man and tiger, unable to suppress a chuckle. At this moment, where was the previous regal air of the white tiger? Now, it seemed entirely like a cute large white cat. Qi Xiang glanced at Bingyu and laughed. "You've seen this, Bingyu, don't get curious, alright?" Saying this, he nodded at Bingyu and then went back to continue discussing with Bo Gu and Shu. Though Che Dan and Bingyu understood that the white tiger couldn't be ridden anymore, they were still full of questions for their new friend. Poor Tax stood there alone, quietly enduring the feeling of being ignored. Chapter 62, Advancing to the Ranch. Finally, after continuously weighing the pros and cons, Qi Xiang and his two companions reached a consensus. They would go. After all, Qi Xiang had always advocated taking risks for great rewards, and Bo Gu and Shu had consistently seen this approach paying off. Otherwise, the idea of taking risks for great rewards would just be empty words. After all, the risk they were talking about now was whether they could survive or not. Of course, this couldn't entirely be considered as risky either, as Qi Xiang and the others hadn't yet encountered the mutated zombies at the ranch. Therefore, they didn't know how powerful those zombies were. Moreover, everyone acknowledged Baihu's strength. His tiger roar was no less impressive than Qi Xiang's swallowing cyclone. After making the decision, Qi Xiang announced it, and everyone immediately prepared to set out. Due to Baihu's special factor, only Qi Xiang could ride on him, while Che Dan and the others unfortunately had to sit on Toxi. Or rather, it was Toxi who bore the burden of carrying everyone. Qi Xiang teased Che Dan upon seeing their gloomy faces. "Hey, Che Dan, why didn't you catch him out? Who's to blame for this?" Ha ha. With the help of mounts, the group advanced swiftly. A journey that originally took 2 hours on foot was shortened to 1 hour. This was still because Qi Xiang and the others deliberately controlled their speed. As Qi Xiang observed the impending arrival at the ranch, he spoke to Baihu. "Baihu, let's fly up there and take a look. Oh, do you know any information about this ranch?" Baihu rolled his eyes at Qi Xiang and said, "How would I know? I don't associate with them." Then Baihu flapped his wings high into the sky. Of course, since Qi Xiang was riding on Baihu, he couldn't see Baihu's eye rolls at him. In the air, Qi Xiang observed the ranch and could only sigh in amazement. The densely packed herds of zombie cows and zombie sheep appeared terrifying. Surrounding these zombies was a warehouse where Qi Xiang detected 7 powerfully capable beings, including the fused zombie. However, if this were to make Qi Xiang retreat, it would never happen. He summoned the Soul Devourer knife while looking down at the zombies below and shouted, "Kill." Subsequently, Che Dan and the others leapt off their cattle and unleashed their attacks. Toxi also didn't show any weakness, activating his rock shield and charging headlong, crashing his way to create a path. Qi Xiang and Baihu were even more remarkable. Baihu flew to a densely packed area of zombies, releasing Qi Xiang before joining the massacre himself. Thanks to Qi Xiang's mental focus, he wouldn't mistakenly harm Toxi. Even though Baihu couldn't sense the presence of allies, that didn't mean he was killing alongside Qi Xiang. Baihu simply went to the opposite side to kill. At this moment, Toxi's true strength was finally revealed. Previously, Toxie was merely a strong-bodied yak whose attack methods were limited to headbutts and stomps. But now, with earth element control, Toxie's stomping created fissures on the ground, sending countless enemies into the chasm. Still, Toxie did not use this technique, knowing that his master needed to absorb these zombies to strengthen his own abilities. Yet, even without the fissure-making ability, Toxie's offensive methods remained formidable. Each time Toxie stomped, pebbles rose from the ground. Although Toxie's mental power wasn't strong, he could still manipulate these stones to launch indiscriminate attacks. Since the height of these zombies was consistent, the level of indiscriminate attacks targeted their heads. Blood splattered everywhere as zombie heads exploded, leading them to collapse one after another. The leader here wouldn't be lazy like Bai Hu, waiting until the enemies reached its doorstep before taking action. Although by this point, Qi Xiang and his companions had already effectively reached its front door. A powerful aura emanated from the warehouse, intimidating every individual and zombie present, creating a large open space in front of the warehouse entrance. Qi Xiang furrowed his brow, butchering the zombies around him while keeping an eye on the situation. Inside the warehouse, 7 figures rushed out. Even with Qi Xiang's sharp eyesight, it took effort to clearly identify them: a Tibetan Mastiff zombie, a sheep zombie, a cow zombie, 3 fork-wielding ranch workers who looked like zombies, and lastly, the boss here, the fused zombie. Looking at the fused zombie, Qi Xiang confirmed what Tiku had described. It had a Tibetan Mastiff's head, claws, a cow's body, sheep fur, and cow horns. Though it looked like a hodgepodge of features, everything was strangely well suited together. Since the body of a cow was the most sturdy, and the head and claws of a Tibetan Mastiff along with the horns of a cow were the 3 strongest attacking parts among these 3 animals. Meanwhile, the body of the cow provided the highest defense. As for the sheep's fur, even Qi Xiang couldn't figure out its specifics just by looking. Perhaps he would only understand it after personally fighting against it. On Shaidan's side, they had already engaged in combat with those few zombies who went out first. Toxie erected an earth wall that isolated both sides. Although such an earth wall meant little to powerful individuals, it was sufficient to block off these zombies. In no time, all the zombies focused their attention on Qi Xiang, Bai Hu, and Toxie. On the other side of the earth wall, Shaidan leveraged the advantage of his summoning beasts and battled 6 zombies. Bo Gu and Bing Yu kept finishing them off as they fought. However, this battle seemed somewhat odd because the enemies were too strong. A single Tibetan Mastiff zombie could handle the flame zombie and the water-spraying zombie. The sheep zombie and the dairy cow zombie were manageable, but the poison needle zombie and the enhancement zombie could take care of themselves too. But the 3 ranch worker zombies were not so easy to deal with. It wasn't because they used martial arts, but rather, the pitchforks in their hands were not ordinary objects, at least, not now. When they thrust toward Shaidan, he could even feel a gust of wind. Furthermore, Bo Ji's cold blade failed to cut through the forks. Ordinary zombies were rapidly decreasing in numbers. Even though there were fewer attacks from Shaidan's team, neither Qi Xiang nor Bai Hu and Toxie showed any sign of slowing down, since their skills allowed them to attack multiple foes at once. Therefore, the massacre speed didn't decrease much. The fused zombie observed everything. Then he made his move. The fused zombie's first target was not Qi Xiang, but Toxie. This might have been because of the bull factor within him, wanting to compare strength with Toxie. Even though Toxie appeared to be fully focused on killing the zombies, he had always been observing the movements of the fused zombie. Once the fused zombie attacked, Toxie immediately turned around and rushed toward him. Head-on-head collision, the most adept form of attack for bulls. Toxie clashed heads with the fused zombie, and incredibly, neither of them gained the upper hand. However, Qi Xiang found this strange. If you look closely, it was like a horned Tibetan Mastiff colliding with a bull. Accepting something with such a wide range of characteristics wouldn't come easily. Qi Xiang's lips twitched slightly, and then Qi Xiang moved because he knew Toxie was no match for the fused zombie. Even if the fused zombie kept colliding with Toxie, it wouldn't work because of the obvious difference in power levels. Therefore, Qi Xiang had to act. With a dog bark, the fused zombie shoved Toxie away and extended a claw towards Qi Xiang. This strike made Toxie realize just how large the gap was between himself and the fused zombie. The previous collisions had made Toxie think he could match or even defeat the fused zombie. But now it was clear that the fused zombie had merely been hiding his true power. Though Toxie wasn't entirely powerless against the fused zombie, he certainly wasn't the opponent's match. Meanwhile, the formidable aura emanating from Qi Xiang made the fused zombie become truly serious. The Soul Devourer knife clashed with the Tibetan Mastiff's claws, and they remained locked in stalemate, their potent powers causing surrounding zombies to instinctively avoid this area. The Soul Devourer knife burned with purple flames, yet the Tibetan Mastiff's claws were unaffected by the flames. At this moment, Qi Xiang understood the purpose of the sheep's fur. It was fireproof, but more than that, Qi Xiang was sure it also prevented water and electricity damage. He hadn't hit the sheep's fur directly, so he couldn't confirm whether it could enhance defense. Nevertheless, being fireproof alone made it better than cowhide. While Qi Xiang fought against the fused zombie, Toxie and Bai Hu quickly harvested the lives of the normal zombies. Now, the regular zombies were reduced to only 1/3 of their original number. If they continued at this pace, they'd finish within half a minute, since overwhelming strength combined with area of effect skills rendered foot soldier tactics useless. As for Shaidan's group, they were still battling the few remaining zombies. By this point, the enhancement zombie was dead, allowing Shaidan to clarify an important issue. Before, Qi Xiang had asked him what would happen if one of his sealed creatures died. Now, Shaidan had his answer. When a sealed creature disappeared, its place became empty. Thus, Che-Dan now had only 6 sealed creatures left since the enhancement zombie no longer counted. Hence, Che-Dan could seal 2 zombies now. Upon receiving this news, Che-Dan's mood oscillated between good and bad, as he still hadn't figured out how to acquire skill points. In other words, until he discovered how to gain skill points, and actually acquired some, Che-Dan's maximum capacity for seals was 8. Every time he wanted to seal a powerful enemy, and his sealing quota was full, Che-Dan would be forced to choose between sacrificing one of his existing seals or not sealing at all. Although Che-Dan's current sealed creatures were mostly zombies, they were still his things. Since childhood, Che-Dan had a habit. Apart from his parents and Chi-Xiang, absolutely no one else could touch his things. Moreover, he would only give gifts on birthdays or Christmas, otherwise, he would feel strange. This was just Che-Dan's small quirk. Looking at the corpse of the mutated zombie, Che-Dan ignited with energy. A web of spider silk was released, followed by Bo Ji's cold blade casting a freezing ray to immobilize a ranch owner zombie. The flame zombie and water-spraying zombie tangled with the Tibetan Mastiff zombie, while the blade zombie grappled with the dairy cow zombie, and the poison needle zombie engaged the sheep zombie. Meanwhile, the others concentrated their fire on the remaining ranch owner zombie. The others here didn't just refer to Che-Dan's summoned beasts, though only the electric point zombie remained among them to participate in combat. Remember that Bingyu and Bo Gu were also present. Combined, the 3 of them and the zombie worked together to annihilate a powerful zombie without much difficulty. Understanding these zombies now was simply a matter of time unless special circumstances arose, like if Chi-Xiang were defeated. However, it was impossible for Chi-Xiang to lose, as this mixed zombie, despite being strong, was not as formidable as the ruling zombie. The reason ruling zombies are called ruling zombies is that their levels were at least 40. This mixed zombie was only level 35. With a 3-level gap, Chi-Xiang's skills and weapons surpassed those of the mixed zombie, so overcoming this difference was effortless. Through successive battles, Chi-Xiang's advantages became even more pronounced. Still, sometimes holding back some cards is good. Indeed, the mixed zombie did. Chi-Xiang had previously wondered what the use of the sheep fur was. Although he'd guessed it might enhance defense or provide fire resistance, he hadn't guessed everything. After all, this was the dominant entity in the area. Being just slightly higher in rank wouldn't suffice. Even though the ranch lacked the powerful animal zombies found in wildlife zoos or the many mutant and enhanced zombies from the city, it still had over 10,000 zombies and 6 capable existences. To dominate here with only such strength would be far from enough. In fact, even Tiku didn't know that originally there had been no ruler here, only 9 relatively strong zombies. But now this mixed zombie had emerged, and the reason lay in that wool. As Chi-Xiang watched the wool emit light, he thought it was some form of attack and retreated immediately. He saw countless normal zombies walking toward the mixed zombie. Even though they were all ordinary zombies, the mixed zombie's strength kept increasing. Chi-Xiang could sense that this increase in the mixed zombie's power would only last for a short period, but he didn't know whether the absorbed zombies inside the mixed zombie could ever be expelled. If they couldn't, then the mixed zombie might have some concerns since swallowing all its subordinates would mean it couldn't use this ability again when facing future enemies. On the other hand, if they could be expelled, it would be a disastrous situation. Chi-Xiang reflected on this because he noticed that once zombies reached a certain level of power, they developed their own capacity to think. Nevertheless, each zombie's thinking abilities differed in strength, and their thoughts would always be influenced, at least partially, by the situations they experienced in life. For example, that ruling zombie seemed to have been a frail individual who was bullied by others in life, which explained the grievance it emitted before, by whose influence, however, was minimal. It merely resisted being ridden, and other aspects remained to be discovered. However, Chi-Xiang could clearly see by whose distinction, not in power, but in intelligence. Living beings are defined by wisdom, and by who possessed a commendable IQ. Therefore, even though Chi-Xiang had sealed by who, various conjectures about by who persisted within him. Despite by who being under Chi-Xiang's control, Chi-Xiang didn't fully understand him, completely comprehending by who would bring benefits to Chi-Xiang in every possible way. After all, keeping an unknown creature beside oneself was akin to harboring a time bomb. However, maintaining a well-known steed was nothing less than adding wings to a tiger. Chapter 63, Hybrid Zombie, Part 1. Black light radiated from the wool of the hybrid zombie, and those beams of light were like countless arms grabbing surrounding zombies preparing to escape. Now, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, the zombies were all being absorbed into the body of the hybrid zombie. Sensing the explosive growth and power of the hybrid zombie, Chi-Xiang switched his soul-devouring blade for a holy light spear, because he knew that today's confrontation wouldn't end peacefully. The white tiger looked at the zombies being grabbed by the hybrid zombie, swiping with its claws and breaking apart a black claw aimed at it, then quickly flying to Chi-Xiang's side. Glancing at the hybrid zombie, it said, "Hey, what do we do now?" Chi-Xiang lifted the holy light spear and said, "What else can we do? Eat it cold." As he spoke, Chi-Xiang applied force with his right hand, and the holy light spear was immediately thrown out. This strike, with its throwing strength and contained energy, was extremely powerful. The spear tip pierced through the air, and the entire spear directly embedded itself into the body of the hybrid zombie. Instantly, the holy attribute inside the hybrid zombie clashed with the dark attribute generated within the zombie race for reasons inherent to that species. And the hybrid zombie had become the battleground of these two energies. Though most zombies cannot feel pain, both the white tiger and this hybrid zombie could. Chi-Xiang even suspected that these weren't the kind of zombies humans recognized, but rather a new breed. After ravaging the insides of the hybrid zombie for several seconds, the holy light spear was expelled with a movement from the hybrid zombie's body, which continued devouring surrounding zombies. Qi caught the holy light spear and summoned the soul-devouring blade after putting the spear away. Looking at the hybrid zombie, Qi no longer harbored any intention of sealing it off. After all, if this kind of zombie reached an area without other zombies, its combat ability would not be very strong. So, Qi only had one thought in mind now, killing it. Staring at the hybrid zombie, Qi seemed to be looking at a highly potent elixir. Killing it would grant him abundant abilities. Licking his lips, Qi shouted, "Go!" The soul-devouring blade, tiger claw, and bullhorn struck the hybrid zombie. Even though the hybrid zombie was still devouring other zombies, no protective barrier appeared around its body, as often seen in novels when antagonists or protagonists enhance themselves. Of course, it was also possible that the hybrid zombie was not high enough in rank. The 3 strikes landed on the hybrid zombie, instantly causing many zombies to be ejected from the hybrid zombie's body. But the next second, they were sucked back in again. Then, Qi and his companions attacked again, but were blocked by 3 zombies controlled by the hybrid zombie. 3 large black hands grasped 3 zombies. These 3 zombies had exceptionally strong defenses that Qi and his companions could not break through. Clearly, these weren't ordinary zombies, but ones reinforced with energy, whose reinforcement attribute was defense. With each slash of his blade, Qi only managed to cut into the body of the zombie slightly, and the speed of corrosion from the flames slowed significantly. Quickly altering his strategy, Qi stopped attacking the zombies used for defense by the hybrid zombie and instead focused on attacking its defensive blind spots. As for Tax, he was more bizarre. His ability dealt with rocks. Rock spikes were child's play for him. In such circumstances, despite being originally the weakest among them, Tax became the highest output damage dealer. The number of surrounding zombies was decreasing, and beads of sweat began forming on Qi forehead, not because he was tired, but because the strength of the hybrid zombie was increasing, emanating an increasingly terrifying aura. Although it couldn't rival the leader zombie, it was stronger than the white tiger. Although this powerful combat ability was temporary, remember that this temporarily refers to the time of fighting against Qi and his companions. With each slash, the zombies controlled by the hybrid zombie blocking Qi became more broken. A smile flickered across Qi's face. Devouring Cyclone. The devouring cyclone shot out from the soul-devouring blade, like a fire dragon enveloping the zombie under control of the hybrid zombie. While the devouring cyclone could not swallow up this zombie in a short time, it could still attack the hybrid zombie directly. After all, the hybrid zombie's attribute enhancement was balanced, so while all stats weren't low, they still lagged behind the specifically defense-enhanced zombie controlled by the hybrid zombie. Previously, Qi hadn't used this move because the zombie's body could completely withstand Qi's devouring cyclone. Using the wide-area devouring cyclone not only might injure the white tiger and Tax, but it would also consume too much pill force, making it unprofitable. But things were different now. The devouring cyclone reached the hybrid zombie, and instantly its aura became unstable. After all, inside was where the core of the hybrid zombie lay, while the outside, although seemingly unchanged, was made up entirely of condensed zombies. While invisible to the eye, Qi could clearly feel each zombie dissolving into energy that flowed into his body through the devouring cyclone. Sensing something amiss, the hybrid zombie caused 2 more zombies to emerge from its body. However, these zombies were not reinforced for defense, but for offense. Although the hybrid zombie did not generate barriers like characters in novels during the use of abilities, it still had its own means of defense and attack by controlling zombies. The 2 zombies roared and swung their claws as they charged at Qi. In just 2 strokes, Qi severed their heads. But these zombies managed to strike his soul-devouring blade. Do not underestimate this blow. It came from zombies fully enhanced for attack, and the level of ferocity was astonishing. The spot on the soul-devouring blade where the zombies had struck now showed an indentation. However, this dent was quickly repaired using the energy gained from devouring the 2 zombies. This time, Qi also felt a difference. Not only did his arm go numb from the attack, but the energy absorbed by the soul-devouring blade was shared equally with him after swallowing wind elements under normal circumstances. Usually, the blade would not bother dividing its share of ordinary energies. However, this time the soul-devouring blade directly intercepted all the energy to repair its damaged surface. Qi knew exactly what his weapon was doing with the energy, and this revelation made Qi realize that the soul-devouring blade placed significant emphasis on repairing its own damage. If the blade sustained any harm, any energy obtained from devouring objects would be immediately used to restore the blade until fully repaired. While Qi was distracted by the zombie's attack, the hybrid zombie had already replaced one of the defending zombies. Though it may have low intelligence, it wasn't stupid enough to not know what should or shouldn't be done. Qi looked at the newly emerged zombie and bellowed, his left hand glowing with golden light as the holy light spear appeared. Using both the spear in his left hand and the soul-devouring blade in his right, Qi attacked fiercely, as if he wanted to rip this zombie limb from limb. Meanwhile, Tack's group was almost finished fighting, except the Tibetan Mastiff zombie unleashed a bloodlust skill similar to Bloodthirsty Howl, drastically increasing all its attributes, which is why it took them so long. Otherwise, they would have already been there helping Qi encircle and assault the hybrid zombie. But war leaves no room for ifs and should-haves. Opportunities are always grabbed by the smart and powerful. If you can't seize the moment, then it's truly lost forever. Why are opportunities in war seized by clever minds and strong warriors? Clever individuals discover the most suitable chances for themselves and act decisively, but they don't fight for opportunities unsuited to their strength, for such efforts lead only to death. On the other hand, the powerful see an opportunity and pounce without hesitation because their strength makes them impossible to outmatch. Qi Xiang could find opportunities but belonged to the middle ground, those who could spot them yet lacked the strength to grasp them. Now, his chance was gone, leaving behind a looming fierce battle ahead. All surrounding zombies, except those engaging with Tak's team and the Tibetan Mastiff, had already been swallowed by the hybrid zombie. Strangely, its body showed no visible change, yet the oppressive aura emanating from it proved that the consumed zombies had become part of its power. Seeing the hybrid zombie finish devouring, Qi Xiang didn't hesitate. Retreating immediately, he informed Baihu and Tax telepathically through spiritual force. Qi Xiang, Baihu, and Tax formed a triangular formation, trapping the hybrid zombie in place. The three emitted a tremendous aura, counteracting the overwhelming pressure exuded by the hybrid zombie, whose might instilled fear even in Qi Xiang. When an opponent's momentum grows too potent without suppression, it becomes extremely disadvantageous during combat. Qi Xiang's group and the hybrid zombie exhibited perfect mutual restraint. None made the first move, but instead observed each other for vulnerabilities. Of course, this was merely Qi Xiang's conjecture since he had no idea what the hybrid zombie was thinking. Three black figures darted out of the hybrid zombie's body, rushing straight toward Qi Xiang's group. Since Qi Xiang had been focusing intently on the hybrid zombie and had maximized his five senses, he sensed the movement in the air the instant these creatures appeared. Thus, Qi Xiang reacted the fastest, slicing a zombie with his blade. Immediately thereafter, however, he retreated rapidly, warning Baihu and Tax telepathically to flee quickly, because they weren't zombies, they were bombs. As soon as the zombie was slashed by Qi Xiang, it immediately emitted a white light and exploded with a boom, the explosive force directly triggering two other nearby zombies to explode. However, thanks to Qi Xiang's warning, Baihu had already escaped to a safe range. Although Tax wasn't quick enough to escape due to speed issues, he managed to use rock armor for protection and therefore suffered no damage. The mastermind behind all this, the hybrid zombie, was even more monstrous, using zombies to form a protective shield that blocked all the explosion forces. This couldn't help but remind Qi Xiang of an Indian sci-fi drama, a scene from Enthiran, where something similar happened. Shaking his head to refocus, Qi Xiang looked at the hybrid zombie, gaining some understanding of its abilities. It devoured large quantities of zombies to absorb their powers, then consolidated the energy into just a few zombies, which it used to launch attacks. Although this method was effective, it also had flaws. The energy supply would eventually run out. If it were one-on-one or even two-on-one, the hybrid zombie held an absolute advantage. However, facing Qi Xiang's group of three, along with their imminent reinforcements after defeating the Tibetan Mastiff zombie, the hybrid zombie was now in real trouble. One by one, powerful zombies under the hybrid zombie's control emerged from its body, and its method of control was quite simple, using black energy to puppeteer these zombies like dolls. So far, there had been only 4 kinds of zombies emerging from the hybrid zombie: highly defensive, extremely offensive, extremely fast, and the explosive zombies, though the latter had only appeared once, probably because the hybrid zombie realized that the explosive zombies had little effect on Qi Xiang's group. Qi Xiang received special attention from the hybrid zombie. 2 defensive zombies, for speed zombies, and 6 attack zombies surrounded him, making up a total of 12. Just the sheer number made Qi Xiang want to swear, though considering the non-human composition of the hybrid zombie, cursing at his mother figure felt unsuitable, so Qi Xiang suppressed the impulse. Baihu faced 3 zombies, roaring fiercely and slashing them with claws. Not only could these zombies not injure Baihu, but they were completely disoriented by Baihu's assault. As for Tax, he didn't need to fight personally. With his entire body covered in thick rock, he summoned stone golems to battle the zombies. Although the stone golems couldn't withstand one hit from either the attacking zombies or the speed zombies, creating them consumed very little energy, and even a newly awakened element controller like Tax could summon 100 golems instantly. Combined with the ground's earth hands and spikes, the zombies fighting Tax were in the most dire situation. They faced an opponent that they couldn't harm, yet still possessed significant offensive capabilities, causing these 3 zombies great distress since they couldn't talk, only letting out owls. Even though the hybrid zombie was powerful right now, controlling 18 zombies was already its limit. Although these 18 zombies were strong, the hybrid zombie could no longer participate directly in the fight. With sword strikes and spear thrusts, Qi Xiang erupted again, attacking rapidly, not only keeping the 12 surrounding zombies at bay, but also injuring the weakest defenses among the attack zombies and speed zombies. Of course, because of their enhanced speed or attack, the defense of speed zombies and attack zombies was abysmal, not only for Qi Xiang's side, but Baihu's side also saw the attack zombies and speed zombies getting injured. On Tax's side, one speed zombie was outright killed. The battle continued, escalating moment by moment, while in the distance, another group approached. If Qi Xiang's group had seen them, they would certainly have recognized them. They were none other than Tiku's team. However, even if Qi Xiang had seen them, he wouldn't be able to guess their purpose, much less now when he was fully focused on combating the hybrid zombie. Meanwhile, although Chitin's group was on the periphery, they were engaged in a fierce battle against the Tibetan Mastiff zombie. In the distance, Tiku's group was swiftly closing in. Chapter 64, Hybrid Zombie Middle. Break it open for me. Finally, After Tuodin's efforts and others, the Tibetan Mastiff zombie, outnumbered, had its head cut off by Qixiang and fell motionless on the ground. After resolving the Tibetan Mastiff zombie issue, Tuodin hurriedly cast a dark moon slash, collapsing the earthen wall and charging forward. The hybrid zombie sensed Tuodin's entry and made a move that puzzled Qixiang. It retracted all the zombies back into its own body. Qixiang and his companions watched the rapidly retreating zombie with great bewilderment. Even though Tuodin and the others had arrived, the hybrid zombie should still be controlling these zombies for battle. Was it going to fight personally? The zombies that were just battling Qixiang and his group were dragged into the hybrid zombie's body, as if mud sinking into the sea, and disappeared. Of course, this analogy wasn't quite apt, because although the hybrid zombie had gathered much zombie energy now, it was still not comparable to an ocean. After reclaiming all the zombies, the hybrid zombie emitted black light all over its body. From its back, a pair of bat-like wings grew. The hybrid zombie's body stood up, its hind legs resembling standing horse legs. The forepaws had turned into real claws, sharp talons about a meter long. The change was smallest in the hybrid zombie's head. It remained a dog head, just changing from a Tibetan Mastiff to a wolf dog, and the horns on its head had disappeared. The hybrid zombie's body was covered with scales. Of course, Qixiang and his group first saw the black light, then witnessed the continuous transformations, growths, and when the black light faded, they saw all of this. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from the hybrid zombie, Qixiang reaffirmed that this strength would only last temporarily, since that aura was very unstable. Qixiang had two options. One was to wait until the hybrid zombie's power dissipated before killing him, or kill him right away. For others, which choice to make might be difficult to say, but for Qixiang, he would definitely choose the latter because fighting was a form of training, a point that Qixiang deeply understood. Kill! Qixiang shouted loudly, leading everyone into an assault. In an instant, various skills erupted. Their coordinated teamwork was almost unparalleled. Even Bitiger and Takus used their experience to time their attacks perfectly. Perfect coordination enhances the overall strength of the battle. And at this moment, the explosion of Vuchip, cooperation, among Qixiang and his entire group greatly increased their strength. However, immense power wasn't Qixiang's monopoly. The hybrid zombie didn't absorb just one or two zombies, but thousands. If there were just thousands of zombies, Qixiang wouldn't have thought twice about anything. He could easily wipe them all out with a simple swallowing whirlwind. But when all that energy converged, it was no longer just a case of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. It was more like 1 + 1 is equal to 10. Yes, the hybrid zombie focused all the energy into a force absolutely exceeding the strength of these thousands of zombies, and at least tenfold. At this moment, Tikuo and others had also stopped from afar, observing this battle through binoculars. Tikuo, please avenge me. Xiaowang's wounds were not yet fully healed, but upon hearing that Tikuo and the others wanted to observe the battle of Qixiang and his group, he immediately insisted on coming along. Tikuo couldn't refuse him and agreed to bring him along, under the condition that he wouldn't act impulsively and create trouble for Qixiang. But Qixiang had already become something of an enemy in Xiaowang's eyes, and how could Xiaowang not feel anger seeing his nemesis again? Tikuo scolded, "Shut up. Have you seen the strength of Qixiang's group? You can tell from the traces left behind in the city center and the wildlife park. The places were devoid of any zombie remains, yet clearly signs of combat were evident. Moreover, the wildlife park itself wasn't damaged, just some cannon fodder died. Although I did give them instructions on entering the park and the route, could you possibly accomplish the same feat? And Bitiger is right there beside them. Though we do have someone who can balance against Bitiger, that doesn't mean we can defeat him. Do you think those who can kill leading zombies and tame Bitiger are weak? Furthermore, haven't you seen that there are so many mutated zombies over there? Could you take down even one of them? For the sake of your life, don't ever mention revenge again." Tikuo rebuked Xiaowang. How could he fail to understand Xiaowang's feelings? His friend was beaten, and he was also aggrieved. But the strength displayed by Qixiang and his companions was something Tikuo could not ignore. Actually, Tikuo was being paranoid. Because Tikuo hadn't witnessed the actual combat situation and only checked out of curiosity how Qixiang and his group were faring, Tikuo investigated the area where the leading zombies had been and discovered that only some mutated zombies and regular zombies remained, but signs of the battle were quite obvious. Tikuo instantly felt uneasy and quickly dispatched people to search for the location of the leading zombie. The result was naturally none. Following this, Tikuo urgently led his people to the wildlife park. Seeing the loss of control over the White Tiger King, Tikuo was filled with fear, but he still didn't dare to believe it without seeing it himself. Thus, he came to the ranch, and the sight of the battle left him and his subordinates in awe. Although the hybrid zombie had many cannon fodder, that did not mean Tikuo hadn't tried challenging it. Only those who truly faced the hybrid zombie could know how powerful it was. Now, all Tikuo had was the certainty that running was his only option, showing just how formidable Qixiang's group must have been. Even though Qixiang's side had more people, every single person among Tikuo's team understood, if they lacked strength, they would only end up as cannon fodder. However, no one on Qixiang's side seemed to be mere cannon fodder, which caused Tikuo and his group to feel the pressure of their abilities. Tikuo had one thought. This can only be dealt with kindly. Qixiang and his companions had no idea Tikuo was observing them from a distance, but at this moment, losing the fight would mean death. So there was no room for carelessness. Various attacks rained down on the hybrid zombie. Because of the lack of confidence, the only ones currently engaging the hybrid zombie directly were Qixiang and Takus. The others had switched to long-range modes, bombarding with artillery fire. But after entering its current state, the hybrid zombie had undergone a surge in power, whether defense or attack. Both had increased significantly. Since the hybrid zombie hadn't moved yet, Qi and his group did not know what kind of speed the hybrid zombie possessed. Qi deflected one of the hybrid zombie's attacks, instantly feeling excruciating pain in his wrist and spitting out blood. Though the soul bite blade remained undamaged, such an intense counter-vibration made Qi reluctant to take another hit. With enhanced senses, Qi closed his eyes and began dodging using his unique combat style. Without a doubt, this method of evasion was far better than relying on eyesight. As for Taku's, instead of dodging, he summoned a stone shield above his head. This stone shield stayed some distance away from Taku's, so he wasn't worried about the recoil force. Furthermore, the shield's strength could withstand the hybrid zombie's attack. Every time the stone shield shattered, Taku's quickly repaired it, ensuring his defense held firm. Qi current performance was unlike that of a warrior. Rather, he resembled an assassin, except he lacked invisibility. Yet with heightened five senses, Qi could not only nimbly evade the hybrid zombie's attacks, but also occasionally land strikes with the soul bite blade whenever an opportunity arose. The taste was anything but pleasant. The hybrid zombie may not have been smart, but it certainly wasn't foolish. It was not like the villains in novels or game bosses, blindly attacking the nearest target. The hybrid zombie realized that neither this human nor the bull close to it could be defeated easily, and staying here would work against it. So the hybrid zombie shifted its focus to Zhidan's side, the ranged attack group. Aoarg. Roaring, the hybrid zombie charged toward Zhidan and the rest. In its memory, all ranged attackers were weak in defense. But Qi and Taku's stepping away from the range of the distant army indicated there were individuals within the ranged unit capable of holding their ground against the hybrid zombie. A previously inactive blade zombie swiftly arrived in front of the hybrid zombie and blocked it, followed by Zhidan and Baihu rushing forward as well. At this point, the ranged units could no longer attack straight due to the hybrid zombie being surrounded by Zhidan, Baihu, and the arriving Qi and Taku's. Even so, indirect attacks remained possible. The lightning zombie directly triggered lightning to fall, while Bo Gu used piercing barriers, striking the hybrid zombie's rear. Roaring angrily, the hybrid zombie lashed out, fully unleashing its own strength to 200%. Now, the hybrid zombie harbored only one thought: survival. From death to rebirth. Even though the hybrid zombie's intelligence was low and its thinking capacity was weak, its understanding of life and death ran deep. Especially since its three previous forms were livestock from the ranch. Apart from the Tibetan Mastiff, sheep and cattle ultimately all faced death, making them deeply understand the complexities of life and death. They feared it but weren't afraid, and they didn't want it either. A complicated mindset. Not just the hybrid zombie felt this way. The thousands of zombies it had devoured shared the same sentiments. Most of these swallowed zombies were cows and sheep, creatures who were no strangers to slaughter scenes. Their feelings aligned with the hybrid zombies. Even without thought or wisdom, these things were embedded deep in their bones, intrinsic to their nature. Aoarg. Driven by a strong will to survive, the hybrid zombie exploded with power, its overwhelming aura bursting forth. This time, the hybrid zombie's aura even rivaled that of the leader zombie, terrifying even Tikuo and his crew as they distinctly felt its ominous force. Qi noticed something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Fall back, concentrate. Why? Why do humans deprive us of our lives? We are also life. You humans are also life. What gives you humans the right?" The hybrid zombie roared, scenes from its past flashing before its eyes. Memories of fellow creatures being slaughtered filled the hybrid zombie's mind, turning its eyes red as it glared at Qi and his group, reaching the peak of fury. Qi and his companions had adopted a triangular formation, something they had discussed beforehand. This was to prepare in case the zombies on this ranch were as powerful as the leader zombie, and now this hybrid zombie indeed proved just as strong. Thus, Qi's team employed this formation. The triangular formation didn't have much technical complexity. Simply put, those with higher defense were positioned on the outside. Taku's, with the strongest defense, stood at the apex of the triangle, bearing the brunt of the attacks. The others were shielded within, with those weaker in defense standing further inside. This formation wasn't an offensive one, but rather a defensive array. Of course, if the personnel were adjusted, placing the strongest combatants on the outside and the weaker ones inside, it could transform into a breakout formation. So while it was still a triangular formation, it was quite flexible. If only there were enough people, Qi's team could have easily formed a circular formation, creating a circle of protection for both offense and retreat. The hybrid zombie lifted its right hand, a beam of green light shooting out from it. This beam consisted of zombies, though these zombies weren't like ordinary ones that appeared dried and yellow but were green instead, albeit still emaciated. These zombies were no longer zombies in the traditional sense, but forms condensed from energy. In fact, they were energy themselves, and this beam was a ray of energy. Moo! Taku's roared as a stone shield instantly appeared in front of him. Earth walls emerged around the group, protecting them all. On the outermost layer was Bo Ge's protective barrier. A sound like shattering glass echoed as the first line of defense was breached, followed by the entire earthen wall collapsing. The second defense also shattered. Finally, the hybrid zombie's attack reached the stone shield in front of Taku's. Taku's continuously repaired and strengthened the stone shield, but the hybrid zombie's attack exceeded his expectations, and the stone shield couldn't withstand such force, set to break in mere seconds. After 3 seconds, the stone shield exploded entirely, sending Taku's flying backward as he was hit directly by the beam. Ah hey! Chi-Xiang quickly raised the soul bite blade to meet the attack, flames of the devouring fire igniting upon it. Behind Chi-Xiang, everyone channeled their own abilities into him, amplifying the power of the devouring fire from its regular form into an enhanced version. Ordinarily, Chi-Xiang would not be able to withstand this strike from the hybrid zombie, likely being thrown back within 5 seconds, just like Taku's. However, the devouring flames played a crucial role at this moment. The flames rapidly devoured the energy. But Chi-Xiang received none of this energy since the soul bite blade itself was being damaged by the hybrid zombie's beam. Were it not for the simultaneous absorption of energy repairing the soul bite blade, it would have surely broken by now. After all, although it was considered a high-quality weapon, even approaching top tier, it hadn't advanced in rank yet. Its level equaled approximately 30-something, unable to resist the full-strength blow of a level 40 enemy. From afar, Tikuo watched the battle and questioned whether he himself could withstand this attack from the hybrid zombie. His answer was surprisingly no. Yes, even from such a distance, Tikuo could feel the immense power generated by the energy in that fight. Without Chi-Xiang's devouring fire, Chi-Xiang's group facing the full strength of a level 40 zombie would result in certain death. Now, however, there existed a chance for reversal. Chapter 65 Hybrid Zombie, Part 2. Gradually, the energy emitted by the hybrid zombie became weaker and weaker, and so did the flame on Chi-Xiang's sword. Although the hybrid zombie's attack was blocked, most of it was consumed by the devouring fire. The remaining energy still made Chi-Xiang uncomfortable. Finally, the hybrid zombie's attack ended, and Chi-Xiang could no longer hold on. He knelt down, using the soul-devouring knife to support his body to keep from falling. After spitting out some blood, Chi-Xiang felt a little better and quickly commanded, "Hurry up and attack. Don't just stand there." At that moment, various attacks bombarded the hybrid zombie, while the hybrid zombie began forming its next attack. Chi-Xiang scolded Shu for retreating, treating his wounds with medicinal pills. Ayo. The hybrid zombie flapped its wings and flew into the sky, green beams shooting from its hands, attacking everyone. Roar! The white tiger roared angrily, spread its wings, and soared high into the air, engaging in combat with the hybrid zombie and restraining it. As for those who were attacked by the hybrid zombie, they immediately neutralized the light beams and continued attacking the hybrid zombie. Chidan could not yet see the enemy's health bar, but there was a game ability user on Tiku's side who possessed such a skill. Since the beginning, Tiku had let this person closely monitor the hybrid zombie's health bar. This was already the third time this person reported to Tiku. The hybrid zombie's health had been reduced to 30% and was still dropping. Tiku wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief, relieved that he had not previously clashed with Chi-Xiang. If Tiku could survive in the apocalypse, it meant he could clearly recognize danger and assess his own strength. On the contrary, Xiao Wang, before the apocalypse appeared, had possessed supernatural abilities. Moreover, on the second day of the apocalypse, he encountered another ability user. At that time, zombies were all very basic, not even enhanced ones had appeared. Later, Xiao Wang joined Tiku's organization, and things went smoothly for him, leading to his current arrogance and conceit. Even after learning that Chi-Xiang and his team could battle the hybrid zombie, Xiao Wang was still thinking about how to take revenge. Big brother Tiku, now that guy named Chi-Xiang is injured. Let's send an assassin to kill only him. This was the 5th time Xiao Wang had mentioned taking revenge to Tiku. Tiku glanced at Xiao Wang and sighed, saying, "Xiao Wang, I know you want revenge, but revenge also requires strength. A gentleman can wait 10 years to seek revenge. When you surpass them, then you can get your revenge. Right now, alas, not just you. Even if we all fought together, we wouldn't be sure to win. Do you want us all to fight because of you?" Xiao Wang huffed and said nothing more. Tiku murmured to himself, when will this cycle of hatred end? Meanwhile, Chidan and his team were focusing their attacks on the hybrid zombie. Although the hybrid zombie possessed an incredibly powerful enhancement technique, it wasn't fundamental to the hybrid zombie. This kind of power either wasn't significantly strong or required a huge cost. The hybrid zombie's enhancement belonged to the first category. Though the hybrid zombie's strength was comparable to a level 40 leader zombie, the hybrid zombie couldn't defeat the leader zombie. The reason was that while the hybrid zombie had power, it lacked effective means to use that power. It was like an illiterate person holding a martial arts manual, having the potential to become a great master, but being unable to achieve it due to illiteracy. Worse, they might sell the book cheaply because they didn't understand it. And that was exactly the situation with the hybrid zombie. Its enhancement could only be used for energy beams and physical reinforcement, not for stronger attacks. Finally, under everyone's coordinated attacks, the hybrid zombie roared in anger and collapsed, all its vigor disappearing. All that remained was a corpse filled with vast energy. Chi-Xiang coughed twice, stood up from the ground, and patted Chidan's shoulders satisfactorily. Although Chi-Xiang hadn't explicitly told Chidan not to seal away this hybrid zombie, Chidan could tell that the hybrid zombie's strength was not enough to warrant the effort. In Chi-Xiang's view, this was a sign of progress. Actually, Chi-Xiang had misunderstood. After Chidan knew that the space left by the death of a sealed beast would become available again for resealing, the limitation on the number of sealed beasts decreased for him. After all, now, even Chi-Xiang's sealed creatures included zombie dragons, and Chidan wouldn't feel any regret if any other sealed creature besides the dragon-like one perished. Chidan originally intended to seal the hybrid zombie, but just as Chidan was contemplating this, the hybrid zombie was bombarded and killed by everyone else, forcing Chidan to abandon the thought. Chi Xiang instructed Che Dan to bring over the corpses of the Tibetan Mastiff zombie and other zombies, while he himself began devouring the hybrid zombie's corpse. This time, Chi Xiang didn't use the soul-devouring knife for devouring. Although the soul-devouring knife had a much faster consumption speed and was now broken and in need of repair, one mustn't forget that if it encountered good energy, the knife would intercept it. The hybrid zombie's energy was absolutely unusual. Chi Xiang guessed that by absorbing this energy, he could enhance his devouring fire's ability to consume. Moreover, consuming the energy of one hybrid zombie could at least raise Chi Xiang's level by 1 or 2. Chi Xiang felt happy that the soul-devouring knife could improve itself, but also worried, as an overpowered weapon might change hands. Such a thing would never happen with Chi Xiang. As for repairing the soul-devouring knife, the energy from the Tibetan Mastiff zombie and the others would be sufficient. The devouring fire blazed on Chi Xiang's hands as it consumed the body of the hybrid zombie, converting it into energy that flowed into his body. By the time Chi Xiang finished consuming the entire hybrid zombie, 4 hours had passed. This was still under accelerated conditions, showing just how rich in energy the hybrid zombie was. After devouring the hybrid zombie, Chi Xiang could distinctly feel that his devouring fire had become stronger, significantly enhancing his ability to consume. Next, Chi Xiang quickly used the soul-devouring knife to consume the remaining zombies, glancing at the 4 people playing cards. Chi Dan. Tax was now resting nearby after being fed pills by Shu. Chi Xiang smiled, walked over, and patted Tax on the shoulder, saying, "Old Tax, you've worked hard. You should go back to the other world to rest." Tax opened his eyes, looked at Chi Xiang, shook his head, and said, "I, Tax, am not so fragile. It's not yet my time to rest." Chi Xiang nodded, not insisting that Tax go back. Instead, he stood up and said, "All right then, we'll go by your decision." Chi Xiang was very clear about Tax's condition. If Tax insisted on pushing himself despite being tired, Chi Xiang would without hesitation send him back to the other world. However, now, although Tax was injured, after taking Shu's pills and recovering for more than 4 hours, his body had already recovered to a great extent. Even if he stayed in the other world, he'd fully recover after a day's rest. That's why Chi Xiang agreed for Tax to continue staying outside. Although Chi Xiang hadn't been to the other world, he could imagine that having only 1 or 2 companions in a space, no matter how beautiful the scenery, wouldn't compare to being out here. At this moment, Chi Dan laughed. "Ha, you lost. I don't have to buy you anything." Chi Xiang smiled faintly, knowing that Bing Yue and the others must have played poker with Chi Dan again, likely betting his coins. In the distance, Tiku couldn't remain calm after seeing Chi Xiang devour the hybrid zombie. Such a method of improvement was beyond the reach of ordinary people. He immediately led everyone back. Tiku realized that although strong trees provide good shade, a moving tree provides no shade and could even cost lives. Not all strong ones can be relied upon. Furthermore, since Tiku hadn't figured out Chi Xiang's temperament, and considering Xiao Wang's earlier incident, Tiku became even more uncertain of Chi Xiang's stance towards them. Under Tiku's urging, Xiao Wang took a step backward, glancing behind frequently, vowing silently to take revenge someday. A seed of hatred had quietly taken root in Xiao Wang's heart. Chi Xiang stared at the map, contemplating which city they should head to next. Time passed slowly, eventually leading to nightfall. During this period, Chi Xiang and the team didn't go anywhere, choosing instead to rest on the spot. Tax and Baihu were chatting, the 4 playing cards, and even the sealed zombies were let out for fresh air by Chi Dan. Of course, Chi Dan wouldn't allow them to attack. They were just being given some breathing space. Chi Xiang found a patch of grass, lay down, and did not intentionally control his 5 senses, allowing himself to be immersed in the aroma of the earth. The gentle breeze brushed against his body as he gazed at the stars and moon in the sky. Everything was so peaceful. Unknowingly, Chi Xiang closed his eyes, sleeping soundly like a child, not thinking about anything else. On the morning of the next day, Chi Xiang got up from the ground, stretched lazily, yawned, stood up to stretch his body. Looking at the still sleeping group of Chi Dan, he quietly approached, not disturbing Tax who was still sleeping. He touched Baihu's head and said, "No one kept you company all night, huh?" Baihu being a zombie didn't need to sleep, hence Chi Xiang's question. Baihu smiled and replied, "It's been months now, and I've adapted. Actually, I pity those low-level zombies. They lack intelligence and can only act based on instinct. Honestly, I'm sorry for these lesser zombies." Chi Xiang stood up, yawned, and said, "All right, it's not their fault. Don't overthink it. I'll go make them something to eat." He then took food, a lighter, firewood, and cooking utensils from his otherworldly space and started cooking. The only one without an otherworldly space now was Bo Gu. Although Bo Gu knew his barrier could create such a space, he was still figuring it out and had yet to solve the problem. Currently, everyone except Bo Gu had stored plenty of food and cookware in their otherworldly spaces. Chi Xiang only needed some ready-to-eat foods, noodles, and salt because that was already the limit of his cooking skills. After boiling water in the pot, he chopped some pickled beef and added it to the pot with the noodles. Then he opened a package of pig's trotter and tossed it to Baihu. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Chi Xiang suddenly felt that living like this might actually be pretty good, even though it was quite luxurious. Once the noodles were cooked, Chi Xiang served 5 bowls and woke up the 4 people to eat. During the meal, Chi Dan teased, "Who would have thought Brother Xiang's cooking is still so delicious? Though he's far worse than Uncle Da, it deserves praise. Keep working on it." This comment immediately drew laughter from everyone and a stern glare from Chi Xiang. Of course, Chi Xiang wasn't really mad. After dinner, Chi Dan put away the zombies, and the four of them sat on Tax while Chi Xiang remained on Baihu. After a day of getting used to it, Baihu had adapted to being ridden by Chi Xiang. However, if someone else tried to ride him, there would still be major problems. Looking at Tax walking alongside Baihu, Chi Xiang said sheepishly, "Sorry, Tax, for making you carry so many people. Once Desika wakes up, we'll let him help share the load." Tax laughed heartily and replied, "Hey, no problem. My body is strong, and as a strength-type magical beast, carrying weight benefits me. If Desika wants to take over, I won't be happy about it, haha." Thus, they continued moving, stopping occasionally, playing around, and killing zombies when necessary. They were rather leisurely. However, probably only Chi Xiang and his group could afford such leisure during the apocalypse. Now all the people across the globe had gathered, and refugee camps had appeared in various cities. All survivors lived in the refugee camp belonging to their city. Although several cities had been completely overrun by zombies, more cities had managed to keep their populations alive. In a southern country, Harry attacked quickly. A white man holding a Vulcan cannon kept attacking the mutated zombies in front of him while calling out to his companion behind to attack. Phew. The white man felt a sharp pain in his back as a hand pierced through his body. Nowadays, humans had stronger vitality. The white man did not die immediately but struggled to turn around and look at the attacker. When he saw that the attacker was Harry, his comrade who had turned into a zombie, the white man roared in despair and slumped forward. Then his head lifted again, but he was no longer human. He was now a zombie. Scenes like this occurred daily around the world. An increasing number of survivors were becoming psychics, and those who had awakened before the apocalypse had become strong ones now. The map of the world was quietly changing, but the surviving humans didn't know any of this. They were simply fighting for their lives. Chi Xiang, look at this flower. Isn't it beautiful? Bingyue held a red flower she had just picked, showing it to Chi Xiang. At this time, Chi Xiang and the others were eating lunch, and Bingyue had taken the chance during lunch to pick this flower. Chi Xiang nodded, then took the flower from Bingyue and placed it on his own head, looking into her eyes and saying, "Do you think this looks like putting a fresh flower on cow dung?" His funny expression made everyone laugh heartily. Chi Xiang had fully returned, his mindset reverting to its most primitive state. Yet, his power was continuously growing stronger. After all, people aren't necessarily stronger when they are colder. Chapter 66, Wooling City. Ahead, more than a dozen people were walking towards Chi Xiang. Out of friendliness, Chi Xiang greeted them. "Hey, friends over there, where are you from?" Those people glanced up at Chi Xiang. The leader looked at his white tiger and, ignoring Chi Xiang's question, asked, "Where did you get that white tiger?" Chi Xiang patted the white tiger's head and laughed. "Ah, him? I captured him as my mount in V City." The man suddenly roared furiously. "You thief! Not only did you kill our vice president, but you also stole his mount. Now you deny it? Brothers, attack." Saying this, the man summoned a spear and lunged at Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang saw that the opponent had made the first move and said, "There might be a misunderstanding. The aim should be to subdue, not harm anyone." Saying this, Chi Xiang still rushed forward, and the Shurhun blade appeared in his hand. With one block, he deflected the man's attack and said, "Hey, how unreasonable can you be? My tamed mount is now yours vice president's mount. You attack me too, what logic is that?" The man coldly snorted and said, "Our vice president was killed by an abnormal individual with a purple greatsword. Don't lie. Give back the life of our vice president." Feshin joined the fight too. He trapped one person with a spider web and froze another with a streak of blue light. He then summoned zombies to battle with them. Taxis controlled rocks and used the method he once employed against the White Tiger. White Tiger and Bo Good did not join the fight because they thought Chi Xiang and the other two would be enough. Chi Xiang grabbed the spear in the man's hands. His right hand activated Swallowing Flame, which directly consumed the middle section of the spear. Then Chi Xiang kicked the man down. At this moment, the man's companions had all been subdued by Feshin and Taxis. Chi Xiang sheathed his Shurhun blade and looked at the man. "I'm curious, since you have a vice president, doesn't that mean you should have a guild?" The man snorted coldly. "We're offended by your evil blade and your companion who controls zombies. You're clearly no good. All people should rise up against you." Chi Xiang couldn't help but laugh, thinking that wherever he went, he had helped people rid themselves of their strongest enemies, whether in Y City or V City. But this man still accused Chi Xiang and his group of being bad guys. It was rather comical. Chi Xiang turned around and asked Feshin and the others, "Have you ever heard of Werewolf Guild?" In perfect harmony, Feshin shook his head. Chi Xiang turned back to the man and shrugged. "Young man, we are not living in the information explosion era. Your guild doesn't hold water here. Now, apologize and everything is settled. However, if you insist on dying rather than surrendering, well, believe me, we know methods to make you regret living." The man snorted again. "Do you think I am someone who intimidates with force? I can lead a team, and I have my own skills. I can tell you're strong, but not as strong as I am." As he spoke, the man clenched his right fist and punched toward Chi Xiang. A crackling sound followed as the man's right fist was caught and broken. While digging his nose casually, Chi Xiang remarked, "Your strength is really strong, huh?" He deliberately emphasized the word strong. The man and his companions were stunned. The man possessed the ability to enhance his strength, making it 20 times stronger than a normal person's. Yet he was easily subdued by Chi Xiang and even had his hand broken. They couldn't imagine just how much strength Chi Xiang possessed. Chi Xiang leaned his face close to the man's and said, "I suggest you apologize before I change my mind. Otherwise, you won't need a body to recover." The man was confused and asked what might be the stupidest question he'd ever asked in his life. If you don't need a body to recover, will you let me go? Xiong chuckled, released the man's hand, picked up a stone from the ground, and devoured it with swallowing flame before saying, sure, you'll die without a full corpse. The man saw Xiong's actions and was filled with fear. Facing the threat to his life, the man chose to compromise, even though he still believed these people had killed the vice president and weren't good guys. Sorry. The man unwillingly spat out these 3 words. Xiong nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, you may go. Saying this, Xiong waved his hand, leaped backward, and mounted the white tiger. Due to excessive strength, the white tiger voiced its discontent. Xiong stroked the white tiger's head and said, all right, I'll be more careful next time. Feshin and the others mounted Taxis as well. Xiong glanced at them and said, next time, take a lesson, not everyone is as lenient as I am. With that, he spurred the white tiger forward. Xiong now followed his heart's desire, doing what he liked and leaving what he disliked. This was different from the initial Xiong, who would act based on so-called moral boundaries and laws. The earlier Xiong was cold, purely cold, handling people like enemies. Although trying to control himself, he remained extremely violent. But now, Xiong had learned to be at peace with himself, doing what he liked and not doing what he disliked, ensuring he felt no shame within. And it was only now that Xiong could truly call himself Xiong. Another 3 days passed. Stopping and moving along the way, Xiong was no longer in a hurry to save people because he knew there were many capable individuals in the world, and his contribution wasn't essential. If he saw someone in need, he'd offer help. If he didn't see, Xiong accepted that there was nothing he could do. Thus, maintaining this mindset, 3 days later, Xiong finally arrived at the next city, Wuling City. Wuling City, the hometown of the Wuling martial emperor and also the capital of the Wuling dynasty. The Wuling dynasty, almost unknown to most, yet those who seek can find vast amounts of information about it. It was an empire where everyone practiced martial arts. In this empire, anyone over 30 years old, unless they were frail or disabled, had combat strength at least double that of an ordinary person by age 30. At that time, the leader of the Wuling dynasty, the Wuling martial emperor, was an unparalleled master. Not even in the era of cold weapons, but even today, he stood as one man surpassing thousands. Firearms posed little threat to him since his physical form had reached the limits of human capability. His reaction speed and bodily defense were unparalleled. He was essentially invulnerable, and bullets inflicted little damage on him. Yet such a dynasty mysteriously declined, while this city somehow survived. From the outside, Xiong observed Wuling City, having conducted a specific investigation into its history. Though Xiong had been there before, seeing Wuling dynasty's remnants evoked unique feelings now. If his past visits were about exploring relics and secrets, then now Xiong felt nothing but 2 words, regret. Looking at the desolate Wuling dynasty, Xiong sensed a trace of melancholy, bowing toward Wuling City before continuing. On the streets of Wuling City, zombies frequently appeared, only to be killed by Taxis using rocks. By now, Xiong and his group had developed sufficient strength, not necessarily powerful, but if they faced a zombie commander again, the latter could only fail. Xiong had already reached level 35, and even Chaidan and others had each risen 1 level due to their battles in V-City. Of course, Mr. De was an exception. During this time, Mr. De dedicated himself to refining elixirs and had reached level 15. Although his level was low, the elixirs he refined now greatly differed from those he refined before. For example, TA pills, the materials hadn't changed, but the duration had increased from 3 seconds to 10 seconds. That was where the true power of a pill refiner lay. Even without rare materials, possessing advanced pill-making techniques made one unbeatable. Take for instance a rank 10 alchemist and a rank 70 alchemist creating the same Leiju. The scope and destructive power of the lower-ranked Leiju would be weak compared to the higher-ranked alchemist, who could control both range and strength. With steady progress, Xiong's group arrived at the city center soon enough, according to the steady pace set by Taxis and the White Tiger. In the city center stood a statue of the Wuling martial emperor, crafted by sculptors' imaginations, yet vividly lifelike. The Wuling martial emperor was sculpted as an elder practicing a Da pose, with a thin mustache, hair braided, though his face slightly blurred, radiating a mysterious aura, evoking spontaneous respect for the Wuling martial emperor. The image was painstakingly studied by a great sculptor and his friends for 7 nights and days. Xiong dismounted from the White Tiger and bowed slightly, a gesture he repeated every time he saw the statue of the Wuling martial emperor. Despite knowing that this sculpture wasn't the true depiction but rather an artist's imagination, Xiong still respected the Wuling martial emperor, a respect for greatness. Bingyu looked at the statue of the Wuling martial emperor and asked, "Hey, Bo Ge, do you know who this is?" Bo Ge shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but from the appearance, it might be some great martial artist." Chaidan chuckled and turned around, saying, "Why didn't you ask me? Xiong Ge had specifically researched this person, and I also know a bit about him. Why not ask me?" Bingyu curiously asked, "Then who is he?" Chaidan chuckled again and said, "The Wuling martial emperor, the emperor of the Wuling Empire." Wuling Emperor? Wuling Empire. Bingyu lowered her head to think about these 2 terms, poking her chin with her finger, looking extremely adorable. Afterward, Chaidan explained in detail to Bingyu about the Wuling Empire. After listening, Bingyu exclaimed, "This Wuling Emperor truly was an extraordinary person." Even Bo Ge and Shu expressed admiration for the Wuling martial emperor. During this time, Qi Xiang had not moved, silently gazing at the Wuling martial emperor. However, this action wasn't because Qi Xiang revered the Wuling martial emperor. Rather, Qi Xiang always felt that something was different this time when he saw the statue compared to before, yet he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Finally, after observing for half an hour, Qi Xiang gave up, mounted the white tiger, and continued leading everyone onward. On the road, Chaidan asked, "Xianggu, why did you stay there so long just now?" Qi Xiang looked back in the direction of the Wuling martial emperor's statue, and said, "I always feel that seeing the Wuling martial emperor this time is different from usual, but I can't quite articulate how. What could it be? Maybe it's because there are no zombies." Bingyu's words made Qi Xiang feel as if he had been enlightened. Indeed, even if that was the statue of the Wuling martial emperor, without mentioning zombies, even Bingyu and the others didn't know who the Wuling martial emperor was until Chaidan explained, let alone those thoughtless zombies. Qi Xiang sighed and said, "Perhaps one day I'll understand, but this Wuling martial emperor's statue is really strange." Since he couldn't figure it out, Qi Xiang decided not to dwell on it. He spurred the white tiger into flight, searching for the location of the refugee camp. In the past cities, there were patrol personnel, but this time, despite walking quite a distance, Qi Xiang still hadn't encountered any scouts, so he could only take to the skies to see where the refugee camp was located here. In fact, finding the refugee camp wasn't easy. Like V City, it was only due to sufficient resources and protection by powerful psychics that they dared to set up camp on the outskirts. In contrast, Y City's refugee camp was just inside a skyscraper, with their presence hidden away. It would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discover them. Taking to the air, Qi Xiang looked around but failed to find the position of the refugee camp. Even expanding his mental force to search revealed no trace of humans. After circling the area with the white tiger, Qi Xiang returned to the starting point, indicating that he found no signs of humans, nor powerful zombies. In the end, everyone decided to leave the city because it was simply too strange. Without zombies approaching, the feeling of strangeness regarding the Wuling martial emperor's statue, the lack of survivors in Wuling City, and the scarcity of zombies made the former flourishing capital of the Wuling Empire seem mysterious. It was as though this city harbored a massive conspiracy. Ever since Qi Xiang returned, he felt as though someone was watching him, yet neither his five senses nor his mental force could prove the existence of anyone else nearby except his group. However, Qi Xiang's sixth sense kept warning him, someone was monitoring him. A strong sense of unease surged within him. This feeling was akin to being lost in the dark night, unable to see one's own hand in front of the face. If one could touch a wall during the night, it would still be better, but touching nothing in the darkness, that was the real terror. And now, Qi Xiang felt as if he was in such darkness, unable to touch anything. This feeling of helplessness made Qi Xiang afraid, an intense fear rising deep from within. Chapter 67, Lin Xiaoyang. Qi Xiang and his group were walking. Qi Xiang's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, but he didn't notice anything unusual. However, he felt a growing unease within him. This was an unease that couldn't be explained by science, yet it often proved to be accurate. Finally, when they were only 100 meters away from leaving the city, Qi Xiang felt no sense of relief. Instead, the feeling of unease grew stronger. This sensation made Qi Xiang feel increasingly oppressed, even making his breathing somewhat difficult. Boom! Just as Qi Xiang thought they were about to leave the city, the ground at the edge of the city suddenly cracked open, and a huge wall emerged from the fissure. However, this was no ordinary wall, it was a city wall with gates. Moreover, there were people on that wall. What left Qi Xiang speechless was that the people on the wall were not zombies or modern humans, but ancient soldiers in leather armor. The reason Qi Xiang could see them clearly and distinguish their appearance was because his vision had greatly improved. Viewing things from tens of meters above wasn't a problem, and those figures moving back and forth within a limited area, wielding spears and wearing armor. What else could they be if not ancient soldiers? Still, Qi Xiang did not know whether they were real humans or zombies. Staring at the suddenly appearing wall, Qi Xiang stroked his chin but did not mount the white tiger to fly up and take a look. Qi Xiang already had a rough idea that this matter definitely involved Emperor Wu Ling. If he flew up right now, those soldiers would likely treat him as a devilish creature and try to kill him. Ordinary people wouldn't pose much trouble, and even mutant zombies might be manageable for Qi Xiang. But if this really was the Wu Ling Empire, then any general who came out could easily overpower him. After all, in an empire where everyone practiced martial arts, there were bound to be quite a few skilled fighters. Qi Xiang shared his thoughts with Chaidan and others, then said, "Looks like we can't leave. It's daytime. The city gate won't open, and something seems wrong. Let me withdraw the magical beasts first, and we'll act accordingly." Saying this, Qi Xiang waved his right hand, causing the white tiger and Tax to enter the dimensional space. In the dimensional space, this was the first time the white tiger had entered. Looking around at this vast plain with its starry sky, he asked Tax, "Is it always like this here?" Tax nodded, saying, "I don't know, but ever since I've been here, it's always been this way. Oh, by the way, have you seen that guy in the bubble?" Tax pointed with his front hoof toward Daska, who was sleeping inside a water bubble. He added, "This guy is a moon wolf named Daska, and also the master's steed. Don't wake him until he wakes naturally, otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen." The white tiger nodded and said, "On such a beautiful prairie, I wouldn't bother that guy anyway." With that, the white tiger ran off to play elsewhere. Tax glanced at the white tiger, then walked over to Daska and lay down beside him, watching the white tiger. Tax did not trust the white tiger. Not that the white tiger was bad. but his brain was a bit too silly. Tax dared not let the white tiger disturb the ascension process of the moon wolf. Having experienced ascension himself, he knew that the process was serious business. If disturbed, not only would the powers of the ascending magical beast be halved, but they would lose their opportunity for future ascension for life. While a powerful magical beast, even with half power, might still be formidable and unchallenged by common beasts, a weaker magical beast, once its strength was halved, would essentially ruin its entire life. Although Daska was not a weak magical beast, neither was he a particularly strong one. Should his power be halved, he'd only end up as an ordinary magical beast, which would waste the heritage of the moon wolf bloodline. Most importantly, while ascending, magical beasts would fall into deep sleep without any defensive measures. Hence, many magical beasts sought safe places before beginning their ascension, minimizing their aura. Even so, many magical beasts fell prey to ambushes during this vulnerable state. Back in Wuling City, as Xiong had just retrieved the white tiger and Tax, he heard a creaking sound. Turning his attention toward the source, he saw a man in a suit walk out of a convenience store. The man glanced at Xiong and greeted them, saying, "Hey, the emperor is about to give a speech. Why aren't you heading there?" Xiong was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, "Oh, we're on our way. But all of us are directionally challenged, so we got lost. Hopefully, you could guide us." The man in the suit laughed, saying, "No problem. Since we're both part of the empire, we should help each other, right? Come on." As he spoke, the man led Xiong and his group toward the city center, where the Emperor Wuling statue was located. On the way, the man kept talking endlessly, all about how great Emperor Wuling's rule was. Xiong and his companions continuously nodded in agreement. Of course, Xiong had already come to a conclusion. Emperor Wuling had either been resurrected or turned into a zombie, and this city had become one under Emperor Wuling's command. Thinking about it, Xiong exchanged a glance with Bogo, who seemed to understand what Xiong was thinking, as he even nodded. Xiong couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Had they accidentally wandered into a game scenario, a dungeon that hadn't been activated yet? What's more, none of the five noticed something peculiar. The man's eyes were strange, not those of a normal person, but more like a fox eyeing its prey, calculating how to devour it. Xiong followed the suited man to the city center, where quite a large crowd had already gathered. Xiong roughly estimated that there must be at least several 100,000 people, not only on the square, but also on the surrounding buildings. Countless people peeked out from windows observing the scene. "Hey, brother Xiong, how did you get here too?" A girl in a school uniform ran up to Xiong. This girl was named Lin Xiaoyang, a younger sister Xiong had met when he first came to Wuling City. Xiong smiled as he patted Lin Xiaoyang's head and said, "That's right. I've specially brought my friends here to listen to the emperor's speech. Are you here to listen too?" Lin Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment before smiling and replying, "Yeah." It was precisely this hesitation that caught Xiong's attention. He said to the suited man beside him, "Brother, thank you very much for showing us the way. You should go see the emperor's speech now. My friends and I have some things to discuss. We'll meet again if fate allows." Okay, brother. Let's meet again if fate allows." The suited man, while speaking of Emperor Wuling, had his eyes filled with reverence and didn't linger further as he rushed straight into the crowd. This confirmed what Xiong had noticed. Whenever these people heard anything related to Emperor Wuling, they would become abnormally zealous. Xiong patted Lin Xiaoyang's head and said, "Xiaoyang, you're still so short after all this time." Lin Xiaoyang huffed and said, "You're tall, so tall that you bump your head on door frames." Ha ha ha. Xiong led Che Dan and others with Lin Xiaoyang to a small alleyway. Bingyu had been looking at Xiong strangely ever since Lin Xiaoyang showed up, as if saying, "You perverted Lilicon." Ignoring Bingyu's gaze, Xiong could not ignore Lin Xiaoyang's reaction. Once in the alleyway, Lin Xiaoyang told Bingyu, "Big sister, you shouldn't keep reading those types of books, otherwise, your thoughts will turn bad, oh." Immediately, Xiong and Che Dan burst into laughter, and Che Dan even added while laughing, "Brother Xiong, Lin Xiaoyang really is as sharp-tongued as you said." Such a sharp tongue. Lin Xiaoyang looked at Xiong and said, "Brother Xiong, surely you didn't call me here just to let this psychologically unstable big sister and Che Dan, whose brain doesn't function properly, insult me, right?" Lin Xiaoyang once again demonstrated her sharp tongue to full effect. Xiong chuckled and said, "Do you not want to listen to Emperor Wuling's speech?" As he said this, Xiong wore a very amiable expression on his face, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. If Lin Xiaoyang exhibited even the slightest abnormality, Xiong would take action. Naturally, this action wasn't to kill Lin Xiaoyang but to knock her unconscious. Despite being apart for a long time, Xiong always cherished this little sister-like figure. Although Xiong wouldn't bring himself to harm her, he certainly didn't wish any harm to come to Lin Xiaoyang either. Lin Xiaoyang giggled and said, "Your eyes have betrayed you, I won't allow myself to be controlled like those idiots. In fact, many people in this city are not controlled. They're all capable individuals, but due to circumstances, they can only pretend to be loyal fanatics of Emperor Wuling." Xiong stroked his chin and said, "Then tell me the current situation in detail." Lin Xiaoyang nodded and said, "There are only 27 people I know of in this city who aren't controlled. These daily speeches at noon occur every day. The walls around the city appear whenever someone tries to leave, but there are no walls stopping anyone from entering. We believe that Emperor Wuling must be protected by some kind of power, hence why he hasn't died, but rather resurrected. Now that he's revived, he needs devout belief to complete himself." As she spoke, a bell rang. Lin Xiaoyang immediately grabbed Xiong and ran toward the square, saying as they ran, "Hurry! Emperor Wu Ling's speech is about to start now. At this time, anyone not around the square will be considered an enemy." Once, there was someone who didn't make it in time and ended up being trampled to death by the crowd. Qi Xiang smiled slightly, steadied himself, and held Lin Xiaoyang, saying, "I think Emperor Wu Ling, this local emperor, has been in power long enough. It's time for him to step down." Although Qi Xiang valued life, more often than not he acted according to his own wishes. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyang used to be someone Qi Xiang had focused on protecting. In the past, when a boy broke up with Lin Xiaoyang, Qi Xiang removed one of the boy's legs. And now, with strength on his side, Qi Xiang would certainly do more to ensure his sister-like figure wasn't bullied. With a flick of his right hand, the soul-devouring blade appeared in Qi Xiang's right hand. Bai Hu and Tax stood behind Qi Xiang. Qi Dan and the others also understood, and Qi Dan summoned his own familiars, preparing for battle. Lin Xiaoyang looked at Qi Xiang, terrified, and said, "Let's go quickly. The power of Emperor Wu Ling is beyond your imagination, and Emperor Wu Ling has his own army. This isn't something you can." She stopped before finishing, "imagine," because the sound of enormous footsteps made her stop speaking. Qi Xiang smiled slightly and said, "Looks like we can't avoid a fight this time." Saying that, Qi Xiang pulled Lin Xiaoyang to the middle of the road, looking at the large number of controlled civilians in front of them and the approaching cavalry behind them. He told Bo Gu, "Bo Gu, protect little Yang well." Then, Qi Xiang shouted, "Qi Dan, Bingyu, the front line is yours. Bo Gu, protect little Yang and uncle to fight." As he spoke, without listening to Lin Xiaoyang's pleading, Qi Xiang charged forward with Bai Hu and Tax. Qi Dan and Bingyu also joined the battle. Although these civilians were ordinary people, Qi Dan and the others didn't know if these individuals could be freed from their hypnotized state, nor were they sure whether Emperor Wu Ling could use them to enhance his own power. After all, the hybrid zombies served as precedent. So Qi Dan and Bingyu fought without restraint. Especially the zombies. They seemed to have a natural great interest in living things. Even though under Chiden's command, they wouldn't eat humans, their bloodthirsty nature was exceptionally frenzied, far crazier than fighting zombies. This time, even dragon-like creatures appeared on the battlefield. Qi Xiang swung his soul-devouring blade, each slash killing a soldier. Here, the soldiers might have been warriors, but they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Now, with Qi Xiang's constantly improved devouring flame enhanced further by the soul-devouring blade's speed bonus, every stroke killed one soldier while taking away the body. Tax and Bai Hu were even more brutal. Tax controlled stones on the ground, sending them flying as bullets, piercing through the soldiers' bodies. Bai Hu, on the other hand, waved his wings, emitting waves of wind blades, claiming lives one after another. Because these soldiers were the closest, they were the first to reach Qi Xiang's group, while more soldiers were gathering from various directions. Keep in mind, during the heyday of the Wu Ling dynasty, 50,000 troops were stationed in the capital city alone. Back then, 50,000 was no small number. And now, Qi Xiang didn't know how many remained, but if they were all at this level, in Qi Xiang's eyes, they were nothing more than rookies providing energy. Of course, Qi Xiang also knew that was unlikely. Lin Xiaoyang watched this bloody scene and immediately vomited. There was no zombie crisis in Wu Ling City, so Lin Xiaoyang had never witnessed killings or massacres. Uncle De kindly handed Lin Xiaoyang a tissue. Lin Xiaoyang thanked him and wiped her mouth, but couldn't help vomiting again. To clean up what Lin Xiaoyang had thrown up, Bo Gu even used a barrier. Although Bo Gu had become accustomed to seeing blood, he still felt uncomfortable touching dirty things, especially since the defensive barrier didn't have much space inside it. Chapter 68, Emperor Wu Ling. Qi Xiang felt the vibrations in the air coming from afar and smiled slightly, saying, "Bai Hu, this place is yours. Tax, you head to the west, they need you there. I'll deal with that big fellow, Emperor Wu Ling." As he spoke, Qi Xiang surged forward towards the plaza, and Tax also moved west to intercept the army there. Qi Xiang understood that each direction was guarded by a general, since he could sense the presence of strong opponents in all four directions. However, Qi Xiang also knew that Bai Hu and Tax could each hold off a general. Qi Xiang's goal was none other than Emperor Wu Ling. Upon reaching where Cha Dan and the others were, Qi Xiang called out to Cha Dan, "Hey, Cha Dan, you lead a group to the east to intercept the incoming army." Then Qi Xiang gathered his energy, shouting, "All living people, your mission is to head south and intercept the army there. The time you buy will be the key to whether or not you survive." Qi Xiang's voice had an immediate effect, as many separated themselves from the crowd. Qi Xiang roughly counted them, and found these individuals absolutely outnumbered what Lin Xiaoyang had mentioned, at least 100. Still, most of the people were very cautious. There were still quite a few who chose not to join in the fray, for not everyone would risk their lives for survival against another. The thoughts of those who stayed behind were obvious even to Qi Xiang. These people believed they stood no chance against Emperor Wu Ling and would die anyway, so it was best just to blend in with the crowd. Even if the people succeeded in defeating Emperor Wu Ling, they thought they could simply pledge allegiance then. Qi Xiang chuckled inwardly, finding these people utterly foolish. Given the display of power by Cha Dan and Bingyu, it was absurd for them to have such ideas. If anyone remained in the throng now, their fate was clear, being impaled by Bingyu's ice spears and death. However, Qi Xiang cared little for the lives of these people. Such people, if left alive, would only be burdens, and Qi Xiang lacked the time to worry about them, for the real challenge awaited him ahead, Emperor Wu Ling. Cha Dan severed the head of someone in front of him, turned back, nodded to Qi Xiang, recalled all the zombies, triggered an explosion, and started running towards the south. Qi Xiong patted Bing Yu on the shoulder and said, "This place is yours." Then, Qi Xiong surged forward toward the location of Emperor Wuling. With heads of people as stepping stones, Qi Xiong would burst each person's skull with every step. Of course, this speed was too slow, so Qi Xiong kept hacking downwards with his soul devourer's sword. People's souls transformed into energy entering Qi Xiong's body. Although small in quantity, rivers are formed by countless drops of water. "Who dares cause chaos in my domain?" A commanding voice roared at Qi Xiong, the overwhelming aura giving him a slight sense of danger. But Qi Xiong smiled because Emperor Wuling was not as powerful as Qi Xiong had imagined, or more accurately, Emperor Wuling had yet to fully recover. His strength was merely equivalent to the leader of the zombies, and that was Qi Xiong's limit. Qi Xiong surged forth to the square, where nobody dared look back due to the sheer presence of Emperor Wuling. This was Emperor Wuling's personal battlefield. Emperor Wuling wore a crown symbolizing imperial authority, dressed in a golden five-clawed dragon robe, and carried a sword on his waist, its sheath carved with a flying dragon. Emperor Wuling's appearance was unremarkable, almost plain-looking, but his power couldn't be overshadowed, especially given that he wore a dragon robe. Emperor Wuling looked at Qi Xiong and said, "Well, indeed, heroes emerge young. I ask you, would you join me in the Wuling Empire?" Qi Xiong smiled faintly, delaying action. For every minute gained gave Cha Dan and the others a chance to come to his aid should Qi Xiong be defeated. Though Qi Xiong was on par with Emperor Wuling in raw strength, this didn't factor in martial skills. When two individuals are evenly matched but not at peak levels, technique plays a significant role, and Emperor Wuling's martial art techniques were undoubtedly several times stronger than Qi Xiong's. Moreover, Qi Xiong secretly rejoiced because it was no surprise how Emperor Wuling operated, absorbing the piety of the people to gain dragon energy, enhancing national fortune, thereby strengthening his own might and even that of his 1,000 troops. Qi Xiong didn't know how much Emperor Wuling increased daily, but any improvement posed a disadvantage to Qi Xiong. "So, may I ask, Your Majesty, what can you offer a commoner like me?" Emperor Wuling smiled and said, "My Wuling Empire spans millions of miles, with untold treasures in the treasury. If you surrender to my empire, you shall enjoy glory and wealth for life." Qi Xiong smiled slightly and said, "So, Your Majesty, as far as this commoner knows, there are now 7 continents in the world. The size of each continent is more than twice that of the Wuling Empire during its prime under Your Majesty's rule, and yet you currently possess only this one city and a few 100,000 soldiers. In this era of exceptional talent, I am very curious as to why you consider yourself ruler over millions of square miles, with countless treasures and wealth, and how you can guarantee my prosperity if I join you." Emperor Wuling did not become angry at Qi Xiong's doubts. Instead, he stroked his beard and laughed. "Haha, truly talented. I admire talents like you. But however many talents there are in the world, how many of them are worthy enough to challenge me? And wouldn't you help me? If you decide to assist me, I will surely unify all the lands, and then you will be second only to myself but above 10,000 others." Qi Xiong smirked slightly and replied, "That makes me nothing but your hired hand then? Moreover, one who must also bear the risks of your failure. Yet your promised reward may not even hold water." Emperor Wuling narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What is it you want from me?" Qi Xiong smiled faintly, folding his arms behind his back and saying, "There's no need for haste, Your Majesty. With such great strength at your command, along with hundreds of thousands of troops, I do not believe a simple peasant like me can contend against so many soldiers. All I desire is freedom. After unifying the lands, you should let me live freely, unconstrained by life and death struggles or financial pressures, unfettered by any person's control." Upon hearing this, Emperor Wuling exhaled a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Ah, so that's what you mean. Since you have no intention of seeking power after helping me conquer the lands, allowing you that freedom should not be an issue." "Your Majesty," Qi Xiong interjected, his eyes narrowing just as Emperor Wuling's had earlier, "seems not fully understanding the meaning of my request. I spoke of being free from worry about life and death." Confused, Emperor Wuling retorted, "What do you mean? Do you think I would fear you becoming too powerful and overthrowing me, thus killing you? Rest assured, I have been an emperor for so long, and I've never harmed a loyal and virtuous official." Smiling faintly, Qi Xiong responded, "Is that so? But how can you ensure you've not wrongfully killed anyone? As they say, 3 people make a tiger. Wouldn't other people's words influence your judgment?" Laughing lightly, Emperor Wuling said, "Only those skilled in martial arts can gain power in my court. Martial artists adhere to martial principles and virtues. These 2 aspects are righteous paths, while schemers cannot possibly achieve mastery." "And what about those outside your jurisdiction?" Qi Xiong queried. "What?" Emperor Wuling echoed. Qi Xiong smiled slightly again and continued, "Throughout history, capable individuals have never been scarce. Those within your dominion might remain loyal to you. But what about those beyond your control? Suppose these individuals wanted to harm me. If I were fortunate enough to win the fight, fine. But if I weren't strong enough, I'd meet certain death, rendering Your Majesty's promises meaningless." Narrowing his eyes again, Emperor Wuling asked, "Are you questioning my ability to manage my own subjects?" Qi Xiong chuckled softly. "Water can carry a boat, yet it can also overturn it. Your Majesty's foundation isn't personal strength, but the people. No matter how powerful Your Majesty is individually, without the support of the people, you're merely someone stronger than most. Allow me the audacity to ask, does your kingdom have laws?" "It does." "Then does your kingdom contain lawbreakers?" "Yes, it does." In that case, it's understandable why I question your majesty. For truly, you offer no evidence proving you can guarantee my safety without worrying about life and death. Fixating his gaze on Qi Xiang sternly, Emperor Wuling shouted, "So, you refuse to join me?" Smiling calmly, Qi Xiang gazed directly into Emperor Wuling's eyes as corrosion flames ignited around his soul devourer sword. Qi Xiang declared firmly, "I refuse allegiance because I am the true emperor, and you shall merely be the next unfortunate soul beneath my blade." With that, Qi Xiang unleashed a loud shout, engulfing himself in corrosion fire before swinging his soul devourer sword directly at Emperor Wuling. Unsheathing his treasure sword, Emperor Wuling exclaimed, "So you follow the dark path. Today, I shall uphold justice." Saying this, he raised his sword to block Qi Xiang's attack. Seeing the undamaged sword, Qi Xiang felt no surprise and could guess the name of the weapon. From historical records, it was clear Emperor Wuling wielded his royal sword, the Wu Huang Dragon Sword. Gazing at the Wu Huang Dragon Sword, Qi Xiang praised, "Truly an excellent sword. The Wu Huang Dragon Sword indeed lives up to its reputation. However, your majesty, since you couldn't recruit me, your aim must be to silence me forever. Well, don't blame me for being impolite." Swallowing storm. A storm-like wave of fire erupted from the soul devourer's sword, resembling a fiery dragon charging straight towards Emperor Wuling. Letting out a mighty roar, Emperor Wuling spun his sword, creating a barrier of light to defend against Qi Xiang's swallowing storm. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Qi Xiang retracted the swallowing storm and unleashed a thunderous shout before thrusting his soul devourer sword at Emperor Wuling. Emperor Wuling disdainfully looked at this person in front of him who possessed no martial skills, even questioning whether it was right to have spoken so calmly with him earlier. Emperor Wuling was certainly not a good-tempered emperor. Though he adhered to the principles of martial arts and ethics, he never showed mercy to his enemies. If he hadn't felt an aura of power emanating from Qi Xiang before, Emperor Wuling wouldn't have wasted words on him. Now, Emperor Wuling realized that Qi Xiang only had strength but lacked skill and was absolutely no match for him. Emperor Wuling twirled his sword in a flash, using the Wu Huang Dragon Sword to deflect the Soul Devourer knife's trajectory. Then he directed the treasure sword straight at Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang slightly sidestepped, evading Emperor Wuling's Wu Huang Dragon Sword, and swung the Soul Devourer knife horizontally toward Emperor Wuling. As the two were battling, other directions weren't peaceful either. Bingyue and Bo Gu cooperated seamlessly to continuously eliminate enemies, preventing them from getting within 100 meters. By now, Bingyue had consumed the third blue heart pill given by Uncle Da. This item restored magic or fighting spirit-like energy, called blue, in games, hence the name Blue Heart Pill. Its advantages were high restoration capacity and short cooldowns. Plus, the materials needed for its production weren't very precious. Combined with Uncle Da's current alchemy skills, the effectiveness of the Blue Heart Pills could be increased twofold. Spear barriers and ice spikes attacked the enemies incessantly. Lin Xiaoyang was already less unaccustomed than when she started, though she still required time to adapt before joining the battle. After all, Lin Xiaoyang was a regular girl, not like Bingyue, who came from a mafia family. Lin Xiaoyang came from an ordinary household, and was the type who couldn't even watch horror films. Seeing such a bloody scene, her ability to adapt within a short time was quite commendable. Lin Xiaoyang also had special abilities, cloning herself. Although these clones were not strong enough for real combat yet, Uncle Da still encouraged her, citing Bo Gu as an example. "Xiaoyang, don't feel inferior. Your ability is definitely potent. Look at this older brother. His ability is barrier creation. At first, he could only produce defensive barriers, and we thought he would merely serve as support staff. But now look at him. He's an offensive force too." Boga glanced at Uncle Da, and then turned back while killing the enemy, saying, "Hey, Uncle Da, don't use me as an example. What support personnel? You, being a pill master, are pure support." Lin Xiaoyang looked at Uncle Da and said, "Yeah, pill masters seem to have no combat prowess, do they?" Uncle Da scratched his head and said, "A pill master's strength lies in the pills. They reinforce themselves through pill consumption to fight. My strongest pill is the pseudo-dragon possession pill, although I've used one already. The rest were plundered by this group, and now only one remains for survival purposes. Pseudo-dragon possession pill. It sounds really powerful." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, and she asked Uncle Da in an especially cute tone, "Uncle Da, can you give the pseudo-dragon possession pill to someone please? Look, I'm just a frail woman." Uncle Da slapped his forehead and said, "Hey, I'm not into Lolas, okay? Plus, there's really only one pseudo-dragon possession pill left, and I can't give it up under any circumstances." TSK miser. Thus, Uncle Da was harshly despised by Lin Xiaoyang. On the White Tiger's side, the tiger was both emitting roars to kill soldiers and engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a general in front of him. The general's strength almost matched the White Tiger's. Of course, this was because the White Tiger lacked particularly effective attacking methods. In this Wuling city, not Wuling Market anymore, the four city defenders were positioned according to their own characteristics resembling the four divine beasts. This general was the most defensive northern black tortoise. His weapon was a huge hammer, his armor extremely thick and reinforced with fighting spirit. The White Tiger's claw attacks couldn't hurt him at all. Relying only on energy-based attacks and tiger roars, the White Tiger had fought the northern black tortoise general to this point. Chapter 69, Massacre. In the west of the city, Tax faced the White Tiger general, a symbol of aggression and attack. And this White Tiger general specialized in attacking, wildly and mercilessly. However, the White Tiger General's luck was not good this time, because Tax excelled in defense. The reason Xuanwu is the only one among the 4 divine beasts that can restrain the White Tiger is that no matter how strong the White Tiger's attacks are, they cannot break through Xuanwu's defense. Tax possessed mastery over the earth element, which was excellent for restriction and defense. From the very start of the battle, Tax could feel the killing intent radiating from the White Tiger General and immediately adopted a defensive strategy. But Tax was different from Xuanwu. While Xuanwu couldn't attack while defending, the same didn't apply to Tax. Pebbles flew like bullets, taking lives one after another. Earthen spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through soldiers' bodies. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered by Tax so ruthlessly, the White Tiger General was enraged and unleashed a ferocious assault, like wind and rain battering against stone. But compared with the White Tiger General's attacks, Tax's defense was as unyielding as a massive boulder, unmoved by the tempestuous winds and rain. In the east of the city, the Azure Dragon General, renowned for speed, relied on his wind-type chi to constantly engage Cha Dan in battle. However, the Azure Dragon General's luck was just as bad as the White Tiger General's. Because Cha Dan, besides Bo Gu, was the member of Qi Xiang's team who possessed the most restraining abilities. Currently, Cha Dan kept only the water zombie and lightning zombie to assist him while sending all the other zombies to massacre the ordinary soldiers. Even though the Azure Dragon General was becoming increasingly anxious, he knew in his heart that unless the present enemy was dealt with first, even if he were to attempt rescuing his troops, it would simply mean leading this opponent to them, resulting in even more casualties. Lightning and flames continually forced the Azure Dragon General to change his movement direction, which was precisely why Cha Dan had retained these 2 zombies. Spiderweb. Cha Dan seized the opportunity and swung his right hand, unleashing a purple spiderweb from his palm to entrap the Azure Dragon General. Once ensnared by the spiderweb, the Azure Dragon General hurriedly wielded his sword, trying to cut through the net. Before he managed to break free, however, Qi Xiang executed a dark moon slash straight at the Azure Dragon General's neck. At that moment, the Azure Dragon General's head flew off to one side, blood spurting out from his neck. Cha Dan didn't even glance at the Azure Dragon General's corpse. Instead, he led the fire zombie and lightning zombie to slaughter the remaining soldiers, for solving his own battle sooner meant helping Qi Xiang sooner. In the south of the city, over 100 newly awakened psychics arrived here, confronting the approaching garrison. They were merely beginners, their strength nowhere near formidable. The strongest among them was only level 5, and even Uncle Da, under the influence of drugs, would still be stronger than them. However, their sheer numbers could not be underestimated. There were well over 100 of them. Though still outnumbered by the hundreds of army soldiers, these psychics had an advantage of their own, their psychic abilities. For example, one psychic with lightning powers could cause wide area destruction, and such abilities were far from rare among these individuals. A variety of attacks relentlessly struck down upon the garrison forces. Those capable of close combat engaged in brutal melee fighting, forming a steel-like barrier, while long-range psychics attacked from behind. Supportive psychics continuously restored people's stamina and injuries. Though these 100 or so people might not have known each other an hour ago, matters of life and death bound them together with incredible coordination, causing their combat efficiency to soar. The Vermilion Bird manifests. Cage of Flames. A voice echoed from above, and many looked skyward to see a massive column of fire descending toward the ground like a fiery cage covering the earth. Water spout. Tide. Sandstorm. Immediately, over 10 psychics with elements effective against fire launched their counterattacks. When the first attack hit the flames, it evaporated into steam. Gradually, as all attacks came into effect, the flame cage disappeared, and the attackers controlled their techniques to send the remaining power toward the enemy camp. Faced with enemies, these psychics unleashed their maximum potential, none held back. Each individual fought to unleash their strongest power, motivated solely by the desire to survive. The Vermilion Bird General burst forth from the rear ranks of the enemy. With both recovery abilities and flame-based attacks, Vermilion Bird killed 3 psychics instantly upon appearance. Yet what followed was a barrage of attacks that bombarded Vermilion Bird from every direction, causing the general to die on the spot. This speed might even rival Qi Xiang himself. In the central square, Wuling Emperor, today, your life is mine. Qi Xiang bellowed, his soul-devouring blade flashing with purple light as it crashed against Wuling Emperor's Wu Huang Dragon Sword. Wuling Emperor snorted coldly, urging the Wu Huang Dragon Sword to attack Qi Xiang while saying, "The last person who spoke to me like that is already dead." The two continuously fought each other. Though it seemed that Qi Xiang and Wuling Emperor were evenly matched, Qi Xiang knew that what he could rely on to match Wuling Emperor was only his combat strength. In terms of experience and knowledge, he fell short. If they continued this battle, there would be only one outcome. His energy would be depleted, and then he'd be killed by Wuling Emperor. Thus, all Qi Xiang could depend on now was backup. Only when the reinforcements arrived could Qi Xiang defeat Wuling Emperor. Finally, 5 minutes into the battle, Qi Xiang heard 2 exhilarating voices. "Brother Xiang, I'm here. Qi Xiang, I've come." And the owners of these 2 voices were none other than Che Dan and Bing Yu. Qi Xiang smiled slightly and said, "Looks like your luck has run out, your majesty." As he spoke, Qi Xiang slashed his blade down onto Wuling Emperor's Wu Huang Dragon Sword. This time, a notch appeared on the Wu Huang Dragon Sword. Wuling Emperor did not say anything but blocked Qi Xiang's attack. Dark Moon Slash. Ice Spike Barrage. 2 attacks struck Wuling Emperor, causing him to shout, "Dragon Chi Protective Shield." Instantly, a semi-transparent barrier appeared around Wuling Emperor, deflecting the two attacks. Subsequently, a purple barrier erupted from the ground, impacting the shield but proving ineffective. At the city's north, Tiger roared impact wave. Finally, with all its might, White Tiger dealt a blow that created a large hole in Xuanwu General's chest, causing him to fall and unable to rise again. After White Tiger unleashed dozens of wind blades, eliminating the remaining soldiers, it flapped its wings and flew toward where Xiong was. In the west, Tax's earthen spike pierced directly through the body of the White Tiger General, ending the battle. Without pause, Tax sprinted towards the central plaza. In the south, when the last soldier fell under the psychic abilities of the psychics, a middle-aged uncle holding a greatsword shouted to everyone, "Brothers, now the enemies here have been wiped out, but our true enemy is Emperor Wuling. I know those strong warriors who suddenly came here have already set out to kill Wuling Emperor. But why can't we also lend a hand for our lives and for our home? Shouldn't we help them?" This uncle wasn't the protagonist of some novel, and he had no protagonist's invincible aura. Yelling didn't automatically make everyone follow him to fight. The result of his yell was merely people whispering and contemplating whether they should go or not. A man dressed in a white-collar outfit shouted at him, "The power of Wuling Emperor is absolutely not something we can resist. I think even if we go, we will only increase casualties and become burdens for others." Another individual resembling a mage opened his mouth. "Do you think you can beat that flame-spewing general? You can't, but still, we all worked together and killed him. Why should we fear Wuling Emperor? I don't care about others, but I am going to fight." With that, the mage ran straight to the central plaza. In the end, sparsely over 10 people followed him, including the previous middle-aged uncle, but more chose to stay behind. As for those people among the captured crowd trying to survive the ordeal, they were already corpses now, and no one knew the fates of these people. Seeing more and more people arriving, Wuling Emperor's eyes gradually narrowed because he realized that his army had already perished. Cracks appeared on the barriers surrounding Wuling Emperor, with increasingly more attacks striking it, making the shield more fragile. Snap! Under the collective attack, the barrier shattered. Xiong immediately seized the opportunity, swinging the soul-devouring blade down towards Wuling Emperor's head. Dragon Chi vibration. An explosive burst of energy erupted from Wuling Emperor's body, spreading out in a circle of golden light. Those around instantly felt dizzy and as if every part of their bodies had been hit by a punch, excruciating pain overwhelming them. Since Xiong was closest to Wuling Emperor, he received the strongest attack, flying back several meters and spitting out a mouthful of blood, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Wuling Emperor's body floated up as he looked around and declared, "You wretched commoners, I'll let one of you live today, but sooner or later, I will massacre all of you and tear you limb from limb." After issuing this threat, Wuling Emperor fled into the distance. Wuling Emperor was very clear about his situation. His army and the people he had controlled were all dead. This meant that the foundations of his power, Dragon Chi and national fortune, had dropped to their lowest point. Now, all Wuling Emperor could rely on was his fighting energy. However, with just fighting energy, Wuling Emperor couldn't possibly defeat so many people. This wasn't something that could be resolved by recklessly charging forward. Therefore, Wuling Emperor hadn't hesitated to expend his Dragon Chi in a Dragon Chi vibration to create an opportunity for escape. Xiong got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, as Dan energy rapidly repaired his body. Watching Wuling Emperor flee, Xiong smiled faintly. Che Dan and others gathered around Xiong. As soon as Che Dan arrived, he said, "Brother Xiong, we let him escape. It seems we've left behind a hidden danger." Hearing this, Xiong, along with Bo Gu and Deshu, burst into laughter, leaving Che Dan, Bing He, and Li Xiaoyang utterly confused. Xiong glanced at Bo Gu and said, "Bo Gu, you explain it." Bo Gu nodded and said, "You've all seen earlier that Wuling Emperor possessed 3 kinds of energy, national fortune, Dragon Chi, and fighting energy. By wiping out his city, we already eliminated his national fortune, and most of his Dragon Chi was also consumed earlier. Such immense Dragon Chi certainly isn't something that can be accumulated quickly, and I suspect it also has some connection to the people who worship him. Therefore, 2 of Wuling Emperor's main sources of power have been dismantled by us. Now all he can depend on is his fighting energy. But what do you think about his current fighting energy strength?" Che Dan, looking enlightened, said, Oh, meaning that unless Wuling Emperor finds a new city to rule as emperor, there's no way he can recover." Bo Gu shook his head and said, "No, judging from my observations, both Dragon Chi and national fortune aren't easy to gather. They probably require special methods, and most likely can only be absorbed here in Wuling City. Oh, I mean Wuling City. And now, given how Wuling City looks, even if recovery is possible, it won't happen in the short term. So Wuling Emperor has already been crippled by us." At this point, everyone understood, and everyone shared a knowing smile. Xiong and the others approached those psychics. Xiong looked at them and asked, "You've done well. What do you plan to do next?" These individuals exchanged glances, then shook their heads. Xiong sighed and said, "Go to Y City. There's a refugee camp there. Just say that Xiong sent you when you get there." Then, Xiong turned to Lin Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, go to the refugee camp first and wait for me. Once I'm done with my business, I'll definitely come find you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang immediately started crying, wiping her tears while pounding Xiong's chest with her fists and saying, "Bad Xiong, bad Xiong, bad Xiong, whoa." Xiong rubbed his head and said, All right, it's not like I won't come back, honestly. Lin Xiaoyang wiped her tears and said, "You'd better come find me." Qi Xiang looked at Lin Xiaoyang, stroked her head affectionately, and said, "When have I ever lied to you?" Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang burst into a grin through her tears and said, "All right, then I'll listen to you." Half an hour later, Qi Xiang broke a hole in the city wall. Watching Lin Xiaoyang leave with the crowd, he smiled faintly to himself and murmured, "I hope she gets stronger." "Hey Lilicon." Qi Xiang shot Ice Moon a glare, then climbed onto the white tiger, saying to Tax, "Tax, don't bring Ice Moon along." After devouring all the corpses in Wuling City, Qi Xiang took everyone and departed. It took Ice Moon walking a kilometer before Qi Xiang finally allowed her to ride Tax, during which time Ice Moon didn't refrain from mocking Qi Xiang. "Whoever is hiding, come out," Qi Xiang said, staring at the bushes behind him and summoning his soul-devouring blade to point at Chao's direction. From the grasses, Lin Xiaoyang emerged, grinning mischievously at Qi Xiang, sticking her tongue out at him, and saying, "Big brother Qi Xiang." Chapter 70. Ice Moon's Confession. Qi Xiang looked at Lin Xiaoyang and shook his head helplessly. He jumped off the white tiger, walked to Lin Xiaoyang, and patted her head, saying, "Xiaoyang, haven't I already told you to go with those guys to the refugee camp? Why did you?" Seeing Qi Xiang sigh, Lin Xiaoyang stuck out her tongue and said, "There's nothing I can do. Those people are too weak. They can't protect me, Xiaoyang. Qi Xiang brother is much better. You're strong. Only brother can protect Xiaoyang." Qi Xiang sighed, looking towards the direction of City Y and said, "It's no longer possible for you to go back now." As he spoke, Qi Xiang pulled Lin Xiaoyang's little hand and said, "All right, then come with us, but it may be very dangerous ahead. You must not cry, okay?" Saying that, Qi Xiang also flicked Lin Xiaoyang's nose. Lin Xiaoyang laughed and said, "Oh yeah, brother is still the best." Qi Xiang took Lin Xiaoyang to the side of the white tiger. He shrugged toward Che Dan and others, who also smiled slightly to show their understanding. However, Bingyu got mysteriously upset and looking at Lin Xiaoyang, said, "Qi Xiang, perhaps Takus can't carry another person anymore." Lin Xiaoyang stuck out her tongue at Bingyu and said, "Bad sister, humph. Xiaoyang will not sit with you anyway. Xiaoyang wants to sit on brother's white tiger." Qi Xiang agreed and lifted Lin Xiaoyang up onto the white tiger by grabbing her arms, then leapt and mounted the white tiger himself. Strangely, when Lin Xiaoyang sat on the white tiger, it didn't struggle but instead remained quiet. Perhaps it was accustomed to having riders, or there was some other reason. Qi Xiang glanced at Bingyu and said, "Bingyu, Lin Xiaoyang is my sister. Don't say such things about her again from now on, otherwise, I'll get angry." Saying that, Qi Xiang squeezed the white tiger's sides with his legs and said, "Let's go, white tiger." A tiger and an ox carried 6 people forward at a steady pace. Lin Xiaoyang riding the white tiger for the first time appeared very curious, touching here and there like an inquisitive baby. All Qi Xiang could do was try his best to restrain the white tiger, so it wouldn't misbehave. For this stepsister of his, Qi Xiang felt quite indulgent. Strangely, however, the white tiger had no reaction to Lin Xiaoyang's actions, which even made Qi Xiang curious. Qi Xiang patted the white tiger's back and asked, "White tiger, why are you so obedient this time? Usually, I cannot even do these movements myself." The white tiger shook its head and said, "I don't know either, but as soon as this young girl sat on me, I had a special feeling, as if I wouldn't mind whatever she does." Nearby, Bingyu heard this and said somewhat jealously, "White tiger, you wouldn't happen to be a weird uncle who likes little girls, would you?" Qi Xiang glanced at Bingyu and said, "Enough of your chatter. You and Xiaoyang have no grudge against each other, right? We're a team. Isn't it wrong of you to cause division? Enough, stop talking like this." Lin Xiaoyang turned around and took a look at Qi Xiang and said, "That's enough, brother. I think Sister Bing wasn't intentional. Let's forgive her this time." "That's enough. I don't need your fake compassion," Bingyu shouted suddenly. Then, Bingyu jumped off Taurus and landed on the ground, pointing at Qi Xiang and shouting, "Qi Xiang, listen carefully. This miss doesn't need your favoritism. I'll tell you, I can live just fine alone." As she said this, Bingyu stomped her foot and started walking in the opposite direction. This made all of them, including Qi Xiang, jump off their mounts immediately. Qi Xiang grabbed Bingyu's arm and said, "Bingyu, stop acting spoiled. This is not peacetime. We don't have time for you to throw tantrums." Shaydan also agreed. "That's right, Sister Bingyu, what's the point of this?" Bingyu turned around, and by this time, her face was already covered in tears. With a tearful voice, Bingyu screamed at Qi Xiang, "Qi Xiang, let me go now." "All right, I'll let go if you promise not to run away. Is that a deal?" Qi Xiang looked at Bingyu, a complex expression in his eyes. "Bingyu sister, please stop crying. I apologize, all right." Lin Xiaoyang also jumped off the white tiger and ran over to console Bingyu. Unexpectedly, when Bingyu saw Lin Xiaoyang coming over, she shoved her and said, "You fake compassionate person, stay away from me." As a result, Lin Xiaoyang fell directly to the ground. Qi Xiang quickly released his grip on Bingyu's hand to help Lin Xiaoyang up. Qi Xiang helped Lin Xiaoyang stand up from the ground and asked worriedly, "How are you, Xiaoyang? Are you all right?" Lin Xiaoyang rubbed her own bottom and said, "No worries, brother Qi Xiang. Go comfort Sister Bingyu." Qi Xiang nodded, and then turned around to find Bingyu had already run away while Che Dan and the others had gone after her. Qi Xiang sighed, recalled Taku's, and shouted, "White tiger!" "Oh whoa!" The white tiger leaped to Qi Xiang's side. Qi Xiang hoisted Lin Xiaoyang onto the white tiger, then spurred it with his legs, and said, "White tiger, go after her." How could Bingyu possibly compare with the white tiger in speed? With a single bound, the white tiger landed right in front of Bingyu. Seeing the white tiger arrive, Bingyu tried to turn away, but was quickly caught by Qi Xiang as he jumped off the tiger. Qi Xiang glanced at Che Dan and said, Che Dan, you guys rest here for a while. I need to handle something personal. Che Dan looked at Qi Xiang and nodded, saying, all right, come back quickly. Qi Xiang nodded, then picked up Bingyu princess style and jumped into a nearby grove of trees. Let me go. Bingyu struggled against Qi Xiang's hold. A moment later, she felt herself being dropped to the ground. Ouch, how can you treat me like this? You almost killed me. Bingyu grumbled, rubbing her sore bottom and glaring at Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang didn't reply. Instead, he bent down and lightly kissed Bingyu on the lips. After the kiss, Qi Xiang stood straight, silently staring at Bingyu, who touched her own lips and was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, Qi Xiang began to speak. But before he could say anything, Bingyu hugged him tightly, sobbing and shouting, you bad Qi Xiang, why do I love you? Why did I fall in love with you? Her voice was loud, yet neither Qi Xiang nor Bingyu cared if others heard them. Qi Xiang patted Bingyu's back gently and softly said, from now on, no more crying, okay? Love often begins like this, seeds planted unintentionally, gradually taking root through interactions and sprouting without words. Their hearts had blossomed with affection. Qi Xiang and Bingyu kissed passionately. Although they were both inexperienced, their fiery love produced strong hormones within them, making them drunk even in such a clumsy kiss. For a long time, they parted their lips, leaving a thin strand of saliva between them. They stared at each other, breathing heavily, especially Bingyu, whose white skin flushed red on her cheeks, looking extremely cute. Qi Xiang pinched Bingyu's adorable nose and teased, hee, you're quite thirsty. Bingyu immediately pouted, kicked Qi Xiang, and scolded him. Do you even know how to talk properly? Qi Xiang laughed heartily and replied, woman, I'll say whatever I want to. Looking at Bingyu's flustered face, he paused briefly and continued, but if anyone else wants to bully you, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Don't say nonsense. Bingyu hit Qi Xiang, then buried her head in his chest, her face already as red as a monkey's rear end, though her heart was brimming with joy that couldn't be suppressed. Qi Xiang laughed again, lifted Bingyu up, watched her scream in surprise, and kissed her forehead before leaping gracefully and heading back to the group. By the time they returned, Che Dan and the others were all smiling broadly. This laughter had been plastered on their faces since Bingyu had shouted, I love you. How could they not be happy for their friend's good fortune? Lin Xiaoyang, however, looked sulky, gazing unhappily in the direction where Qi Xiang and Bingyu had been. Seeing the smiling faces of the three, Qi Xiang said, hey, what are you three grinning about? Bingyu nudged Qi Xiang with her arm and whispered, oh, they probably already heard it. There's no need to hide it anymore. Qi Xiang glanced at Bingyu, nodded, and remained silent. Che Dan came closer and grinned. Big brother Xiang, how about giving us some wedding candy? He extended his right hand expectantly. Qi Xiang pulled out a piece of chewing gum from an alternate space pocket and placed it in Che Dan's hand, saying, special circumstances, be understanding, he. Disappointed, Che Dan popped the chewing gum into his mouth and complained, so stingy. At this point, Qi Xiang noticed Lin Xiaoyang. He walked over and stroked her head, asking, Xiaoyang, what's wrong? Why are you so unhappy? Lin Xiaoyang huffed, but didn't say anything. Instead, she climbed onto the white tiger and said, hey, are we still going or not? The sun is setting soon. Qi Xiang looked at Lin Xiaoyang and then at Bingyu before deciding, all right, let's set up camp here for the night. As he spoke, he summoned Takus to construct 2 earth houses. These earth houses were simply cottages made entirely of clay but equipped with beds. Just lay down a mattress and you have a place to sleep. As they inspected the newly built earth houses, Qi Xiang nodded in satisfaction. Following the usual division of labor, they split up. Those who needed to start fires, cooked food, cleaned the house, or explored the terrain each went about their respective tasks. As the youngest in the group and not particularly powerful, Lin Xiaoyang was carefully taken care of by everyone. They didn't let her do a thing. Feeling bored, Lin Xiaoyang asked Takus to create an earthen chair for her, so she could sit on it and chat with the white tiger. The sun gradually set, and Qi Xiang, who had been assigned to scout, also returned. The moment he came back, Qi Xiang took a chicken leg from the pot and stuffed it into his mouth, saying with a full mouth, hee, Uncle Da's cooking is still the best. I'm not used to others' dishes. Uncle Da saw Qi Xiang's piggy behavior and scolded with a laugh. You little rascal, all you know is to eat without caring if it burns your mouth. Qi Xiang grinned again. Not too hot, not at all. After eating, everyone went to sleep early. Bingyu, Lin Xiaoyang, and the white tiger shared one earth house, while Qi Xiang and the other 3 men stayed with Takus in another. Lying in bed, Lin Xiaoyang looked at Bingyu and asked, Sister Bingyu, are you dating brother Qi Xiang? Are you my sister-in-law now? Bingyu didn't mince words and simply nodded. Yes, what about it? Then can you tell me your story with brother Qi Xiang? Lin Xiaoyang asked. Bingyu paused for a moment and said, how should I explain? Lin Xiaoyang encouraged her. Just talk about how you two met. In the darkness, Bingyu didn't see anything unusual in Lin Xiaoyang's eyes as she recounted her own story, from their embarrassing first meeting, to Qi Xiang being kidnapped later, then their life and death experiences together, up until today. By the time Bingyu finished telling her story, Lin Xiaoyang had already fallen asleep. Looking at Lin Xiaoyang, Bingyu couldn't help but marvel at herself, thinking she must have sounded like a little girl, even envying a younger one. Outside the house, Lin Xiaoyang's true self was sitting on a hillside, while the figure inside was merely a clone. Gazing at the moon in the sky, Lin Xiaoyang silently thought about something. Qi Xiang and the others had already noticed Lin Xiaoyang outside last night, but no one went out to check, because they were prepared to rush out and protect this young girl at any moment. Of course, Sister Bingyu was sleeping soundly and couldn't possibly notice that the person lying beside her was a clone. In the morning, Uncle De came out of the house, stretched his arms, set up the pot, and started a fire to cook breakfast. One after another, everyone emerged from the clay houses. During the meal, Bingyu wanted to call her little sister, but was stopped by Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang had slept late last night, but his mental energy was still quite good. Occasional short nights didn't bother him. But Lin Xiaoyang wasn't like that. After breakfast, Qi Xiang finally woke Lin Xiaoyang, served her a bowl of vegetable porridge, placed some pickles on the side, and handed her a boiled egg. Watching Lin Xiaoyang sitting atop the white tiger and eating, Qi Xiang smiled and said, "Xiaoyang, haven't you been eating well these days? Are you hungry?" After sipping a mouthful of porridge, Lin Xiaoyang shook her head and said, "No, brother Qi Xiang. These past few days we've also raided supermarkets, ensuring we've had enough food. But none of it tasted as good as today's, aha." As she spoke, Lin Xiaoyang began to cry. Seeing Lin Xiaoyang crying, Qi Xiang immediately asked, "What's wrong, Xiaoyang? Is this not tasty?" Lin Xiaoyang shook her head again and said, "No, I just thought of my mom. She used to make porridge for me to eat. Aha-hoo." Qi Xiang sighed heavily and stopped talking. He understood, whether in disaster or apocalypse, there will always be children left orphaned, and such pain within them cannot be eased by a few comforting words. Only time can mend those wounds. Time truly is the best medicine for heartache. During the journey, everyone tacitly remained silent, not wanting to say anything more, as though fearing triggering Lin Xiaoyang's inner sorrow once more. Chapter 71, Battle Bear. Finally, after a long journey, Lin Xiaoyang managed to calm himself down. During this time, the most restless ones were Qi Xiang and Bingyu. These two kept exchanging glances, making the other three feel extremely uneasy. Chaidan couldn't take it anymore and complained, "Brother Xiang, I really want to burn you alive right now." Qi Xiang shot him a glare and replied, "An FFF group? But we need to figure out who burns who." As he spoke, Qi Xiang revealed a mischievous smile, with corrosive fire burning on his hand as he looked at Chaidan with ill intent. Chaidan quickly summoned a Lingxi shield to protect himself, which immediately made everyone laugh. "It seems like you've grown stronger again." A familiar voice sounded in Qi Xiang's ear, and upon hearing it, three words came to Qi Xiang's mind: non-human. A purple light flashed, and non-human appeared before Qi Xiang, still the same familiar figure. However, this time, the presence of an even more powerful aura surrounded him. "Brother Qi Xiang, is this your friend?" Lin Xiaoyang glanced at him and asked Qi Xiang. However, Qi Xiang narrowed his eyes, staying motionless, yet his whole body was tense, ready for an all-out attack. Naturally, the trio led by Chaidan was also prepared similarly. Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang looked perplexed at the scene, while Takas and Baihu had already been informed by Qi Xiang via mental contact about this guy's identity. They too were prepared for battle. Non-human was wearing a skull mask, completely bare from the waist up, with his muscles clearly defined and exposed. A black greatsword was strapped to his back. At that moment, non-human removed his face mask, revealing sharp-featured facial features characteristic of a muscular man and a bald head. This character simply screamed villainy. Non-human gave a slight smile, despite it not being a particularly appealing one, and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my codename is Wild Bear. This time, I've come to challenge the strongest among you." Saying this, Wild Bear pointed at Qi Xiang and continued, "Hey, last time you were on a mission, so we didn't get to have a proper fight. This time, I'm here specifically to duel with you." Qi Xiang coldly stared at him and said, "Then give me a reason to duel with you." "A reason, huh?" Wild Bear scratched his shiny bald head, flashing a set of white teeth in a friendly smile. "There are plenty of reasons, but do we really need one just for a friendly match?" "Indeed, friendly sparring doesn't require a reason, but it seems killing you wouldn't either," Qi Xiang coldly stated. With that, the Shirhan blade appeared in Qi Xiang's right hand, and Qi Xiang roared loudly, "Kill!" Colors of lights instantly struck Wild Bear, covering his entire body in flashes of brilliance. Despite not fully understanding the situation, Bingyu and others had already coordinated numerous attacks in similar situations before. Plus, the air was thick with tension, indicating imminent conflict. Bingyu was well prepared. Of course, Lin Xiaoyang did not participate in the attack since her abilities were unsuited for combat up to this point. When the smoke cleared, Wild Bear still stood there, completely unharmed, without even a single damaged piece of clothing. Wild Bear grinned menacingly, saying, "What? Trying to kill me with such attacks? You'd better start taking me seriously." Then, Wild Bear disappeared from his spot, reappearing less than a second later in front of Qi Xiang. With a mighty punch, Wild Bear struck Qi Xiang's abdomen, sneering, "My power, body enhancement." Body enhancement was a skill Su Ming also possessed, but Su Ming and Wild Bear were far apart in terms of ability level. If Su Ming was like a seasoned athlete honed over years, then Wild Bear could be described as a developer of latent potential. After all, the human body is a massive treasure house, and once all its hidden potential is unlocked, the outcome is clear. It crushes everything in its path. Qi Xiang was hurled back hundreds of meters by Wild Bear's punch, crashing into the ground and forming a 1-meter deep crater. Wild Bear didn't even glance at Chaidan and the others. He directly charged toward Qi Xiang. Meanwhile, Chaidan and his group also rushed to aid Qi Xiang. Though they knew their assistance would be minimal, they still went, because that's what people do. Standing above the pit, Wild Bear looked down at Qi Xiang and said, Listen, those who serve you in this world are either taller than you or more powerful. But in this world, there are very few who can look down on me in terms of power and almost none left for height. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. If you don't bring sufficient strength to impress me then, you should know that killing you would be easy for me." After Wild Bear's nonsensical words, he suddenly jumped several hundred meters away and quickly left the area. Xiong couldn't move at all. Almost all of his bones were broken. Now enduring immense pain, Xiong could only activate his Dan power to treat himself as quickly as possible. However, in his mind, he was pondering over Wild Bear's words. To look down on everything, is that really what I want? If one gets looked down upon, does it mean they will be trampled on? Xiong gave a self-mocking laugh, his body emitting white light as Dan power healed him, causing him to fall deep into thought. Everyone stood above the pit, not moving, including Uncle Da. This was because Xiong's energy made everyone feel very comfortable. Uncle Da hesitated, considering whether helping Xiong would affect him. Weighing the options, Uncle Da paused. Gradually, Xiong's body began to heal. Although he couldn't yet visualize his internal state due to his current level, Xiong could clearly feel his body repairing itself, with even his bones rapidly fusing back together. Meanwhile, those enveloped by the Dan power experienced subtle transformations, beneficial changes happening within them. Time passed slowly as the sun set and rose again, lasting for 2 whole days. No one moved during this time because the sensation was too beautiful. It wasn't exactly enjoyable, but it was incredibly comfortable, making them unwilling to let go of the feeling. Over these 2 days, nourished by Dan power, none of them felt hunger or thirst despite consuming no food or water. Even Lin Xiaoyang, the weakest among them, gained some benefits, gaining insights into her own abilities. The most significant change happened in Baihu. From start to finish, Baihu's eyes remained tightly closed, but the energy emanating from him became increasingly lively. Cells inside Baihu's body were reviving endlessly, making Baihu appear as an entirely different tiger compared to before. Although he no longer possessed zombie-like infinite stamina, he had regained vitality, what distinguished a living being from a monster. Despite their formidable powers, who would choose to be a half-dead creature if given a choice? Meanwhile, somewhere in another dimension, there was a subtle shift in Takasa's aura, though slight. It dramatically altered Takasa's future. Finally, after waiting for 2 days, Xiong's body was completely restored, and he also sensed the transformations in the others. Deep inside, he marveled at the incredible power of Dan power. Suddenly, Xiong felt an itch on his back, which was then followed by an excruciating tearing pain. Xiong let out an involuntary cry of pain, startling the others who had been enjoying the comfort. Looking at Xiong, they did not know what was happening, but no one dared to step forward, even Uncle Da. They knew Xiong had treatment methods far better than any pill. Xiong felt something extending out from his back, yet the pain was unbearable. He discovered that his Dan power, after 2 days of healing, was now dry and depleted. Unable to withstand the agony, Xiong rolled uncontrollably on the ground. When his back was finally revealed, the others finally understood what was happening. Blood soaked Xiong's back, and 8 leg-like objects resembling spider legs burst through his skin, piercing through his back. The pain drove Xiong to continuously roar, attempting to release every ounce of agony building up inside him. Worse still, Xiong found himself unable to control his 5 senses, which were magnified to their maximum extent. Additionally, some unknown energy kept him perpetually alert, preventing him from losing consciousness even though he desperately wanted to. Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood, a reflexive response after enduring extreme pain. 7 red snakes emerged from his 7 orifices, slithering onto the ground. Completely immobilized, not restrained physically but drained of strength, Xiong fell prostrate on the ground, breathing heavily and feeling only the relentless agony on his back, without any solution. Despite recognizing something unusual, none of them went to help Xiong. His abnormal transformations appeared strange, but they believed it was a form of opportunity for Xiong. Lin Xiaoyang, however, did not share the same thoughts. She only believed that her brother was suffering immense pain, so Lin Xiaoyang disregarded everyone's attempts to stop her and rushed down to help Xiong. But Bo Ge cast a defensive barrier that trapped Lin Xiaoyang. Despite Lin Xiaoyang hitting the barrier forcefully, even shedding tears of sorrow, Bo Ge still didn't release it. He was someone who prioritized reason over emotion, and wouldn't act on impulse or allow his companions to get hurt because of his mistakes. Xiong's hair gradually changed from black to purple, while the 8 spider legs, or rather, arachnid spears, that had pierced out of his back now stood fully erect. As soon as they appeared, these 8 spears dug into the ground. Each of the 8 spears looked the same, a red base color with purple patterns, though the purple dominated more. Countless fine reverse barbs adorned each spear, small but giving off a sense of danger. These barbs were anything but fragile. When the spearheads of the 8 spears pierced into the soil, Xiong felt the earth beneath him vanishing at an observable rate. Simultaneously, he also felt the Dan power inside him recovering. After half an hour, when Xiong's Dan power was completely restored, the searing pain in his back disappeared. All that remained was the discomfort from having 8 new spears attached to his back. With a thought, the 8 spears lifted Xiong from the ground, carrying him upright like spider legs would do. Testing the sensation by walking a couple of steps with them, Xiong then made the spears leap. Without much effort, Xiong soared over 10 meters high. He could only imagine how far he'd go if he exerted himself fully. Then, using the spears to walk towards the group, Xiong stood tall and said, "How about my new legs?" Dan moved forward instinctively, wanting to touch the spears, but seeing the barbs, he stopped himself. Still, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, those really look cool." Bo Gu, meanwhile, had already dismissed the barrier trapping Lin Xiaoyang. Now, Lin Xiaoyang clung to Xiang like a little sister sulking, her eyes red from crying. She whimpered, "Xiang, big brother, I was so worried." Looking at Lin Xiaoyang in his arms, Xiang's lips curved slightly upward into a smile. He stroked her hair affectionately and said gently, "All right, don't worry. See, I'm fine." Xiang's voice was soft and gentle. If there were people in this world who could receive such kindness from Xiang, then right now, it was only Lin Xiaoyang. After comforting Lin Xiaoyang, Xiang turned to the group and said, "All right, let's continue our journey." Bo Gu glanced at the 8 spears on Xiang's back and asked, "What are you going to do about those 8 legs? These spears clearly aren't ordinary things. Wild bear's attack either intentionally or unintentionally triggered something inside you, leading to the creation of these 8 spears. Let's have you test their abilities first while we wait for you." Xiang nodded without hesitation and went to a nearby grove to test the spear's capabilities. As for whether Bingyu was jealous, it was a problem Xiang simply wouldn't consider. First, Xiang and Bingyu were together largely because of guilt. Second, if Xiang had to choose the most important person in his heart, Lin Xiaoyang would definitely rank higher than Bingyu. After all, Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang represented 2 entirely different figures. Although both held places in Xiang's heart, the positions differed. In fact, what Bo Gu said wasn't wrong. Xiang also sensed that this transformation was likely triggered after being injured by Wild Bear. Thus, Xiang was unsure whether he should thank or hate Wild Bear. Actually, the appearance of these arachnid spears was purely coincidental. Since the Dan power and the 2 types of flames within Xiang weren't products of this era, the Master of Corrosion Flame and Devouring Flame originally possessed these 8 spears. They were merely sealed by the Dan power. And now, the essence within Xiang's body had reverted to pure Dan power, so previously, no spears emerged. However, when Wild Bear shattered Xiang's bones, causing his skeleton to shift unnaturally, coupled with the Dan power's repair process along with changes brought about by the energies of the 2 flames, this situation came to fruition. Chapter 72, Bloodthirsty Magic Spear. Xiang felt the changes in his body and used his spiritual power to control the spider spear. Suddenly, one of the spider spears on the right side stabbed into a tree that would take 3 men to encircle with their arms. Then, with Xiang's mental command, the tree immediately transformed into purple energy flowing into the spider spear. Xiang continuously experienced the structure and abilities of the spider spear, experimenting time and again. Thus, for 3 days and nights, Xiang did not close his eyes, practicing without eating or drinking for 3 days. In these 3 days, Xiang gained a lot of insights, not only roughly understanding the abilities of the spider spear, but also having some thoughts about his fighting style. The spider spear sprang up, and Xiang leapt out of the woods. Standing up, Xiang looked at everyone. Purple light flickering behind him as the spider spear gradually retreated back to his back. At this moment, Xiang's back was bare, and he decided not to change into new clothes since during the next battle, if the spider spear was used, it would cause too much damage to clothing. Moreover, Xiang could no longer feel the cold. His reliance on clothing was only for modesty's sake. After retracting the spider spear, Xiang smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone." Dan and others revealed heartfelt smiles. During these 3 days, they hadn't been idle either. Each had practiced diligently, making adjustments to themselves and improving teamwork with their teammates. Of course, their smiles were not because of their own strength, but due to Xiang's newfound strength. They knew the strongest person in this team had become even stronger once more. Xiang whistled, then leaped up onto Baihu as it charged over, laughing. "Haha, it's time to get going." It was clear that Xiang was now in a good mood. During these 3 days, Xiang discovered that the spider spear had 3 types of abilities. First was swallowing, which occurred faster than when augmented by the siren blade. But Xiang found that this type of swallowing was not initiated by swallowing flame, but was instead an inherent ability of the spider spear itself. And what's more, this swallowing was not just limited to energy, it also included life force. Simply put, although Xiang's swallowing flame could consume an enemy's body turning it into energy, it couldn't swallow life force, or, rather, the soul. Now, however, the situation was different. The spider spear could devour an enemy's life force to replenish itself. This gave Xiang an additional way to recover, and if he ever faced enemies who controlled bodies using souls, this would undoubtedly be a powerful killing technique. The second ability was movement capability. Walking with the spider spear not only allowed one to ignore terrain differences, but the speed rivaled that of a car. Added to that was its incredible jumping power, making it an incredibly powerful way for Xiang to both escape and chase opponents. The third ability was the reason it took Xiang 3 days to complete his training. This was bloodlust. This differed from the first 2 abilities. Whether it was swallowing or movement, both belonged to the natural capabilities of the spider spear. However, this bloodlust was a skill, a genuine skill. Xiang triggered this unintentionally. After testing, Xiang discovered that this skill could enhance his own strength by 20% for a full 3 minutes. However, one must have the spider spear. The skill could not be activated if the spider spear was retracted inside the body. But the cooldown time for the bloodlust skill was an entire day. This was why Xiang spent so much time understanding the cooldown duration. Although Xiang did not know the name of this skill, when it was activated, red patterns on the spider spear would glow, and Xixiang's heart would be filled with murderous intent. Hence, Xixiang named this skill something that almost all online games or novels might feature. Sitting on Baihu, Xixiang placed Lin Xiaoyang on Baihu, while the rest of the group mounted tax. "Xiang brother, what's your spider spear called?" Qidan asked Xixiang. Xixiang was surprised and scratched his head, suddenly realizing that his new weapon didn't yet have a name. Though in the apocalypse world, names weren't everything, giving it a name was still a good idea. After pondering for a while, Xixiang said, "Let's call it the Bloodthirsty Devil Spear." Upon hearing this name, Qidan laughed and said, "Wow, who knew Xiang brother has talent for naming things? I'll beat you if you flatter me anymore." Xixiang laughed and teased. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the next city, S-City. Looking at this desolate city, this was already the 4th such city Xixiang had seen, but he still felt a bit of sorrow. After all, cities once teeming with life where hundreds of thousands, even millions of people lived, were now mostly populated by zombies. Only 1 in 10,000 survived. However, after seeing so much and experiencing so much, though Xixiang wasn't numb, his emotions had lessened significantly. Because Xixiang knew that if one couldn't adapt to the world, then the world would abandon you. Although Xixiang's experience in Y City had brought about significant changes in his mindset, making him more open and less aggressive than before, inside he was still as firm as a rock. Even slaughtering an entire city wouldn't make him hesitate now. Xixiang had changed, and he knew that in this world only the strong could survive. As the group entered S-City and looked at the zombies on the streets, Xixiang realized that it had been so long since he last saw so many zombies. Of course, these were just regular zombies, and the occasional elite or mutant zombie posed no problem. Xixiang's group didn't even move. Cha Dan summoned mutant zombies to clear the path obstacles. It was then that Xixiang truly appreciated how luxurious it was to be a summoner. But Xixiang also knew that he couldn't become a summoner for the time being. After all, his sealing technique had limitations and was effective on certain types of targets only. Moreover, Xixiang leaned more toward the warrior role, especially one with brutal offensive capabilities, so he could never rely on summoned creatures like true summoners do. Every mutant zombie possessed considerable combat strength. To ordinary zombies, the mutant zombies under Cha Dan's control were nightmares. As for elite zombies or other mutants, they were simply mobbed by 3 mutant zombies. At this moment, even the near-dragon zombie was summoned by Cha Dan, because its name bore the 3 crucial words, upgradable. In situations where there was no danger of death, Cha Dan was happy to let the near-dragon zombie fight. He understood that the strength of the near-dragon zombie did not lie in raw power but in its growth potential. If allowed to grow, it would certainly reach formidable heights. Cha Dan felt quite glad now that he had chosen to become a summoner instead of saving coins to buy a wind dragon. While the wind dragon was powerful, there was just one, and such power was temporary. But summoners are different. They can create an empire with a single individual if they themselves are weak, but have powerful summoned beasts. In particular, while the upper limits of Cha Dan's summoned beasts required skill points for upgrades, those same skill points could allow Cha Dan to form a massive army. With meticulous effort, Cha Dan could definitely cultivate a powerful core under his command. Moving forward, Xixiang dismounted Baihu, and the bloodthirsty devil spear extended from behind him, consuming one zombie after another from the ground. In Xixiang's eyes, these were merely energy reservoirs. Though current regular zombies contributed very little to his improvement, Xixiang still believed that towering skyscrapers rise from level ground. Rivers, lakes, and seas were made up of countless tiny drops. The quantity of zombies along this route was not insignificant either. If he skipped consuming them due to their large numbers, it would not be the attitude of a true powerhouse. Despite Cha Dan commanding mutant zombies to eliminate a large number of zombies along the way, none remained. Instead, these zombies were transformed into energy that flowed directly into Xixiang's body. Climbing back onto Baihu, Xixiang gazed down the street ahead. At this point, all the zombies had hidden away. Zombies acted purely on instinct, and Xixiang's group had demonstrated overwhelming strength, which terrified nearby zombies enough to make them hide. Of course, these were just common zombies. Ayo. Suddenly, a zombie with its body fully wrapped in bandages appeared above Xixiang and the others. From its body, the bandages shot out, targeting the group. Xixiang sneered lightly, leaped agilely, and used the bloodthirsty devil spear to deflect all the flying bandages. Following that, the spider spear pricked through the entire bandaged zombie. Instantly, the zombie began transforming into energy. Feeling the energy coming from the bandaged zombie, Xixiang sighed. It was undeniable that mutant zombies provided much more energy compared to normal ones. One mutant zombie equaled hundreds of normal zombies. Still, what left Xixiang feeling somewhat dissatisfied was that his own strength had reached a point where even mutant zombies offered little added benefit. After all, Xixiang had already advanced to level 38. Warbear likely hadn't reached this high yet, although his unique skills made him powerful nonetheless. But Xixiang was certain that among surviving humans, barring someone bizarrely extraordinary like Warbear, most would stand no chance against him. This could clearly be seen from the survivors in V City, Y City, and Wuling City. In the sky, an eagle flew by, letting out a call. However, this call attracted Xixiang's attention since from the outbreak until now, he had never seen any birds, let alone eagles. So, Xixiang immediately covered the bird with his spiritual power and found that the eagle carried not a single trace of biological life. It was a summoned creature. The eagle slowly descended from the sky and flapped its wings in front of Baihu. Xixiang looked at the eagle and said, "Do you want us to follow you?" The eagle seemed to understand what Qi Xiang had said. It turned its body and flapped its wings, flying ahead. Qi Xiang glanced at Cha Dan and others, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "This should be the summoned creature of the survivors here. Let's go and take a look." As he spoke, Qi Xiang spurred Baihu with his heels and urged it forward. Baihu gave a complaint-like call, then started walking forward. Cha Dan looked at the eagle and said, "Xianggu, the survivors here aren't doing too well. They have to send out summoned creatures for patrols. Looks like either the zombies here are too strong, or the survivors are too weak." Qi Xiang glanced at Cha Dan and said, "Cha Dan, I've told you to use your brain, haven't I? This is the apocalypse. Thinking won't kill you, but not thinking might." Cha Dan rolled his eyes at Qi Xiang and huffed in discontent, then explained how what I said was wrong. Qi Xiang replied, "In V City, the patrol range of the survivors doesn't go beyond the refugee camp area, and the zombies there aren't very strong. They haven't even grown powerful yet. In Y City, we have military forces and T-Ku's influence, so we had the resources. But you should have seen how many zombies there are here. It's definitely not a small number. Moreover, there's no military base around here, meaning the best weapons these people likely possess are handguns from local police. That's why the situation is like this." Cha Dan nodded, saying, "That does make sense." "Cha Dan, big idiot, can't even understand such simple logic," Lin Xiaoyang said, while making a face at Cha Dan. Cha Dan rolled his eyes at Lin Xiaoyang. "And what about you? Did you come up with anything better? Kid, really?" However, just after saying this, Cha Dan got hit on the head, though without turning around, he glared at Lin Xiaoyang, knowing it must be one of Lin Xiaoyang's clones that did it. Lin Xiaoyang also pouted, glaring at Cha Dan, saying, "Who are you calling kid? I'm in high school, okay? Both of you stop it. There are still people watching over there." Qi Xiang quickly intervened as soon as the atmosphere turned sour. Cha Dan and Lin Xiaoyang simultaneously humphed, turning their heads away from each other. Meanwhile, everyone else present could only sigh helplessly. The eagle led the group to an underground parking lot, then let out a loud cry before flying back into the sky. Qi Xiang and the others didn't try to hold the eagle back since its mission was already complete. Qi Xiang dismounted Baihu, nodded at everyone, and took the lead, ready to attack if there was any sign of trouble with a suppressive force. When the group arrived at the garage, Bingyu asked, "Xiang, where are the people here? Were we tricked?" Qi Xiang shook his head, saying, "No, there should be people here. I can sense human presence, but it's too dark to see clearly." Deshu chuckled, saying, "Didn't you forget about me?" He then pulled out a silver glowing sphere which, in the darkness, illuminated the position of Qi Xiang and the others like a pearl shining in the night. Bingyu glanced at Deshu's sphere and said, "But Deshu, this light isn't enough." Deshu tossed the sphere in his hand and said, "You shouldn't underestimate it. This pill is called Night Pearl. Though its function is merely for lighting, it uses some rare metals and herbs. Each one costs no less than 100,000 yuan to make. I only have 10 in total, but since today is special, I'll use it once." Saying this, Deshu threw the pearl. Qi Xiang reached out, caught the Night Pearl, then immediately stored it in his personal space. He smiled, saying, "Too wasteful, Deshu. How can you be so extravagant? I have a flashlight, you know." A flashlight then appeared in Qi Xiang's hand. When Qi Xiang turned it on, the area lit up brightly. "Hey, give my Night Pearl back." Deshu couldn't help but complain. After all, despite being practicality limited, the Night Pearl was extremely expensive. Qi Xiang didn't reply to Deshu. Instead, he shone the flashlight around, searching for the humans here. Apparently, he had no intention of returning the Night Pearl. Chapter 73, The Tide of Corpses. Shining the flashlight around, Qi Xiang finally saw the people here. A gaunt man with tattered clothes covered in bloodstains stood before him. His left arm was missing, leaving only an empty sleeve. Looking at the man before him, Qi Xiang instinctively glanced at his own side. His attire was neat and his complexion rosy. This made Qi Xiang wonder, should the people in this post-apocalyptic world be like the man before him or like his group? However, this answer is something Qi Xiang may never know, because the world itself is a pyramid, and Qi Xiang and his group are the ones at the top of that pyramid. Naturally, their way of living is different from those at the bottom of the pyramid. The man approached Qi Xiang, staring at the back-exposing outfit Qi Xiang wore. Suddenly, the man dropped to his knees. Large tears streamed down his face, dripping onto the ground. The man looked utterly wretched now. If someone unfamiliar didn't know any better, they might think this man had been bullied by Qi Xiang's group. Sobbing, the man pleaded, "Please, please save me. I'm about to die." His voice was intermittent, weakened from having eaten only a little food and water over the past days. It sounded frail and hoarse. Seeing the man's desolation, Qi Xiang softened his heart. He pulled out water and food from his otherworldly space and handed them to the man, saying, "All right, stop crying. Eat these. Everything will be all right." Qi Xiang could feel the desperation in this man. If he and his group hadn't arrived, the man probably wouldn't have lived more than 2 more days. Although his will to survive was strong, his body was too weak. It was so fragile that he didn't even have the strength to unscrew the cap of the mineral water bottle. Seeing the man's pitiful state, Qi Xiang squatted down and helped him unscrew the bottle and open the food package. Then, he turned his head, waving his hand to signal for Cha Dan to go rest elsewhere. With that done, Qi Xiang just watched the man. The man didn't care that Qi Xiang was looking at him as he devoured the food ravenously before him. Of course, the man remained rational. Knowing he hadn't eaten for many days, he understood not to eat too much at once. Thus, while his eating manner was voracious, the actual amount wasn't excessive. Qi Xiang observed that the man hadn't eaten much and asked if he wanted more. Shaking his head, the man replied, I understand my current condition. Though I'm hungry, eating too much would harm my body. Qi nodded and called Deshu, asking, Deshu, do you have any pills to restore stamina? Deshu nodded and handed over a transparent pill to the man. Then, he said to Qi, return the night pearl to me later. Hearing this, Qi stared at Deshu's face, making Deshu feel extremely uneasy. Waving his hands frantically, he hastily replied, all right, you don't need to return it. Ha ha ha. Qi couldn't help but burst into laughter seeing Deshu's flustered expression. The man sniffed the pill in his hand, then swallowed it without hesitation. Soon, he felt warmth in his abdomen and gradually regained his strength. Looking at Qi and Deshu, the man said sincerely, thank you. By this point, his voice was no longer as hoarse as before and sounded more energetic. Qi waved his hand dismissively, saying, in times of chaos, mutual help is necessary. What's your name? How is the situation in this city now? And how many survivors are left? Qi, although aware of the existence of refugee camps in some cities, knew not every city had such facilities. For example, Wuling City was vastly different. Each city faced different situations, varied strengths and weaknesses among the residents and enemies alike. Seeing the man standing alone in such a disheveled state already gave Qi some thoughts. While there weren't many zombies brave enough to confront Qi group earlier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, including reinforced and mutated zombies. Even though these zombies were likely new arrivals, their large numbers meant disaster for ordinary people. Even psychics, without potent powers to rely on, faced only one outcome, death. Sighing, the man responded, just call me Shao Kai. I'm afraid most people here are dead already, and those who've survived probably don't exceed single digits. There were too many zombies. City had too many people, and too many of them became zombies, making the zombie population and their power extraordinarily strong. Based on what I've observed, these zombies seem to evolve by consuming corpses or other zombies. From my observation, there must be no fewer than 1,000 powerful zombies in this city. 1,000. Qi, upon hearing this number, stroked his chin, pondering. 1,000 zombies, even if all of them were reinforced zombies, would still represent a formidable force. If they were mutated zombies, it would be troublesome because the abilities of mutated zombies were varied and unpredictable. Some mutated zombies even gave Qi headaches. Most importantly, Qi didn't know if there were any zombie commanders present. If so, then as long as their numbers exceeded 3, Qi and his group would have no chance to fight back. Furthermore, Shao Kai mentioned a crucial piece of information. Both reinforced and mutated zombies, even the commanding ones, evolved through progression. In other words, if too many corpses remained and a single zombie appeared and consumed all of them, it would evolve into a terrifying existence. Few people probably knew about this fact. After all, there was no internet now, and even the players of that job change system totaled no more than a dozen. There were only 2 posts on the forum, one about buying equipment and another about assembling all job change players in a certain city. The first post was roughly about collecting weapons and armors of various warriors. The second post called for all job change players to gather in one city. Of course, regarding these 2 posts, Shao Kai directly ignored the latter, because his current team was absolutely among the best ones. However, the first post did bring Shao Kai a small fortune, as he had completed quite a few tasks before and possessed various kinds of equipment. His backpack, which had been expanded significantly and resembled an otherworldly space, was as large as half a soccer field. Carrying those items wasn't strenuous at all, so Shao Kai held on to some items while selling others. Now, Qi could only pray that survivors burned the bodies after killing a large amount of zombies. Of course, Qi did an excellent job since every zombie he encountered was consumed by him. Shao Kai closed his eyes, furrowed his eyebrows tightly, and then opened his eyes again, saying, let's go, powerful zombies are coming, with a number exceeding 3,000. Since Shao Kai could summon a hawk, he must also be able to share its vision. Previously, Shao Kai released the hawk to look for any living humans who might have some food. Now, the uneasiness transmitted by the hawk prompted Shao Kai to observe the situation where the hawk was, leading him to witness the tide of corpses. Qi smiled faintly and said, don't worry, leave it to us. Then, he signaled Chadan and the others to come over. But this is a tide of corpses. If we don't leave now, there will be no more chances, Shao Kai said, seeing that Qi had no intention of fleeing. After all, in Shao Kai's eyes, Qi and his group were merely more powerful psychics. He wasn't unfamiliar with strong psychics, but their outcome when facing a tide of corpses was only death. Shao Kai managed to survive until now precisely because he was skilled in concealing his aura and summoning hawks. Qi patted Shao Kai on the shoulder and smiled. If you're not reassured, let your hawk watch. Then, Qi turned around and said to Bo Gu, Xiao Yang, Deshu, and Shao Kai are left in your care. Rest assured. Bo Gu immediately agreed without hesitation. Qi nodded, and the soul-devouring saber appeared in his hand. He said, let's go. Bo Gu created a defensive barrier with his hands to protect everyone, while Lin Xiaoyang summoned a clone and hid himself above, observing Qi battle. At this moment, Shao Kai squatted on the ground, clasping his head in his hands, muttering, it's over, we're done, we're dead this time. Lin Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at Shao Kai and said, you're such a coward. Then Lin Xiaoyang stopped paying attention to Shao Kai and controlled the clone to observe Qi battle. Shao Kai watched Qi battle through the hawk and began to understand why Qi dared to face the tide of corpses. The numerical advantage really meant nothing to Qi. Xiong wielded the soul-devouring saber, activating the devouring whirlwind, resembling a purple fire dragon devouring zombies. Ordinary zombies simply couldn't withstand Xiong's attacks, and as long as they were touched, even if not completely devoured by Xiong, they would lose their ability to fight. On the other hand, Chadan controlled his zombies to charge forward. 7 mutated zombies formed a wall of steel, while Chadan and the dragon-like zombie followed behind to deal the finishing blows. Chadan's mutated zombies were mostly capable of area of effect attacks. Whether it was the lightning zombie, flame zombie, water zombie, or spike-launching zombie, all were zombies capable of attacking groups. These ordinary zombies in front of them were like ants blocking a person's path. Since you're blocking me, I'll just crush you. Bingyu isn't a melee fighter, and Bingyu's Ice Spike Barrage isn't suited for this kind of battle. The only suitable ability would be Rapid Ice Spike. However, one must not underestimate Bingyu's Rapid Ice Spike. With an ice spike launched every 2 seconds, it was fast, and each spike could take down at least 2 zombies. As for Baihu and Tax's attack methods, they were even more brutal. Baihu used sound waves to crush everything, while Tax directly summoned an earth wall, then pushed it forward, crushing hundreds of zombies with each push. Ayo. A zombie with massive arms appeared among the crowd of zombies, standing out unusually. This Mega Punch zombie immediately threw a punch towards Xiong. Xiong sneered softly, let out a loud shout, and the bloodthirsty devil spear appeared behind him. 8 spider-like spears directly pierced the large hand of the Mega Punch zombie. Then, like a deflating balloon, the Mega Punch zombie collapsed. After devouring the Mega Punch zombie, Xiong licked his tongue, retracted the bloodthirsty devil spear, and continued slaughtering. After all, although the bloodthirsty devil spear had strong single-target attacks, it somewhat hindered him in group battles, so Xiong rarely used it unless necessary. After all, using a weapon that he wasn't fully familiar with during critical moments could be fatal. Although Xiong was confident in dealing with this tide of zombies, it didn't mean he wasn't cautious. Xiao Kai's expression became increasingly rich, especially when he saw Xiong killing the Mega Punch zombie instantly. Xiao Kai couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Xiao Kai had once seen this Mega Punch zombie before and watched it smash people with cars. He also witnessed a skilled psychic being killed within half a minute under its attack. That Mega Punch zombie's strength far exceeded what Xiao Kai could challenge. After all, the zombie hierarchy was pyramid-shaped, and powerful zombies needed time to devour many others to enhance their power. Now, Xiao Kai truly realized how foolish his fear was and understood just how formidable these individuals were. Xiong continued fighting tirelessly. Gradually, Xiong felt something stir within him, grabbed his already tattered shirt with his left hand, and tore it off, baring his muscular torso. Of course, this musculature wasn't something Xiong had before. It had developed due to the enhancement by Dan energy. Xiong kept devouring, feeling immense power flowing into his body. His Dan energy inside seemed to boil, leaping joyfully. From the start of the battle until now, Xiong had slain 7 mutated zombies, 16 reinforced zombies, and over 1,000 ordinary ones. Xiong's Dan energy was boiling. He was sure that if he devoured all the zombies, he would definitely reach level 39. Of course, regarding level 40, Xiong didn't expect it since each level required enormous energy. Even if a commander-level zombie appeared today, Xiong wouldn't dream of reaching level 40. At the same time, Xiong was curious about what surprise reaching level 40 would bring concerning the Yellow Skin Book. More and more zombies gathered from around the city. Xiao Kai, observing from a height, saw the surrounding situation and hurriedly informed Bogu, but Bogu waved his hand, saying, I trust in Xiong's abilities. However, as time passed, more zombies joined the fight, with no fewer than 100,000 zombies rushing over, and this number kept growing. By now, Bingyu had returned to the underground garage to rest, and Bogu protected the entire place with a defensive barrier to prevent any zombies from entering. Xiao Kai observed from the sky, not watching Xiong's group's suppressive style of combat anymore, but instead keeping vigilant against any especially powerful beings sneaking in. Now Xiong was drenched in sweat after killing no fewer than 10,000 zombies. He was very confident in reaching level 40 today because Xiong could already feel the process of leveling up. Even though he lacked specific data, he could still sense the changes. However, Xiong had forgotten something extremely important, the warning on the Yellow Skin Book. If you want to practice this art, you must first absorb the Black Pearl. Remember, if you choose to cultivate this technique, you will inevitably endure disasters within 3 years. But once you overcome these disasters, you will surely become an exceptional being. Chapter 74, Lord Zombie. Suddenly, Xiao Kai saw 3 figures, and as if he had seen something terrifying, his legs went limp and he collapsed on the ground. Lin Xiaoyang glanced at Xiao Kai and sneered, what a wimp. However, Bogu and Deshu were not like Lin Xiaoyang. They could tell that Xiao Kai had seen something truly horrifying. After all, Xiong's group had already impressed Xiao Kai with their strength. Unless it was something exceptionally terrifying, Xiao Kai wouldn't be this scared. Bogu and Deshu squatted down, and Bogu asked, Xiao Kai, what's wrong? THR. 3 lieutenants. Xiao Kai's words were stammered, but when he shouted at the end, it was with great volume. After shouting those words, Xiao Kai panicked and scrambled to his feet, beating on Bo Ji's protective barrier with his remaining arm, crying out, Mighty hero, let me go. I want to live. Bogu shook his head, stepped forward, patted Xiao Kai on the shoulder, and said, we know how strong we are. We understand the power of zombie lieutenants, so even if you don't leave, we will have to leave anyway. Then, Bogu turned to Lin Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, Use your avatar to notify Qi Xiang. They're coming with 3 lieutenant zombies. Although Lin Xiaoyang didn't know the full strength of these zombie lieutenants, seeing Bo Ji's and Deshu's solemn expressions and Bing Yu's furrowed brow, his laughter ceased, and he closed his eyes, controlling his avatar to head toward Qi Xiang's location. But getting to Qi Xiang wasn't easy. He and his companions were surrounded by thousands of zombies. Lin Xiaoyang's avatar had very weak powers, not even capable of defeating a single ordinary zombie. As soon as his avatar arrived near the zombies, it was immediately torn apart. With his avatar killed, Lin Xiaoyang also felt unwell, spitting out a mouthful of blood and saying, "My avatar is dead, cough, cough." Bo Ji's expression changed drastically, looking at the flood of corpses outside. With a sweep of his right hand, he deactivated the protective barrier, then turned his head and said to Bing Yu and Deshu, "This place is yours now." Saying this, Bogo looked out at the flood of corpses, took 3 pills, and roared loudly while forming hand seals. The piercing barrier erupted violently amidst the flood of corpses. At this moment, Shao Kai and Bing Yu finally realized that this guy who usually only handled defense actually had such powerful attack capabilities. Deshu's lips curved into a smile as he said, "All right, it's our turn." Speaking, Deshu swallowed 3 pills in quick succession, his body undergoing drastic changes. Instantly, Deshu transformed into a werewolf, his speed and defense increasing significantly. All of this was thanks to the pills Deshu had concocted with his advanced alchemy skills, their effects far surpassing anything he'd created before. "Oh wow wow." Deshu cried out and charged forward, while Bing Yu summoned her staff, attacking while warning Lin Xiaoyang and Shao Kai behind her. "You two stay still, conserve your energy, and stand behind me until Qi Xiang comes back." Lin Xiaoyang and Shao Kai immediately nodded in agreement after hearing this. Qi Xiang glanced at the crystal-like piercing barrier and smiled toward Che Dan. "Haha, Bogo can't resist joining us. Baihu, go meet Bogo." Baihu let out a cry, spreading its wings. In an instant, under Baihu's deliberate control, the wind cut through several zombies. Then, Baihu roared and flew off to Bo Ji's location. Che Dan watched Baihu and chuckled, saying, "Xianggu, I envy you." Since Baihu obtained vitality, it becomes more and more regal. But look at my summoned creatures. Just zombies, always zombies. Qi Xiang laughed and scolded him. "Boy, aren't you satisfied yet? Your pseudo-dragon doesn't need me to say. It's definitely no ordinary thing. If you're jealous of my Baihu, why don't you just advance your pseudo-dragon?" Che Dan grinned, but didn't reply. "Who dares kill my people in my territory?" A voice thundered in Qi Xiang's ears like a lightning strike. And when Sudan heard this sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered, nearly being ambushed by a zombie. And at this moment, Shao Kai was already panicking, lying motionless on the ground, muttering, "Lord." Lin Xiaoyang looked at Shao Kai and asked, "What kind of lord?" By now, Lin Xiaoyang had noticed that although this Shao Kai guy wasn't particularly strong or brave, he seemed to have extensive knowledge about zombies, so whenever Shao Kai mentioned a new term, Lin Xiaoyang became curious. Bing Yu and Deshu were now both frowning, having lost their earlier calmness. Neither of them had heard Shao Kai's words, but they could feel the presence of a powerful entity appearing on the battlefield. Previously, they could have retreated without injury, but now, neither Bing Yu nor Deshu was certain that they could ensure the safe retreat of everyone. At this moment, Bo Gu was already sitting on Baihu, but after hearing that voice, Bo Ji's body swayed, and he nearly fell off Baihu. Then, he heard Qi Xiang shouting, "Who dares to harm my brother? Come out and face your death." Next, Bo Gu saw a zombie standing atop a building. Ordinary zombies' bodies were always somewhat damaged, like bulging eyeballs or broken fingers. Reinforced zombies had more intact bodies, although their skin color remained green. Mutated zombies contained other elements, for example, the previous bandage-wrapped zombie. But now, the imposing aura radiating from the zombie made Bo Gu feel suffocated, an absolute superiority in strength. Moreover, this zombie's outfit was special, a full set of armor with a large sword strapped on his back. If not for the greenish skin, Bo Gu might have thought this was an ancient general. Qi Xiang also sensed something was wrong. Earlier, he had felt 3 presences. Qi Xiang recognized these as belonging to Lieutenant Zombies, and though he intended to take a chance, the presence of this Lord Zombie had gone unnoticed by Qi Xiang before now. The aura emitted by the Lord Zombie even made Qi Xiang feel slightly uneasy. Qi Xiang recalled the 3 years of misfortune described in the Yellow Skin book. In reality, Qi Xiang's luck was truly terrible because there were only a few Lord Zombies on Earth at this time. Though these Lord Zombies were all relatively weak compared to others, they still belonged to the category of Lord Zombies, each ranked at least 40 levels. Their power was incomparable to the Lieutenant Zombies. Che Dan glanced at the Lord Zombie's profile and said to Qi Xiang, "Xianggu, this guy is a Lord Zombie named Dao Zhan, nothing else known." Qi Xiang nodded, looking at Dao Zhan, thinking indeed that this was a prideful existence who had acquired a name. And Qi Xiang observed carefully that the 3 Lieutenant Zombies were actually under Dao Zhan's command. Commander referred to generals leading armies into battle, while Lord denoted sovereigns over territories. Even just from their names, one could sense the difference in strength between these 2 types of zombies. Qi Xiang roared, leaping up high, catching sight of the 3 Lieutenant Zombies among the horde of zombies. Without paying any attention to those 3 Lieutenant Zombies, Qi Xiang jumped onto the roof, staring at Dao Zhan, and asked, "You say I killed your people, so tell me, who are your people, and where exactly is your territory?" Dao Zhan laughed coldly, saying, "This city is my land. and every zombie within it is my subordinate, my subject. When he spoke, Dao Zhan displayed extreme pride. Qi Xiang smiled slightly, asking, if you say this is your territory, have you ever conquered this city? And if you call these zombies your subjects, do they agree? Clearly, Qi Xiang intended to use the same method that worked against Wuling Emperor against Dao Zhan. Instead of replying, Dao Zhan drew his large blade from behind. Dao Zhan's sword was massive, half a meter wide, 1.7 meters long, its silver blade adorned with black patterns, appearing extremely peculiar. Pointing the great blade directly at Qi Xiang, Dao Zhan said, this sword is called the Sovereign King's Sword, and today, you will be the first human it kills. Qi Xiang snorted coldly, his Shihun blade appearing in hand. He looked down at the Shihun blade and said, this Shihun blade has clashed with countless weapons, but its results remain the same. The weapon and its wielder disappear. Suddenly, both Qi Xiang and Dao Zhan moved simultaneously. Their blades, different in size and type, clashed together, sparks flying instantly at their collision. This marked the first time that sparks flew during the Shihun blade's combat, indicating that Dao Zhan's Sovereign King's Sword was almost equal in power to the Shihun blade. Dao Zhan sneered, saying, I know your ability. Your flames are unusual, but let me tell you, tricks are useless in the face of absolute power. Blade Storm. Dao Zhan violently thrust Qi Xiang away, then horizontally raised his sword, rotating it at tremendous speed. Seeing this move, Qi Xiang mocked in his mind. Did this guy often play Dota in his previous life? Although mockery aside, Qi Xiang didn't dare underestimate Dao Zhan's power. Just earlier, Qi Xiang had figured out that Dao Zhan was a pure strength-type Lord Zombie with incredibly strong physical attacks. Plus, with a good sword, Dao Zhan's current Blade Storm maximized all his advantages. However, Dao Zhan's Blade Storm did not share the game version's vulnerability that could easily be dodged. Due to the immense speed, Dao Zhan's attack generated suction force that pulled surrounding objects, including Qi Xiang. A pebble flew up from the ground and then fell into the Blade Storm, making a ding sound as it instantly turned to powder. Qi Xiang attempted to break free but discovered that the suction force of this Blade Storm was incredibly powerful. Moreover, his friction with the ground was insufficient, so Qi Xiang was gradually being pulled towards the Blade Storm. He didn't dare jump up recklessly, because if he did, he would immediately be sucked in and shredded into mincemeat. Below, all the zombies retreated, leaving this patch of land as a vacuumed area. Only Che Dan, Bo Gu, Tax, Bai Hu, and Che Dan's summoned zombie creatures remained. Uncle Da also came out with Bingyu, while Lin Xiaoyang and Xiao Kai stayed behind in the underground parking lot. The three lieutenant zombies hadn't left, but instead watched those present. These three lieutenant zombies had different forms. One had its entire body burning with flames, another had sharp spines all over, and yet another held bombs in its hands. By now, Xiao Kai no longer needed to explain for Qi Xiang to understand, whether it was lieutenant zombies or lord zombies. They were evolved from mutated zombies, which themselves evolved from reinforced zombies. And now the situation resembled natural predation, where the weak retreated to the side, not out of respect for the strong ones, but rather out of fear that the strong ones might think they were trying to snatch their prey. Also, when the strong humans or zombies battled, if the weaker ones didn't keep away, they would only get involved in the collateral damage. This was precisely the case at hand. Naturally, Che Dan and others were quite willing. Otherwise, battling against three lieutenant zombies under the threat of a zombie horde would be too difficult. Each of the three lieutenant zombies occupied one position, clearly exhibiting great pride. Meanwhile, Che Dan and his group gathered together. Che Dan looked at the three lieutenant zombies ahead and said, "Let me direct, okay?" Boga glanced around at everyone and replied, "Sure." The rank of the lieutenant zombies was level 35 or above, whereas Che Dan and his companions' ranks were generally around the mid-20s. Facing three lieutenant zombies was too overwhelming for them, but this didn't mean Che Dan and his companions lacked means. Whether it was medicinal pills or skills, these were their advantages, and as long as they utilized them well, they could defeat the enemy. The three lieutenant zombies moved simultaneously, charging towards Che Dan and his group. Clearly, although they were proud, they weren't stupid. Facing enemies numerous times greater in number with unclear total strength, the three lieutenant zombies chose to attack together, rather than acting like certain dumb movie, TV series, or novel antagonists who gave speeches and then challenged one by one. Real villains would start fighting at the drop of a hat, and especially here in this apocalypse world. And they were zombies, after all. Che Dan looked at the three zombies and said, "Bingyu, intercept the bomb-carrying zombie with ice spears. Bo Gu and Bai Hu, you two restrict the thorn zombie. Deshu and Tax, you two cooperate with me to focus fire on the flame zombie." Boga nodded without objection, because this was already the best strategy currently. Under circumstances of unknown enemy combat methods, restricting two enemies while concentrating firepower on one was clearly wise. And although the thorn zombie looked tough to handle, the flame zombie was different. Both Han Run and water zombies, even Tax, were effective against flame zombies in terms of attributes. Seeing no opposition, Che Dan led Deshu and his own zombie squad forward. Of course, the dragon-like zombie had already been withdrawn by Che Dan, as the level of this battle obviously wasn't suitable for it. As soon as Qi Xiang, Deshu, and the other zombies engaged with the flame zombie, they unleashed their strongest attacks. Tax also restrained the flame zombie's movements, turning the land beneath his feet into sand, and using sand to seal the lower half of its body, isolating the fire source. However, restricting the upper half would interfere with Che Dan and others' attacks. The flame zombie wouldn't show weakness either, continuously bursting forth flames from its body. But the water zombie constantly counteracted the flame zombie, despite being weaker in power, but still having an attribute advantage over the flame zombie. And now, the city's elite were practically all gathered here. Chapter 75, Overbearing Aura. In Bing Yue's hand, the staff kept waving, and ice spears flew out, colliding with the bombs held by the bomb zombie. Ice mist and smoke intermingled in the air. Although it seemed that the two sides were evenly matched now, the bomb zombies kept rushing forward. If the bomb zombies could get close to Bing Yue, she would certainly die. Bo Ji's hands kept forming seals, and the piercing barrier, although unable to pierce through the spiky zombie's body, was still able to knock it back. Seeing the spiky zombie repeatedly being struck down and falling, Bo Gu suddenly felt a bit bored. Looking at the bomb zombie, he immediately saw Bing Yue's disadvantage. Bo Gu walked over to Bing Yue and said, "Bing Yue, let's switch places." Bing Yue also understood her current predicament. After all, she was only a mage, while Bo Gu, though also considered a mage, possessed more abilities and better adaptability than Bing Yue. At this point, the spiky zombie seemed simpler for Bing Yue. Bing Yue nodded, then changed the direction of her staff, and the ice spears flew towards the spiky zombie. The spiky zombie charged ahead but was blocked by Bing Yue's staff, its advance speed extremely slow. Moreover, since Bing Yue's ice spears had a slowing effect, the speed of the spiky zombie was slowed down. As for why the bomb zombie wasn't affected by the slowdown, it was because what collided with Bing Yue's ice spears before weren't the bomb zombies themselves, but rather the bombs they held in their hands. Bo Gu looked at the bomb zombie, smiled slightly, and formed seals with his hands. The piercing barrier rushed out from the ground and pierced into the bomb zombie's body. This time, the piercing barrier was sharper than before. The bomb zombie continued to throw the bombs in its hands, not caring about the piercing barrier at all, because in its eyes, this barrier could only send it flying upwards at most. But, was that really the case? Pooh! The bomb zombie's body was instantly pierced through. Dozens of piercing barriers penetrated the bomb zombie's body. Even though the bomb zombie wouldn't die due to its undead nature, it was enough to cause some damage. And the bomb thrown by the bomb zombie towards Bo Gu was easily deflected by Bo Ji's defensive barrier. The bomb left smoke on the defensive barrier, shrouding the battlefield. This time, the smoke was thick. It wasn't because Bo Ji's piercing barrier had become stronger, but because the bomb zombie itself was too weak. After all, whether it be the fire zombie or the spiky zombie, they relied on their physical bodies, so their body qualities couldn't be bad. Therefore, Bo Gu chose that way to engage in combat earlier. But the bomb zombie was different. The bomb zombie relied on the bombs it carried. Thus, Bo Gu inferred that the bomb zombie's defense was low, leading him to take such action. Of course, even if it didn't succeed, there would be no loss for Bo Gu. After all, the energy consumption of one piercing barrier was too little for the current Bo Gu, and he could effortlessly deflect the bombs thrown by the bomb zombie. Bing Yue watched as the battle slowly progressed closer to herself. Bing Yue did not panic, instead retreating continuously while her ice spears constantly shot forth from her staff. Bing Yue wasn't afraid. Such zombies didn't frighten her. Even if things went badly, she still had escape techniques since the team had an alchemist within it. Moreover, Bing Yue not only lacked fear, but she actually hoped the battle would continue like this. Only through battle could she transform her thoughts into reality and possibly create new skills. Indeed, no one on this team dared claim to have many skills, not even Qidan. After all, Qidan was a game capability individual, with only a few skills, and still felt embarrassed. Qixiang stared at Daozhan, bellowed loudly, and his body began spinning rapidly. The purple-bodied Shurhan saber was placed horizontally by his side, dragging behind a trail of purple light, spectacularly radiant. Qixiang and Daozhan clashed together, producing layers of sparks. Do not underestimate this move. Some might say, hey, what's so special about that? I can do it too. All I can say to that is, if you faced it head-on, even if you have similar strength as Qixiang, do you possess the same mindset? Wouldn't an ordinary person's first reaction typically be either escape or block? How many would dare think of confronting it directly? And how many could use the correct approach? Gradually, the speed of Daozhan's rotation slowed down. Although his move has great Xingleaf, attraction, and moving speed isn't slow, the essence of this technique, the blade storm, lies in the rotation. The best way to counter rotation is to rotate against it. Of course, without sufficient strength, even anti-rotation would merely be like an egg hitting a stone. Daozhan looked at Qixiang, a hint of an evil smile appearing on the corner of his mouth, licking his Jun's Hutting sword. Daozhan's tongue was sliced, a cut appearing on it. Fresh blood flowed from his tongue onto the Jun's Hutting sword, and as soon as it came into contact with Daozhan's blood, the sword immediately became active, its contained energy surging, turning the entire blade into blood red. Looking at Qixiang, Daozhan's expression seemed somewhat frenzied, revealing a ferocious look. He pointed the Jun's Hutting sword in his hand at Qixiang and said, "Now, I've entered the bloodthirsty state. My combat power is twice my normal strength. Do you think you can still win?" As he spoke, Daozhan let out a roar and his whole body leaped up. With his right hand, he swung the sword straight down toward Qixiang. Unable to dodge in time, Qixiang could only place the Shurhan saber above his body to block Daozhan. Boom! A loud sound drew everyone's attention, but after glancing at the situation there, they all snapped back to reality because zombies wouldn't let go of their prey just because of that loud sound. Smoke rose from the rooftop. This wasn't smoke produced by an explosion, but rather powder from 2 stories of the building being completely shattered, dispersing in the air. Meanwhile, Qixiang had been directly struck down 4 floors by Daozhan, which showed the intensity of Daozhan's strike. If not for lack of concentration of force, this blow would have been enough to severely injure Qi Xiang straightened up, spat out a mouthful of blood, looked at Daozhan, and coldly snorted. You're a good man, but defeating me isn't enough. Qi Xiang was now somewhat impressed with Daozhan, not because of his strength, for anyone can possess strength, but Daozhan earned Qi Xiang's admiration for his mentality, for that strong heart. If an ordinary person had activated such a powerful state, they certainly wouldn't waste time, but instead immediately launch fierce attacks against their opponent, trying to resolve the battle quickly. But Daozhan actually explained the effect of his skill and gave Qi Xiang time to pause. This alone shows the real difference between a weakling and a strong person. Of course, being a strong person requires more than just a mindset. It also requires strength. Otherwise, if faced with someone weaker or treacherous, if your strength were less, wouldn't you become the enemy's target? Therefore, strong people need strength and intelligence to ensure they survive, because only by surviving can they conquer all things. Daozhan pointed the Jun's Hutting sword in his hand at Qi Xiang and said, What? Is the sword in my hand still not enough to subdue you? I admit, you are a guy with great strength, but you are still not enough to defeat me. How about becoming my subordinate? What do you say? Qi Xiang coldly snorted and replied, Let me be your subordinate? Are you mocking me? You're better than me. At once, a formidable aura emanated from Qi Xiang, and the corrosion flame ignited over his entire body without him consciously controlling it. Coupled with the imposing aura spreading around Qi Xiang, he appeared like someone from hell. Looking at Daozhan, Qi Xiang exuded an overwhelming presence. This Qi Xiang was no longer the Qi Xiang who fought against Wuling Wuhuang before. A strong person is someone who constantly adjusts their mindset, making themselves perfect. Wuling Wuhuang, Battle Bear, and Daozhan. Each of them is a strong person, each possessing remarkable strength. However, there was something that only Wuling Wuhuang and Daozhan possessed, while Battle Bear did not. The imperial aura to govern all beings. Seeing the burgeoning imperial aura radiating from Qi Xiang's body, though immature and very weak in comparison to Daozhan, it was enough to interest Daozhan since not everyone could understand the essence of imperial aura. Imperial aura, consisting both of a king's dignity and dominance over enemies without mercy, that is the true meaning of the imperial aura. For common people, possessing either kingly dignity or dominant authority is already pretty good. Both require long-term cultivation. Kingly dignity needs an emperor's perception, while dominant authority demands a strong person's mentality and absolute power. And when combined, these two qualities form the imperial aura. Considering Qi Xiang's characteristics, Daozhan believed that Qi Xiang could only grasp the dominant authority in a short period of time. After all, kingly dignity needs an empire or at least a city under one's own control. Qi Xiang only had a group of a dozen partners, and even counted the controlled zombies. In Daozhan's eyes, these weren't sufficient to make Qi Xiang realize the imperial aura. Since his own realization was innate, as time passed, Daozhan increasingly understood how difficult it was to obtain the imperial aura. Looking at Qi Xiang, Daozhan seemed to be observing a seed that had just sprouted, rapidly absorbing nutrients and growing, seeking to break through the sky. With a cheerful laugh, Daozhan said, Haha, young man, you've strengthened my fighting spirit greatly. Come on, let's fight to our heart's content. Qi Xiang shouted, That's exactly what I'm thinking. Qi Xiang and Daozhan looked at each other, neither willing to make the first move. After all, whether it was Qi Xiang who had just awakened to the imperial aura or Daozhan, who had understood it long ago, both of them carried a sense of pride deep inside. Neither wished to be the one to initiate the fight, and thus this battlefield entered a stalemate. Actually, Qi Xiang awakening the imperial aura was quite accidental. Just as Daozhan had predicted, although Qi Xiang possessed considerable strength and the mentality of a strong person, he should have first awakened the aura of a dominant ruler. But during his journey so far, leading the retreat to Q City, battling in the forest, leading the group again to V City with Su Ming, confronting Xiao Wang, and facing Wuling Wuhuang, Battle Bear, and Daozhan, Qi Xiang showed no hint of cowardice against those before him. Against those that followed, Qi Xiang harbored no fear in his heart. Even if there was fear, it was merely an instinctive reaction of the body. Instincts aren't something easily controlled. Yet despite not having thousands of citizens, mighty armies, or serving as a high official in court, Qi Xiang bore the heart of a king. Such kings are destined not to lead vast multitudes, but they still represent a powerful form of kingship. They are called kings without subjects. Kings without subjects, as the name suggests, are rulers without subjects. They might only lead a few people, or even one individual. However, when lost masses unsure of their direction appear, the kings without subjects always manage to lead them toward hope, and that is what defines them. They possess the aura of a king, the heart of a king, yet lack any actual citizenry. Chedan, Datu, and Dax teamed up with the mutated zombies to surround and attack the flame zombie. Due to the suppression effect of Chedan's cold blade and the water-spraying zombie on the flame zombie was continuously retreating. The flames on its body were gradually subsiding, and they could extinguish at any moment. Once the flame died out, so too would the flame zombie. Bingwei continuously unleashed ice spears from her staff while fighting against the spike zombie. Such attacks consumed little of Bingyue's energy, but allowed her to fully grasp the essence of combat, practicing techniques for battle and control over the ice spears. For example, if Bingyue left a mental imprint on an ice spear now, she could control its movement within 50 meters. Currently, Bingyue's limit was controlling one ice spear within 50 meters. However, this didn't mean things would remain this way forever. Once her mental power advanced to a terrifying level, theoretically, Bingyue could control countless ice spears throughout the entire universe, though this remained theoretical. After all, human potential, though great, still has its limits. Bogu was currently teasing the bomb zombie. The regular bombs of the bomb zombie couldn't approach within 5 meters of Boji's body, while the bomb zombie itself was held back at 10 meters away. As soon as it came within 10 meters, Bogu would send it flying with his piercing barrier. Though the bomb zombie possessed a powerful offensive ability, it needed time to condense its attacks. Each time the bomb zombie tried to gather its attack, Bogu would notice and interrupt with a piercing barrier, disrupting its rhythm. What annoyed the bomb zombie most was that it couldn't escape because Bogu had confined everything within 50 meters around him using barriers, preventing the bomb zombie from moving. With bloodshot eyes, the bomb zombie threw bombs quickly towards Bogu. The explosions hit the defensive barrier around Bogu, creating dense smoke, but did nothing to harm him. Enraged, the bomb zombie clenched its teeth. Ever since gaining consciousness, whether facing humans or zombies, it had always relied on its overwhelming strength and explosive power to win. Even peer-level spiked zombies and flame zombies rarely challenged the bomb zombie. After all, it wielded the destructive tool invented by humans with individually weak forces, the bomb, a weapon capable of breaking city defenses. Chapter 76, Before Death. The bomb zombie grew increasingly furious, its anger surging. Its originally blood-red eyes seemed even redder with rage as it glared at Bogu. Its right hand reached for a bomb on its body. It stared at Bogu, then violently tore the bomb off its body, pulling down a chunk of flesh in the process. Bogu, seeing the bomb in the bomb zombie's hand, felt a flicker of unease in his heart. His hands swiftly formed seals, and layer upon layer of defensive barriers appeared around him, stacking up to form an impenetrable wall. As Bogu gazed at the bomb in the bomb zombie's hand, his sense of unease grew stronger. Arg arg arg. The bomb zombie roared savagely, hurling the bomb forward with its right hand. The bomb struck Boji's barrier, and a white light flared immediately. Then, Bogu felt an immense force of impact. His defensive barrier shattered like glass struck by a stone. It should be noted that Boji's barrier was tougher than solid rock, implying that the power of this bomb had penetrated through at least that many layers of hard rock. Finally, when the bomb's explosion reached Bogu, his body was instantly blasted away. Since there were no barriers behind him, he flew straight out, blood spurting from various parts of his body. Bogu drew an arc in the sky. Hey! The Shu pushed off with both legs, jumping from the ground to catch Bogu. He landed, saying to Che Dan, Xiao Dan, hold on. I'll take Xiao Bo to heal. Che Dan nodded faintly without turning back, but knew what had happened on sight. However, Che Dan couldn't afford distraction because although the flame zombies were being suppressed, the difference in strength wasn't just a joke. Even though there were more people on their side, and they had an advantage over the flame zombies, the power level of these flame zombies still equated to that of commanding level zombies. The Shu held Bogu and ran toward the underground parking lot. After entering the garage, the Shu didn't speak to Lin Xiaoyang and Xiao Kai since both could summon creatures and naturally understood the situation outside. The Shu gently placed Bogu on the ground, then quickly took out a few pills and crushed them into powder to sprinkle over Boji's body. He shoved several colored pills into Boji's mouth. At this moment, 3 black lines seemed to appear above Lin Xiaoyang's and Xiao Kai's heads because while they'd seen people take medicine before, they'd never witnessed anyone do it this way. Feeding pills like feeding pigs. Let's rewind the clock and look at what happened to the bomb zombie. After the explosion, the bomb zombie couldn't escape because Boji's barriers had blocked all possible routes of retreat. The bomb zombie had just thrown its own life bomb. That was its ultimate move, a last resort which couldn't regenerate. Only a limited number existed during one's lifetime. However, as its power increased, so did the destructive capacity of these bombs. The weakness, however, was that if it couldn't leave the range of the explosion, the only outcome would be death. Normally, the life bomb was just decorative unless triggered by the bomb zombie itself. But this time, the bomb zombie actually triggered its life bomb. The reason for triggering it wasn't solely due to extreme anger. Since gaining consciousness, the bomb zombie had believed that its existence wasn't genuine, as if it should be an inanimate object instead. Therefore, today the bomb zombie decided to trigger its own self-destruction because it wanted to experience the feeling of death. Perhaps the bomb zombie was an abnormal entity among the zombies. A month ago, Wang Xiaoming was walking down the street. This was his 3rd day after resigning. The reason for his resignation was his overbearing superior, despite the company offering good benefits. Nevertheless, facing such a boss, Wang Xiaoming resigned without hesitation. In the past 3 days, Wang Xiaoming had organized his thoughts and began sending out resumes everywhere, hoping to find a new job. But in today's society, where is work easily found? Wang Xiaoming initially got lucky to join that company. Now, Wang Xiaoming neither held authority nor wealth, only a few years of working experience. Yet, compared to work experience, recruiters often placed more importance on educational background, an area where Wang Xiaoming fell short. Once, by chance, Wang Xiaoming showcased his programming skills to the company president, enabling him to enter the company. But now, every time an interviewer asked about his academic qualifications, Wang Xiaoming could only awkwardly respond with high school. Wang Xiaoming aimlessly strolled down the street, even contemplating finding a job as a cyber cafe attendant. Of course, if given another choice, Wang Xiaoming would still choose to resign because at his age, dignity meant everything. Suddenly, the crowd ahead began running back. Wang Xiaoming watched as panicked people ran past him. However, Wang Xiaoming did not know what had happened. Yet human instinct caused him to run along with the others. Behind Wang Xiaoming came a howling sound, very strange and unlike any animal's cry, which made him highly curious. Wang Xiaoming wanted to turn his head and look, but he couldn't do so because no matter how terrifying the thing was, if Wang Xiaoming turned back, he might be trampled to death by the frenzied crowd. Gradually, the strange sound grew louder, not louder in volume, but increasingly numerous. And Wang Xiaoming suddenly noticed fewer and fewer people around him, making him involuntarily glance back. Immediately, Wang Xiaoming witnessed an extremely horrifying scene. Zombies! Wang Xiaoming shouted in terror. Yes, zombies, hordes of them chasing after the crowd. The sight of these zombies filled Wang Xiaoming with revulsion, but more than that, immense fear. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoming tripped, falling onto the ground. Wang Xiaoming tried to call for help, but before long, he was surrounded and attacked by zombies, getting bitten. Gradually, Wang Xiaoming lost consciousness, though he didn't truly die but transformed into a zombie. Afterward, Wang Xiaoming continued devouring zombies. Even during his lifetime, he had extraordinary talent for electronics-related things. So even after becoming a zombie, Wang Xiaoming still retained this ability. Though he could not manipulate electronic devices, he understood their purpose. Consequently, Wang Xiaoming dodged one crisis after another and gradually evolved into a bomb-mutated zombie. Relying on this skill, he became one of the strongest entities in the city. Finally, Wang Xiaoming advanced further and became a commander among zombies. This was a sudden memory that surfaced in the bomb zombie's mind. The bomb zombie, despite its limited cognitive ability, was trying rapidly to make sense of this memory, but this time was too short-lived. The bomb zombie then lost consciousness, and its body was blasted apart. Its right arm and left leg were gone, and its body was riddled with countless wounds. Lying on the ground, the bomb zombie finally perished. Then, a mutated zombie came over to dismember the bomb zombie, since consuming powerful zombies could enhance one's own strength. And anyone who saw the condition of the bomb zombie's death would certainly notice something peculiar. That expressionless, zombie face showing only one emotion actually exhibited a strange smile now, even though it looked grotesque. Chaidan glanced toward the side where the bomb zombie lay. He kept increasing his energy output, relentlessly attacking with his cold blade, pressuring the flame zombie. The flames on the flame zombie's body weren't as intense as before, as if they were about to go out entirely. The flame zombie was finding it harder and harder to withstand Chaidan's assaults, its body swaying precariously, almost collapsing. Die at my hand. Finally, under Chaidan's fierce blow, the flame zombie lost all its strength, collapsed to the ground, and its flames extinguished. Without fire, the flame zombie looked just like any ordinary zombie, bearing no resemblance to the corpse of a commanding-level zombie. Chaidan looked at the mutant zombie that was eating the bomb zombie's remains. His spiderweb skill activated, binding the mutated zombie in purple webbing, followed by a shadow moon slash ending the life of that mutated zombie. Then his cold blade emitted a blue glow, freezing the bomb zombie's corpse. Chaidan sealed it away using the same method. With Shao Kai's words, everyone already understood that neither human nor zombie corpses should remain. If consumed by zombies, they could create incredibly strong ones. After finishing these actions, Chaidan's legs weakened. He consumed a pill that restored physical strength and felt slightly better. After all, mutated zombies aren't easily killed, even when trapped by spider webs. Although Chaidan's attacks were headshots, the Shadow Moon slash unleashed double damage due to instant casting, causing him to become even weaker from his earlier battle. Chaidan looked at the spike zombie and coughed twice, saying, "Charge forward." This time, Chaidan did not join the fight personally, but controlled his summoned creatures instead. Despite being unaccustomed to this kind of combat style, Chaidan needed to restore his strength since without regenerating now, he wouldn't be able to assist Xianga later. This was Chaidan's inner thought. Seeing the Beiyi zombies helping Ice Moon, everyone else relaxed and ceased attacking, because they were confident they could handle the spike zombie themselves. At least that's what Ice Moon believed. As the mutant zombies approached the spike zombie, they unleashed powerful attacks. Despite the intimidation of a higher-level zombie over lower-level ones, these mutant zombies were extraordinary sealed beasts. Thus, the spike zombie's authority did not instill fear in them. Suddenly, the spike zombie moved. Its body spikes began spinning rapidly, creating small whirlwinds as it charged toward the mutant zombies. Although this attack could not harm them, for the spike zombie, it was sufficient. The spike zombie's whole body was covered in spikes. Even its limbs transformed into 4 sharp spines. In terms of appearance, the spike zombie looked very terrifying and also seemed quite powerful. The spike zombie's red eyes flashed once. Then its hands, or rather, its double spikes, were thrust out quickly. At this moment, the blade zombie stood against it. These two zombies, who had altered their own bodies into weapons, were now combating each other. However, it was obvious that the blade zombie started at a disadvantage due to its lower rank. But this wasn't an issue since the blade zombie's goal wasn't to defeat the spike zombie, but simply to resist. Lightning, flames, water columns, and needles fell on the spike zombie, but the surrounding spikes on its body spread out like shields to block these attacks. The sole target of the spike zombie was the blade zombie. The two undead creatures continued fighting furiously. Even though countless attacks landed on the spike zombie's body, it hardly had any effect. This alone highlighted the difference between commanding zombies and mutant zombies, and the spike zombie was relatively balanced in its development. Tax couldn't join the battle because once all the commanding zombies were dead, the surrounding regular zombies would swarm forward again, leading to another wave of the undead tide. So despite Tax being tired too, there was something he still had to do. Moo! Tax roared, his front hooves slamming down onto the ground. Instantly, Tax's entire body lit up with a yellow-brown glow. Moments later, the surrounding ground shook violently. Suddenly, 4 walls of earth rose from beneath the ground, as if pulled up by some invisible force. When the shaking ceased, the area was completely surrounded by earth walls, towering 10 meters high and thick 5 meters across. Unless commanding zombies were present, mutant zombies would need a considerable amount of time to break through such barriers, and for ordinary zombies, this wall might as well be an unbreachable chasm. The zombies standing atop the walls tried to jump down, but their only outcome was being smashed to death, regardless of whether they were regular or mutant zombies. After completing these actions, Tax let out another moo, using earthen spears to kill off the remaining zombies within the walls. Finally, exhausted, Tax collapsed to the ground and transformed into a streak of yellow light, flying back into Qi-Xiang's body. Tax needed rest after his exertion. Knife Fight watched the beam of yellow light return to Qi-Xiang and asked, "Is this why you didn't participate earlier? To just stall?" Qi-Xiang sensed Tax's fatigue. Using telepathy, he told Tax to take a proper rest. Then, smirking coldly, Qi-Xiang said, "Do you think I require tricks to deal with someone like you? That was merely my summoned creature returning." Knife Fight laughed, "Haha, those are all just your excuses. It's true what they say about humans, they're deceitful. Since you dared to deceive me, you must prepare for death." As he spoke, Knife Fight's royal sword erupted with fierce red light, exuding overwhelming killing intent. This revealed Knife Fight's true strength. Qi-Xiang gave a cold snort, and his soul-devouring blade emitted purple light, which wasn't the fire of corrosion but the blade's own luminance. Qi-Xiang smiled and said, "If you insist I was waiting, then why haven't you attacked yet? Both of us bear the dignity of kings. Since you have insulted my dignity, you will die." Chapter 77, Advancement. Qi-Xiang roared, and the bloodthirsty devil spear suddenly erupted with blood-red light as the bloodthirsty skill activated. The bloodthirsty state only lasted for 3 minutes. Although this skill wasn't as good as Uncle Da's pills, bloodthirsty was an innate ability, and thus inherently better than external aids. This wasn't Qi-Xiang's thought, but Qi-Xiang's instinct. Qi-Xiang pushed off with his right leg and charged at Dao Zhan, swinging the soul-devouring blade in a slash. The bloodthirsty devil spear continuously thrust from behind, forcing Dao Zhan to defend. Qi-Xiang's attacks came from 9 different directions. All Dao Zhan could do was to guard. Unless one could either overwhelmingly outclass the opponent or had extremely strong defenses, there was only one method of response: defense. The bloodthirsty devil spear and the soul-devouring blade struck the Monarch King blade, emitting clinking sounds. Since acquiring the soul-devouring blade, it had only made metallic collision sounds when clashed with the Monarch King blade. Dao Zhan's Monarch King blade waved continuously, yet he found himself increasingly struggling to defend, as Qi-Xiang's displayed strength filled Dao Zhan with fear. Qi-Xiang's combat power now far surpassed what it had been before, be it speed or attack power. He was entirely different from the Qi-Xiang Dao Zhan had faced earlier. Now Dao Zhan believed that Qi-Xiang, like himself, had concealed his true strength and hidden even more deeply. What Dao Zhan didn't know was that Qi-Xiang was even more astonished. All the enhancement Qi-Xiang had gained was achieved through pills. Despite this, Dao Zhan was still able to hold his defense, though it was difficult. This alone led Qi-Xiang to reassess Dao Zhan's abilities. Dao Zhan's level was certainly not just 40. Qi-Xiang sensed the effects of the pill gradually fading away. With a roar, the soul-devouring blade slashed repeatedly on the Monarch King blade, its corrosive fire becoming darker in color, almost black now. Despite its lack of heat, no one would doubt its terror. Cracks appeared on the Monarch King blade, but these weren't caused by the soul-devouring blade. They were the result of the corrosive fire. Finally, time ran out. Qi-Xiang suddenly felt much weaker, while Dao Zhan noticed this weakness too. It dawned on him that Qi-Xiang's explosive power was time-limited. Coldly chuckling, Dao Zhan said, "So that's how it is. Then next, I'll make you die." The Monarch King blade, originally black in color, was now fully enveloped in red light. It seemed like a sharp blade shimmering with red brilliance now. Qi-Xiang retreated several meters and guided his Dan force toward the soul-devouring blade. The corrosive fire grew increasingly dark in color, nearing full transformation into black. To grow stronger against the strong, this was Qi-Xiang's nature. Now, Dao Zhan had roused Qi-Xiang's fighting spirit. After all, having great power but no worthy opponents meant nothing. But now, Qi-Xiang had found his opponent, especially since Qi-Xiang still had his ace up his sleeve, the blaze skill, which had killed countless experts. Once placed at a disadvantage, Qi-Xiang wouldn't hesitate to unleash it. The killing intent and battle spirit seemed to have taken physical form, thickening the air considerably. Even though neither had such overwhelming individual strength, their combined energies permeated the atmosphere, a truly terrifying force. The spike zombie continuously stabbed forward, while the blade zombie increasingly felt inadequate. There was only one rank difference between leaders and mutations, but the disparity in strength was immense. Let's put it this way. A spike zombie in the initial leadership phase could kill 3 peak mutation phase blade zombies. 4 initial mutation phase zombies, leadership level zombies, were simply invincible unless outnumbered by over 10 initial mutation zombies. Still, this was only nearly the case because everything has exceptions. Be it attribute suppression or differences in personal ability, they could all become tools to break the tier system, allowing challenges beyond one's level. The arms turn blades of the blade zombie kept hacking at the spike zombie's spikes. Even though he was now a peak mutation zombie, against the mid-phase leader spike zombie, his strength still fell short. Chidan was continually restoring his stamina while observing the basic stats of these zombies. By this point, Chidan already had an idea. Closing his eyes, Chidan ordered all the zombies, including the blade zombie, to retreat. Next, the web skill activated. Chidan restrained the spike zombie and sent Han Jian to strike. Though frozen temporarily, it immobilized the spike zombie for a very brief time. Yet for Chidan, it was enough. Chidan noticed the attribute of advancement level in these zombies when he sealed the blade zombie, except for the dragon-like zombies. The advancement level of the blade zombie had reached 99%. Chidan didn't know what this advancement meant before, but after hearing Shao Kai's words, he understood. Of course, at that time, Chidan didn't pay much attention to it. After all, if his summoned creatures died, he wouldn't feel sorry. As a summoner, Chidan would rather seal more powerful creatures than train the ones he already had. However, things were different now. Chidan's gaze fell on those regular zombies left behind because Taxis energy was exhausted and they hadn't been thoroughly cleared out. There were only hundreds of them, but for Chidan, it was enough. Chidan controlled the blade zombie to charge into the group of zombies, transforming its arms into blades to slay the normal zombies. The teeth of the blade zombie were like a meat grinder. Any zombie that entered its mouth instantly turned into mincemeat and then transformed into energy inside the blade zombie's belly. Chidan waited anxiously, but seeing no change in the progress bar for the blade zombie's advancement made him extremely anxious, as the ice block that confined the spike zombie was already showing fine cracks. The ice exploded, and the spike zombie broke free from the ice. Then, its spike shield began to rotate, destroying the web that restrained other zombies. Next, the spike zombie saw the 4 mutated zombies rushing toward it, including the flame zombie. It spun its body and broke through all 4 zombies before directly heading for Chidan. That's enough. Chidan watched as the progress bar hit 100%. Looking at the blade zombie, he saw it glowing with white light, and the surrounding zombies turned into powder under this light. Move position. For the first time, Chidan used a skill other than sealing magic. Then Chidan emitted a white glow. Just as the spikes of the spike zombie were about to pierce him by less than a centimeter, Chidan disappeared. The blade zombie deflected the spikes and kicked hard with its right foot, sending the spike zombie flying away. Now, the blade zombie could no longer freely turn parts of its body into blades since its shape was fixed based on the most frequent transformation during its lifetime. Similarly, the spike zombie also underwent a fixed form due to always turning into a porcupine during battles. At this moment, the blade zombie no longer had arms. Instead, there were 2 large swords. Its feet remained feet, but they had grown more beastly, closer to eagle talons than human legs. Its body gained a metallic texture, as if entirely composed of metal. Although the difference between its pre- and post-advancement wasn't drastic, it was significantly stronger. Coupled with Chidan's passive skill, creature enhancement, the blade zombie's power far exceeded that of an initial tier commander zombie. Though still not matching the mid-phase spike zombie, the gap was greatly reduced. Chidan appeared where the blade zombie had originally stood. Even though the advancement created a small vacuum zone around the blade zombie, the other zombies continued to converge on Chidan. With a cold snort, Chidan plunged the cold blade into the ground and channeled energy. Immediately, all the ordinary zombies froze into ice blocks, though only those in the front row were affected. For the current Chidan, this was sufficient. Looking at the icebound zombies and others trying to break the ice to tear him apart, Chidan glanced at the dark sky and muttered to himself, "This is strength." After saying something incomprehensible, Chidan left and moved to the central safe area. Bingwei approached and said, "How about we clean up these zombies, and then I'll go help Xiang." Chidan looked toward Xiang's direction, smiled, and said, "Their battle is something we can only look up to. If we go, we'll just be a hindrance. Do you think your attacks will make a difference?" Bingwei paused, sighed, shook her head, and said, "No." Chidan gave a faint smile and patted Bingwei on the shoulder, saying, "All right, I know you're worried, but there are still things we can do. Solving the problem with these zombies is within our capacity now." Upon hearing Chidan's words, Bingwen nodded forcefully, made a sound of affirmation, and then turned to attack the zombies with her wand. Meanwhile, Chidan observed the battle between the blade zombie and the spike zombie, ready to intervene at any moment. The flame zombie, lightning zombie, water-spewing zombie, and spike zombie continuously attacked the spike zombie. These 4 types of attacks bombarded the spike zombie's body. Not only did the spike zombie have to fend off these various attacks, but it also had to face the blade zombie, which was not much weaker than itself. The spike zombie was now clearly struggling. But as a commander-level zombie, the spike zombie still had its own dignity. Its attacks became increasingly fierce, with its arms constantly clashing against the blade zombie's arms. Although the blade zombie was on the defensive side, overall Chidan maintained the advantage. Slowly moving forward, Chidan came before the spike zombie and showed a sinister grin. Then, he unleashed the Dark Moon Slash, striking the spike zombie. Next, Chidan used an old skill that hadn't been employed for a long time. It was a reward from killing a player, the Wolf Claw. A red wolf claw materialized on Chidan's hand as he retracted the cold blade and shrugged while muttering to himself, "I haven't used this in a long time." With that, Chidan quickly threw out his right fist, the wolf claw piercing toward the abdomen of the spike zombie, and precisely at the spot where the Dark Moon Slash had just struck. That area's defense had already been shattered by the Dark Moon Slash, and both of the spike zombie's arms were being restrained by the blade zombie at the moment. Thus, when Chidan's wolf claw pierced into the spike zombie's body, although this didn't cause any actual damage to it, it certainly wasn't meaningless. With Chidan's level improvement, Even without using skill points for upgrades, the wolf claw had been elevated to a considerable strength. However, since at first it was inferior to the saber, the skill gradually fell into disuse. And afterward, with the acquisition of the cold blade, Chidan had even less need for the skill. Now, though, the wolf claw found its purpose once again. Chidan let out a cold laugh, activated a skill, and then swiftly retreated with all the zombies following him without hesitation. As the spike zombie began to pursue, it suddenly realized something strange was happening to its body. The biggest flaw of zombies was their lack of bodily sensation. They couldn't tell what was happening inside their bodies unless they saw it with their eyes. Otherwise, zombies wouldn't even know if their arms were severed. Of course, low-tier zombies had no vision and could only hunt prey by relying on their noses and ears. However, the spike zombie realized too late that upon looking, its body had already vanished. Soon after, the spike zombie lost consciousness altogether. Chidan gave the spike zombie a faint smile, seemingly having discovered a new way of fighting. Earlier, Chidan allowed the blade zombie to restrain the spike zombie while he created a breakthrough point with the dark moon slash. He then used the wolf claw to tear open the abdomen of the spike zombie before deploying the detonation skill. Now, the power of detonation could be controlled by Chidan, whether the blast radius or intensity. Of course, there was a limit to the range, 100 meters. The intensity was like that of bombs, but Chidan couldn't set the timing of the explosion, so he didn't dare increase the radius. Still, under these circumstances, the detonation skill proved highly efficient. The spike zombie had now been completely blown to pieces, transforming into countless fragments scattered in the air. Despite feeling a little heartbroken because Chixiang couldn't devour the spike zombie to strengthen himself due to this method, Chidan had no other choice. Chidan looked over at Chixiang's direction. The zombies gathered around him, standing silently behind him and awaiting orders while Chidan focused entirely on the battlefield where Chixiang fought. Bingwe had also finished killing the last zombie, and her gaze was similarly directed toward Chixiang. Bo lay groaning on the ground, black blood flowing from his mouth and trickling along his lips. Now that Bo was safe, the uncle finally relaxed. Lin Xiaoyang and Xiao Kai, meanwhile, observed the battlefield using their own methods. At this point, the fight boiled down to the duel between the two commanders, one person leading one empire, and victory or defeat decided the fate of each side. The victor would reign supreme, while failure meant death. Chapter 78, Lord Skill. Xixiang and Dao Zhan were continuously clashing. Although Xixiang's strength was not as great as Dao Zhan's, this did not mean Xixiang would lose. Even though the medicinal pills could no longer be used in a short time, Xixiang still had the ultimate trump card, Explosion Flame. Blade Storm. Dao Zhan unleashed this move again. This one was vastly different from previous blade storms, because if it were the same attack, there would have been no need for Dao Zhan to use it. The red blade aura was akin to flames, with red light flickering like fire. A powerful suction force made it difficult for Xixiang to remain standing in place. Helpless, Xixiang could only summon the holy light spear and stick it into the ground to anchor his body. The blade storm battered Xixiang's body. This time, Xixiang did not counter with reverse rotation, but faced it head-on. As previously mentioned, if one's strength was insufficient yet they still attempted such a technique, then the result would surely be death. Although Xixiang's physical abilities had greatly improved, and he could now rotate quickly, his speed was far from matching Dao Zhan's. Moreover, this blade storm by Dao Zhan was an actual skill, not merely a technique or even a highly refined trick. The blade storm collided with Xixiang's soul-devouring blade. Only those truly up against it could know how powerful Dao Zhan's blade storm actually was. Just defending, Xixiang felt the pain around his wrist, and despite using the holy light spear to support him, his entire body retreated several meters, nearing the edge of the building. Just a little more, and Xixiang would fall. Ow! A wolf's howl resonated within Xixiang's mind. His brain felt like it exploded, yet there was no discomfort, only clarity, as if enlightened. However, the sudden change caused instability in his footing, almost making him tumble off the roof. Falling this way wouldn't cause much harm, but if Dao Zhan took advantage of the situation, it would spell trouble. Nevertheless, this wolf cry brought nothing but benefit to Xixiang. It was the sound of Desika. Xixiang planted his right foot firmly on the ground, stabilizing himself. He swung his sword forcefully, pushing Dao Zhan back. But due to excessive force, Xixiang coughed up a mouthful of blood, revealing just how much power he exerted, as well as showing how much trouble Dao Zhan's blade storm caused Xixiang. Ignoring the aching wrist, Xixiang directly summoned Desika. Even Tax Yak, which had no elemental attributes, managed to comprehend earth element abilities and became quite strong, making one wonder what breakthroughs the Moon Wolf King Desika might achieve. Desika appeared once again, standing in front of Xixiang. His body grew to 2 meters high and 3 meters long, appearing larger than before when facing Xixiang. Desika's fur changed color from silver to purple, not entirely but not haphazardly either. Rather, it transitioned according to certain patterns, giving Desika a more handsome appearance. Especially prominent was the crescent moon-shaped patch of emerald green fur atop Desika's head, vividly representing the Moon Wolf King. Standing in front of Xixiang, Desika radiated far stronger energy than before, possessing richer internal energy. Xixiang was confident that if he fought Desika now, while he might win, it wouldn't be easy. Alo, a tiger roar sounded. Baihu, who had been resting somewhere unknown until now, spread its wings and flew up, landing to Xixiang's left. Yet Baihu wasn't as towering as Desika, it was half a head shorter. Baihu looked at Desika and asked, "Are you from the Moon Wolf clan?" Dasika slightly tilted his head up and said, I didn't expect someone to still remember my Moon Wolf clan. I wonder whether I should feel glad or sad about that. Qi, is that guy your enemy? The first part of Dasika's sentence was addressed to Baihu, while the latter was for Qi. Qi nodded slightly and said, Dasika, I want to see your current strength. Dasika bared his white fangs, sharp teeth seemingly glowing with white light. Dasika's eyes glinted with cold light as he said, my strength will be more than enough to deal with him. After uttering these words, Dasika started running. Daozhan had been quietly listening to their conversation, respecting Qi as a strong opponent, but now, with someone attacking, Daozhan wouldn't foolishly stand still. A flash of red, and Daozhan's Sovereign King's sword was already under Dasika's neck. Daozhan coldly snorted and said, I thought you were something formidable, but you're merely this weak. With that, the Sovereign King's sword cut toward Dasika's neck with sword chi. Baihu exclaimed, Master, save him quickly. Baihu had come up earlier because it sensed the presence of a beast. As the king of beasts in the human realm, Baihu naturally wanted to take a look. Of course, there was still a significant gap between the king of beasts in the human realm and the mythical beasts from other realms, even though Baihu had now entered their ranks. Although Baihu harbored some animosity toward Dasika, as he considered himself the king and didn't want others to steal his thunder, at this moment, Baihu still let out a startled cry. Not for any other reason, but because Baihu was pure, having not yet been tainted by worldly affairs. Although Baihu could be ruthless towards enemies, it was also very kind to its own side. Qi furrowed his brows tightly, but showed no intention of stepping in. He wanted to see how Dasika would respond. Qi didn't believe that Dasika could be defeated so easily. Dasika's body suddenly vanished. Then Dasika's voice came from behind Daozhan. I am of the Moon Wolf clan. Even though my body is large and an easy target, do you think I don't have a way to counteract that? Then, a wolf claw pierced through Daozhan's abdomen, revealing a wolf paw instantly materializing on Daozhan's stomach. At this moment, Qi and Baihu both felt relieved, but Daozhan began to worry. Although he had previously sensed Dasika's strength in terms of energy, it wasn't enough to determine his true abilities. Now, Dasika's strength exceeded Daozhan's predictions. Although this strike posed no real threat to Daozhan, this did not mean the next one couldn't claim Daozhan's life. Qi slightly smiled, saying, return, causing Baihu to retreat into the different space, while Qi discarded the soul-devouring blade and rushed forward with the holy light spear. Dasika withdrew his right claw and his body swiftly retreated, as Qi noticed Daozhan's wounded abdomen healing before his eyes, admiring Daozhan's recovery ability. However, Qi now held not the soul-devouring blade, but the holy light spear. The spear tip of the holy light spear pierced into Daozhan's head, with Dan power rapidly flooding into the holy light spear. The energy of light surged into Daozhan's brain. Qi delivered one hit and immediately retreating quickly as Daozhan appeared disheveled. Before Daozhan's abdominal wound could fully heal, another hole opened up in his head, golden energy rampaging through Daozhan's brain. A zombie, whose nerves were already dead, somehow felt pain, and dried blood flowed anew from the corner of Daozhan's mouth, though it was black blood. For a zombie to feel pain again and have dried blood flow once more, it demonstrated how much damage this attack inflicted upon Daozhan. Daozhan let out a powerful shout, his mouth opening to release a torrent of golden energy, then falling to a knee and breathing heavily. Not because Daozhan needed to breathe, but due to the memories of the body from its previous life. Daozhan's veins bulged, his eyes turning blood red, and his voice became hoarse. All of you will die. This declaration, coupled with his hoarse tone, sounded like a summons from hell, sending shivers down anyone who heard it. Fight! 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 Lord skill, battle intent. A roar escaped from Daozhan's lips, and instantly red light radiated from his body, breaking apart the earthen wall Tax had constructed. All zombies turned blood red, their strength skyrocketing. Qi estimated that this was an enhancement skill, and the augmentation was considerable. Ordinary zombies transformed into reinforced grade zombies, and among the mutated zombies, 16 achieved the rank of commanding zombies with the boost. Qi now dared not underestimate the quality of the zombies here or the effectiveness of their overwhelming numbers. Seeing this terrifying scene, Xiao Kai's body gradually became ethereal. Seizing the opportunity when Uncle Da and Li Xiaoyang were holding back the zombies, Xiao Kai quietly slipped away. Since his relationship with these people was not deep, plus his personal philosophy in this city was that every man must fend for himself in a disaster. If this situation wasn't bad enough to qualify as such according to Xiao Kai, then only the end of Earth could meet that criterion. Qi furrowed his brows, shouting loudly, everyone, focus your attention, make an all-out assault, and strive for a breakthrough. Subsequently, Qi ordered Baihu to pick up Uncle Da and the others, while Dasika was responsible for assisting the two retreating companions. Qi himself faced off against Daozhan. It seemed as if Daozhan's lungs functioned again as he breathed deeply. Red gas surrounded Daozhan's body during each intake and exhale. Qi couldn't wait. This situation was now extremely unfavorable for them. Qi's current principle was to escape, not to fight. Dasika and Baihu acted efficiently. Baihu's flying capabilities far outpaced many of the zombies. Even if one or two zombies managed to attack from a distance, Uncle D used thunder pearls to stop them. There were no flying zombies here either. Finally, Qi focused entirely on running, realizing they couldn't remain much longer. Dasika had Changdan and Bingyue hold onto him tightly as his whole body rapidly moved forward. With exceptional jumping ability, he dashed between buildings. Both Dasika and Baihu were evacuating the city at great speed. No one questioned Qi Xiang's decision. There was no hesitation or delay as depicted in novels, because those who have truly faced life-and-death situations know that staying behind would only burden their teammates, allowing their hopeful teammates to escape with more time. Of course, everyone trusted Qi Xiang implicitly. Qi Xiang watched Dasika and Baihu leave swiftly before rushing toward Dao Zhan and unleashing a bursting flame. Despite feeling an influx of energy into his body, he couldn't even dissipate the red mist surrounding Dao Zhan. Without pausing, Qi Xiang retreated rapidly. The strength of the boost ensured Qi Xiang's speed was fast, though dozens of quickly advancing zombies were chasing him from behind. None could harm Qi Xiang. Meanwhile, it seemed Dao Zhan couldn't act immediately after using a lord skill. Eventually, as they left the city, the speed of the chasing zombies began to slow down, clearly indicating that the range of the lord's skill only extended over the territory he owned, this city being Dao Zhan's domain. Qi Xiang continued escaping at top speed while keeping tabs on Dasika and Baihu's location, following them as they fled. 10 minutes later, Qi Xiang and his companions gathered on a mountaintop overlooking the city where Dao Zhan remained. A slight tinge of frustration crept into Qi Xiang's heart, frustration for not having defeated Dao Zhan. Turning around, Qi Xiang glanced at the disgruntled faces of Changdan and the others and smiled, asking, "What's wrong? Losing a battle isn't that serious, is it?" Changdan let out a bitter laugh and replied, "Xianga, all our food has been stolen. Although we preserved the precious equipment and pills through special means, the food was entirely taken without leaving anything behind. We suspect it was Shao Kai's doing. Worse yet, most of the fresh supplies in every city are likely already spoiled by now, and any long-lasting food probably depleted too. If we can't find food soon, we'll go hungry." Indeed, this was Shao Kai's doing. His ability was very unique. He could make himself ethereal and open other people's dimensional spaces to steal items. All this happened before Shao Kai made his escape, perhaps believing that Qi Xiang and the group had no chance of escaping. Even though Shao Kai realized he was wrong when Qi Xiang's group left, he wasn't about to chase after them and return the food. Aside from the issue of whether or not he could catch up, logic alone stopped Shao Kai. After all, even if he weren't killed by Qi Xiang's group in anger, how would Shao Kai survive without those supplies? Therefore, Shao Kai didn't return the food but quietly slipped away instead. Though these people were his saviors, in the apocalypse, just because you save someone doesn't mean they owe you repayment, right? Even outside the apocalypse, such repayments aren't guaranteed. Qi Xiang smiled and said, "It's all right. After all, Shao Kai is also human, and we won't see him anytime soon. Who knows what the future holds? Let's head back, find a refugee camp, and ask for some food. With a quick journey, my stored supplies should last." At the time Qi Xiang battled Dao Zhan on the rooftop, no matter how greedy Shao Kai was, he wouldn't dare steal Qi Xiang's food, especially when the food of Changdan and others alone was enough to sustain Shao Kai comfortably for at least a year. Changdan and the others nodded their heads. Then the group set up camp because night was approaching and traveling would have to wait until tomorrow. Tax had expended too much stamina and couldn't fight again in the near future. Moreover, the tents were stolen by Shao Kai, forcing the group to sleep outdoors. Their pots and pans were stolen as well, so they could only eat instant food. Staring at the lit campfire, Qi Xiang could barely remember the mood of their previous rest. Realizing his own weakness, he clenched his fists tightly, yearning for power. There wasn't much conversation among the group, possibly due to the heavy impact of today's events. Strengthening themselves became the deepest desire of every person and beast present. Chapter 79, Return to Y City. In the early morning, as the sun rose slowly, Qi Xiang and his companions were already on the road. Under normal circumstances, they would sleep until dawn and then eat breakfast before starting their journey leisurely. But now, with the food supply significantly reduced, they had no choice but to speed up. After all, except for Qi Xiang, who could go without eating for a month or two, there was no one else in the group. Even with Uncle Da's stamina pills, it wasn't a long-term solution. Most importantly, they wanted to avoid any mishaps, such as ambushes or destroyed refugee camps. Hence, the group moved quickly forward. They rushed ahead at full speed, not a single word spoken among them because everyone had entered a state of cultivation. Even those who weren't practicing were pondering over their battle strategies. The defeat at Dao Zhan had completely shattered their confidence built up over time. After all, fighting bears was different from facing off against people like Dao Zhan, whose level was rare among humans. But leader zombies could appear in groups, 1, 2, 3, even more. Under ideal conditions, an entire large territory might only contain one leader zombie, while under worse circumstances, as seen in Dao Zhan, a single undead ruler commanded an entire city with powerful leader abilities. In the current situation, these leader zombies were effectively invincible. Dasika and Baihu rapidly advanced. Baihu carried Qi Xiang and Lin Xiaoyang as always, while Dasika, who had grown much larger, comfortably accommodated several riders. The group moved swiftly, passing through Wuling City and finally arriving at Y City on the third day. Although Qi Xiang was reluctant to return here, after all, he had once injured someone out of arrogance. He had no other choice now but to come back. A wolf and a tiger led the group to the entrance of the refugee camp, where the guards immediately raised their guns and started shooting. After all, this was the apocalypse. The presence of the group struck fear into these guards' hearts, and that fear translated into an attack. Gidge formed hand seals with both hands. Over the past 3 days, his strength had mostly recovered. Though not yet at peak condition, stopping a few bullets was well within his capabilities. Qi Xiang sat atop Baihu, unmoving, as he had already seen someone rushing inside to notify the person in charge. So he wasn't worried. After half a minute, a man in a black cloak ran out, followed by over 10 soldiers armed with submachine guns. The moment the man in the black cloak spotted Qi Xiang and his group, he froze, nearly stumbling to the ground. He was the one who had investigated Qi Xiang's battle traces with Tiku before. At the time, Qi Xiang had given him a sense of awe, an awe inspired by the power of a superior being. And now, he wondered just how strong Qi Xiang's group had become. Qi Xiang dismounted Baihu and stepped out of the protective barrier, igniting corrosive fire around his body to defend against the bullets aimed at him. Smiling at the man in the black cloak, he said, "Dark Mage Jack." The man in the black cloak sighed bitterly and signaled everyone to stop shooting, including the two men ready to launch rocket-propelled grenades. He removed his cloak, revealing a thin, pale face. With a smile, he said, "I didn't expect you to remember me." Jack had blonde hair and blue eyes. Yes, Jack wasn't Chinese, but rather a genuine American who happened to be working in China when this disaster occurred, leaving him no choice but to stay behind. Qi Xiang smiled and said, "Back then, you gave me a very comfortable feeling, and that sensation remains unchanged. Maybe it's because both our abilities have a dark side to them. How about Tiku?" Saying this, Qi Xiang looked around, searching for Tiku's figure. Meanwhile, Bogu also deactivated the barrier, but none of them dismounted their steeds. Jack smiled and said, "Leader Tiku has taken a team to hunt zombies today. This time, they are hunting a very powerful mutated zombie. Would you care to join me and wait inside?" As he spoke, Jack gestured an invitation with his hand. Qi Xiang chuckled inwardly, realizing the group still focused on hunting mutated zombies, which meant they were far from posing a real threat to a leader zombie. Shaking his head slightly without saying anything, Qi Xiang led his group into the refugee camp. However, in Jack's eyes, this slight headshake seemed to be a look down on their capabilities. Jack tightened his right fist, then relaxed it. Right now, only the strong were respected, and only through power could one lead. Without strength, everything was meaningless. The group arrived at a tent, and along the way, the people here looked at Qi Xiang and his companions with various expressions. However, most of them were filled with fear, because in their eyes, Qi Xiang and his group had become synonymous with power. Back then, whether it was the undead leader at the city center, the white tiger at the wildlife zoo, or the mixed zombies at the ranch, none of these beings were someone Tiku dared to confront lightly. But this group had swiftly eliminated all three. If not for them, life in Y City's refugee camp would undoubtedly be far worse. Qi Xiang continuously probed about what had happened recently in Y City, but didn't divulge much about his own group's activities, deflecting any questions that came up, as formidable strength couldn't always be displayed openly. However, Jack revealed something surprising to Qi Xiang and his companions. Wang Xiao had left Y City to train on his own. At the time, Wang Xiao had been severely defeated by Qi Xiang before even making a move. It wasn't until hearing from Jack that Qi Xiang learned about Wang Xiao's abilities. He could assimilate metal and alter its properties. Metal assimilation meant integrating metal into one's body. The stronger the metal, the more effective it was in enhancing the user. This didn't mean simply embedding metal into one's body. Instead, the person transformed their structure into something akin to metal itself. Metal alteration referred to modifying the hardness of metal. This ability had limits. When applied to oneself, those limitations were smaller. Metal could either reach its hardest point or become incredibly soft. When applied to other metals, there were more constraints. Although Wang Xiao was powerful, the only metal he had assimilated so far was gold. Furthermore, being concerned about appearances, he rarely maintained his golden form at all times, as while it shimmered brilliantly, it also resembled the look of a nouveau riche individual. On the day he challenged Qi Xiang, Wang Xiao had been in his human form without assimilating any metal. After being defeated by Qi Xiang, Wang Xiao saw the true capabilities of Qi Xiang's group while accompanying Tiku. Though stubborn in words, Wang Xiao wasn't foolish. He realized that if he didn't grow stronger, he would never catch up to them, let alone seek revenge. Hence, Wang Xiao decided to go train and search for powerful metals. Hearing of Wang Xiao's departure, Qi Xiang felt unsure whether to feel glad or troubled. After all, Wang Xiao's decision was directly influenced by him. Had Wang Xiao stayed, he might have enjoyed relative comfort and prominence within the refugee camp. Although venturing out to train carried significant benefits, it also posed far greater dangers, especially when going alone. Even though Jack had reassured Qi Xiang not to blame himself, how could Qi Xiang avoid feeling guilty? His momentary arrogance had driven Wang Xiao away, a fact Qi Xiang could not reconcile. In subsequent conversations, Qi Xiang learned from Jack that an impressive 103 paranormal individuals had come from Wuling City to Y City. For ordinary people, such a number wouldn't be remarkable, but these were all paranormal individuals. According to Jack, they were all fairly strong. Thankfully, among them, there weren't many who overtly craved power, or else this large group might pose serious harm to Y City's refugee camp. Of course, while their arrival added over 100 extra mouths to feed, the overall strength of Y City's refugee camp significantly increased as well. About half an hour later, Tiku finally returned, immediately hearing news of Qi Xiang's visit. In the refugee camp, Qi Xiang's group's prowess was undeniable. Although few had seen them personally, the name was already widely known. Now, almost everyone had heard that Qi Xiang had arrived, due to those present during his last confrontation with Wang Xiao passing the information along. Tiku, Upon hearing from the guards that Qi Xiang had come, rushed over, too eager to even take off his armor. Upon entering the tent, Tiku saw Qi Xiang and grinned, saying, "Oh my, brother Qi Xiang, you've come. Please forgive me for not greeting you properly." Qi Xiang gave a faint smile upon seeing Tiku and said, "Here I am, right on cue." Tiku took a seat and asked, "So, what were you two talking about?" Qi Xiang and Jack exchanged amused glances, but didn't say anything. They weren't about to tell Tiku that they had just been chatting about his embarrassing moments, like how dealing with a pile of zombie excrement led to a week-long shower marathon. Tiku laughed and said, "If you don't want to say, fine. Hey, brother Qi Xiang, the group you recommended is truly remarkable." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "They are indeed very strong and represent a potent force." Suddenly recalling something, Tiku asked, "Brother Qi Xiang, do you know the current world order?" World order? Qi Xiang paused in surprise. With no computers or TVs around now, how could he possibly know? However, since Tiku had mentioned it, there must be a way to learn about it. Qi Xiang quickly asked, "What is the current situation?" Tiku scratched his head and said, "We have a few game-empowered individuals here, and their forums contain data uploaded by players from various countries. While the number of Clash Change players remains small now, we believe that game ability users will inevitably become an essential tool for global communication between nations and cities within our country." Hearing this, Qi Xiang's face turned serious as he looked at Cha Dan and said, "Cha Dan, what's going on with this?" Cha Dan chuckled nervously and said, "Brother Xiang, don't get angry, but I think I heard some system announcements a few times mentioning people successfully changing classes, but there were too few to pay much attention. As you know, I didn't really use forums much back then either." Qi Xiang patted Cha Dan's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "Dan, not because Brother Xiang requires this, but..." His voice suddenly rose 8 decibels, leaning close to Cha Dan's ear and shouting, "From now on, you keep track of the system announcements, and check the forum daily." All right." With his ears ringing, Cha Dan glared at Qi Xiang and said, all right, I got it. No need to shout so loudly." Qi Xiang let out a humph, turning his gaze back to Tiku. At this moment, Tiku and Jack both wore looks of annoyance. No, actually, everyone in the tent except Qi Xiang and Cha Dan bore similar expressions. It was clear that only these two were unaware of Qi Xiang's antics. Smiling slightly, Qi Xiang asked again, "So, Tiku, what exactly is the current state of things?" Clearing his throat, Tiku explained, "Well, most nations worldwide are now gathering together. Of course, this only applies to populous nations. Smaller ones might already have been overtaken by zombies. And now, the main powerhouses include the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, the African Union, the Asian Alliance, and our own Yanhuang Republic. Though Australia has a substantial population, they're too far away. They'll likely focus on clearing out all the zombies there first before venturing outward." Pausing briefly, Tiku continued, "However, there's one troubling fact. Zombies evolve through devouring others. Moreover, leader-level zombies have already been sighted, an existence far beyond our reach. More importantly, leader-level zombies possess something called leader skills, whose effects differ but always target their subordinates. So, Brother Qi Xiang, forgive me for exaggerating, but none of you can currently stand against leader-level zombies." Qi Xiang nodded solemnly, responding with a brief, "Uh-huh," and added, "It's true, we cannot defeat them, but we can outrun them." Immediately realizing he might have slipped up upon seeing the terrified looks on Tiku's and Jack's faces, Qi Xiang smiled and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you guys?" Stammering awkwardly, Tiku replied, Could you have encountered a Lord Zombie?" Qi Xiang simply nodded, saying, "Yes, what about it?" Both Tiku and Jack shared a wry smile, with Tiku commenting, "We originally thought you were just stronger than us, but judging by your experiences, you're more than just a little stronger." Qi Xiang glanced around at his group members and grinned, adding, "You're not without hope to surpass us. You just need to work hard enough. But regarding this guy," pointing at Qi Xiang, "you'll probably never overtake him." Qi Xiang smiled, saying, "He speaks the truth. By the way, Jack mentioned you went to hunt mutated zombies. What kind of mutant would merit such action? After all, killing them doesn't offer much enhancement for us." Tiku let out a bitter laugh, replying, "We're not like you. For us, even reinforced zombies bring significant improvements. This particular mutation zombie, though, did have peculiar abilities. It seemed to possess a skill called time reversal. Meaning, when dying, it would revert to 5 seconds earlier. And the worst part was, this was a passive skill, so silence wouldn't help. Luckily, we have a space-capable person and a time manipulator among us, or else if it grew too powerful, it would have been extremely difficult to defeat." Qi Xiang nodded, acknowledging, "That's right. Lord Zombies aren't the major concern yet. What truly poses a threat are these strange, powerful mutants. Once they mature, it'll spell trouble for humanity." Chapter 80, Forum Revelations. Tiku paused for a moment and continued, "By the way, someone has already figured out how these zombies appeared." Qi Xiang was stunned and quickly asked, "How did they appear?" This matter was very significant to Qi Xiang, because their goal was to investigate how zombies came into existence. Now, with the answer right before him, how could Qi Xiang not ask? Tiku said, "The reason for the appearance of zombies was something one of our game ability users saw in a post. Whether it's true or false, we don't know. But the post claimed that the current zombies are creatures produced by a special mutation. Yes, creatures. They're a special kind of bacteria that parasitize on human bodies, then seize control over the human self-control, turning them into living dead. These bacteria-controlled people will gradually become stronger, and the means of becoming stronger is by devouring other creatures. Gradually, mutations occur, and eventually, they might even produce their own thoughts. Qi Xiang stroked his chin, looked at everyone, and asked, "What are your opinions?" Bogo asked, "Did the person who posted that mention how they knew?" Tika nodded and said, "Yes, that's also something I've been puzzled about. But this is the only explanation we currently have regarding the origin of zombies. Of course, as for the sudden emergence of so many ability users now, no one can provide a reasonable explanation. However, the most common theory circulating on the forum includes two ideas, one being an act of divine compassion, a gift bestowed upon humanity. Those who say this are probably believers. The other suggests that a spatial rift opened, resulting in Earth and another space creating some kind of resonance. Things from that space overlapped with Earth's beings, such as ability users and like zombies." Boga nodded and said, that does make some sense." Tiku smiled and continued. "However, according to our observations, things are probably more complicated now. The rate at which zombies are improving is accelerating, but there are very few powerful individuals within the human camp. A large number of humans gathered together, yet dispersing isn't safe, and staying together doesn't allow them to quickly enhance their strength. Without a solution, humanity may be wiped out in the near future." As he spoke, Tiku pulled out cigarettes and a lighter from another dimension pocket, lit one, put it in his mouth, took a puff, looking quite dejected. "Yes, Tiku, as the highest ruler of a refugee camp, shoulders the greatest pressure. The lives of thousands of refugees in the entire camp depend on Tiku alone. If he doesn't grow stronger, then the Y City refugee camp disappearing from the world is only a matter of time." Qi Xiang looked at Tiku, patted his shoulder, and said, "To be honest, we came here just to ask for some food because our supplies were stolen. But since we're having this conversation, we shouldn't leave empty-handed, right? Here's the deal, give us 3 days. After 3 days, we'll clear all the zombies in Y City, giving you a chance to go out for training. You just need to give us some food in return." Tika looked at Qi Xiang, then at Jack, and finally back at Qi Xiang again, saying, "I can't decide this on my own. Give me a moment. I need to consult with some decision-makers in the refugee camp." Following Tika's nod, he left with Jack. Throughout history, the monarch system has never lasted long. To control all your subordinates by yourself is impossible unless your subordinates are thoughtless zombies. And here, if Tiku dared to make the decision alone, someone would surely dare to take his life. After Tiku and Jack left, Chaidan opened his mouth and asked, "Xianggu, why did you make this decision?" Qi Xiang smiled slightly and said, "Both of us need to kill zombies to improve, and this trip was originally for food. Gaining both skills improvement and food, why wouldn't we do it?" Chaidan suddenly understood Qi Xiang's reasoning after hearing this. Bingyu sat next to Qi Xiang and said, "Qi Xiang, don't fight head-on if you encounter a strong enemy." Qi Xiang laughed. "Haha, the zombies capable of defeating me probably don't exist in great numbers." Lin Xiaoyang tapped Qi Xiang's head and said, "Big idiot Qi Xiang. If it weren't for you losing to that zombie lord, we wouldn't have been so disheveled." Qi Xiang burst out laughing, saying, all right, I'm the big idiot. Xiaoyang, your angry face is truly adorable." As he said this, Qi Xiang pinched Lin Xiaoyang's nose, seeing her pouting face. Half an hour later, Tiku finally returned to the tent, and this time, he came alone. Tiku found a seat and then said to Qi Xiang, "Brother Qi Xiang, this is what we've decided after discussing. If you really can clear all the zombies from Y City, then we're willing to provide each of you with 1 year's worth of food." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "All right." With that, Qi Xiang stood up, shrugged, and said, "Withdraw the order, let's get to work." Qi Xiang and Che Dan walked out of the tent, while the rest stayed inside. Tika looked at everyone and asked, "You?" Bingyu smiled and said, "Tiku, don't worry about it. Just these two are enough." Tiku made an "oh" sound, said he had something else to do, and then walked out. However, Bogu and the others couldn't help but guess that Tiku went to check on Qi Xiang and Che Dan's work. After leaving the refugee camp, Qi Xiang and Che Dan exchanged a smile and split up to take action. Tiku, watching them part from behind, wasted no time and followed Qi Xiang. After all, Qi Xiang always brought him surprises. Che Dan's fighting method was rather simple, summoning zombies to fight while he himself hid behind them, gaining experience. Of course, this was the job of a summoner. However, Qi Xiang did not summon Daska or Baihu but held his soul-devouring blade, continuously devouring the zombies. Zombies in the city, sensing the human presence, gathered towards their direction without resistance, only to be slaughtered by Qi Xiang and Che Dan. Of course, in Tika's eyes, this scene was terrifying because among the crowd of zombies were many reinforced zombies and mutant zombies. But Qi Xiang showed no extra movement. When those mutants appeared, his devouring flame merely intensified. With such ease in killing mutant zombies, Qi Xiang's true power became unfathomable in Tika's eyes. Still, it wasn't going to be so smooth for Qi Xiang, not yet. Right now, he faced only early-stage mutated zombies, which were relatively easy to kill. However, Qi Xiang could sense mid- and late-stage mutated zombies coming toward him. Aalo. Finally, a zombie of considerable strength appeared within Qi Xiang's sight. This zombie wasn't hiding within the herd, it flew over. Yes, it flew over. This was the first flying zombie Qi Xiang had ever seen. The zombie had a pair of wings behind its back, its white feathered wings contrasting starkly with its ugly appearance, as if these wings didn't belong to it. Looking at this zombie, Qi Xiang gave a cold snort, kicked off from the ground with both legs, and charged forward. The soul-devouring blade in his hand slashed at the opponent. Seeing Qi Xiang charging, the winged zombie hurriedly flapped its wings, and feathers shot toward Qi Xiang like projectiles, rushing toward his position. Upon seeing the feathers, Qi Xiang smirked disdainfully, and purple flames instantly erupted from his body. In a flash, every single feather landing on Qi Xiang vanished. Watching the winged zombie, although it possessed remarkable abilities, it hadn't grown powerful enough to stand before Qi Xiang. Death awaited it. Qi Xiang raised the soul-devouring blade, and split the winged zombie into two halves. Then the devouring flame engulfed it. Falling back to the ground, Qi Xiang continued his massacre of zombies. Meanwhile, Tiku was deeply shocked inside. That winged zombie was something Tiku himself had fought before, very powerful. Yet in front of Qi Xiang, it was no better than an ant, crushed easily. This was the disparity of power. Within the following day, Y City's zombies began their exodus. Every zombie tried to escape the city. It wasn't because they thought rationally, they fled instinctively. Because the zombies knew two powerful creatures had emerged in Y City, ruthlessly slaughtering them. But how could Qi Xiang allow such mobile energy sources to escape? Qi Xiang kept using his devouring cyclone to swallow zombies repeatedly. Again and again, he leapt onto buildings to chase down fleeing zombies. By the end of the day, less than 100 managed to escape Y City. Consider that the original zombie count in Y City must have been in the hundreds of thousands at minimum. Something Qi Xiang found quite curious was that the strongest entity in the city was just a mutated zombie, with no sign of a zombie overlord. Later, upon asking Tiku, Qi Xiang learned that Tiku always eliminated any zombie overlords as soon as he discovered them, which explained why neither Qi Xiang nor Che Dan encountered any. A full day passed, and Qi Xiang stood atop the highest building in Y City, gazing into the distance. By this time, there wasn't a single zombie left in Y City, not even a corpse remained. And Che Dan successfully reached level 26. Of course, this major credit went to the system tasks. Otherwise, merely killing zombies wouldn't have granted such significant progress to Che Dan. Qi Xiang, however, remained at level 39. He could feel that reaching level 40 would not be achievable in the short term. It couldn't be rushed, only awaited through a fortuitous opportunity. This was because Qi Xiang's advancement relied on devouring other living beings or substances to enhance his own energy. Although he could also absorb the energy from the air, this wasn't some fantasy continent, but Earth, where the air contained little energy. If Qi Xiang were to rely solely on absorbing the energy from the air, it wouldn't even compensate for his consumption. Qi Xiang knew his ability wasn't an ideal one. If it were better, it would involve self-cultivation rather than enhancing oneself by devouring others. Though his powers were restrained by Dan Li, Qi Xiang still felt there was something unsettling about them. After all, every gain had its loss. To achieve great power required a price, and so far, Qi Xiang hadn't felt any side effects from his two types of flames. Could such a good thing really exist in this world? Brother Xiang, let's go. Chetan's voice came from downstairs. Evidently, they had already secured their food and were ready to leave. Qi Xiang glanced at the rising sun without answering from upstairs, feeling the gentle breeze brush against him. Then, he leapt down from the building. This building stood 35 stories high and was the only one with a view of the entire city. Transmitting a sound from the bottom to the top already showcased strength. Yet now Qi Xiang aimed to jump off the entire 35-story rooftop. If a pebble were thrown from the 35th floor, the result would be one thing, shattering. And whatever the pebble hit wouldn't come out unscathed either. But Qi Xiang wasn't a pebble. He was a sentient human who could move and therefore be stronger than a mere stone. His body descended vertically as the wind swept against him, causing his clothes to puff up, making him appear significantly fatter. When Qi Xiang was 10 floors above the ground, his body suddenly veered off its original trajectory, hurtling towards the building. An ordinary person might have been pulverized just from this, but Qi Xiang was different. He used his feet to brace against the building, creating some buffer. Then the bloodthirsty devil spear extended from his back, with 8 spider-like prongs embedding themselves into the wall. Immediately, the bloodthirsty devil spear's terrain-ignoring properties activated, allowing Qi Xiang to rapidly descend to the ground. When 5 floors remained between Qi Xiang and the ground, the bloodthirsty devil spear launched him downwards. Landing on the ground, Qi Xiang emerged unharmed as the spear retreated back into his possession. Che Dan laughed. Brother Xiang, that was stylish. Saying this, Che Dan gave him a thumbs up. Qi Xiang scratched his head. All right, kid, stop flattering me, he said, summoning his 3 mouths. Although Tax hadn't fully recovered to his prime, carrying a few people was still possible. Qi Xiang smiled. All right, let's get going. We should return and greet our old friends. We haven't seen them in a while. Since everything is sorted here, we'll make a trip back. When Qi Xiang spoke these words, Cha Dan, Bo Go, and Deshu shared heartfelt smiles. They hadn't seen those former comrades in quite some time. Of course, Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang knew nothing about this. Thus, 6 people, each riding in pairs atop a mount, headed towards City V. Throughout the journey, Qi Xiang remained largely silent. With the deliberate aura of dominance emanating from him, their route was trouble-free. During this time, Qi Xiang continuously reflected, pondering what he would do next. Hadn't his initial goal been to investigate the origin of these zombies? Now that someone else was doing the investigation, should Qi Xiang continue pursuing it himself? Should he settle down peacefully with his companions and family, or seek something else? What Qi Xiang didn't know was that this very process was leading to enlightenment, and once realized, it would inevitably elevate his mental state further. This wasn't a boost in power but a refinement of self. Sometimes, personal growth mattered more than a rise in power. It was akin to how physical prowess, no matter how great, if accompanied by mental flaws, couldn't produce a complete individual. Imagine a large man who could take on multiple opponents but chose never to act, slowly becoming the target of everyone's bullying, a clear defect in psychology. And this very moment marked Qi Xiang's psychological refinement. Chapter 81, Dog-Headed Zombie. Half a day later, everyone arrived in V City, but Qi Xiang still couldn't quite understand it. Since he didn't get it, Qi Xiang decided not to think about it anymore and just let things happen naturally. As the Buddhists say, go with the flow. Qi Xiang and the group reached a mountain outside of V City. Standing at the summit, Qi Xiang looked down at V City. After witnessing the knife battle, Qi Xiang had become more cautious about entering any city easily. Y City and Wuling City were still fine. All the powerful zombies in Y City had been cleared out already. As long as there were no particularly strong zombies appearing, they could handle them. And in Wuling City, there wasn't even a single zombie. That's why Qi Xiang acted so boldly in those two cities. But V City was different. The survivors here weren't very strong in the first place, and now that the zombies were getting stronger, Qi Xiang didn't dare to guess what kind of situation awaited them in V City. Looking at the dead in V City, Qi Xiang had an uneasy feeling. Still, he decided to go ahead despite carrying the curse that decreased his good fortune. This place was home to his friends, even if he had only met some of them once. Yet, how many people in this post-apocalyptic world could you only meet once, and then never even see their bodies afterward? Qi Xiang wanted to take another look at Su Tai. He simply said, let's go, and then urged Baihu forward toward V City with both legs. Upon entering V City, Qi Xiang immediately felt an unusual stillness. It didn't seem like a place where life existed. The entire city was shrouded in deathly silence, and the air smelled terrible. It was really hard to breathe. By now, everyone was wearing masks, yet the odor was still obvious. Suddenly, while browsing through the forum on his device, Chaidan noticed something terrifying and shouted, listen. Everyone stopped and turned their attention to Chaidan. Chaidan himself was breathing heavily, trying to calm himself down. Qi Xiang leapt off Baihu, approached Sika, placed his right hand on Chedan's back, and transferred Dan power into Chedan's body. Gradually, Chedan's mind calmed down. Chaidan sighed in relief and told Qi Xiang, Brother Xiang, that's enough. Qi Xiang then let go of his right hand and asked, what's wrong? Chaidan took a deep breath and said, the disease has mutated. Mutated. Everyone repeated the word subconsciously after hearing this. Chaidan nodded and explained, that's right. Someone discovered that these zombies have started changing. For other regular zombies, their abilities have significantly increased, mainly in speed. Before, zombies moved slowly because the corpses became stiff, which made their movement sluggish. But now, the flesh of these zombies seems to have regained vitality, allowing them to move much faster, though only slightly faster than normal humans. After pausing briefly, Chaidan continued, most importantly, if a mutant is bitten, the zombie who bites him will lose the ability to advance further, but retain all the combat abilities that the mutant had in life. Furthermore, if ordinary humans are bitten now, the darkest aspects of human nature will be amplified infinitely. Qi Xiang looked at the tall building in the city and said, let's go. I feel something is off. Since we've come, why leave? A voice that sounded neither male nor female rang out. Then, over 10 figures appeared around Qi Xiang's group, surrounding them. The speaker, however, had the face of a dog instead of a human. Chaidan saw him and exclaimed, this is the most terrifying type of mutation, zombie fusion. When one zombie consumes another zombie or biological entity, the zombies fuse together, combining their strength without limit. Qi Xiang nodded and observed the zombies around him, but found only one case of this kind, a dog-headed zombie. If ordinary people were to see a human neck supporting a dog's head, they would probably burst into laughter. But now wasn't the time to laugh. The unknown always inspires fear. Qi Xiang and the others did not know what the strength of this dog-headed zombie might be. If it were formidable, their fates could turn disastrous. Chaidan scanned all the zombies again and said, Boss Xiang, these are dark-hearted zombies, the ones whose human darkness has been exaggerated. Looking at it, these guys won't be easy to deal with. The reason he said this was because, even at level 26, he couldn't detect the levels of these zombies. This meant that their levels were at least above level 31. Qi Xiang stared at the zombies, sensing something abnormal from them. They were not alive, not a bit lively, but still exuded traces of human characteristics. Perhaps this was truly the embodiment of living dead creatures. The dog-headed zombie sneered coldly and said, let me think. Oh yeah, you've been here before and have killed humans in this city. Staring at the dog-headed zombie, Qi Xiang realized that he wouldn't resort to his usual way this time. He'd try using direct force instead. He also intended to attempt conversing with the zombies since they seemed so peculiar. Qi Xiang nodded and said, yes. The dog-headed zombie continued, are you here to find Su Tai? Qi Xiang nodded again and asked, do you know where he is? The dog-headed zombie scoffed coldly. Didn't your parents teach you to use polite language when asking for help? Would it kill you to say please? Qi Xiang didn't react much to this, but sensed Chedan's emotional fluctuation. He quickly stopped Chaidan from speaking. Qi Xiang smiled slightly and asked, so, may I ask if you know where Su Tai is? The dog-headed zombie laughed. Haha, that's more like it. But unfortunately, I don't know where Su Tai is, or perhaps he's already dead. Qi Xiang continued smiling and said, do you know how dangerous it is to lie to me? Even though Qi Xiang was smiling, when these words were spoken, the dog-headed zombie could still sense a hint of uneasiness, not to mention real humans like Chaidan. A death-like aura emanated from Qi Xiang. Black gas spewed out of his body, gradually covering him. Seeing this transformation, Chaidan and the others felt uneasy. However, The zombies around them were actually laughing. Qi Xiang pointed at the dog-headed zombie and said coldly, "Die." In the next second, the dog-headed zombie's head exploded entirely. Then, its body turned into a streak of black energy flowing into Qi Xiang's body. After absorbing the energy of the dog-headed zombie, the dark mist surrounding Qi Xiang became even denser, and the fear among Che Dan and the others grew stronger too. Especially Lin Xiaoyang, whose physical constitution wasn't strong and who was originally non-combatant. Her psychological resilience was only slightly better than that before the apocalypse. Now, Lin Xiaoyang's lips had turned purple, her teeth chattered, and her face was pale due to the fear she felt from Qi Xiang's presence. Qi Xiang turned and looked at everyone, directly fixing his gaze on Lin Xiaoyang. At this moment, they realized Qi Xiang's eyeballs had completely turned black, without any white. Moreover, it seemed as if Qi Xiang's eyes were burning with flames, just like those of a demon from hell. Qi Xiang's eyes stared at Lin Xiaoyang, making her feel an icy chill throughout her body, shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang tilted his head slightly to the right, seemingly pondering something. White energy began radiating from Qi Xiang's chest, slowly replacing the black gas, turning his entire body white. The change in Qi Xiang was also reflected in his aura. He now emitted a gentle, kind energy, akin to that of a Buddhist master who has practiced for 1,000 years, giving people an inexplicable sense of goodwill. But the zombies did not share this impression. Upon seeing Qi Xiang's transformation, they immediately formed a circle and continuously revolved while chanting something incomprehensible, something not resembling human language, but rather some ancient incantation. Under their chants, Qi Xiang's body alternated between being white and black, appearing extremely eerie. This left Che Dan and the others feeling extraordinarily uncomfortable. Boga stepped in front of Lin Xiaoyang, smiled slightly, formed hand seals, and created a protective barrier around Lin Xiaoyang. The barrier blocked everything from the outside world, albeit consuming massive amounts of energy. Furthermore, Bo Ji's limit was only one person's worth of space, so he gave this chance to Lin Xiaoyang since she couldn't endure it anymore. Even though Bo Gu himself was feeling great discomfort at the time, Qi Xiang would smile sometimes and smirk coldly at other times. His aura oscillated between gentleness and danger. Dan power intertwined with the black gas within him. His body seemed to have transformed into a battlefield. At this point, Qi Xiang's veins bulged, sweat dripped down from his forehead like rain onto the ground. The two energies inside his body kept colliding and exploding, repeatedly crashing against each other within Qi Xiang's body. The black gas, which had lain dormant for many years and now had been activated, erupted from every part of Qi Xiang's body, surrounding him from within. Meanwhile, Dan power kept surging out from the light ball in his chest, combating the black gas. This moment, Qi Xiang appeared extremely terrifying. Blood streamed from all 7 apertures of his body. He alternated between smiling and smirking coldly, and his body changed between being black and white. Veins protruded everywhere on his body, making him look both strange and horrifying. Che Dan looked at the surrounding zombies constantly spinning around and said, "They are the culprits." Boga nodded and said, "Take action." It was their way of fighting. Talk when necessary, act when unnecessary. Che Dan waved his hand, summoning the zombies, while calling out Cold Blade to join the battle. Dasika, Takus, and Baihu didn't hesitate either, roaring loudly as they charged toward the zombies. Ice Moon summoned her staff to start attacking. Bogu and Uncle Da did not move. Uncle Da didn't act because he figured his interference would only cause more trouble. Bogu, on the other hand, was controlling this isolation barrier. If he split his focus, the barrier would collapse, leaving Lin Xiaoyang unable to handle the situation outside. After all, the power of emotions is also quite potent. When their attacks struck the zombies, none of the creatures wavered. They continued moving along their previous trajectories. However, Qi Xiang underwent changes. The black gas erupted once again, overpowering Dan energy with an increasingly menacing aura. Seeing Qi Xiang's state, Bogu immediately called out, "Everyone, stop attacking." The assault ceased, and everyone looked at Bogu with confusion. Wiping sweat from his brow, Bogu said, "They are activating a certain energy inside Qi Xiang's body. Right now, he can counteract it using his Dan energy, but if you attack those zombies, you won't harm them, and you'll end up provoking that same energy within Qi Xiang, making it harder for him to resist." Clap, clap, clap. A sound of clapping arose. Everyone instantly turned toward the source of the noise, seeing a half-man, half-machine creature approaching. This person stood next to Qi Xiang and commented, "Not bad. People with an IQ over 120 truly are clever." Apparently, this statement was directed at Bogu. The individual had white hair. Their left side was human, while their right was mechanical. On their left side, they wore a suit and carried glasses on their face, whereas their right was completely exposed, which really made no difference anyway, since it was all iron plating and lacked anything noteworthy. Still, the mechanical part looked highly advanced as if designed by true experts, yet its movements were fluid. Bogu eyed him and asked, "Who are you?" The man laughed loudly and said, "I am a half-person. You may call me Kenku. How does my masterpiece look? It has been redesigned according to my master's brilliant ideas." Saying so, Kenku lit a cigarette, took a drag, exhaled a large smoke ring. Bogu looked at him coldly and said, "Your master, could it be that these zombies were your master's creation? Are these zombies your alterations?" Kenku nodded, saying, "Indeed, you're smart. I enjoy conversing with intelligent minds, though I happen to be smarter than you. Actually, I might even predict what you'd ask next, about my objectives. No need for unnecessary talk, let me tell you." After taking another drag of his cigarette, Kenku continued. My master, my fellow disciples, we're all geniuses, true geniuses. Of course, you can also call us eccentric talents. All our IQs surpass 270. However, this also means our lifespans will be short. Nevertheless, we've come to terms with it, given how much we've gained. Yet, none of us likes researching machinery or such external forces. We believe true strength comes from within. Knocking on his own body, Kenku explained, look, this is my work of art. The reason I'm known as a half-person is that half of me is human and half is robot. But don't underestimate this machine part. It would render even humanity's strongest martial artists mere weaklings in comparison. Masterpiece, Kenku smoked again, continuing. Of course, our modifications terrify people, hence why many of our inventions haven't been utilized. However, my master suggested converting everyone into zombies. Then humanity would be preoccupied slaughtering zombies and wouldn't bother us anymore. How does that sound? Impressive, isn't it? Freak. 2 words escaped Boji's lips. Hearing freak, Kenku chuckled wildly, saying, right. Normal folks like you do label us freaks. Ha ha ha. Freaks. That's precisely who I am. Chapter 82. The Mutilated Body. Gubo looked at him and said, since you possess extraordinary talent, why not contribute to the welfare of humanity and society? Why are you doing such things? The mutilated body seemed to have heard something funny, laughing maniacally. Ha! Contributing to the welfare of humanity. Ha! This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Suddenly, the mutilated body's expression turned grotesque, saying, do you know, my master once invented limb regeneration, but it was rejected. The reason? They were afraid it might be dangerous. Ha ha. My master's work would be dangerous? Ha ha ha. Do you know, every one of us has once invented great medicine. But we don't have your word games. When our creations were stolen, we didn't have the power to take them back. Those so-called upright gentlemen, they're still buying our methods of enhancement, turning humans into super soldiers as secret weapons. By comparison, I actually prefer arms dealers. They at least don't steal our work while holding guns to our heads and refusing payment. As he spoke, the mutilated body glared at the shoe and said, your body smells of it. Tell me, have you used AR2? AR2? Isn't that just the cheat codes for PS2? Che-Dan looked at the mutilated body with a puzzled expression. Gubo, on the other hand, stared at the shoe in disbelief. Because what the mutilated body was talking about absolutely wasn't some game cheats. It must definitely be a way to enhance the human body. That's what they did. The shoe nodded, saying, little Bo, yes, I did use AR2. But now its effects are very weak, no different from an ordinary special forces soldier. It was clear Deshu had recognized Gubo's suspicions and admitted it. When the mutilated body heard Deshu's words, he immediately laughed out loud, laughing as he spoke. Ha ha ha. AR2 was the result of our master's work over a decade ago. It can significantly boost a person's fighting power, but supposedly only has a 20% success rate. To our knowledge, in this country alone, there have been more than 1,000 deaths related to it. This is an incomplete statistic. But because we stopped selling it, they seem to still be using this thing. Haha, isn't that ironic? Listening to the mutilated body's words, Gubo trembled all over. Now, though he couldn't promise anything else, he was sure the mutilated body wouldn't lie about data and drug effects. Right now, Gubo was extremely disappointed. He didn't even bother talking about benefiting humanity anymore. He asked the mutilated body, then why did you attack Xixiang? The mutilated body smiled and said, that has to do with what you call your so-called abilities. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, all the zombies stopped moving, and Xixiang's body froze too, as if time itself had stopped. The mutilated body explained, one thing I'm least likely to do is take advantage of others. If we had continued, your friend would have soon become my intended outcome. At that point, I wouldn't be able to lecture anymore, so I cannot allow disturbances. Of course, this isn't out of any sense of mercy. Gubo nodded, indicating understanding. At this moment, Gubo already had some goodwill toward the mutilated body. He was definitely better than those hypocritical gentlemen. The mutilated body smirked slightly, sitting cross-legged on the ground, completely unafraid of being attacked by Che-Dan and others. After taking one last puff, he flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground, looking at everyone and smiling. All right, now I can say it. Gubo nodded. Then the mutilated body began. Your abilities come from the mutation of my master's virus. There are 2 types of sources. One turns into special abilities, like your boy's barriers, the ice element abilities of the 2 girls, and their ability to create clones. As for the abilities of those other 3 guys, they're the product of overlapping spaces combined with spatial cracks. Simply put, during the overlap of this space with another, coincidentally, spatial cracks appeared, leading to substances that grant abilities. And right now, the world is in this period of overlap. A conservative estimate is that at least 100 worlds are overlapping right now. Gubo looked at the mutilated body and asked, is all this caused by your master's alleged drugs? The mutilated body laughed, saying, although my master was brilliant, as I said, we're only interested in enhancing the human body. This kind of space overlap is a natural phenomenon. We don't know how it happens, and we don't care. Initially, we were still considering whether or not to release this drug into the world. After all, its impact on humanity is devastating. We may hate humanity, but that doesn't mean we want to kill everyone. However, after the first ability user appeared, within a day, we realized exactly what these so-called ability users were. Thus, we decided to release the drug. Gubo asked again, why release the drug? Is the appearance of ability users a mistake? Who would have thought that the mutilated body actually nodded and said, let me ask you this. If it weren't for the apocalypse, what would you do with your powers? I don't think I need to elaborate. Everyone has two sides, a dark side, which is not absent, just never had the chance to show itself. When these power users become strong, what will happen to the weak ones? So we might as well let you ability users fight with those powerless people and see who's stronger. But it seems now, the zombies' level of evolution isn't bad at all. Che-Dan asked at this moment. Then what about the scenes like the instances we encountered before? The mutilated body laughed. Haha, you idiot. Since cracks appeared, why can't those so-called instances appear? No wonder you guys are so strong. You've just been lucky. Gobo looked at the mutilated body and Qi Xiong and asked, why did you capture him? The mutilated body pointed at Qi Xiong and said with a carefree tone, I'm talking about him. His elemental energy leans toward darkness, fitting my taste perfectly. Also, I happen to need a bodyguard, so I just brought him along to play with. When the mutilated body said this, it was as casual as saying he grabbed a puppy to keep as a pet. Gobo asked, can people be captured just like that? After hearing this, the mutilated body laughed loudly, as though he'd heard something extremely funny. Laughing, he said, ha ha ha. In my eyes, he's nothing more than an animal. This world follows the law of survival of the fittest. Humans dominate animals because they are strong. Animals are weaker, so they should be subjugated by humans. And I am the powerful one. Since I'm strong, why can't I grab him? You're the funniest person I've seen all year. Seeing the mutilated body's demeanor, Gobo wanted to argue back, but couldn't find the words to rebut. It seemed that although the mutilated body's words were harsh, they made sense. In truth, everyone understands these truths, but people often hold themselves in high regard, causing such thoughts to be deemed as wrong paths. Yet, when someone speaks them out loud, no one can come up with a reasonable way to contradict them. Perhaps this is a form of sadness. After laughing enough, the mutilated body stood up from the ground, brushed the dirt off his pants, and said, now, I've pretty much said everything I needed to say. Do you have any other questions? If not, I'm about to make my move. Upon hearing that the mutilated body was going to attack, Che-Dan and others instantly felt uneasy. Not only were they unsure about the mutilated body's strength, but the zombies alone were more than Che-Dan could handle. Gobo scratched his head, suddenly remembering something, and asked, by the way, may I ask if we could join you? Join us. The mutilated body pointed at his own nose, puzzled. This completely went against the mutilated body's expectations. People he met usually either got scared or attacked him verbally with righteousness upon hearing his words. None were like Gobo, who proposed joining him instead. Thinking about it, the mutilated body coldly laughed. You're not trying to buy time, are you? Gobo shook his head and smiled. We can take you on anyway, why waste time? I just feel what you said makes sense. Moreover, I'm quite interested in your human enhancement project. The mutilated body laughed. Ha ha ha. Even though I don't know much about the outside world, I certainly won't trust you so easily. To make me believe, you'll need to prove yourself. Gobo asked, what kind of proof? The mutilated body pointed at Qi Xiong and smirked. Kill him. Instantly, Che-Dan lost control and cursed. What makes you so cocky? Giving you a bit of face, and now you're climbing over me. Don't make me eliminate you in seconds. As he said this, Che-Dan was ready to rush forward, but was stopped by Gobo, who smiled and said, all right. Then Gobo pulled out the dagger he always carried at his waist and walked towards Qi Xiong. Che-Dan and others wanted to stop Gobo's action but were restrained by Deshu, who whispered, trust little Bo. Despite their discomfort, the group controlled their impulse and remained where they were, observing what Gobo intended to do. Gobo looked at Qi Xiong and asked, are you sure you want me to kill him? Clearly, this question was directed at the mutilated body. The mutilated body laughed. Why not? Although his strength is formidable, is he really stronger than all of you combined? Gobo nodded. He is indeed stronger than us. As he spoke, Gobo aimed his dagger straight at Qi Xiong and thrust down. A spray of blood immediately gushed out. A wound was opened on Qi Xiong's right arm, and blood flowed down the cut. Che-Dan couldn't hold himself anymore, flashing past Deshu and charging at Gobo, shouting as he swung his right fist, Brother Bo, how dare you? Just as Che-Dan was about to hit Gobo, his fist struck a barrier instead. Bo-Go laid Qi Xiong on the ground and stepped out of the barrier. Smiling, he said, what if the isolation barrier and defense barrier are layered? Would your method still work? Upon hearing Bo-Ji's words, the mutilated body burst into laughter, saying between laughs, haha, didn't expect I'd still fall for your trick. But that barrier should have a limit to how much it can take, right? Or, maybe killing you could break it as well. Che-Dan grinned slightly, raising his arms levelly, and said, come on, give it a try. The mutilated body's face instantly twisted with ferocity, looking like he was laughing yet also angry. At this moment, Qi Xiong had already regained his composure. The energy within him no longer conflicted. His breathing steadied, and those zombies began moving again, but this time they didn't circle around. Instead, they charged straight toward Che-Dan and the others. The mutilated body looked at Bo-Go and raised his right arm. His right arm started transforming. The area that was originally a hand turned into a cannon barrel, with blue light flashing inside. It actually resembled the laser cannons from some anime. With a loud roar, the mutilated body fired the laser cannon, directly hitting Bo-Ji's barrier. Seeing the laser cannon approaching, without hesitation, Bo-Gu rapidly formed seals with his hands, causing the defensive barriers in front of him to quickly emerge. Bo-Gu had no intention of running away, because when it came to speed, he certainly couldn't match the laser cannon. Only by toughing it out would he stand any chance to withstand this attack. Just as Bo-Gu was about to make a desperate move, he noticed a shadow appearing in front of him. Che-Dan stood before Bo-gu with the Lingxi shield, smiling, and said, Hee, Bo-gu, thought you really intended to kill Chi-Xiang there, huh? Bo-gu laughed. You're too dumb, kid. You're the one who's dumb. Hurry up and get out of here. I can't hold it off for long. Che-Dan strained to say, clearly finding it difficult to sustain the impact of the laser cannon. Upon hearing this, Bo-gu immediately dashed aside, while Che-Dan shouted and plunged the Lingxi shield into the ground, then swiftly leapt away. Watching his Lingxi shield under the barrage of the laser cannon, instead of being knocked down, it swiftly cracked, shattered, and finally turned into ashes. Che-Dan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Had that been him, he'd probably be obliterated without even leaving any remains. Bo-gu felt the same way. Che-Dan looked at Bo-gu and bitterly smiled. Bo-gu, my Lingxi shield is cooling down now, so watch yourself. I'm heading over there. Saying this, Che-Dan swung his right hand, sending an arc moon slash towards the mutilated body. Then, Che-Dan rushed swiftly towards the battlefield. Bo-gu looked at Che-Dan and revealed a smile. Although Che-Dan might be a little emotional, he loved fiercely and hated fiercely. Most importantly, Che-Dan wasn't brainless, and he also helped Bo-gu test the mutilated body's defense. In fact, Bo-gu thought too much. Though it's true that Che-Dan dared to love and hate, Che-Dan had no intention of helping Bo-gu test the mutilated body's defense. The purpose of Che-Dan launching the arc moon slash was to see if he could instantly kill the mutilated body. Of course, Bo-gu didn't know this. If he did, Bo-gu would definitely regret praising Che-Dan in his heart, though it was only in his thoughts. The mutilated body's right eye was mechanical, equipped with heat detection. Upon sensing that his target had escaped, he turned off the laser cannon. Although he possessed vast amounts of energy within him, he wouldn't waste it on such things. Precisely because he was smart enough to use data to calculate, he understood just how much energy was left on Earth. While he couldn't fully gauge it all, the remaining energy was definitely not abundant. And the energy he used was a refined type of energy, which not only required complex refining, but consumed large quantities of raw materials. Even if Earth held more energy, harvesting it would be beyond capability in the short term. And as for perpetual motion energy, that was something far beyond the capabilities of the mutilated body. He hadn't seen anything like it anyway. Chapter 83, Chaos. Looking at the oncoming dark moon slash, Kanju smirked and swung his right fist. His energy detector told him that this attack's power was not enough to destroy his ultra-luxury alloy right arm, which had been refined with multiple metals. His right arm hit the single dark moon slash, and instantly the dark moon slash turned into purple energy powder. Kanju looked at Bo-gu and sneered. Next time, you won't be that lucky. Second had now joined Shu's side, brandishing his blade as he continuously attacked these zombies. Although these zombies were very strong, Second's fighting spirit was even stronger. The people who hurt Xianggu would never be spared by Second. 5 years ago, Xianggu, what do you think would happen if one day someone bullied you? Chi-Xiang and Second sat on the horizontal bar, swinging their legs, each holding an ice cream cone. They gazed at the sky as Second asked. Chi-Xiang laughed and said, Kid, you really hope I get bullied, don't you? Your Xianggu isn't so easy to bully. Second took a bite of the ice cream cone and said, You've protected me so many times. If you ever get bullied, I will definitely seek revenge for you. Even though Second was only 13 years old, he made such a declaration, his expression serious, showing no hint of joking around. But Chi-Xiang didn't take it seriously and instead teased him saying, Kid, if there ever is such a day, then let you protect me, haha. Saying this, Chi-Xiang patted Second's shoulder and added, However, until that day comes, you are still my follower, haha. Go to hell, who wants to be your follower? I'm also pretty strong. Haha, strong indeed. Xianggu, now, it's my turn to avenge you. Second glanced back at Chi-Xiang who was lying unconscious and thought like this. Then, Second turned around and yelled loudly, You damned zombies die. Bing Yu looked at Second and muttered to himself, Is this what it means to burn up? At the moment, Bo-gu faced Kanju, while Second and others faced off against a group of zombies. Chi-Xiang was unconscious. Bo-gu stared at Kanju, his hands tightly pressed together ready to launch a barrier at any time. Meanwhile, Kanju was observing Bo-gu, analyzing his abilities. Kanju's brain was implanted with an enhanced chip that can boost intelligence. But of course, inserting just one chip doesn't easily raise intelligence without significant side effects. The side effect was that the enhanced chip required an enormous amount of energy. Even all the energy Kanju could gather wouldn't last longer than 5 minutes. Yet the enhancement merely increased Kanju's intelligence by 5%. 5% might not mean much on an ordinary person, but on Kanju, it wasn't a small number. You see, at Kanju's level of intelligence, increasing IQ by even a point was hard. Therefore, this ability was used by Kanju to tackle extremely difficult problems. And now, this was the first time Kanju used this capability in battle. Bo-gu, looking at Kanju's eyes, felt as if he were being scanned. Suddenly, he realized, Kanju was half human and half robot. If they didn't finish this quickly, they risked being seen through. Since conventional combat methods wouldn't work, Bo-gu decided to change tactics, quickly in the fight. And this coincided with Kanju's thoughts. Otherwise, if the enhanced chip is used too long, leading to depletion of his own energy, while he could move, only half of his body could operate. Moreover, due to removing half his body, many organs disappeared including the heart. Although removing the heart and replacing it with a machine might obscure Kanju's weaknesses, at the same time, once the energy runs out, Kanju's entire circulatory system would stop, and when that happens, death would be imminent. Even if circulation somehow continues, given that he'd only have half a leg, Kanju wouldn't possibly carry such a heavy body away. In a certain experiment where Kanju became too engrossed to replenish his energy, if discovered late, Kanju might not be standing here now. Hence, Kanju understood his own vulnerability well. Boji's body rapidly moved, constantly changing positions, continuously making seals, piercing barriers. Both types of barriers continuously attacked Kanju's body. Despite the right half of Kanju's body being metal, we mustn't forget, Kanju himself mentioned that he's half human, not a full-fledged robot. Therefore, Bogo mainly targeted Kanju's left half. Since Kanju specializes in enhancing human bodies, his own body must be different from normal humans. Even though his left half is flesh, this flesh has been drug-enhanced, providing both defense and strength superior to ordinary humans. Naturally, this was also to match the machine body on the right half, otherwise a strong side and a weak side would not be a good thing. The piercing barrier only left a white dot on the left half of Kanju's body, while on the right half, it only sparked a bit of whooshing. What made Bogu even more frustrated was that although his barriers could harm Kanju, they only affected the flesh part of the left half. However, Kanju's regenerative ability was incredibly strong. Even if an arm were severed, it would regenerate within just a few seconds. Bogu had also tried attacking Kanju's head, but discovered it was extremely hard, harder than the mechanical parts. Kanju looked at Bogu as he continuously launched attacks which felt like itching to him, and Kanju couldn't help but feel a tinge of mockery. This was the mockery of the strong toward the weak. Lifting his right fist, this time it wasn't a laser cannon but a laser gun. Blue laser bullets continuously shot out from Kanju's right arm. Compared to the laser cannon, the consumption for the laser gun was much less, and the attack speed was significantly faster. A bigger advantage was its superior targeting capability, unlike the laser cannon where one shot would make it impossible to see the person in front. Bogu, looking at the incoming laser bullets, knew that despite their power being far weaker compared to the laser cannon, these bullets weren't something he could easily withstand. Using defensive barriers, Bogu constantly evaded while dodging Kanju's attacks and retaliating accordingly. Of course, Kanju wasn't just some expendable role. He was, after all, an enhanced human plus half robot. So how could his strength be weak? Moving constantly, his laser gun attacked Bogu with unrelenting ferocity. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the battle raged fiercely. There were 13 zombies in total, each with strength absolutely no less than that of commanders. If not for their lack of special abilities, Sudan and his team would probably have had little chance of winning in the fight. But precisely because they lacked special abilities, Sudan and his group had an edge. In fact, these zombies were ordinary zombies that Kanju had structurally altered through special means, forcibly boosting their capabilities and enhancing their physical bodies. Of course, these zombies followed Kanju's direct commands. The dog-headed zombie was an exception. Although he was strong, due to his makeover experience, his potential for improvement was severely limited, hence making him only slightly stronger than the enhanced zombies. However, the dog-headed zombie's primary function was not combat, but relaying messages. Sudan's team, including the mutant zombies Sudan controlled, numbered over 10 fighters. These 13 zombies, though formidable, weren't invincible to Sudan's group. Especially Daskas's 3 beasts, Taxus and Baihu. One beast dealt with a single zombie, while Daskas himself used wind blades exhaled from his mouth to restrain 2 zombies. Sudan swung his right hand, restricting a zombie with spider web-like threads. Then, the cold blade gleamed with blue light, freezing another zombie solid. Now, there were only 7 zombies left. Though still a significant number, it was the maximum limit Sudan and his group could handle. Sudan thought to himself, it seems I need to find some restriction-based zombie seals in the future. These zombies were powerful, but Sudan's zombies weren't pushovers either. Especially the Razor zombie, who possessed commander-level zombie strength, had a distinct upper hand when going one-on-one against other zombies. The other zombies could employ 2-against-1 tactics. After dividing forces, Sudan still had to face 3 zombies, one handled by Uncle Da, and 2 others handled by Sudan. Facing the 2 zombies ahead, Sudan gripped his cold blade tightly, his eyes flashing with cold light, emitting a killing aura around him. Sudan charged forward, activating the wolf claw skill, directly stabbing it into the chest of one zombie. Next, Sudan plunged the cold blade into the body of the other zombie, and pressed his left hand onto the chest of the first zombie, pierced by the wolf claw. Then, he activated the explosion skill. After initiating the explosion, Sudan grabbed the handle of the cold blade and swiftly retreated. With a loud boom, only one enemy remained. And now, all of Sudan's skills except the wolf claw were in cooldown. The cold blade continuously hacked away, despite having no intricate techniques, since every sword art ultimately boils down to basic slashes. Therefore, even though Sudan only mastered slashing, unconsciously he had understood the highest principle of combat, simplification. Sometimes, simplifying complexity can yield better results. After consuming an in-body pill, Uncle Da rushed forward to battle the zombies. This time, he consumed the wild bear in-body pill. The tremendous strength and formidable defense ensured that Uncle Da wouldn't be at a disadvantage against the zombies, while Ice Moon's repeated attacks gradually weakened the zombie. Lin Xiaoyang was not idle either. Even though her clones didn't yet have combat capabilities, that didn't mean they could do nothing. More than 10 clones each picked up a stone and threw them at the zombies. Although this kind of damage was insignificant to the zombies, after all, they were undead with dead nerves that could no longer feel pain. However, Lin Xiaoyang persisted because he believed that by doing so, he could hold out until seeing Qi Xiang's arrival. At this moment, Qi Xiang inside the barrier emitted a faint white light, The black aura had disappeared, as well as the wounds on his body. Daska roared, spitting out 2 wind blades from his mouth, which directly decapitated 2 zombies. Then, Daska struck again, breaking the ice seal to free another zombie. As for the zombie ensnared in spider web-like threads, it continued struggling even now. The battle transformed once more from a group fight into a mass brawl. Despite not being strong, Sudan's side fought for their beliefs, for the protection of their companions. In contrast, these zombies followed mere orders, executing commands, but lacking conviction. The number of zombies continuously dwindled, with 7 or 8 zombie corpses lying scattered on the ground in various states. Some had been pierced through the abdomen by earth spikes, others had their entire heads blown off, and still, others were split entirely in half. Qi moaned, his consciousness gradually returning as he felt the pain across his body along with the unique comfort of the elixir repairing it. Qi opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes emitted a sharp gleam as Qi sat up, observing the surrounding combat. He touched the barrier Bogu had set up and immediately questioned Sudan. Sudan hastily recounted the entire situation to Qi. Only then did Qi fully realize his own importance. So, even though Qi wanted to rush out and kill Kanju, he could not leave. Because if Kanju could drive Qi into a frenzy once, then Kanju would surely find another way. Instead of going out and inviting trouble, Qi chose to remain here as an impartial observer. Bogu and Kanju continuously clashed. Even though Kanju was powerful, Bogu cleverly maneuvered using skillful footwork and barriers to turn danger into safety time and again. Of course, this greatly annoyed Kanju. Boji's barriers left a deep impression on Kanju. Each time they defended effectively against attacks, it became increasingly frustrating for Kanju. Though these harassing style attacks held little meaning to him, they were still annoying. The laser gun kept sweeping wildly, clearly indicating that Kanju wanted to finish this quickly. Indeed, he even activated the enhancement chip. Kanju swiftly scanned the surroundings, searching for potential advantages while also analyzing Boji's fighting style and vulnerabilities. A minute may be long or short depending on perspective. During this single minute, Kanju not only engaged in combat with Bogu, but also communicated sarcastically with other regiment leaders. Haha. Bogu stared at Kanju as his hand seals grew faster, and the resulting barrier stronger. Eventually, it became nearly impossible to tell how often the piercing barrier would appear. It might just be a fleeting instant. Kanju's body endured the constant strikes of this piercing barrier, yet Kanju paid it no mind. Whenever Kanju intended to attack the barrier protecting Qi, Bogu retaliated fiercely, summoning lightning beads in addition. This was what troubled Kanju the most. Here, everything was chaotic, the two sides clashing. Gradually, Sudan finished overwhelming the last few zombies and went to assist Bogu. It took 15 minutes to completely eliminate all the zombies. Seeing the destruction of his creations, Kanju's expression changed dramatically as his laser gun transformed into a laser cannon, bombarding everyone. By this point, Sudan's Lingxi shield had fully recovered. Seeing the laser cannon coming toward him, without a word, he summoned his shield for defense. When the laser cannon hit the Lingxi shield, Sudan was pushed back somewhat, but watching the laser cannon and looking past it at Kanju, Sudan's spirit to fight surged again. Chapter 84. Su Meng in the basement. Su Meng let out a roar, his body suddenly leaping up while gripping the Lingxi shield. Then, Su Meng threw the shield down, landing perfectly on it, with the shield resting atop the laser cannon. At this moment, Su Meng seemed to be surfing, except he was retreating. Looking at the remnants of his opponent's body, Su Meng smirked as the dark moon slash erupted from his right hand, controlled by his mental energy, and swiftly moved forward. Reaching the location of the damaged body, the dark moon slash appeared as if it were drawn to something, abruptly falling and striking directly at the head of the remains. This was Su Meng's unique way of attacking mentally, but due to his relatively low spiritual power, and since such abilities are seldom needed in normal combat, this was the first time Su Meng had used this technique in battle. No one can withstand a strike to the head, even if their skull is made of iron. The remnant instantly felt a piercing headache, followed by a notification in its right ear. Alert, enhanced chip damaged, shutting down automatically. The remnant's head jolted as if struck by a heavy blow. Struggling with excruciating pain, the remnant shut off the laser cannon and knelt on the ground, left hand pressing against the head, breathing heavily. The remnant's consciousness began to blur. Su Meng's luck was absurdly good. By pure chance, his attack hit the remnant's head, causing damage to the enhanced chip. This resulted in a direct shock to the remnant's brain, and though the chip had already been turned off, the harm caused by the impact wouldn't fade away. The brain is the control room for the entire body, and any injury to it could lead to serious consequences. The remnant endured the pain and forced himself to stand up from the ground, only to feel a punch land on his face. It was Qi who had just emerged from a barrier. When Qi saw that the remnant had been struck, he couldn't contain himself any longer. As everyone stood still in shock upon seeing the remnant kneel down, Qi took no notice and shattered the barrier before rushing in to attack the remnant. The remnant received a punch from Qi, deforming his entire left face, causing him to spin and fly toward the right. Qi watched the remnant slowly crawl back up after being hit, and approached him with a cold sneer, lifting his right leg to kick the remnant down again. Qi advanced closer, crouched down, and taunted, "Aren't you so fierce? Show me your ferocity." With that, Qi delivered another punch straight to the remnant's face. Qi knew the remnant's right side was machine-based, with strong defensive capabilities, evident because not even Su Meng's attacks could penetrate that half of the body. Thus, Qi Xiang chose to focus on the remnant's left side, his organic half. The remnant's body possessed an incredible regenerative capacity, but the sensation of pain remained. Consequently, having been struck 3 times in succession, 2 of which were directly to the face, he now suffered immensely. Already enduring significant head pain, getting slapped twice more left both his head and face throbbing. Opening his eyes, the remnant glared fiercely at Qi Xiang, his expression grotesque. In response, Qi Xiang grinned coldly, summoning the soul-devouring blade and severing the remnant's arms attempting to ambush him, mockingly asking, "Now what tricks do you have left?" Feeling both of his arms being cut off, though the left arm rapidly regenerated, the metal right arm couldn't repair itself automatically. The remnant stared at the young man in front of him and suddenly chuckled. "Ha, do you think I'm powerless?" Immediately following, a shocking transformation startled Qi Xiang and others. 8 spider legs sprouted from the remnant's back, startling Qi Xiang into stepping back. But just this moment allowed the remnant to quickly escape at an astonishing speed, leaving Qi Xiang in awe. Of course, the reason everyone was shocked was the remnant's 8 spider-like limbs, and coincidentally, or not, Qi Xiang also possessed 8 spider spears. As Qi Xiang gazed at the remnant's escape route and turned to look at Su Meng and the others, he simply said, "That's it." Yes. Everyone cheered joyfully. This battle had been just as intense as the previous fight with the swordsman. The main reason wasn't necessarily the increased strength of the enemy, but rather the limitation placed on Qi Xiang, the team's primary fighting force. Nonetheless, they had emerged victorious this time around. However, despite winning, Qi Xiang harbored a shadow of doubt in his heart, the fear of losing control and going berserk. Although Qi Xiang didn't know how the remnant achieved it, he clearly experienced the terrifying nature of his own madness. It seemed Bo Gu understood Qi Xiang's concerns. He stepped forward, patted Qi Xiang on the shoulder, and said, "Little Xiang, don't worry. Your weakness isn't so obvious. Not every enemy will be able to detect it. Stay happy." Qi Xiang nodded, offering a faint smile. Though it might be hard for him to forget this flaw, he refused to let it bring him down. After tidying up, the group mounted their rides and set off again. This time, their target was Su Meng. That guy with the ability to enhance himself. I wonder how he's doing now, Qi Xiang thought silently. However, Qi Xiang was a bit worried because the dog-headed zombie had mentioned Su Meng's name, meaning it might have already seen Su Tai, and worse yet, might have killed Su Tai. Still, Qi Xiang had to search for him. Before the apocalypse, the chances of people meeting were slim, and during the apocalypse, these chances became even slimmer, almost negligible. Qi Xiang wanted to find friends he knew in this manner. The group began searching around the city, looking for places where someone might still be present. To Qi Xiang's disappointment, though, there seemed to be no living creatures here. Only some zombies remained, but they weren't strong ones. Just as the group was about to leave, Qi Xiang suddenly sensed that someone was in the basement of a building. Qi Xiang, whose 5 senses had been enhanced, if left uncontrolled, would exceed normal human capabilities. At that moment, his auditory sense enabled him to hear some sounds in this terrifyingly quiet city. Looking at the building, Qi Xiang said, "Let's go." With that, Qi Xiang dismounted from Baihu. Seeing Qi Xiang get down, everyone else followed suit. Chaidan asked, "Xiang Gu, did you find something?" Qi Xiang nodded slightly, uttering a low show, recalling Dasica's 3 beasts into another dimension before saying, "Let's take a look." After entering the building, the emptiness inside and dim lighting gave them an eerie feeling, but luckily, none of them were easily provoked. Even a Lord-level zombie wouldn't stand a chance against them without activating its domain skills, let alone regular zombies. Hence, they boldly entered the unknown area. Descending underground, Qi Xiang activated his hearing to its fullest extent, searching for the source of the sound. Subsequently, Qi Xiang pointed towards a basement room and approached it. Kicking open the door to the basement, Qi Xiang, finding himself in pitch darkness, took out a flashlight from his dimensional pocket, just preparing to switch it on when he suddenly felt a hint of danger approaching. Instinctively, his right leg lashed out. Feeling that he had kicked something, Qi Xiang immediately turned on the flashlight. In the beam of light, Qi Xiang saw Su Meng. However, Su Meng's entire body was embedded in the wall, with plenty of bandages covering his wounds. Blood was seeping through those bandages due to Qi Xiang's kick. Seeing Su Meng in such a state, Qi Xiang scratched his head sheepishly and led the others into the basement. The basement contained food, water, some emergency medicine, weapons, and just one plank bed. Qi Xiang shook his head and walked over to Su Meng. He fed him a pill and carefully pulled Su Meng off the wall, helping him onto the bed. Then he smiled awkwardly at everyone and explained, "Who made him sneak attack me?" Chaidan gave Qi Xiang an exasperated glance, replying, "It's so dark here, and you busted in without warning. Of course, he would think of attacking you." As Qi Xiang looked around the room, his flashlight was now hanging from the ceiling, providing some light. Although the room wasn't excessively bright, he found himself puzzled about why the remnant had come here with such severe injuries. Where were the other refugees? At this point, Qi Xiang could only speculate that all this had something to do with Su Meng. Whether it truly did or not was unclear. Right now, all Qi Xiang could do was hope Su Meng regained consciousness unless his injuries were caused by zombies. If so, Su Meng might wake up wanting to bite Qi Xiang. Just waiting wouldn't do any good. Everyone entered a state of meditation or contemplation. What Qi Xiang pondered on was his own weaknesses. Finally, on the second day after the group arrived, Su Meng woke up. However, something funny happened when Su Meng woke up. Realizing there were others in the basement, he instantly went into alert mode, causing him immense pain and making everyone burst out laughing. Su Meng looked at the laughing Qi Xiang and others, then unexpectedly started crying. Yes, Su Meng, a tall and strong man, actually cried. Instantly, the expressions of the others froze. They didn't know whether to keep laughing or stop. But next, Su Meng did something that shocked everyone. Crawling off the bed because of his wounds, despite Dasuka's powerful pills, his injuries were too severe. Su Meng got down on his knees, crying and pleading, "Please, please save me. Save this city." Qi Xiang and the others couldn't bear to watch anymore, so they all ran over and helped Su Meng lie down on the bed properly before asking what had happened. Su Meng tried hard to calm himself, but found it futile. Breathing heavily, Su Meng recalled a terrifying scene and said, "People. No, robots. No, 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 monsters." Listening to Su Meng's description, Qi Xiang and everyone else knew that Su Meng was referring to Zanku, the cyborg, but no one interrupted him as they quietly listened to his account. "That monster came here, and everyone. They're all dead, turned into zombies. Only I survived." Then, Su Meng clutched his head and screamed, "Huh? My head hurts so much." Afterward, Qi Xiang and the others saw Su Meng's body fall backward. Dasuka quickly went over to check Su Meng's condition and then sighed in relief, saying, "It's fine, he just fainted from extreme shock." Looking at Su Meng, Qi Xiang stroked his chin and couldn't help but ponder what the Zanku had done that could have scared Su Meng unconscious. Su Meng remained unconscious for another 3 days. However, since Su Meng mentioned that everyone in the city was dead, Qi Xiang and his group weren't foolish and decided to take Su Meng directly to Q City. At this moment, Qi Xiang and the others were crossing the forest, the very same one where Qi Xiang and his 3 companions had been trapped earlier. Of course, since Binghua joined later, she didn't count. Returning here again, the forest looked exactly the same, still so tranquil and beautiful. The air seemed just as fresh here. A breath of it felt quite comfortable. Looking at every blade of grass and tree around him, Qi Xiang couldn't help but reminisce about how he and Cha Dan, along with others, had grown together here. It was also where they met Dasuka and Takus. An involuntary smile formed at the corner of his lips. Su Meng was currently being carried by Takus, whose role as a strength-type magical beast made carrying even a few people effortless. This scream marked Su Meng waking up once more. Boga looked at Su Meng and said, "Kid, you sure do sleep a lot. You've been out for 5 days. Are you feeling better now?" Su Meng looked around at the others and asked, "Where are we?" Turning around, Qi Xiang smiled faintly and replied, "We're in the forest. We've left V City. By the way, what about that Zanku? What happened?" "Zanku." Su Meng scratched his head, looking at Qi Xiang clearly not knowing what the word Zanku referred to. Seeing Su Meng's confused expression, Qi Xiang chuckled and said, "That's the name of that half-machine, half-human guy." Upon hearing this, Su Meng immediately responded, "Did you encounter him?" Qi Xiang nodded. "Yes. Now can you tell us something about the Zanku?" Su Meng agreed and began, "All right. After you left, our city was only plagued by regular zombies, so we always sent large numbers of ability-empowered individuals on patrols to exterminate them. While clearing out the zombies, we also hunted enhanced and mutated ones. Forums said there were higher-level zombies beyond the mutants, but we never encountered such creatures in our area." Pausing for a moment, Su Meng continued, "But perhaps it was retribution. We hadn't faced powerful zombies, so our skills haven't improved much. Honestly, besides me, none of us could handle an enhanced zombie alone, let alone a mutated one. Yet with their fewer numbers, we still managed to gang up on them. But things changed when Zanku arrived. That maniac came to V City, found us, and told us that there were too few zombies in our city. He said he came to investigate and planned to make more zombies, stronger ones. Then, he threw a grenade. The gas released turned our people into zombies. I managed to escape because my place was higher up. But ever since then, I've been pursued relentlessly by Zanku, running nonstop until I reached that basement." Noticing everyone gazing at his wounds, Su Meng laughed lightly and said, "Don't worry about me. I already treated my wounds with some medicine from a gamer player. He gave me an antidote for the zombie poison, which worked. Now the poison is gone. It's just normal wounds." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Su Meng was a friend. Taking action against him wouldn't have been easy. Moreover, considering his abilities to enhance himself, if he became one of those types of zombies that retain their powers, it would undoubtedly lead to a very bad situation. Chapter 85, Li Erdog. Qi Xiang carefully scrutinized Su Meng, eyeing the wounds on Su Meng's body. He said with some concern, "Are you sure you're all right?" Su Meng nodded and replied, "I'm fine, it just hurts." This remark immediately elicited smiles from everyone. One reason was that they sighed in relief, no longer worrying about fighting an old friend again. The other reason was that although Su Meng's words weren't very funny, it seemed like a joke, so people went along. Everyone headed south, towards Q City. Finally, after 2 days of constant riding, their liberation came when their butts were sore and painful. Frankly speaking, sitting a few times wasn't too bad since it was still novel to ride beasts, especially magical ones. But over time, this novelty wore off, and after 5 days, everyone had trouble walking normally after dismounting, clutching their sore buttocks while complaining loudly. And among them, the one who complained the most was Su Meng. Su Meng, along with Uncle Da and Bo Gu, rode a tax. You see, tax is a yak whose back is quite hard. Despite having fur, there isn't much of it, so it doesn't serve as padding. Even though Tax walked steadily, its discomfort remained unresolved. However, unlike Uncle Da and Bo Gu who had better composure, Su Meng started grumbling once he dismounted, causing Tax to glare at him sharply. Having ridden him for several days and still complaining, Tax naturally became upset. Just this glare was enough to make Su Ming hold his tongue, though his face remained sour. It was unclear whether it was due to soreness or resentment towards Tax. In comparison, the others fared better. Both Daska and Baihu have thick layers of fur on their backs, plus their overall build provided more comfort than riding Tax. The group advanced towards Q City in an unusual posture. Unsure if the defenses in Q City remained as before, Qi Xiang decided to recall the three beasts, because these animals were too conspicuous. 7 of them slowly approached Q City, each person limping awkwardly due to sore buttocks and legs weakened from days without walking. They appeared injured but at a rather unflattering spot. Seeing the turrets around the city outskirts and the soldiers using loudspeakers to inquire about them, Qi Xiang smiled faintly, recalling how they had arrived here initially. Munlong's brother and sister, Young Wang, and his soldiers. He wondered how they were faring now. Qi Xiang thought back, remembering that they had already taken control of the city then, so surely they must be doing well now. With this thought, Qi Xiang smiled slightly, calling out, "Hey, over there, we're refugees. Could you give us some help?" Upon hearing Qi Xiang's call, several soldiers rushed out of the bunker. However, Qi Xiang believed that what happened earlier wouldn't resurface, as the leadership in Q City had changed, indicating the city had become significantly different. The fact that they didn't open fire first proved this point. As Qi Xiang watched the soldiers approach, he motioned for everyone to stay still, standing quietly as he awaited their arrival. When the soldiers reached Qi Xiang and his group, they saluted first, and then said, "Sorry, special handling during special times." Before completing the word search, the leading soldier hesitated, realizing why Qi Xiang seemed familiar. This soldier turned out to be one of those subordinates under Young Wang back then. Looking at Qi Xiang and searching through the crowd for familiar faces, the soldier cautiously asked, "Qi Xiang? Haha, kid, do you remember me?" Qi Xiang patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. The soldier nodded, returned the salute, and said, "Private Li Erdog." Upon hearing this name, everyone present couldn't suppress a chuckle. Although Bo Gu and Uncle Dem managed to refrain from laughing aloud, the rest, including Qi Xiang, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Li Erdog, how come I never knew Young Wang had someone under him with such a peculiar name? Ha ha." After laughing for a bit, Qi Xiang noticed Li Erdog looking slightly bashful and realized he'd been rude. He quickly ceased his laughter and reminded the others to stop. Qi Xiang looked sheepishly at Li Erdog and apologized. "Sorry, we couldn't help it. Don't take offense, alright?" Li Erdog shook his head and responded. "Everyone reacts this way upon hearing my name. I've gotten used to it. But our captain, Captain Wang Dadeger, isn't exactly proud of his name either." At hearing this, everyone erupted in laughter again. Since Young Wang wasn't present, Qi Xiang saw no reason to stop laughing. A soldier standing next to Li Erdog quietly asked, "Captain, who is this?" Li Erdog glanced at him and said, "Do you remember the civil war from a while ago? This is the powerful psychic individual back then, Mr. Qi Xiang." Upon hearing the name Qi Xiang, all the soldiers showed signs of respect in their eyes as they looked at Qi Xiang, as if trying to find out what made him different from ordinary people. Qi Xiang felt uncomfortable under the soldiers' gazes and stopped laughing, forcing out a faint smile. "Li Erdog, can you let us in?" Li Erdog nodded. "The city lord has given instructions. If it's you, you may enter and leave freely." Qi Xiang scratched his head sheepishly. "Who is the current city lord?" "Yulong." Li Erdog replied straightforwardly. Sidon walked quickly up to Qi Xiang's level and laughed. "Haha, brother Xiang, see? I told you Yulong would become the city lord, haha. Give me the elixir." He extended his hand, making a gesture of asking for something. Qi Xiang slapped Sidon's hand away irritably. "Who gambled with you? Go away." Sidon laughed heartily and said, "Wish betters would be true to their word. Oi, stop kicking me. I don't want it anymore. It hurts, stop pulling my ear. Good. I won't mess around anymore." Seeing Qi Xiang and Sidon together as such lively characters, everyone burst into laughter, including Li Erdog and the soldiers he brought along. In the apocalypse, many old world rules didn't have to be followed, let alone that Li Erdog was now a friend to Qi Xiang. Friends could bicker and joke without any problems. However, seeing Qi Xiang and Sidon, neither of whom were weak in power, but Sidon getting kicked by Qi Xiang twice and having his ears pulled begging for mercy, it was hard not to laugh even for those who didn't know their actual strength. Especially Bo Gu and the others who knew both their strengths. Seeing them keeping such a lighthearted attitude was truly touching. Innocence was after all a luxury. Everyone laughed and joked all the way to the checkpoint where Qi Xiang entered the city this time without any hindrance, and Little Li, referring to Li Erdog, volunteered to lead the group to meet the city lord, Yulong. Qi Xiang and the rest accepted without refusal since it had already been part of their plan. Once inside the city, Qi Xiang looked at the people on the street, each of them pale and emaciated as if suffering long-term malnutrition. Moreover, there were very few people on the streets, each appearing extremely weak. At this scene, Qi Xiang asked, "Little Li, what's going on?" Dog Egg Li sighed bitterly and said, "There's no help for it. There isn't enough food in the city, although we've sent people to sow seeds, they haven't been harvested yet. The main problem is the water can't be drunk, and we don't even know if the crops grown will be edible." "The water can't be used?" Qi Xiang was startled, suddenly recalling Taik's words. Qi Xiang said, "Yes, water has become the source of infection and should no longer be consumed. Fortunately, my father and the others live on a small island surrounded by the sea, so they can only drink purified water." "Hold on, water is the source of infection. Fish are living beings." It was as if Qi Xiang's inner world had been struck heavily by something. and he turned back in shock looking at Che Dan and the other three who were revealed by his words. It shouldn't be true, right? Boga shook his head. We don't know. The ocean is vast. We don't know how fast the source of infection spread by Zondo has reached. But I know, if we don't hurry up, something really bad might happen. Chi Xiang looked at Li Erdog, his eyes flashing with a determined glint. Grasping Li Erdog's shoulders, he shook him repeatedly and said urgently, "Quick, take us to Yulong." Li Erdog, shaken until dizzy, hastily agreed. All right. At this moment, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Chi Xiang looked at Bo Gu in surprise, dazed by why Bo Gu had slapped him. Bo Gu glared at Chi Xiang coldly and said, "Chi Xiang, calm down. You know how strong you are. Is it not obvious that this isn't the time to panic? Let me tell you, Chi Xiang, I don't like this side of you. You can act silly and naive if you want, but if you can't even stay calm, then consider me wrong about you." Bo Gu spoke these words rapidly, causing his face to flush red. His flushed face stared sternly at Chi Xiang. To put it bluntly, Bo Gu now looked quite similar to an arguing hag extending her neck to yell. Chi Xiang blankly stared at Bo Gu, unsure of what to say. His hands unconsciously loosened their grip on Li Erdog and slumped. Tears blurred Chi Xiang's vision. He spoke with a sobbing voice. What's all the shouting for? I just got anxious, that's all. The others also came to mediate, especially Li Erdog, scratching his own head and saying, "Don't be like that. I understand. No need to go this far for my sake." Uncle Da also came over and said, "That's right, Xiaobo, it's enough. Bo Gu looked at Chi Xiang's tears, suddenly realizing that Chi Xiang was not an employee under his command or a bodyguard, but an immature teenager. Despite being powerful, he had an empty shell of strength without the rich experiences needed to remain calm in crises. How could anyone stay calm when it came to their parents? It was impossible for any normal person. Bo Gu patted Chi Xiang on the shoulder, showing a bright smile, and spoke in a peaceful tone. "Xiao Xiang, it's Bo Gu who is wrong just now. Will you forgive me?" Chi Xiang looked at Bo Gu, wiping away the tears, and said, "All right, I know you were well-meaning. Crying was just letting out emotions. You took it too seriously." As he spoke, Chi Xiang rolled his eyes at Bo Gu and turned to look at Li Erdog, saying, "All right, take us to see Yulong." Bo Gu watched this quick-changing boy with a twitching corner of his mouth, trying hard to suppress the impulse inside him to give Chi Xiang a slap. Che Dan and the others were not feeling good either. Looking at Chi Xiang, they felt like they were looking at a monster. If only he hadn't wasted his talents outside the entertainment circle. Li Erdog calmed himself again and led everyone towards the old city government building where Yulong was located. On the way, Chi Xiang saw many people with yellowish skin and thin muscles, appearing quite pitiful. Li Erdog told Chi Xiang not to bother with them, but Chi Xiang couldn't help it. He walked up and handed a loaf of bread to an old woman. And so it began, 1 bread, then 10, 100. Gradually, Chi Xiang noticed more and more people coming around, quickly jumping onto the roof to escape. Looking back, the people were scrambling for the few remaining loaves of bread. Getting down from the roof, Chi Xiang scratched his head, embarrassedly looking at Li Erdog and asking, "Has it always been like this?" Li Erdog sighed and said, "Yes, these people are selfish. When they see food, they grab it. There have been incidents of cannibalism in this city. Because of limited food and drinkable water, food and water are rationed every day. The citizens resisted because we soldiers get more than they do, but eventually they accepted it since without us, they'd likely have been eaten by zombies by now. This city has seen zombies." Chi Xiang nodded, understanding, fell silent, and followed Li Erdog toward the old city government building. Arriving at the old city government building, Chi Xiang looked at the once glorious structure which had witnessed the departure of countless officials. Observing the slightly broken down buildings now, Chi Xiang couldn't help but lament the sadness of the apocalypse. This city, Q City, hasn't seen a single zombie yet, far better off than V City and Y City. The situation in V City might have only left Su Ming alive. But here, there aren't any zombies. All humans, yet these humans don't know how to share. Seeing food, they only think of grabbing it for themselves first, never thinking about women, children, and the elderly, these vulnerable groups. Even more sorrowful for Chi Xiang was noticing a clear greed in their eyes during the distribution of food. Although Chi Xiang didn't care much about it, such expressions made him deeply uncomfortable. If it weren't for the subtle aura Chi Xiang emitted around him, he might have been overwhelmed by their rush for food. Feeling all of this, Chi Xiang felt deeply troubled. Even though these things existed before the apocalypse, in the end times, these dark sides of human nature were fully exposed. Chi Xiang felt fear. If negative energy counted as fighting power, those people combined would certainly be terrifying. Chapter 86, Going Home. As soon as the group arrived at the government building, a soldier rushed over. After some quick negotiation with Li Ergu, they were let through. The details of the discussion were likely about who these visitors were and their purpose. Once everything was deemed satisfactory, the group was permitted to proceed. Since it was the apocalypse era, questioning protocols were much more relaxed. Zombies obviously did not possess high intelligence, and the distinction between zombies and humans was glaringly obvious with just a glance. In the case of formidable adversaries, these two soldiers would be no match, thus relying on the abilities of Yulong and Number 3. As for other capable individuals, Chi Xiang had no idea how many there were currently in Q City. Once inside, the group ascended upstairs and reached the top floor, which was the 5th level. At this point, all walls within the government building except for load-bearing ones and floors were completely removed. This open design allowed each floor to be fully visible at a glance. According to Li Ergu, This was deliberately done to facilitate combat. Upon arriving at the 5th floor, Yulong, number 3, Xiaowang, and 3 unfamiliar men were quietly meditating. Without any need for explanation, those 3 men were surely capable individuals, and it seemed that Xiaowang might have also awakened her latent ability. Xiang led the group closer. Suddenly, Yulong's eyes opened, and a fireball shot out from his hand, speeding directly toward Xiang. The fireball traveled fast, too quickly to dodge, but Xiang didn't even attempt to block it. With his right hand, Xiang punched straight into the fireball. This fireball by Yulong was merely a test, since maintaining vigilance was crucial in such situations. However, Yulong exercised caution. He could withdraw the fireball before harming anyone if necessary, provided the person was an ally. Except this time, the target was Xiang. Yulong held no respect for Xiang like Tiku or the excitement of Su Ming, who regarded Xiang as a savior. Instead, Yulong's eyes burned with an excited flame, his whole body ablaze with surging energy. He roared, "Let's go, Xiang. See the progress I've made over this period. You better not disappoint me." Inferno Dragon Punch. Yulong charged forward, his right fist engulfed in flames, taking on the appearance of a fiery dragon rushing toward Xiang. During this time, the power of his ability continued to strengthen. Yulong's personality increasingly mirrored the nature of fire, passionate, intense, and belligerent. Fortunately, Yulong retained his good nature, lacking the aggressive tendency of flames. His innate combativeness remained full force. Life during the apocalypse stimulated every ounce of Yulong's warlike spirit, prompting frequent sparring sessions with number 3 and others periodically to satisfy his itch. Meeting Xiang again, a person stronger than himself, naturally filled Yulong with anticipation. Looking at Yulong, Xiang understood he meant no harm, only desiring a bout with him. Turning to Bo Gu, he said, "Bo Gu, make sure everyone's safe." Then Xiang advanced, igniting his corrosion flame in his right fist and throwing a straightforward punch. Before Xiang spoke, Bo Gu had already summoned defensive barriers with his hands forming seals, adding one for number 3 as well. The dragon fire punch against the purple flame punch collided with spectacular effects. Interwoven lights of red and purple illuminated both Xiang's and Yulong's faces. As they looked at each other, though they struck fists, smiles spread across their faces as if silently declaring, "Friend, it's been a long time." Retreating simultaneously while withdrawing their power, Xiang chuckled and said, "It's been a while. It's been a while? Could you take this fire off my hand first?" Seeing Yulong's expression akin to someone having swallowed feces, Xiang sheepishly laughed, stepping closer to dispel the corrosive fire. Examining Yulong's right hand, he quipped, "All right, no problem. You can still act as Miss Five Finger later." These words immediately sent the males present into fits of laughter, whereas Bing Yu blushed red and glared at Xiang. What made matters worse was when Lin Xiaoyang asked about what Five Finger referred to, and Xiang's identical expression resembling Yulong after swallowing something vile. This reaction brought uncontrollable laughter among everyone. After laughing for a while, as the crowd calmed down, Xiang finally spoke. "Yulong, who are these 3? Yulong burst out laughing, introducing, "This bespectacled individual is Li Yu, possessing the ability to control plants. This shroomhead here is Wang Zhong, with the talent for earth manipulation. Lastly, this hedgehog head is Zhao He, capable of psychic physical attacks, condensing his spiritual energy into a tangible form to assault enemies. Not mental influence, but akin to telekinetic attacks." Once Yulong finished his introductions, Zhao He instantly rebutted, "Hey, Yulong, what do you mean by hedgehog head? My hairstyle doesn't resemble that at all." Yulong chuckled, replying, "Kid, dare to shave your head bald then, huh?" Caught speechless, Zhao He moved aside and started drawing circles. Xiang looked at Xiaowang and number 3, asking, "What are your abilities?" Number 3 smiled and said, "We've never mentioned it before. This is a formal introduction. Names don't matter much to me now. Just call me number 3. My ability? No, more accurately, I'm a light energy warrior. In fact, we 5 are all light energy warriors. The features vary based on our different light energy types. Like me, I focus on healing mainly, though my offensive power isn't weak either." Indeed, this could be seen from the previous battle. Xiang turned to Xiaowang, who grinned and replied, "My ability is air bullets. It's quite handy." Speaking of which, Xiaowang swung his right hand, and immediately a bullet hole appeared on the wall nearby. Air bullet, as the name suggests, compresses air, condenses it, forming bullets, or even missiles. Yulong looked at Xiang and laughed. "Xiang, how did you come back? Didn't someone beat you up outside and you came back looking for help, huh?" Xiang gave Yulong an unimpressed glance and said, "Let me introduce these 2. Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang, my partners. And this one, Su Ming, the leader of the V-City refugee camp, and currently the only survivor from V-City." The only one. Yulong couldn't believe it when he looked at Su Ming. Even though this was the apocalypse and zombies had spread, but still, an entire city, only one person left, which made everyone feel how fragile life could be. Su Ming noticed Yulong's gaze, nodded, confirming that what Xiang said was correct. Yulong looked at Xiang and asked, "Are you here just to bring him to me?" Xiang shook his head, replying, "No, it's because we found out that water is the source of pollution. You may already know, but our parents don't. Is there any plane available here? Any kind will do. I need to see my parents." Yulong nodded and said, "I understand. Plane, got it. All right, Shaoli, go get one ready. Xiang, there's no time to waste. Wait here until the plane arrives, then set off." The first part was directed to Liurgu, while the latter was towards Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang nodded, understanding, then sat down with everyone else on the ground without minding the dirt. Li Ergu went to fetch the aircraft, and Qi Xiang and the others gathered around on the floor, chatting about their experiences. After Qi Xiang and the group left Q City, that colonel voluntarily handed over his managerial and military powers. Now, Yulong became the most powerful person in Q City. Qi Xiang looked at Yulong and flashed a grin showing white teeth. Yulong felt uneasy under Qi Xiang's laughter and asked, "What's so funny?" Qi Xiang laughed and said, "I'm laughing because you're stuck on a thievery path." Thievery path? Yulong asked. In fact, not just Yulong. Almost everyone didn't understand what Qi Xiang meant by this. However, Bo Gu and Deshu looked amused as they observed Qi Xiang. The three seemed to share some form of tacit understanding. Qi Xiang nodded and continued, "That's right. The whole city is under your management now. I won't have a chance to play with you anymore." Yulong nonchalantly said, "Who says I don't?" Then suddenly realized something, exclaiming in alarm, "Shit, am I never leaving then? If I leave, I'd have to take so many people with me. Ugh, headache. Headache." Qi Xiang chuckled, "Haha. That's why we decided to leave you behind back then. For moments like this, haha." Truly, Qi Xiang's expression right now was extremely smug. Although Yulong knew Qi Xiang was saying this intentionally, he hadn't possibly thought of all this initially. It still made him deeply annoyed inside since Qi Xiang was simply being unbearable. Yulong glanced at Qi Dan and others, asking, "Is he always like this?" Qi Dan nodded and replied, "Yes, he's annoying to punch, but hard to reach." Oh well. Sensing that everyone was calculating ways to beat him up, Qi Xiang instinctively retreated a bit, looking at everyone, and said, Hey, what are you planning? I'm a good, peaceful man. Ha ha ha." Li Ergu moved quickly, and a transport helicopter was already hovering outside, preparing to land. Watching the helicopter, Qi Xiang grinned. "Haha. Indeed, places with military bases sure have everything. Let's cut to the chase, Yulong. We're heading home to visit relatives. Definitely, we'll come back to see you, haha. Oh, by the way, Su Ming is left with you now. Take good care of him, okay?" Yulong stared at Qi Xiang, kicking him on the butt and laughing while scolding. "You little brat, scram already. I didn't really want you anyway, haha." Thus, Qi Xiang and his companions embarked on their journey again. The helicopter rotor blades kept spinning, while the Shu continuously adjusted the levers and buttons, flying the helicopter forward toward their destination. The helicopter was very noisy, so shouting was necessary for conversations. At this moment, Qi Xiang and Che Dan were laughing at the back, no one knew why. Boga sat on the co-pilot's seat, looking at the sky, with slightly furrowed eyebrows, a bit worried. This time he didn't know whether it would be joy or worry, but regardless of what happened, they couldn't stay on the small island anymore. However, one thing was for sure, all of them had to survive. The Shu looked at Bo Go and said, "Xiaobo, stop worrying already. Lord and the others will surely have good fortune on their side. There's no point stressing yourself like this. Just rest a little. As the saying goes, boats always straighten themselves at the bridge, haha." Boga glanced at the Shu, nodded in agreement with his words. In the next half-month, the helicopter only landed 5 times, and each time it was just for refueling. Because the helicopter had enough fuel on board, Qi Xiang and the others didn't need to worry about searching for fuel, they just needed to fill the tanks. During these rare breaks, Bo Gu, Bing Yu, and Lin Xiaoyang were all focused on improving their mental energy every day. Of course, Bing Yu also practiced magic energy as well. On the other hand, Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and Deshu's way of practicing wasn't through meditation, but something else. Deshu could still manage because flying the plane allowed him to focus his attention, but Qi Xiang and Che Dan had absolutely nothing better to do. Not mentioning the loud sound of the helicopter blades made the two even more bored out of their minds. Finally we've arrived. I'm so tired, my old bones are aching." Deshu's voice came from the cockpit, and Qi Xiang and Che Dan immediately rushed to the window and looked down. Indeed, there was the small island below. Looking at the lush jungle below and the stilt house right in the middle of the island, Qi Xiang and Che Dan cheered up immediately, since everything appeared normal at first glance. The helicopter slowly descended, landing in an area specially cleared by Qi Xiang and the others before they left. Once the door of the aircraft opened, Qi Xiang and Che Dan jumped off first, and 6 elders who had been attracted by the sound of the helicopter waited for them. As the rest disembarked from the helicopter, Qi Xiang and Che Dan had already run into the arms of their parents like young children. Boga faced his own parents. After several months apart, he understood much more now. Things he hadn't paid attention to earlier suddenly became extremely important to him. Looking at his parents, observing the wrinkles on their faces and the gray strands among the black hair, Bo Ji's heart trembled unexpectedly. Boga wouldn't express his emotions as openly as Qi Xiang or Che Dan. He simply walked over and smiled, saying, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Both Bo Ji's father and mother laughed happily. Bo Ji's dad patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Haha, coming back is what matters most. Lord, lady." Deshu walked closer, greeting them. Bo Ji's father waved his hand dismissively and said, "Shouta, stop with all this lord business. In this apocalypse era, I'm not anyone's lord. Frankly speaking, I am just someone waiting around for death while eating. If you don't mind, call me uncle." "Lord." Deshu looked into Bo Ji's father's eyes, nodding heavily, replying, "Uncle." "Ho, that's right. Calling me lord makes things too distant, haha." Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang were feeling somewhat awkward now. Seeing the 3 families reunite warmly, Bing Yu didn't seem overly troubled, her upbringing making her indifferent towards family concepts. However, Lin Xiaoyang was different. Lin Xiaoyang was an ordinary girl whose family suffered during the apocalypse. She witnessed her parents become puppets controlled by the Wu Ling Emperor and later die. This made Lin Xiaoyang realize she could never see her parents again. Now, watching Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and Bo Ji's families reunite cheerfully, envy flickered in Lin Xiaoyang's eyes. Chapter 87. Like a puppy. Qi's father looked at Lin Xiaoyang and said, "Oh my, isn't that Xiaoyang? Why have you come? And this young beauty, Qi Xiang, aren't you going to introduce her to me?" Qi Xiang glanced at his old man, knowing he was trying to set him up again. This kind of thing had happened numerous times in the past, mostly ending in random pairings which neither Qi Xiang nor the other party paid much attention to. Qi Xiang waved his hand and said, "Hey, Xiaoyang, Bingyue, how long are you two planning to stand there? Are you just going to keep standing there? That's so dull." Hearing Qi Xiang's words, Lin Xiaoyang and Bingyue snapped back into action and walked over. At that moment, the eyes of the 6 elders were all focused on these 2 young girls. These 6 elders were all business people, pragmatic thinkers, and they knew that it was rare to meet living people in this apocalyptic era. Now that 2 pretty young girls had appeared, each of them thought about bringing them home, because the idea of continuing their family lineage was imprinted in the genes of every living creature, a basic instinct that couldn't be changed. Now seeing these 2 young women, the 6 elders all had one thought in mind, and that was at least to take one back to our home. Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang both went toward Qi Xiang without prior agreement. Bingyue's reason was simple. She only recognized Qi Xiang here, and Qi Xiang was her boyfriend. As for Lin Xiaoyang, her reasons were even simpler. Out of these 6 adults, she only recognized Qi Xiang's parents. When Qi's parents saw this scene, they both laughed heartily, smiling like flowers, feeling happy for their son, while Qi Xiang gave them a disdainful look, thinking they were acting improperly despite their age, although helping your son find a partner wasn't really improper in itself. Meanwhile, Che Dan's and Bo Ji's parents watched their sons with a disapproving look, making them both feel immense pressure. Che Dan's and Bo Ji's parents approached, having lived together for some time already. The 6 of them were well acquainted. Moreover, Qi Xiang's parents and Che Dan's parents were old friends. At this point, Bo Ji's father chuckled and said, "Haha, old Qi, are these 2 both your daughters-in-law? Your son really has some skills." Bo Ji's father's words immediately made the 2 young women, Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang, blush, heads bowed as they played with the edges of their clothes, while Qi Xiang could only stare helplessly at this unruly older generation, unable to think of any explanation. Instead, Qi's father grinned and asked, "What? Jealous?" Boga finally couldn't bear the antics of these elders any longer. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Che Dan's father say, "Hey old Qi, why so stingy?" Che Dan looked blackly at his own father, also at a loss for words. These 3 seniors, seasoned in business dealings, were smooth talkers and close friends, thus their behavior was inevitably informal, especially on occasions such as this where they were extremely improper. The 3 mothers, meanwhile, covered their mouths and giggled, unable to resist laughing at the sight of their husbands behaving this way. Furthermore, the idea of their sons settling down early pleased them too. They might get a chance to dandle their grandchildren sooner. Apparently, the thoughts of these 3 mothers differed from those of ordinary ones, which certainly had something to do with the apocalypse. If this were pre-apocalypse, Qi Xiang and Che Dan's mothers would definitely oppose their relationships with the girls. Bo Ji's mother, on the other hand, might have sought out an appropriate girl for Bo Go. But now, in the apocalypse when meeting people was rare, finding 2 such charming and good-looking girls made these 3 even more enamored, determined to let their sons compete for them. Seeing the affectionate but somewhat ill-intentioned gazes of the 6 elders, Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang shivered involuntarily. Qi Xiang's mother came over, holding Lin Xiaoyang's hand, and said, "Xiaoyang, why don't you stay for dinner?" Lin Xiaoyang had met Qi Xiang's mother before, who liked this pure-hearted young girl very much. Even before the apocalypse, she had thought that if her son liked Lin Xiaoyang, they should be together, it wouldn't be bad. And now, Qi Xiang's mother had an even stronger wish for this. Lin Xiaoyang suddenly spotted someone familiar and smiled. "Sure, Auntie, I haven't tried your cooking yet." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiang's mother immediately laughed and replied, "Great. Auntie will show you her culinary skills, and you'll see what dishes won your uncle." This statement left Qi Xiang completely flustered, looking blankly at his mother, not knowing what to say. Che Dan's parents and Bo Ji's parents noticed that Qi Xiang's mother seemed familiar with the girl named Lin Xiaoyang, so their attention turned to Bingyue. Then followed a series of warm inquiries and busyness, until finally, these 12 individuals sat around the dinner table. Qi Xiang glanced at the abundant dishes on the table and his lips twitched slightly. As before in the kitchen, he had seen a spatial bag used for storage that cost him 1,000 gold coins, filled with so much food that it could last a year. However, all were ordinary ingredients such as rice, flour, and seasonings. Of course, there were also plenty of fruits, vegetables, and meat, but looking at the entire table covered with abalone and chicken soup, the materials available in that bag weren't enough. Seeing the 6 elders grinning like flowers, Qi Xiang now had only one thought: to leave here as soon as possible, definitely not wanting to become the target of their conflict. Qi Xiang did not want the fact that Bingyue was his girlfriend and Lin Xiaoyang his sister to fall into the ears of the parents of Che Dan and Bo Gu. Otherwise, trouble would certainly arise. But reality is never this perfect. Qi Xiang quickly grabbed a couple of mouthfuls of food. Whoever gave him some dish, he immediately took it and put it into his mouth. If someone offered him a toast, he also raised his cup and gulped down. His actions left Qi Xiang's parents immediately feeling pained, instantly feeling that their child was finished. Of course, Xixiang's parents knew that in the apocalypse era, no one would care about etiquette, but Xixiang's current state made them feel as though they hadn't raised a son, but rather a small beggar, or a ghost reincarnated from hunger. After finishing his meal rapidly, Xixiang ate 3 large bowls this time, demonstrating quite a Wu-Song-like vigor, because Xixiang eating was just like drinking alcohol, swallowing in one gulp. The 3 bowls of rice plus various delicious dishes left Xixiang's stomach slightly swollen. After patting his belly, Xixiang chuckled happily. Hee, haven't eaten so well for a long time. Then, Xixiang stood up, tidied his clothes, smiling and said, well, I will not accompany all of you anymore. I'll go out and see if there are any dangers around this island. Oh, by the way, Xixiang waved his right hand, and suddenly the spacious restaurant was packed with Daska, Tax, and White Tiger. Especially Daska, who even touched the ceiling of the already tall room. When the 6 elders saw these 3 strange beasts, they were even more astonished. The White Tiger and Tax were still acceptable, as they looked more like animals, but the Moon Dragon, with its body shining with intermingled silver and purple forming peculiar patterns, coupled with its 2-meter-high and 3-meter-long robust frame, it was truly imposing and exuded a magical aura. The 6 adults seeing these 3 creatures, especially Daska, trembled in their chopsticks, nearly dropping them onto the table. If Xixiang hadn't mentioned that these were his mounts, probably all of them would have run away. This was too fantasy-like. At this moment, there was only one notion in the minds of these 6 people, which was that things originally considered imaginary may not necessarily be non-existent. No, not everything that is real is imagined. Perhaps it is just something people haven't seen before. For example, Daska. If anyone had told these 6 individuals earlier that there existed a wolf that is 2 meters tall and 3 meters long with silver and purple colors covering its body, they would certainly not have believed it. However, if told again at this point, they would immediately accept it. Why? Because such an existence was currently standing before their eyes. Xixiang watched the small fear caused by the appearance of these 3 beings, dryly laughed, and said, Parents, these 3 are my mounts. Can you help feed Tax and the White Tiger? By the way, Tax is that yak. Daska, let's go and scout the area. Daska rolled its eyes at Xixiang, lay down on the ground, and spat human words. No, I don't want to patrol with you. In the clan before, those were the guards' jobs. I didn't want to do it anyway. Patrolling is boring. I'm hungry, I need to eat. Seeing Daska act cute with its enormous size, Xixiang's lips twitched while others tried hard to suppress themselves from laughing out loud. These 6 adults felt curious about this massive yet childish beast. Chi's father came over, squatted down next to Daska and asked, Son, can I touch him? Xixiang glared blankly at his old man. Say, do you think he's a dog? Well, you may touch him. Chi's father did not even wait for Daska's approval and immediately extended his hand to stroke Daska's head, just like touching a dog. Watching his father acting like this, Xixiang's lips twitched once again and became speechless. He has lost count how many times he had been speechless today, and Chi's father joyfully commented, very obedient, just like a puppy. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone stood up to come over to touch. Even Chi's friend Che Dan walked over with a mischievous smile, and Xixiang was once again rendered speechless. A dog? Really? Daska suddenly shivered. Though there was no malice from these people, this still made Daska feel somewhat uncomfortable. Just somewhat uncomfortable. Daska immediately stood up abruptly, making Chi's father lose his balance and sit on the ground. Like a gust of wind, Daska ran out, leaving behind a trail of voice. Hey, Xixiang, I'm waiting for you outside. Hurry up. Xixiang looked with wry laughter at Daska's fleeing direction. He had never expected that Daska, who could battle equally against a warrior using swords, would end up speaking nonsense. Even more unexpected, Daska had been scared away by his own father's excessive curiosity and enthusiasm. Shaking his head helplessly, Xixiang said, The White Tiger and Daska are in your hands now. I'll leave. With those words, Xixiang walked towards the door and went outside. Tax finally realized what his advantage was. He looks exactly like a cow, and not a particularly entertaining one either. Even as a yak, it doesn't make much difference, far from being cute. But the White Tiger was different. How to put it? The White Tiger was just like a big cat, actually a black and white big cat. Plus, right now the White Tiger was keeping its sharp teeth and claws retracted, looking even cuter. This time, the White Tiger didn't get any chance to slip away and had to endure the playful treatment of these adults, along with Che Dan teasing him occasionally. However, quite strangely, the White Tiger, who usually made others feel uncomfortable when ridden except for Xixiang and Lin Xiaoyang, showed no aversion this time. In fact, it seemed to rather enjoy this sensation, as if it remembered such a feeling from before but had forgotten when it happened. A vague memory appeared in the White Tiger's mind. A white tiger similar to itself was licking it, pawing at it. Thinking about this fragment, the White Tiger felt familiar but couldn't remember exactly when this happened. Xixiang walked out, and now he wasn't worried at all because his parents' attention had shifted to the White Tiger. No more worrying about arranged dates. Thinking about this, Xixiang almost wanted to shout in joy. He secretly gave the White Tiger 32 thumbs up for saving him so effortlessly. Inside the house, Bo Gu and the 3 others looked at the 6 elders and Su Dan together tormenting the White Tiger, completely speechless. Their mouths were twitching, knowing well that the White Tiger was powerful enough. Yet here it was being toyed with like a large cat. Yes, just a big cat, enjoying every moment of it judging by its expressions. The White Tiger was once one of the 3 major zombies in Y City, commanding thousands of animal zombies, a supreme level existence. If this scene ever leaked, what would happen? But Xixiang couldn't care less about these things. All he knew was, thanks to the presence of the white tiger, he wouldn't need to worry about arranged marriage anymore, even though he was only 18. His parents already anticipated him getting married at 22. The reason was that marriage licenses couldn't be issued before 22. Yeah, this logic. Huh. Simply ingenious. Chi-Xiang approached Daska and patted his large head, laughing mischievously. Just like a big dog, huh? Daska cast a human-like, disdainful glance at Chi-Xiang, speechless. Chi-Xiang grinned again and said, "All right, I know it bothers you to be treated this way, but it means they like you, just maybe a bit overboard. Haha, stop sulking, let's go." Daska nodded and said, "I understand, but it's just a little unusual. Back in the pack, everyone was somewhat afraid of me, and my father was very strict. No one has ever treated me this way. Oh no, my little sister used to treat me like this, but it's been too long since then, so it feels kind of rusty." Chi-Xiang looked at Daska and asked, "Where is your family? Where does your clan live?" Daska shook his head and replied, "The Moon Wolf clan lives in the Shadow Moon Forest, and I was driven out of our territory because I committed some wrongdoings, which is why I ended up on that plane. Later, after I came out with you, I totally lost track of where I am now." Chi-Xiang nodded, realizing that the Moon Wolf clan must be located in another space, and the only way to enter another space was through entering a dungeon. However, whether or not they can enter depended entirely on fate. Given the situation where they still had no idea how to find an entrance to any dungeons, finding them purely relied on destiny. Otherwise, the last time Chi-Xiang returned to that forest, they should have been able to enter the dungeon, but they failed to do so. The reason was simple: the dungeon entrance isn't fixed. Chapter 88, Patrol. Chi-Xiang looked at Dasuka and smiled. "Do you miss your parents?" Dasuka nodded and said, "Of course I do. What child who is away doesn't miss their parents? Who isn't at least a little dependent on their parents? Although my father is very strict, I know he's good to me. If I had been more capable back then, perhaps I wouldn't have come to such an end." Chi-Xiang looked at Dasuka's face, as if making a sorrowful expression. "What did you do?" Dasuka sighed again. "Got involved with the Yonghu clan?" "Yes, exactly what you're thinking. The Yonghu and Yulong have always been two opposing races. By chance, I met her. But alas for our races. This might all be due to my own fault." Chi-Xiang looked at Dasuka and burst out laughing while saying, "Nonsense about racial sadness. Why don't you elope? You're a real big fool, huh?" Dasuka looked at Chi-Xiang and shook his head. "In our place, there are deities. Without the blessing of our own clan's priest, we won't find happiness. Don't laugh at me. I'm not superstitious like you think. This really happens where I come from. When I was a child, I saw two Yulong lovers who eloped without their parents' consent and were struck by lightning from heaven." Chi-Xiang stared in surprise at Dasuka and said, "My word, so unlucky. Well, it's just bad luck for them. No need to worry about it." "What's there not to worry about?" Dasuka shot Chi-Xiang a glance. "I've seen this happen many times. The outcome is always the same. It's death. Either being killed by lightning, falling off cliffs, or being murdered by another race. In short, none survive." Chi-Xiang couldn't help but find Dasuka funny, patting Dasuka's large head and said, "Hey, Dasuka, you and that Yonghu have already done it, right? Why haven't you suffered any consequences?" Dasuka paused and shook his head. Maybe because it ended early? After hearing this, Chi-Xiang was seething with anger, kicking Dasuka's buttocks and jumping onto his back, grabbing Dasuka's ears, scolding, "You big lout who grows flesh but lacks spirit. She truly loves you wholeheartedly. Yet here you are speaking nonsense. Even if the priests don't bless you, I will. If I see that Yonghu later and you dare not run away with her, I'll kick your ass every single day." But, no buts. Dasuka speechlessly collapsed onto the ground, with Chi-Xiang also letting go of his ears. They remained silent. A moment passed. Chi-Xiang poked Dasuka's head. "Are you dead? Let me hear a sound if you're not." "Zeev. Phew." Chi-Xiang looked at Dasuka, both angry and amused. Perhaps he had pushed too hard. Everyone has their own yardstick for each thing. Chi-Xiang got down from Dasuka, squatted to be eye level with Dasuka, and grinned mischievously. "All right, let's go patrol. I won't push you anymore." To tell the truth, Chi-Xiang's behavior could be described with one word: vile. Dasuka glanced at Chi-Xiang, stood up from the ground, and Chi-Xiang lazily watched him, only showing half an eye, with his previously upright ears drooping. His entire body swayed limply, lacking any dignity, not resembling a member of the royal family of the Moon Wolf clan, but instead looking like a stray dog lost on the streets. Chi-Xiang couldn't contain himself anymore and mounted Dasuka, saying, "No being mad, no refusing to forgive me. Come move." Dasuka started moving, but swayed unstably as though he could collapse at any moment. At this moment, Dasuka's mental state was very poor, seemingly recalling some despairing memories. He seemed lost, like his spirit had vanished. Chi-Xiang looked at Dasuka, sighed, slightly shaking his head, placed his hands on Dasuka's neck, and slowly infused white Dan force into Dasuka's body, calming him down. That was the purpose of Chi-Xiang mounting Dasuka, to calm him and transmit his energy. At this point, the two had already left the clearing and entered the forest. The peaceful forest was occasionally filled with bird songs and animal calls. Judging from the sounds, Chi-Xiang determined that this area hadn't been infected yet, because the sound of zombies is very coarse and somewhat akin to roars, whereas these sounds here were all pleasant and primal, making people feel very comfortable. Indeed, after hearing the destructive voices of zombies, even the roars of ferocious beasts would seem melodious, wouldn't they? The man and the wolf were walking slowly in the forest, as Chi-Xiang continuously channeled his Dan force into Dasuka's body to calm his spirits. At this moment, Chi-Xiang's Dan force was immense. He realized that all he needed to do now was absorb more energy. This was why his power had been increasing so rapidly, as if on steroids. But the human body had its limits. Later on, things might go like in some novels, condensing energy, expanding veins. At that point, improvement would definitely slow down. Of course, this was not something Qi needed to worry about right now. This Dan force was, to Qi, akin to a drop of water from an ocean. Despite the continuous output, how long would it take to drain the sea with just one drop of water at a time? Under the nourishment of the Dan force, Dasuka's mental state gradually improved. The sense of despair caused by recollecting certain unpleasant fragments slowly faded away. Qi pulled back his hands and patted Dasuka's neck, saying, "Dasuka, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have demanded so much of you." Dasuka stopped where he stood, turned his head, and flashed Qi a big smile. Although the grin shown by Dasuka's wolfish face looked somewhat monstrous, it was undoubtedly a smile. Dasuka laughed. "It's okay, Qi. No need for remorse." Qi gave Dasuka a black look as those words escaped his lips. "You freak." As man and wolf wandered through the forest, Dasuka had recovered by now. So, he carried Qi around, leaping from tree branch to tree branch, surveying from above. Though Dasuka didn't fly like Baihu, the white tiger, his agility was certainly something Baihu couldn't match. Throughout their journey, Qi hadn't seen a single abnormal creature. Could it be that this place really hadn't been infected yet? What Qi didn't know was that, although Kenju's group had released the virus, they had only done so in the water supply areas for humans. Even so, it was still a massive undertaking. These contaminated water sources would flow everywhere, allowing the viruses to reproduce quickly. But seawater wasn't something for humans to drink, meaning it wasn't considered significant by Kenju's gang. Therefore, even if the water from the human urban districts flowed into the sea, it would take some time. Besides, this small island was a distance away from the mainland, thus preventing it from being infected, for now. Though the ocean is vast and filled with abundant water, sooner or later it too will reach here. It's just a matter of when. Qi and Dasuka arrived at the seaside, looking out at the boundless sea. Qi had been to the seaside many times before, but this time, what he saw was not only the beauty of the ocean but also its vast strength. Since entering the post-apocalypse world, Qi had clearly understood that there was only one way to survive well, to have formidable power. And only by having great power could one live better. Perhaps many people share a common idea. They don't want to control or dominate anything. They only wish to protect the ones they love and, step by step, grow stronger. In the end, some may even lose control over what they want to do. However, Qi didn't care about these. He knew one thing that might made right in any era, and that was what everyone pursued. To achieve this goal, some use knowledge to arm themselves, others strengthen themselves through physical training, some use money to recruit soldiers, while others wield power to control everything. All of this aimed toward only one purpose: strengthening oneself, protecting one's own while invading others. Perhaps this wasn't the original intention. However, once at such a level, even if one doesn't wish to act, others will push them into action because there are always more powerful individuals than oneself. As Qi gazed at the sea, only one thought occupied his mind. It was to become strong, though he didn't know how strong exactly. But Qi felt that, at least, it should surpass the vastness of this ocean before him. Seeing Dasuka staring curiously at the sea, Qi suddenly remembered that Dasuka had mentioned it was his first time seeing the ocean. Subsequently, Qi retracted his desire for strength and smiled, walking toward Dasuka. "Hey Dasuka, how about it? Isn't it beautiful?" Dasuka nodded and said, "Yeah, this world is good. It has such beautiful scenery, called the sea, right? Unlike our place, there are just a few lakes, no rivers. Supposedly called rivers, we fight over water sources every dry season." I don't like fighting." Qi laughed. "Huh? Who fought evenly with Dao Zhan with such strong skills and rich combat techniques? If you don't like fighting, who would believe that?" Dasuka turned his head to look at Qi, saying, "It's true. My combat techniques were all acquired from battles with other races in the past and my father's training. As for my power, it was about the same as any royal of the Moon Wolf clan my age before I met you. Honestly, I wasn't even among the stronger ones back then. But since we formed our pact, I've gone through one evolution already." "Evolution? I hadn't dared hope for that at all. After all, I'm just an exiled royal of the Moon Wolf clan. Even if I am a royal, it's just a title without real meaning. Now, I say this again, I don't like fighting." Qi saw the serious expression on Dasuka's face, unable to help but smile a little as he said, "All right, I believe you. Let's go back now. Oh, are you hungry?" Saying this, Qi took out a packet of instant braised pork knuckle from another dimension space, tore open the packaging, and handed the pork to Dasuka, saying, "Have something to tide your stomach over. Once we get back, there'll be some good food waiting." As he spoke, he casually used the devouring flame to dispose of the packaging. Without any hesitation, Dasuka took the braised pork knuckle with his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and swallowed it, then exclaimed, Human-made stuff really does taste better. Sure, raw meat is convenient, but it can't compare to this." Qi chuckled but didn't comment, hopping onto Dasuka's back and saying, "All right, stop lamenting. Let's go. You'll have plenty of opportunities to eat later. Just don't eat until you're sick of it." Dasuka, not understanding what Qi had implied, confidently stated, "I won't get tired of eating." But Dasuka didn't know that Qi other dimensional storage contained enough instant meats for a whole month. After all, who else would cook if Qi couldn't? At this moment, Qi was looking at Dasuka with a mischievous grin, imagining a future scenario where Dasuka might end up feeling nauseated by eating nothing but these instant meats for a stretch of time, which tickled him. After all, no matter how delicious something was, eating it every single day could certainly make anyone sick of it. Dasuka's speed was incredible. Truthfully speaking, if a car moved at this speed, it would be considered fast too, let alone moving at such speed by sheer physical prowess. Although it was a magical beast, its strength should not be underestimated. According to Dasuka, this still wasn't his maximum speed. He could go even faster while maintaining control. Chi deeply regretted not having thought of grabbing a helmet earlier. Even a motorbike helmet would have sufficed. At the moment, being hit by the fierce wind on his face was making Chi quite uncomfortable. It hurt. After all, wind blades operate on the principle of highly condensed wind, and at this point, with Dasuka accelerating, the static air had become strong winds. If Chi didn't possess such a robust defense, such tough skin, he definitely would have jumped off the wolf just to protect his face. Like undergoing a dead skin removal treatment. When Chi and Dasuka returned to the small house, Chi felt his skin had somehow improved. At this moment, everyone else had already fallen asleep for their afternoon nap. Baihu was lying in the sunlight of the yard, taking an afternoon snooze as well. Tax leisurely stood in the center of the empty ground, basking in the sun, tail swaying idly. Chi dismounted from Dasuka's back, rubbing his wind-bitten face painfully, and went inside together with Dasuka. Sidon, Bingyue, and Lin Xiaoyang did not have the habit of taking naps. They were sitting together playing cards. Chi greeted them and found a big chunk of meat, letting Dasuka go eat it himself, while he joined Sidon and the others in playing cards. As for the size of that chunk of meat, let's just say Dasuka wouldn't finish it in one bite. There were 4 people present. Chi looked at the 3 engaged in a game of fighting landlords and asked, "So, what happened while I was away?" Hearing this, Sidon immediately burst into laughter, whereas Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang blushed furiously, heads bowed in embarrassment. Chi knew right away that something bad had occurred. Hurriedly, he demanded, "Hey, Sidon, you little rat, don't hold out on me. Spit it out." Chapter 89, The Naughty One. Chidan burst out laughing, saying while he laughed, "Haha, Chi you should have seen that moment. Haha, Bog's father and my father were fighting over Bingyue. You won't guess what happened next." Chi looked at Bingyue with a twitching mouth corner and said, "Ayu, are you really speaking the truth?" Seeing Bingyue nodding, Chi immediately felt cold on his back and thought to himself, how powerful these 2 elders were to make Bingyue tell the truth. Chidan saw Chi expression and laughed again, saying, "Then, when the battle was about to be transferred to Lin Xiaoyang, your dad blocked Xiaoyang and said it also belongs to our family, huh? Back then, you didn't see, my dad and Bog's dad looked like they swallowed something bitter. However, both Bog and I got scolded by our parents for not knowing how to date. Embarrassing. So, how will you compensate me for making me get scolded? Hey, stop spacing out." Listening to Chidan's words, Chi mind had already gone blank. When Chidan poked him, Chi let out a strange scream and jumped up from the ground, hitting his head on the roof, and cried out in pain again. Then Chi clutched his head and rushed out of the room without caring if Dasuka had finished eating or not. He jumped onto Dasuka's back and said, "Run fast." Dasuka lazily stood up, replying, "Hey, working out after just eating is bad for your health." Dasuka did not sense any enemy presence, so this definitely wasn't an attack. And with ears as sharp as Dasuka's, everything Chidan had just said was clearly heard. Dasuka now planned to give Chi a taste of his own medicine. Chi had no idea about Dasuka's mischievous intentions. After hearing Dasuka's response, he quickly urged, "If you don't run, there will be nothing left for you to eat." Dasuka sighed, thinking to himself that he, a royal member of the Moon Wolf clan, was being blackmailed. With that, Dasuka ran into the forest with Chi. However, Chi had a bit of bad luck. Bog and Datu, who were sound asleep, woke up startled by Chi weird shout, assuming an enemy was present. Without a word, Bog summoned a large barrier. Poor Chi along with Dasuka crashed right into this barrier. Dasuka made a noise upon colliding with the barrier, and due to inertia, Chi was thrown out and crashed directly into the barrier again. Chi, clutching his nose, looked at the barrier feeling awkward and summoned the Shurhun knife to break through it. Then, he jumped back onto Dasuka's back, and the man-wolf pair escaped once more. Meanwhile, Tax and the White Tiger, woken up by the commotion, watched their master and Dasuka perform these actions with confusion, trying to comprehend them. And Chidan, standing on the doorframe, held his stomach and laughed. Feeling his barrier being destroyed, Bog ran out grabbing Datu, and only saw Chidan clutching his stomach and laughing. Bog tapped Chidan, asking, "Chidan, what happened?" Suppressing his laughter after seeing Bog, Chidan replied, "Nothing, I just told Chi what happened after he left." After hearing those words, Bog instantly had a headache remembering previous incidents. He could sympathize with Chi. Glancing at the direction where Chi fled and looking at Datu with some amusement, Bog said, "All right, Datu, let's go back to sleep." Datu shook his head, replying, "I can't sleep anymore, young Bog, you go ahead. I'll prepare some ingredients." Bog said nothing, simply nodding before heading to his room. Although this place was just a small island and the house was built in a short time, it was still quite spacious, 300 square meters, with many rooms, a large hall, and a spacious kitchen. As Chi dad would put it, if only there was a proper restroom. Yes, due to time constraints, it was impossible to build a sewer system here. Hence, the restroom was merely a makeshift shed with a large pit underneath. As for how such a big construction was completed in such a short period, well, Spending 100 million yuan might help too. Please note, that's for building the house, not including the purchase of the island. But this money was worth every penny because what is the end of the world equal? Equal to having nowhere to spend your money. If you know that the end of the world is coming and you hoard your cash like a miserly old rooster, there will be only one result. That is holding a pile of waste paper or a card in the end of the world era. If the money is paper, you wouldn't even have enough to burn. If it's a card, well, are you going to use the card to hit zombies? Or perhaps the flying cardly? Good, no more nonsense. Let's return to Qixiang. By this point, Qixiang and Daska had fled more than a kilometer away from the house. Now Qixiang sat under a huge tree, 3 people wide, in deep gloom. What annoyed him even more was Daska's smirk, full of heavy ridicule. Thus, Qixiang and Daska wrestled together, rolling around while hugging each other. It looked rather amusing. If Bog had been there, he would have certainly said the 3 words rolling on the bed sheets. This man and wolf embraced each other tightly, rolling and tumbling about. At one moment, Qixiang was sitting astride Daska, pinning down Daska's wolf face. In the next moment, Daska had jumped onto Qixiang, flashing a mischievous grin with both paws imitating Qixiang's actions to counter-ravage his face. This man and wolf didn't seem like a master and a mount at all, but rather like old friends, even brothers. Even though Qixiang's family was wealthy, they never hired a nanny. So, for Qixiang, people could only be friends. No superior attitude towards inferiors ever formed in his mind, nor would he order anyone around. That's why Daska, Tax, and the White Tiger, despite having signed contracts with Qixiang, were treated as friends by him. Otherwise, Qixiang wouldn't have allowed these 3 beasts to wander around so freely, especially not let Daska behave this way. After they'd had enough of playing around, the man and wolf sat panting under the tree. Qixiang laughed and said to Daska, "Hee, we are really interesting, aren't we? Both trapped by love. One is worried about not being able to stay with his beloved, and the other is troubled by having too many lovers, haha." Hearing Qixiang's words, Daska also laughed. This time, Daska wasn't sad, but truly laughing. Looking at Daska's smile, Qixiang laughed even harder, saying between laughs, "Do you know? Among humans, there is a term called fiend, and it describes guys like you." Daska tilted his head and asked, "What about guys like me?" Seeing Daska's naturally innocent expression, Qixiang instantly gave up on explaining further and simply said 2 words, fiend. The sun gradually set, and the sky grew darker. Qixiang scratched his head and said, "All right, Daska, let's go back." Daska stood up, nodded, and made a cheerful sound, waiting for Qixiang to climb onto his back. Qixiang grinned and said, "Hee, always riding you. Let's see which one of us is faster. Come on, let's have a race." After speaking, Qixiang suddenly pushed off the ground and darted forward. This single sentence also ignited the fiery competitive spirit within Daska's heart, making him eager to race Qixiang as well. He immediately began running swiftly. Thus, this man and wolf sped through the forest at breakneck speeds, their path rising from the ground until it turned into jumping from one branch to another, leaping from one tree to another. Qixiang discovered that his speed had become incredibly fast, although not as quick as Daska's, it wasn't slow either. Although Qixiang was gradually falling behind Daska, he still hadn't reached the point where Daska was out of sight. They covered the kilometer distance in just a few dozen seconds. Returning to the house, looking at the white smoke curling from the chimney and the resting Tax and White Tiger in the open space, hearing the bustling sounds of adults inside and the playful laughter of the youth, Qixiang smiled and rushed into the room, creating chaos with some others. Qixiang directly burst into the room and embraced Qi Dan, spinning him around before letting out a sly laugh and tossing Qi Dan up into the air. This felt like something an adult would do to a child. Qi Dan was startled by this unexpected act and screamed. Qixiang burst into laughter, finding that throwing Qi Dan once wasn't enough and caught him again to repeat the throw. Initially, Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang didn't understand what was happening, but when they saw Qi Dan's appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. After tossing him twice, amidst Qi Dan's screams and pleas for help, Qixiang finally put Qi Dan back on the ground. Qi Dan looked at Qixiang in terror, wondering if he'd gone crazy after some kind of stimulation. Seeming to read the thought in Qi Dan's eyes, Qixiang stretched out his hands and sneered, "Want to try again?" Qi Dan stepped back in fright, waving his hands frantically, saying, "No need, no need." Joke. Any person would find it unbearable to be tossed around once, and who knows how many times Qixiang might decide to toss him. Qixiang wanted to laugh seeing Qi Dan like this, while Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang looked curiously at Qixiang. Lin Xiaoyang finally summoned the courage to ask, "Brother Qixiang, is your brain broken?" "Brain broken?" Qixiang's smile froze instantly, his whole body stiffened, slowly turning his head toward Lin Xiaoyang and said, "My brain isn't broken." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang sighed in relief, patting his chest and saying, "Phew, I thought you were shocked and turned into a lunatic." Qixiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. After rubbing his face a few times to let his expression return to normal, he said, "It's nothing. I just fooled around with Daska this afternoon. Got a bit too crazy. That fiend, haha." Roar. Who are you calling a fiend? Following Dak's outburst, a wind blade rushed in from outside. Qixiang quickly summoned the Shihun blade to block the wind blade. After blocking it, he saw Daska glaring fiercely at him. Since Qixiang hadn't explained what the word fiend really meant to Daska, Daska believed it wasn't a good term. Thus, he became angry right away. Meanwhile, as Qixiang was playing around, the kitchen presented quite a different scene. At that moment, 6 elders were busy inside the kitchen. Although these 6 basically spent their days frequenting high-end hotels, when it came to cooking, none of them lacked skills. Even the unfamiliarity brought on by not having cooked for a long time had vanished during this period of practice. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any one of these 6 could easily become a chef in a restaurant. Although they weren't yet at the level of head chefs in 5-star restaurants, they still weren't bad. Since it was a remote island, there definitely wouldn't be electricity. Therefore, induction cookers and ovens were directly ruled out. Even the fridge was bought through a special order from the game system's mall, one that doesn't require electricity. As for water, plenty of drinking and living water had been stored here early on, and after using it for so long, they could determine that the water hadn't been contaminated. Thus, washing vegetables and other chores were no issue. The problem of fire was easily resolved. Bog had stockpiled 100 gas cylinders, ones that had been treated to greatly reduce the risk of explosion. Moreover, since there were trees on the island, firewood could be split for ignition. Hence, the fire was not a concern at all. While Dad of Chaixian was picking green onions, he said, whose shout was that earlier? Sounded a lot like my Chaixian. Dad of Chaixian poured some oil into the pan and laughed. That boy always laughs like that. It must be your Chaixian acting goofy again. Dad of Bog also chuckled. Indeed, the two of you are lucky. Who would have thought my son is such a dullard? Not fun at all. Dad of Chaixian smirked. Haha. Exactly, my Chaixian may not have any other talents, but being a jokester sure is his forte. Though I heard Chaixiang ran off scared this afternoon upon learning you found 2 wives for him. Oh, your son really doesn't know how blessed he is. Why don't you give those 2 girls to my Chaixiang instead? What do you mean blessed? Are you thinking of finding another? When Mom of Chaixian heard this, she instantly became upset, put down the vegetable she was holding, and walked over to pull on her husband's ear until he begged repeatedly for mercy. The other 4 couldn't help but burst out laughing. Especially Chaixiang's dad, who added fuel to the fire, saying, That's right, sister-in-law, go for it. This old Chun has been acting up for quite some time now, haha. Old Chun, my son is just more charming. Can you accept that? Come bite me if you dare. Well, this person had learned a pretty trendy phrase. Both Chaixian and Chaixiang sneezed, neither knowing what their fathers were saying about them behind their backs. Chaixiang scratched his nose and continued explaining to Daska what a fiend meant, lest Daska try this again next time. At this point, Bog and Uncle Do were in the room, drawing on a map and planning where to go next. Bog pointed at a place marked with a red circle on the map, indicating America, and said, People in America can legally carry guns. There should be quite a number who survived. Do you think it's Chaixiang who returned? After hearing Chishuan scream, Bog asked this question. Uncle De shrugged, indicating he didn't know, and chuckled. Hee, those 2 boys are authentic clowns. Let's just leave them alone and continue our discussion. Bog nodded, and the 2 continued their conversation. Chapter 90. The World Before and During the Apocalypse. Dinner time, everyone was once again treated to a table full of delicious food. Although this meal wasn't as extravagant as lunch, it was still abundant. Qi and his group all knew that this was because of Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang. Qi dad looked at his son with pride, then glanced at Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the fathers of Cha Dan and Bo Ge could only look at their own sons with resentment. This meal left the younger generations feeling rather gloomy, and even 2 of the elders were not in high spirits, whereas the 3 mothers remained calm. Of course, Qi father was unusually happy, dragging Uncle Da to drink alcohol, and it had to be hard liquor. Watching his dad drinking glass after glass of baijiu with Uncle Da, Qi couldn't bear it anymore. If his dad just got drunk and nothing more, that would have been okay, but Qi knew one thing. Whenever his dad got drunk, he became a loud drunk, but Qi dad was thrilled. The others all watched him, unsure what to say. Most pitiable were Qi and his mom, who wished they could disappear into a crack in the ground. Despite being in the apocalypse and despite knowing these people well, this behavior was simply too exaggerated. Desika, Takus, and Baihu were eating meat and chatting idly in the yard at this moment. Takus ate a bite of Chinese cabbage, which was specially prepared for the sole herbivore in this group. Takus asked, Desika, what's wrong with Qi today? One of Qi frustrations was this. His seal beasts didn't call him master as they did in novels. Instead, they called him by his first name. While Qi didn't like being called master, he didn't even get the chance to fake modesty by saying, call me Qi when addressing them. Desika couldn't help but laugh when he thought about Qi behavior today. He chuckled and replied, Him? Apparently, he was almost forced into marriage or something. I don't know what's going on inside his head. 2 beautiful women want to be his wife, and he's terrified, as if marrying a monster. Humans, truly peculiar creatures. Oh, by the way, are those 2 women considered pretty according to human aesthetics? Takus hummed, chewing on his cabbage, and asked again, why is Master so afraid? If Desika's body wasn't restricted, he would have shrugged humanely to show that he didn't know. Of course, this word humanely would, in Qi mouth, simply become demon. Chewing on the meat in his mouth, Desika mumbled, who knows? Humans can never be explained logically. Ask Baihu, maybe he knows. Saying this, Desika pointed at Baihu. Unsurprisingly, none of what Desika said through the lump of meat was comprehensible to Takus, who only saw Desika point toward Baihu. Takus, seeing Baihu wrestling with a piece of beef tendon, asked, because of Baihu? What does Baihu have to do with it? Is Qi into Baihu? Pwahaha. That sentence made Desika spew out the meat in his mouth and laugh uncontrollably. As Baihu was fighting with the beef tendon, he hadn't heard a word from this wolf and bull conversation until he saw Desika rudely spraying the meat onto his own face. Then Baihu lifted his head and gave Desika a sad look as he laughed heartily. Still laughing, Desika said, "Hey, my goodness, Takus, where do you get these ideas? I said ask Baihu to see if he knows why our boss Xiang is so scared, and you think Xiang likes him? Ha ha ha, what exactly is going on inside your bovine head?" Baihu was upset upon hearing this. He turned around and looked at Takus, saying, "Hey, stupid bull, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak recklessly." The mention of stupid bull immediately angered Takus, who growled deeply. "Who are you calling a stupid bull? You, unless there are other bulls here?" Desika saw the situation turning sour and tried to suppress his laughter. We're all brothers here. No need for such anger. Let's eat meat and vegetables. I'll tell you an interesting story about our boss Xiang from this afternoon. Oh no, it was more like a foolish one. Hee. Saying this, Desika looked mischievously at Xiang inside, silently thinking, sorry Xiang. Xiang sneezed for no reason, but at this moment, he wasn't concerned about whether someone was talking ill of him or not. That was because Xiang had only one thought in mind right now: knock out his father who was acting drunk and drag him back to the bedroom. Even though it was highly disrespectful, it was what Xiang wanted to do most at the moment. So, because of no suspicion, Xiang didn't know that at this very moment Desika was outside talking bad about him, tarnishing his image, thus significantly lowering his reputation in the eyes of Takus and Baihu by a great margin. Finally, after drinking nonstop, Xiang's dad finally stopped. Xiang secretly rejoiced that his old man had finally stopped acting drunk and embarrassing him. Thinking about this, Xiang couldn't help but feel happy, rushing over to pick up his father and carry him towards the bedroom. Since there was no electricity here, naturally there could be no TV, and even if there were power, it wouldn't matter. First, there was no signal, and secondly, even with a signal, where would they get any programs? So, when night fell, these guys who weren't accustomed to going to bed early could only sit together and chat. Fortunately, there were lamps bought earlier that didn't require electricity to shine, something called sourceless lights. Shidan could barely remember this, but when Shidan bought these things, he was far more generous than when he bought the fridge, buying 5 at once, equal to 1,000 gold coins. The reason Shidan bought this item was because without light, one wouldn't even be able to see the enemies clearly. Moreover, these lamps did not need electricity and could be carried around. To illuminate a room, you just needed to stick its built-in panel to the ceiling. And the reason Shidan could have so many gold coins at that time was because some missions required gathering resources, such as diamonds and gold. All these were considered search targets, and each mission awarded quite a lot of gold coins, the least being 200 coins and the most reaching up to 1,000 coins. Of course, the cost was also high, requiring 100 carats of diamond. Therefore, from another perspective, these missions essentially exchanged the contemporary currency for the system's currency. After dinner, the 6 adults sat together. The 3 women gathered in a small circle, whispering amongst themselves, occasionally bursting into laughter. On the other hand, Uncle Da and the 2 fathers sat together, conversing on men's topics, though some of their conversation leaned toward daily life, such as how living here went, how practicing skills outside went, and whether or not they encountered dangers. Uncle Da, of course, only chose to talk about the good stuff and avoided mentioning anything dangerous to keep the 2 from worrying. Naturally, they could guess what the apocalypse might entail, but their guesses were way off from what actually happened. In their minds, difficulties would simply mean running into a large group of zombies or attacks from other ability users, completely unable to imagine the existence of something powerful like Daozhan. Bogu returned to his room, pondering where to go next. Meanwhile, the 4 youngsters played around happily, creating much commotion. As for the trio of beasts led by Desika, they gathered in a circle listening to Desika spread bad words about Xiang. This place, where humans and beasts coexisted harmoniously, could be described as peaceful and joyful. If an outsider saw this scene, they would surely never imagine it happening during the apocalypse. Instead, they'd think it was a celebration for the new year or a family gathering. The restlessness of society, people drifting farther apart, the majority of what they spent their time doing together was competing. Genuine words became rarer. Even among children, they compared academics, gaming, leaving only those who cared about nothing else to still produce the most genuine and innocent laughter. Gradually, people started keeping distance, barriers forming between hearts. The ones capable of breaking through these barriers probably only included children yet untouched by the world or elders who'd experienced too much, and those who shared intimacy without gaps. But now, these people, who perhaps had never interacted before, lived joyfully under one roof, with Xiang serving as the sole hub connecting them all. They lived together without feelings of alienation, instead cultivating a sense of closeness. All they could do was treasure everything while they were alive, and ironically, these bonds could only form during the supposed despair of the apocalypse. Whether humanity is progressing, no one can truly explain. However, one thing is certain: the most beautiful parts of human nature are disappearing, or assimilated into others, or crushed by others, and then assimilated. Humanity is advancing toward a new era, a self-destructive one. I am even wondering, was Residual Limb's actions correct? Was this possibly nature's punishment to humanity? The extinction of animals, the disappearance of forests, the formation of deserts, air pollution, environmental destruction, the slaughter among our own species. Whose fault is this all? Who made humans wear masks? Who made humans release their greed? Who is it that led humanity to its peak, and then into decline? Who is it that has been indulging humanity's mistakes? No one can answer these questions. But living in the present, in this era, being without guilt, having no regrets, living life vividly and satisfyingly, this is enough. Chi Xiang and the three others were playing cards. At the moment, all four of their faces had paper strips stuck on them, looking extremely funny. Especially Chi Dan, who under his request had all the paper stuck under his chin, resembling an old man with a white beard. 9 o'clock, for people before the apocalypse, was still too early to sleep. However, for Chi Xiang and others who had nothing to do at night, 9 o'clock meant it was time to go to bed. Seeing the soft large bed, Chi Xiang said just one thing. Chi Dan, when we leave here, put all the beds in your backpack. This night was destined to be extraordinary. At the seaside, the seawater washed over the beach, producing white foam. Underwater, an octopus hid as usual, spotting a small fish. It prepared to stretch out its tentacles to catch it. The octopus's tentacles moved like lightning, quickly wrapping around the small fish. Then, the octopus swallowed the fish. And then, the entire body of the octopus exploded, revealing the small fish inside, now grown several times bigger, with red eyes and sharp spikes on its back. Even Master Sanju's predictions couldn't foresee what happened. This zombie virus, after continuous evolution, had mutated. The apocalypse truly began, but this time it wasn't zombies. It was far more powerful creatures. The moon hung in the sky, and the haze-free heavens twinkled with stars. Chi Xiang and the group were peacefully asleep in their respective rooms. At midnight, Chi Xiang rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up to use the restroom. He seemed to smell a trace of blood, but with drowsiness clouding his mind, he paid no attention and returned to bed. However, this smell of blood made Baihu restless and unable to sleep. Baihu had woken up a while ago, startled awake by this scent. Once Baihu smelled it, there was only one thought in his mind. Kill, kill, kill. However, Baihu is an autonomous life form, so he struggled to restrain himself. Yet, the longer it went on, the harder it became for him to control his urges. It wasn't that Baihu didn't want help from others, but he couldn't make a single sound. Moving would only intensify his bloodlust. Therefore, Baihu could only hope that someone would notice his abnormal state. But the restroom was inside the house. Even though there was a big hole outside, the toilet was indoors. So, when Chi Xiang used the restroom, he merely smelled the blood wafting through the window, but did not pay much attention. Thus, it was impossible for him to see Baihu's odd condition. As for Desika and Taku's, they slept like dead pigs and were utterly useless to rely on. Baihu endured in anguish, veins popping, his eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily. But Baihu knew he must not harm anyone here. Baihu's memories had partially returned, and he remembered what had happened in his previous life. Although those people treated him somewhat well then, and he lived a life where clothes came at the wave of a hand and food appeared with the opening of a mouth, he lacked freedom, and some even threw fruit at him from outside his cage. Although only a few did this, most hadn't crossed his line. Baihu realized that in their eyes, he was nothing more than a clown. And Baihu now also understood, if he weren't a tiger, a white tiger, then his only outcome would be death. Because in human eyes, he wasn't worth as much as a few pieces of paper. But these people made Baihu feel warmth and connection. Whether it was his sometimes scatterbrained master Chi Xiang's partners, or elders, none of them treated him merely as a tool, but rather as a living being. Just this one point was enough for Baihu to repay them. Chapter 91. Evil Fire Purple Star. Baihu was trying his best to control himself, not allowing himself to go mad and attack. But, was Baihu the only one feeling this way? The forest air was filled with the smell of blood, and the cries of various wild beasts could be heard one after another. Eyes glowing with light moved about in the darkness of night. At the beach, all kinds of creatures were making their way from the sea onto the mainland. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary. Hey, Chi Xiang, what's going on? Is there any movement? Che Dan patted Chi Xiang's face and asked. Chi Xiang rubbed his eyes and said, I must have heard wrong. There's no sound. Let's sleep. We're leaving tomorrow. As he spoke, Chi Xiang flipped over, turning his back to Che Dan, and went to sleep. Che Dan sat up in bed, rubbed his head, looked out the window, and muttered to himself, strange, I clearly heard something. Thinking about it, Che Dan put on his shoes and went outside to check. It wasn't just Che Dan who was on alert. Deshu, Bingyu, and the three fathers had also come out to check the situation outside. Deshu's vigilance was easy to explain, as he used to be a soldier. Even though he'd been retired for many years, that military alertness hadn't disappeared. And as the daughter of a criminal family, Bingyu's response to danger was stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, Bingyu would have already been captured as leverage to negotiate with her father. The three fathers could not rest easily either, because their wives and children were here. As for Chi Xiang, although his five senses were much sharper than those of ordinary people, in order to get a good night's sleep, he had lowered his sensory awareness, making them even worse than those of common people. That's why Chi Xiang couldn't hear the calls of wild beasts that even Che Dan could, and also why Chi Xiang didn't detect the smell of blood. When the six saw each other, they exchanged knowing smiles before simultaneously furrowing their brows, because all six simultaneously caught the scent of the acrid blood. Che Dan nodded to everyone, and then raised his right hand, conjuring the Lingxi shield into his grasp. With himself leading the way, they walked outside. In the courtyard, everything remained calm. Desuka and Tax sleeping peacefully, while Baihu seemed restless. There was nothing to do. Beastly quality of sleep was superior to humans, especially when relaxed without concern. Just like an old saying goes, only those belonging to the same family enter the same household. Even Chi Xiang adjusted his five senses downward, so how could his two magical beasts be any different? If it weren't for the special effect of the blood sent on Baihu might very well be snoring and sleeping belly up by now. Che Dan approached, and with one kick at each beast, woke Desuka and Tax, then walked over to check on Baihu. Dasuka and Tax were irritated to have their sleep interrupted, one aggressively looking for whoever had kicked him, and the tough-skinned Tax merely yawned, preparing to go back to sleep. However, after being stimulated by Bing Yu's ice energy, their drowsiness instantly disappeared. Chaidan looked at Baihu. He was half crouching on the ground, trembling, with red eyes, exposed fangs and claws, and his whole body radiated pink, seemingly on the verge of losing control at any moment. The three fathers, seeing Baihu in such a state, suddenly felt a cold sweat run down their backs as they remembered petting the terrifying creature earlier, mistaking it for a large cat. Chaidan looked at Baihu and shouted back to Bingyu. Hey, Bingyu, go wake Qi-xiang. Bring him here quickly. And you bring Lin Xiaoyang too. Uncle Da, Bo is your responsibility. Three dads, take care of the moms. Without any reply, only footstep sounds, but these footsteps now sounded stronger than any verbal response. Bingyu entered Qi-xiang's bedroom and saw him lying sprawled out, sucking his finger and muttering something. Rolling her eyes, she swung her hand, releasing her ice ability to envelop Qi-xiang. This sensation was not pleasant. Imagine waking up abruptly in a deep sleep, only to find yourself falling into icy water. The sudden awakening surely isn't a good experience. Qi-xiang jumped up abruptly, as if he'd risen from the dead. Then, he yelled, Mom, help me. I fell into the water. Where's my water avoidance bead? He flailed and raged until he noticed Bingyu standing by the door, glaring. Instantly Qi-xiang grew unhappy and said, What's this nonsense? I haven't slept enough yet. Bingyu tapped her forehead to show her helplessness, saying, You guy, I really don't know what to say to you. You're supposed to be the one with the strongest senses here, yet you sleep like a dead pig, just like your beasts. If I hadn't done this, you probably wouldn't have woken up. Qi-xiang rubbed his eyes, glanced at the dark sky outside the window, and asked, What happened? Bingyu walked forward, pulling Qi-xiang along as she said, Something's happened. It seems like there's some kind of trouble. You should go out and take AL. You pervert. When Bingyu pulled Qi-xiang from the bed, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his small underwear. Moreover, due to whatever dream he had just been having, Qi-xiang's little friend was standing upright. Bingyu was embarrassed, and Qi-xiang couldn't help but feel embarrassed too. He let out a strange cry, jumped onto the bed, and covered himself with the blanket, saying, Hey, how can you just yank people around like that? And you know very well there are no conditions for wearing pajamas here. Even though Qi-xiang and the two of them had already done that thing, they were educated traditionally and thought traditionally. If it weren't for Dan Li's influence, Qi-xiang would never have acted like that. Actually, Qi-xiang didn't realize that neither simply Dan Li nor the mere fiery lust would cause such an increase in libido. But when these two energies combined, a rather strange chemical reaction occurred. It's similar to certain herbs that, when consumed individually, pose no problems, but when mixed together, become aphrodisiacs. And this was what had happened with the evil fire and Dan Li. But now, both their faces turned red as they avoided showing signs of the intimacy they had shared. Bingyu, realizing the seriousness of the situation, calmed herself and said, Get dressed and come out quickly. I'll go wake Xiaoyang. With that, she hurriedly ran out. In Qi-xiang's mind at that moment, there was only one thought. Someone saw me. Yes. Qi-xiang even thought he had been taken advantage of. After being reminded by Bingyu's words, Qi-xiang looked at her as she left. Then he crawled out of bed, got dressed, and rushed toward the courtyard. By now, everyone in the little house had woken up, and the island seemed to have awakened as well. Qi-xiang arrived in the yard, seeing Tax and Dasuka alertly looking around, while Baihu was under observation by Chaidan. Without hesitation, Qi-xiang ran over to Chaidan. Chaidan, Baihu, what's wrong? Qi-xiang's voice reached before his person did. Chaidan turned around and looked at Qi-xiang, replying, I don't know. It was already like this when I came out. Qi-xiang nodded, then amplified his 5 senses to prepare for vigilance. However, as soon as he did so, he felt extremely uncomfortable and frowned deeply. Qi-xiang asked, Why does the smell of blood seem so heavy? Chaidan shook his head again. I don't know. Qi-xiang sighed helplessly. This wasn't the time to figure out the source of the bloody smell. All he could do was lower his sense of smell, and then placed his right hand on Baihu, slowly channeling Dan Li to calm Baihu down. If Qi-xiang knew how to use internal vision at this moment, he would certainly discover that the blood inside his body was accelerating. Though slowly, it was definitely speeding up. And the color of the blood within him was no longer red. Instead, it had turned into a purple akin to the corrosion fire, yet slightly different. Qi-xiang was completely unaware of all this. His Dan Li rapidly flowed into Baihu's body. At the moment, Baihu was enveloped in both red and white light. The original color was no longer visible. Instead, there were just the colors red and white, resembling two ferocious beasts locked in combat. The red energy was highly aggressive, ceaselessly launching attacks, as if determined to devour everything. Meanwhile, the white Dan Li acted like a vast ocean, pushing back against the red energy. When the red energy hit the Dan Li, it was like throwing stones into the sea, causing not a single ripple. Moreover, the power of Dan Li lay not only in its superior energy grade but also in its endless supply. Remember, Qi-xiang is now level 39. Although his energy might not be considered immense, there was still a significant amount. So the mysterious red energy, coming from wherever it was nothing compared to what Qi-xiang had. Chaidan's focus was entirely on Baihu at that moment, utterly unaware of Qi-xiang's transformation. Chaidan suddenly noticed Qi-xiang's hand had disappeared, followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Turning around, Chaidan saw that Qi-xiang had fallen flat on his back, clearly kicked by Bo. Without Xiang's Danli support, Baihu's Danli soon ran out. After struggling for a bit, it crumbled effortlessly. Immediately, the red energy spread rampantly, causing Baihu to fall into pain once more. Che Dan immediately shouted, "Uncle Bo, what are you doing?" Bo pointed at Xiang and replied, "Take a look yourself." Che Dan looked at Xiang and indeed discovered something was wrong. At this point, Xiang had already gotten up from the ground, but his condition wasn't good. His whole body was crimson, veins bulging, his hair turned purple, and he looked quite terrifying. "Xianggu," Che Dan cautiously called out and moved toward Xiang, only to be stopped by Bo's arm. "Don't go," Bo said. "He's already lost control. This kind of thing has happened, and this time it might be even more troublesome." With a single sentence from Bo, Che Dan confirmed his suspicion. Yes, Xiang had been struck by another backlash, just like the last time when his body was severely injured. And this situation seemed even more severe. Even though he guessed correctly, Che Dan still refused to believe it. He tried calling out hesitantly, "Xianggu?" Huff, huff, huff. In response came Xiang's heavy panting and eyes that resembled something straight out of hell. Xiang's gaze wasn't cold but blood red, filled with intense killing intent, like a fierce ghost from hell. Che Dan continued to try desperately. "Xianggu, it's me, Che Dan. Don't you remember me, Che Dan?" Xiang replied with a tone of confusion. Hearing this, Che Dan quickly nodded happily, saying, "That's right, it's me. Xianggu, you're really still yourself. What is that thing?" This question, coming from Xiang's lips, was so sharp and grating. At this moment, everyone had gathered in the yard, staring at Xiang in a daze. Although the 6 elders were startled by Xiang's appearance, they remained relatively calm since they knew that in this apocalypse, one must accept all kinds of unimaginable things or risk falling into endless fear, which could lead to certain death. Meanwhile, Che Dan looked dumbfounded at Xiang, unsure of what to say. Xiang stared at Che Dan and continued, "You call yourself Che Dan? Good name, but I'm not the guy you used to know. You can call me, what was my name again? Oh yes." Previously, this Xiang spoke in a seemingly humorous, nonsensical manner, but suddenly his voice became heavy, infused with a deadly aura as he smirked wickedly. "My name is Evil Fire Purple Star, one of the 5-star kings." "Evil Fire Purple Star? One of the 5-star kings? What are you talking about?" asked Che Dan. Xiang smiled and replied, "I don't even know exactly what I am, but wherever I come from, they are pretty scared of us. Oh yeah, except for me. The others among the 5-star kings all have followers. But I'm not suited for raising subordinates because I just can't help eating them." After finishing this absurd speech, Xiang glanced around and commented, "This place is great. The life energy here is thick, and there are powerful beings too. I think it's time for me to start feeding on them. Hey, you thing, get out of my body." Suddenly, Xiang shouted loudly. Though his eyes were still blood red, his usual spirit seemed to have returned. "Haha, for the first time, a creature managed to resist my backfire. But if you want to break through my control, you're still too green. Green or not isn't decided by you. Out, get out of my body." The onlookers observed this rather dramatic exchange between Xiang and the invading entity. They began to understand some things now. It appeared that the being possessing Xiang, though strong, could not fully control him. Roar! Baihu, who had remained silent for a long time, finally erupted in anger. Standing upright, spreading its wings, Baihu's originally white fur had turned blood red mixed with black. Its pupils had completely transformed into red without any other color, looking extremely mighty. "You've got an eye for good things. This beast would indeed make a fine mount," Evil Fire Purple Star commented mockingly. "Of course, it could also be an excellent appetizer. I dare you. How do you know I won't?" Having finished these words, Evil Fire Purple Star stretched out his right hand, and a purple flame emerged on it. Clearly, Evil Fire Purple Star had much better control over the swallowing flame than Xiang did, as the swallowing flame burning on Xiang's right hand, though only a thin layer, felt far more terrifying than Xiang's blasting flame. Boy, take a look. This is what true devouring looks like. Chapter 92, Demonification. "Get out of here." Xiang let out a roar of anger, and then Xiang's body burst forth with a white light that soared into the clouds, blooming like a white flower against the dark night sky. Then, Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. Xiang. In an instant, everyone rushed to Xiang, while Dasuka and Tax stood one on each side in front of Baihu. "Hey, Tax, is this what you call the demonification of a magical beast?" Dasuka asked. Tax coldly chuckled. "This isn't demonification at all. Baihu is not a magical beast, but merely an animal-type zombie. That kid Xiang must have used some method to restart all of Baihu's internal organs. Now, Baihu is just a tiger with zombie abilities, having nothing to do with magical beasts." Dasuka nodded and said, "Do you think if he dies, Xiang would be sad?" Tax stepped forward and replied, "Who knows? But I do know that if Xiang were to die, there wouldn't even be a chance for him to be sad." As he said this, Tax's tone turned colder. Baihu seemed to understand the conversation between Dasuka and Tax, emitting a roar and preparing to attack. "Hey, you there, if you want to live, leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy." Dasuka gave Baihu the final ultimatum, only to receive a roar in response. Dasuka looked coldly at Baihu, his eyes flashing with cold light as his fangs showed, saying, "Tax, the battle starts now." On one side were Xiang's worried family and friends, and on the other, Dasuka and Tax offering Xiang a different kind of protection. Meanwhile, Baihu himself didn't seem to realize what it was doing. Baihu flapped its wings and launched wind blades toward Tax. Dasuka sniffed disdainfully and said, "Using wind magic in front of someone from the Moonwolf clan? It's like trying to teach grandmas how to suck eggs." Saying this, Dasuka opened his wolf mouth and released a 1-meter-long wind blade from his mouth. Don't underestimate this attack. Remember, this is an instant release skill. Although Dasuka's current power in the Moonwolf royal family isn't among the strongest, he's still only considered average. However, the royal lineage's bloodline grants Dasuka formidable strength. The Moonwolf clan, especially the Moonwolf royal family, possesses a strong affinity with wind elements, making their use of wind elemental skills incredibly powerful. A single wind blade shot toward Baihu. Baihu's wind blades were entirely insignificant in front of Dasuka, a natural-born talent in wind attributes, unable even to obstruct Dasuka's wind blade, shattering instantly upon contact. As the wind blade approached step by step, Baihu's mind still seemed capable of thinking about fighting. Its tiger mouth opened, releasing a white energy beam that clashed with the wind blade, causing an explosion that triggered powerful gusts of wind. The others could hold up relatively well, but the 6 elders and Qi Xiang couldn't withstand it. The elders were mere mortals, so they could only hold on to a few people and brace themselves. Qi Xiang had it worse. He had lost consciousness and was rolled several times by the fierce winds until Bingyue pulled him to a stop. Ho! Aowo! Mu! 3 magical beasts erupted with roars that ascended straight into the clouds, seemingly enveloping the entire island. Everyone, including Qi Dan, covered their ears because these thunderous roars were simply terrifying. Oddly enough, the combination of these 3 roars didn't sound sharp or piercing but instead resonating as waves of force and deeply affecting the spirit. How powerful! Powerful enough that Chiden's father, despite covering his ears, displayed a pained expression. Meanwhile, both Qi Dan and Chiden's mother realized something critical, that Chiden's father was suffering from a heart attack. "Dad!" Lao Qi Dan. Qi Dan spun around to look at his father, waving his right hand to summon emergency medicine from his backpack. It turned out to be a speedy heart rescue pill. After taking the medicine, Chiden's father's condition improved slightly, but his complexion was still quite grim, clearly indicating he wasn't in good shape. Qi Dan shouted at Dasuka and the other 3 creatures, "Hey you guys! Lower the volume a little." It seemed like Chiden's shouting worked because the 3 magical beasts stopped roaring. However, before anyone could respond, the 3 beasts resumed their attacks. Clearly, they had stopped roaring earlier not out of fear for Chiden's authority, but because they needed to launch their attacks. Wind bullets, earth spikes, light beams, various types of attacks erupted between the 3 creatures. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, Bogo formed seals with both hands and rapidly summoned over a dozen defensive barriers. Others also took out their weapons, ready at any moment. As for Uncle Da, he was responsible for Qi Xiang, with his mission being to restore Qi Xiang as quickly as possible. Uncle Da carefully examined Qi Xiang's body, using a method peculiar to alchemists for detecting the condition of one's physical health. However, a mysterious energy blocked him, preventing him from penetrating into Qi Xiang's body. It should be noted that this method had worked effectively before, never failing in the past. Yet, this time it failed, clearly linked to the evil fire and purple star from earlier. Roar! A series of ferocious roars now resonated throughout the forest. The sounds seemed animalistic but were not quite recognizable, as no one could determine what creatures were emitting them. One thing was certain, these creatures were formidable. Qi Dan patted Bo Gu on the shoulder and said, "Big brother Bo, open the barrier." Bo Gu turned back and looked at Qi Dan, replying firmly, "Never. I will not let you go out to die." Qi Dan gazed at the protective barrier and pleaded, "Let me go, or we will all die." "Shut up," Bo Gu shouted angrily. "Qi Xiang has already passed out. You're the only melee fighter left here. If you die, who will serve as the meat shield? Who will cover our retreat? Have you even thought about that?" Qi Dan shrugged and said, "I haven't. But how do you know going out means certain death for me? Hey, with so many zombie underlings, sending a few out as scouts is no problem." Apparently, Bo Gu misunderstood Chiden's intent. He thought Qi Dan wanted to fight to buy time for everyone. Yet Chiden's words left Bo Gu speechless. With a wave of his right hand, a gap appeared in the barrier. Before he could finish saying, "Hurry," Bo Gu saw Qi Dan dash out quickly, leaving his shocked parents behind. "Nonsense," Bo Gu shouted in frustration, hastily forming seals with his right hand. A barrier instantly trapped Qi Dan. However, instant defense barriers were limited in power. Using Cold Blade, Qi Dan broke through Bo Ji's barrier with just 2 slashes thanks to this exceptional equipment. Manifest. All the zombies emerged and stood beside Qi Dan. Turning around with a smile, Qi Dan said gently, "There's no need to worry about me. What I'm doing is exactly what Brother Qi would do." After speaking, Qi Dan swiftly departed with a crowd of zombies following closely behind. Bo Gu punched the barrier in anger, shouting furiously, "What an idiot!" Uncle Da observed Qi Xiang. Though there was no immediate danger, they couldn't ascertain his situation, and therefore, they could only wait, just like last time. Hearing Bo Ji's angry voice, Uncle Da comforted him. "Young Bo, don't worry. If this task fell to Qi Xiang, would we worry? No, then why can't we trust Qi Dan? But he's only level 20-something. Bo Gu retorted as he turned around. Uncle Da merely smiled and responded, "When did rank become your benchmark for evaluating someone? On the battlefield, even a sapper, given specific conditions, could defeat a special forces soldier. Besides, who exactly is weak and who is strong has yet to be decided. Although we currently lack warriors, no other creatures will attack us in the short term, and our goal now is to leave quickly. Let's not betray Chiden's efforts." Bo Gu paused, nodded. then shook his head slightly with a sigh. Chidan, boy, come back alive. Throughout this, neither of Chidan's parents uttered a word. His mother only looked worriedly at her husband while his father clenched his fists and said, "Rest assured, I trust our son. Is a golden dragon truly destined to remain confined in a pond? It's time for him to soar high. In the worst-case scenario, we'll join him later." Neither Uncle Da nor Chidan's father revealed their full thoughts. Uncle Da didn't mention that Chidan was actually luring enemies, while Chidan's father didn't express that if Chidan died, they'd willingly accompany him in death. Boga glanced toward the direction of the helicopter and asked, "Uncle Da, what now?" Uncle Da stood up and replied, "I'll rush for food and water. You take the others onto the plane. Remember speed above all else. Don't worry about Chidan. The plane has a rope ladder." But Uncle Da hesitated as he glanced at Baihu and continued, "Well, Baihu is part of them now anyway, so he should pose no issues. Once everyone is settled, I'll return." Boga nodded, approving Uncle Da's plan. After consuming speed-enhancing pills from his storage space, Uncle Da said, "Young Bo, activate the barrier." Bogu quickly formed the necessary seal, and instantly a crack appeared in the barrier. Following this, Uncle Da darted out like the wind heading straight toward the house. Even though Uncle Da's special ability lay in alchemy and his profession was that of an alchemist, this didn't mean his physical fitness was subpar. After all, a former Special Forces soldier wouldn't have poor physical fitness if someone dared claim robust health otherwise. Certainly, compared to Qi Xiang, who operated more like a cheat code in a game, Uncle Da definitely couldn't match him. Nonetheless, Uncle Da didn't suffer the same side effects. Uncle Da's plan was excellent. At this moment, Bo Gu and his group could completely board the aircraft under the protection of Bo Ji's barrier. Moreover, Uncle Da had his own pocket dimension. After obtaining the supplies, he could instantly store them in his pocket dimension without affecting the speed. As for Desika and Tax, they could definitely limit Baihu's movements so that the two beasts could board the plane afterward. Of course, this would only happen after the helicopter took off. The retreat would have to rely on the rope ladder. In short, Uncle Da's plan was simple but direct, sometimes even brutal and extremely effective. Boga didn't say a word. He directly lifted the seal and shouted, "Hurry, everyone follow me." Then, Boga quickly ran to Qi Xiang's position, carrying Qi Xiang on his back. The group rushed all the way toward the helicopter's location. Meanwhile, Uncle Da had already reached the kitchen, where he looked at the dimensional fridge that cost many gold coins to purchase. He placed it into his dimensional space without hesitation, along with water and medicines from the storage room. With the assistance of rapid pills, even though he went through 2 rooms, the whole process did not take more than half a minute before Uncle Da sprinted out of the house. Moreover, since there was the pocket dimension to store things, Uncle Da didn't need to worry about weight at all. Therefore, from the time the barrier was released to everyone boarding the plane, it took no more than half a minute. And during this half minute, Chidan also managed to accomplish several tasks. After leaving the barrier, Chidan immediately dispersed his zombies. Then he used telepathy to perceive the existence of enemies. Chidan's first opponent turned out to be a monkey with glowing red eyes and a size twice that of an ordinary monkey. Clearly, this result came from mutation. Chidan stared at the monkey, said nothing, and directly slashed with Dark Moon Slash. Following that, he raised the cold blade and swung furiously. This monkey wasn't weak either. It struck a punch at the Dark Moon Slash. Although its entire right claw was cut open deeply to the bone by the Dark Moon Slash, it managed to block the attack. And judging by how the monkey winced in pain, it wasn't a zombie as they wouldn't feel such discomfort. When the monkey's right paw was injured, it let out a fierce roar and charged at Chidan, attempting to tear him apart. So began the fight between the man and the monkey. The zombies controlled by Chidan encountered animals in the forest, but these animals were far stronger than ordinary ones. Not 1 or 2 times, but significantly stronger. If Chidan had a moment to check these animals' information, he'd be astonished to find that their levels were unreadable to him. Even the monkey Chidan faced now was level 35, and this monkey had a name, Hardbone Monkey. As for the other animals, their lowest level was over 30, and their names had changed. It seemed this round of mutation made them far more powerful than living beings transformed into zombies. The propellers began to rotate rapidly. By this time, Uncle Da had already sat in the cockpit, skillfully operating various switches, preparing to pilot the helicopter away. The strong wind stirred up by the spinning propellers swept across the ground. As the blades spun faster, the helicopter gradually left the ground and ascended. Right at this moment, Bo Gu was fully prepared. When boarding the plane, Bo Gu had asked everyone to stand aside while using a barrier to protect them. Afterward, he pulled the helicopter's door open, grabbed the handle tightly, and stared intently, waiting for the perfect opportunity to act. Finally, when the plane hovered above the 3 beasts, Bo Gu let out a loud shout, swiftly formed seals, creating over 10 defensive barriers instantly trapping Baihu. Bo Gu then shouted again, "Tax, Desika, come aboard." Tax and Desika heard this voice without hesitation because living alongside Bo Ji's group had built mutual trust. Without saying a word, both beasts leapt onto the helicopter. However, Tax's heavy body slightly affected the stability of the helicopter, making it wobble a little. In comparison, Desika's leap was much easier, despite having a larger frame but a lighter figure. Bogo paid no attention to Baihu, who roared in anger as he broke free from the seals. Instead, Bogo kept his eyes firmly fixed on the forest because there still remained their comrade inside. Chapter 93. Return to the continent. Chadan roared, activating the spider web skill. Purple spider webs instantly sprayed from his left hand, directly binding the hardbone monkey. Reel in, Chadan pulled all the zombies into another dimension, and seeing the zombies that were about to attack him without any enemies, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot and leaped upward. Chaedan grabbed with his right hand, catching the rope ladder that was lowered from the plane. He glanced at the zombies below trying to attack him and delivered a Dark Moon Slash, throwing himself back to the ground. Although these zombies were powerful, Chaedan's Dark Moon Slash could not cause them serious damage, but it was enough to knock them down. Moreover, among the zombies here, only the one just now had a relatively strong jumping ability. The others were insignificant. Chaedan looked at the zombies on the ground, and at this point, they were no longer a threat. He retracted the cold blade and began climbing up the rope ladder. After climbing onto the plane, by this time the helicopter had already risen over 30 meters in the air, and if not for Brother Bo's barrier inside the cabin, the group would have been blown away long ago. At this moment, after Chaedan climbed aboard the plane and closed the cabin door, Brother Bo dared to dismantle the barrier. Upon closing the cabin door, Uncle Da shouted from the front, "Everyone hold on tight. We're accelerating." As he said it, the plane started swaying slightly as it rapidly ascended and then flew off toward the distance. Chaedan exhaled deeply and said, "That was dangerous. Those zombies are really strong. Did you see? Even my Dark Moon Slash couldn't cut open its head." Brother Bo stroked his chin, nodded, and said, "It seems there has been another mutation. Chaedan, check the forum to see if there's any news. If Residual Drive, Kenshu, has globally released the virus, then this mutation shouldn't exist solely here." Chaedan nodded in agreement, ummed once, then crossed his legs, lifted his head slightly, and began browsing the system's forum. At this point, most global gamers had completed their class change. Only very few groups were as lucky as Chaedan's to encounter such favorable circumstances within a dungeon. Therefore, there wouldn't be many people able to reach level 20 or higher. However, to meet the class change condition, level 10 was all that was required. A threshold so low that it might as well be non-existent for those living in the apocalypse era, because leveling up to 10 simply meant killing thousands of zombies. Furthermore, the experience didn't necessarily require you to kill them personally. Any zombie killed near you counted towards your experience. Of course, if there were 2 or more gamers involved, the experience would be averaged out. Perhaps this mechanism was the system's way of providing survivors an indirect cheat. As for mutated zombies, they leveled up after each kill. That being said, normal zombies in this post-apocalyptic world still greatly outnumbered their stronger counterparts, so nobody would risk death, or even total team annihilation, to take on such powerful creatures unless absolutely necessary. Among current survivors, anyone who learned about the existence of the forum would actively seek information, enhancing either themselves or their teammates who are game-based power players. Information will always remain an essential resource for humanity. Of course, while there were quite a few power players, even more remained ordinary individuals. However, every single person surviving now is undoubtedly resilient. Although some of them may have been unsuccessful or lived in the lowest strata before the apocalypse, in this new world, they began playing crucial roles due to their strong adaptability and mental fortitude. Also, without much pretension, these people have survived until now. Among these people, none lack access to firearms or resources, and some refugee camps are even organized by these tough guys without a single anomaly-powered individual present. Brother Bo glanced at Chi Xiong laid flat on the ground, walked aside, lit a cigarette, and began smoking. Being an adult, naturally neither of Brother Bo's parents would stop him. Despite the limited space inside the plane, no one stopped Brother Bo. Not even Lin Xiaoyang understood that men smoke when they think. At this moment, the only one capable of deciding the group's next destination was Brother Bo. Among the group, those 6 elders were worldly wise. Their self-preservation abilities were practically non-existent. They wouldn't stand a chance against even normal zombies since zombies don't feel pain. But if scratched by a zombie, that would lead to dire consequences. Besides, the 6 elders know nothing about the post-apocalyptic situation. They merely knew about widespread outbreaks that caused powerful creatures to emerge, but lacked clear knowledge of what these creatures truly were. According to pre-apocalypse thinking, going to big cities made sense due to the large populations and military protection. But now, the more people there were pre-apocalypse, the more zombies there are post-apocalypse. Thus, finding the most suitable city is the goal. As for Bingwe, despite being born into a criminal family, she contributed mainly through her psychological resilience and quick reflexes, not through handling issues strongly. As for Lin Xiaoyang, she had no idea what to do either. Her survival up until now was purely reliant on her doppelganger abilities. Chaedan could offer advice as well, but at the moment, he clearly had more important matters to attend to, gathering intelligence. The priority was to uncover the cause of the previous situation. Uncle Da, despite having served in a special forces unit and studied military strategy, wasn't fighting a war now. He was trying to survive. If left to Uncle Da's decision, he would likely find an isolated mountain forest and rely on his strong outdoor survival skills to live off the land. But the current situation was far from that, because only by gathering living humans and supplies together could they endure the apocalypse. Therefore, the only suitable candidate now was Brother Bo. Brother Bo's strategic vision was strong due to his past management of a family enterprise, and he also deeply understood the end-world scenario. Hence, the first choice for devising plans was Brother Bo. Smoking a cigarette and gazing out the window, Brother Bo's mind raced quickly. Even without pulling out a map, after studying it over the past couple of days, he essentially knew the conditions along the southern coast of the Yanhuang Republic. Though not every city could be remembered, he had a general understanding of the situation. By now, the sun had begun to rise slowly. Watching the sun climb from the ocean horizon, Brother Bo smiled faintly. Such beautiful scenery significantly improved his mood. A casual glance at the sea tightened Brother Bo's heart instantly. It had already turned red, undoubtedly dyed with blood, meaning there were already power struggles taking place in the ocean. The power struggle in the ocean was far more terrifying than anything on land. The vast blood-red waters and occasional leaps of marine zombie creatures created a horrific scene. Brother Bo took out a telescope from his alternate space to look downward. At this moment, a giant fish leaped out of the water. The fish was covered in wounds, its head partially decayed, making it appear extremely fierce. However, the fish scales differed from ordinary ones. They looked incredibly hard. Brother Bo didn't doubt the fish's defense, nor the immense combat strength of the boundless ocean. Now, Brother Bo could only pray that those terrifying beings underwater wouldn't come ashore. The plane continued to fly, and Brother Bo already knew where to go. Walking to the front of the plane, he said to Uncle Da, "Uncle Da, head toward Guangdong." Uncle Da nodded, summoned a map, glanced at it, then adjusted direction and flew toward Guangdong. "Son, why are we going to Guangdong?" Although Uncle Da didn't ask, that didn't mean others didn't have questions. To be precise, Uncle Da wasn't clear about why Brother Bo wanted to go to Guangdong either. But trust was the rule for this small team because no one would take their lives or their teammates' lives lightly. That meant every decision was carefully considered. Therefore, this kind of trust became habitual. But the other 6 elders still liked asking. This time it was Brother Bo's father who questioned. Brother Bo replied, "Because it's close to Q City, and the local city lord happens to be our friend. So, if we need to go there in case of emergencies, it's convenient and counts as backup logistics. Plus, Hong Kong and Macau are nearby, which aren't calm areas with a tough local culture. As for Guangdong itself, it isn't much better. So, there should be a decent number of survivors there." After hearing Brother Bo's explanation, everyone relaxed. In reality, what Brother Bo hadn't mentioned was that the helicopter's fuel was almost depleted. Yet, aircraft fuel couldn't be substituted with regular gasoline or diesel. Only specialized aviation kerosene worked. Now, the coast wasn't safe anymore, so the airports in Hong Kong and Macau were out of the question. Meanwhile, Guangdong was nearby and had an airport. Why choose anywhere else? Watching the plane heading toward Guangdong, Brother Bo pulled out a map, looking at the marked places and pondering how far the remaining fuel would take them and which cities had airports. "All right." Chaedan suddenly spoke up, walking to Brother Bo and saying, "Bo go, I've pretty much understood the current situation." Brother Bo nodded, replying, "All right, go ahead and tell me." Chaedan nodded again, crossed his legs, and pulled a can of cola from his gaming bag. He hissed, opened the can, drank a sip, then said, "I couldn't find any clues about these new types of zombies. It seems like they haven't been widely discovered yet, or maybe all those who encountered them have perished. I've already posted queries, but we just don't know when we'll get replies." Saying this, Chaedan took another sip of cola. "That's all you found?" Brother Bo slightly frowned, looking at Chaedan. He didn't believe Chaedan spent so much time and discovered only these things. If that were true, then this forum must not contain much information. Chaedan shook his head and said, "Is that possible? If it were just these things, would it have taken so long? Now there are 4 largest refugee camps in the world: the Euro-American refugee camp, the Asian refugee camp, the European refugee camp, and the African refugee camp. Each continent has one major central refugee camp. It's rumored that as long as people on a continent know the information, they will go to their continent's main refugee camp. Of course, various major countries also have refugee camps. The Yanhuang Republic has a refugee camp with millions of people. It's now the gathering place for Yanhuang Republic survivors." After finishing these words, Chaedan paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, there is another matter you should find interesting, and that's the guild order." "The guild order?" Brother Bo was slightly startled, thinking for a moment before saying, "Could it be something like in games where you create guilds?" Chaedan nodded and said, "Didn't think Brother Bo knew about this stuff." "Yes, exactly. It's this kind of guild order, and it only appears when gamers are present. Right now, across the entire Yanhuang Republic, there are only 2 guilds, the Werewolf Guild and the Obscure Sect. The Werewolf Guild operates like guilds in games, helping others solve problems and then earning rewards, of course, the reward being food. But the tasks now aren't simple ones, and the rewards aren't small either, which is why the Werewolf Guild hasn't made much profit yet. However, it's said they're an organization composed entirely of full animancers. As for the Obscure Sect, they're all about 4 words: arson, killing, plundering. Their predecessor was actually a mercenary group, a very large mercenary group at that. At the time, they were carrying out some mission in China when the zombie outbreak happened, so they quickly banded together, making them quite sizable too. Of course, their composition includes both ordinary people and animancers, so we can't underestimate them. Finally, there's the Ministry of Soldiers. Although they haven't obtained the guild order, they still exist as a real organization. Their members? Soldiers. Yes, soldiers. The Ministry of Soldiers is still doing relatively well. Most of their work is rescuing people, relying on impressive firepower. They're considered quite strong. And right now, the Ministry of Soldiers is retreating from the periphery of the Yanhuang Republic towards inland areas. The estimated target is the Yanhuang Republic refugee camp. But, haha, who knows what the future holds? Having finished these words, Chaedan tilted his head back, guzzling down the cola, and drained the rest in one breath. Then he clenched his fist with his right hand, crushing the cola bottle, and said, "That's all. Nothing else." Brother Bo nodded, analyzing the matters Chaedan had spoken of. The flight was dull. Even though the plane wasn't slow, it still took a whole day to see the coastline of the Yanhuang Republic. Watching the coastline, Brother Bo had already planned which city to go to, and now all that was left was to wait a few more hours, and then land at the airport of that city. Qi Xiang hadn't woken up during this time. Since the space on the plane was relatively enclosed, Qi father couldn't relieve his worries by smoking, so he could only watch over Qi Xiang with Qi mother, silently praying in his heart that nothing was wrong with his son. During this period, everyone tried to comfort the couple, wanting to divert their attention, but how could these parents focus on anything else while their son remained unconscious? So, for the entire day, the two simply stared at Qi Xiang, ate little, drank little water, and even when they descended onto a small island to relieve themselves, they rushed down and hurried back up, seemingly unwilling to leave their son for a single moment. Seeing this situation, everyone fell silent and stopped trying to console the two. They could only pray for Qi Xiang. It wasn't because Qi Xiang was the strongest fighter here, but because Qi Xiang held an irreplaceable position in everyone's hearts here. Chapter 94, Searching for Fuel. Xiaobo, come here for a moment. Deshu, sitting in the pilot's seat, suddenly shouted to Bogo. Bogo walked over and asked, what's wrong? Deshu pointed at the dashboard and said, look, we're almost in the red zone. It doesn't look good. Should we find a place to land first? Bogo glanced at the dashboard and saw that the fuel gauge needle was indeed about to enter the red zone. Looking ahead, Bogo asked, where's the nearest airport here? Deshu took out a map, pointed at Hong Kong, and said, Hong Kong International Airport. This is the closest one. We should be able to make it there, but I don't know what it's like there now. Upon hearing this, Bogo furrowed his brow immediately, staring at the map in silence as he weighed the pros and cons. Bo Ge's concerns were not baseless, because Hong Kong International Airport was actually located on an island, and being near the sea represented a significant risk. At present, their only understanding of this new type of mutation came from the sea, meaning the closer to the sea, the greater the danger. Though the airport mainly had humans, and human zombies were less powerful than animal zombies, this did not mean aquatic creatures would stay out of the fray. Turning back to Qi Xiang, Bo Gu said, all right, let's go. The time for refueling should be manageable. Deshu nodded and said, okay, let's go then, everyone hold on tight. With that, Deshu moved the control stick and flew toward Hong Kong International Airport. Bogo turned around and looked at the unconscious Qi Xiang. If Qi Xiang were awake right now, Bogo would undoubtedly have gone straight to Hong Kong International Airport without much hesitation. The reason for all the contemplation was simple. With Qi Xiang's combat strength gone, it was as if this team had lost an arm. Yes, the metaphor was accurate. Qi Xiang's importance to this team was akin to the right arm of a right-handed person. Half an hour later, the helicopter arrived at its destination, Hong Kong International Airport. Bogo went to the cockpit to replace his father and observe the airport. Hong Kong International Airport was large, but now there wasn't a single aircraft left. It was clear that when the zombie outbreak occurred, all planes had already flown away, leaving behind empty runways and terminal buildings. At this point, the airport was deserted, devoid of any life. It was desolate and silent, as if it were asleep. But was it really that simple? Since the apocalypse began, Bogo and his companions had never encountered an absolutely safe place. Whether it was the power struggles in Q City or the zombie hordes in other cities, whether natural disasters or man-made calamities, as long as there were people, peace was hard to come by. After circling the area, Deshu spotted a refueling truck parked in the middle of the road. He shook his head and chose an open spot to land, saying, I wonder if there's any fuel left here. All the planes have flown away, and they probably took most of the fuel with them. Moreover, the aviation kerosene for military helicopters differs from that for civilian ones. I didn't pay much attention back then. I only learned how to fly. At this point, Deshu gave a self-deprecating laugh. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated touching a helicopter after retiring, especially not the WZ-10, which even in the military was not casually used, except by special forces who utilized it more frequently. Deshu took out a submachine gun from an alternate dimension space and said, you wait on the plane, I'll go search for fuel. Boga nodded, signaling for everyone to stay put. After watching Deshu leave the plane, Bogo made a hand seal and summoned a defensive barrier. Once Deshu descended from the plane, he also summoned a short dagger and strapped it to his waist before beginning his search while carrying the submachine gun. Aviation fuel was usually stored in tankers, so Deshu's task now was to locate a tanker that still contained fuel. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Everyone was tense, observing their surroundings, fearing the sudden appearance of a zombie. Now let us rewind time to last night, focusing on Qi Xiang. Get out of here. After Qi Xiang's explosive shout, he mobilized the Dan energy within his body to launch a massive counterattack directly against the Evil Fire's energy gathering inside him. This blow didn't go unnoticed by Evil Fire Purple Star, who was now inhabiting Qi Xiang's body. If anything happened to this body, while Evil Fire Purple Star wouldn't die, it would cause significant harm to himself. It took an immense amount of energy for Evil Fire Purple Star to form a new body, and acquiring that much energy wasn't easy. Therefore, he had no choice but to parasitize other living beings. Finding a suitable body was not easy, so Evil Fire Purple Star wouldn't let this hard-won body disappear. Earlier, Evil Fire Purple Star encountering Qi Xiang was purely due to being sealed. Otherwise, Qi Xiang would have surely endured tremendous pain. But because Evil Fire Purple Star was sealed, Qi Xiang could currently take control of the energy within his body. However, Evil Fire Purple Star had its own advantages. Decades of accumulated mental power weren't something Qi Xiang, a novice psychic, could compare with. Despite Qi Xiang's strength, in terms of foundation, Qi Xiang absolutely couldn't match Evil Fire Purple Star. The first time Evil Fire Purple Star partially awakened in Qi Xiang's body was when it began attacking the seal. Then, the mutated virus on the island became the final straw that completely woke up evil Fire Purple Star, who then started competing with Xiang for control over the body. But Xiang was truly the original owner of this body, making it far from easy to seize control. At that moment, seeing the powerful energy coming towards him, evil Fire Purple Star realized there was no way to escape. While this energy might not kill evil Fire Purple Star, the body itself couldn't withstand such an attack. Thus, at that moment, evil Fire Purple Star made a bold decision to release a protective shield using his energy at all critical points inside Xiang's body. As a result, under the impact of the Dan energy, Xiang's body wasn't significantly damaged, but the attack on evil Fire Purple Star caused all the evil fire energy inside Xiang to become chaotic and riotous. Nevertheless, since Xiang's body was protected by evil Fire Purple Star's energy, the outside world couldn't perceive Xiang's condition. For this extended period, Xiang had been fighting against the chaotic energy inside his body. Protected by the energy from evil Fire Purple Star, his body wasn't harmed. Yet both Xiang's internal energy and mental strength were gradually depleting. Gradually, Xiang felt that his energy was nearly exhausted. At the same moment, the chaotic energy had also been fully eliminated. However, both physically and mentally, Xiang had reached a stage of depletion and thus fell unconscious. Still, this didn't mean Xiang gained nothing. After evil Fire Purple Star awakened, Xiang surprisingly discovered that he could conduct inner introspection. However, busy dealing with the chaotic energy, he passed out before he could properly experience the benefits of this new ability. Deshu held a micro-submachine gun cautiously, carefully guarding against zombies while looking for the fuel tanker. Roar! A sudden roar echoed, breaking the eerie silence of the airport. Without hesitation, Deshu quickly spun around, pulled the trigger, and the submachine gun instantly let out a da-da sound as bullets fired rapidly from the muzzle, flames flickering at the gun's mouth. But the source of that sound wasn't a zombie. It was a person, yes, indeed a human, though the sound he made was indistinguishable from the scream of a zombie. Seeing Deshu shoot, the man instantly screamed strangely and rolled aside. Strangely enough, those rapidly flying bullets missed him entirely, and upon realizing it was a human, Deshu stopped firing and observed the man closely. This was a man, short-statured, about 165 centimeters tall, with a rather sunny appearance, wearing a blue tracksuit. From his rosy complexion, it seemed he had eaten fairly well during this time, at least without food shortages. However, given the sudden appearance of this person, and more so under circumstances where Deshu hadn't noticed him beforehand, caution was inevitable. Seeing Deshu cease fire, the man grinned sheepishly, stepped forward, only to realize Deshu's index finger still rested firmly on the trigger with the dark gun barrel pointing precisely at his chest. The man gave an awkward laugh, saying, friend, please don't point the gun like that. It's very dangerous, it could accidentally fire. Speaking in perfectly standard Mandarin, Deshu, hearing his words, slightly furrowed his brows and said, whether it fires or not is not your concern. Now, I'll ask you questions, and you answer them. The man glanced at the micro-submachine gun in Deshu's hand, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, I'll tell you what I know. Deshu nodded contentedly because the man had leaked him a crucial piece of information, that the other party was not a psychic, at least not someone with high defense or extreme speed abilities. Otherwise, the micro-submachine gun in his hand would have been incapable of intimidating him. Looking at the man, Deshu asked, where did you come from? The man pointed to a flipped-open manhole cover behind him, and said, there. Deshu glanced at the manhole cover and responded somewhat angrily, you'd better tell the truth. It's really there. The man defended himself. Deshu fired a shot next to the man's foot and said, kid, I'll tell you this, don't try to outsmart me. The manhole cover was closed earlier, so if you opened it, there would have been some noise, but I didn't hear anything. Do you think I'm an idiot? The man was momentarily speechless, looking at Deshu without knowing what to say. Deshu took a deep breath and continued asking, what's your name? Zhao Yang. The man answered, giving his name. Deshu nodded and further questioned, are there any other survivors here? Zhao Yang shook his head and replied, I don't know. Deshu looked around and then asked, so, are there any zombies? Zhao Yang nodded and gave a strange laugh, saying, yes, and they're quite strong. Looking at Zhao Yang, a strange unease welled up in Deshu's heart. He tightened his grip on the micro-submachine gun and asked, what's with that smile of yours? Zhao Yang shrugged and said, am I not even allowed to laugh now? Deshu glared coldly at Zhao Yang, trying to find a hint of falsehood but found none. It was all for naught as Zhao Yang's expression showed he was being sincere, yet Deshu couldn't shake the unsettling feeling growing stronger within him. Deshu took another deep breath and asked his final question, where can I find aviation fuel here? Zhao Yang shook his head and said, if you'd asked where to find food, I might know, but who knows about aviation fuel? It's neither edible nor drinkable, and there aren't any planes here anymore. With this, Zhao Yang suddenly laughed and said, unless you guys have a plane? Deshu gave a cold smirk, pressed the trigger with his right hand, and a bullet instantly struck Zhao Yang's right chest. Zhao Yang stared at Deshu incredulously, seemingly completely perplexed by why Deshu had fired and unable to comprehend what reason justified such an act. Deshu let out a cold chuckle, said nothing, and turned away, heading off into the distance. As he left, Zhao Yang's body slowly lost vitality and fell directly to the ground with a dull thud. As Deshu moved forward while scanning the surroundings, he reflected on the suspicious behavior of Zhao Yang. It was indeed peculiar how wild and unhinged Zhao Yang appeared when mentioning powerful zombies. That wasn't fear. Rather, it seemed like he relished the presence of these zombies. In the apocalypse era, everyone must be vigilant. Though Deshu was not a homicidal maniac, his stance on unknown dangers was always one of elimination before trouble could arise. Looking at the blazing sun above, Deshu's uneasiness grew increasingly stronger. Now, Deshu had only one goal: to quickly locate aviation fuel and leave. This place was simply too strange. How could such a major international airport have no people? Even if all individuals had fled via planes, it was impossible for this location to lack even one zombie. There was no way the planes here could carry off every single person from the isolation zone, so zombies should undoubtedly exist here. With small strides, Deshu searched rapidly for aviation fuel. Despite the luxurious passenger terminal and its fancy facilities, Deshu didn't feel inclined to go anywhere else. Although finding places like these was rare in the apocalypse, this wasn't the time for relaxation. After all, this wasn't a world like in those apocalyptic novels where only regular zombies existed and barricading doors meant safety. The truth was, apart from a constantly mutating virus, the current world was interconnected with other realms. Therefore, almost anything could appear on Earth, which was uncertain. What humanity needed now wasn't indulgence, but strengthening their own capabilities. Enjoyment, after all, required ensuring survival first. Of course, the last grand celebration excluded that rule. Chapter 95 Jiaoyang. Finally, in a warehouse, Uncle De smoothly found an oil tanker. Even more celebratory was the fact that the tank in this vehicle was full. Uncle De fired one shot at the car door lock, and with a gun blast, the lock was instantly shattered. With a pull, Uncle De opened the door. He leaped onto the truck and quickly connected the wires. Just like in movies, he started the engine and drove off. Uncle De didn't want to linger even for a moment in driving the oil tanker because this airport gave him a very eerie feeling, an eerie sensation that made Uncle De afraid. The oil tanker was moving along, and when it reached the position where Jiaoyang had been, Uncle De couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath as Jiaoyang's body had vanished. This meant that there was something strong on this island. The oil tanker stopped beside the helicopter. Jumping down, Uncle De began refueling the plane. As he fueled it, he told Brother Bo, who had come down from the plane, about Jiaoyang's recent events. Brother Bo stroked his chin, thought for a moment, but without offering any analysis to Uncle De, simply said 2 words, "Let's go." It wasn't that Brother Bo didn't want to analyze, but because the world was already too complicated, everything that should have appeared and shouldn't have appeared had already done so. Because of this, Brother Bo could no longer see this world through what might be considered his meager knowledge. After uttering those 2 words, Brother Bo fell silent, and Uncle De didn't know what to say either. The two became quiet. What neither of them noticed was that the sky was gradually darkening. It was noon, but instead of hanging in the middle of the sky, the sun had already moved to the west, ready to set. Hey, the sunset here is pretty beautiful. Beside them, Lin Xiaoyang jumped off the plane wanting to check how Brother Bo and Uncle De were doing, but unintentionally caught sight of the sun in the sky and couldn't help but praise it. However, this single sentence startled both Brother Bo and Uncle De. Brother Bo and Uncle De hurriedly looked at the horizon, and sure enough, the sun had already reached the west, ready to set. Brother Bo glanced at his watch in shock. The time on his watch was 12 o'clock, which meant even the length of the day had changed. Realizing this information, both Brother Bo's and Uncle Da's minds were suddenly filled with chaos as if they had been bombed. This was just incredible. Suddenly, Brother Bo thought of something and shouted hastily, "Xiaoyang, get back on the plane. Uncle Da, hurry up with the fueling. It's getting dark, big creatures are coming." These words immediately woke up Uncle Da. Nowadays, zombies don't behave only as portrayed in film and television, especially active at night or during darkness. But certain changes still occurred during nighttime, and some powerful zombies seem to be nocturnal. Roar! A sudden roar resounded, startling everyone present. Xiaodan quickly jumped off the plane, with Cold Blade and Lingxi's shield instantly appearing, eyes alert towards the direction of the sound. Brother Bo also took a defensive stance, urging Xiaoyang aboard while he prepared to form seals with his hands. Ice Moon also jumped down with her staff in hand, its gem glowing blue. At the appearance of any enemies, Ice Moon would certainly unleash a large ice spike in the first moment. Uncle Da looked at the plane's fuel tank, wanting to speed up, but knowing it was impossible. All Uncle Da could do was hope that the fueling would finish before battle commenced, since the current situation wasn't like the initial outbreak. Now, if zombies appear, none of them would be weak. Shadow Moon Slash. Xiaodan shouted loudly, swinging his left hand, releasing a purple blade of light. And Ice Moon also waved her staff, producing an ice spike flashing towards the black silhouette that had suddenly appeared. Brother Bo stared coldly at the black silhouette, ready to attack. Surprisingly, neither Xiaodan's Shadow Moon Slash nor Ice Moon's ice spike managed to produce any expected damage, hitting the figure without causing any harm or even stopping it for a moment. The shape of the shadow began to reveal itself. It stood at 1.65 meters in height, with a bright appearance, wearing a blue sportswear suit, rosy complexion. At the sight of this person, Brother Bo was instantly astonished. Wasn't this exactly as Uncle Da had described, Jiaoyang? Brother Bo's gaze slightly dropped, and he saw a wound clearly visible on Jiaoyang's right chest. The blood had stopped flowing, but the wound hadn't healed. Instead, it was hollow. Brother Bo shouted, "Are you Jiaoyang?" Hearing these words, Jiaoyang laughed as he stood where he was. Hee, I didn't expect you to still remember my name. Wait, that's not right. You aren't the person from this afternoon. Goodness, he actually told you guys. Hey, I can't believe I, Jiaoyang, am still so valuable. Speaking enigmatically, Jiaoyang stepped forward with his right foot and said, "It's all right. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of monster. I just want to ask why you shot me. All I did was tell a little lie. Was it really necessary?" Brother Bo stared at Jiaoyang, trying to spot even the tiniest flaw in him. But Jiaoyang's expression and tone of voice were exactly what he claimed. They were here to ask questions. But if you just looked at the gunshot wound on his chest, how could this be possible? Unless he wasn't human. Walking forward, Jiaoyang glanced left and right and asked, "Where's the uncle who shot me? Why isn't he around? Is he scared? Did he hide? No problem. Have him come out. I just want to ask, not fight him." Jiaoyang spoke casually, as though he wasn't asking Uncle Da why he had been shot, but rather inquiring about what Uncle Da planned to eat for dinner tonight. Brother Bo watched Jiaoyang, hands forming seals to create a defensive barrier. In front of Brother Bo formed an invisible wall. Brother Bo wasn't foolish enough to expect that this barrier would stop Jiaoyang, since he knew that was impossible unless Jiaoyang was an ordinary person. However, from appearances, Jiaoyang certainly wasn't ordinary. He might not even be human. This barrier served as a warning line. On one hand, it warned Jiaoyang that stepping beyond this point would mean being under attack. Of course, assuming Jiaoyang was capable of reasoning. Its second function was to signal Lin Xiaodan and Ice Moon. The moment the barrier broke, it would be their cue to attack. Jiaoyang kept walking and muttering complaints about how hard things had been for him lately, how he hadn't eaten well or slept well, and on top of that had been inexplicably shot. Before long, Jiaoyang had reached the position of Brother Bo's barrier. What is this?" While complaining, Jiaoyang suddenly bumped into the barrier, distorting his face as he stumbled back and touched the invisible wall in front of him. Laughing, he remarked, "Oh wow, this is quite interesting. Can't see the wall." As he said this, Jiaoyang seemed childlike, curious about new things. But then, what Jiaoyang did next definitely wasn't something a child could do. Raising his right fist, he prepared to hit the barrier to test its strength. Brother Bo, Lin Xiaodan, and Ice Moon stared at Jiaoyang, ready to attack at any moment. "F! Ow ow ow!" Jiaoyang cried out in pain 5 times over, clutching his right fist while glaring angrily at the barrier. Spreading his legs wide, his left hand resting on his waist, and his right finger pointing at the barrier, Jiaoyang exclaimed furiously, "What crap is this thing that made me so sore?" His posture carried a touch of the shrewish housewife. Despite how amusing Jiaoyang's actions were, no one present found them funny, because Jiaoyang was simply too peculiar. A body that could withstand gunfire and remain unbroken surely shouldn't also be impervious to Brother Bo's barrier, unless Jiaoyang's ability only encompassed being invincible without death. Yet, Jiaoyang's quirky demeanor also made Brother Bo's team wary, leaving them with nothing but the hope that Uncle Da would quickly finish refueling so they could leave this strange place, and far away from this bizarre man. Jiaoyang touched the barrier in front of him curiously, suddenly smiling and saying, "Oh, it turns out it's not that tough, see? One poke and it breaks." Speaking thus, Jiaoyang extended his right forefinger towards the barrier, which instantly shattered as if to confirm his claim. "Attack!" Brother Bo shouted and quickly made the seal, both the piercing barrier and the crushing barrier appearing rapidly. This crushing barrier was precisely the same kind Brother Bo had struggled to name earlier. Now, however, Brother Bo had figured it out. This crushing barrier essentially fragmented objects into dust, making them so tiny that they were nearly invisible, giving the impression of disappearance. Naturally, the crushing barrier wasn't perfect. If the enemy had strong defenses, it wouldn't work. And if the target was too large to be contained by the barrier at once and possessed monstrous regenerative powers, then the technique would also fail. At the moment, Brother Bo's techniques proved completely ineffective against Jiaoyang. Looking at the wound on Jiaoyang's body, how could anyone believe it to be either highly defensive or extremely regenerative? Nevertheless, Brother Bo's barriers couldn't affect Jiaoyang at all. As colorful attacks rained down on Jiaoyang, he merely stood there as if unaffected, watching the attackers before bursting into laughter. Between laughs, he said, "Haha, you guys are such fools. The one with the blue knife clearly has spirit vision and could have seen that I'm immune to magic, yet you still used magical attacks on me. Haha, you're truly so stupid." Clearly, the person Jiaoyang mentioned as having spirit vision was Chadan. However, Chadan didn't possess spirit vision, but rather the reconnaissance skill from his game abilities. Brother Bo waved a hand signaling to stop the attack and then asked Chadan, "Chadan, take a look at him. Is he magic immune?" Chadan quickly scanned Jiaoyang and nodded, saying, "Yes." Brother Bo slapped his forehead, somewhat frustrated, and said, "Chadan, in the future, check out the basic stats of any enemies first instead of wasting your abilities." Chadan simply nodded without saying anything. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered in Jiaoyang's eyes, and then he disappeared from Brother Bo and the other two's sight. The next moment, Jiaoyang's voice echoed behind them. "Hee, Uncle Da, how about it?" Running still, all three were startled and turned around immediately. They saw Uncle Da with his throat gripped by Jiaoyang, who had his 5 fingers tightly pressing against Uncle Da's neck. Uncle Da had just checked that the fuel tank was almost full and that they could make it to the next airport when he wanted to start the plane quickly and leave this place of trouble. But the moment Uncle Da exposed himself, he was caught by Jiaoyang. Jiaoyang sneered coldly. "You're quite merciless, aren't you? Without hesitation, you shot at a stranger, making me suffer great pain." As he spoke, Jiaoyang clenched his right hand, lifting Uncle Da up. Due to suffocation, Uncle Da began kicking wildly with his legs, but such resistance made Jiaoyang laugh even more joyfully, as if causing Uncle Da's suffering was his hobby. "Let go of him." Chadan had reacted swiftly and was now raising a freezing blade to slash toward Jiaoyang. But Jiaoyang scoffed mockingly, pulling Uncle Da in front of himself as a shield. Once Chadan spotted Uncle Da, he immediately stopped his attack, stood still on the ground, and stared icily at Jiaoyang, trying to find the slightest flaw. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in succession. 3 bullet holes appeared on Jiaoyang's stomach, while in Uncle Da's right hand appeared a large-caliber handgun, the famous Desert Eagle. Despite the strong recoil of the Desert Eagle, its power was equally formidable, and the wounds on Jiaoyang's stomach weren't small at all. Uncle Da was no ordinary man. His mentor had long instructed him that when someone chokes you, you should take advantage of the clear period of time to counterattack swiftly, aiming to weaken the opponent so they release their grip rather than struggling futilely to pry their hands off. Although his neck was being throttled, Uncle Da first experienced sheer terror since he realized his life was in Jiaoyang's control. But within an extremely short amount of time, Uncle Da regained composure, summoned the Desert Eagle, disregarding the gun's heavy recoil, chambered the rounds, and fired 3 consecutive shots directly into Jiaoyang's body. Even though Uncle Da had heard that Jiaoyang was immune to magic, this did not mean Jiaoyang was also immune to physical attacks, and it seemed Jiaoyang's physical defense was actually very weak. Jiaoyang loosened his right hand, holding his painful abdomen while staring dumbly at Uncle Da, his eyes seemingly questioning. Why did you shoot me? Uncle Da retracted the Desert Eagle and massaged his right arm with his left arm before retreating quickly. Chadan didn't hesitate either, immediately throwing a spider web towards Jiaoyang, then gripping his freezing blade as he moved in close. *% and @ This broken body, magic immunity but no magical abilities, incredibly strong physical attacks, but horribly weak physical defense. Muttering these words, Jiaoyang's figure suddenly vanished. Immediately after, Chadan felt a punch hit his stomach, and then Chadan's body flew backward. Jiaoyang now stood where Chadan had been moments ago. Sneering, Jiaoyang said, "Since you're all so ruthless, wanting to kill me, I can't hold back anymore." With that, Jiaoyang punched the ground, which instantly showed yellow earth-like runes, followed by Jiaoyang roaring, "Fist technique, Overlord Fist." Chapter 96, The Shoes on Ease. The ground cracked rapidly, and the asphalt pavement curled towards Jiaoyang's right fist, enveloping it into a giant fist. Then, Jiaoyang lifted his right fist, which was now larger than a car, and sneered coldly. "This is the price you will pay." Jiaoyang pushed off the ground with his right foot, rushing toward the group. His disproportionately large right fist struck directly at Chengdan. Ugh! Seeing the massive fist rushing toward him, Chengdan wordlessly held up the Lingxi shield in front of him. After all, Chengdan had no confidence in dodging this attack, so he could only endure it. However, Chengdan obviously underestimated Jiaoyang's strength. With one punch, Chengdan was hurled into the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Lingxi shield in his hand was completely shattered, and the cold blade fell nearby, lying on the ground. Jiaoyang looked at Chengdan, who had been thrown dozens of meters away by him. Feeling that his right fist was somewhat heavy, he placed it on the ground and said to the few people in front of him, "I'll ask one question now. Why did you hit me?" Jiaoyang's voice carried a tone of anger, clearly showing that Jiaoyang had already been provoked. Having been shot 4 times by Uncle Da, those 3 shots from Desert Eagle still hurt, and this time Jiaoyang was truly furious. "So tell us, why were you here?" Bo Gu said coldly as he stared straight into Jiaoyang's eyes without any fear. As their eyes locked, the killing intent between them intensified. "Cough, cough. Who injured our young Master Dan like this?" A familiar voice resounded, and even before Bo Gu and the others could react, Jiaoyang was sent flying by a single punch, landing directly beside Chengdan. A familiar figure now stood where Jiaoyang had been just moments ago. It was Qi Xiang, who had been unconscious for a long time. Qi Xiang stretched lazily, smiled and said, "Hee, I overslept. Just woke up. Sorry if that bothers you." Seeing Qi Xiang like this, the group seemed to have gained a mainstay. The 3 of them looked at Qi Xiang with something extra in their eyes. Qi Xiang called out to Lin Xiaoyang on the plane behind. "Xiaoyang, keep an eye on Dasuka and Tax. Make sure my parents don't get hurt." Rest assured, brother Qi Xiang." Lin Xiaoyang's voice came through, soft but extraordinarily firm. Qi Xiang looked at Jiaoyang, who he had sent flying earlier. He pushed off the ground with his right foot and rushed forward. Arriving near Chengdan and Jiaoyang, he squatted down and patted Chengdan's face, saying, "Hey, Chengdan, are you dead yet? You haven't died yet. Cough, cough. How can I die?" Chengdan forced a smile while answering, but because of his injuries, he still coughed out blood. Qi Xiang shook his head and shoved his healing pills into Chengdan's mouth, saying, "You idiot. When has it ever mattered that you're so stubborn? Even if I haven't died, how can you die? Humph, looking forward to my death are you?" After saying this, Qi Xiang stood up, turned around, and summoned the Soul Devourer's sword, pointing its tip at Jiaoyang's neck. Qi Xiang smirked coldly. "Hey, you seem strong, but it turns out you're just a showy pillow, all appearance and no substance." Saying this, Qi Xiang swung the Soul Devourer's sword in his hand, emitting a purple light blade that directly crushed Jiaoyang's right fist. The asphalt and rocks wrapped around Jiaoyang's right fist were instantly shattered, revealing its original form. Jiaoyang's expression was now very complex as he looked at the man holding the knife. No, the youth. Jiaoyang sensed an authority of power in him, but not the arrogance often associated with such power. Instead, it felt more like a powerful wanderer doing things according to his mood and preferences. In fact, this was exactly what Qi Xiang represented at the moment. Jiaoyang gave a bitter laugh and said, "It's my bad luck meeting you this time. Kill or maim me as you wish, but I'm still curious. Why did you attack me?" Xiang scratched his head with his left hand, puzzled, and said, "Attack you? Who attacked you?" At this moment, Cheng Dan's voice sounded. "Brother Xiang, Uncle Da met this guy while looking for fuel and thought it was strange, so he shot and killed him, resulting in retaliation, right? Look at the 4 bullet wounds on his stomach. They are all Uncle Da's doing." Xiang nodded, examining the 4 unhealed bullet wounds on Jiaoyang's abdomen, arousing some interest. He asked, "Hey, how come you didn't die after getting shot? Are you kidding me? I may not be great at physical defense, but I'm still part of the Colin clan. Not that easy to kill." Colin clan. Xiang looked at Jiaoyang with a face full of doubts, and Cheng Dan threw a reconnaissance spell towards Jiaoyang. Looking at his profile, Cheng Dan said, "The Colin clan, a race from another world continent, possess a magic immunity talent and powerful physical attacks. Their bizarre combat techniques make their strength rank high among the groups. But the biggest weakness of the Colin clan is that they can't use magic at all, and their physical defense and recovery abilities are poor. Still, the Colin clan is a race with extremely strong vitality. Unless you hit their vital spots, it's hard to kill one of them." Xiang appeared as if he had suddenly understood something as he stared at Jiaoyang and said, "Are you serious? This guy comes from another world continent? I've never seen anyone from another world continent before. But this fellow looks quite like us. 1 nose, 2 eyes. While saying this, Xiang bent down and pinched Jiaoyang's mouth and exclaimed again, "My God, even the skin texture feels just like humans. The Colin clan is really so similar to humans." Jiaoyang spat in annoyance and said, "TSK, who wants to compare with you guys? You're so weak. Aside from being competitive and ambitious, what else do you have?" Xiang wasn't bothered by Jiaoyang's words as he gazed at him and replied, "Indeed, but you shouldn't generalize either. Like me, I'm human too, but didn't I knock you out with 1 punch?" At this remark, Jiaoyang scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Oh, it was all my negligence. It definitely won't happen next time." Bo Gu and the other 2 stood there dumbfounded watching Xiang, Cheng Dan, and Jiaoyang chat together. Cheng Dan was now lying down because of his wound and couldn't stand up. Xiang still held a knife threateningly at Jiaoyang, while Jiaoyang compliantly lay on the ground. Despite this, the 3 of them were laughing happily, making them look less like enemies and more like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Boga left with Ice Moon and Uncle Da to return to the helicopter with a black line crossing his face. Since Xiang was here, anything else that might come up wouldn't be an issue anymore. Xiang looked at Jiaoyang and said, "Hey, kid, you're called Jiaoyang, right? What are you doing here?" Upon hearing these words, Jiaoyang seemed unhappy about being called a kid by Xiang and retorted, "I am not a kid. I am 38 years old this year, already an adult." Then he continued, "Do you think I want to be here? We have to find food and drinks everywhere we go, and the air is terrible here. It's nothing like our Yaxki continent, which is much better. Although we have beastmen over there, they're also scary, but compared to those half-man, half-ghost creatures you've got here, they're no match." After finishing his sentence, Jiaoyang sighed deeply. Xiang retracted the Soul Devourer's sword and turned around to support Cheng Dan, his back facing Jiaoyang as he said, "Hey, kid, if you have nowhere to go, just follow me." Jiaoyang's face lit up with a wise smile, neither foolish nor sarcastic, and with a soft sound of acknowledgement, he stood up. As he had mentioned, although his gun wounds hurt, they could not truly harm his core, allowing him to walk without any problem. Xiang glanced at Jiaoyang and asked, "Jiaoyang, are your injuries okay?" Jiaoyang shook his head and said, "It's fine. Though we of the Colin clan may have low physical defenses, such minor injuries don't bother me much. The only issue is that it may take longer to recover." Xiang nodded, understandingly yet vaguely, and said, "Unfortunately, I don't have much elixir power inside me, or I could at least increase your recovery speed with it." Jiaoyang looked at Xiang in surprise, as if Xiang had revealed some stunning fact. Jiaoyang remained lost in astonishment, not listening to what Xiang said or paying attention to where he was going. Ouch! Jiaoyang snapped out of his astonishment and pressed his head against the helicopter in front of him, feeling relieved that no lump had formed. He then heard Ice Moon whispering softly, "Xiang, why did you bring him back?" Then Xiang's voice echoed, "What? Direction-wise, this guy may have extraordinary strength, but his thoughts aren't that different from ours. He's easy to get along with. Hey, Jiaoyang, what are you still doing on the ground? Why so restrained? Come on up." And as he spoke, Jiaoyang felt someone grabbing his shoulder, pulling his entire body onto the plane. Ice Moon's voice was very quiet, almost like whispering, but Jiaoyang's ears were very sharp, so she didn't manage to escape his notice. Xiang, on the other hand, spoke with his usual boisterous personality, loudly voicing out without any intention of being discreet. Therefore, everyone on the plane heard every single word crystal clear. After boarding the plane, Jiaoyang sheepishly smiled. Seeing so many people on the aircraft, he seemed a bit shy and didn't know what to do after laughing. He ended up looking at the ground with his right foot tapping it, acting like a little girl, showing no resemblance to his earlier battle demeanor. Haha. Seeing Jiaoyang's behavior, Xiang was the first to laugh, followed by Cheng Dan. Young people don't generally hold such trivial matters in high regard. Furthermore, as Jiaoyang had put it, though he possessed great strength, he was slow-witted, just like now when he resembled a bashful girl. To avoid worrying their elders, no one informed them about Jiaoyang's situation. Moreover, during the previous fight, Lin Xiaoyang had blocked the window to prevent the 6 parents from seeing. Therefore, the group thought they were rescuing survivors. Despite the 4 gunshot wounds on Jiaoyang's abdomen being disturbingly visible, these 6 parents understood that this was the end times, and everything was possible, so they didn't ask too many questions. They just smiled kindly. Ice Moon glanced at Jiaoyang without saying anything and pulled Lin Xiaoyang aside for a private conversation. Bogu kindly smiled and sat down in the co-pilot seat, saying nothing more. Uncle De furrowed his brows slightly, looking worried. From leaving the plane to search for fuel until now, Uncle De had been feeling uneasy, a warrior's intuition signaling danger, and this sensation hadn't faded. With meaningful intent, Uncle De glanced at Jiaoyang before sitting down in the pilot's seat and said, "Everyone, get ready, we're about to leave." Upon hearing that they would take off soon, Qixiang quickly pulled Jiaoyang and Cheng Dan to sit down, constantly asking Jiaoyang about the Yaxi continent where he had previously lived. Of course, Qixiang also mentioned things about Earth from time to time. As a result, the three of them occasionally burst into laughter. It goes without saying that Qixiang and Cheng Dan were in the prime of their youth, full of vitality. And regarding Jiaoyang, despite being 38 years old, as he had said, 38 merely signified adulthood in his race, an age still filled with playfulness. Therefore, even though the three had little common language, they found numerous topics due to their similar mental ages. As Uncle De skillfully switched on various controls, the helicopter's rotor blades slowly started spinning and rapidly gained speed in no time. The wind generated by the helicopter's propeller lifted all the dust on the ground. The long untended ground was covered with a thick layer of dust, which now swirled around in the air, creating an overwhelming dusty scene. Qixiang inadvertently glanced out the window, suddenly contracting his pupils. He immediately ran to the airplane door, opened it, and jumped out. Qixiang's sudden action caught everyone's attention on the plane. At this moment, Jiaoyang and Cheng Dan jumped out without hesitation because they all saw two green glowing dots rushing toward them. Just as Uncle De was about to stop the helicopter to find out what was happening, Cheng Dan flew back, crashing into the plane with a dull thud, worsening his already injured body and causing him to faint immediately. At this point, the airport erupted with angry roars, the familiar animal-like shouts that everyone present had heard before, and they knew exactly what it meant. Zombies. Damn it. Uncle De punched the window, finally understanding the source of his unease. It was the creature outside. Bogu unfastened his seatbelt and shouted, "All combat personnel, get off the plane. Prepare for battle. Uncle De, you and Xiaoyang stay on the plane. Xiaoyang, use your clones to bring Cheng Dan back up." With that, Bogu leapt out, and Ice Moon followed suit without hesitation. As for Uncle De and Lin Xiaoyang, Uncle De took out a submachine gun from another dimension space and stood at the plane's door, while Lin Xiaoyang created two clones to assist Cheng Dan outside. Now, the fighting had commenced outside. Clashes sounded continuously. Purple light soared towards the clouds, clearly showing Qixiang's dual flames. In the firelight, the silhouette of the dangerous figure was exposed. Chapter 97, The Freezer. As the dust settled, a 3-meter-tall zombie was seen fighting against Qixiang and Jiaoyang. This zombie wasn't special in any way except for its size and perhaps its eyes. Eyes that gleamed with an eerie green light in the darkness. But oddly enough, these eyes were no bigger than mung beans. Imagine this, a 3-meter-tall person, or rather, a 3-meter-tall zombie, with two tiny green eyes on its face. It was surely a sight to behold. Qixiang's soul bite blade blazed with fierce flames as he slashed at the zombie. Though Qixiang's internal Danny force had dwindled considerably, there were still Grandpa Da's Danyu pills to rely on. Each pill from Grandpa carried a great deal of energy within. Although using Danyu pills to convert energy may seem somewhat corrupt, given the situation they were in, it was an unavoidable choice. Even though Qixiang didn't want to use the ability of Purple Star Evil Fire, since its evil fire wasn't exactly considered righteous power, which might accidentally consume someone's heart, causing significant changes in one's temperament, let alone making things more advantageous for Purple Star Evil Fire when the evil fire grew stronger, he simply couldn't help but utilize this power now. Although Qixiang could also use his Holy Light Gun powered by Danny Force, the attack strength of the Holy Light Gun was far inferior compared to the Soul Bite Blade. Despite the Holy Light Gun having purifying abilities towards enemies, enhancing attacks specifically aimed at dark creatures like zombies, it still paled in comparison to the Soul Bite Blade when it came down to pure attack power. As Qixiang swung his burning sword at the zombie, he recalled the known types of zombies that Cheng Dan had told him about. However, the zombie in front of him clearly did not match any of those descriptions. Because this zombie lacked the unique aura belonging to Lord Zombies such as Dao Zhan, yet its combat strength remained just as formidable. With a powerful kick, Qixiang sent the zombie stumbling back 3 meters and blocked Zhao Liang, who wanted to join the fight. He asked coldly, "Hey, zombie, what kind of zombie are you? Why do you possess the strength of a Lord Zombie?" "Ho ho," responded the zombie surprisingly, speaking in human language and spitting out a highly hurtful phrase often found on the internet. Then it said, "Lord Zombie? Big deal. I'm a freer." After saying that, the zombie brought down its right hand, smashing the ice hammer flying toward itself into pieces. It then delivered a spinning kick to shatter Brother Bo's sharp thorn barrier and pointed viciously at Brother Bo and Bingwe, saying, "Listen up, you two. While the boss is talking here, try messing around again and I'll rip your heads off." As if to reinforce the point, the zombie made a twisting neck gesture with its hands. "Freer?" Qixiang stared at the zombie before asking further, "Do you have a name?" "Name?" The zombie paused for a moment, questioning curiously, "How did you know high-class zombies have names?" "I once met a lord not too far from here. His name was Dao Zhan." Recalling his previous encounter with Dao Zhan, Qixiang involuntarily felt a twinge of nostalgia creep through his mind. The zombie chuckled lightly, replying, Didn't expect you to be so strong despite appearances, huh? You managed to escape from a zombie lord. My name is Tak. You deserve to know my name. But let me tell you, I am far beyond the likes of mere zombie lords. Immediately after finishing the sentence, Tak dashed forward so fast Qi hadn't even realized it until Tak's right fist already landed squarely on Zhao Yang's abdomen, flinging him away. A whooshing sound swept past as Tak planted his right leg onto Qi throat, while Qi barely blocked his neck with his soul bite blade, escaping disaster. Yet, the impact left Qi near fainting as his body knelt halfway, the sensation anything but comfortable. Tak snorted coldly, increasing the pressure of his leg again. Standing 3 meters tall, Tak's legs spanned nearly 2 meters each, currently pressed onto Qi neck, resembling how a grown-up would bully a child. Bo Ji's piercing barrier along with Bing Yu's freezing spikes repeatedly struck Tak, only for all of their attacks to vanish with a flick of his hand. Such overwhelming defensive prowess was unprecedented. It's been quite some time since someone hit me this hard, said Tak breathlessly, chuckling afterwards. Zhao Liang rose from the ground, brushing off dust from his clothes. No one heard his words nor noticed that his right arm transformed into an energetic shape, spinning incessantly. Emperor technique, spiral charge, Zhao Liang bellowed, his voice shaking the clouds, reverberating within everyone present. All anyone saw was Zhao Yang's right arm turning into a drill, accompanied by purple lightning plunging directly into the innards of Tak, the free zombie. After all, the defensive Tak everyone had witnessed firsthand was undeniably impressive. However, this single blow from Zhao Yang, only a single blow, ripped open a gaping hole in Tak's abdomen. This terrifying offensive power left everyone dumbfounded in awe. However, everyone knew that if a zombie wasn't killed by a headshot, it wouldn't die. Even if only the head was left, it would still attempt to fiercely attack you. Apparently, Zhao Yang didn't know this fact. After tearing a gaping hole in Tak's abdomen, his right fist returned to its original form, and he retreated, looking at Tak. Then, Tak's angry punch sent Zhao Yang flying. At the very moment of being struck, Zhao Yang couldn't figure out why opening such a big hole in this giant's body had not caused any visible injury, but instead resulted in a powerful counterattack. With a boom, Zhao Yang hit the ground again, creating a dent. But what was suspicious was that Zhao Yang claimed to have poor physical defense, yet his skill in making craters like these wasn't bad at all. 2 large craters created within moments, with no apparent issue. But now there was no one who would care about such matters. Everyone's focus remained on the powerful zombie calling itself a freer. Hey, get up! Qi shouted fiercely, shaking his body violently to try and throw Tak off himself, but it did not yield the desired result. Tak laughed smugly. Do you think I'm like those lords that rely on mob tactics to win? Let me tell you, a freer means an individual power stronger than them all. While saying this, Tak attempted to add more force, but suddenly he felt his body move and fly into the air. This was courtesy of Taku. Qi stood up from the ground, massaging his neck, and said harshly, "Shit, how dare you press so hard on me? Dasika, Taku, give him a beating." Speaking of which, Qi already rushed forward with his machete, his momentum as if nothing had happened just before when Tak had pressed his neck underfoot. In a flash of light, Qi soul bite blade transformed into a holy light gun. Roaring fiercely, Qi exclaimed, "Come give me your life." Bang bang bang. This man and the zombie fought each other furiously, while Bo Gu and Bing Yue continued their ranged attacks along with Dasika and Taku, 2 magical beasts. Although Tak was powerful, he was not invincible. Qi holy light gun stabbed and whipped intermittently. While these attacks could not deal fatal blows to Tak, Qi never intended to kill Tak alone by himself. Instead, he chose a tactic of circling around, allowing those skilled in ranged attacks to take care of this giant. With a roar, Tak's right punch slammed into Qi chest. Qi hurriedly placed the holy light gun in front of his chest, but even so, he was thrown back several meters. Though blood was not spat, the sensation of pain in his chest was palpable. Before Qi could react, Tak charged toward Dasika, the reason being that for half the battle, Dasika had been attacking most aggressively. Even though Tak, as a zombie, lacked a sense of pain, he could still feel the damage done to his body. Moreover, zombies at the level of freers or lords already possessed intelligence. While they might not comprehend complex theories, they certainly understood the principle of eliminating first the one who attacked them hardest. A wolf's cry sounded as Dasika charged forward fearlessly to meet Tak. Someone once described this situation as having a copper head, iron bones, and tofu waist. This analogy highlighted the hardness of a wolf's head. And since Dasika belonged to the bloodline of the Moon Wolf King, his head certainly wasn't much softer. Looking at the rushing Dasika, Tak's face showed a contemptuous expression. Though Tak had not sustained lethal wounds at this point, chunks of flesh had come undone across his entire body, especially the large hole in his abdomen, making his condition look extremely terrifying. Additionally, his face had taken heavy hits, so his smile now carried an unnerving effect. But Tak was mistaken. Before Tak's right fist touched Dasika's entire body flipped abruptly, landing behind Tak. Then, tens of wind blades erupted from Dasika's mouth, all accurately striking Tak's body. Dasika's attack was not yet over. After the 10 wind blades struck Tak's body, his loss of balance caused him to fall directly onto the ground. Then Dasika swung his wolf claws, extended by wind elemental energy. Several long, sharp wolf claw strikes left noticeable marks on Tak's body. Before Tak could stand up again, Zhao Liang attacked once more. This time, Zhao Liang's knee rammed directly into Tak's head. Truly enough, Zhao Liang got lucky here, and Tak's head exploded instantly upon being struck, splitting open like a watermelon. Tak looked at the motionless body on the ground, kicking it once and shouting, "Hey, you big brute. Aren't you tough? Get up and fight me for another 300 rounds. Xiong watched Zhao Liang with a twitching corner of his mouth. While not understanding where Zhao Liang had picked up the phrase, fight for another 300 rounds, his strength alone had left everyone present astonished. They all weren't strangers to attacking Tak's head, yet even Xiong's soulbite blade could barely cut through it slightly. Yet, Zhao Liang managed something incredible. Just a knee strike was enough to blow Tak's head apart. Such powerful offensive ability left everyone in awe. The crowd gathered around Zhao Liang, lavishing him with praise, but he waved them off impatiently, saying, "It's no big deal." Then he proceeded to desecrate Tak's corpse. Finally, after 20 minutes, Zhao Liang's anger toward Tak had dissipated, allowing everyone to finally board the plane. Regarding Zhao Liang's formidable combat prowess, the group remained silent, recognizing that if he didn't want to speak about it, there must be a reason. So long as it didn't harm anyone, there was no need to pry further. As for asking about withdrawing the request concerning the freer Guan Yu, Deshu mentioned that this time, he would remain unconscious for several hours. Thus, the matter was left alone. Chapter 98, Blackworms, Part 1. The plane didn't stop, flying directly to its destination. Since the fuel issue had been resolved, the group no longer planned to visit the city with the airport. After a discussion between Xiong and Bo Gu, the plane's target was changed to a second-tier city in Dongguan Province. At the center square of W City, as the sound of the propellers gradually slowed, a helicopter landed slowly on the square. As soon as the door of the plane opened, a dark shadow jumped down, stretched lazily, and sighed. "Ah, it's still better to be on land. I almost suffocated on the plane." It was none other than Cha Dan who had awakened. Cha Dan's body was evidently healthier than Deshu had anticipated, waking up early and recovering nearly fully after consuming Deshu's pill. Restless by nature, Cha Dan found himself bored on the plane. Xiong leapt down from the plane and called out, "Hey, Cha Dan, are you slacking off again? Go check the surroundings and grab a map." Xiong patted Daska's big head beside him while giving orders to Cha Dan with authority. Cha Dan rolled his eyes at Xiong, waved his right hand, and a hexagram appeared. The blade zombie emerged from the hexagram. Then, Cha Dan controlled the blade zombie to investigate the terrain. Of course, Cha Dan remained standing where he was, only controlling the blade zombie. This was something Cha Dan had discovered. Summoners could control zombies, transferring their thoughts into the zombie. Still, this was limited to zombies, as Cha Dan once tried it with small animals he captured, but even rabbits wouldn't work. Xiong casually summoned a submachine gun and fired warning shots into the sky. Since ammunition wasn't a scarce resource for Cha Dan's group, Xiong emptied 2 magazines without retrieving them from the ground, clearly not intending to keep them. Deshu picked up the empty magazines from the ground and stored them in his dimensional space, then gave Xiong a gentle smack on the head, scolding him with a laugh. "You brat, I told you to conserve, but you didn't listen. These things will be rare later." Xiong stuck out his tongue and said, "There's no helping it. I have too many magazines. Let a couple go. Besides, there are some creatures that bullets can't solve, right?" Deshu looked helplessly at Xiong and said, "What if regular people fought regular zombies with guns? Sure, there may be battles among powerful individuals, but doesn't mean there isn't a battle among cannon fodder, right?" Hort. A roar interrupted their conversation, followed swiftly by more roars. Xiong glanced at those already out of the plane, all combat personnel, while the 6 elders and Lin Xiaoyang remained aboard the helicopter. Xiong smiled and said, "All right, everyone, prepare to act." Xiong's previous shooting into the air wasn't just idle amusement, it served a real purpose. Because zombies were very sensitive to loud noises, firing like this wouldn't attract all zombies globally, but it would clear out all zombies within a certain radius. Xiong and his companions weren't ordinary mortals in this apocalyptic world engaging in physical combat against zombies. They were genuine psychics. At least currently, the number of people around the globe who could match them was countable on one hand. Moreover, it was almost impossible to assemble a team as well-rounded as theirs, capable of close combat, ranged attacks, and medical support. Therefore, such a style of warfare was certainly something few would dare attempt now. Seeing more and more zombies approaching, Xiong narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, looks like something new is happening." After saying this, Xiong pointed to the approaching zombies and asked, "Have you noticed anything? These zombies move much faster. It seems the virus has mutated again." "No, it's not a mutation of the virus," Cha Dan interjected, adding, "Each zombie's name has a parenthesis behind it, with complete form written inside." Complete form zombies? Hearing Cha Dan's description, everyone questioned him. Because Cha Dan's words couldn't possibly come without reason, they were answers provided by the system. Cha Dan nodded and replied, "Yes, but don't worry, the values of these zombies are still pretty low, nothing above level 5. Just kill them." Though Cha Dan said this, every person present except Zhao Liang felt an undercurrent of unease deep within their hearts. The unknown always brought fear. Xiong summoned the soul-devouring blade and laughed. "All right, it's time to put these zombies to the test and see how strong they really are." With that, Xiong dashed forward and plunged into the crowd of zombies. Like a wolf among tigers, the surrounding zombies were utterly unable to harm Xiong, who was enveloped in devouring flames. Meanwhile, Xiong's every strike with the soul-devouring blade effortlessly severed the zombies. A mere slash of his blade was enough to cut them in half at the waist. Although being cut in half isn't fatal for zombies, it effectively robbed them of their basic fighting ability. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. While Chi-seong was immersed in the slaughter, Che-dan shouted, "Seong-go, watch out." Chi-seong turned around just in time to see a black, unidentified object about the size of a fist hurtling toward his face. Without hesitation, Chi-seong slashed with the soul-devouring blade and knocked it away. Upon closer inspection, Chi-seong realized it was a black insect, a sight that truly startled him. An insect as big as a fist wasn't exactly common. But this wasn't the most shocking part. All the zombies that had been cut in half began to howl, attempting to grab and bite Chi-seong. From their lower halves, black worms began to crawl out. The number of these insects grew rapidly. Before long, there were already dozens of them. And when Chi-seong killed one of these worms, black liquid flowed from its body onto the ground, producing white smoke and sizzling sounds. It was clearly highly corrosive. Seeing the situation escalating, Chi-seong wasted no time and jumped out of the fray, activating the devouring cyclone. The devouring cyclone, resembling a fiery dragon, obliterated all the zombies and worms without leaving even a trace behind. As more and more zombies gathered around, Chi-seong shouted, "Everyone get back on the plane. Bo-go, activate the barrier. I'll take care of clearing the area." After saying this, Chi-seong didn't hesitate, quickly slaying zombie after zombie. Che-dan and the others didn't delay either and promptly boarded the helicopter. They knew that while Chi-seong could handle these zombies with ease, for them it would be much more difficult, not because of the zombies, but because of those black worms. The only person on the scene capable of eradicating enemies so thoroughly was Chi-seong. A few days passed without updates, yet there were 2 extra eggs now. What's going on? Chapter 99, The Black Bugs, Part 2. Buzz. For some unknown reason, strange sounds started echoing here, as if something was calling out, but no one could figure out what exactly the sound came from. However, this noise wasn't pleasant at all, making people's heads hurt. Chi-seong let out a cry and struck his head with his right fist forcefully. Yet, Chi-seong's head buzzed on, as if bugs were relentlessly colliding inside his brain, causing him unbearable discomfort. As for the people on the plane, they felt even worse. Those with weaker constitutions had already passed out. Now, only Che-dan, Bo-gu, Bingyu, and Jia Liang remained conscious. Perhaps due to their extraordinary mental strength, these 3 hadn't fallen unconscious yet, though they still suffered greatly, wishing for a brick to knock themselves out. As for Jia Liang, it seemed like he felt absolutely nothing from the sound. He stood there, his eyes darting around as if searching for something. Snap! In the throes of headache, Chi-seong swung his knife and split a black bug flying toward him into 2 halves. There were no longer any zombies around now, but instead, numerous black bugs filled the area. These bugs were not small, with even the smallest ones being the size of a fist, while many were as big as human heads. As Chi-seong watched the encircling bugs closing in gradually, he wanted to attack, but due to the excruciating headache, even defending himself became a challenge. With Chi-seong kneeling half down, breathing heavily as the black bugs approached closer and closer, a flash of blue light appeared. A beam of blue light streaked over Chi-seong's head, hitting far away and immediately blossoming into a blue flower. Turning his head, Chi-seong saw that the source of the light was none other than Jia Liang. Moreover, the buzzing sound was entirely silenced by Jia Liang's attack. Shaking his head, although Chi-seong still experienced considerable pain, without the buzz, it already improved a great deal. Jia Liang gave a faint smile, saying, "Don't be surprised, this isn't magic. In your Yin Huang language, we should call it inner energy." "Yeah, that's correct, inner energy." Chi-seong bitterly laughed. "Holy crap, big brother, you're way too powerful." Jia Liang shrugged, saying, "There's nothing I can do. Who made me a genius?" After uttering this line, Jia Liang let out a smug laugh. Chi-seong turned around, looking at the black bugs and revealing a cold smirk on his lips, holding his soul-devouring blade horizontally and saying, "You insects, come give me your lives." As soon as he spoke, the swallowing cyclone reappeared, and the purple vortex swept across the road, killing one bug after another. Jia Liang shook his arms, looked at the direction he hit earlier, and leapt forward impulsively. Taking a deep breath, Chi-seong sheathed his soul-devouring blade. There were no longer any black bugs on the ground. To his surprise, these bugs contained extremely high energy. With every bug consumed, his Dan force increased. Walking toward the helicopter, simultaneously, Jia Liang returned dragging an enormous black bug. Chi-seong was startled upon seeing it because this bug was nearly as large as a small car. On its body was a wound the size of a large bowl that penetrated through its body, clearly indicating that this was the bug Jia Liang had killed before. Staring at the bug, Chi-seong couldn't help asking, "Jia Liang, is this?" Jia Liang grinned. "Oh, this might be the Bug King." "Oh yeah." As he said this, Jia Liang extended his right hand, and the seemingly hard shell of the black bug gave way like tofu, offering no resistance against Jia Liang's hand. Jia Liang extracted a black pearl from the bug's body, laughing and saying, "This thing has a ton of energy. Unfortunately, it's inedible, or I'd just eat it myself. Hey, here you go." Saying this, Jia Liang directly tossed the black pearl to Chi-seong. Without hesitation, Chi-seong accepted the black pearl. The corrosion flame burned fiercely as he watched the pearl slowly shrinking in his hand. Chi-seong couldn't help marveling how truly remarkable this pearl was. Looking at the dead black bug, Chi-seong asked, "What about this corpse? We certainly can't use it as food, right?" Jia Liang chuckled mischievously, and his hands began moving rapidly. Chi-seong couldn't make out how Jia Liang's hands were precisely working. All he noticed was the black bug's shell gradually peeling off, revealing the black bug meat beneath. The sight of this bug meat was unappealing, and it smelled worse. A putrid stench emanated from the meat, identical to the smell of a corpse. However, within half a minute, Zhao Yang stopped his actions, holding a piece of black armor, laughing and saying, "Huh, how about that? My craftsmanship isn't bad, right?" Qi Xiang examined the black armor in Zhao Yang's hand. Its design was very simple and plain, yet when Qi Xiang touched it, he discovered that the shell, which had been as soft as tofu in Zhao Yang's hands, was incredibly hard. Even Qi Xiang dared not claim his punch, strong enough to break stones, could shatter this shell. Looking at the armor, Qi Xiang asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Zhao Yang pointed at the helicopter and said, "This is for Che Dan. It can also be considered as a gift for you all." Qi Xiang nodded, mentioned Che Dan who took the armor, said thank you, then jumped onto the helicopter. As Zhao Yang looked at Qi Xiang on the helicopter, his teeth suddenly became sharp, and 5 long fingers grew long claws. Then, like a wild beast, Zhao Yang tore at and chewed the bug meat. After Qi Xiang got on the helicopter, he looked at the pale faces of the others and laughed. "Haha, you guys are too weak." After saying this, Qi Xiang pulled Che Dan up from the ground, silently put the armor on him, and then, satisfied, watched Che Dan and smiled. "Haha, Zhao Yang's craftsmanship is truly great." "Qi Xiang, what is this armor?" Bo Gu asked from the side, but from his voice, it was clear that Bo Gu was still somewhat weak. Qi Xiang responded with an "oh," pointing to Zhao Yang outside the window, and said, "Zhao Yang made it from the bug's shell." Everyone looked toward Zhao Yang and saw him squatting on the ground with bug meat in front of him, not knowing exactly what he was doing. They didn't linger their attention on Zhao Yang and returned to their positions to rest, since the headache caused by the buzzing sound earlier had yet to fully subside. Squatting on the ground, Zhao Yang chewed mouthfuls of bug meat while a trace of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. But immediately, Zhao Yang returned to his original state. Standing up, Zhao Yang patted the dirt off his body, grabbed one leg of the black bug, spun around, and threw it with great force. Immediately, the black bug streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Yang, looking at the bug flying into the distance, licked his lips and walked towards the direction of the helicopter. His teeth and fingers also returned to their original form. Chapter 100, Black Bugs, Part 3. Che Dan looked at the armor on his body, furrowing his brow slightly, and complained with a look of disdain. "Xianggu, this thing is passable to look at, but it smells terrible." Qi Xiang laughed heartily and gave Che Dan a punch, saying, "You're really ungrateful, kid. This thing is meant to save your life, and you're complaining. Smelly? If it's smelly, just spray some perfume on it." Saying this, Qi Xiang suddenly wrinkled his brows, quickly stepped back, and covered his nose, saying, "Damn, how can the shell of these bugs smell so bad?" Che Dan looked at Qi Xiang with an expressionless face and said, "Come on, Xianggu, didn't you smell it before? What's wrong with your nose?" Qi Xiang responded, "Nonsense, I was too happy to notice before," and then jumped out of the plane, only to suffer another setback. When Qi Xiang jumped down from the plane, he wanted to breathe in some fresh air, but one breath almost made him fall to the ground because the smell was so foul. It was like the concentrated stench of 100 toilets. Now Qi Xiang had only one question. How did these bugs grow so big, and why were they so incredibly smelly? Taking out a gas mask from an alternate space and putting it on, Qi Xiang leaned against the plane, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. Looking at the clean square and thinking how much he wanted to drag, Qi was zixing out and asked why swallowing fire couldn't consume gas. Returning to the plane, Qi Xiang saw a group of people trying to hold back their laughter. He waved his hand and said, "If you want to laugh, go ahead." Damn, I don't know why my nose is so sensitive to bad smells. Even though I've turned down my sense of smell, I still can't stand it. Ha ha. As soon as those words left Qi Xiang's mouth, the scene burst into laughter. Che Dan clutched his stomach and laughed. Ha ha, Xianggu, you look great with that gas mask on. Behind the gas mask, Qi Xiang's mouth corners twitched repeatedly. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he still wanted to ask, is it really that funny? Now, Che Dan and Bing Yu were laughing uncontrollably. Zhao Yang was smiling while looking at Qi Xiang, and Bo Gu and Shu had expressions that Qi Xiang couldn't criticize. They were trying not to laugh even though they clearly wanted to. Qi Xiang glanced at the unconscious people on the ground and said irritably, "All right, stop laughing. Carry them away. Let's find a motel and rest properly." "Okay, let's follow what our mask guy says." In a hotel room, all 3 of Qi Xiang's groups chose a triple room to rest in, with Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang sharing a room, and Shu sharing with Zhao Yang. The entire hotel had been cleared of zombies by Che Dan, and Bo Gu had enclosed the whole building with a barrier. At least for now, the hotel was very safe. Inside Shu and Zhao Yang's room, Shu was lying on the bed looking at the ceiling when he asked Zhao Yang, "Zhao Yang, do you still hate me?" "Hate you?" Zhao Yang, who was eating instant noodles, looked up at Shu, completely unsure why Shu would say such a thing. Shu sat up and looked at Zhao Yang, saying, "I shot you several times. Aren't you mad at me?" "Oh, that thing." Zhao Yang swallowed the noodles in his mouth and said, Hee hee, it's no big deal. You shooting me won't kill me. Don't feel guilty about it." Shu nodded, laid down, and asked, "Hey Zhao Yang, are all the people where you're from as strong as you?" After drinking the soup from his noodles in one gulp and wiping his mouth, Zhao Yang patted his satisfied belly and answered, Our place is great. People have plenty to eat and wear. Yeah, it's good, but there aren't many people as strong as me. Aside from those old folks, probably no one could beat me." Ha ha. In another room, Lin Xiaoyang and Bing Yu were lying on their beds, gazing at the ceiling in silence. Xiaoyang, do you think Qi Xiang has feelings for me? Finally, Bing Yu broke the silence. I don't know. Brother Qi Xiang hasn't ever dated anyone, so I don't know what he's like when he falls in love, Lin Xiaoyang confessed honestly. Then why doesn't he show any affection toward me? He hasn't even asked for that kind of intimacy. Do you think he agreed with me purely out of guilt, or maybe because he couldn't bring himself to reject me? Lin Xiaoyang sat up and looked at Bing Yu, smiling and said, Bing Yu sister, what use is worrying like this? Brother Qi Xiang's head is on his neck, so we can only guess what he thinks. Not even his closest buddy, Che Dan, might know. Come on, don't overthink this. Rest a bit. Aren't you tired? Bing Yu turned her head and looked at this younger sister, smiling faintly, and said, yeah, I guess I shouldn't be the one worried. Haha, time to sleep, sleep. As Qi Xiang and his group rested so comfortably, the sense of crisis of the apocalypse didn't seem to touch them at all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, on the American continent, a city in the United States was about to witness an extraordinary event. It was night in the U.S., with a black sky covering the land as clouds obscured the moon and stars, as if foreshadowing an unusual night. Tom, where have you gone? On the street, a somewhat ragged man was shouting loudly with a flashlight in hand. Although this practice was extremely dangerous in the apocalypse, the man held both the flashlight and a pistol, calling out Tom's name, for Tom was his most important brother. The man had blonde hair and the tall stature typical of Western men, but now he looked disheveled. His clothes were filthy, unwashed for who knows how long. He carried a worn-out backpack and anxiously searched for his companion. With a bang, a zombie rushing toward the man was shot in the head, clearly showing that the man had decent aim. However, the man only had 3 bullets left, yet more and more zombies were attracted to him, numbering over 100 already. He fired 3 consecutive shots, depleting his remaining 3 bullets, then casually tossed the gun aside, as an empty gun was less useful to him than a brick. Looking at these monsters before him, the man unslung his backpack, opened it, and pulled out a grenade. With a cold smirk, he said, Humph, come on, monsters, let Grandpa show you what potatoes taste like. Speaking, the man put the grenade pin in his mouth, biting it off with his teeth, then threw it. Instantly, the grenade exploded amidst the crowd of zombies. Though the shrapnel caused little harm to the zombies, the explosion still killed many of them. It was clear by looking at the man's technique that this wasn't his first time throwing grenades. Ha ha ha, we've reached chapter 100. Apparently, there are 2 chapters with duplicate numbers, but no matter, I'm so happy, ha ha ha. Chapter 101, Black Insects 4. The grenade exploded in the midst of the zombie horde, blossoming like a flower, but this level of destruction was insignificant to the horde. The man let out a cold laugh. Then, his muscles began to swell wildly, and his body grew sections of armor-like carapace similar to plate armor. This man's ability was not something else, but that of a turtle walker, able to transform into a turtle form. However, it wasn't a turtle with a shell slung around, but rather a warrior with extremely high defense. The man, originally over 2 meters tall, expanded to 2.5 meters. His whole body turned green, red light emitted from his eyes. With a roar, he started hammering zombies with his fists, turning those he struck into pulp splattered everywhere. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the man's head began to ache, and the reason was this buzzing sound. Following this, he felt his consciousness begin to blur. The turtle form started retreating, slowly reverting back to human shape. Just before he lost consciousness, the man saw the beast responsible for his fate, a black insect as big as a human head. The man's real name was Bolong. He had come out searching for his good friend Tom. Confident in his high attack power, even against mutated zombies, he dared to search openly for his partner. But what Bolong hadn't anticipated was that this action would prevent him from seeing the next day's sun. This black insect looked at Bolong's body. Its tiny eyes revealed a hint of greed. Then, this black insect climbed onto Bolong's back and opened its mouth wide for a bite. Next, the black insect entered Bolong's body, slowly moving towards Bolong's head. When the black insect reached Bolong's head, his head instantly burst open, and the black insect took up residence where Bolong's head once was. Controlling the body, the black insect moved about a bit, seemingly satisfied. It chirped joyfully twice, then left the scene. These zombies, as if nothing had happened, continued wandering aimlessly. This kind of event occurred thousands of times across the entire Earth. The forums for game-powered individuals were flooded with people. Every qualified individual entering the forum found all posts on the front page discussing one type of creature called the devouring worm, which was exactly the black insect causing chaos on Earth. Shit, this worm is too brutal. At least a level 10. Some have even found those above level 25. And with such powerful mental attacks, it's a nightmare. Zombies don't have brains. Mentalists probably wouldn't fare well. Who knew someone would be so crazy as to post how to domesticate the devouring worms? Who would want to domesticate these creatures when simply encountering them means killing them? Watching Qi Dan endlessly criticize, Qi Xiang finally couldn't hold back. He went over and grabbed Qi Dan by the ears, saying, Hey, Qi Dan, until when are you going to keep ranting? Get to the point. Ouch. Okay, I'll get to the point. Qi Dan massaged his hurting ear after being pulled by Qi Xiang, closed the forum, and looked at everyone. He said, Alright, this worm is exactly as we guessed. They grow from within the zombie bodies, supposedly a mutation product of the virus inside the zombies' bodies. We're not sure if it's true yet. Besides, the strongest part of these worms lies in their cries, a sound wave capable of inducing headaches or even unconsciousness, quite a potent attack method. Additionally, here, Chidan suddenly stopped speaking, taking a sip of soda in front of him, inhaling deeply, then said, "These insects can not only take over human bodies and control them, but also command zombies. Even the weakest ones can order over 20 zombies." Xixiang walked to the window, looking outside, watching several aimlessly walking zombies, reminiscing about previous battles against those insects, and asked, Bro Bo, what do you think is the probability of superhumans being killed by these insects?" Brobo pulled out a lighter and cigarettes, making a snap sound as the lighter ignited a flame, its glow reflecting on Brobo's face. Brobo placed the cigarette in his mouth, lit it, took a deep inhale, and blew out the smoke, saying, "The chances are high." "High." Xixiang turned around, looking at Brobo, unable to understand what Brobo meant by high. Brobo nodded, saying, "Yes, high. Regardless of the upper limit to the number of zombies these worms can control, do you think how many people can withstand their psychic attacks at this stage? Even you find it hard to resist." As he spoke, Brobo took another puff on his cigarette. Xixiang looked at Brobo, knowing that Brobo didn't usually smoke. But now he was smoking for one reason only. His heart was choked with distress. The appearance of the black insects was indeed too unexpected and too terrifying. Xixiang sighed, shook his head, and said, "Alas, it might really be because we humans brought this on ourselves, haha." In silence, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Xixiang's parents, seeing their son looking dejected, did not inquire further. They understood that their child had grown up and couldn't just be protected all the time. Letting them solve their own problems and trusting in their children is the best form of love. Xixiang walked over to the table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and looked out the window at the gloomy sky, his eyebrows furrowed. Xixiang stood up and said to his parents, "Mom, Dad, I'm going out for a bit. I'll let Brother Bo know that I won't be coming back tonight. What are you going to do?" Xixiang's father immediately asked, as although they had to trust their child, they couldn't let him do something foolish. After all, it wasn't a peaceful time. Outside the door were countless zombies and infinite dangers. Xixiang smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing serious, just going out for a stroll, looking for supplies or something like that. Don't worry, everything will be fine." As he spoke, Xixiang opened the door and went out. What Xixiang didn't say was that he was going out to look for zombies, especially large ones. Because Xixiang believed in one thing: the greater the danger, the greater the reward. Walking out of the hotel's entrance, Xixiang looked at the protective barrier set by Brother Bo, then raised his hand. Corrosive fire immediately opened a hole in the protective barrier. Stepping outside the barrier, Xixiang clenched his fists tightly, gazing up at the sky, moving his lips but making no sound. Yet, Xixiang was indeed speaking. "If there really is a God, then listen carefully, you damn thing. One day, I will become powerful, then go up there and ask why you have made things so difficult for us. Ha ha ha." Chapter 102, Evil Creature, Part 1. Taking a deep breath, Xixiang squatted down, and then sprang up, his entire body flying upward straight toward a building, as if to collide with it. Was Xixiang going to crash into the building? Of course not. It was clear that Xixiang's foot stepped on the outer wall of the building, and then pushed off forcefully, rushing upward. Every so often, Xixiang would step again, and in no time at all, he had reached the rooftop. It should be noted that this building was more than 13 stories tall. Standing atop the roof, Xixiang looked up at the dark clouds, and then gazed down at the earth below. On the ground, Xixiang's eyes were constantly searching, looking for the large creatures hidden within this city. With a swing of the soul-devouring blade, another mutated zombie fell under Xixiang's knife. This was already the 13th mutated zombie killed by Xixiang, while the number of enhanced zombies slain numbered as many as 33. As for ordinary zombies, they were countless. What puzzled Xixiang was that although he had killed so many zombies, not a single black bug had reappeared, leaving him quite perplexed. Could it be that those black bugs also knew fear and were hiding? Xixiang shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. After all, the existence of the black bugs itself was unreasonable. Looking at the road ahead, Xixiang took out a bag of blood plasma he had retrieved from the hospital's blood bank in an alternate dimension. Although the bag of blood could no longer be preserved due to the loss of power in the freezer, it still carried a strong bloody smell, and more than 9/10 of the zombies Xixiang had killed earlier were lured out by this kind of blood plasma. Roar. The zombies' roar was like the sound of rusted iron sheets rubbing together, terrifying and uncomfortable. Xixiang looked at one zombie after another with extensive rotting bodies, making a quick slash with the sword in his hand as he moved forward with his right foot in a bow stance, showing off what appeared to be a martial arts posture. Perhaps it was too boring killing zombies this way, so Xixiang's method evolved into teasing them instead. Xixiang charged forward, grabbing the head of a zombie with his left hand, and then exerting force violently, causing the zombie's head to explode, splashing brain matter everywhere. However, any brain matter that splattered onto Xixiang was immediately destroyed by his corrosive fire. Xixiang followed up with a flip, bracing himself with both hands on the ground, then kicking one zombie's head off its neck with his right leg, sending it flying several meters away. Indeed, though Xixiang didn't know martial arts, wasn't there still some knowledge of such techniques through movies and action games? While some moves defied human anatomy, it didn't mean none of them could be used. Although Xixiang did not practice martial arts, his body, enhanced by Dan energy, was beyond normal capabilities in terms of flexibility, strength, and reflexes. Thus, these techniques that Xixiang had never tried before could now be executed effortlessly. After explosively destroying two zombies' heads in succession, Xixiang made the soul-devouring blade disappear. Next, two desert eagles appeared in his hands. genuine weapons that Bo Gu had obtained before the apocalypse. Back then, there was concern over whether an average person could withstand their recoil, but currently, all the male members of this group could handle them, except for the three fathers. Following Uncle Da's instructions, Chi Xiang disengaged the safety and pulled the slide back before firing 2 loud shots, instantly felling 2 zombies. Both Chi Xiang and others had undergone sudden gun training from Uncle Da. Moreover, given Chi Xiang's extraordinarily keen vision, even at distances of a dozen or so meters, it was as if the target was right before him. If he couldn't hit, then giving him the gun would indeed have been a waste. As Chi Xiang watched the 2 fallen zombies lying on the ground and the endless wave of zombies rushing forward, he smirked slightly, muttering to himself, "Finally, time to eat." Then, he licked his lips with his tongue. Chi Xiang did not summon the soul-devouring blade but instead put away the desert eagles, igniting swallowing flames in both fists as he shouted, "Party time!" Both fists swung continuously, either grabbing or striking. In short, whatever Chinese martial arts techniques there were, Chi Xiang used them, just as various combat skills dictated. Eventually, Chi Xiang abandoned structured form altogether and relied on impromptu reactions. Yet, in 15 minutes, Chi Xiang managed to eliminate more than 1,000 zombies. Wiping the sweat off his head, Chi Xiang activated the devouring whirlwind, collecting all the zombies on the ground. Then, watching the continuous stream of zombies still coming towards him, he rolled his shoulders and continued fighting. While many people on Earth met their end from just hundreds, even dozens, of zombies, Chi Xiang crushed the local zombie population like swatting ants, leaving not a single trace behind. People are born equal, but as time passes, differences in status begin to emerge among them. Whether it is talent, strength, or power, these things change. Only those at the very peak of the pyramid can be called kings, while the weak complain about being trampled by the strong, never considering why they themselves cannot stand atop. Now, Chi Xiang might not yet be standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, but he was certainly close. As Chi Xiang slaughtered zombies, a person came into his mind, Zhan Xiong. A smirk appeared on Chi Xiang's face, and with a sudden punch, he killed the zombie before him. He muttered to himself, "Zhan Xiong, huh? You're quite an interesting guy. Next time we meet, it won't be your punch knocking me down, it'll be my punch killing you." Heh. Night gradually fell, and the zombies at night were clearly more active than during the day, even though the sky had been covered by dark clouds all day. Chi Xiang unleashed a devouring whirlwind, consuming all the zombies on the ground. Then, after cleaning up the blood stains from the floor, he turned and left, paying no heed to the remaining few zombies. Those few zombies had wanted to chase him, but how could their stiff movements compare to Chi Xiang's speed? In just the blink of an eye, Chi Xiang was already far away. With their poor hearing and eyesight, the only sense the zombies could rely on was their sense of smell. However, as Chi Xiang distanced himself, the scent grew fainter. After taking a few steps forward, the zombies gave up and began wandering aimlessly along the streets. Following the same route he had come, Chi Xiang retraced his steps. Just as he was nearing the inn, lightning flashed across the sky, followed by thunder, and a torrential rain poured down, as if someone were dumping water from above. The raindrops immediately drenched Chi Xiang's entire body. Cursing under his breath, he approached the boundary beside the barrier, tore open a crack, and used his corrosive fire to evaporate the rainwater off his body before stepping into the inn. In the darkness of the night, raindrops continually struck the ground, but the inn where Chi Xiang and the others stayed stood unique. Not a single drop of rain touched it, thanks to Bo Gu, who maintained the protective barrier here. Beside the stone steps of the inn, a shadow emerged from the darkness, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that seemed eerily out of place. Chapter 103, Evil Thing Part 2. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Chi Xiang opened the door and stepped inside, greeting his parents as he saw them. "You're back. Let's eat. We've already prepared your meal," his mother replied, pointing to the food on the table. "Where is Dad?" Chi Xiang walked closer, pulled out a chair, and asked. His mother smiled and said, "Your father went to chat with Che Dan's father and Xiaobo's father. I was supposed to talk with the other 2 mothers, but since you weren't back yet, I stayed in case you came and couldn't find us." Chi Xiang picked up a drumstick, took a bite, listened to his mother's explanation, and laughed. "Haha, Mom, you don't need to do this. How could I not find you, right? All right, go chat. I'll look for Che Dan once I'm full." Chi Xiang's mother nodded, hummed in agreement, and then left. Huff huff. Chi Xiang drank the last bit of instant noodle soup, threw the chicken bone into the noodle box, casually ignited the devouring flame, which swallowed all the garbage, stood up, stretched his body, and then went out. Half an hour later, while Chi Xiang was discussing the next objective with Good Brother and others, he was startled by a shrill scream. Chi Xiang immediately reacted and rushed out. The voice wasn't from anyone else but Lin Xiaoyang, his adoptive sister. As Chi Xiang jumped up from his bed and ran toward the door, Good Brother and others also realized what had happened. Chi Xiang, Che Dan, Good Brother, De Shu, and Jiao Yang, a total of 5 people, quickly ran towards the room where Lin Xiaoyang's voice had come from. The door of room 202 was open. Lin Xiaoyang was standing at the doorway. On the ground, there was a shattered glass plate and some apples. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyang was sitting on the floor, covering her mouth and crying as if she had seen something terrifying. Chi Xiang, seeing Lin Xiaoyang's condition, quickly approached, pulling her up and asking, "Xiaoyang, what happened?" At this moment, Bing Yu also arrived upon hearing the commotion. Lin Xiaoyang, seeing Chi Xiang, burst into tears, burying her head into Chi Xiang's shoulder, pointing to the room with her right hand, and saying, Aunties, they She didn't finish her sentence, but Qi Xiang and the others had already understood what Lin Xiaoyang meant. Qi Xiang patted Lin Xiaoyang's shoulder and handed her over to Bingyu. A soul-devouring saber appeared in his hands. He nodded at the few people behind him, leading everyone into the room. It wasn't that Qi Xiang was overly sensitive. Rather, anything that could sneak in under their noses without them noticing certainly wasn't an ordinary thing. Inside the room, it was eerily silent, with no sound at all. The three mothers lay on the ground, their bodies showing no injuries or bloodstains, but they all shared one common feature. Their eyes were wide open, so hollow, as though their souls had been lost. Qi Xiang fiercely punched the wall, instantly creating a hole in it. I want revenge. Qi Xiang's words echoed the thoughts of Che Dan and Gu brother as well. These three were only about 20 years old, young adults, even teenagers, and losing their loved one suddenly felt like the sky falling down, unbearable and painful. Che Dan had already knelt beside his mother, wiping his tears and saying, Mom, can you say something? Can you speak to Dan? Don't ignore me, okay Mom? Dan will be good in the future. Please don't leave me, okay? Gu brother also came to his mother's side, using his right hand to close her eyes, trying to hold back his tears, but still feeling how moist his eyes were, as though lowering his head would make the tears flow uncontrollably. Qi Xiang walked forward, picking up his mother and laying her on the bed. He then took the blanket to cover her properly, sat on the bed, and clutched his hair. His mind was now in chaos, not wanting to think about anything, just seeking an opportunity to vent. The other four knew they shouldn't stay here anymore, so they all stepped outside the room. Deshu lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then suddenly noticed that the door of the adjacent room was slightly ajar. Deshu pushed it gently. Inside, the three fathers also lay on the ground in the same condition as the mothers. Deshu rushed forward in 3 quick steps, looked at the 3 men with their hollow eyes, sighed, stepped out of the room, and knocked on the door of room 202 to break the silence. He said, Young lads, I hate to tell you this, but I have bad news for you. No one in the room responded to Deshu. After a light cough, Deshu said, You better check on your own fathers in the neighboring room. Upon hearing these words, Qi Xiang immediately jumped off the bed, unleashing the full force of his corrosive flames, punching a hole directly through the wall. The condition in the adjacent room utterly shattered the trio. Che Dan was already on his knees, crawling into the neighboring room where he shook his father, crying and shouting, Dad, please wake up. Stop fooling around, please. The usually composed Bo Gu had fallen onto the ground as if all strength had been drained from him, sitting there motionless, watching his beloved family members depart within a single day. Losing both parents in such a short time is a devastating blow that no one could possibly brush aside as nothing. Qi Xiang watched as his father and mother left him, feeling his legs go weak. He took a couple of steps toward his father but suddenly blacked out, his entire body collapsing forward heavily onto the ground. Qi Xiang. Bingyu rushed in from outside the door, seeing Qi Xiang lying motionlessly on the ground. She turned him over, checked his breathing with her fingers, and only then exhaled in relief. At this moment, everyone's hearts were exceptionally heavy. Even Zhao Liang understood this grief of losing both parents. The protective barrier around the inn had now disappeared because Bo Ji's mind was completely disordered, leaving him without the energy to renew the barrier. Raindrops struck the window, producing bang-bang sounds along with the loud rumbling of thunder, dominating the auditory landscape here. The terrifying howls of zombies resonated through the night air, yet they couldn't compete with the sorrow brought by death for those in the room. Nor did it match the impact of losing their parents for these 3 young men. Uncle De kept smoking incessantly. In just half an hour, the normally light smoker already had 7 or 8 cigarette butts underfoot, and another half-smoked one still hung loosely from his mouth. But Uncle De didn't care about these details. He was deliberately numbing himself, avoiding plunging into sadness while attempting to maintain composure. However, the more he tried this way, the more chaotic his inner emotions became. Chapter 104, Malevolent Object 3. Hey, stop crying all of you big men. Come over here. Andy's heart is still beating. Wow, they're all beating, and they're all still breathing. Bingwei was now crouching beside Qi Mu, looking at Qi Xiang's mother, and said these words. What? Qi Xiang, upon hearing this, rushed over immediately, pulling aside the blanket covering his mother. He leaned in with his ear to her chest, amplifying his hearing to its maximum, and indeed heard her heart thud-thud beating, while her lungs were huff-puff breathing. Qi Xiang's heart surged with joy immediately. He walked over to his father and listened there as well. It was the same condition as with his mother. As for Bo Gu and Che Dan, after confirming, sure enough, their parents had both breath and heartbeat too, though this left everyone baffled. Lost soul state. Che Dan checked with the system and found that all 6 elders had an additional status, the lost soul state. Qi Xiang looked at the 6 with hollow eyes and said, Che Dan, I used to not believe in ghosts, but now, I do. What to do? Che Dan asked. Qi Xiang shook his head, sitting cross-legged, and said, Zhao Liang, do you know? Seeing Zhao Liang shake his head, Qi Xiang sighed. Although I don't want to find him, here we only have a ray of hope, sigh. Of course, everyone understood who Qi Xiang referred to. Even Zhao Liang knew slightly about it. That person was Shi Huazixing, Violet Starfire Evil. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiang began to internally scrutinize himself according to memory, examining his internal situation. Qi Xiang stimulated his Dantian power towards a purple pearl inside his body, which was precisely the main body of Shi Huazixing. Though it had not been verified, Qi Xiang could feel the essence of Shi Huazixing. The moment Dantian energy touched the purple bead immediately emitted a strong purple light, and Qi Xiang's entire body was enveloped in a purple glow. A heavy and unbridled voice then rang out. Ha 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 ha. Old man's awake again, kid, get out of my way. I am the true king. Who else could that voice belong to other than Shi Huazixing? Qi Xiang rolled his eyes and said, Hey, Shi Huazixing, don't be reckless. This time, waking up was completely my will. If you start causing trouble, I can seal you up with my Dantian force entirely. Whether or not Dantian energy could seal Shi Huazixing, Qi Xiang was unsure, but he had a vague feeling that if they coexisted, one must be sealing the other. And clearly, it wouldn't be possible for Shi Huazixing to seal the Dantian power. Qi Xiang intended to bluff Shi Huazixing a little, but instead heard him retort coldly. Hey, boy, who do you think you are? I, Shi Huazixing, am one of the 5-star kings. You wake me up when you want, seal me when you wish. Wouldn't that make me look bad? Qi Xiang burst out laughing at Shi Huazixing's statement, and chuckled. All right, Shi Huazixing, I called on you for a serious matter this time. To retrieve those guys' souls for you, right? Before Qi Xiang could ask for anything specific, Shi Huazixing had already spoken on Qi Xiang's behalf. Qi Xiang was startled and asked, How did you know? Shi Huazixing laughed, saying, Do you think someone like me who is one of the 5-star kings relies solely on strength? No, it's about intelligence. Those people are obviously important to you, and they've lost their souls. Moreover, there is a malevolent entity wandering around in this house. What could it be other than retrieving their souls? Qi Xiang grinned. Hee hee, you're pretty smart, Shi Huazixing. In that case, I'll leave this task to you. Why should I help? What? Qi Xiang was originally going to express gratitude, but unexpectedly, Shi Huazixing directly asked, Why should I help? This made Qi Xiang, who was already in a bad mood, lose it. He shouted, Shi Huazixing, will you help or not? Shi Huazixing sneered and said, Are you threatening me? There was also a tinge of mockery in his tone. Qi Xiang sighed, loosening his tone. Shi Huazixing, these people mean a lot to me. Can you help? Here's what I'll offer. Set your terms. Shi Huazixing laughed. Know whose parents these are? Your parents and your brother's parents? The conditions I set are easy. Let me move freely for 24 hours. Oh, according to Earth's time, that isn't much, right? Not excessive. Haha, then I agree. With that, Shi Huazixing roared, and Qi Xiang just felt his mind freeze. He couldn't control his own body anymore, but he still felt its condition, maintaining awareness through his 5 senses. Shi Huazixing took control of Qi Xiang's body and stood up, moving around a bit before laughing and saying, Haha, this kid's body is still good, so strong. As he said this, Shi Huazixing summoned 2 fireballs, nodding satisfactorily and declaring, All right, that'll do. Qi, Bingwei, and the others just stood there dumbfounded as they watched the conversation between Qi Xiang and Shi Huazixing, unable to insert a word. The entire scene looked like Qi Xiang was speaking to himself while changing his voice. If not for knowing the truth, the group might have already considered sending Qi Xiang to a mental hospital. Shi Huazixing grinned wickedly, looking at everyone and commanding, You people, stay put in this room. Pointing at Bogu, Shi Huazixing added, The kid over there, open up the barrier for me, or else if that thing escapes, I won't be able to handle it either. Boga nodded and formed hand seals, causing the barrier to dissipate. Shi Huazixing clenched his fists, muttering to himself, Today, I'm going to catch you like a fish in a jar. With that, Shi Huazixing leaped into the air, punching through the ceiling and shouting, Don't run. On the 3rd floor, a black figure was crouching in a corner, but quickly started running when the floor exploded suddenly. Upon hearing Shi Huazixing's shout, the figure silently thought, Not running would be stupid, and sped up even more. 2 fireballs were hurled by Shi Huazixing, the purple fireballs exploding right next to the black figure, with the blast waves slamming it against the wall, crashing into it heavily. Realizing he wasn't a match for Shi Huazixing, the figure tried to escape, but now it wasn't Qi Xiang controlling the body, it was Shi Huazixing, an ancient being who had lived countless years. His mastery over flames was extraordinary, and despite not being at his peak, it was more than enough to deal with this small adversary. With a flick of his right hand, Shi Huazixing roared, Xiaohuasou lock chain. Instantly, a chain made from purple flames shot towards the black figure, wrapping around it and locking it up tightly. Gripping the chain to prevent the black figure from escaping, Shi Huazixing mocked, Hey, little one, stop running. This thing of mine specifically locks souls. Hee hee, come on over. And with that, Shi Huazixing yanked hard, forcing the black figure to hurtle towards him along the chain. Chapter 105, Malevolent Entity 4. Xia Huazixing now held the shadow in his hand and grinned. Hee hee, good little thing. You have 1,000 years of life, and the energy within you is really abundant. As he spoke, Xia Huazixing licked his lips, revealing a greedy glint in his eyes. The black shadow in Xia Huazixing's hand was a creature that resembled a small dog with bright red eyes, completely shrouded by black mist, making it very difficult for others to detect. Xia Huazixing jumped downstairs, pointing at several unconscious individuals, and said, Hey, little one, now return their spirits. I'll make this quick for you. Otherwise, I'll roast you in the Baji fire for 3 days and nights before eating you. As he spoke, a flame erupted from Xia Huazixing's left hand, which was precisely the Baji fire he mentioned. The black shadow trembled all over, seemingly afraid of the Baji fire in Xia Huazixing's left hand, and quickly nodded in submission. It then opened its mouth wide, causing 6 shadows to instantly rush out and enter the bodies of the unconscious people. These shadows were significantly smaller than the entity itself, which made the sight peculiar. Satisfied, Xia Huazixing nodded and laughed. Hee hee, good on you, little guy, for returning the souls without disorder. Then Xia Huazixing also opened his mouth wide, inhaling deeply. The black shadow trembled violently as a swirl of black mist rose from its body and directly entered Xia Huazixing's mouth. The mist around the shadow became thinner, and the brightness in its eyes dimmed, but there remained an air of relief in the creature's gaze. Xia Huazixing licked his lips and laughed. Not bad. How about it? Did I do decently? I've left 200 years of your cultivation intact. All right, off with you. With that, Xia Huazixing casually tossed the shadow out the window, surprisingly without any sound. Xia Huazixing clapped his hands and said, "Boy, open the barrier and let him go." Boga nodded, forming seals with both hands to dissolve the barrier. He watched the flash of the shadow's red eyes vanish into the night sky before re-establishing the barrier. Hey, Xia Huazixing, why haven't my parents woken up yet? Chaidan looked at the 6 still unconscious individuals and asked Xia Huazixing. Xia Huazixing sneered coldly and replied, "Humph, you need time to recuperate from your injuries, let alone when someone forcibly removes and returns souls. Could they possibly recover that quickly? But don't worry, even though I, Xia Huazixing, act based on mood, I still understand the value of integrity. They will definitely be fine." Next, Xia Huazixing turned to Bingyue, his eyes gleaming with sinister intent, and lewdly smirked. "Hee, young girl, are you the partner of this guy? Why don't we have some fun? What do you think?" Bingyue stepped back and eyed Xia Huazixing warily. Even though Xia Huazixing now possessed Qixiang's body, the fact remained unchanged. He was still Xia Huazixing. Besides, if even Qixiang had made such a proposition, she would still consider refusing him. How much more so with Xia Huazixing? It was absolutely impossible. Xia Huazixing rubbed his hands together and said, "Young girl, every bit of our fun will be fully experienced by your dear Qixiang, brother. So, wouldn't you want to try my expert services?" With each step forward that Xia Huazixing took, Bingyue retreated until her back hit the wall. Pressed against it, Bingyue summoned her staff, pointing its end with the magical gemstone at her own chest, declaring, "If you take another step closer, I'll commit suicide. I believe Qixiang would never forgive you." Xia Huazixing shrugged indifferently, replying, "So what? Let's see if your brother has that capability. Moreover, I'm rather interested in corpses too." Xia Huazixing, that's enough. Chaidan called out from behind Xia Huazixing. Xia Huazixing responded with an "oh," and turned around, smiling at Chaidan. "It seems like your brother Xiang agreed that I could freely control this body for 24 hours, right? It's been years since I've touched a woman, so how can I pass up this opportunity to enjoy myself? Don't change your tune on me, or else, I might start sucking souls after all." Saying this, he performed the motion of sucking something, followed by a loud burst of laughter. Everyone present looked extremely uneasy because, indeed, Qixiang had permitted Xia Huazixing to control this body for 24 hours. It was exactly because of this arrangement that the elders were revived. And even if Xia Huazixing decided to do something improper, none here might have the power to stop him. Hey, don't get too arrogant. "Oh, who's speaking?" Xia Huazixing turned around, looking at Zhao Yang, stepping back a step, saying, "You, how did you end up here?" Zhao Yang coldly snorted and said, "If you can be here, then why can't I be here? Xia Huazixing, leave some room for others and don't go too far." Xia Huazixing shook his head with a smile and said, "Without the sacred light sword, you are nothing but a waste after all." "Oh, that's right." As he spoke, Xia Huazixing beckoned with his right hand, and immediately a flash of golden light appeared, revealing a stick-like object emanating a golden glow in Xia Huazixing's right hand. It was Qixiang's sacred light spear. Sacred light sword. "Oh no, sacred light spear, it's indeed here. No wonder I feel such a close connection between you two." Zhao Yang thoughtfully rubbed his chin, then suddenly leaped, shouting, "Give me back my sacred light spear." In an instant, Xia Huazixing dodged Zhao Yang's attack and casually put the sacred light spear away while laughing. "Hee, it's useless for you to snatch it. This weapon has already undergone the blood ritual and acknowledged its master. Now, let's see how a light walker without the sacred light sword can contend with me." As he spoke, Xia Huazixing's nose twitched and his body sprang toward the window as he shouted, "Haha, something interesting has come up, so I'm leaving now. My barrier-breaking move, dismiss." Instantly, a purple glow flashed outside the window before vanishing into darkness, carrying Xia Huazixing away with Qixiang's body, disappearing into the unknown. "Leave Brother Xiang's body behind." Chaidan roared and tried to chase out the window, only to be stopped by Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang looked at Chaidan and said, "That's enough, Chaidan. None of us here is a match for Xia Huazixing. Even if you go, it will only result in your death." Although Xia Huazixing acts too impulsively, his integrity is still commendable. There's no need to worry about Qixiang's safety. After hearing Zhao Yang's words, Chaidan nodded, waved his hand, and together with Bo Gu and Shu, carefully placed the 6 elders on their respective beds. They prayed for the elders' recovery and also prayed for Qixiang's safe return. 520. The dragon person spends it alone. 55,555. Chapter 106. Borrowing a place to stay, Part 3. Hua Yong led Qixiang and the group to the outside of a restaurant. Hua Yong, leading the group while walking, said, "This place is one of the larger restaurants around here, and also one of the few remaining. After all, with the apocalypse arriving, not everyone can build houses or fight zombies, but they need a way to survive. Therefore, we gather people with skills and assign them work. Although in the apocalypse, you want to save wherever possible, there are still some who have extra food and love to indulge, so that's why there are restaurants, like the clothing stores you see around here, among other things. So, Why aren't there any shops selling weapons or game ability users selling props? Che-Dan suddenly asked at this point. At the same time, Chi-Xiang and Bo Ji's gazes turned toward them. While they didn't ask the question themselves, it had been lingering in their minds for a long time. When Che-Dan brought it up, Chi-Xiang and Bo Gun naturally paid attention. Hua-Yong let out a bitter laugh and said, "It's not as simple as you think. Everyone craves weapons. No one wants to part with them easily since they're essential for survival. Weapons are consumables, and some people wouldn't even sell them for anything, even if they face zombies. Even when someone desperately needs food and decides to sell their weapons, they would quickly find buyers because weapons are high-demand items. If weapons flood the market, there could be riots. Don't assume the law and order here is perfect. It's just something you haven't witnessed yet. In such cases, the person selling weapons will simply end up unlucky." As he spoke, they reached their seats. Hua-Yong snapped his fingers and called out, "Boss, prepare a full banquet. Handle it yourself." Then Hua-Yong continued. Once there was a person who owned many firearms, but he was extremely timid and unwilling to fight zombies. He didn't have many skills either, so he was forced to sell weapons. Some advised him not to start a store, but the man was stubborn and thought it was a legal society. In the end, he got robbed. However, he became desperate and took a submachine gun to fight back, only for the others to overpower him with knives without even using guns. After recounting the story, Hua-Yong sighed, as if lamenting fate. He then picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of water, drank it, and looked up at Chi-Xiang and the group. "I know you're wondering about the props used by game ability users. It's actually simple to explain. There aren't many game ability users here. Only 5. Yes, you heard correctly, just 5. The game ability is quite rare. Some gatherings may only have 1 or 2 such users. We consider ourselves lucky to have more, but according to our knowledge, even the best gathering spot has only 11 game ability users. But do you know how many people live in that gathering spot? A whopping 50,000. Chi-Xiang stroked his chin and asked, "Why are game ability users so scarce?" Hua-Yong shrugged and said, "We don't know exactly why, but there are 2 theories. One suggests that game ability users act as providers of props, hence their scarcity. Another theory says that the ratio of game ability users depends on the overall population proportion." Chi-Xiang nodded silently, having roughly understood the reason. Abilities are produced through space cracks, which means obtaining abilities is based on probability. Hua-Yong continued, "Due to the rarity of game ability users, they don't need to set up stalls. I know you're wondering why no one sells those props meant for ordinary people, right? Indeed, these props are great, but from what I know, they aren't cheap. They require gold coins, and commoners probably won't spend large sums of money buying such things." Chi-Xiang nodded again and said, "That's absolutely true." As he spoke, he grabbed a piece of freshly served beef and put it into his mouth, laughing. "Wow, this tastes fantastic. Boss, give your chef a thumbs up. Hey, Che-Dan, if you dare to slobber on this, I'll punch you." Hua-Yong, visibly exasperated, watched Chi-Xiang and Che-Dan, unable to associate the current Chi-Xiang with the previously decisive and highly skilled individual. Judging from the others' expressions, this sort of behavior wasn't occasional but frequent. Bo Gu took a sip of water and said, "Brother Hua, why don't you tell us more about this gathering spot?" Hua-Yong nodded and said, "Indeed, this kind of thing must be mentioned." However, in his mind, Hua-Yong thought, "You're only asking about such a crucial matter now? How dense can you get?" After drinking a sip of water, he continued, "Actually, what we call a gathering spot is nothing more than a large group of people banding together to survive. You were probably led here by a game ability user or are one yourselves, right? Don't worry, I won't ask. Game ability users are precious resources and can be kept as secrets. Actually, things here aren't too bad. Some people step up to maintain order. Though they can't compare to the police, at least we don't have vicious cycles. Of course, there's good and bad. There's another gathering spot around a few hundred kilometers from us, where the people are referred to as the Fallen. In their place, acts of lewdness happen out in the open, and every day many die cruelly on the streets. But high risks bring high profits, though those profits only apply to the residents there. Not only do they deal in women and drugs, but there's also bloodshed. Besides, the people there are very strong. I used to be a freerunner. Well, that's what people who work alone or in small groups to find ways to survive outside are called. Back when I was still a freerunner, 3 of my brothers and I encountered 2 fallen members who looked like underlings. As a result, 2 of us died, and only I managed to escape to this side and met the survivors here, which allowed me to barely stay alive. You see how people respect me out there. It's solely because of my strength. But even with that, against those 2 fallen members, I felt completely powerless." Bo Gu asked, "How do you know those fallen were just minor players? And how can you be sure their abilities weren't something that would counter ours?" Hua-Yong sighed and said, "Who says I haven't pondered that myself? But after reaching this position, I obtained some information. Those 2 have been roaming around outside looking for food. Moreover, their abilities didn't counter ours. The fallen believe in power being the ultimate rule. If they were powerful, they wouldn't be outside scavenging for food. Why?" Chapter 107, Borrowing a Place to Stay, Part 4. Hua-Yong looked at Brother Bo, let out a bitter smile, and said, "Do you think those with strength would go out looking for food? Even our local powerhouses only leave when it's absolutely necessary. Strength represents power. While individual power may not represent everything now, personal strength is still something that cannot be ignored. Therefore, the ones who are going out for food are those who teeter between being weak and strong." Brother Bo nodded in agreement. "Haha, Hua-Yong, I heard from one of my juniors that a few talented people have arrived. Let's see if it's true." A hearty voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention back, except for Chi-Xiang. To him, it seemed as if the owner of that voice was less important than the beef in front of him. The man looked to be around 40 years old, all muscle-bound, and wore a thick golden chain around his neck, resembling a nouveau riche person. However, when Huayong saw him, he laughed and said, "Haha, Big Brother Fei Long. Whether they're strong or not I can't say for sure, but they're definitely not weak." Big Brother Fei Long laughed loudly and said, "Not weak is good enough. Then we'll assign them to the food search team. How about it, young brothers? I wouldn't mind as long as you come with us." An extremely dissonant voice suddenly rose, and the person who spoke was none other than Qi Xiong, who had been silent until then. In an instant, Qi Xiong's words turned Fei Long's face into an expression of extreme displeasure, as if he'd just swallowed something foul. Fei Long, embarrassed, said, "Young brother, I don't seem to have offended you in any way. Why do you speak like this?" Qi Xiong stood up from his seat, turning his back on Fei Long and laughed, saying, "I've heard that real powerhouses don't need to look for food. They just stay home. If we went, could you still stay here?" Fei Long sniffed coldly, sneering with laughter. "You little ingrate. Do you even know that the welfare of the search teams is the best? Inviting you is a sign of respect. Unless, do you think your strength surpasses mine? It seems even Huayong could crush you. You puny little rat." As his words grew harsher, Fei Long failed to notice Huayong's changing gaze, entirely engrossed in his tirade. "Cheetah, brother, please persuade Brother Qi Xiong, lest things turn fatal." Lin Xiaoyan, standing beside Cheetah, tugged at his arm and whispered these words. Cheetah, however, chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry, Brother Xiong knows his limits. Let's watch the show." Qi Xiong turned around, his face contorted by a sinister grin as he stared directly at Big Brother Fei Long. "All right then, why don't I show you how a puny little rat like me can kill a fat pig like you?" As soon as the words left Qi Xiong's mouth, Big Brother Fei Long attempted to retort, yet upon meeting Qi Xiong's steely gaze, he felt compelled to back off. Before Fei Long could decide whether to curse back or retreat altogether, Qi Xiong had already moved. Qi Xiong since childhood despised being called names like Little Rat. Those who mocked him either ended up hospitalized courtesy of Qi Xiong, or they initially sent Qi Xiong to the hospital before he returned the favor. Now, it appeared Fei Long had struck a sensitive nerve with Qi Xiong. All Fei Long perceived was a shadow accompanied by a gust of wind rushing towards him. Before he could react, his entire body flew out of the small restaurant and crashed into the gambling den across the street. Only when his back slammed into a wall did Fei Long realize the excruciating pain emanating from his abdomen. And so, was that the end of the matter? Of course not. A mere puny rat dare hit me. Damn, I'll kill you. This was the first thing Fei Long blurted after stabilizing himself. Immediately afterward, a large machete, over a meter long, materialized in his hand, and he charged forward. Qi Xiong didn't hesitate either, surging forward with equal vigor. Despite beginning their charge simultaneously, Fei Long barely reached the entrance of the gambling den, while Qi Xiong closed the distance head-on. At first, Fei Long's reaction time betrayed him, but that certainly didn't mean he lacked skill. As one of the strongmen of this settlement, could Fei Long be without true abilities? Seeing Qi Xiong approach, Fei Long instinctively raised his blade high and slashed down, assuming Qi Xiong would block or dodge back, granting Fei Long the breathing room to change tactics, thereby creating an unpredictable advantage. However, Fei Long's assumptions proved incorrect. Speculation remains merely speculation. Normal people might indeed follow through on his plan, but was Qi Xiong an ordinary individual? Or rather, Fei Long's attack simply posed no real threat to Qi Xiong. Much like a tiny ant attempting to bite, would you dodge? The majority would instead crush it beneath their foot rather than evade it. On this occasion, Qi Xiong lifted his foot once again, planting his heel straight onto Fei Long's jaw. Once more, Fei Long's body soared through the air, landing heavily on the ground. Qi Xiong emitted a frosty sniff, stating, "I suggest you unleash your full potential. Otherwise, your demise will be pitiful. This is your own doing." Fei Long leaped to his feet. The large machete in his right hand somehow disappeared. His clothes were now tattered, and there were many wounds on his body. However, Fei Long was getting serious, and an imposing aura burst forth from him. Qi Xiong's lips curled slightly as he muttered, "Now this is getting interesting." Fei Long's body began to undergo changes. Yellow demon marks appeared on his skin like streaks of lightning across his body. Qi Xiong, looking at Fei Long, laughed. "Haha, this is starting to get good. If you're a mage, why pretend to be a melee fighter? Come on, let's fight properly." Fei Long sneered and said, "I'm no mage. I'm a warrior." As soon as the words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning formed in Fei Long's right hand. There was no sign that he would throw it. Instead, he charged forward with the lightning acting as his weapon. Clearly, Fei Long had adopted the lightning as his tool. At full strength, Fei Long's speed was now 1.5 times what it was before, obviously aided by electric acceleration. Qi Xiong summoned the Holy Light Spear. Yes, Qi Xiong wielded the Holy Light Spear, not the soul-devouring knife, and rushed forward. When the Holy Light Orb touched the lightning, something astonishing happened. The right hand holding the Holy Light Orb was torn off, though only figuratively, since they were using magic weapons, and Qi Xiong had to step back 2 or 3 paces to stabilize himself. The shining Holy Light Orb then clattered onto the ground. "I thought you were actually good, but you're just a brute who knows nothing but brawling. Metals conduct electricity, didn't you know that? Come on, let me fry you into a roasted pig." As soon as these words were spoken, Fei Long quickly stepped back but hurled the bolts of lightning one after another towards Qi Xiong. Seeing this, Huayong deliberately observed the expressions of others such as Cheetah, but none of their faces showed any concern. In fact, Cheetah was still eating noodles while watching, clearly unconcerned about the matter. Chapter 108, Bat Brother, Part 1. Fat Long's lightning continued to strike towards Qi Xiong, and the smoke completely obscured Qi Xiong's surroundings. However, from the flashes of electricity, it was clear that Fat Long's current attack was no small matter. After firing off nearly 30 lightning bolts, Fat Long heaved a heavy breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smirked. Humph, I thought you had some real skills, but turns out you're just a brute who knows nothing but hand-to-hand combat. And yet you dare to compete with Big Brother Fei Long? Humph. Fat Long's words were actually quite infuriating, because as he said them, he had already offended the pride of those with close combat abilities. Quite a few close combat ability holders in the area wanted to intervene, but either they were afraid of Fat Long's identity or power, or they were stopped by their companions. But not everyone had such qualms. You motherfucker, are you saying close combat is weak? A loud voice rang out. Fat Long turned around and saw a man with his upper body bare, glaring at him unhappily. The iron chain in the man's hands was rotating incessantly, as if ready to be hurled at the slightest provocation. Fat Long sneered mockingly. Oh ho, another one who doesn't know better. Come on then, let your grandpa Fei Long teach you a lesson. Fat Long's fighting spirit was now quite high. One reason was that the anger stirred up by Qi Xiong hadn't yet dissipated, and secondly, Fat Long himself was a belligerent individual. Having gained a victory, he naturally would want more victories, one after another, to satisfy his pride. To put it simply, gamblers share a similar mindset. The only difference is that most losers in a fight won't keep fighting, while gamblers often gamble even harder when they lose. Hua Yong patted Che Dan on the shoulder and asked, "Are you not worried about your companion?" Che Dan smiled and replied, "Do you think that Fatso can match up against Brother Xiong?" As if to verify Che Dan's statement, Qi Xiong's voice emerged from the smoke. "Fat bastard, this time, you're dead for sure." The moment these words were spoken, a black figure burst out of the smoke. Before Fat Long could turn around, he was thrown to the ground by an over-the-shoulder throw. Next, Qi Xiong picked up the holy light gun lying nearby and stabbed it toward the ground. Either Qi Xiong was too incompetent, or Fat Long dodged too quickly. The holy light gun missed Fat Long entirely, landing instead next to his head. Fat Long looked at Qi Xiong as though he were seeing a ghost, because there wasn't a single scratch on Qi Xiong's body. Not even the effect of his hair standing on end from being electrocuted was evident. Any person who saw this scene would surely doubt what the other was made of. Actually, Qi Xiong's method was very simple. He ignited the devouring fire around his body. After all, lightning is also a form of energy, and any kind of energy can be absorbed by the devouring fire. Furthermore, Fat Long's lightning looked intimidating, appearing both numerous and powerful, but all of them were instantaneously cast. In short, someone with low attack power but fast attack speed might have an advantage sometimes. But if faced with someone with high defense, they would only have the option to run since breaking through the defense would be impossible. How could you fight without breaking through? Qi Xiong slightly lifted the holy light gun, letting its tip graze Fat Long's cheek, leaving behind a bloodstain. Qi Xiong coldly chuckled. "What's wrong? Don't you know how to use electricity anymore? Continue." Fat Long stared into Qi Xiong's eyes, actually feeling the urge to flee. Keep in mind, even when facing mutated zombies, or even ruling zombies, Fat Long had never felt the need to run away. But right now, looking into Qi Xiong's eyes, Fat Long had the impulse to escape. Immediately, a question popped up in Fat Long's mind. Was the young man before him stronger than a ruling zombie? However, before Fat Long could make a decision, Qi Xiong's holy light gun had already pierced deeply into Fat Long's right shoulder, completely piercing through it, and the gun was embedded straight into the ground. A pig-like scream erupted from Fat Long's mouth, so loud it caused Qi Xiong's eyebrows to furrow. With a flick of his right hand, he spun the holy light gun once, and then yanked it out forcefully. Qi Xiong assumed that Fat Long would pass out due to this, thereby ending his shrill screams. But Qi Xiong underestimated Fat Long. He didn't expect Fat Long to have such strong willpower, and all Qi Xiong's actions did was make Fat Long scream louder. Qi Xiong, irritated by Fat Long's screaming, bent down and slapped Fat Long across the face 7 or 8 times. Each slap resounded loudly, even causing Fat Long's plump body to wobble. Finally, upon the 8th slap, Fat Long's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Consequently, the pig-like cries ceased. Qi Xiong stood up from Fat Long's body, holding the holy light gun as he eyed the large man in the distance, flashing his white teeth and laughing. "Ha, brother, you've got guts." The burly man had been impressed by Qi Xiong's actions. When Qi Xiong spoke to him now, he scratched his head and grinned, showing his white teeth. "Heh, no matter how much guts one has, insulting us close combat fighters just can't be allowed." Qi Xiong extended his left hand and gave a thumbs up, smiling. "Right, it just can't be allowed, ha." After saying that, Qi Xiong bowed and smiled. "Brother, we shall meet again when the time is right." With that, he turned without looking back and walked toward the restaurant. The muscular man also knew it was time for him to leave. He took out a cloak from his storage space, draped it over himself, and hurried away. Qi Xiong returned to his seat, picked up a bowl of plain noodles, and started eating. As he ate, he asked, "Hua Yong, are all the big shots here this boastful?" Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Hua Yong replied, "Not really. Fei Long was already a gang leader before the apocalypse, and during the apocalypse, he coincidentally obtained supernatural abilities, continuously cultivating himself into a boss. If not for being only ranked 3rd in strength here, he would have caused a lot of trouble long ago." Qi Xiong finished the last bite of his noodles and asked, "3rd place? Aren't the top ones here about the same level? Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting." Looking at Qi Xiang slurping his noodle soup, Hua Yong said, "Not quite. The second-ranked one is called Zhan Run. 2 Fei Longs aren't enough to match him. And the top-ranked one is Bat Brother. Not Happiness Fu, but Bat Fu. No one has seen Bat Brother's true power, but Bat Brother once went to a place with a Lord-level zombie and even fought with it. Although Bat Brother didn't win, he escaped unscathed. That kind of strength truly inspires envy." "Aha, that meal was satisfying." Qi Xiang sighed, glancing at Hua Yong and smiling. "Since you envy it, then put effort into cultivation." Saying this, Qi Xiang stood up, stretched, and said, "Phew, having to move after eating sure makes me uncomfortable. Listen up, everyone inside. Surrender and give up your weapons. Hua Yong, Bat Brother says there will be a reward for capturing them." Chapter 109 Brother Fu Part 2. More than a dozen men armed to the teeth surrounded the restaurant completely. All of their dark gun barrels pointed inside at Qi Xiang. Not only were there over a dozen men, but Qi Xiang could also sense that there were more than 10 psi energy users present as well. The men outside held their guns in an extremely professional stance, as though they had been specially trained. Upon seeing the man who was shouting orders, Hua Yong immediately cursed. "You mother, Laoli, you guys go back. I'll explain things to Brother Fu. Damn, your speed is really quite something." After hearing Hua Yong's words, Laoli did not retreat. Instead, he said, "That won't do. Brother Fu has already stated that these outsiders are dangerous and might be spies for the fallen ones. They need to be captured for questioning. He also said that anyone attempting to block us would be killed on sight. Brother Hua, don't make this difficult for us." Hua Yong let out an angry humph and sat back down on his chair, cursing, "You bunch of fools, don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't flirt with death, you won't die, understand?" At this moment, Qi Xiang gently patted Hua Yong's shoulder and smiled. "All right, Brother Hua, aren't your people just interested in testing our strength? Let them watch." Saying so, Qi Xiang boldly stepped toward the exit, issuing instructions along the way. "Sisha, you stay here and take care of our elders. If anything goes wrong, you'll be held responsible." "Ha ha ha, all right, Sisha. We'll take full responsibility if anything happens," Sisha replied with laughter, as though Qi Xiang was heading to a party rather than a fight. As Qi Xiang approached, those at the door began to feel the pressure, shouting, "Don't come any closer. We'll shoot if you advance. Want to feed me some bullets? Sure, bring it on. Let me taste something fresh." Dadada. The dark muzzles of their weapons spewed fire directly toward Qi Xiang. Their orders weren't for capture alive. Dead or alive both sufficed. Qi Xiang's right hand flickered, and the holy light gun appeared in his hand. Qi Xiang started twirling it around. Bullets flew swiftly toward the holy light gun and were deflected. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang was getting progressively closer to those men. Old Li suddenly shouted, "Damn, retreat quickly, we can't handle this guy. You Psi Energy Masters, it's your turn." As those men fled, more than a dozen shadows descended from the rooftops. They looked Qi Xiang up and down, seemingly trying to assess him entirely. Qi Xiang glanced at them and cursed. "What the hell, gang up on me. Bring it on, how about a one-on-one? One-on-one, my sister." With a curse, all these men moved simultaneously in perfect coordination, while those meant for ranged combat stayed put and unleashed attacks. Others rapidly closed the distance with Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang roared, his left foot kicking off from the ground violently. The holy light gun in his hand emitted a sudden brilliant light. Those Psi Energy users were frightened by the sudden change in Qi Xiang's weapon and readied their defenses. To their surprise, however, the light harmed them not at all. After the blinding light faded, Psi Energy users lay on the ground, leaving only 9 capable fighters still standing. Further back, a man in a purple cape, holding a blue staff, turned to a warrior next to him whose arms were crossed and wearing armor, saying, "Boss, this one's tough. He doesn't seem like much, but took out 4 of ours in an instant. This guy won't be easy." Spitting, the warrior retorted impatiently, "No kidding. Do you think this would have been such a big operation otherwise? Haven't you seen Brother Fatty Long get taken down by this kid? And you really believe we can deal with him? We're just sent here by Brother Fu to probe him." As he spoke, the warrior drew a sword nearly half a meter wide from behind and advanced step by step, declaring as he went, "Even as a probe, I'll still leave him hurt pretty badly." Although the warrior's heavy armor seemed burdensome, it didn't hinder his movements in the slightest. Despite each step appearing slow, by the time Qi Xiang finished fighting with 5 remaining Psi Energy users, the warrior had already closed within a meter of Qi Xiang, having originally been over 100 meters away. Qi Xiang's holy light gun flashed again, and all melee combatants hit the ground except for the armored warrior. Qi Xiang held the holy light gun aloft, and the warrior prepared to parry with his massive sword. Looking at the warrior, Qi Xiang laughed. "Huh, I thought you guys were all muggles. Seems like it's gonna be fun today." As he spoke, Qi Xiang lifted his holy light gun before quickly bringing it down again. The warrior grunted and responded, "Stay here." As he spoke, the warrior suddenly exerted all his strength, lifting the large sword in his hand and shaking off Qi Xiang's holy light gun. Then he released his left hand from the sword. A purple light flashing as a dagger immediately appeared in the warrior's left hand. Without hesitation, the warrior plunged the dagger forward. Qi Xiang deflected the dagger by flicking the rear end of the holy light gun back, teasing, "Judging by your outfit you look like a warrior, but I didn't expect you to be an assassin." The warrior grunted softly, not responding to Qi Xiang, and instead stepped back twice before bringing his huge sword down with both hands. "Come on, let me see whose weapon is stronger, yours or mine," Qi Xiang yelled, raising the holy light gun to block it upward. Tink. The metallic clash echoed as the two entirely different weapons collided, sparking bright flames. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 fireballs shot straight at Qi Xiong. With no time to dodge, Qi Xiong was struck directly by all 3 fireballs. Immediately afterward, over 20 varied long-range attacks landed on Qi Xiong's body. A cloud of smoke rose quickly, and the warrior took the opportunity to rush up with his large sword for the final blow. Cough, cough, you bunch of bastards have ruined my clothes. Are you looking for death? Qi Xiong's voice emerged from the smoke. It no longer carried the playful tone from before. Instead, it conveyed seriousness. And just at this moment, the warrior's keen instinct screamed only 2 words: run fast. However, as soon as this thought formed in the warrior's mind, the sound of metal shattering and bones breaking reached his ears. The next second, the warrior's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Qi Xiong stood where the warrior had been, slowly lowering his right leg that was lifted. At this moment, Qi Xiong looked absolutely disheveled. His clothes were torn into rags, their original appearance completely unrecognizable. Qi Xiong simply ripped off his shirt, revealing a well-muscled upper body, holding the holy light gun while seemingly searching for the next target. Chapter 110, Please Give Me a Chance, Part 1. Qi Xiong shrugged and said, Would you be interested in falling in love when facing your greatest enemy? Desika nodded and said, Yes, why not? Qi Xiong looked at Desika as if he were a strange phenomenon, bitterly laughing and saying, Oh my gosh, you guys really are peculiar. Fine, I give up. I truly admit defeat. Qi Xiong took out a map and laid it on the table, saying, This is a map of the fallen city that I prepared beforehand. Of course, it's the original map of this city. Take a look, which side should we cause some commotion? Che Dan glanced at the map, pointing to a particularly large landmark, and said, Here. Qi Xiong saw that Che Dan was pointing to a luxurious hotel. Che Dan smiled and said, Brother Xiong, guess if there are any big shots staying there? Let's make a bet. Qi Xiong rolled his eyes and asked, What's the bet? Che Dan scratched his head and said, If I lose, I'll let you choose any item worth 3,000 gold coins. If I win, you'll have to come with me to chase after that girl. My gosh, I knew you had her in mind. Qi Xiong swore once, knocking Che Dan's head, then folded up the map and smiled, saying, All right, I hope to soon gain a sister-in-law. Haha, Brother Xiong, you're the best. Half an hour later, Qi Xiong stood in front of a 9-story luxurious hotel, looking at the resplendent hotel and smiling, saying, It looks like I'm getting a sister-in-law. While speaking, Qi Xiong also pointed at the 2 bodyguards by the door and laughed, saying, See, there are bodyguards, nobody enters, proving this isn't just a dining place, but rather where big shots stay. Brother Xiong, how do we proceed? Qi Xiong smiled faintly and said, Do you know what sacking a city means? Che Dan laughed and said, I get it. Qi Xiong and Che Dan nonchalantly walked to 30 meters from the entrance, then suddenly attacked. Che Dan's Dark Moon Slash and Qi Xiong's throat-cutting move instantly killed their targets. Subsequently, Qi Xiong, Che Dan, and Desika charged in. As Qi Xiong and the others rushed in, gunshots rang out. At least 30 guns opened fire simultaneously, focusing fire on Qi Xiong, Che Dan, and Desika. Qi Xiong directly activated swallowing fire for protection. As for Che Dan, instead of using Lingxi's shield, he froze himself in an ice house created by Cold Blade. Meanwhile, Desika altered the airflow around him so no bullets could reach him. Now it was Desika's turn to strike, spitting wind blades. Those in the first floor weren't powerful characters. Although there were many psychics, they were still few compared to ordinary people. The forces attacking the city earlier had consumed a significant amount of the fallen city's strength. That's why until now, the fallen city hasn't gathered anyone ready to attack the gathering place. Thus, those on the first floor were merely cannon fodder with decent aim and were easily cleared by Desika's wind blades. When Qi Xiong and the others saw people coming down from the stairs and elevators to reinforce them, they didn't engage but instead, Desika fired a wind bullet at the ceiling, breaking it open. Then, Qi Xiong, Che Dan, and Desika jumped up. This allowed them to leap over 5 floors, stopping only on the 6th. Below the 6th floor were all cannon fodder, weak in power. From the 6th to the 9th floor were uniformly psychics, all strong individuals living here. Actually, this big shot lived on the 7th floor because descending into the underground from the 7th floor requires some time, and breaking through from the rooftop also needs time, giving a preparatory escape opportunity. On the 6th floor, 3 men were calmly playing landlord when Qi Xiong and his group rushed in. One of these men, who had a pale face, directly sent flying cards towards them. These cards were made of metal and produced whistling sounds. Qi Xiong caught one of these cards with his hand, feeling excruciating pain in his right hand even though he managed it. At this moment, the 3 individuals had already charged over. Their configuration was excellent. The person throwing the poker cards was ranged, while the other 2 were melee fighters, quite a commendable setup indeed. However, unfortunately for them, they encountered Qi Xiong, Che Dan, and Desika. That bald guy is mine. Che Dan, deal with the one wearing sunglasses. Desika, the one behind throwing poker cards is yours. After assigning their opponents, Qi Xiong immediately charged forward. The bald man didn't hold back like the previous opponent, but swung a huge axe at Qi Xiong as soon as they engaged. After Qi Xiong summoned the soul-sucking knife and deflected the bald man's axe, he immediately slashed his blade towards the bald man. Surprisingly, the bald man reversed his momentum-laden axe, swinging it back towards Qi Xiong, something not just anyone could achieve. Qi Xiong looked at the huge axe coming towards him. If he didn't dodge, it might cut him in half. So Qi Xiong had no choice but to block it with the soul-sucking knife. However, when the axe hit the soul-sucking knife, all Qi could curse was, "Damn it. This guy has an incredible amount of strength." Because Qi was thrown back by the force, the soul-sucking knife was knocked out of his hand, and Qi hands were severely injured. It must be known that Qi strength is already great, yet the bald man's strength is evidently stronger, as even the axe returning midair can still wield such formidable power. If he were given a proper chance to swing it, the result would surely be earth-shattering. At this point, Qi confirmed that this man had an abnormal growth in strength, while other aspects of his growth may be quite low, but his strength grows at a monstrous level. Qi stood up, Dan energy rapidly flowing to his wrist to heal it. Meanwhile, Qi also eyed the bald man like a wolf, readying himself for a final assault. The bald man wouldn't care about any of this. He directly charged forward with the axe raised high. But halfway through, he suddenly stopped, frozen on the spot. The axe fell from his hand, clattering onto the ground, and now there was a sharp blade sticking out of his abdomen. As the blade was withdrawn, the bald man collapsed. Behind him stood the dagger zombie. Qi grinned and glanced at Chaidan, knowing without asking that this was Chedan's doing. After Chaidan clashed with the sunglasses-wearing man, the latter drew out a broadsword and began cutting blows against Chedan's cold blade. One must understand that Chedan's cold blade is not just any weapon, yet the sunglasses-wearing man was able to trade strikes with Chaidan using his broadsword, clearly indicating that his weapon wasn't some run-of-the-mill item either. The angle at which Chaidan battled the sunglasses-wearing man gave him a perfect view of Qi fight with the bald man, hence the dagger zombie's timely intervention. Additionally, Chaidan had several zombies aiding him, making defeating the sunglasses-wearing man as easy as pie. As for Desika, it was a complete massacre of the poker card-throwing man. The metal cards flung by the poker card-throwing man were instantly scattered by the air currents swirling around Desika's body. And upon closing the distance, Desika merely opened his wolf-like mouth, biting straight through the poker card-throwing man's head. The scene? Oh, too gory. Chapter 111. Please give me a chance, Part 2. Qi rubbed his wrist and said, "Daska, continue." Chaidan looked at Qi and asked, "Brother Xiang, are you still okay?" Qi chuckled and replied, "When have I ever not been?" As he spoke, Qi walked over, pulled up the sword lying on the ground, and said, "Charge." Daska roared in anger as a wind projectile erupted, blasting through the ceiling. This time, what fell wasn't just concrete and rebar. It was also a sofa with a big-bellied man sitting on it leisurely smoking a cigar. However, as she descended, the cigar flew out of his hand, and his face twisted into an exceptionally ferocious expression as screams erupted from his mouth. "Ah, damn it. What's going on? Help me." Qi shouted when he saw the person fall. "Chaidan, move quickly. Big fish." With that, Qi had already rushed forward. Chaidan was not far behind. He shot out a spider web, capturing him. Then Qi knife was already at the neck of the fat man. Qi brandished his knife and said, "What are you shouting about?" The sudden change caused the fat man's voice to become sharp. He did not answer Qi question, but instead cried out, "Help! You bastards, if you don't rescue me soon, my father will be back and won't spare you all." Upon hearing these words, 7 people from the upper floor jumped down one after another. But what they saw was their person of interest being held by a youth with a knife to his throat, while there was another young man and a wolf glaring menacingly nearby. One of the burly men stepped forward and said, "Brother, may I ask your name?" Qi gave a cold laugh and said, "You're unworthy of knowing my name." Though the burly man felt slighted, he did not get angry but instead said, "Brother, I don't know why you kidnapped him. If it's for wealth, I'll send someone immediately to bring grain. Whatever you want, we'll deliver it. And if it's revenge, then killing him won't help, right?" Qi laughed and said, "Oh, so what do you think I would gain?" The burly man asked, "What do you want?" Qi shrugged and said, "I feel like I need nothing. Or do I? Actually, I feel like I'm missing one thing now, a human life." Upon hearing this, the burly man immediately said, "Since you need a life, then take mine." And the fat man who was being held hostage by Qi even shouted, "Right? Yes, yes, yes. Take his life. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ah, knife. Ah, blood." Qi kicked the fat man away with his right foot, cursing, "You dead fatso. How could you treat someone so good like that?" As he spoke, Qi directly hurled a bit of corrosive fire onto the fat man. Once ignited by the corrosive fire, the fat man began rolling around, yelling, trying desperately to put out the flames on his body. However, it was futile. The corrosive fire was not so easily extinguished. At this point, both those upstairs and downstairs rushed over. Qi nodded at Chaidan and said, "All right, Chaidan, Daska, let's go." As he spoke, Qi charged leftward, breaking through the window and dropping down. Chaidan and Daska similarly departed quickly using the same method. The burly man watched those who were about to chase them and shouted, "No one chase. Quickly, fetch the fire extinguisher, water, put the fire out." The corrosive fire spread quickly, not only covering the entire body of the fat man rapidly, but also beginning to engulf the house. Qi looked at the roaring fire and said with a smile, "All right, let's go." Chaidan asked, "Aren't you going to put it out? It might spread across the whole city." Qi grinned and said, "The fire will eventually die out on its own. I estimate this incident we've stirred will be significant enough to attract an extraordinary character or two. Haha, something interesting is bound to happen." Chaidan sighed and said, "Your heart is really vast. By the way, shouldn't you start doing the things you promised?" Qi nodded and asked, "Can you find him?" Chaidan smiled and said, "Of course. I've already planted a tracker on him. As he spoke, Chedan took out a detector and said with a smile, "Good, it's not too far." Chi-Xiang looked at the detector in Chedan's hand and said, "Damn, Chedan, this thing isn't cheap, right?" Chedan smiled and said, "Not expensive, only 300 gold per use, but it can't be reused." "Damn, single use." Chi-Xiang stared blankly at Chedan and said, "You really spent money willingly for a woman." Chedan shrugged without arguing with Chi-Xiang. Chi-Xiang patted Daska's head and said, "Go back to the alternate space." Daska looked at Chi-Xiang and asked, "Why don't you let me accompany you guys?" Chi-Xiang laughed and said, "I'm afraid you might scare people off." Saying this, Chi-Xiang said the word retract, drawing Daska back into the alternate space. Chi-Xiang put his arm around Chedan's shoulder and laughed. "You'd better try to earn some respect, kid. I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself, haha. That's a given. I'm the master of love, haha." Chi-Xiang and Chedan walked along and entered a place that looked like a cafe. Chi-Xiang looked around as they went in and chuckled. "Seems your girl is having quite the time." Chedan scanned the hall and said, "She's over there." He pointed toward a seat further inside, and Chi-Xiang followed his finger, seeing the girl sitting there. They approached her, and Chedan grinned. "Well, isn't this our fiery lady? Never would have thought you'd have such a hot temper, yet end up drinking coffee here. This really broadens my horizons." The girl gave an exasperated hum and asked, "What do you want?" "I want to charm you," replied Chedan. The moment those words came out, the girl immediately grabbed her coffee and splashed it all over Chedan's face. Seeing Chedan's embarrassed state, Chi-Xiang burst into laughter. "Ha! Chedan, you called yourself a lover guru, ha! Humph, pervert." With that, the girl left behind these words, stood up, and quickly strode away. Chedan wiped his face and grabbed her hand, saying, "Hey, give me a chance, will you?" Her right arm burst into flames at once, and Chedan let go instinctively, burning himself. The girl didn't even look back as she strode off outside. Chi-Xiang walked up, handed him a tissue, and joked, "Chedan, don't lose hope. Oh wait, coffee boy, ha." Chedan wiped his face and said firmly, "Brother Xiang, watch closely. I'll show you what it truly means to be a lover guru." Having said that, Chedan swiftly ran after her, while Chi-Xiang followed leisurely with a smirk on his face. Chedan dashed out of the door and looked around, but couldn't find the girl. However, he wasn't worried. He took out the detector, only for something to happen that nearly caused him to faint. The red dot on the detector disappeared. Chedan then remembered that his tracker was planted on the girl's right arm. Chapter 112. Please give me a chance 3. Chedan slapped his forehead and then chose the left side, running after the girl. Chedan's sixth sense was pretty accurate. Sure enough, the girl was walking briskly along this road. Chedan ran up, blocking her way and said, I know this is abrupt, but how about we get to know each other briefly? How about I treat you to dinner?" The girl sniffed and said, "When have you dirty men ever been so polite? Treating me to dinner, huh? Oh, let me guess, is it spicy hot pot or cold noodles? TCH, not a single one of you dirty men is good." Upon hearing what the girl said, Chedan realized she mistook him for that kind of man after seeing him and Chi-Xiang chased by a crowd in the red light district earlier. Chedan hurriedly explained, No, that was a misunderstanding before. Please give me a chance to explain." The girl glared at Chedan and said, "Red light district, and beating women too. I've seen plenty of men like you. Stay away from me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." With that, the girl turned around and walked away quickly. Chedan looked at Chi-Xiang who was rushing over and signaled frantically for him not to block the girl. But who would have thought Chi-Xiang had misunderstood Chedan's intention? He went straight up, picked up the girl, and walked off. However, neither her fiery fists nor flames affected Chi-Xiang at all. He was simply tough-skinned. Chedan looked blankly at Chi-Xiang and asked, "Xianga, what are you doing?" Chi-Xiang chuckled and replied, "Isn't this what you asked me to do? Bring her over, right?" Chedan slapped his forehead again and said, "Oh my brain, I meant don't stop her. Oh God, put her down quick." Chi-Xiang gave an "oh" sound and placed the girl down. The first thing the girl did after getting down was punch Chi-Xiang on the face, then huffed indignantly and stormed off. Hey, you woman, how dare you?" Looking at the complaining Chi-Xiang, Chedan patted Chi-Xiang's shoulder and said, "Xianga, stop, there's been a big misunderstanding." Chi-Xiang stared at Chedan and asked, "What happened?" Chedan gazed at the sky and sighed. She doesn't like men who frequent the red light district, nor does she like men who hit women. This misunderstanding is huge. Chi-Xiang snorted and said, "Then your luck, little buddy, isn't too good. All right, let's head back and think this through." Shaking his head, Chedan replied, "No, who wants to go back? Come on, let's follow her. If we can't impress her, maybe we can charm her family. After all, we're now at the level of tycoons, right? You're the tycoon, your whole family is tycoons. So what?" While following the girl stealthily, Chedan spent 500 gold coins to equip both with invisibility items. Chi-Xiang, looking at Chedan whose eyes were gleaming predatorily like a wolf's as he followed the girl, asked, "Chedan, didn't you just spend 500 gold pieces?" Chedan nodded. "Yeah, what's the problem? That means 250 per piece, right?" "Right, what's wrong? You look exactly like a 250 guy, and a nouveau riche at that." Chedan turned his head and rolled his eyes at Chi-Xiang, then continued watching the girl, saying, "Don't say things like that about me. Look at her, isn't she beautiful? And her petite figure, it's just amazing, isn't it?" Sighing, Chi-Xiang said, "Chedan, are you sexually frustrated or jealous because I have a woman? Your Zhang Linlin, Su Zi, and many others. Aren't they several times better than her? Why bother?" Laughing, Chedan replied, "Xianga, you know me. What I don't like, no matter how good, I won't want what I like, no matter how bad, I will still want. You once said, if you like someone, go for it, right? Qi. Following the girl into an apartment building, they watched as she entered a room. Chaidan quickly leaned against the door to eavesdrop, and Qi also joined, curious. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Did Xiaoxia cause any trouble? A somewhat aged voice sounded. Daughter, coming home is good. Your brother has been very obedient today and even drew some pictures. But we don't know when this great infection will end. It's quite unbearable being confined like this. Girl, Mom, Dad, don't worry. Our captain said that the vaccine is almost developed. The quarantine will be lifted soon. Oh, that's good, that's good. Big sister. Hey Aisha, come here, big sister hugs you. The two outside looked at each other. Qi said, so, Chaidan, are you still interested? Bitterly smiling, Chaidan replied, such a filial daughter. I must win her hand. Damn it, what are the two of you doing outside someone's house? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and Qi and Chaidan turned back to see an auntie running over with a slipper in her hand. Qi and Chaidan exchanged a glance, and Qi cursed. Shit, Chaidan, your gadget time is too short. Inside the house. Daughter, there seems to be some noise outside. Girl, yeah, I'll go check it out. Aja, stay at home nicely. All right, Aja is so obedient. Sister will bring you some candies when she comes back. With that, the girl quickly walked out. As soon as the girl went out, she saw Qi and Chaidan being chased by an auntie wielding a slipper. The girl called out, Aunt Wang, that's enough. They are my friends, don't beat them anymore. The woman who was called Aunt Wang stopped and said, You always cause trouble. How could you make such friends? If they hadn't done anything bad, Aunt Wang would have smashed them with a hammer. Yes, I know your hammer is powerful, Aunt Wang. Please go back now. You should start cooking for Uncle Wang. That's right. Ever since that old man got paralyzed, he lost his ability to take care of himself, and I have to support him. After saying this, Aunt Wang put on her slippers and looked at Qi and Chaidan, saying, If you two dare do anything wrong to my daughter, I'll smash you with my hammer. With that, Aunt Wang angrily walked back to her house. The girl came forward, and Chaidan grinned. Thank you. The girl coldly asked, How did you find me here? What do you want anyway? Chaidan at once and lowered his head, looking at the floor. Seeing Chaidan like this, Qi chuckled and said, Hey, you little guy is even blushing. Young lady, to be honest, my buddy really fell for you. So why don't you give him a chance? How about we treat you to dinner? The girl looked at Qi and Chaidan, nodded and said, All right, let me tell my parents first. Chapter 113, please give me a chance for. After making up an excuse to her parents, the girl stepped out of the house and asked, So, where do you want to go to talk? Chaidan smiled and said, You name the place, we'll treat. The girl, Don't pretend to be rich when you can't afford it later. Then, she started walking ahead, as if telling them to follow her. Qi and Chaidan eagerly followed the girl for 3 streets before entering a decent-looking restaurant. Inside the restaurant, it was packed. The hall was fully occupied, and there were private rooms too. Clearly, making things by oneself in this post-apocalyptic world is more economical than eating here. But still, the restaurant managed to attract many customers, showing its unique strengths compared to other places. Seeing that the hall was already full, the girl sighed and said, No place left. Let's change locations. Chaidan stopped the girl with a laugh, saying, Who said? Then he snapped his fingers and ordered, Waiter, get us a private room. Chaidan's actions didn't attract much attention from the diners, but indeed a waiter approached with a smile and said, Sir, please follow me. Once inside the private room, Chaidan told the waiter, Let the miss order the food. The waiter nodded politely and handed over a menu to the girl, which was likely made after the apocalypse began. Without any hesitation, the girl started ordering quite a few dishes that sounded expensive just to take revenge on them. She even ordered a couple of items for takeaway. But neither Qi nor Chaidan minded much about it, since if they had noticed such lavish spending beforehand, given her household circumstances, they would have intervened. Furthermore, both Qi and Chaidan had raided a grain warehouse before, and while they shared their loot, they still kept some reserves on them. Most of it was on Chaidan because of his expanded storage capabilities, so treating them should not be a problem. After finishing ordering, once the server left, the girl giggled mischievously. This time, both of you will suffer heavy losses. By the way, I don't have money. If you two can't pay, you'll have to sell yourselves here to pay off the debt. Qi shrugged and replied, I don't care anyway, it's not my treat. He will bear the loss. By the way, Chaidan, decide whether you are selling your body or your kidney. Oh, people here might need pig kidneys, right? Chaidan rolled his eyes at Qi and said, Shut up. Your kidneys are the ones that look like pig kidneys. Hey, young lady, I'm Chaidan, and this is Qi. We don't know your name yet. The girl grinned and said, My name is Li Wei, you can call me Xiao Wei. Didn't expect that both of you are so wealthy. Chaidan scratched his head and modestly responded, It's nothing special, just good luck, and made a bit of profit. Li Wei looked at Qi and said, That's not just luck though. I see this big brother has great strength. By the way, how come I've never seen you around before? Qi smirked slightly and replied, We've just come from a settlement. To be honest, this fallen city resembles the old times more. Despite being a bit chaotic, it feels more familiar. In contrast, settlements seem too idealistic, almost like communism. Li Wei chuckled and said, True, but we don't call it the Fallen City. Actually, it doesn't have a proper name. The name Fallen City comes from someone from your settlement who came over earlier and saw what the city used to be like. They returned and spread stories about how disordered it was. Qi exclaimed, Oh, then why attack our settlement? The The girl sighed and explained. Do you think people here don't wish for a peaceful life? But everyone harbors ambitions, don't they? Moreover, near the settlement lies a National Grain Reserve warehouse. However, the settlement does not allow us to station nearby. Therefore, to gain access to that resource, we must capture the settlement. Besides, it's been rumored that acquiring that warehouse could secure stable living conditions for years. Qi laughed without revealing that the warehouse had already fallen into their hands. Chadan looked directly at Li Wei and said, since this is the end times, I'll skip the usual nonsense and cut straight to it. Love is love. This was something taught by Brother Xiang. Anyway, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? Li Wei shook her head and said, prostitutes, that's one thing I absolutely cannot tolerate. Friendship is acceptable, but relationships? Forget it. Chadan immediately corrected. No, that's completely misunderstood. It wasn't like that day. Brother Xiang, quickly help me explain. Prove to her I'm still a virgin. As soon as Qi heard this, he hastily distanced himself and retorted, you psycho, how would I know if you're really a virgin? You dirty freak. Chadan looked at Li Wei and said, Li Wei, would you give me a chance to explain? Li Wei nodded and said, sure, go ahead. Everyone deserves an opportunity to explain. Chadan smiled and said, Li Wei, you're too kind. That day, we originally intended to find a lively place for some fun. We asked a middle-aged man for directions. Little did we know, he misunderstood us and pointed us to that area. And it was even more unexpected that the women there were so aggressive. It felt like they hadn't seen men for years. So naturally, that led to what you saw. Li Wei nodded again and remarked, so you're expecting me to believe that when you two asked a random uncle for a good spot, he misunderstood and guided you straight to the red light district, where you then got scared by those women? As Chadan vigorously nodded, Li Wei added with a sly tone, then why did you two burst out of the red light district? Upon hearing this question, Chadan nearly fainted while Qi chuckled and responded, young lady, I understand Chadan's character well. He's very traditional, not someone who frequents such places, and neither do I, of course. The reason we bolted out from the red light district that day is because we were surrounded right at the street corner. If we hadn't run, both Chadan and I might have lost our innocence. Li Wei responded with a simple, oh, took a sip of water, and then said, I'll think about it. Actually, I'll evaluate. Let's see whether or not your intentions are genuine. The moment she finished speaking, Chadan started nodding frantically, saying, absolutely. You can evaluate for as long as you want. 1 week, 1 month, whatever. Li Wei mischievously grinned back. When I agree, only then will it work. Looking at Chadan, whose smile stretched ear to ear, Qi interjected, Chadan, stop smiling. She hasn't agreed yet. Turning around, Chadan looked at Qi in confusion, asking, what do you mean? Chapter 114, Bounty, Part 1. Qi sighed and said, people in love really break all lower limits of intelligence. Well, better not say what one sees outright. Miss Li Wei, I think you should consider my buddy. He may be a little silly sometimes, but he's got guts when it matters most. We grew up together since we were kids, so I know him the best. Li Wei was about to speak when a waiter walked in. Since the dishes were now served, Qi couldn't delay any longer, and they began to eat. At the dinner table, Qi and Chadan both entertained with their antics. Though it was a meal between 3 people, the atmosphere felt as if there were 10 or 20 individuals present. The whole scene from start to finish was lively without a dull moment. After they had eaten enough, Chadan paid the bill. However, settling here was rather complicated. They used grain as payment, and there were various conversion ratios for different types of grain. There were even banks established for this purpose. Though in this era, banks weren't very popular since few trusted the concept of a bank, especially private ones. People would prefer carrying their own possessions instead. Although inconvenient, at least hunger could be directly addressed. If you placed items in their hands, that'd be a different story entirely, let alone the possibility of someone running away with your goods. Oh no, in this case, running off with your food stores. Chadan grinned and said, Xiao Wei, allow me to help take your things back home. Li Wei replied, no need, my wealthy friend, go on back yourself, I can handle it. With that, Li Wei turned to leave, seemingly having no intention of walking with Chadan at all. But just as Chadan was about to return, Li Wei suddenly gave him a kiss on his cheek. Laughing, she said, this is my way of thanking you for the meal. After uttering those words, Li Wei seemed like a happy little deer, bouncing away. Qi then hugged Chadan around the shoulders and smirked. Nice job, Chadan. Your big shot strategy worked perfectly. Chadan, touching his face while laughing stupidly, repeated, haha, I've been kissed, haha, I've been kissed. Seeing Chadan endlessly repeating himself, Qi wanted to comment that the end of the world has certainly taken away both Chadan's IQ and aesthetic judgment. Of course, Qi didn't voice these thoughts because Chadan wouldn't hear them anyway. Why? Because even when Qi carried Chadan back into the store, he showed no response. Dropping Chadan on the floor and watching him continue to repeat the same sentence, Qi couldn't resist anymore. He splashed a bottle of water over Chadan, bringing him out of his brainless mode. Sighing bitterly, Chadan remarked, AI, Chadan, you're truly amazing. You were once the love guru and the rich handsome guy before the apocalypse. But now after the end of the world, you're still wealthy and handsome, yet became obsessed with girls like a lovesick fool. Enough already. Chadan grinned. Hee, Brother Xiang, aren't you envious? Qi looked at Chadan, touched his forehead, and asked, no fever. So why are you talking nonsense? Who's talking nonsense? Qi smiled and responded, oh boy you, is your sister being my idol? So pretty. AI, Beauty lies in the lover's eyes. Che Dan chuckled. Ah, you don't have my kind of aesthetics. Chi Xiong. The next day, Chi Xiong got out of bed, glanced around, and unsurprisingly, Che Dan was nowhere to be found. Chi Xiong had no choice but to make breakfast by himself and then sauntered leisurely outside for a walk. Let's take a look at Che Dan's situation first. Che Dan woke up super early this time and went to vendors who specialized in selling recovered luxuries. He bought a suit, a pair of leather shoes, a Rolex watch, and an engagement ring studded with what appeared to be a massive diamond. Dressed in a brand new suit, Che Dan also had his hair done and groomed himself meticulously. With the diamond ring tucked in his pocket, he arrived under Li Wei's house. Then, well, strangely enough, Che Dan ended up squatting on the ground admiring the big diamond ring, even wearing expensive attire which would have made even him uncomfortable pre-apocalypse. It truly was remarkable how life evolved according to times. Currently, this outfit on Che Dan might have easily cost hundreds of thousands to millions pre-apocalypse. Now, he cared less. Not only him, but also almost everyone else in the new world did too. Survival ranked #1 priority, followed by freedom, while luxury items were mostly for show. And without an audience, these were equivalent to roadside merchandise, except for certain brands related to exploration, climbing, and firearms which were genuinely crucial for survival. This statement refers to clothes, accessories, and cosmetics. Of course, exceptions exist among two groups. One consisted of those who had always favored prestigious brands and felt uneasy without them, not showing off wealth, but simply a lifestyle habit and attitude toward life. Another group comprised those who had never worn such branded clothing prior to the apocalypse and started searching intensely afterwards. This belonged to a rather particular class of desires post-apocalypse. However, the majority after the apocalypse fell into the second category of name-brand enthusiasts. Finally, at around 8 o'clock, Che Dan heard the footsteps he had been waiting for. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and leaned against the doorway with a smile, wanting to give Li Wei a surprise. However, Che Dan obviously forgot this was the apocalypse. His behavior could be called romantic, but it could also be called suicidal. Before Che Dan could react, a fireball smashed into the wall behind him, blasting him outward. With a cry of "ah," Che Dan flew out. Luckily, the ring did not fly away as it was still in Che Dan's storage space. But Che Dan's suit was ruined. There was now a huge hole on the back. Apparently, even though this lucky suit made its way into the apocalypse and was traded for by someone using rice, its lifespan was very short. Yes, it barely lasted half a day before being completely destroyed on this unlucky owner. Che Dan lay sprawled on the ground while Li Wei looked at him, quickly rushing over to help him up while apologizing. Sorry, Che Dan, I didn't know it was you. I thought someone was trying to sneak attack me. What were you doing hiding at the door like that anyway? Che Dan got up and felt his back. The suit and undershirt underneath had been utterly destroyed. Embarrassed, Che Dan said, Li Wei, let me explain later. Can you wait here a moment? I'll go change. Seeing Che Dan's condition, Li Wei burst out laughing, saying between giggles, go ahead. Having been given permission, Che Dan ran off quickly, as if he'd done something wrong. 2 minutes later, Che Dan returned wearing casual clothing, scratching his head and laughing. Forgive me for the appearance. Li Wei covered her mouth and laughed. No worries, it's my fault. Then, finding nothing else to say, Che Dan asked awkwardly, what are you up to? Li Wei smiled. Looking for work, duh. How else do you think we can support our families? Isn't that right, Mr. Rich Guy? Chapter 115, Bounty 2. Che Dan laughed and said, what kind of work do you usually do? Li Wei shrugged and replied, I don't know. I usually just make a fire or go out on search missions if we form a temporary team. Che Dan nodded and said, then I'll join you. Li Wei smiled and said, no need, you're a big tycoon. Che Dan scratched his head and said, all right, then can I just follow you? Okay then. Che Dan and Li Wei walked together until they reached a street. Li Wei smiled and said, this is where we take on missions. Che Dan looked at the people shouting and asking about tasks and couldn't help but think that this place was somewhat like a gaming quest area. However, this wasn't the most crucial part. Che Dan's eyes fell on a spot crowded with people. Che Dan laughed and said, Li Wei, there must be a lot of profit in that task everyone is scrambling for. Let me grab it for you. Li Wei shook her head and said, no thanks, I'll look for some small tasks. Che Dan grabbed Li Wei's hand and said with a laugh, come on. Saying this, Che Dan summoned the Lingxi shield to carve through the crowd easily. Brother Bear wants skilled fighters for heavy rewards, revenge. What will the fighter do? Kill people. Our boss gained 2 enemies. One uses purple flames and has a tidal summoned beast, while the other summons zombies. These 2 individuals have a purple cleaver and a blue ice sword respectively. If anyone can bring back their heads, 10 tons of grain, paid up front. Hearing what was being said inside, Che Dan smirked slightly, pushed forward to the front, and grinned at Li Wei. Watch closely. Following this statement, many others appeared behind Che Dan. No, they were actually zombies, and these zombies blocked the crowd. The person calling out over there was now facing away from Che Dan. As Che Dan approached, he patted the man's shoulder and laughed. Big brother, I wonder if the knives are something like this? He then drew out Hanren. The strong man looking at the knife in Che Dan's hand chuckled. That's right. Exactly like this. His face suddenly froze, and he shouted, everyone, kill him. 5 tons of grain. Who could let such an amount of grain slip away? As he spoke, the strong man didn't advance himself, but quickly retreated instead. Clearly, he knew that dealing with this individual would be tough, and wanted cannon fodder to handle it. Any perceptive person would not have acted upon seeing the strong man retreating, but 5 tons of grain was not a small sum for many, enough to stir hearts. Hence, several dozen people unsheathed their weapons and began battling. At this moment, all those who had no intention to participate automatically moved back to watch, leaving a vacuum in the middle. Finally, Chaedan found himself surrounded by a group of people. Despite their numbers, these people mostly consisted of disorganized mobs because those with real skill wouldn't bother over such a reward, even though 5 tons of grain was substantial. But for weaker ones, it meant everything, which was why those surrounding Chaedan weren't formidable, unable to even get close as they were blocked outside by the merciless zombies. Chaedan summoned a dragon-like zombie, stood on its body, and loudly proclaimed, "My name is Chaedan. Today, if someone or their team dares to resist my Lord-level zombie attacks for 10 minutes, they are free to oppose us. Otherwise, stop wasting our time." These words from Chaedan weren't boasting. To be honest, although they might endure significant losses, combining the strength of him and Qi to withstand a Lord-level zombie attack for 10 minutes was absolutely realistic. The effect of these words in the scene wasn't huge because the number of attackers did not decrease, but they made every onlooker aware of how formidable this character was. In the apocalypse, only 2 types of people speak this way. One is full of empty boasts without skills, and the other truly possesses capabilities. And at this moment, it became clear that since Chaedan could command a large bounty for rice for the human scalp, it proved they indeed harbored certain enmities against this brother bear. Also, for them to brazenly appear here after such grudges indicated they possessed genuine strength. Qi was picking his nose and observing the crowd on the side. Then, silently, Qi stomach growled, prompting him to leave. Seeing Qi depart, Chaedan did not stop him and called out instead, "So, wanna fight? Come try." Chaedan's zombie squad wasn't to be trifled with. These dozens of individuals weren't even worth considering. Although Chaedan's previous order prohibited killing, now he roared fiercely, "Whoever moves next will be shown no mercy." As soon as those words were spoken, quite a few people fled in the opposite direction. However, there were still those who wanted to claim the reward of grain. But the real question was, could they actually take it? Li Wei, who had been concerned about someone skilled intervening while hidden within the crowd, now felt reassured by this situation. Yet Li Wei didn't expect that Chaedan was going to make an example out of them. Blood gushed from these individuals' bodies, and then zombies opened their large mouths to bite down. Thus, amidst the atmosphere of panic, all those who did not immediately cease their actions ended with death as their fate. This was also the consequence of misjudging the situation. Chaedan laughed and walked to the side, glancing at the man bound by his spider webs from earlier, who was the one who initially posted the bounty here. He grinned. "Young fellow, brother bear, right? Haha, sorry mate. Looks like your boss's face is about to be lost today." As he said this, the cold blade in Chaedan's hand swiftly swung, and the man's head instantly rolled on the ground, spinning a few times before stopping, with eyes wide open as if unable to comprehend why Chaedan hadn't even given him a chance to speak before striking. The beheaded men did not spurt blood because their necks and heads had already been frozen at the point of severance. But precisely because of this, it made Chaedan seem even more extraordinary. Chaedan stepped a foot onto the man's head, and the man's head burst like a watermelon under his weight, splattering blood everywhere, including onto Chaedan's pants, clothes, and face. However, Chaedan paid no heed and shouted to the crowd, "There must be some informants for Brother Bear among you. Tell him this. I don't change my name or hide mine. Come and have your revenge if you can." After saying this, Chaedan retracted all the zombies back inside himself and then strode off confidently. A flash of fear crossed Li Wei's face, since she was a woman, though a woman of the apocalypse, and it was evident that in Fallen City, such a blood-soaked scene was unprecedented. Chapter 116, Bounty, Part 3. Li Wei didn't chase after Chaedan because she knew he was protecting her in his own way, and Li Wei could guess that Chaedan wouldn't come find her for a while. Why? If someone wanted to deal with another person, there were 2 methods. One was to kill them, and the other was to kidnap someone important to them. Chaedan carried a big sword on his back and had 5 or 6 little brothers following him. Since Chaedan was bored anyway, he happened to come over here. He would also check if there were any interesting tasks around, and if so, he might just take one for fun. Chaedan whistled as he strolled along. Although the incident at the street corner caused quite a stir, such things were not uncommon here. After all, this was no rule of law society. Whenever there were good tasks, people would compete for them, and there were always plenty of them. Therefore, fights like these happened every day, so what occurred with Chaedan went largely unnoticed and caused no ripples here. Chaedan walked along, looking around. It was like a rich young man out strolling with bodyguards, except Chaedan's bodyguards were all zombies, quite intimidating. Chaedan saw a person squatting by the roadside. There was a sign in front of him that read task, but no one shouted about it, nor did anyone show interest. Chaedan became curious and approached. Squatting down, he smiled and said, "Hey, friend, what's the task? Why is it so quiet?" The man looked up, and only then did Chaedan see his face. A guy in his 20s, rather handsome. But when he smiled now, it gave off an eerie, bad boy aura, much like those spoiled rich boys. This young man chuckled and replied, "It's nothing serious. It's not too hard of a task either, just exorcising a ghost." Chaedan nodded and asked, "How long have you been here? It seems everyone isn't interested in your task, huh? You've been here for quite some time already, haven't you, kid?" The young man shrugged and said, Neither too short nor too long. It's been exactly 30 days today. Everyone knows my task now, so no one asks anymore. But judging by how you're new around here, do you have any ideas?" Chaedan smirked and said, "First tell me what kind of ghost you want exorcised." The young man responded, "A vengeful spirit, one that's been haunting the house I live in for quite some time." Che Dan exclaimed. Oh, then why don't you just move houses? The young man sighed and said, yeah, moving could be an option, but I'm sentimental. I've lived there for years, you know. Che Dan grinned mischievously and said, all right, let me help you. Aren't you going to ask about the reward? The young man looked at Che Dan, since usually one should first clarify the target, process, and remuneration of a task. But what he didn't know was that Che Dan was just messing around, treating everything as a game. Anything fun to him was worthwhile. Other factors didn't matter much. Che Dan stood up and said, my name's Che Dan. What's yours? Oh, I'm Yang Kuei, came the reply. Che Dan laughed and said, Yang Kuei, remember this. Wait for me here. With that, he withdrew all his zombies and summoned a dragon-like zombie. Jumping onto its back, he shouted loudly, charge. The dragon-like zombie raced forward, its body not large, but still substantial enough. It rampaged through the streets, earning complaints from some. But in this era, power was everything. If someone acted like this, they must possess formidable skills. Unless you had absolute confidence in yourself, it wasn't wise to provoke trouble easily. Che Dan moved like a reckless racer, riding the dragon-like zombie as swift as the wind. No, like a madman. Along the way, who knows how many small vendors' stalls were destroyed. Strangely, none of them swore or cursed. Apparently, this age had diminished people's sense of dignity greatly, making them revere, or perhaps fear, the powerful even more. Che Dan found it amusing that no one cursed or bothered him, so he directly took control of the dragon-like zombie's body, using his spiritual energy, and rushed back to their base, the little shop. Che Dan kicked the door open. However, he forgot one thing, that it was glass, reinforced steel glass at that. While the old Che Dan might have survived kicking such a sturdy object without damage, the current Che Dan possessed far greater strength. With a crack, the steel-reinforced glass instantly cracked inward but didn't shatter into pieces. It was certainly damaged though. Che Dan looked at the broken glass door and bitterly smiled, withdrawing his leg before pushing the door open. Brother Xiang, I found something fun. There was no sound in response, for Dan was looking at the empty hall and gave a bitter smile. He summoned the dragon-like zombie again and rushed to where he had received the task earlier, of course once again causing chaos as he went. Chi Xiang was slurping his noodles with gusto, exclaiming, what satisfaction, while eating. The dish Chi Xiang was consuming now was one of Chongqing's famous street foods, small noodles. And being someone who loved spicy, flavorful dishes, Chi Xiang couldn't help but praise this dish highly and already planned to tip the cook here so he could come back often. This wasn't mealtime, and though the biological clocks of people in the apocalypse weren't synchronized, very few came to restaurants like this anyway. Unless they were either extremely craving or tycoons, like Chi Xiang, most people didn't visit frequently. Only occasionally would they come once in a while. But even so, there were 3 patrons currently at this little eatery, including Chi Xiang. However, Chi Xiang was the only boastful one. The other 2, one ate steak with knife and fork, and the other ordered a bowl of covered rice and quietly ate it. Since there weren't many customers, the owner, also the chef of the shop, approached Chi Xiang and smiled saying, young man, how's the food? Is it good? Chi Xiang nodded and said, yeah, boss, your noodles are super awesome. Back when I was in Chongqing eating small noodles and asked them to add more spice, it was still not enough. How do you make these noodles? The shop owner was a 40-something uncle, slightly plump due to his age. Rumor had it that he worked as a chef before the apocalypse. His store hadn't been open long before the disaster struck, but luckily, because of his skill of carrying items in an apocalypse, he managed to pack all the food supplies from his restaurant and raid supermarkets. In the end, he took over this shop and lived a peaceful life. Upon hearing Chi Xiang's question, the owner laughed and said, that's my exclusive recipe, but since it's the apocalypse now, exclusivity doesn't matter anymore, so I'll teach you. Chapter 117, Bounty, Part 4. Chi Xiang laughed and said, great. Bang. Shit, he's here. Men, attack. Beat him to death. The door was kicked open and a group of people rushed in. Apparently, most of these people were remnants of the gang that Chi Xiang and Cha Dan had slaughtered earlier. Chi Xiang smiled and said, Uncle, please step aside for a moment. If I break any furniture, I'll compensate you. All right, be careful. The shop owner didn't refuse because he knew his combat ability was limited and he wouldn't be much help, so he stepped back and gave up his position. The other 2 diners calmly ate their food as if they hadn't noticed anything. Chi Xiang took a bite of his noodles, then with his left hand caught the machete aimed at him, mumbling, couldn't you wait until I finish eating before starting this nonsense? The big man saw his machete firmly gripped by Chi Xiang, unable to pull it out, so he released the machete and swung a punch. Chi Xiang quickly swallowed the remaining noodles, finishing them, then suddenly stepped back, dodging the punch, and flung the machete in his left hand. The flying machete pierced straight through the big man's chest. The big man immediately spat blood from his mouth, stumbled backward a few steps, and collapsed on the ground. Chi Xiang chewed the noodles in his mouth and looked at the remaining 7 big men. From the time that big man rushed forward to now, it was only a matter of a dozen seconds or so, but the next attacks came one after another. Machetes, chains, even hoes were used. Of course, guns were indispensable, and among these people, there were actually 2 psychics. One was a fire elemental psychic, the other could emit laser beams from his eyes. As for the guy who kicked the door at the start, he launched a signal flare outside. With noodles still in his mouth, Chi Xiang couldn't speak clearly, but his actions were extremely straightforward, brutal, and efficient. Chi Xiang smashed the top of a hoe with one punch, then kicked it with his right foot, sending a man flying out. This was just an ordinary person. One kick from Chi Xiang made his chest cave inward, clearly not survivable. However, the death of 2 people did not make the rest retreat. It was clear that either escaping would mean certain death for them, or killing Qi would result in a very rich reward. Thus, these people showed no fear of death. Qi no longer relied purely on brute force since the enemy had already opened fire. Qi directly activated his corrosive fire. Though bullets were strong, more than anything they moved fast. Therefore, when the bullets touched the corrosive fire, they corroded and disappeared. As for the fists that landed on Qi, they ignited instantly, setting the entire body ablaze. Qi stopped dodging and directly charged forward. Anyone he touched was immediately set on fire. In just 10 seconds, except for the guy who released the signal flare and those 2 psychics, all others' bodies were engulfed in flames, losing their fighting capability, rolling around on the ground. Qi extinguished the flames on his body, finally finished eating the noodles in his mouth, beckoned with his fingers, and said, "Come on, let me see your skills." Laser Eye's eyes turned red, continuously emitting laser beams from his eyes, the red light streaking towards Qi. The fire elemental psychic began chanting a spell, apparently ready to cast something big. Qi kept dodging, moving rapidly closer to Laser Eye. He dared not exchange blows directly with the laser, but Qi was not without long-range attack methods. Using Dantian energy to form needles, he continuously shot them out, aiming at Laser Eye. While Laser Eye was attacking Qi, he also needed to block the needles Qi fired, reducing the number of laser beams Qi had to dodge. Firing lasers from the eyes must cause some degree of damage to the eyes themselves, and by now Laser Eye was already struggling. Seeing Qi about to close in, Laser Eye knew that once near combat commenced, his fate would be death. Thus, not only did he not slow down his attack, but instead increased its intensity significantly. Qi had closed the distance, while Laser Eye tried desperately to create space by retreating, but it was futile. Qi threw a punch directly, hitting the face. Instantly, Laser Eye staggered several steps back, and Qi grabbed Laser Eye's neck, delivering 3 rapid punches, nearly pounding his brains out. Writing here, it seems like there's a superhero called Laser Eye, but I completely mean no disrespect. Please don't mind. Qi turned around, holding the Shurhun knife in his hand, slashing downward because a fire rat had been shot at him. But the attack wasn't over yet. The fire elemental psychic was certainly not idle enough to take such a long time to send out a fire rat. It was one of his original techniques, Flames of the 12 Zodiacs. As the name implies, it involved launching 12 continuous attacks where each of the zodiac animals would appear. Ox, tiger, rabbit, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig appeared in sequence, and the last one to appear was dragon. Qi knife kept swinging, and one by one, the flame-constructed animals disappeared under Qi blade. When the fire dragon was also slain by Qi, the fire elemental psychic spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. Apparently, this was due to backlash. Qi rushed over and delivered a punch to his chest, then without even looking at the result, went to find the guy who kicked the door, but after scanning around with his eyes, he didn't spot that person. Qi shrugged, turned around, and smiled, saying, "Uncle, come out. It's all done. By the way, how much do I need to compensate?" "Oh, I haven't had enough yet. I'd like another bowl of noodles." The shop owner stepped out, looking at the walls blackened by fire, and sighed bitterly. "This is really messy. Wait a moment, I'll prepare some noodles for you." After finishing this sentence, the boss went into the kitchen and got busy. Qi glanced at the 2 people still eating over there, smiled, and said nothing, returning to his previous seat. He picked up the bowl and took a sip of the noodles, laughing. "That's refreshing. Big brother, he's just ahead." As the sound of footsteps and a voice that made Qi want to beat him rang out, Qi drained the soup in his bowl, stood up, wiped his mouth with his hand, and looked at the people gathering outside, smiling. "Come on, let me digest a bit by playing with you guys." Saying this, Qi strode out, holding the Shurhun knife in his hand, a smile on his lips, as if he were truly going out to exercise and digest, rather than heading out to fight and brawl. As soon as Qi walked out, bullets and skills from long-range psychics surged toward him en masse, as if attempting to instantly kill him. If Brother Bo were here right now, it would be great." Qi muttered this sentence, and then without dodging, started spinning the Shurhun knife in his hand. Qi was going to use this method to defend against the enemy's attack. Chapter 118, Ghosts Exist, Part 1. The attack was fully intercepted by Qi, and naturally, Qi wasn't about to let them attack for nothing. He activated the Swallowing Whirlwind, which began with a massive slaughter. There had been 70 or 80 people initially, but after Qi's cleanup, only 7 remained. The rest were either lying on the ground groaning due to missing parts or directly corroded excessively by Qi Swallowing Whirlwind, most of them having their outer layers eaten away completely, leaving no chance for survival. The ones who remained must have been high in defense or had defensive abilities. Qi laughed. "Haha, I thought you'd all be cannon fodder today, but it seems there are some worthy opponents left. Come on, everyone, come at me." These individuals didn't hesitate, pulling out weapons and charging toward Qi. Qi parried an attack with his sword, and then a holy light spear appeared in his left hand, piercing through one man's abdomen. Following this, he retracted the soul-devouring knife and thrust the tip of the holy light spear into the ground, spinning the spear around with his entire body before kicking someone in the chest. Afterward, Qi lifted the spear and used it as a whip to lash another person. When the spear was pulled out, a piece of tile flew off, striking someone directly in the face, an unexpected bonus. Having taken 2 lives swiftly, Qi Xiang made these remaining enemies more cautious. They quickly retreated and surrounded him. Just then, a burly but slightly overweight man came running from a nearby alley, wielding a hammer and shouting, "You bunch of incompetents! What are you standing around for? Attack! Avenge my son!" Qi Xiang looked at the large man and muttered to himself, "Looks like this guy is giving it everything he has for his son, hunting across the city. Well, let's play a little." With that thought, he flung the holy light spear from his hand, piercing straight through one person. Yes, although these people were alert and carefully watching Qi Xiang's every move, they were still powerless against him. Even though that individual tried to deflect the holy light spear with a machete, it was futile. Although the holy light spear slightly deviated, it still pierced through that person without hesitation. Chuckling, Qi Xiang retrieved the soul-devouring knife and charged forward, cutting down the enemy's long spear in 2 swift strokes. Then, he kicked the opponent in the chest and fired white needles condensed from Dan force that struck the person's chest. Without even glancing back, Qi Xiang moved on to the next victim. It seemed Qi Xiang's attacks were so rapid that within a short time, he'd killed 2 individuals. As a result, when his blade reached the neck of the third person, she barely reacted in time. It was already too late. Taking down another individual, the man with the hammer now approached Qi Xiang. Smirking, Qi Xiang remarked, "Uncle, did you just finish repairing nails and building houses before rushing here with your hammer? That's quite the effort. Who gives a damn what you say? Take this hammer strike," roared the man while swinging the hammer. Qi Xiang stepped back, dodging the hammer, laughing, "Uncle, it's not good manners to attack recklessly. You should at least give me a reason." Spitting in anger, the man replied, "Do you think you can kill indiscriminately without consequence? Today, I will butcher you and use your blood to honor my son." Qi Xiang responded with mock curiosity, "Oh, I see. It was the day I passed by your house, wanting to take a look inside, but your gatekeeper attacked first. My companion and I aren't the patient types, so we retaliated out of curiosity to see who was so bold, even letting a guard dog be that aggressive. To be honest, Uncle, your men were pathetically weak. We cleared them out effortlessly. Haha, speaking of your son, it's not our fault, he died in a fire. My companion and I have nothing to do with that. Uncle, don't try to hold us responsible unfairly. I'll ing kill you." Roaring in fury, silver light burst from the man's hammer, and behind him appeared a shadowy figure. Though unclear, one could guess that the man was about to unleash a powerful skill. Qi Xiang smiled and directed his Dan energy into the soul-devouring knife, causing it to glow purple. Though it did nothing to improve his offensive power, in Qi Xiang's eyes, one must not lose momentum. If the other side glows, I cannot fail to glow. Of course, this was purely childish. After all, Qi Xiang was clearly overpowering the other side. If not for playing a bit now, when else would he enjoy it? The large man roared loudly, "Break," and brought his hammer down directly at Qi Xiang. Silver light kept flashing, looking overwhelmingly majestic. However, Qi Xiang wasn't one to back off. Instead of using the soul-devouring knife to meet the strike, he simply raised his hand to block it. By the looks of it, he seemed intent on stopping the man's attack with just his bare hands. Qi Xiang's bold move caught the attention of the 2 observers who had been seemingly calm all this time. Although they looked calm, it didn't mean they weren't paying attention to the situation here. In fact, they had been closely watching the fight, only concealing their interest. At this moment, catching a hammer with just one hand was clearly no ordinary feat, let alone a hammer that clearly wasn't an ordinary tool. Its roaring wind already showed its incredible force. Still, Qi Xiang chose to intercept it with just one hand, showing immense confidence in his own strength. If before these 2 had zero interest in Qi Xiang, by now their interest in him was definitely sparked. Qi Xiang let out a powerful shout as he indeed managed to grab the hammer with one hand. Not the head, but the handle. Even so, this wasn't something just anyone could do, and even Qi Xiang's feet sunk slightly into the asphalt due to the immense impact force. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the undeniable proof of Qi Xiang's great strength. Qi Xiang's face didn't change a bit, still smiling as ever. He looked into the eyes of the burly man and said with a laugh, "Uncle, your strength is really impressive. It hurt quite a bit." After saying this, Qi Xiang didn't wait for the man to react and immediately unleashed a kick. The man hadn't reacted fast enough, losing his grip on the hammer, but flying backward 17 meters. Keep in mind, this man was extremely muscular and must have weighed nearly 200 pounds. Yet, he flew 17 meters under Qi Xiang's controlled kick. If Qi Xiang hadn't held back, the man might have been killed instantly by just this single strike. Chapter 119, Really a Ghost, Part 2. Qi Xiang launched his flying needle, eliminating the remaining cannon fodder, then strode towards the big man. Qi Xiang looked down at the big man who was holding his chest, and chuckled coldly. "Hey, Uncle, your people, and even you seem weak. Maybe it's time for some training." The big man coughed and swore, "You little brat, don't be too smug. If you've got guts, kill me quickly. Otherwise, give me a bit of time, and I'll swear to kill you." Qi Xiang laughed. "Ha ha. Uncle, I don't like killing people, but leaving a loose end seems problematic as well. Hee hee, so why not cut your tendons in hands and feet? Then you won't be able to seek revenge on me. Yes, let's do this." As he spoke, Qi Xiang extended the soul-devouring blade, its tip pressed against the big man's left wrist. The big man tried to dodge, but Qi Xiang's blade held his left hand immobile. There would be no problem if the tiger didn't move, but if it did, damage would follow. Qi Xiang grinned. "Uncle, you're really mischievous. Swinging such a big hammer at me is dangerous, do you know that? Come, let me teach you a lesson. Hammers should not be played with carelessly. Playing comes with a price." As soon as he finished speaking, the big man screamed in agony. Blood gushed from his left wrist, clearly severed by Xiong. Xiong watched the big man's left hand with a smile, then kicked the big man's right hand away, pinning it down, severing the tendons in one fluid motion. Chuckling, Xiong also cut the tendons in the big man's legs and shrugged, saying, "Uncle, don't you think it's kind of me not to kill you?" Ha ha ha. Still laughing, Xiong turned around, hands in pockets, and walked back toward the restaurant with a grin. "Boss, is my noodle ready yet?" Che Dan rode back on the quasi-dragon zombie to the street and approached Yang Kuei, grinning. "Bro, my buddy isn't here, let's go. You lead the way, I'll follow." As Che Dan extended his right hand, Yang Kuei also laughed and grabbed it, letting himself be pulled onto the quasi-dragon zombie. Che Dan smiled and asked, "Which way are we going?" 15 minutes later, Che Dan and Yang Kuei arrived outside an old building which indeed exuded a chilling atmosphere. Che Dan smirked, "Great. I'd love to see just how strong this ghost is." Saying this, Che Dan jumped off the zombie dragon. When he noticed Yang Kuei had also dismounted, Che Dan dismissed the creature, then plopped down cross-legged and said, "I need to prep. Call me in half an hour." With that, Che Dan closed his eyes. Though Che Dan dared to come, it wasn't because he lacked brains. His specialty wasn't dealing with ghosts. Though he'd seen them before, they weren't his forte. Now, there were 3 things Che Dan needed to do. Check if the system's mall had any tools against ghosts, look on forums for information on how to combat ghosts, and most importantly, search for missions involving ghosts. The experience and coins from ghost missions were alright, but following the principle of getting more when possible, Che Dan accepted several tasks. Half an hour later, Che Dan felt a tap on his shoulder and turned around, unsurprisingly, finding Yang Kuei. Bending over, Yang Kuei laughed. "Big brother, the half hour's up. Should we get started?" Che Dan nodded, stood up, stretched a little, and grinned. "Alright, let me meet this ghost." Speaking, Che Dan dusted off his pants, took out a compass, and grinned. "Let's go." Pushing open the door to the building, Che Dan glanced inside, and checked the compass again before saying cheerfully, "Let's go. I want to see what kind of abilities the ghosts in here have." With that, Che Dan marched forward confidently. On the 3rd floor, as Che Dan reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped, and threw a bag of blood plasma. This wasn't ordinary blood, it was genuine black dog blood. As it splashed, white smoke rose in the air, followed by a shrill scream. Che Dan smiled and rushed forward, firing a spiritual charm. But it missed its target. Standing firm, Che Dan looked at the afternoon sun, glanced at his watch with the hand pointing at the number 3, then turned around, smiling. "Yang Kuei, take me to your place for a nap. We'll deal with it tonight." Yang Kuei nodded and led Che Dan upstairs. Yang Kuei's home was on the 4th floor. Che Dan looked at his house, recalling the knowledge he had obtained from the forum earlier. He chuckled bitterly. "Your place has bad feng shui. It attracts ghosts. By the way, has anyone died here?" Yang Kuei nodded and said, "Yes, a young man died here before. It was quite tragic, but I'm not too clear on the specifics." Che Dan nodded and said, "Alright, you should take a nap too. We'll get to work tonight." Yang Kuei nodded again, while Che Dan didn't hesitate, directly taking over the big bed. Yang Kuei had no choice but to lie down on the sofa. However, Yang Kuei wasn't sleeping. His eyes were darting around, and they even emitted a faint green light. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kuei revealed an evil smile, gave a cold snort, then closed his eyes. After finishing his noodles, Xiong smiled, thanked the boss, paid him, not with money, but with food rations, and promised he would definitely come back to learn culinary skills in the future. Then he left. This Che Dan, where has he run off to? Such antics. All consumed by women, forgetting his brothers. Xiong looked at the empty residence and summoned Daska, saying, "Daska, take me for a round. I want to properly find this little scoundrel Che Dan and give him a good lesson." Oh whoa, Che Dan leapt up and landed on Daska's back, and after Daska let out a call, his limbs surged with power, shooting forward. Although Xiong didn't rush about like Che Dan riding the quasi-dragon zombie, he wasn't far behind. He made Daska use walls to gain momentum as they bounded along, but wherever Daska stepped, the places were generally wrecked, concrete and glass fell apart, causing passers-by to curse from time to time. While Che Dan was sound asleep, hearing the commotion outside, he woke up briefly, checked his watch, muttered that it was still early, then lay back down to continue sleeping. Xiong circled around for a full turn and found no trace of Che Dan, so he returned home and found a nearby restaurant. After eating a quick meal, he wandered around aimlessly. As for Che Dan, when the time came, he woke up, stretched, and laughed, saying, "Haha, I've slept enough, it's time to get to work." Speaking, he took out his compass, but just one glance at it made him curse loudly. Damn. Chapter 120, Truly a Ghost, Part 4. Clash. The sound of shattered glass rang out. Che Dan opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Holy cow, this really works." Unfortunately, Che Dan didn't see an immortal. Instead, he saw Xiong riding Daska. More importantly, Xiong was completely drenched like a wet rat, and the smell coming off his body wasn't very pleasant. Xiong cursed as soon as he saw Che Dan. "Shit, Che Dan, you dumbass. You've ruined me. What are you running around for no reason? I've been looking for you for ages, and now I'm covered in dirty water." Let's rewind to 3 minutes ago. Xiong was still searching for Che Dan across the city when a bucket of dirty water fell from the sky, soaking him. What kind of temper does Xiong have? He started cursing immediately. However, when he saw that the perpetrator was a particularly ugly woman, one who was even harder to describe than Feng Jia or Ru Hua or Shi Lu, Xiong almost threw up. Seeing her directly prompted him to make Daska run away. And the reason he discovered this place was because of some unusual movement here. It was purely out of curiosity that he came inside. Chaedan looked at Qi blankly and asked, Xianggu, how did you get here? Qi shrugged and said, I saw all sorts of explosions happening here, so I thought there might be something fun. Dude, what's going on? There's nothing here at all. Then Chaedan responded, throwing over a bottle. This is bull's tears. Rub it on your glasses and use the heavenly eye. However, the bottle broke midair. Chaedan looked at Yang Kuei, who was smirking confidently at him. Qi let out a snort and said, You're stupid. Do I need this? When Zixing used my body last time, I learned how to see ghosts. As he spoke, purple flames ignited in his eyes, like a pair of glasses. Yang Kuei, Changxi, and Duoyin appeared clearly in his vision. Qi chuckled coldly. So, it's these things messing with my buddy, huh? You know, hellfire is specifically used to deal with creatures like you from the underworld. Saying this, flames burst from both of his hands. As soon as the corrosive fire ignited, Qi rushed forward, swinging his right fist. Yang Kuei had just turned around and hadn't even reacted when he got a punch in the face. Yang Kuei immediately screamed after being hit by Qi. Normally, physical damage wouldn't harm Yang Kuei, but don't forget that Qi fists were burning not with ordinary flames, but with corrosive fire. Yang Kuei continuously slapped his hands on his face trying to put out the fire, but the corrosive fire only burned more fiercely, setting his hands alight too. Yang Kuei shouted at Changxi and Duoyin, who were about to rush over to help him. You two bastards, stay back. Don't come near me. This isn't ordinary fire. We may have met our match. The two of you, take down that idiot Chaedan and use him as a hostage. Startled, Changxi and Duoyin still rushed toward Chaedan. Qi kicked off with his right foot, kicking Changxi in the back and igniting the area behind her before landing in front of Chaedan and throwing a punch straight at Duoyin's face. Seeing all three ghosts aflame, Qi pulled out the soul-eater knife without a word and began slashing violently at the barrier. It wasn't hard to enter from the outside, but leaving from within was quite challenging. While cutting through, Qi said, Chaedan, hold them off a bit. Chaedan nodded and took out 3 talismans, throwing them out. The 3 ghosts already tormented by the flames were immobilized once again. After much effort, Qi finally broke the barrier and turned around. Watching the 3 ghosts nearly break free from the talismans, he laughed. Little ghosts, come on. Let me eat you. Speaking, Qi ignited swallowing fire, which greedily consumed the body of Changxi. Yang Kuei let out a roar, struggling fiercely to break free from the talismans. But he continued getting zapped painfully by the electric currents in the talisman, while still trying desperately to escape. Duoyin also roared and struggled. After consuming Changxi, Qi approached Duoyin and continued the consumption process. Once Duoyin was fully devoured, Qi walked over, squatted down, and patted the talismans on Yang Kuei's body to ensure they stuck tightly. He then smiled at Yang Kuei and said, Do you know why I want to kill you guys? Because you harmed my brother, I must avenge him. Therefore, you're the criminal. It's because of you that you lost your 2 brothers. With bloodshot eyes, Yang Kuei glared furiously at Qi and shouted, No, you're lying. It's all because of you. You killed my 2 brothers. I will destroy you. Qi chuckled coldly. You won't stop haunting me even after becoming a ghost? But look, you're already a ghost. Don't worry, I don't leave any loose ends when I do something. So your soul will be utterly consumed by my flames without a trace. Understand? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Qi right hand was already pressed against Yang Kuei's forehead. No, please, don't kill me. I'll serve you, fight for you, just spare my life. Qi said and looked at Yang Kuei with interest, laughing. You want to serve me and fight for me? And you've decided not to take revenge for those 2. I won't take revenge. I won't take revenge. Qi scoffed, saying, All right then, let's start with this. You show your loyalty by sacrificing your life to boost my power. At the same time, the swallowing fire on Qi right hand began to blaze. No. Qi walked over to Chaedan and smiled. Well, are you done playing? Chaedan nodded and said, Huh, that was exhilarating. It was absolutely thrilling. Bang! With a sharp sound, Chaedan clutched his face in disbelief as he stared at Qi, who had retracted his right hand, cursing, Do you want to drive me insane, you brat? Was it fun for you? Do you know if I'd been just half a minute late, half a minute later, you'd be dead? Don't I have a contingency plan? Chaedan yelled. Qi smirked and said, You have a contingency plan? Tell me what it is. I. Chaedan was momentarily speechless. Qi slammed a fist into the wall, scratched his head, and said, Chaedan, you're no longer a kid. You should know what kind of world we're living in now. We came here to cause trouble, but not to play around. If you died, how could I explain it to your parents? I brought you out, so if you die, how would I ever face them? Chaedan took a few steps back, leaned against the wall, and slowly crouched down, looking at Qi helplessly without saying a word. Qi approached, squatted down, and patted Chetan's shoulder, saying, Good brother, don't blame me. If you're mad at me, find somewhere quiet to calm yourself down. If you're not mad at me, come on, let's go back together. As he spoke, Qi extended his right hand. Chapter 121, Banquet, Part 1. After Shi Huazixing jumped out of the window, he sniffed the air and grinned evilly. Looks like I've stumbled upon something big as soon as I came out this time. It's worth it, so worth it, haha. Shi Huazixing burst into maniacal laughter and then powerfully pushed off the ground, soaring towards the sky. With a casual wave of his right hand, the holy light spear appeared in his grasp. He hurled it forcefully, causing it to fly far away. That wasn't all. After throwing the holy light spear, Shihua Zixing propelled himself upwards again with a push against the void. The soul-devouring blade was now in his right hand, and even the bloodthirsty demon spear had broken through his back, emerging from him. Gradually, blood-colored patterns appeared on Shihua Zixing's face, giving him the appearance of a fearsome war god straight out of hell as he ascended toward the sky. The holy light spear that had been merely glowing faintly golden suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light when it reached a certain height. This illuminated every inch within a 100-meter radius. In its radiant path, countless black mists fled as if fleeing from some terrifying presence. Shihua Zixing stared at these mists coldly and sneered. Did you see me and still think you could run? With that, he shook his body. Instantly, purple spider silk spewed forth from the bloodthirsty demon spear behind him, quickly forming a massive purple web. All the black mists within the range of the web were bound up immediately. With an explosive shout, retract. Shihua Zixing commanded the purple web to rapidly contract, bundling all the mists together while wrapping the holy light spear inside as well. He once again propelled himself through the air, landing on the web. He pulled out the holy light spear and sent it back into an alternate dimension. Since these mists had flight capabilities, Shihua Zixing didn't need to worry about falling despite his lack of personal flight abilities. As he drew nearer, the true forms of the mists became visible. They were ghosts with skull-like faces. Covetousness burned fiercely in Shihua Zixing's eyes as he chuckled. Haha, there's plenty for my appetizer tonight. As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide. Immediately, all the ghosts let out pitiful cries as they were peeled one by one from the web, subsequently entering Shihua Zixing's mouth. Within a mere tens of seconds, hundreds of ghosts had entered his stomach without a single one escaping their fate. Twirling the soul-devouring blade in his hand into a sword flower, Shihua Zixing cut off the connection between the web and the bloodthirsty demon spear before plunging downward. With a boom, Shihua Zixing crashed to the ground, sending clouds of dust flying around. Gazing at the night sky, he smiled and said, "Time to dig in." In the darkness, Shihua Zixing's eyes gradually turned red. Despite the rain pounding on his body, this sleeping city emitted a roar. These roars weren't just those of zombies akin to the scraping of two rusted iron plates, but also included the cries of wandering spirits and lost souls. Tonight, Shihua Zixing's goal was those very ghosts. Shihua Zixing's eyes turned red, not because of congestion, but because he had concentrated energy into them, or more precisely, utilized a specialized skill. Through this technique, he could clearly see the shapes of the ghosts in front of him. Seeing the numerous fleeing ghosts, Shihua Zixing smirked contentedly and pursued them. The bloodthirsty demon spear constantly pierced backward from his shoulder. Each ghost penetrated by it transformed into a streak of mist that slid along the spear tip into the demon spear itself. With every ghost absorbed, the ferocious look in Shihua Zixing's eyes intensified. Raising his palm skyward, he delivered a powerful slash, releasing a violet beam of light from his right hand. It carved a fearsome scar into the ground below. Examining his right hand, Shihua Zixing laughed. I never expected such a small earth to contain everything needed. These ghosts are truly top-grade nourishment. As he spoke, he licked his lips. Staring at the myriad ghosts fluttering in the sky, he realized that continuing like this would mean that not even an additional 24 hours would be enough for him to consume all of them here. Moreover, what Shihua Zixing aimed for wasn't just these ghosts. The main course hadn't arrived yet. Casually throwing the soul-devouring blade in his right hand aside, it effortlessly pierced through asphalt, embedding half its blade into the ground. Using his right thumb to draw across his mouth, Shihua Zixing extended his left forefinger and middle finger, placing their tips on his right arm. Sliding sharply along his arm, a stream of blood erupted, scattering onto the ground. This action alone caused sweat to bead on his forehead. This body is still too weak after all. Zixing Shihua muttered to himself, then began chanting a spell. The blood on the ground seemed to understand his words, as it started moving by itself, forming a circle composed of demonic runes in no time. The middle of the circle was left empty. Zixing Shihua took a step forward and stood in the center of the circle, sitting cross-legged. He grabbed the soul-devouring blade, raising it towards the sky with his right hand while his left hand rested on the ground. Then, he began reciting strange words, a language unlike any other from Earth. Even its pronunciation bore no resemblance to earthly tongues. As Zixing Shihua chanted, he suddenly slapped the ground hard. Instantly, the blood runes on the ground emitted red light, and the soul-devouring blade in his right hand burst into purple light. The two lights intertwined, making Zixing Shihua's face look extremely bizarre. His expression, which had been calm just moments before, now transformed into something half-human, half-demon. Zixing Shihua's voice wasn't loud, but its range was spreading continuously, eventually covering almost the entire city. When the ghosts floating in the sky heard this sound, they reacted like being struck by electricity, scattering in all directions at a speed much faster than before. However, what Zixing Shihua was doing certainly wasn't dispersing these ghosts. His aim was only one: to devour endlessly, and devour again. Despite their frantic attempts to escape, the ghosts were drawn by an unknown force that resisted their every movement. Then, the power surged, pulling the ghosts irresistibly toward the center, the position where Zixing Shihua sat. One by one, the ghosts turned into streaks of mist above the blood patterns and were sucked forcefully through the tip of the soul-devouring blade. This blade acted as a conduit for transmitting their essence into Zixing Shihua's body. Every time a ghost was absorbed, the blade flashed once. In less than 2 minutes, the soul-devouring blade had already flashed more than 100 times, and this frequency continued to rise. Chapter 122 Feast 2. One by one, the ghost transformed into energy and entered the soul-devouring knife, then into Xia Huazixing's body. At this time, Qi Xiang's body seemed to be inflating, with all of his muscles growing at a terrifying speed. Despite their rapid growth into large muscles, it didn't give off the vibe of a typical muscular man, but rather felt very appropriate. But this was not yet the end. After the muscles inflated to a certain extent, Qi Xiang's muscles rapidly contracted, shrinking from large blocks back to smaller sizes until, finally, his body returned to its original form, as if nothing had changed. Yet, if anyone were to poke Qi Xiang's body, they would be surprised to discover that every part of him, whether it was the abs, biceps, or chest muscles, all became extraordinarily hard. This, exactly, was what was known as the legendary 99 Return to 1. When the last ghost was devoured by Xia Huazixing, the blood patterns around his body seemed unable to bear the strain and let out sounds akin to shattering glass. They then reformed into liquid, seeping back into the ground. The light of the soul-devouring knife also gradually faded away. Xia Huazixing stood up from the ground, moving his body slightly. Even though he was drenched in sweat as if soaked in water, his eyes gleamed with vitality. With a fierce shake, droplets of sweat flew off his body like bullets. Wherever the sweat landed, small holes were left behind, just as if hit by a bullet. Satisfied, Xia Huazixing grinned and said, "Haha, this kid's body is pretty well trained already. It's unfortunate there aren't enough ghosts here. Otherwise, I could push him even further." Shaking his arms casually, he continued, "All right, this body will do." He clenched both fists together, saying, "So, the main course should come on now." After uttering those words, Xia Huazixing powerfully kicked off the ground, instantly shooting upward. The energy derived from the ghost earlier had not been used to stabilize himself, but instead to temper Qi Xiang's body. By now, Qi Xiang's body was no longer in the same league as before. Previously, Qi Xiang's body was merely elevated somewhat through Dan force, unleashing some potential. However, just moments ago, Xia Huazixing, relying on years of experience and mastery over energy, directly refined Qi Xiang's body, stimulating his muscles using raw energy to bring about an activation effect. Now, Qi Xiang's entire body had not only awakened but reached new heights, a level that the gentle, limiting nature of Dan force could never achieve. Only under the dark nature of Xia Huazixing's energy could the body be developed so quickly. With just one leap, Xia Huazixing ascended several dozen meters, landing effortlessly atop a house. And under his enhancement, Qi Xiang's body did not merely see a slight improvement. It truly ascended to a horrifying stage. At least physically, Zhao Yang might not necessarily rival Qi Xiang. After all, physical defense was Zhao Yang's fatal weakness. The soul-devouring knife swung sharply by Xia Huazixing, sparking flames instantly. In the process, it forced a shadow concealed in the darkness into view. Looking at the creature before him, Xia Huazixing smirked and asked, "Come on, show me what you've got." This creature had 2 horns on its head, resembling a monkey, yet when colliding with the soul-devouring knife earlier, it emitted metallic collision sounds. Not a trace of injury could be seen on its body, showing how robust it truly was. "Who are you? Why must you trouble us?" The creature spoke human language, although its voice was extremely deep, as if deliberately lowering the tone. Xia Huazixing shrugged indifferently and said, "I'm not someone famous, but I know consuming you will greatly enhance my defensive capabilities, and the hardness of my meridians will increase dramatically too. So today, I'm definitely eating you." Letting out an eerie shriek, the creature raised both fists and rushed towards Xia Huazixing. Though Xia Huazixing had never seen such a creature before, the energy radiating from the creature told him it was highly resistant. Moreover, once consumed, it could significantly improve one's defenses, making it a primary target. This clearly demonstrated how much Xia Huazixing valued defense. And among the countless varieties of creatures surrounding them, had Su Dan been present, he surely would have noticed the name of this creature, Iron Ape Ghost. The Iron Ape Ghost roared and charged at Xia Huazixing, its fists swinging wildly as if trying to flatten him. When the Iron Ape Ghost's fists were just 1 centimeter away from Xia Huazixing's head, he suddenly revealed a slight smile and disappeared from the Iron Ape Ghost's sight. Its fists then slammed directly into the skyscraper, creating a massive hole. Realizing Xia Huazixing had vanished, the Iron Ape Ghost frantically looked around, attempting to locate him. Suddenly, it felt an intense pain on top of its head, as though it had punched itself in the skull. Then something strange happened. After striking its own head with its fist, black gas began to emerge from the Iron Ape Ghost's head while its body rapidly withered away. Above, Xia Huazixing was standing there, his mouth open, sucking in the black gas flowing out of the Iron Ape Ghost's body. Just moments ago, when the Iron Ape Ghost's attack was about to land on Xia Huazixing, he leaped forcefully upward, instantly appearing above the creature. Without saying a word, he summoned the Holy Light Lance and drove it straight into the Iron Ape Ghost's head. Although Xia Huazixing could not activate the energy of the Holy Light Lance, the weapon was inherently made for punishing evil beings, forged as a tool of righteousness. Consequently, its effectiveness far surpassed that of either the soul-devouring knife or the bloodthirsty demon spear when dealing damage to dark creatures. Thus, even though Xia Huazixing couldn't channel the Holy Light Lance's power, the moment it touched an evil entity, the lance automatically initiated its attack, piercing through the Iron Ape Ghost's crown and creating an opening. The punch from earlier widened the hole, causing the ghost's essence, accurately speaking, the shared essence of all ghosts known as ghost chi, to escape through the opening. As for why Xiahua Zixing remained unaffected by the holy light lance, it was because despite being inherently evil himself, Qixiang's body did not belong to the category of evil entities. Therefore, the holy light lance would not react at all against Xiahua Zixing while using Qixiang's body. Chapter 123, Banquet, Part 3. Xiahua Zixing suddenly inhaled deeply, instantly absorbing the last bit of ghostly qi into his belly. Satisfied, he patted his stomach and let out a loud roar, causing a flash of purple light. Nothing seemed to happen, yet Xiahua Zixing laughed with satisfaction and howled toward the sky, shouting, "All the remaining ghosts, get out here. Tonight, I break my fast." Then, Xiahua Zixing darted forward swiftly, piercing through the body of a ghost with his right arm. Opening his mouth wide again, another ghost's ghostly qi entered Qixiang's belly. Xiahua Zixing looked greedily around. With this special method, even through Qixiang's eyes, all movements of the surrounding ghosts were visible. Xiahua Zixing kicked hard, sending 3 ghosts flying away. However, 2 ghosts behind him struck his back, causing his entire body to lurch forward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Using his right hand to slap the ground, he quickly turned around, silently chanting a spell before spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The blood acted as if it had eyes, directly landing on the 2 ghosts who had attacked Xiahua Zixing. As soon as the blood touched their bodies, these 2 ghosts began emitting black smoke. Immediately after, Xiahua Zixing opened his mouth again and inhaled their ghostly qi. Standing up, Xiahua Zixing looked at the 3 remaining ghosts, spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and muttered to himself, "Damn, they really dared to fight me to the death. Well, the 2 ghosts earlier weren't enough to replenish the blood I lost. Shit, what bad luck." He then stared coldly at the 3 ghosts in front of him and said, "You 3, your lives will be mine today." Upon hearing this, the 3 ghosts trembled all over. All of them, including the 2 dead ones, had only recently formed a temporary alliance to try to eliminate Xiahua Zixing, whom they saw as trouble. They didn't expect that under double attack, Xiahua Zixing would still manage to destroy 2 of them. Now, the 3 ghosts thought only of one thing: escaping and using their companions to buy them time. However, none of them was dumb. The 3 ghosts, each smart in their own way, fled simultaneously. But would Xiahua Zixing allow them to escape? Of course not. Wanting to harm Xiahua Zixing was something the arrogant demon could not tolerate. At this moment, Xiahua Zixing had only one thought: to either kill them or die himself. The idea of fleeing never crossed his mind. Xiahua Zixing leapt forward fiercely, grabbing one ghost by the head with his right hand, crushing it like a water bubble. He then casually inhaled, sucking up all the ghost's ghostly qi. At the same time, the Shurhun Dao and the Holy Light Spear appeared in his hands, which he threw simultaneously. Predictably, the other 2 ghosts were pierced straight through. Unexpectedly, after being impaled by the Holy Light Spear, one of the ghosts did not dissolve into ghostly qi, but instead, despite the gaping hole in its abdomen, fled rapidly. Xiahua Zixing, looking intently at this ghost, detected its differences. Actually, it wasn't some powerful ghost, it just had a higher resistance to holy energy than the average ghost. With a casual gesture from his right hand, Xiahua Zixing understood everything about this ghost. From the sky, an enormous figure descended, demanding Xiahua Zixing's full attention. Looking up, all he could see was a belly. Xiahua Zixing sneered lightly, quickly stepping away from underneath this giant form while pulling out the Holy Light Spear and the Shurhun Dao at the same time. Standing on the open ground, he finally saw the complete appearance of this creature. This huge creature had 4 legs, each thick as a column, likely requiring 5 people hugging together just to encircle it. Despite their size, the legs weren't long, only 2 meters tall. Yes, 2 meters wasn't short, but compared to the 10-meter-tall body of this giant creature, the legs seemed disproportionately short. Its body resembled a spherical mass with limbs attached, and on its back, there were 2 small, almost delicate wings. It was unclear what purpose they served. This ghost was unlike others, as it wasn't completely pitch black. Instead, its body glowed with a deep blood-red color. The stench of blood emanating from it sent shivers down one's spine. Approaching it felt like standing next to a pool of blood. But Xiahua Zixing was no ordinary person. In fact, he wasn't even fully human. He was a demon living inside a human host. Therefore, for him, the overwhelming smell of blood was not unpleasant but instead quite exhilarating. There were only 2 criteria to judge a ghost's level: the amount of ghostly qi it possessed and how much blood it carried. As for the former, there's no need for much explanation. Ghostly qi is the essence of ghosts, and the longer a ghost cultivates, the more concentrated its ghostly qi becomes. Blood, on the other hand, represents something else entirely. Ghosts that carry a heavy stench of blood are often malevolent spirits, ones that specifically kill living creatures to consume their vital essences as part of their cultivation method. Therefore, such ghosts aren't very numerous, as this kind of heinous act is not tolerated by either the immortal practitioners or Taoist exorcists from the human world, or the enforcers from the eastern underworld and the battle angels of the western heavens. Thus, despite their scarcity, when these ghosts do appear, they're invariably immensely powerful beings, because only those with great strength can evade capture and destruction. The one in front of Xiahua Zixing was obviously such a powerful entity, with a blood scent so overwhelming that even Xiahua Zixing couldn't gauge how many living souls had contributed to it. Xiahua Zixing's habitat was rather unique, not located on Earth, but possessed a large rift that could transport beings from all realms to his location. Thus, Xiahua Zixing had some understanding of various creatures across the realms. Of course, for now, we won't delve deeply into Xiahua Zixing's world. Suffice it to say that when he saw this monstrous figure, his eyes lit up like someone who hadn't eaten for half a year, suddenly spotting a piece of meat. Xiahua Zixing stowed away the holy light spear, raised both hands to hold the Shihun Dao, and behind him, the sanguinary devil spear flared red abruptly as its bloodthirsty effect was activated. As the original owner of the sanguinary devil spear, Xiahua Zixing naturally understood its usage far better than Qixiang. With the bloodthirsty effect activated, Xiahua Zixing's already crimson eyes became even redder, and his entire body turned red, as if he were a boiled crab. However, this wasn't due to heat, but rather the result of increased blood flow causing the skin to redden. Chapter 124, Feast, Part 4. Xiahua Zixing suddenly leaped, aligning his entire body parallel to the blood ghost's eyes. Staring into the blood ghost's eyes, Xiahua Zixing let out a cold snort. His muscles bulged all over his body as he grabbed the soul-devouring knife and swung it down toward the blood ghost's head. The blood ghost was certainly not going to stay still and let Xiahua Zixing attack. Its huge body moved with surprising agility, stepping back just in time to avoid the strike. Furthermore, the blood ghost spat out a mouthful of blood mist. This wasn't ordinary blood mist. It was highly corrosive poisonous blood mist that meant only one outcome for anyone who came in contact with it: death. Even Qixiang's body would be no match for this toxic vapor since, at its core, it was still merely human. There was absolutely no way to resist such a deadly substance. Xiahua Zixing obviously knew about this, but as the blood ghost sprayed the blood mist, he neither dodged nor showed any panic. Instead, a sly smile flickered across his face. Xiahua Zixing inhaled sharply, then opened his mouth, releasing a powerful gust of air. The blood mist, despite its name, was essentially a mist and was quickly blown off course by the rush of wind, drifting back toward the blood ghost. The blood ghost had no fear of its own creation and simply inhaled the blood mist back in. But before the ghost could close its mouth, Xiahua Zixing had already landed a punch directly on its forehead. The blow struck true, forcing the blood ghost to spew 2 mouthfuls of blood mist involuntarily. The blood ghost's body retreated 3 steps, its massive frame crashing through a high-rise building. Yet clearly, Xiahua Zixing's attack was far from over. After landing the punch on the blood ghost's forehead, Xiahua Zixing immediately thrust the bloodthirsty demon spear deep into the ghost's body, securing himself. Then his fists rained down like hail upon the blood ghost, creating crackling sounds each time they connected. Xiahua Zixing knew that these sounds were the bones inside the ghost shattering under his relentless assault. Suddenly, the blood ghost roared and its body contracted sharply, attempting to transform into mist to escape. However, if a prey within grasp managed to get away, that wouldn't have been Xiahua Zixing. In response, Xiahua Zixing kicked himself free from the blood ghost, allowing the soul-devouring knife to soar through the air and lodge itself into the ghost's body. The pain caused the ghost to scream horribly. Without pausing, Xiahua Zixing summoned 2 chains with his hands. These were the same soul-locking chains he had used against the ghost earlier at the inn. The purple soul-locking chains twirled skillfully in his hands, resembling 2 serpents coiling around the blood ghost in the blink of an eye. Though the gaps between the chains were significant, once the blood ghost was bound, it couldn't shrink further. And even if shrinking could theoretically free it, then the soul-locking chain wouldn't deserve its name. Bound tightly by the soul-locking chains, the flames blazing along them brought intense agony to the blood ghost. Clearly, these chains caused harm to souls, and substantial harm at that. With a yank of his right hand, Xiahua Zixing pulled himself closer, standing on the blood ghost's face while transferring control of the chains to his left hand. He then lifted his right hand to pull out the soul-devouring knife, laughing as he said, "Haha, you mighty blood ghost reduced to this by me. That old Taoist sounded so mystical when talking about you, making me think you were some big deal. But look at you today, you're nothing special after all. All rumors turn out to be exaggerated nonsense. Ha ha ha." He slapped the blood ghost's cheek lightly as he spoke. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The blood ghost's shrinking body swelled up again, rapidly growing to over 100 meters tall in the blink of an eye. However, the soul-locking chains on its body remained undisturbed. Realizing these chains were not ordinary worldly objects, the blood ghost began chanting incantations in an attempt to use magic to escape. Xiahua Zixing, naturally, would not give the blood ghost such an opportunity. He delivered 3 precise strikes, each blade landing squarely on the ghost's face. Blood blossomed forth in great spurts, splashing onto the ground with a hissing sound and producing white smoke. Xiahua Zixing sneered disdainfully, saying, "So capable indeed. No wonder that old Taoist warned so much about how powerful you are. This blood of yours is truly venomous." The blood ghost's body transitioned from resting on all 4s to standing upright on 2 legs. Gradually, it straightened, transforming more and more into what appeared to be a human form. As Xiahua Zixing watched the now muscular outline of the blood ghost's body, a strange sense of unease bubbled up inside him. He gave the soul-locking chain a fierce tug with his left hand, tightening it, but this did nothing to ease the mounting discomfort in his heart. "Tu-tu-tu." The blood ghost suddenly shouted, and it was 3 Yao words. If this were Qixiang controlling the body, perhaps he would follow up with Qiaqian now. But this was not Qixiang, it was Xiahua Zixing. At the moment the blood ghost called out, Xiahua Zixing had already moved. Xiahua Zixing withdrew the soul-devouring knife into an alternate space, then handed the soul-locking chain from his left hand to his right. Following this, he slashed his left thumb across his teeth, instantly creating a wound that bled. Shi Huazixing pressed his bleeding left thumb against the soul-locking chain, silently chanting the word draw. Instantly, the soul-locking chain burst with tremendous energy, red light illuminating as though it sought to engulf the entire city. The glow dyed every face of living beings and objects in the city crimson, and those inside the inn like Che Dan also noticed this anomaly. Bo stood in the car, looking worriedly at the view outside the window, saying, "What's going on? Could it be that Qi Xiang is in danger? It's impossible. Brother Xiang is so clever. With Shi Huazixing's assistance, how could he possibly kill himself? After all, that wouldn't benefit him, would it?" Although Che Dan's words sounded relaxed, his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. To say who among them was most concerned about Qi Xiang, excluding the unconscious Qi Xiang's parents, it would have to be Che Dan. As Shi Huazixing gazed upon the soul-locking chain glowing red under the sky, his heart felt a modicum of relief. The soul-locking chain immediately lashed onto the blood ghost's body, causing the ghost's whole body to convulse. Then, its hands gripped the mesh of the chain net as if trying to tear it apart. Seeing the soul-locking chain gradually stretching under pressure, Shi Huazixing's brows furrowed deeply as he struggled to think of any viable strategies. Blood ghosts, after all, were incredibly rare, and this was his first encounter, facing such a formidable one. No wonder he harbored some resentment. With a fierce shout, Shi Huazixing leapt up from the ground, readying what he thought would be his final strike on the blood ghost. However, the blood ghost did not respond. Instead, it smiled, a sinister smile. Chapter 125, The Red City, Part 1. Shit. Shi Huazixing was hit by something and fell to the ground. He cursed loudly before glaring at the blood ghost. There was a fist on the blood ghost's neck, and it was clearly responsible for that blow just now. Without Shi Huazixing's control, the soul-locking chain had already been broken free by the blood ghost. Once freed from the soul-locking chain, the blood ghost let out an enormous roar, making the entire city tremble with the sound. Zombies and ghosts alike gave off low growls. Meanwhile, the group inside the inn felt an oppressive pressure and instinctively gathered together in silence. Shi Huazixing stood up, coughed, and wiped away the fresh blood from his lips. Staring at the blood ghost, his eyes were filled with icy fury. That punch from the blood ghost truly angered Shi Huazixing, who crashed into the ground so hard that he made a pit. Several of his bones had broken and now only stayed intact due to energy support. Although Qi Xiang's recovery ability was strong, the broken bones wouldn't heal within days. However, Shi Huazixing wasn't overly concerned about how damaged Qi Xiang's body might be since this body could only be controlled for 24 hours, and when it would happen again was uncertain. As long as this body did not die, its importance was minimal to him. Yet Shi Huazixing was furious for being hit by the blood ghost. A surge of resentment naturally arose in him. As a former strong warrior, despite the weakness of Qi Xiang's current body, Shi Huazixing maintained the pride of a warrior. Now he was truly enraged. Shi Huazixing roared, leaping out of the pit with his right hand grabbing the Shirhun knife, which instantly returned to his grasp. His eyes were crimson red, glaring furiously at the still roaring blood ghost as he yelled, "I'll chop you to death today." This time, Shi Huazixing used all his strength, unlike the small skirmishes before. As soon as the Shirhun knife returned to his hands, flames erupted, turning the blade into a form several dozen times larger than its original size. With an oversized weapon disproportionate to his frame, Shi Huazixing was now directly above the blood ghost's head. With a tearing sound akin to fabric splitting, Shi Huazixing's Shirhun knife slashed right into the top of the blood ghost's head, completely splitting him apart. Though the majority of the Shirhun knife now consisted of fire, this fire was no ordinary one. It was the extremely condensed corrosive fire controlled by Shi Huazixing. Under his command, these flames acted like true blades with their intense corrosiveness cutting through the blood ghost effortlessly, corroding everything it touched. Looking at the blood ghost, he split open alive. Shi Huazixing opened his mouth, casually sticking the Shirhun knife into the ground. He lifted both arms, and behind him, the bloodthirsty devil spear also stretched out straight. This was the appearance of Shi Huazixing when he swallowed fully. The red ghostly chi started drifting away from the blood ghost. Though this alone couldn't kill him, as the blood ghost was trying to restore himself, the blood ghost felt a powerful suction force draining his ghostly chi. Alarmed, the blood ghost immediately channeled all his power to repair his body, but alas, the suction force was too strong. The ghostly chi released from within his body didn't have time to repair anything before it was sucked away. To speak truthfully, the blood ghost was unfortunate. Despite having such a large body, the blood ghost rarely trained, so all his internal energies remained vaporized. If the blood ghost had consolidated his energies into liquid beforehand, though his body would be much smaller, he wouldn't be stuck in such a predicament now. But it was obviously too late to regret now. Helplessly, the blood ghost watched his ghostly chi being stolen by Shi Huazixing with no means of retaliation, because the blood ghost was entirely focused on keeping the last bit of connection in his body together. Gradually, the blood ghost's body became shriveled, as if losing air. Just when Shi Huazixing thought he was about to succeed, strange changes occurred. In the sky, a large number of ghosts gathered, among them many high-level ones. Moreover, Shi Huazixing heard a shrill, buzzing noise around him, and before he realized, many black bugs covered the surrounding houses. The noises from the black bugs disrupted Shi Huazixing momentarily, giving two other robust ghost figures the opportunity to take the blood ghost away. Xia Huazixing glared fiercely around him. Although the black bugs didn't interfere with him much, his spiritual power far surpassed Qi Xiang's. he was still enraged by these creatures. Xiahua Zixing couldn't understand why these black bugs and ghosts, though both belonging to darkness, would come to disrupt his fight against the ghosts. As for the ghosts in the sky, naturally Xiahua Zixing wouldn't let any of them go, because in his eyes, they were all delicious meals. But now, no matter how greedy he was, he could not stay here any longer, as too many enemies had gathered. There were at least thousands of black bugs and tens of thousands of various ghosts big and small. Xiahua Zixing sighed, pushed off with his right foot, and fled. However, as Xiahua Zixing moved, the ghosts and black bugs immediately pursued him in the direction he was escaping toward. Clearly, today Xiahua Zixing wasn't going to have an easy time. Hey, you little bastard, did you piss off those black bugs? Why are those bastards teaming up with the ghosts to come after me? While running, Xiahua Zixing contacted Qi Xiang and demanded answers. Then, Qi Xiang's voice echoed in Xiahua Zixing's ear. When we first arrived in this city, I killed a few of those bugs. Not that many, probably less than 100. I forgot. Shit, I knew this was your fault. Did you kill their bug king or something? Why are these bugs so crazy? I don't know, but yeah, I did kill one big bug. It might not be the king, but it must be pretty close. Shit. Xiahua Zixing cursed loudly, moving his legs quickly without letting up even a bit, knowing full well that behind him were tens of thousands of pursuers. Running down the road, Xiahua Zixing had passed more than a few sports cars. Every single one was faster than his current pace, yet he didn't dare stop. Not because he was unsure if the cars would work, but because Xiahua Zixing simply couldn't drive. Chapter 126, The Red City, Part 2. Something's wrong. Chaidan suddenly screamed, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Chaidan jumped off the bed and said excitedly, "No, something's wrong. This city has been listed as a red level city." Red level. Upon hearing this term, Brother Bo's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he looked at Chaidan, feeling an uneasy sensation. After all, red had always been a synonym for danger. Chaidan nodded and said, "Yes, this ranking is compiled by survivors from all over the world, summarized and graded by an unknown person. And the city we're in just happens to be included, and it's categorized as red." Brother Bo looked out the window with his eyebrows furrowed and continued asking, "Then, is there any more detailed explanation?" Chaidan pointed outside the window and said, "This city has been occupied by zombies, ghosts, and those black bugs. It can be considered a no-go zone for humans. Therefore, surrounding survivors evacuated from here long ago. But how did that person obtain these intelligence reports? Surely no one would provide information for free." Brother Bo was still somewhat uneasy, voicing his doubt. Chaidan explained, "Because that guy, for some unknown reason, used points as rewards. By verifying the information, you get points. Each accurate report earns points, with the highest reportedly being 10,000 points. That's why many game power users provided him with intelligence. After all, 10,000 points is a considerable amount." Brother Bo sighed and said, "It seems the information is true. Everyone, prepare. We'll go and rendezvous with Qi Xiang, and then leave here." Rendezvous with Qi Xiang? What? Chaidan looked at Brother Bo, puzzled and asked. Brother Bo turned around, looking at Chaidan and said, "If this city is truly as you say, it must have something impressive. Moreover, ghosts are beyond our capability. Not to mention, since Xiahua Zixing ran away, it shows there's something attracting him. But what could attract Xiahua Zixing? It's probably energy, since his ability is to devour. Only large amounts of energy can enhance his strength. There are two sources of such abundant energy, living beings and rare treasures. However, neither living beings nor rare treasures can be easily obtained." At this point, Brother Bo paused and continued. "So, to prevent Xiahua Zixing from doing anything outrageous, we must set out now. Even if we have to knock him unconscious, we'll take him away." After listening to Brother Bo's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Brother Bo began assigning tasks. "First, we will split into two teams. One team will head to the plain to start it and wait for us outside the city. The other team will go and rendezvous with Qi Xiang." As he spoke, Brother Bo pointed at Uncle Da, Bing Yue, and Lin Xiaoyang, saying, "Uncle Da, you take Bing Yue and Xiaoyang along with 6 elders to the plain. Chaidan and Jiayang, you two come with me." "I disagree." As soon as Brother Bo finished speaking, Bing Yue immediately voiced her objection. Brother Bo looked at Bing Yue, confused about why she disagreed. "Bing Yue, I also want to go rendezvous with Qi Xiang." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang also said, "Take me too." Brother Bo slapped his forehead and said, "Bing Yue, Xiaoyang, you two stop acting up. Out of all of us, your mobility is the weakest. Xiaoyang, you have the ability to create duplicates, so you can take care of our parents. Bing Yue, you're the only one who can perform ranged attacks, which can be useful on the plane. In close combat, you wouldn't be effective anyway. Plus, Uncle Da has to pilot the plane, and we don't know what may happen. Just listen to us. We'll bring Qi Xiang back. Trust us." Since Brother Bo had already spoken so clearly, Bing Yue and Lin Xiaoyang stopped making trouble. Through the baptism of the apocalypse, these two had completely gotten rid of their former aristocratic temperaments, learning when and how they should act. At this moment, clearly wasn't the time for them to throw a tantrum. Satisfied, Brother Bo nodded and gave a comforting smile, saying, "Let's move." Exiting the inn, the two groups immediately separated. Not that Brother Bo didn't want to protect them going to the plane, but time was short. To prevent Qi Xiang from facing any danger, they started the search directly. "Jiayang, do you have any way to track down Xiahua Zixing's presence?" Given Xiahua Zixing's earlier words, apparently Jiayang knew Xiahua Zixing and had a shared history, so Brother Bo questioned Jiayang this way. Jiayang shook his head and said, "I could in the past, but not now. The The reasons are very complex and hard to explain in a few sentences. Brother Bo nodded and then looked at Chaedan, asking, "What about you, Chaedan? Do you have any way to track him down?" Chaedan shook his head as well and replied, "This isn't a video game but real life. I don't have anything like a map with radar." Brother Bo sighed, pointing to a tall building, and said, "Let's go up there and take a look from the roof. The liveliest place is likely where we need to go." There was a lack of certainty in Brother Bo's tone, and he couldn't guarantee that this method would be 100% effective. However, under the current circumstances, it was the only viable option. Brother Bo led the way, and the three swiftly entered the building, rushing toward the rooftop. At this moment, Xiahua Zixing was truly suffering in silence, as he had already run nearly half the city, yet the ghosts and bugs behind him showed no signs of giving up. Though Xiahua Zixing wasn't tired, continuing like this wasn't a solution either. Right now, Xiahua Zixing was using his extensive knowledge to ponder solutions. Boom! A tremendous explosion interrupted Xiahua Zixing's thoughts. He quickly stopped, for in front of him, a building had collapsed, dust rising everywhere, and a massive shadow appeared. Holy crap, such a huge zombie. Indeed, the thing that struck the building wasn't anything else. It was a zombie, and an exceptionally developed one at that, towering almost as high as a multi-story building. Looking at the colossal creature before him, Xiahua Zixing sighed. Just as he was about to run again, he noticed countless zombies underneath the large creature. Among them were not just ordinary ones, but also enhancers and even mutants, including several commanding zombies that he hadn't seen for quite a while. Xiahua Zixing was now truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Initially, he had merely sensed the presence of numerous malevolent entities within this city, believing they could offer him substantial benefits. But unexpectedly, the depth of power within this city far exceeded Xiahua Zixing's expectations. Chapter 127, The Red City, Part 3. Xiahua Zixing suddenly punched the wall beside him, instantly creating a hole. Looking at the scene he had caused, Xiahua Zixing truly didn't know how to describe himself. Now, Xiahua Zixing no longer had any thoughts of enjoying a grand meal. Whether or not he could escape was itself a question. This predicament was something that Xiahua Zixing hadn't faced in many years, but now, he had no choice but to confront it. It was all because Xiahua Zixing had overestimated his own strength. This was the consequence of blind confidence. That enormous zombie let out a roar and waved its huge hand, causing all the zombies to immediately move, as if they shared a telepathic connection. Meanwhile, the bugs and ghosts behind Xiahua Zixing continued to pursue without pause. The distance grew shorter, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Seeing the approaching zombies, a flash of ferocity crossed Xiahua Zixing's eyes. He roared furiously, the sound so loud that blood directly gushed from his throat. With Xiahua Zixing's roar starting from him, everything around instantly turned into a sea of fire. Purple flames of corrosion spread violently in all directions. No, this could no longer be called simply corrosive fire. This was the hellfire unleashed by Xiahua Zixing, pushing Qixiang's body beyond its limits with full power. Hellfire, as its name suggests, is a flame originating from hell. This fire is purple, extremely hot, and spreads rapidly, capable of burning down an entire city in half a day. And now, this was the very hellfire appearing. The purple hellfire quickly spread around Xiahua Zixing, yet as someone immune to fire, Xiahua Zixing naturally feared no such thing. Xiahua Zixing silently chanted the incantation to avoid fire while walking slowly. His direction led straight to the position of that massive zombie. Xiahua Zixing was certain that such a large-scale attack must have been planned by the leaders of the insects, ghosts, and zombies. Otherwise, these creatures were nothing more than scattered forces. Currently, the leader of the zombies was obviously that big fellow. Though Xiahua Zixing still couldn't locate the leaders of the bugs and ghosts, the saying went, "Capture the thief first by capturing their king." So Xiahua Zixing's primary target now was this big fellow. Moreover, Xiahua Zixing had great confidence in forcing out the other two hidden enemies, and perhaps without even needing to act personally. The hellfire seemed to have a will of its own, moving with Xiahua Zixing. Still, this did not stop the hellfire from spreading. Rather, in the direction Xiahua Zixing moved, the hellfire burned even more fiercely. The flames surged like giant waves, swiftly moving forward. Xiahua Zixing didn't even need to care about anything blocking his path, because whatever lay before him was already burned to ashes. When the hellfire reached the legs of the huge zombie, it finally sensed some danger. But what could a zombie do, even with high intelligence? Especially since most zombies had character flaws, and this one was clearly of the type that was physically strong but mentally weak. Therefore, this huge zombie actually decided to put out the fire by slapping it with its hands. Unfortunately, its hands were instantly engulfed in the hellfire. The flames burst into an instant inferno, alarming even the insensate zombie this time. The giant zombie opened its mouth wide, emitting a powerful gust of wind that blasted out in a tangible rush. Yet not a single speck of the hellfire was extinguished. Instead, it was as if fuel had been poured on the flames, making them burn even more intensely. At this moment, Xiahua Zixing had already leapt up and landed directly on the giant zombie's fiery hand. He did not dare to stop reciting the incantation to avoid fire. Summoning the soul-devouring knife, Xiahua Zixing leaped up and slashed towards the zombie's head. "Still haven't come to help yet." A deep voice roared from the zombie's mouth, the sound shaking Xiahua Zixing's ears painfully, and the powerful gust of air disrupted Xiahua Zixing's motion slightly. Although Xiahua Zixing lacked extra senses behind him, Xixiang's enhancements significantly improved his awareness, thus relatively increasing his sixth sense. However, Xiafire Zixing's sixth sense was clearly superior to Xixiang's, because at this moment, Xiafire Zixing already felt danger. As soon as Xiafire Zixing sensed danger, he realized there were two murderous intents locking onto him from behind. Moreover, the two enemies were rapidly closing in. Xiafire Zixing's figure swayed, and he landed with a foot strike. His right foot forcefully kicked on the zombie's face. His body spun as the soul-devouring knife was swung to block a blacklight blade. Then, Xiafire Zixing delivered a straight left punch aimed at a large horn. Afterward, Xiafire Zixing performed a backward flip and landed atop the zombie's head. Only then did he see clearly the two attackers who had targeted him. One was a black bug, though this insect not only had an immense size, but also a huge horn growing from its head and possessed double mandibles. Xiafire Zixing had no doubt that those mandibles could slice through him like tofu. The other attacker was a mass of black mist shaped like a human, though its fog-like form was so dense it nearly resembled liquid. Clearly, this ghost's essence was highly concentrated. Looking at these two opponents in front of him, Xiafire Zixing swallowed hard, for the two truly were formidable adversaries. The threat posed by the zombie beneath him had already been neutralized since the strength of this undead creature manifested solely in its enormous stature. Now, it was fully trapped by hellfire and would soon be reduced to ashes. However, both entities before him could not be underestimated. This insect appeared capable of physical combat, yet its mandibles immediately revealed their special function to Xiafire Zixing, a capability to emit a certain kind of sound wave, which the serrated edges specifically generated for producing sound. Moreover, the large horn atop the insect's head served as an amplifier, intensifying its sonic attacks. As for the ghost, Xiafire Zixing believed it was his most difficult opponent. The insect could pose challenges, yet inflicting spiritual damage on Xiafire Zixing would still prove exceptionally hard. On the other hand, the ghost had at least 10,000 years of cultivation, and even the light blade from earlier had shaken Xiafire Zixing's right arm, causing lingering pain. Just one strike convinced him not to underestimate it. Furthermore, the variables presented by zombies or the black insects were minimal because they mastered very few skills. But this ghost represented another level of existence, something completely unpredictable and impossible for anyone to decipher. Chapter 128, The Red City, Part 4. Shihua Zixing licked his lips, quietly recited a mantra, then bit down hard, cutting open his tongue. Ignoring the pain, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the zombie's body. Shihua Zixing then crouched down, stretching out his right hand and quickly drawing something in the air. Of course, neither the insect nor the ghost would miss this chance to attack again. This time, the ghost chose close combat, rushing over with a speed at least 3 times that of the bug. As the ghost approached Shihua Zixing abruptly stood up, grabbing something and pulling it upright. Then, the ghost charged directly into it. Shihua Zixing rapidly formed seals with both hands and roared, "Ghost capture decree, prison." It was a prison gate, and when the ghost rushed inside, it was immediately enveloped by a black fog, making him invisible. However, the gate violently shook, indicating that the ghost was still restless. But if this gate could be so easily broken, it wouldn't match Shihua Zixing's style. Black chains burst from the prison gate and tightly bound it 5 ways. Then Shihua Zixing once more spat another mouthful of blood from his tongue and commanded, "Lock." Due to the pain in his tongue, Shihua Zixing's pronunciation was already slightly unclear, but this did not hinder his spellcasting. That mouthful of blood, upon hearing the command, coalesced into a blood-red iron lock and flew directly to the position of the iron chains. A click sound was heard as the iron lock locked onto the chains, and surprisingly, the door became eerily calm. Shihua Zixing sat cross-legged on the ground and chanted, "Messenger from hell, come forth and take away this evil being to restore peace to mankind." Ho ho ho, isn't that Shihua Zixing? You look pretty roughed up, quite hilarious actually. Amid mocking laughter, a man dressed in a black windbreaker appeared out of nowhere. The man was clad in a black coat, carrying something wrapped in black cloth on his back. He was handsome, but his pale complexion added a sickly beauty to him. And now, his sneering expression further imbued him with an aura of mischief. "Dog Kexi, don't get too cocky. Don't forget, your contractor is me. Even if I look disheveled, I'm still your master." Shihua Zixing said coldly. Dog Kexi casually waved his hand, sending the charging insect flying. He said with a chuckle, "That's true, but I like the original owner of your body better. If he were my master, I'd probably be thrilled rather than serving you." After finishing this sentence, Dog Kexi gripped the jail door and laughed. "I hope that next time I come to this world, my master will have changed." Ha ha. Amidst Dog Kexi's laughter, Dog Kexi and the prison gate vanished simultaneously, leaving a soon-to-be furious Shihua Zixing. Shihua Zixing spat out some phlegm to express his dissatisfaction, but heard the roar of anger beneath his feet. It seemed that the zombie felt Shihua Zixing spitting on its head, and was furious. Shihua Zixing cursed, "Damn it! What nonsense are you yapping about? I'll make sure you shut up." Saying this, Shihua Zixing ignited flames in his right hand and thrust it forward forcefully. In an instant, his entire right hand plunged into the zombie's head as if it had entered soft tofu. From the outside, nothing might have seemed to happen, but if someone could see inside the zombie's brain, they would find that the almost rotten brains were being rapidly absorbed by Shihua Zixing's right hand. Zombies only have one weakness, their heads. Thus, the only way to kill a zombie is by destroying its head. For instance, even if you slice a zombie in half, it merely reduces its movement speed. Furthermore, if you cut off a zombie's head, the head would continue opening and closing its mouth, attempting to bite you until it's destroyed. With the zombie's head ruined by Shihua Zixing, its death was certain. As the giant corpse fell like a mountain, Shihua Zixing leapt onto a nearby tall building. At this moment, Shihua Zixing was suppressing his anger. The greatest source of his frustration tonight was none other than the one named Da Kexi. Da Kexi actually doesn't belong to this world, nor the one of Shihua Zixing. However, by a stroke of luck, Shihua Zixing signed a contract with Da Kexi. The contract endowed Shihua Zixing with only two abilities. One is that within a day, Da Kexi could fight for him for 30 minutes. The second was the jail gate that Shihua Zixing had used earlier. The jail gate could only be used on entities of energy and souls, and it was limited to once a day. On the bright side, the skill limit of the jail gate was quite high, so much so that even Shihua Zixing's original body would have a hard time if confronted with the jail gate skill. Of course, wanting to use the jail gate against Shihua Zixing at his prime was impossible. Shihua Zixing searched around with his eyes, looking for the bug that Da Kexi had hit far away, but there was no trace of it. However, Shihua Zixing did notice something else, a large hole in the asphalt road. Seeing that the ghost, insect, and zombie were almost completely burned, Shihua Zixing jumped down into the pit. With a wave of his hand, the flames gathered towards him. The flames slowly shrank in Shihua Zixing's right hand, turning into a small spark, then merged into Qi Xiang's body, leaving behind a purple sphere on Shihua Zixing's right hand. This sphere looked solid, about the size of a quail egg, seemingly unremarkable, yet contained tremendous energy. If all of this energy were channeled into an attack, destroying a quarter of the city would not be a problem, because this sphere was precisely the energy absorbed from all the objects consumed by the fire released earlier by Shihua Zixing. Shihua Zixing glanced at the sphere, put it into his mouth, and instantly it turned into a cool liquid flowing into Qi Xiang's body. It seemed that Shihua Zixing wasn't new to eating such things, as there was no significant change visible before him, and he walked directly toward the hole. However, it was the first time Qi Xiang tasted it. Though Qi Xiang couldn't control his body anymore, he could still feel everything happening to it, whether pain or any sensation. At this moment, the purple sphere entering his body made him feel like drinking a clear spring. Then this spring spread across his chest until his entire body felt better than ever before. All the fatigue and pain from the battle disappeared, as if he'd been reborn. Chapter 129, Bug Hole, Part 1. Shihua Zixing stared at the cave. Inside, it was pitch black and impossible to see the conditions clearly, but based on the size of the opening, it wasn't hard to determine that this had been the size of the bug from earlier. Therefore, it could be inferred that this bug most likely escaped from here. Shihua Zixing crouched down, sniffed cautiously, confirmed there were no toxic gases, and was about to enter in pursuit. Shihua Zixing, don't go. Interrupted by this sudden voice, Shihua Zixing turned around and saw three people rushing toward him: Che Dan, Bo Gu, and Zhao Liang. Che Dan landed in front of Shihua Zixing and said, Shihua Zixing, hurry up, let's leave together. This place is dangerous. Shihua Zixing smirked with disdain and replied, danger? If the danger you refer to are those guys from earlier, then there's no need to worry, they're already dead. Che Dan shook his head and said, even though I really dislike you, it's unfortunate that you've taken control of Xiang Ji's body. So, I must ensure Xiang Ji's safety. Hence you. Right now, you should leave with us. Leave this place, leave this city immediately. With that, Che Dan grabbed Shihua Zixing's hand, attempting to drag him away forcefully. Shihua Zixing pulled his hand free and snapped, don't touch me. Zhao Liang looked at Shihua Zixing and said, hey, Lao Xia, you may not believe him, but you should at least listen to what I have to say. The world isn't the same as before anymore. We can certainly cooperate. You're different from the other 3 stars. You value freedom and independence more than anything else, which is why among the 3 stars, only you wander alone, while the others dominate their respective territories. Thus, I believe you will like this world because there's no one here from the other 3 stars who wants to kill you. Finished. Shihua Zixing looked at Zhao Liang impatiently and said, say whatever you want. Humph. Anyway, I have my own life and don't need anyone to interfere with it. Now, I'm off to eat dinner. Bye. Saying this, he turned around and jumped directly into the hole. This lunatic, cursed Che Dan as he hurriedly followed after him. As soon as Shihua Zixing entered the cavern, he realized it didn't slope gradually, it went straight down instead. At this point, Shihua Zixing had no time to ponder where all the soil had gone since a flash of light transported him instantly to an expansive space. Indeed, the area was vast, resembling an underground city. However, before Shihua Zixing could take in the details, his body began falling uncontrollably. The entrance of the hole was more than 100 meters above the ground. In midair, Shihua Zixing struggled fiercely to control his descent and eventually landed on his feet without injury. Standing upright, Shihua Zixing massaged his sore foot while scanning his surroundings to get a sense of the environment. Suddenly, with a loud scream, he was crushed onto the ground. How high is this place? This hurts so much. Che Dan, rubbing his chest, got up off Shihua Zixing while Zhao Liang landed beside him and said, did you crush Xiaochang Xiang to death? Che Dan sighed and glanced at Shihua Zixing lying flat on the ground, asking, where's Bo Gu? Zhao Liang pointed upward, and Che Dan followed his finger to notice Bo Gu slowly descending using protective barriers layer by layer. Who just squished me? A full of resentment voice rose. Shihua Zixing leaped from the ground, glaring at Che Dan with blazing eyes and yelling, little brat, don't think I'll let you off just because you're this guy's buddy. If you piss me off, you'll regret it. Che Dan chuckled sheepishly and said, I didn't mean to. Zhao Liang waved a hand and called out, both of you, come over here, the guards are coming. The guards? Che Dan asked in confusion, not understanding what Zhao Liang meant by guards. Xiahua Zixing seized Che Dan by the neck and snarled, how dumb are you? A place this large couldn't possibly have formed naturally. Quickly hide yourself, or you'll make me lose focus. With that, he flung Che Dan aside and jumped into the air. The area where Xiahua Zixing and the others landed was surrounded by containers, preventing them from seeing outside clearly. Only after jumping did Xiahua Zixing manage to observe the entire layout. Although he'd caught some glimpses when falling, now everything became clear to him. The creatures here weren't human. In fact, they weren't even something Xiahua Zixing had ever encountered. These were green creatures covered entirely in viscous slime. They had 4 eyes atop their heads, 2 mouths, no noses or ears, and their limbs included 4 legs and 6 arms in total. At this moment, dozens of these unknown creatures moved toward the location where Xiahua Zixing and the other 2 were standing. Xiahua Zixing looked at them, summoned his soul-devouring blade, and swung it forward. A streak of light sliced through one of the creatures, cutting it cleanly in half. However, an odd event occurred. The half creature didn't die immediately. Instead, its lower half used its legs to move while the upper half used its arms as feet, quickly reconnecting itself. The slime acted like a powerful adhesive, miraculously sealing the wound, as if it had never been harmed. Nevertheless, Xiahua Zixing's action had indeed angered these creatures. They scraped off the green slime from their bodies and hurled it at Xiahua Zixing. Any portion scraped off grew new slime with astonishing speed, as though their supply was endless. Observing this, Xiahua Zixing smirked coldly. These creatures could be considered very strong, but also quite weak. Ordinary people might harm them, but would find it nearly impossible to kill them due to their formidable regenerative abilities. Eventually, those without the right methods could be worn out by the continuous healing process. Yet, Xiahua Zixing wasn't worried at all, because even if you have great regeneration, what can you do if I devour you entirely, leaving not a single speck behind? Xiahua Zixing's entire body burst into purple flames, and the moment the slime came close to him, it was devoured by this flame. Next, he lifted his right hand high, and the flames coalesced into a massive fiery palm that descended directly upon one of the unknown creatures. As the fiery palm struck the creature, it was instantly consumed by flames. One could clearly see from the outside that the creature kept appearing and disappearing repeatedly, disappearing and then reappearing. Xiahua Zixing gazed at the creature with a slightly furrowed brow, realizing now that it did not possess a mere healing ability, but rather something far more powerful. Chapter 130, The Wormhole, Part 2. Yes, the ability these worms possessed was not the restorative power that Xiahua Zixing initially guessed, but rather the power of immortality. This power of immortality was something Xiahua Zixing had seen only a few times. Each time it appeared, it inevitably brought great trouble. Beings with this power are absolutely immortal, not relatively immortal. However, this power of immortality manifests only in extremely malevolent creatures, making it a bane to humanity. Let's clarify the difference between absolute immortality and relative immortality. Relative immortality refers to creatures like sand kings or mummies who possess superior survival abilities or extremely strong regenerative powers. To ordinary people, they appear to be immortal, but under specific conditions, they can still die. This is referred to as relative immortality. Absolute immortality, as its name suggests, means they will never die. No one can kill them. It's a power beyond explanation, even by the beings who possess it. Nevertheless, it has been proven that they are absolutely indestructible. The only way to deal with creatures possessing absolute immortality is imprisonment. Although Xiahua Zixing did not know why there were so many creatures with absolute immortality here, fortunately, their strength was weak. Thus, sealing them away wasn't overly complicated. For beings with absolute immortality, Xiahua Zixing didn't want to waste even an extra second looking at them. With a flick of his right hand, a purple chain shot through the air, quickly wrapping around the creatures and tightly binding them together. Looking at them, Xiahua Zixing smirked slightly and murmured, "Open now, gateway to the other world. Embrace these beings that do not belong here." A red light shone brightly, and a blood-red hexagram appeared rapidly with Xiahua Zixing's incantation. It enveloped all the creatures before vanishing completely. The world this array led to was somewhere Xiahua Zixing himself hadn't visited, but he knew it was an incredibly terrifying land. Of course, it wasn't always like that. Later, the first being with absolute immortality appeared in the universe, followed by someone calling themselves the King of Barriers, who came to that continent. Using a special secret method, the continent was isolated from the outside world. Outsiders couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't leave. Furthermore, the King of Barriers added countless magical seals onto that continent. These seals served only one purpose: to teleport. Thus, anyone knowing the incantations and activation methods, no matter how weak, could use this portal to send creatures with absolute immortality there. Of course, this array also had limitations. It would only transport beings with absolute immortality. Otherwise, wouldn't this technique just become a tool for evildoers? This event happened tens of thousands of years ago, and the King of Barriers had long disappeared. Some say he died, while others claim he created his own space where he now lives in seclusion. But all these claims remain mere conjectures. No one has verified them. Therefore, the King of Barriers became a legend of this world. Xiahua Zixing exhaled as he looked around after watching the creatures be teleported away. The place was vast and spacious, yet dozens of cave openings stretched into unknown directions. Clearly, the creatures dealt with earlier were merely the outer guards. There were only 3 possible reasons for these beings to be here. 1. The defenders of this area were extraordinarily powerful, thus necessitating the deployment of these creatures even at the outermost perimeter. 2. Only the outermost defenses were the strongest, and the rest were useless. 3. And likely the most plausible scenario. These creatures had penetrated directly to the innermost layer of the cave system. Examining the surroundings, Shihua Zixing heightened his auditory sense, while diminishing the others to an extreme degree. In this aspect, Shihua Zixing surpassed Qixiang. Whether enhancing or reducing, Shihua Zixing pushed himself to the peak of perfection. Hence, in situations where sensory application was critical, Shihua Zixing could excel further. All the surrounding sounds converged towards him. Now, apart from the footsteps of Brother Bo above, the heartbeats and breathing of Su Dan and Zhao Yang, Shihua Zixing heard another set of heartbeats. These weren't the rhythms of Su Dan and Zhao Yang. Instead, they pulsed at an altogether different frequency. The beats were excruciatingly slow, as if slowed down artificially, yet every pulse was robust enough to pump blood across the entire body. Moreover, there wasn't just one such heartbeat. Following the heartbeat, Shihua Zixing slowly moved his steps. Unconsciously, Shihua Zixing had already entered a cave. Shihua Zixing looked at the rock walls around him, enhanced his sense of smell, and sniffed hard. Immediately, he caught a whiff of a pungent stench, so intense that it almost drove Shihua Zixing out of the cave. The moment Shihua Zixing smelled this odor, he immediately reduced his sense of smell to the lowest level, only then feeling slightly better. Looking at the surroundings, apart from his sense of smell, all of Shihua Zixing's other 4 senses returned to normal. He casually ignited a flame. Though it was purple fire, it was more than enough for illumination. As he ventured deeper, Shihua Zixing increasingly felt the putrid smell growing stronger despite having already minimized his sense of smell. Footsteps echoed behind him, and a beam of light shone down, illuminating the path ahead brightly. Shihua Zixing turned around, and there behind him were Su Dan, Zhao Yang, and Bo. Clearly, Su Dan and the others were far better equipped. Whether miners' headlamps or gas masks, they seemed much superior to anything Shihua Zixing possessed. Actually, Qixiang wasn't without such equipment. But who among ordinary people carries these things around at all times? Qixiang wasn't short on storage space either, so all his gear was tucked away in an alternate dimension. Shihua Zixing could certainly use an alternate dimensional space, but he simply didn't know how to use those tools even if he saw them now. Shihua Zixing couldn't figure out what purpose the mask strapped onto Su Dan's face served, and it even looked peculiar to him. Shaking his head, Shihua Zixing said, "You 3 are free to follow me, but don't expect me to save you. This body can barely protect itself, let alone help you." As he spoke, Shihua Zixing let out a mischievous smile. Shihua Zixing felt nothing particular about the situation, yet Su Dan and the others heard him loud and clear. Chapter 131, Bug Cave, Part 3. Chaidan turned around and looked at Bo Gu and Zhao Yang, seeing that both had nodded their heads, confirming that his ears had not deceived him. Though Shihua Zixing had taken control of Qixiang's body, due to the structural factors, Shihua Zixing's voice remained Qixiang's. But when Shihua Zixing had spoken just now, the voice was unusually hoarse, as though it came from someone who'd swallowed coal. Chaidan took out a gas mask from his backpack and threw it to Shihua Zixing, saying, "This is for you. Wear it on your face. There's poison here, and you've already been poisoned." Shihua Zixing glanced at the object Chaidan tossed over, caught it effortlessly, and looked at it with confusion. He then observed Chaidan and the others, noticing they all wore identical masks on their faces. After sensing his own condition, Shihua Zixing realized he was indeed poisoned. However, because Qixiang's body was well-tempered and powerful, the toxins didn't affect him much. Yet, if left unchecked, they could accumulate and pose more serious risks. Moreover, the mild poisoning had gone unnoticed by Shihua Zixing until then. Shihua Zixing harbored an unusual sentiment, looking at the 3 people and asked, "You, why are you treating me? No, this person, so well. Come on, he's our brother. If we don't treat him well, who else should we?" Chaidan shot a glance at Shihua Zixing, replying with an expression of helplessness. Shihua Zixing looked at Chaidan, mimicking their actions by putting on the gas mask, turning around, and said, "Let's go," before walking ahead into the cave. Chaidan looked at Bo Gu and Zhao Yang in surprise, asking, "Did he just say let's go?" Evidently, Shihua Zixing's impression among everyone was that of a proud and arrogant individual. Such a phrase like, "let's go," was completely unlike him. It was a tone reserved only for friends. Zhao Yang watched Shihua Zixing's back, stroking his chin and revealed a subtle, meaningful smile, which, due to the gas mask, was unseen by either Chaidan or Bo Gu. Zhao Yang stated, "I think I understand what's going on. Let me explain later. For now, let's follow him and remember the purpose of this trip." Chaidan nodded, stepping forward first to catch up. The deeper they went into the cave, the lower the ceiling became. Within just tens of meters, Shihua Zixing had to bend down to proceed. Just as he was contemplating whether crawling might be necessary, they reached the end of the cave, and what Shihua Zixing sought finally appeared. It was a transparent bug egg. The outer layer was less of a shell and more like a thin membrane. From the outside, one could clearly see the creature inside, precisely those black bugs. Seeing this sight, Shihua Zixing greedily licked his lips. He extended his right hand but quickly retracted it, turning to Chaidan and asking, "Hey, if you kill this thing, would you become stronger?" Chaidan paused, nodding his head. Indeed, Killing zombies had increased his experience points. This bug would certainly offer some experience too, but the exact amount of experience this particular egg carried was unknown. It was certain though that it would provide some. However, Chaedan wondered why Xia Huazixing would even ask him such a question. The next statement Xia Huazixing made shocked all three of them. If killing this will enhance your power, then you kill it. As he spoke, Xia Huazixing moved aside, evidently giving Chaedan the chance to destroy the bug egg. Chaedan and Bo Gu exchanged glances, unsure of what Xia Huazixing was scheming. Meanwhile, Zhao Liang wore a joyous smile, seemingly understanding Xia Huazixing's intentions. Though puzzled for a moment, Chaedan stepped forward, summoned his cold blade, raised his sword, and struck down. The insect egg burst instantly, its sticky liquid splashing everywhere. The fully formed bug within merely twitched a few times before ceasing movement. Then, Chaedan received a prompt from the system. You have killed an unknown creature's egg, gaining 200 experience points and 1,000 gold coins. No additional rewards. Can it be? These bugs aren't called devourer bugs. Even the system doesn't know what it is, Chaedan muttered. Chaedan looked at this prompt, his face showing helplessness as he muttered. Nonetheless, the gains from killing such a bug weren't insignificant. Although 200 experience points weren't much for Chaedan, the 1,000 gold coins were something he greatly needed. You see, Chaedan's system was inexplicably terrible compared to those systems in novels. It only released one main quest and very few side quests. As for NPCs, they were something Chaedan didn't even dare to imagine losing. Therefore, although Chaedan wasn't short on experience, he placed great value on gold coins, which were consumables. Keep in mind that usually, even killing 100 zombies wouldn't necessarily yield a single gold coin. And since Chaedan lacked powerful area of effect skills, his wallet remained tight. Xia Huazixing, seeing that Chaedan had finished off the bug, casually threw out a ball of purple swallowing fire. Strangely enough, the flame was still connected to Qixiang's body, obviously indicating that Xia Huazixing possessed remarkable control over the flames. Chaedan was still immersed in the joy brought by the 1,000 gold coins when suddenly, he saw a fireball appear right before his eyes. He was startled and hastily retreated before realizing that it was Xia Huazixing who had conjured the flames. Looking at Xia Huazixing, Chaedan found himself at a loss. Should he get angry or not? To be mad would obviously be unwise. All they wanted was for the 24 hours to end quickly, or for Xia Huazixing to leave and find a safe place because, after all, the body Xia Huazixing was currently in wasn't his own but Qixiang's. But if he chose not to get angry, Chaedan was clearly feeling some frustration after being scared like that. Nevertheless, Chaedan could only keep restraining himself, repeatedly warning himself, don't get angry with a soul, that's irrational. After Xia Huazixing devoured the insect egg, he casually struck the wall on the right side, revealing another room. Apparently, these caves were interconnected but blocked by earthen walls. How Xia Huazixing figured this out wasn't difficult to understand. Earlier, he had heard a large cluster of heartbeats coming from one direction, implying that there must be a lot of creatures in that direction. Clearly, Xia Huazixing's guess turned out to be correct. Chapter 132, Bug Nest 4. Xia Huazixing looked at the bug egg without saying a word, then walked over and once again smashed into another layer of dirt wall. In just 2 minutes, Xia Huazixing swung his fists 36 times, driving out all the bug eggs in this area. As a result, Chaedan earned 7,200 experience points and 36,000 gold coins, immediately leveling up to level 27. Note, Chaedan had already been at the bottleneck stage of level 26, which was just not mentioned before. It's not that those 7,200 experience points directly leveled Chaedan up to 27. Rather, he broke through from level 26 to level 27. After swallowing all the bug eggs, Xia Huazixing licked his lips, sat cross-legged, and smiled at the three of them as he lowered the gas mask on his face, saying, "Don't worry, take a rest. The big guy will be here soon." Then Xia Huazixing leaned back against the dirt wall, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Chaedan and the others didn't dare let their guard down. At this point, they wanted to leave but couldn't, yet staying put also posed difficulties. They thought about leaving because the opponent Xia Huazixing would fight with such intensity surely wouldn't be weak. At least, it would be hard for someone of Qixiang's strength to handle. Still, the other side could not be too powerful either. Otherwise, Xia Huazixing wouldn't have stayed here. Certainly, he wasn't one who'd joke around with his own life. However, survival in the apocalypse requires stability, so Chaedan and the others truly did not wish to get entangled in too much trouble. Yet, Xia Huazixing had an obstinate temperament. Once he made up his mind about something, it was difficult for normal people to dissuade him. They couldn't just knock him out and drag him away, right? Indeed, that might have been a good plan, but good plans need to be achievable, too. It's like that old story about the rat trying to tie a bell around the cat's neck. Even though the method was clever, no rat dared to approach the cat to do so. Good ideas are useless if they cannot be realized. Since there was no escaping it, they certainly could not stand by and allow Xia Huazixing to continue putting Qixiang's body under so much strain. Chaedan and his companions decided they had no choice but to make arrangements. Those who needed rest took their breaks, and the necessary preparations were laid out, at least to increase their chances of success somewhat. Chaedan and Zhao Liang went aside, sitting on the ground to recover their spirit, while Bo Gu set up several layers of protective wards used for alertness, and then closed his eyes for rest. For a time, it was eerily quiet here. Shoo! In a place where there was no sound, any noise became unusually startling. Even the faintest sounds were crystal clear. However, not a single person present rose up ready to fight, because the time had not come. Splash. The sound akin to glass breaking resounded repeatedly, clearly marking the shattering of Bo Ge's protective barriers. Still, none moved. There they stood motionless as if having lost all awareness. Roar! Finally, the earthy wall in front of the four burst apart as a truck-sized bug suddenly charged forth, its gaping mouth bellowing in rage. Behind it trailed over 100 black bugs, the largest obviously being the one that had previously fled, while the remaining ones, though slightly smaller, were still formidable. The thunderous roar echoed across the space. Clearly, the emotions in the voice of the biggest bug were anger mixed with sadness, making it evident that this bug was likely the mother of all the bug eggs found here, perhaps even the mother of all the bugs in this city. Fiat! A jet of green blood spurted out as the body of a bug behind the mother insect was completely penetrated, twitching violently as its dying cries sounded in protest. What pierced through its body was not anything else but Qi Xiang's right arm. Xia Huazixing stomped on the bug with his left foot, fiercely pulling his right hand free and shaking off the blood-soaked remnants of his sleeve, exposing a well-muscled arm. He threw a middle finger up defiantly, then lost control. Yes, Xia Huazixing had gone berserk. Previously, he seemed to be concealing his strength, since now every punch from Xia Huazixing would penetrate a bug, despite the surrounding insects screaming endlessly in fury, aiming to kill the one who posed such a tremendous threat to them. But mental attacks were utterly ineffective. Whenever any bug tried to physically attack Xia Huazixing using their feet or teeth, he was always aware, striking back with his bloodthirsty devil spear with precision, offering no opportunity for his enemies to seize. Watching Xia Huazixing's prowess, Qi Dan and the others were unsure whether to say Xia Huazixing was masking his abilities or Qi Xiang himself enhanced those. Since Bo Ji's wards had a repelling effect and the bug's attention was all drawn to Xia Huazixing, not a single bug came over here to attack his wards, so the three of them could clearly watch Xia Huazixing's battle from beginning to end. They were fully immersed in every detail except for the lack of sound. Xia Huazixing seemed to find using just his fists somewhat unsuitable, so both the bloodthirsty devil spear and the soul-devouring blade started to swing together. Every time the bloodthirsty devil spear was thrust out, it would take at least 3 bugs with it. The swinging of the soul-devouring blade ignored the bugs' defenses altogether, resulting in instant kills every time. The bugs were now utterly frustrated since their main ability lay in mental attacks. Yet this man in front of them clearly possessed an extremely strong mind, so much so that even their combined mental attacks had no effect on Xia Huazixing. In fact, these bugs were quite unfortunate because their mental attacks could easily massacre an entire city, but Xia Huazixing was different. Even without a physical body, his soul power was closely tied to his mental strength, allowing his immense mental force to completely ignore the bug's attempts to disrupt him mentally, thus enabling him to execute slaughter at its purest form. As for the huge black bug, it was the only one among these creatures that possessed any real physical attacking capability, yet it had found itself entangled in another predicament. This bug nest had a total of 3 levels. The first level, which was also the topmost layer, was where all elite adult bugs gathered, including the bug mother who lived there as well. Of course, those deemed too weak were sent outside immediately and wouldn't linger here taking up space. On the second level, which was where Qi Xiang and his group fell earlier, it was the place the bug mother usually laid eggs. Those holes around were used for storing the bug eggs. Each time the bug mother needed to move down to this second level, align herself toward the holes, and then drop an egg inside. Chapter 133, Battle Against the Bug Mother, Part 1. And those who possessed the power of immortality were the guards here. Because of the bug mother's method of laying eggs, all the caves here were not very large. When the bug mother entered just now, it was by digging on the spot, leaving almost no space to move around. Now even trying to turn around proved impossible. Xia Huizing slaughtered these bugs with abandon, and the bug mother could feel the massacre from that person behind her. There was no way to retreat or turn around, so she could only be anxious. Finally, after 5 minutes, Xia Huizing killed the last bug. Turning around, he licked the blood at the corner of his lips and stared at the bug mother with an unmistakably greedy look. It was clear that the energy contained within the bug mother's body must have been immense. However, if the bug mother is supposed to be the strongest among all the bugs, does she only possess reproductive ability? The answer is clearly no. Xia Huizing walked behind the bug mother and plunged the soul-devouring blade directly into her body, as though the shell on the bug mother was merely for decoration. The blade pierced straight through her body without any obstruction. Then, Xia Huizing quickly pulled out the soul-devouring blade. With a poo, green blood gushed from the wound on the bug mother, splashing all over Xia Huizing. But he seemed completely unconcerned, even showing signs of excitement. In fact, this time, Xia Huizing pulled the blade out at a speed too fast for the bug mother to react. But fast did not mean painless. Instead, the bug mother experienced intense pain, which was transmitted directly to her brain. Then, the bug mother's voice rang out. Ow, ho, yeah, 3 consecutive notes, whose purpose was unknown, but when they sounded, even Xia Huizing felt uncomfortable. This wasn't a spiritual attack, it was pure physical sound-based attack, causing Qi Xiang's eardrums to throb. Of course, this was Qi Xiang we're talking about. If it had been a regular person, they would have suffered only one outcome under such high-frequency sound waves: bursting of all 7 orifices and death. The sound was unexpectedly loud, surprising everyone here. The earth started loosening and falling due to this roar from the mother bug. Boj's protective barriers began to crack. Had Boj not reinforced them with 3 more barriers in time, all 3 of them might have been subjected to the high-frequency sound waves. Xia Huizing glared angrily at the bug mother as his breathing grew heavier. He suddenly drove a punch straight into the wound on the bug mother, thrusting his fist deep inside. Then, Xia Huizing carelessly yanked something out. Surprisingly, it was the bug mother's stomach. Growl. This time, the bug mother roared madly and twisted violently. Her scream managed to send Xia Huizing flying, crashing against a wall, blood flowing down his mouth. Note that Xia Huizing was facing away from the bug mother, and still, this had happened. For those who were facing the bug mother directly, the trio of Sudan naturally couldn't endure better. Although Boj immediately unleashed over a dozen barriers, all these were futile. The barriers couldn't hold back the shockwaves from the bug mother's sounds for even a second before shattering. Then, all three of them were directly slammed into the dirt, each creating their own humanoid pit. How loud was the bug mother's scream? Even if you were 10 kilometers out of this city, you'd still be able to hear her roaring. How strong was the sound power of the bug mother? The entire city trembled slightly. Shut up. Xia Huizing stood up from the wall and directly charged to the back of the bug mother. In a slide tackle position, he slid under the mother bug and arrived right in front of her head. Standing up instantly, he turned back, uppercut. This uppercut was undoubtedly severe, as it made the bug mother's lower lip collide with her upper lip. Moreover, it directly sent her body flying upward. Were it not for the limited space here, this blow might have launched her several meters high, making injury upon landing from such height unavoidable. But, Xia Huizing seemed to have forgotten something. The reason why the bug mother could not attack him was because her body was stuck. Now, however, Xia Huizing had come directly in front of her. How could the bug mother let this opportunity slip? Just as the bug mother stabilized herself, Xia Huizing wanted to land another blow. But that previous strike succeeded purely due to surprise. After all, what makes these creatures strongest is their spirit power. And how could the bug mother's spiritual force be underestimated? Raising her front two legs, the bug mother blocked the punch Xia Huizing threw, then forcefully struck back. Although this blow did not cause irreparable damage to Chase-Yong's hand, blood still flowed down from his right hand. Apparently, Chase-Yong's right hand would be useless in the short term unless there was powerful support for healing like from pill force. But, it should be noted that the one controlling the body now was not Chase-Yong, but Zixing Yihua. Although they shared the same body, their souls were different. Zixing Yihua forcibly turned his fists and broke free from the bug mother's legs. Then, he quickly retreated and leaned against the wall, looking at the bug mother. The bug mother's eyes locked onto Zixing Yihua. Suddenly, a stream of thick liquid spurted out from her mouth, and Zixing Yihua did not dare to linger, hastily sidestepping. The speed of the liquid was incredibly fast. As soon as Zixing Yihua left his previous spot, the liquid landed where he had been standing. It could be said that if Zixing Yihua had hesitated even a second longer, he would have been hit. The liquid was an intense green, looking very viscous with a pungent smell. When the fluid touched the ground, white smoke immediately started rising. Clearly, it was highly corrosive poison. Seeing the poison, Zixing Yihua knew that Chase-Yong's body alone definitely couldn't withstand such an attack, and that the bug mother might unleash even more of this poisonous liquid. For a moment, Zixing Yihua became alert. His sharp gaze, resembling that of an eagle, sized up this prey. The bug mother seemed aware of her own weakness and began retreating backwards. Zixing Yihua made no move, but just watched her retreat. Despite knowing that fighting in that open area wouldn't be ideal since, based on the bug mother's earlier performance, she wasn't to be underestimated both in sound attacks and in close combat. Zixing Yihua still let the bug mother leave, because here absolutely wasn't a suitable place for battle. Here, there were 3 injured people, all unconscious. If anything happened, if any problem arose, Zixing Yihua knew that Chase-Yong would immediately fight for control of the body. In that situation, minor damage to Zixing Yihua's soul might not be serious. But if the bug mother took advantage of the chaos, then that would be a huge issue. After all, Zixing Yihua's soul was currently tied to Chase-Yong's body. Should Chase-Yong's body die, Zixing Yihua would also suffer significantly. Not necessarily being completely obliterated, but finding a new body in the short term would be impossible. Moreover, the extent of damage to his soul would be something even Zixing Yihua himself didn't know. Chapter 134, Battle Against the Bug Mother, Part 2. Therefore, Xia Huizing did not dare to take the lives of the 3 lightly, or Chase-Yong's rebellion would be no laughing matter. Xia Huizing watched as the bug mother retreated and also dashed out violently, arriving outside. In an open area, the bug mother's advantages were clearly amplified. The bug mother jumped off the ground, directly clinging to the wall, then spat out 3 venomous projectiles in quick succession straight towards Xia Huizing. This much could already be observed. With a violent step, Xia Huizing planted his right foot firmly and pushed off with the left before dashing out again. However, the very spot where Xia Huizing was moments ago was now invaded by green venom. Nevertheless, Xia Huizing found no reprieve, for although the bug mother's 3 venoms were released at the same time, they were done so with 3 different speeds and angles. One could say that if one's mental strength wasn't powerful enough, it would be impossible to do such a thing. It was not Xia Huizing's intention to charge recklessly toward the bug mother's venom. It was due to the limitations imposed by the skill Violent Step that bound each of Xia Huizing's landing spots. Yet without using Violent Step, Xia Huizing wouldn't have been able to evade the bug mother's venom. Resisting it outright would have been an unwise choice. After evading the 3 doses of venom consecutively, Xia Huizing steadied his figure, gazed at the bug mother, and charged forward. Given the bug mother's spirit force, its attacks would certainly not be futile work. Therefore, Xia Huizing opted for a preemptive strike. Xia Huizing moved extremely fast, unleashing a leg whip that struck straight onto the bug mother's face. But the bug mother's speed was entirely disproportionate to its bulky body. It not only abruptly swerved its face to crash against Xie Huizing's leg whip, but simultaneously thrust its front leg into Xie Huizing's thigh, piercing through Qixiang's right leg, causing blood to spurt out directly. Here it must be mentioned, the bug mother's legs are similar to those of a scorpion's. If one doesn't know what a scorpion's legs look like, imagine a crab's legs instead. Of course, the bug mother's legs were definitely more agile and sharper. Xie Huizing violently swung the soul-devouring blade, cutting down on the bug mother's leg. Sparks erupted, leaving only a white streak behind. Due to exertion, Xie Huizing's wound throbbed in pain, a pain so severe that even cries couldn't escape him, only cold gasps of breath. Xie Huizing couldn't recall how long it had been since he last experienced such excruciating pain. Despite being able to endure it mentally, his body refused to obey. Evidently, the bug mother had noticed the threat Xie Huizing posed and decided to end the battle. For lifting its other foreleg, it pointed straight at Qixiang's chest, that is, the heart's position. Xie Huizing's expression froze. He realized that if Qixiang's heart was pierced, survival would be impossible because despite Qixiang's immense power, he remained part of the human race. And as humans, they were inherently fragile. Yet there was nothing Xie Huizing could do. In this moment, he deeply understood the state of mind of all those lives who perished under his hands in the past. In this instant, Xie Huizing comprehended that despite his vast knowledge and formidable abilities resembling that of heaven itself, they meant nothing else beyond sheer physical prowess. Though Xie Huizing himself would not die, if Qixiang's body perished, it would bring unbearable anguish. Just when Xie Huizing thought all was lost, suddenly, a bright light shone forth. Qixiang's eyes blazed with white radiance. The unexpected glow caused even the bug mother to pause for a moment. But this single moment's hesitation allowed the fate-altering second to occur. The foot poised to penetrate Qixiang's body hesitated just a second longer, altering Qixiang's destiny. Let us rewind the clock 5 seconds. 5 seconds prior, it was precisely when Qixiang's thigh was penetrated. At that very moment, Qixiang experienced excruciating pain. Then the following actions by the bug mother drove Qixiang to despair. Am I going to die here? Qixiang felt fear for the first time, a chilling sensation sweeping over his body. But soon after, a voice shook Qixiang awake. Right now, get out. Use your Dantian power to defeat this insect. The voice sounded like that of a middle-aged man, calm in tone, yet possessing an authority that forbade any defiance, each word resonating forcefully within Qixiang's heart. This phrase, appearing to merely be words of encouragement, came across as an irrefutable command in Qixiang's ears. Subsequently, Qixiang felt his control over his own body restored while Xie Huizing was restrained by some peculiar force, his soul squeezed into a corner inside Qixiang's body. Facing the leg about to pierce through his chest, Qixiang lifted both hands and tightly gripped the limb. A massive surge of power rose from within Qixiang's body, converging in his arms. In the face of this force, the bug mother appeared minuscule, and its leg was completely immobilized. With a sudden exertion of strength, Qixiang managed to pull out his right leg. Following that, white light rapidly gathered and began healing the fatal wound on his thigh. A flash of ferocity crossed Qixiang's eyes, but was soon replaced by calmness. At this moment, a voice resonated inside Qixiang's mind. Qixiang, remember, to kill an evil creature, you don't need to be cruel. Just keep your heart serene and casually end it. This was the same voice as before, still carrying the same tone. However, what it said this time would leave no one unshaken. After all, it wasn't talking about cooking or anything trivial like that. It was about killing, and not just any ordinary foe either. It was the bug mother, capable of threatening life. Although Qixiang couldn't remain calm upon hearing these words, an energy compelled him to steady his mind. The soul-devouring blade and bloodthirsty demon spear both vanished, replaced instead by a strand of white light emitted from Qixiang's hand, which then danced gracefully. None of this was Qixiang's own will. Rather, some mysterious energy guided his actions, making Qixiang appear as though he were being controlled by another force. As if alive, the white thread wriggled forward on its own, with the bug mother as its obvious target. Like a snake, the thread shot toward the bug mother. As it neared the bug mother, it suddenly changed course, shifting from stabbing to wrapping, spiraling around swiftly. Though it seemed slow, in reality, it only took 2 seconds. By now, the bug mother had already responded. Toxic green fluid oozed from its body as a defense mechanism. But would this method actually work? Chapter 135, Battle Against the Bug Mother, Part 3. The white thin line suddenly tightened, binding the bug mother directly. White smoke also rose from within the bug mother's body. The white fine line was being corroded by the bug mother's venom, but it seemed to have little effect. Despite looking very delicate, as if it would snap upon pulling, this line remained intact even under the corrosive effects of the bug mother's venom. The constriction of the fine lines grew stronger, and a cracking sound could be heard. Surprisingly, the tough shell of the bug mother developed fine cracks due to the tightness of the bindings. Hearing this cracking sound, Qixiang seemed to grasp the mindset behind that previous sound. Indeed, possessing such strength meant that killing any creature would be simple. But did Qixiang truly possess this kind of power now? If Qixiang didn't have this ability, where then did these threads come from? It was certainly not the work of some heavenly god assisting him. Qixiang shook his head, driving out those impractical thoughts, and looked at the bug mother. The bug mother had started to retaliate, spitting out 3 streams of venom. However, these streams were blocked by the fine threads that had split from the ones on Qixiang's hand. The threads, which appeared no thicker than strands of hair, possessed an extraordinary force. They were extremely resilient and emitted a special energy capable of blocking attacks. Whenever the fine threads touched the bug mother's spewed venom, they knocked it aside immediately. Then, before the bug mother could continue attacking, its mouth was bound tightly by the fine threads. No matter how much force the bug mother exerted, it couldn't break free. The cracking sounds from the bug mother's shattered armor grew more intense, almost like it would shatter in the next second. But the armor stubbornly held on, refusing to crack apart, unlike what Qi Xiang had imagined. As time passed second by second, the bug mother had already persisted for a minute. Qi Xiang noticed something unsettling. Initially, the bug mother struggled, but later, it stopped struggling altogether. It wasn't dead yet, but it seemed completely unconcerned, as though waiting for reinforcements. Thinking about this possibility, Qi Xiang dared not dwell further on it, hurriedly attempting to break free from this formidable power. From Qi Xiang's experience dealing with Yexing Zihua, there was only one way to release control, being stronger. Currently, Qi Xiang couldn't figure out exactly what was controlling him. There were two possibilities, either energy or the soul. Clearly, the likelihood of energy control was higher, because Qi Xiang knew well what it felt like when his soul was controlled. It was akin to being confined in a small room, watching helplessly as his body changed outside. At present, however, he clearly understood that this was not the case of soul control. This implied another possibility, that it was energy control. Thus, the only way for Qi Xiang to break free was to channel the energy inside his body. It was absolutely impossible to use Yexing Zihua's energy, since Yexing Zihua was currently thoroughly suppressed. Clearly, this power had a strong hold over Yexing Zihua. As a result, Qi Xiang had only one usable energy source left, Dantian energy. With this realization, Qi Xiang wasted no time in focusing his spirit force to activate his Dantian energy. However, as soon as he attempted to do so, he realized something strange. The glowing orb formed by his Dantian energy was gone. More accurately, it hadn't disappeared. Rather, it had dispersed, forming a skeletal structure composed of Dantian energy that attached itself along his entire skeleton. It was precisely because of this Dantian energy that Qi Xiang couldn't control his body. The situation was now clear. Apparently, both the Dantian energy within his body and Yexing Zihua's fire possessed their own autonomous consciousness, and this consciousness was powerful enough to suppress Yexing Zihua beyond resistance. A feat too immense for Qi Xiang to even comprehend. Yexing Zihua's strength alone was something Qi Xiang might never reach, let alone surpass. Therefore, the suppression of Yexing Zihua demonstrated just how formidable this energy was. In other words, technically speaking, Qi Xiang's body now housed three souls. One was Qi Xiang himself, another was Yexing Zihua, and the third was the soul contained within the Dantian energy, whose name and identity remained unknown. Qi Xiang had now completely given up because resisting such a powerful entity would definitely not end well. He didn't consider himself to be the protagonist of some novel or movie, devoid of those hero-like halos. Therefore, Qi Xiang abandoned the idea of breaking free. If they were all going to die, Qi Xiang didn't believe that the soul within his Dantian energy would willingly accept death. Of course, if he did die, then at the very least, he could leave these two mighty souls disabled. That would be worth it for Qi Xiang. Still, Qi Xiang couldn't bear the thought of dying. He didn't want his good brother Che Dan and Bo to die, nor did he want to leave his parents without filial duty or fail Bingwa. It felt too meaningless to die this way. Yet, no matter how much regret he had, Qi Xiang could only accept it, because this was fate. What is fate? No one knows, but fate can turn a beggar into a millionaire, and a millionaire into a beggar. Therefore, fate is something incomprehensible for anyone. Now, Qi Xiang chose to submit, but perhaps in the future, things wouldn't be the same. The white thin line continued to tighten, becoming tighter and tighter until it was embedded in the bug mother's flesh. The green venom that had been its defense now turned against it, as if punishing its own master. Previously, the bug mother relied on its shell to withstand the poison. Now, with the shell destroyed, the exposed flesh became an open target for its own toxin. It was only now that Qi Xiang realized just how potent this venom truly was. How strong was it? Was the bug mother strong? Yes, it was very strong. Was it large? Yes, it was enormous. But even so, as soon as the venom touched the bug mother's body, it began wailing in pain, losing all semblance of composure. Its frantic roar seemed like an attempt to relieve its suffering and weaken the potency of the poison. At this moment, Qi Xiang almost believed that the calmness of the bug mother earlier was feigned, a decoy, perhaps hoping that he might flee, but deep down inside him, there was still a sense of foreboding. However, reality was cruel. Roaring did not weaken the power of the venom. On the contrary, 23 seconds after being contaminated, the bug mother quickly withered away, corroded into a skeletal structure. Just at this moment, Qi Xiang heard a voice deep within, "Run fast." This was the sound of Qi Xiang's sixth sense. Chapter 136, Battle with the Insect Mother 4. In the very next second after Qi Xiang's sixth sense warning, the insect mother skeleton suddenly exploded. However, this did not mean that the insect mother had been annihilated. Instead, it revealed the golden bones inside. Yes, within the black skeleton of the insect mother was a golden skeleton, and even more bizarrely, the golden skull actually flashed with red light. However, the impending sense of crisis within Qi Xiang's body was quickly suppressed. Unfortunately, Qi Xiang's body was once again controlled by another soul, relegating Qi Xiang to merely an observer in his own body. This time, The one controlling Qi Xiang's body was naturally not anyone else but the soul within Dan Li. The sensation brought by this soul within Dan Li was vastly different from the soul of Evil Fire Zixing. Evil Fire Zixing made Qi Xiang feel icy cold, domineering, and unruly. Simply put, like the stealth of an assassin combined with the overbearing nature of a king. On the other hand, the soul within Dan Li radiated gentleness along with domination. It seemed as if it could blend into any matter in the world, yet possessed such distinct individuality that it refused coexistence with others, choosing to face things alone. These two souls were quite different, but both gave Qi Xiang the same feeling, that they were unquestionable as superior beings. This wasn't something innate, but rather the result of talent combined with experiences. This body is surprisingly weak beyond expectation. No wonder that guy Evil Fire Zixing got restrained by someone like him. But, let me Zero have some fun with you. Saying this, the soul who called itself Zero took control of Qi Xiang's body and rushed forward. Dan Li rapidly gathered around Qi Xiang's right fist. With a roar, that seemingly tough golden skeleton was directly hit with a crack, 3 ribs breaking under Zero's single punch. You must understand, 3 ribs might not seem like much, but these were the golden ribs on the skeleton. The insect mother only had so few ribs that the breakage of 3 made the entire structure unstable. Clearly, Zero had no intention of stopping there. He followed up with 3 more punches, then lifted his right leg high and struck down. The heel collided with the skull of the insect mother, producing an audible crack. All this seemed long, but in reality, it only took 2 seconds. Within these 2 brief seconds, the confident insect mother was directly maimed. The truth was that this ability of the insect mother's was essentially one skill. It relied on its own venom to corrode all of its flesh and reveal the inner layer of the golden skeleton. To achieve this transformation, first it needed to meet a foe capable of bypassing its defenses. Therefore, the chance for the insect mother to use this skill was slim. Yet the insect mother itself was unwilling to use this skill. The price of exposing the golden skeleton was abandoning its physical form, which would take at least several years for the insect mother to fully recover. Hence, while the golden skeleton represented a desperate measure, it was by no means a good one. But given such significant losses, how insignificant could the unleashed skill possibly be? Impossible. This golden skeleton was where the insect mother concentrated all of its energy. It could be said that this golden skeleton was composed of 3 parts bone and 7 parts energy. For this particular insect mother, the golden skeleton had already reached 2 parts bone and 8 parts energy. You should know, every slight change in the ratio between energy and bone created a vast difference. The higher the proportion of energy contained within the golden skeleton, the stronger the power of the golden skeleton. One could say that every insect mother who abandoned its flesh and appeared in the form of a golden skeleton was an ultra-strong killing machine. Yet now, this killing machine showed no advantage under Zero's assault. Instead, it steadily retreated in defeat. Not only had more than a dozen bones in its body been broken, even its skull had cracked, clearly indicating it was reaching the end of its strength. However, Zero stopped at this point, refraining from pursuing further victory. But Qi Xiang didn't think this meant Zero was ready to show mercy to the insect mother. Based on Zero's prior conduct, although relatively calm, Zero was certainly not kind. Or perhaps kindness was a human concept. As far as the insect mother was concerned, Zero obviously had no benevolence toward it. Zero touched the insect mother's skeleton and grinned. This is truly excellent. With that, Zero extended his right hand, instantly summoning the Dan Li within Qi Xiang's body. Controlled by Zero, the Dan Li slowly seeped out from Qi Xiang's fingertips, covering the insect mother's golden skeleton. Zero muttered to himself, Dan Li embraces all, assimilates all. As if to verify Zero's words, the Dan Li overflowing from Qi Xiang's fingertips gradually encased the insect mother's skeleton. At first it was slow, but then it progressively accelerated. Qi Xiang also noticed something interesting. Since Zero's appearance, the insect mother hadn't attempted a single counterattack. Yes, even a single counterattack was not made by the insect mother. No matter how she was beaten, it seemed as though she lacked the spirit to resist, silently enduring Zero's attacks. Could it be the overwhelming aura? Qi Xiang had seen such descriptions in certain novels more than once before, and he used to sneer at them. In his mind, no matter how powerful an aura could be, it was still insubstantial at best, merely capable of scaring the opponent. But now, while Zero was using Qi Xiang's body, the aura of superiority that radiated from him was so potent that it made even Qi Xiang feel a tinge of fear. So how much more intimidating must it have been for the insect mother, who faced it directly? After all, while the insect mother was stronger than Qi Xiang, it wasn't by a large margin, not in any aspect. The insect mother's body gradually softened, then dissolved onto the ground, forming a pool of white and gold liquid. Zero bent down, grabbing a part of the liquid as if picking something up, then forcefully pulled it upwards and slapped it against his left chest. The pool of liquid didn't disperse. Instead, it flowed into Qi Xiang's body slowly, as though possessing life. It took a full half-hour for the last drop of the liquid to enter Qi Xiang's body. Only after this did Qi Xiang regain control over his body. At that moment, Zero's voice rang out again inside Qi Xiang's mind. Hey, kid, with the enhancement from this golden skeleton, there's no need for me to tell you just how strong your defense has become. Next, I'm going to enter a dormant state. Unless something special happens, I won't wake up for 3 years. So let me tell you 4 things. Pausing briefly, Zero continued. First, the soul of Evil Fire Zixing is quite pernicious. If it stays too long in your body, it might affect your character. Second, about that cursed prophecy in some book predicting misfortune for you within 3 years, don't worry about it. That kind of stuff is nonsense. Just check with Evil Fire Zixing later, and you'll see. Third thing, most of my abilities have already been imprinted into your mind. Take some time to learn them properly. Chapter 137, Gathering Place, 1. The fourth thing. What? The fourth thing is, remember if you bump into the guy who caused this disaster, give him a good beating for me. As Ling finished the last word, Qi felt his Dani rapidly converging toward his chest, reforming into a sphere, indicating that Ling's soul had returned. Qi stood up, stretched his body, and then asked the purple evil fire inside him. Hey, old Yi, are you coming out or not? It's not time yet. Oh, Ling said my soul would alter your nature. Are you really so kind? Qi smiled and said, nothing much, I just don't like the feeling of not fulfilling what I've promised others. After a while, the voice of purple evil fire sounded again. Whether what you said is true or not, I quite like you, haha. Looks like it wasn't just luck that you got that bead back then, right? As you Earth people say, it's all about destiny, haha. Qi chuckled nervously and asked, are you coming out or not? Not anymore. Wait until you get stronger. Qi responded with an oh and asked, can you tell me something about you and Ling? Not the right time yet. With these 5 words, purple evil fire disappeared. No matter how Qi called out to him, purple evil fire wouldn't utter another word. Qi helplessly shrugged his shoulders, then jumped down in front of Che Dan's 3 companions. Looking at them, he sighed, took out 3 pills from the other dimensional space, and fed them to the trio. Among Che Dan's 3 companions, Che Dan himself was doing the best, because his body has various system-enhanced capabilities beyond the normal person's, so although his consciousness is now blurred, his actual injuries aren't very severe. But Bo Gu and Zhao Liang weren't as lucky. Speaking of Bo Gu, his abilities originally leaned more towards spiritual force, being a barrier master, thus his physical body hadn't been enhanced much and was similar to a normal person. And Zhao Liang was a typical example of high attack but low defense. Though hard to kill, his defense was extraordinarily weak. After Qi fed the 3 their pills, he didn't have the patience to wait for them to recover. He directly summoned Desika, threw the 3 on his back, and returned to the ground with Desika. Back on the ground, Qi took out the walkie-talkie from the other dimensional space. This was one he bought earlier when purchasing supplies, a military-grade walkie-talkie. But after pulling out the antenna and tuning through several channels, all Qi received were rustling interference sounds. And since Qi didn't know how to troubleshoot this equipment, he barely understood the basic principles, let alone the fundamental operations which he only grasped by cramming hastily. Sighing bitterly, Qi and Desika sprinted all the way to the inn they had previously stayed at. But obviously, the inn was already empty. After searching the entire place without any findings, Qi once again ran to the square with Desika. This time, they finally found Uncle Da. Rat-a-tat-tat. On the square, the gunshots from submachine guns continued to sound, and large numbers of zombies surged toward the center of the square. The zombie sounds echoed through the heavens, resembling a mournful dirge. The appearance of Qi and Desika naturally attracted some zombies. Instantly, many of the undead turned around and started walking toward Qi. Qi snorted coldly and said, since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Qi charged forward without summoning the Soulbite Blade. Instead, he took out a broadsword from the other dimensional space and started hacking away. This broadsword was just an ordinary one, and since Qi hadn't added any enhancements to it, all it could rely on was its inherent sharpness and Qi swift cutting speed. The blade of the broadsword, honed to a razor-sharp edge, began showing signs of rolling over due to the strain. Of course, no matter how sharp the broadsword was, it was still made of steel. Even in Qi hands, where it could exert powers far greater than normal, it was still merely a mundane weapon. The collisions with the zombie bones certainly didn't provide it with much advantage. But Qi didn't pause because of this, continuing to chop with the already dulled broadsword, allowing the blood splatter freely across his body. Desika wanted to join in too, but upon realizing he still had 3 people on his back, he discarded the thought. So, Desika remained standing there. However, whenever any oblivious zombies approached him, Desika wouldn't hesitate and deliver a powerful wolf claw strike, instantly reducing the zombies into puddles of minced flesh. Qi chopping sword broke after a while, but this did not mean that Qi was going to switch weapons. After Qi witnessed the battle between Purple Evil Fire and Ling, he realized everyone had their own combat style. Now, what Qi wanted to discover was his own way of fighting. But such a thing could not be learned. It could only be perceived through battles. What if the knife broke? This posed no problem for Qi. The broadsword in his hands now wasn't just for chopping, but also for smashing. Yes, wielding the knife for smashing. With each swing, a zombie's head would be smashed open like a watermelon. Qi didn't worry at all about being clawed by zombies, because his physical defense was very strong. Zombies' claws on him left only white marks and couldn't break through his defense. Qi became more and more excited with each kill, yet he felt lost inside because he still couldn't find his own fighting style. So, Qi decided to switch. Said and done, Qi threw the broken half-broadsword in his left hand, piercing a zombie's head, then fiercely threw a punch, smashing another zombie's head. Withdrawing his right fist, Qi watched as the zombie in front of him slowly collapsed on the ground. He kept killing as he went. As Qi used both punches and kicks, more and more zombies were drawn towards him, which also meant that more and more zombies lay dead on the ground. However, even when a mountain of zombies piled up under Qi, he still didn't feel his unique fighting style. Xixiang suddenly slammed a punch downwards and shouted in anger, "Why? Why is it like this?" As he spoke, Xixiang swung his fists rapidly in a crazed manner, startling De Shu, Bingyue, and Lin Xiaoyang who were rushing over. Yet none of them approached. Lin Xiaoyang originally intended to console Xixiang, but he was stopped by De Shu and Bingyue for two reasons. One was the fear that Xixiang's current soul might be purple evil fires. The second was that if the soul belonged to Xixiang, he should be able to handle it himself. When De Shu noticed Desika carrying Che Dan's three companions arriving, his focus clearly shifted. He began treating the trio, but Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang couldn't help, so they could only watch as Xixiang continued swinging his fists furiously. Chapter 138, Gathering Place, 2. The zombies beneath him were pulverized into a meat paste by Xixiang circle after circle. After a full hour, Xixiang stood up and took out a large barrel of water from the interdimensional space. With one hand, he lifted it above his head and poured the entire barrel over himself, washing away the zombie blood and flesh that had stained his body. When the last drop of water dripped off Xixiang, he casually threw the bucket aside, and flames engulfed his entire body. Although using water for cleaning was effective, it still couldn't match the efficiency of the consumed flame. Xixiang's use of an entire barrel of water was merely to calm himself down. With the roaring flames, the zombies beneath Xixiang were consumed as well. Standing on the ground, Xixiang took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "Hey, I'm back." Uncle De stepped forward, nodded, and said, Good that you're back. Let's go. We can't stay here long. Everyone has already boarded the plane, just waiting for you." Xixiang was surprised and asked, "Isn't that big bug dead? What other danger is there?" Uncle De sighed and said, "Yes, there is, and it's significant too. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be classified as a red city. Come on, get on the plane first. We'll talk while walking. Where are we going next?" "Next, we're heading to the gathering place. It's said that there will be many people there. The information was found from the forum. It's not far from here." Xixiang nodded, then got on the plane with Uncle De. On the plane, Xixiang told Uncle De what happened before. Uncle De nodded without saying much, but advised Xixiang to take a good rest. Yu and Lin Xiaoyang were very considerate and did not disturb Xixiang, providing him with a quiet environment to rest. Seeing this, Xixiang didn't hesitate, finding a seat and sitting down, closing his eyes to gather his strength. On one hand, he rested, and on the other hand, he recalled the previous battle. Of course, the most important matter at hand was that Zero had left a set of cultivation techniques in Xixiang's mind. Xixiang certainly would not miss this opportunity. Xixiang used his spiritual power to probe his mind, and indeed, some vague memories appeared. When Xixiang touched them with his spiritual power, a clear set of cultivation techniques manifested clearly in his mind. This sensation reminded Xixiang of that song. "You exist in my deepest memory." Zero's set of cultivation techniques wasn't exactly difficult, nor was it simple. Overall, it all boiled down to one word: practice. Yes, Zero's set of cultivation techniques was similar to that book, requiring cultivation. Only when reaching a certain level would the next content be revealed. However, it seemed that Xixiang's Dan energy cultivation wasn't particularly strong at the moment. This was because the ability from Evil Fire Purple Star was purely about consuming others, and the more consumed, the faster the rank increased. Dan energy, on the other hand, required special methods for cultivation. Although it would passively enhance slightly during consumption, Xixiang sensed that its rank hovered between 15 to 18 levels. Therefore, enhancing Dan energy became the top priority. So far, Xixiang knew only 3 things. 1. The cultivation technique itself. 2. Condensing objects, using Dan energy to create weapons. And 3. Strengthening methods, focusing Dan energy on a specific part of the body to emphasize its reinforcement. Currently, Xixiang could see only the first level, which was the light body cultivation method. Following the cultivation method, Xixiang began by directing his internal Dan energy toward his hands, controlling the external release of Dan energy, and using his spiritual force to concentrate on what he wanted to create. Xixiang discovered that his limit was just a 10-centimeter long needle. Any larger than that was beyond his capability, which obviously wouldn't suffice in combat. Of course, Xixiang also tested the needle's power. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it was also exceptionally resilient. Xixiang also tried the light body technique. He controlled his Dan energy to spread throughout his entire body. If viewed internally, Xixiang could see that his body was already wrapped in Dan energy, appearing in a white haze. Xixiang immediately felt his body become much lighter, and he realized that his speed could now increase by a factor of 2. Not just his movement speed, but the speed of every part of his body. Do not underestimate these 2 factors. The stronger one's overall capabilities are, the more obvious the results. Moreover, with the improvement of Dan energy, this multiple will surely continue to increase. Hence, Xixiang had no doubt about the prowess of this Dan energy cultivation technique. After all, even just the current materialization and enhancement abilities could ensure Xixiang's invincibility in terms of weaponry and personal skills. Xixiang tried again, selecting a speed suitable for himself, a 1.5 times multiplier. Any faster, and he wouldn't be able to keep up and would need time to adapt. In fact, this control enhancement is quite simple. It's all about controlling the degree of Dan energy. When everything was done, an entire hour had passed. Xixiang stretched his arms and legs, smiled at Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang, then walked over and sat beside them. He took a pack of chips from the interdimensional space, opened the bag, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, He shook the bag of chips towards Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang. Bingyu smiled and shook her head, while Lin Xiaoyang took the bag without hesitation, said, "Thank you, big brother," and started eating. "Xiaoyang, eat slowly. No one's going to snatch it from you." Qi Xiang looked at Lin Xiaoyang, who was eating the chips, with affection in his eyes. Despite Lin Xiaoyang not eating quickly, she was even eating very slowly because she savored each chip. Qi Xiang couldn't help but say such words. Lin Xiaoyang stuck out her tongue and said, "Big brother, I'm not eating fast, am I? By the way, I found that you're more nagging than my mom. I'll forgive you because of the chips. You know, it's been a long time since I last ate chips." Upon hearing these words, Qi Xiang frowned and asked, "You haven't eaten chips for a long time. The supplies in Wuling City should still be relatively abundant. So why haven't you had any chips? I remember how much you love this kind of food." Lin Xiaoyang, seeing Qi Xiang's concerned expression, realized she shouldn't have mentioned it, but looking at Qi Xiang's serious face, she had no choice but to tell the truth. That's right, the supplies were abundant. But as you saw, there were quite a number of psychics in Wuling City back then. There were only so many supplies. Those controlled by the Wuling Emperor wouldn't need to eat, but psychics are people too, and they also needed to eat. So when the Wuling Emperor's subordinates rested, the psychics would go and grab food. At first, it wasn't bad since the supplies were still sufficient, but humans are selfish. Over time, it became impossible to sustain. Chapter 139, Gathering Place, 3. Later, the competition for supplies grew fiercer. It wasn't because food was consumed too quickly, but because many people wanted to eat and hoard more than their share. As a result, gangs quickly formed in the city, leading to casualties. As for me, you know, brother, my abilities aren't exactly battle-oriented. Although my clones can make grabbing food easier, they have distance and time limitations. Therefore, no team would take me. Specifically, no team wanted non-combat personnel. So life became tough for non-fighters. Even if we didn't go hungry, it was still very difficult. Qi Xiang's eyes flashed with anger as he said harshly, "I will definitely make those bastards pay for what they did." Lin Xiaoyang noticed Qi Xiang's bad mood and realized he was set on revenge. She hurried to calm him down. "Brother, don't bother. They didn't do anything wrong. They just want to survive. So let me tell them the consequences of bullying my sister." Qi Xiang replied coldly. Lin Xiaoyang tugged at Bingyu's arm and pleaded, "Sister Bingyu, please try to dissuade brother Qi Xiang. Don't let him act impulsively." Bingyu shook her head and said, "Lin Xiaoyang, trust your brother Qi Xiang. He is fully capable. Besides, haven't you forgotten? My father is a mafia boss. If anything, I've also decided that these bastards should pay a heavy price." Lin Xiaoyang sighed and fell silent. It's not that she didn't trust Qi Xiang's strength. She just thought it was unnecessary for him to kill over this matter. The next day, the plane finally arrived at its destination, a city already converted into a gathering place. Among the group, Qi Xiang's helicopter landed at an airfield where they refueled and managed to obtain plenty of reserve fuel. By now, all the young ones had mostly recovered. Even Zhao Yang's injuries were nearly healed thanks to Deshu's medicinal pills. Qi Xiang looked at the gathering area and instructed Deshu to land about a kilometer away from it. Then, he pulled out a bag of rice from the other dimensional space and carried it on his back. He handed a box of mineral water to Zhao Yang. Afterwards, they divided themselves up, helping 6 elders to move toward the gathering place. This was something Qi Xiang learned from novels, staying low profile before testing the waters. After learning from War Bear's experiences, Qi Xiang no longer believed their strength made them unique. The saying, "There's always someone better," wasn't false. Excessive pride could lead to downfall. However, Qi Xiang had overlooked one crucial detail. In the apocalypse world, without transportation, wearing good clothes, and having a healthy complexion was clearly suspicious. When the group reached the outskirts of the city, they saw a wall constructed by survivors. While not towering, it was better than nothing. At least it provided some resistance against zombie hordes. Currently, zombies stayed in fixed areas, but there was no guarantee that they wouldn't show up later, indicating the leader here had some sense of precaution. Even though the walls weren't high, construction was ongoing. People could be seen continuously moving bricks and cement, and a checkpoint had been established near the gate. As Qi Xiang's group approached, the guard stopped them. "Hey, buddies, looking pretty comfortable, huh? You've got rice and water, adults, and wow, 2 cute little girls. Living large, eh? Huh." The speaker was a man in camouflage holding an old rifle, Type 81 assault rifle. A cigarette hung loosely from his lips as his leering eyes scanned Lin Xiaoyang and Bingyu, making the situation uncomfortable. Moreover, despite wearing camouflage, his posture and mannerisms were far from what one would expect from a real soldier, and it was uncertain whether the outfit truly belonged to him. One person next to him tapped him on the shoulder, saying, "All right, Sanzi, don't get carried away. Get back to work." Sanzi umphed and replied, "Fine, first hand over half your food and water. Then we'll handle your registration. Otherwise, back to where you came from." Saying this, Sanzi cocked his rifle as if to emphasize his threat wasn't bluffing. Boga glanced at Qi Xiang, who was glaring ferociously, and stepped forward to mediate. "Sure thing. We can give up half the grain and water." Saying this, Bogu extended his hand for the goods. Another guard, seeing Bo Ji's behavior, sighed and silently muttered to himself, "Sorry about this." However, what happened next shocked him. The man originally standing beside him, Sanzi, was sent flying through the air. In the place where Sanzi had been, a suspended foot remained. Qi Xiang retracted his right leg, handed Qi father over to Lin Xiaoyang, then threw the bag of rice on the ground. He cracked his knuckles with an audible snap and coldly laughed at Sanzi lying on the floor. "Oh well, what's up, buddy? You want to mess with us, huh?" Let's see if your bullets are harder than my fists. Yes, Qi Xiong intended to keep a low profile, but that didn't mean he would let anyone bully him. Qi Xiong had long understood a principle. Being too nice can lead to abuse. Therefore, Qi Xiong no longer thought of himself as a good person. If anyone dared to challenge him, Qi Xiong would make sure they paid for it. Sanzi climbed back to his feet, but a large footprint was left on his chest, leaving him in a sorry state. Then, Sanzi pulled the gun trigger again, ready to fire. Sanzi, don't. The other guard hadn't finished speaking when the Type 81 assault rifle in Sanzi's hand went off. With the sound of rat-a-tat-tat, flames erupted around Qi Xiong's chest, yet he walked step by step towards Sanzi amidst the gunfire. Qi Xiong's bold move stunned the other guard. As Qi Xiong reached Sanzi, he lifted his foot and kicked Sanzi again, stepping closer. When Sanzi attempted to get up, Qi Xiong stomped down hard on Sanzi's chest. As Qi Xiong's right foot came down, the sound of breaking bones echoed, and blood bubbled out from Sanzi's mouth. Hey, none of you run. Raise your hands up, or I'll shoot. The gunshot by the city gate couldn't fail to attract attention. While normally only 2 guards stood there, it didn't mean the gate wasn't heavily guarded. In fact, more than 10 people were always stationed nearby, including at least one ability user. A larger reinforcement force could arrive within a minute. Chapter 140, Gathering Place, Part 4. Qi Xiong looked at the people running over to support him, but did not advance further. Instead, he raised his hands. At the same moment, everyone in Qi Xiong's group also raised their hands. This unexpected turn shocked everyone. It was likely that if Sanzi could see this scene now, he would be scared out of his wits. The group ran over, led by a middle-aged man with a long scar on his face. When the man arrived, others were still about 10 meters behind him. Clearly, this man was a psychic. The man looked at Qi Xiong and said, "Hey, who are you, and why did you hurt someone here?" Qi Xiong gave a cold laugh and replied, "Huh, why did I hurt someone? If you don't have the ability, don't try to collect tolls, or it'll just lead to getting beaten." Upon hearing Qi Xiong's words, the man was immediately lost for words. Evidently, he also knew about the act of collecting tolls, an issue that was often swept under the rug and never reported upward. Thus, the man stammered, "Well, you shouldn't beat people then either." "Oh, so beating is off limits? Alright." Qi Xiong's mocking words made the man feel like he was being watched by a wolf, as if the next second Qi Xiong would pounce on him to take his life. Moreover, the man also saw Sanzi's wounds and clearly had no doubt about Qi Xiong's strength. The man gave a bitter laugh and said, "Alright, let's call this even. Ganzi, take them to process the procedures." He pointed at the guards nearby. Ganzi nodded, then stepped forward and said, "Follow me." Hey, just beat someone and walk away. Mange, aren't you making your own decisions recklessly?" On the side, a man in flip-flops, shorts, and a floral shirt walked out. Mange, looking at him, asked, "Hua Shan, haven't I already said this matter is settled? Are you refusing to understand my words?" Hua Shan smirked disdainfully and said, "Oh ho, Mange, what a great show of authority you're demonstrating here. I wonder how Dayo and Tian would react if they learned that Mange has decided this way. Anyway, I'm furious." Mange spat out some phlegm and retorted, "Hua Shan, don't be given a face and reject it. Don't think I'm afraid of fighting. Just get lost. Drink where you should drink, gamble where you should gamble. Stay cool wherever it's cool. This is cool. I'll stay here." Hua Shan and Mange stared at each other without backing down, while those gathered around were left gawking at the 2 psychics. If these normal people tried to intervene, they'd surely find themselves overpowered. As for Qi Xiong's group, they stayed behind to watch, since entering the gathering place wasn't urgently needed. A good drama like this wouldn't be missed by Qi Xiong or anyone else. Mange, looking at Hua Shan, said, "Hua Shan, which of your nerves isn't functioning properly today? What makes you yell nonsense and interfere here? Step aside now." "Humph, don't say I'm letting you steal all the glory," replied Hua Shan. By this time, people working around started turning their attention to the situation. Seeing Hua Shan stepping up for Sanzi, everyone began cheering. "Beat that guy until he's disabled. Revenge for Sanzi. Drive them back to their home province." The scene became chaotic with various dialects flying out from different mouths, stirring people's nerves. The situation seemed ready to transform into a gladiator arena. However, at that moment, Hua Shan spoke. "Get back to work, all of you. What the hell are you yelling about? Do I look like a monkey you can stare at?" With those words, the surrounding crowd immediately quietened down, though no one moved away. Everyone stayed put, watching the imminent drama unfold. Hua Shan stared at Qi Xiong and said, "Hey, little boy, tell me your name. I don't kill nameless ghosts." Qi Xiong smiled and said, "Qi Xiong, it's your privilege to know the person who will kill you." "Humph, pretty big talk, huh? You too, big mouth." Hua Shan looked at Qi Xiong, smiled, and pulled out a pair of knuckle rings from his pocket, putting them on. Then he said, "Hey, Qi Xiong, is it? Pull out your weapon." Qi Xiong looked at the knuckle rings on Hua Shan's hand and found it somewhat amusing because wearing those meant forfeiting the advantage of distance. Either this Hua Shan was confident in himself, or he simply couldn't use any other weapons. Qi Xiong smiled and said, "No need. Using a weapon would be bullying." Upon hearing this, Hua Shan cursed, "Damn it, quite the mouth on you. Don't blame me when you die in a minute." With that, Hua Shan charged straight ahead, obviously set on having a fight with Qi Xiong. Hua Shan's speed was impressive, at least twice that of an average person. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Qi Xiong, his right fist thrusting toward Qi Xiong's face. Within another half a second, Qi Xiong's face would be battered. But Qi Xiong wasn't about to let this happen. Raising his right foot, he kicked Hua Shan squarely in the stomach. The intended blow to Qi Xiong's face missed as Hua Shan flew back. Xiang stepped forward and chuckled. Is that all you've got? Huashan quickly scrambled up and unleashed 3 quick punches, each one accompanied by the sound of wind. However, Xiang dodged every single one of them. Huashan looked at Xiang and realized he'd met his match. But there was no way for Huashan to retreat. Since he'd stood up to fight, surrendering was out of the question. It would only invite contempt. Huashan roared loudly as his right hand knuckle began glowing with red light, while his left hand glowed with blue light. Crossed ice and fire punch. His fists came crashing down in an X shape, his right hand radiating heat, and his left carrying cold. If these landed, even Xiang wouldn't be able to handle the impact. Moreover, this move was incredibly tricky and impossible to dodge. But Xiang didn't plan to dodge much either. Against someone like Huashan, Xiang fought under one principle. If you hit me, I'll hit you back. Xiang was stronger and faster than Huashan. As a result, Huashan's attack once again missed its mark, but instead, his chest took a punch, sending him flying back yet again. This time, everyone on the scene sucked in a sharp breath. No one here guarding the town gate was a pushover, and Huashan frequently engaged in spars with others, so people around here had a clear idea of how skilled he was. Though Huashan might not have been liked for his personality, his abilities were universally recognized. Yet now, this outsider named Xiang not only managed to knock Huashan flying twice in succession, but also emerged unscathed himself. Worse still, during their 2 previous encounters, Xiang had completely dominated. Chapter 141 Brother Fu, Part 1. Huashan got up from the ground, glaring fiercely at Xiang, and said, Kid, good, very good. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Huashan had already charged over. This time, Huashan's speed was incredibly fast. Even Xiang only saw a blur. Then, pain surged through Xiang's abdomen. Xiang took a step back, fiercely throwing a punch with an uppercut that sent the nearby Huashan flying into the air. Xiang massaged his stomach, looking at Huashan and laughing. Haha, I thought I'd met some nobody, but you actually have some moves. Come on, show me your real stuff. Let's go for a few more rounds. As he spoke, everyone saw Xiang's body emit a faint white light. Although the glow was dim, most people here were no ordinary beings because normal humans had already perished during the outbreak of the apocalypse. Thus, those still alive now, even if they weren't ability users, would possess 1 or 2 life-saving skills. Xiang's current state was due to the light body technique in his Dantian power cultivation method. Naturally, Huashan also noticed Xiang's oddity and dared not hold anything back any longer. With a roar, Huashan's feet emitted a yellow glow, then he rushed forward, swift like lightning. Xiang then performed a shocking act, closing his eyes. Yes, Xiang closed his eyes, yet this did not mean he was going to let Huashan attack him unchecked. On the contrary, Xiang intended to deal Huashan a harsh blow. He amplified his sense of touch, feeling the flow of air. Even though Xiang couldn't master this ability perfectly yet, it was enough to handle the present situation. From the left, as if to confirm Xiang's words, Huashan indeed attacked with a punch from Xiang's left side, but Xiang blocked the punch with his palm and sent Huashan reeling back. Retreating after one strike, Huashan changed direction and continued attacking. Behind, after shouting these 2 words, Xiang turned around and delivered a spinning kick, directly hitting Huashan's face, who then performed a 360 turn and landed on the ground. Xiang looked at Huashan and said, Hey, boring. I thought you'd be something amazing, but you've got nothing more than some amateur skills. Let's do it again. After hearing Xiang's words, Huashan rose from the ground and made this declaration. But anyone paying attention already understood that Xiang hadn't used full force earlier, perhaps not even half his strength. Yet, even so, Huashan was pushed back by Xiang repeatedly. If Xiang went all out, he might even surpass the strongest person here. With white teeth exposed, Xiang grinned and said, I'll tell you something. What I'm best at isn't defense, it's killing. As he spoke, purple flames erupted from his body. This wasn't devouring fire, but corrosive fire. A large sword suddenly appeared in his right hand, clearly indicating that Xiang also had storage space. Huashan looked at Xiang and said, Anyone can talk big, bring it on. Pointing the large sword at Xiang, Huashan charged, but his speed didn't appear particularly effective, suggesting this Huashan wasn't lacking in strength. However, it was unfortunate. He encountered a steel plate named Xiang. Xiang sneered contemptuously and simply stopped Huashan's greatsword with his right hand. No matter how much Huashan tried to exert more force, he could not budge the sword an inch. Xiang snorted coldly, raised his right foot, and kicked. This time, Huashan was sent flying. Unlike before, a cluster of purple flames was now left on his stomach. This time Huashan didn't remain lying on the ground, but let out a strange cry and jumped back up. He completely ignored the sword he dropped elsewhere and began frantically patting his chest to try and extinguish the fire there. However, Xiang's fire was no ordinary fire, it was corrosive fire. Unless Xiang chose to stop it or someone equally skilled in handling corrosive fire intervened, it would be unstoppable. While slapping at his chest, Huashan rolled on the ground, retrieving water and fire extinguishers from his storage space. But none of these actions had any effect on the corrosive fire. Xiang watched Huashan mockingly, and at that moment, Mengzi, who had previously been at odds with Huashan, came to beg for mercy. However, it was clear that Xiang did not intend to end things yet. Shrugging his shoulders, he said, Sorry, I can't do anything about it. I said it, I'm good at killing. Oh yeah, almost forgot, I'm not very good at saving either. But this guy was pretty arrogant before, so consider this a lesson for him. Laughing, Qi Xiang eventually claimed his reasons for beating Huashan had been for revenge on behalf of Mengzi. Though Mengzi was anxious, he dared not contradict it because Qi Xiang's previous display of strength was undeniable. Besides, his companions hadn't intervened either. Friend, that's enough. I think giving Huashan a lesson should be sufficient. There's no need to harm our relationship or take lives, right? Accompanying a magnetic male voice was a young man with light yellow dyed hair. But when Qi Xiang saw him, it gave him the strange feeling of looking at someone who could pass as white-faced little brother. Qi Xiang snorted coldly and said, "So before, he already pulled out a gun. Does this mean his life matters, but mine doesn't?" Facing Qi Xiang's words, the young man didn't seem bothered at all, acting nothing like a typical person in their 20s, showing no impetuousness. Instead, he smiled and said, "We admit there was wrongdoing in this matter, but let's still try not to result in anyone dying, as three brother over there has given us enough trouble already. Here's what I suggest. We will give you an account for Huashan's firing upon you. So, master, could you please withdraw your powers?" Qi Xiang snorted again and casually flicked his hand, retrieving the corrosive fire back into his palm. He kept playing with it instead of putting it away, smirking and saying, "I'd like to see how exactly you're going to explain yourself." As soon as the fire on Huashan's chest was withdrawn, Huashan jumped up and started shouting, "Little brat, our third brother is here now. Flower brother, hurry, teach him a lesson and get revenge for us." Before Huashan could react, he saw a burst of flames fly towards him. Once more, the corrosive fire ignited on his body, causing him to scream in pain. Qi Xiang looked at Huashan mockingly and said, "When the big brother speaks, the little brother shouldn't interrupt, right? Do you know anything about discipline?" The man referred to as Flower Brother shook his head, sighed, and said, "Friend, please withdraw the flames. I'll personally handle Huashan." Qi Xiang nodded, bringing the corrosive fire back to himself as a sign of respecting Flower Brother's request. This time, before Huashan had even opened his mouth, he was sent flying by an invisible force. Flower Brother lowered his raised right fist and said to Mengzi, "Mengzi, take some men and carry Huashan down." Chapter 142, Bat Brother 2. It is said that Qi Xiang smiled and said, "My friend, I don't know why you came here." Qi Xiang laughed heartily and said, "I like this Hua brother style of handling things. We heard that this place is a gathering spot, and we want to borrow a place to stay." Huaga nodded and said, "No problem, my friends. As long as you are capable and not infected with zombie poison, you can definitely find your own place here. Of course, this is the apocalypse, so your rights are proportional to your strength." Qi Xiang smiled and said, "Yeah, that's enough. Then Brother Hua, take us in. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. I am Hua Yong. My friends respect me and call me Brother Hua." "That's good. Brother Hua, let's go." As he spoke, Qi Xiang walked up and put his arm around Hua Yong's shoulder, like two intimate brothers. Brother Hua smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, let me be honest with you. It's not that I don't want to take you inside, but there's a rule to enter this gathering place. No zombie toxins allowed. There are two ways. One is to wait for the toxin's incubation period to pass, which is 12 hours, before entering. Or the second way is to pay some rice for the dedicated personnel here to check you. If the check passes, then you can enter." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Brother Hua, none of my friends are weak. Zombies cannot touch them, so let's skip that part." Hua Yong smiled awkwardly, pointing at the 6 elders and said, "Brother, I trust you all, but aren't these your elders? They look unwell. If something happens after letting them in without checks, it wouldn't be responsible towards everyone here. Do you agree?" Qi Xiang nodded and turned around, picking up the bag of rice from the ground, asking, "Is this enough, Brother Hua?" Hua Yong nodded and said, "All right, brother, come on, I'll guide you through the process. After completing this, I will host a meal for you." "Good. We're waiting for Brother Hua to treat us to dinner." Qi Xiang and his group were led by Hua Yong to a makeshift pavilion near the entrance. Qi Xiang could see that every simple tent had some people inside drinking wine and playing cards. According to Hua Yong, these guys collected supplies from outside and didn't want to hand over the rice, so they stayed for 12 hours. Qi Xiang looked at Hua Yong and asked, "Brother Hua, is food insufficient here?" Hua Yong laughed heartily and said, "Brother, you underestimate this place. The population here has reached 5,000 people. Perhaps these 5,000 people weren't significant before the apocalypse, but during the apocalypse, a gathering place with more than 5,000 people is quite notable. Many foods spoil over time, so we mainly search for those kinds of foods and store them back together." Qi Xiang nodded, following Hua Yong into the makeshift tent. Inside the tent, a man was sitting cross-legged on the bed, scratching his feet. Yes, just scratching his feet. Seeing this man, Qi Xiang couldn't help but frown slightly. And when the man saw Hua Yong, he smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this Brother Hua? What brings you, oh great God, to visit here? Come on, sit down quickly." As he said this, the man struggled to stand up. At this moment, Qi Xiang noticed that this man only had one leg. He hadn't realized it because the man had been sitting on the bed earlier. Hua Yong smiled and said, "Xiaohei, haven't I told you to read books during your free time instead of doing such things as scratching your feet? Haha, what can I say about you?" Xiaohei scratched his almost hairless head, grinned foolishly, then shifted his gaze to Qi Xiang and asked, "Who's this?" Hua Yong patted Qi Xiang on the shoulder and said, "This is a new friend who has just arrived. Let's check him out before entering." Xiaohei chuckled and said, "To be taken care of by Brother Hua immediately upon arrival must mean he's no ordinary person. Don't ask what you shouldn't." A single sentence from Hua Yong made Xiaohei terrified. Qi Xiang then patted Hua Yong's shoulders and said, "Hey, Don't scare him too much. It's not a big deal anyway. Isn't it just because you came out after injuring a couple of your men here? No big deal. Saying that, Xixiang casually threw the sack of rice beside him and said with a smile, "Come on, Xiaohei, give me a check." When Xiaohei saw the rice, his eyes lit up. You see, because he only had one leg and wasn't particularly strong himself, finding work here was almost impossible. Although Xiaohei possessed healing powers, no one would take a one-legged guy along on dangerous runs. If it weren't for his ability to determine whether someone had been poisoned by zombie toxins, Xiaohei might have starved to death on the streets long ago and ended up being carried out by others. However, precisely because he had this unique skill, Xiaohei managed to survive here. However, the profits here were not high. Each time he earned only a few pounds of rice, and someone always came by. In these times, who didn't treasure their food? How many truly cared little about these few pounds of rice and preferred to save time? Therefore, Xiaohei merely maintained a state of being just fed and clothed. But now, this single bag of rice made Xiaohei exceedingly delighted. But Xiaohei would soon be in tears. Xiaohei casually waved his hand, sending a dark mass of energy flying towards Xixiang. It landed on Xixiang, who did not fear any foul intentions from Xiaohei, and let it stay. As this dark cloud merged into Xixiang's body, Xiaohei smiled and said, "All done, no problem." With that, he was about to grab the rice. Xixiang stepped in front of the rice sack and said, "Wait, your job isn't over yet." In Xiaohei's sorrowful mood, Xixiang satisfactorily left with his group, heading inside the gathering place with Huayong, leaving Xiaohei there in silence. You see, Xiaohei's consumption for the check wasn't great, but the loss of dozens of pounds of rice still stung. Given that Xixiang stood beside Huayong, clearly no ordinary person to deal with, Xiaohei dared not demand more. Luckily, some was better than none. That sack of rice Xixiang had handed over would allow Xiaohei to live comfortably for a few days, and Xixiang hadn't bothered to adulterate the rice with sand to increase its weight. So, this was the first time Xiaohei had received clean rice from anyone. Since Huayong had promised to treat everyone, even if it was just a polite offer, Xixiang wouldn't let him off easily. He boldly pulled Huayong along, insisting that Huayong show them around. Even though Huayong was one of the leaders here, he had to watch out for this outsider, to avoid any trouble if he lost control. So no matter how important Huayong thought he was, at this moment, he could only obediently guide Xixiang through the streets. And occasionally, Huayong even vied to pay the bill in an attempt to gain Xixiang's favor. For all intents and purposes, Huayong did a commendable job as a host. Chapter 143 Brother Fu 3. Those ranged attackers who had originally been gathered by the mage who was just talking to the warriors saw that all the melee fighters had fallen. It was impossible for them to stay in place now, so they rapidly retreated while continuously unleashing skills like slow and stun. One of them even used a freezing shot, causing Xixiang to be frozen in place for 3 seconds. Although these ranged attackers had bodies stronger than ordinary people, they still couldn't match the melee fighters. Melee fighters didn't last long under Xixiang's hands. How could they stand a chance? So now, they had only one thought, to run. Even though that mage wanted to gather reinforcements for a counterattack, and even offered high rewards, no one listened to him. After all, no matter how great the reward, it wouldn't mean anything if they weren't alive to enjoy it. Xixiang's power had instilled a fear that overcame their greed. Of course, people who had lived through the early stages of the apocalypse had witnessed too many deaths. In such an environment, people came to treasure their lives more than ever before. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills are there, you won't lack firewood. They valued their lives more than those who lived before the apocalypse. Xixiang walked step by step, watching the ranged attackers retreat continuously. He gave off a contemptuous smile and turned around to leave. But just at this moment, he suddenly felt his body become unresponsive. "Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave." A weathered voice came from behind Xixiang. This voice was deeply imbued with age and gave the impression of coming from a very weak person. Xixiang felt a large hand pat him on the shoulder and then saw a man dressed in a tailcoat come to his front. This man gave Xixiang the immediate impression of being pale. Yes, pale. It wasn't clear whether it was the contrast against the black tailcoat or something else, but this man's face was abnormally white, as if devoid of blood entirely. Not only was the man pale-faced, but he also had huge dark circles under his eyes, wore his hair parted down the middle, and looked frail enough to topple at the mere breeze. "Hello, I'm Fu Ying, but my buddies call me Brother Fu. What's your name, young brother?" As Fu Ge said this, he extended a ghastly pale right hand, as if wanting to shake hands with Xixiang. And Xixiang, realizing he could move again, extended his own right hand, muttering Xixiang. Fu Ying chuckled, saying, "Seems rather impolite to have our guest just standing there, huh? Come on, let's sit and chat." With that, Fu Ying headed towards the restaurant. Xixiang remained silent and followed quietly. Once inside the restaurant, outside someone had already begun clearing the battlefield. All wounded had been carried away, and happily, not a single person had died at the hands of Xixiang. They were all unconscious, with the worst merely severely injured. Of course, this wasn't because Xixiang lacked strength. It was because Xixiang had held back. Sitting between Bo Ge and Cha Dan, Xixiang softly said, "Cha Dan, Bo Ge, this brother Fu is strong. I might not be his match, so be careful." Bo Ge nodded, silently looking at Fu Ying without speaking, whereas Cha Dan laughed heartily. "Brother Fu, right? Who would have thought we'd bring such a ruckus entering this settlement, causing its strongest person to personally appear? Looks like we've got quite the reputation." Fu Ying lit a cigarette, took a puff, and smiled. "There's nothing I can do about it. The situation is really dangerous now. Normally, I wouldn't come out for at least a month. Brother Fu, let's cut straight to the point. Speak plainly. Boga stared at Fu Ying and said this sentence. Fu Ying blew out a smoke ring and wryly remarked, you really don't have any patience. But here isn't exactly the best place for conversation. Follow me to my residence. Oh, Huayong, handle things here. With that, Fu Ying stood up, cigarette dangling from his mouth, and casually strolled out. You can imagine how absurd it looks when a pale-faced, tailcoat-wearing guy strolls confidently with a cigarette in his mouth. Qi Xiang glanced at Bogo, then at Cha Dan, and then said to Huayong, Huayong, the three of us will go. Please arrange lodging for them, and let them rest. Huayong nodded and said yes. So the trio got up and followed along. After walking halfway across the city, they finally reached Fu Ying's house. To everyone's surprise, Fu Ying's home wasn't located downtown, but was instead very close to the city wall. More surprisingly, this house was pointed towards where the degenerates resided, a direction that Huayong had previously indicated to Qi Xiang and the others. That meant if the degenerates ever attacked the settlement, Fu Ying would reach the battlefield first, not escape. Though they didn't know what Fu Ying was thinking, Qi Xiang seemed to feel a sense of leadership responsibility here, something rarely experienced before the apocalypse. Fu Ying lived in a bungalow, or you could say it was a building that had been cut in half. Yes, this used to be a building, but now only 2 floors remained, with the adjacent ruins reminding people of what the house originally looked like. It seemed that the people of the settlement weren't idle, otherwise, there would have been no one cleaning up here. Inside the house, there was a stark contrast between the inside and outside, almost like a hidden paradise. Most of the walls had already been removed, leaving only the load-bearing walls and bathrooms standing. The entire first floor was thus laid bare. Fu Ying smiled and said, what do you think? Before the apocalypse, I wanted to live in a house just like this. The first floor as the living room, the second floor as the bedroom. Sounds good, right? It was only then that Qi Xiang noticed the staircase leading to the second floor. On the first floor, though there were few walls, there was plenty of furniture. A set of sofas and coffee tables, 2 kitchens, 2 toilets, a dining table set, a pool table, a mini golf course, and even an office desk piled high with papers, which Fu Ying probably used for analyzing the situation. Smiling, Fu Ying guided Qi Xiang and the others to sit on chairs. He didn't rush to speak, but instead took out some tea leaves and a white teapot. First, he warmed the pot with a little water before brewing the tea. Afterward, Fu Ying brought out 4 white porcelain cups, pouring each of them a cup. He laughed and said, my skills aren't great, but the tea is decent. You should try it. Qi Xiang picked up a cup of tea, sipped it gently, and immediately felt a slight bitterness. However, this was soon followed by a refreshing sensation and a faint sweetness lingering on his tongue. Unable to contain his praise, he said, what a fine tea. Boga glanced at the tea in his cup, took a sip, and smiled. This is top-grade Luan Guapian. Brother Fu has really brought out something good. Fu Ying smiled. Good or not, who's going to appreciate it in the apocalypse? I doubt those zombies would know how to drink tea. Huh, even if you guys hadn't come, I would still have drank it. As he spoke, Fu Ying also lifted his teacup for a sip. Chapter 144, Bat Brother 4. Qi Xiang smiled and took another sip, then said, all right, Brother Fu, can we talk now? Fu Ying nodded, twisted his right hand under the coffee table, and instantly steel walls rose from the surrounding walls, radiating with energy. They were obviously not ordinary steel walls. Qi Dan's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the walls. He praised, wow, a Gules-type soundproof electric wall. If I'm not mistaken, one side of this wall alone costs over 1,000 gold coins, right? Brother Fu really spared no expense. Fu Ying nodded, indicating that Qi Dan was correct, and said, all right, now let's talk about why I called you here. He then took out a map. It was hand-drawn, and in the lower middle section of the map, which was towards the south, a city was drawn. This was the Gathering Place. To the north of the Gathering Place, another city was also drawn, marked in red letters as Fallen City. Fu Ying pointed at the area between the Gathering Place and the Fallen City, and said, the shortest route for the Fallen Ones to get to our location is this one. Recently, our scouts to the north have noticed something unusual about the Fallen Ones. They used to be less urgent about looking for supplies, but recently they have been stockpiling heavily, even taking over a military base nearby, and getting quite a few weapons. Do you know what that could mean? War, right? Bogo answered. Fu Ying nodded and said, yes, war. We cannot think of any other reason that would make the Fallen Ones so organized in searching for food and combat supplies. A zombie tide is impossible because, according to our observations, the current zombies are different from movie zombies. These zombies only stay active on their own territory unless led by a high-level zombie. Therefore, a zombie tide cannot happen. Qi Xiang looked into Fu Ying's eyes and asked, are you asking us to help you fight against the Fallen City? Fu Ying waved his hands. No. Although you guys are strong, the power of the Lord of Fallen City is beyond your imagination. I once fought him, and it took me 3 whole months to recover with the help of some ability enhancer drugs from the game. His strength needs no further elaboration, right? Therefore, I'm not asking you to help fight the Fallen City. I just want you to help us resist the attacks from the Fallen City. What's in it for us? Qi Xiang stared into Fu Ying's eyes and spat out these 3 words. Reward. Fu Ying looked at Qi Xiang with disbelief. The reward is that you'll survive. Qi Xiang chuckled. Brother Fu, we're free spirits. Do you really think that without the Gathering Place, we won't survive? Moreover, I believe that even if my comrades aren't considered, even I alone should be able to earn a substantial bounty by capturing your head from the Lord of Fallen City, shouldn't I? Upon hearing this, Fu Ying became angry and said, oh my god, are you crazy? Rarely do you think those bone-eating people from Fallen City will offer bounties. That's a joke. Let me ask you one thing. Will you help or not? Reward. Qi Xiang's reply consisted of only 2 words, but they made Fu Ying genuinely angry. I've never met such profit-driven and ungrateful individuals like you. After hearing this statement, Qi Xiang sarcastically commented, Hey, we don't owe you any gratitude, at least not yet. Fu Ying picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, saying, All right, you'll regret this. Qi Xiang stood up, smiled, and said, Gladly, let's go. Then, Qi Xiang led the way out. Just as Fu Ying was about to activate the mechanism to raise the electric walls, there came a boom. Fu Ying turned around to find a big hole in his electric wall, and Qi Xiang's group had already walked out through the hole. Fu Ying's right hand gradually tightened. With a snap, the white porcelain cup in his right hand shattered, the shards deeply embedding themselves into Fu Ying's flesh, blood streaming uncontrollably. But Fu Ying did not feel fear due to the injury. Instead, an excited look emerged on his face. 2 of the teeth in Fu Ying's mouth extended slightly, like a vampire's, and his mouth touched his right hand as the blood flowed into Fu Ying's body through his teeth. After leaving Fu Ying's house, Qi Xiang immediately laughed. Haha. Qidan, your explosion skill is really powerful. Brother Fu might be truly mad this time. Qidan also laughed and said, Yeah, I didn't expect the explosion skill to be this strong now. Still, Xiang Gu is stronger. That guy was left speechless. Boga looked at the 2 laughing teenagers and said, Qi Xiang, I think you said we should hide our strength at first, but now we're acting so arrogantly. Is that really a good idea? What if Bat Brother retaliates? That would be bad. Qi Xiang laughed and said, Boga, relax. If he wants to retaliate against me, I'd welcome it. First, our families are well protected by Jiao Yang and Bingyu, plus Uncle Da and Xiao Yang. If needed, I can even leave tax there. Though his attack power isn't strong yet, his restriction abilities and defense are top-notch. And that fat dragon's strength is probably 1 level below mine, so his subordinates shouldn't be too strong either. As for that warrior guy, judging by the name, he's likely a melee fighter, easy to deal with. And if my guess is right, Bat Brother is probably just a bat. You know, vampires build their power over years. How strong do you think he can be? Moreover, vampires are just blood slaves, fast-moving, good at recovery and mental attacks. But come on, even you, Bo Gu, could handle him. Still, better be cautious. Qi Xiang smiled awkwardly at Bo Gu and said, Bo Gu, this is the apocalypse, be more carefree. Anyway, we should think about where Hua Yong arranged for us to stay now. As they spoke, the 3 stopped in the middle of the road, looking awkwardly around them. Yes, these 3 had been chatting all the way out and not one of them thought about this question. Oh my goodness, how thick were their nerves? Qi Xiang helplessly took out the radio from the subspace, tuned the channel, wanting to search for Uncle Da, but only heard static. Qi Xiang sighed helplessly. Oh, my goodness, did those guys put the radios into subspace as well? In that case, what's the point of having a radio? Qi Dan glanced sideways at Qi Xiang, saying, Seems like your radio was also taken from the subspace. Forget it, let's go door to door to find them. We'll definitely find them. Hey, don't change the subject. Chapter 145, Group Formation, Part 1. Finally, after half an hour, Qi Xiang and his group saw Hua Yong strolling down the street, leading them to their residence. Most people here lived in apartment buildings. However, Qi Xiang's group was assigned to a house identical to the one owned by Fu Ying, though the interior decoration was different. It was also a building that had its upper floors removed, leaving only the first and second floors intact. Qi Xiang looked at the house and grinned. So, Brother Hua, aren't you coming in for a visit? Hua Yong waved with a smile. Nah, I've got some things to do. I'll take my leave. See you next time. Before Qi Xiang and the others could enter, a window on the second floor opened, and 3 people were tossed out like garbage. Qi Xiang looked at the 3 people lying on the ground and smiled. Seems like Fu Ying is quite anxious. With that, he pulled the door handle, found it locked, and without another word, yanked hard, tearing the door off its hinges. He threw it aside and said with a grin, Qi Dan, add a door over here. What the hell? Can't you be less violent? That door costs 500 gold. Though he complained, Qi Dan still spent 500 gold to exchange for a fingerprint lock door from the system store. Qi Dan knew what was important and what wasn't. Though 500 gold took him some time to accumulate, and for ordinary game ability users, earning 1,000 gold in a month would already be considered good. If they didn't replace the door, Fu Ying's people would easily be able to enter. While having or not having a door made little difference, having a proper entrance allowed for many traps to be set up. As soon as Qi Xiang entered, he immediately headed upstairs. Sure enough, there were signs of a struggle on the second floor. Jiao Yang touched the wound on his chest and said, Man, those guys have sharp knives. Uncle Da smiled, taking out a pill and handing it to Jiao Yang. This is specifically refined for your physique. Although it might be fatal for normal people, it's perfect for someone like you who recovers extremely slowly. Jiao Yang didn't doubt and swallowed the pill. Afterward, he waved at Qi Xiang and the other 2. Hey, you're back. Qi Xiang nodded and asked, Uncle Da, where are Bingwei and the others? Uncle Da shrugged. Bingwei and the others have gone back to their rooms. The aunts and uncles are all settled. By the way, do you think it's okay to deal with those 3 like this? Qi Xiang nodded, his lips curling slightly upward. There's 4. As he spoke, Qi Xiang suddenly raised his right hand, startling Qi Dan. A person-shaped hole immediately appeared in the wall to Qi Xiang's right. From the hole came a figure wearing stealth clothing, protesting. Impossible, you couldn't possibly detect me. Then he passed out. Qi Xiang laughed as he picked him up from the ground and tossed him out of the window. He then said to Qi Dan, looks like you're going to bleed money this time. Chi-Dan sighed bitterly. I hope these things don't get damaged in the upcoming battle. Otherwise, I'd really cry. Ha. So, does that mean Fu Wing wants us to help him fight against the fallen ones? In the living room, everyone sat around a coffee table. Chi Xiong had recounted the previous events, and it was Uncle Da who posed the question. Chi Xiong nodded. That seems to be the case for now. And that guy actually dared to lay a finger on my family. Huff, I'll make sure he suffers. Bo Gu patted Chi Xiong on the shoulder. Xiao Xiong, do you have any plans? Chi Xiong took a sip of water and said, our parents are still unconscious, so we definitely can't move for now. But I'm not interested in killing the fallen ones either. Let's find a search team and go out on missions with them. Or better yet, let's form our own search team. Da Shu, Zhao Yang, and Xiaoyang, you three will stay here. When Xiaoyang heard that he had to stay, he immediately showed his discontent. No, brother Chi Xiong, I don't want to stay here. It's so boring. Saying this, he blinked his big eyes, looking very adorable. However, perhaps due to seeing Lin Xiaoyang act cute too often, Chi Xiong didn't react much, but there was a hint of strangeness on Zhao Yang's face. Chi Xiong ruffled Lin Xiaoyang's hair and said, all right, Xiaoyang, tell me, which of brother Zhao Yang and Uncle Da is better at delivering messages? You need to be here to notify us as soon as something happens, right? Zhao Yang chimed in at this point. Yes, Xiaoyang, stay here. Lin Xiaoyang finally nodded. All right then. Chi Xiong grunted and summoned Tax, saying, hey, old Tax, we might be away for a while. You stay here during this time and protect their safety, all right? Tax mooed and said, haha, finally I, old Tax, can enjoy the breeze outside. That Dasika guy is going to be so envious. Hey, stop making yourself sound like a criminal. Hey, don't lean against that wall. Hey, you there, get back here. Seeing Tax act as if he'd truly been set free, Chi Xiong's face turned sour, really sour. He originally intended to have Tax remain here as a hidden card, surprising any assailants unexpectedly. But now Tax had demolished that wall. Although Tax had somewhat neatly patched up the wall with dirt, plenty of people outside had already seen him, let alone the observers batting placed here. Boss, this is where your humans live, huh? It's completely different from our place, eh? What's this box for? Wow, it's so cool in here. I see. It must be similar to our refrigeration magic over there. Yeah, what are these pipes? And what is this switch? Wow, there's water. So magical. Boss, is this place the home of magicians? Confronted by Dasika's incessant questions, Chi Xiong almost wanted to bang his head against the wall. He could only mutter, asked Chi Dan, then ran out under the pretext of looking for teammates. Walking down the street, Chi Xiong pondered how he should form a group. Should he find Huayong, or was there a dedicated place? Or should he just shout randomly somewhere? If he found Huayong, while Huayong didn't seem to be fully controlled by batting, he couldn't guarantee that Huayong wasn't scheming secretly. Despite Huayong's efforts to maintain good relations, people's intentions were inscrutable. There wasn't a specific designated place that Chi Xiong noticed. He'd explored nearly 70% of the city when looking for accommodation and hadn't come across such a place at all. As for shouting it out, well, Chi Xiong felt rather embarrassed about doing that. Chapter 146, Team Up, 2. Mom, Dan, I didn't expect it would be so hard to find a team. Forget it, let's just go with these few people. Chi Xiong was complaining while walking back toward the house. Big brother, please wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice called out to Chi Xiong. Chi Xiong turned around and saw a man. No, a boy, about 1.50 m tall looking at him and said, Big brother, are you forming a search team to go out for supplies? Chi Xiong nodded, smiling as he looked at the boy and said, yeah, how about this? Come back in a couple of years. As he spoke, he gestured toward his own chest to indicate the boy's height. The boy did not get angry. Instead, he pleaded with a beseeching gaze. Please, big brother, my brother went out to search for supplies and hasn't returned. If I don't find some way to get supplies soon, I'll starve to death. Chi Xiong stroked his chin and said, I seem to remember there should be a construction team here, and shouldn't elderly, weak, or disabled people also get minimal support? The boy sighed bitterly and said, Big brother, are you new here? Although we do have a construction team, take a look. Are any of them not strong and fit? Someone like me wouldn't be able to do much work, and they'd definitely not want me. And that minimal subsidy, it's truly the minimum. Look over there at that man. He pointed, and Chi Xiong followed the direction, indeed seeing a ragged man sitting on the steps, holding a broken bowl drinking something. It was clear that man wasn't living well. He was literally skin and bones. Watching him, Chi Xiong thought it miraculous that he had survived this long. Seeing Chi Xiong's shocked expression, the boy smiled wryly. Big brother, now you know, right? That minimal subsidy is no more than enough to barely scrape by for a few days. 3 bowls of gruel a day, where you can count each grain of rice. Do you think anyone could feel full? So big brother, please, let me join your group. Even though I'm not an ability user, I know how to use a gun, and I'm not afraid of dying. Please give me a chance. It seemed like what the boy said made it sound as if Chi Xiong refused him life, making Chi Xiong laugh helplessly. Taking out a Type 54 pistol from a hidden space, he handed it to the boy, smiling, and said, all right, try out your shooting skills. The boy gave a short nod and pointed to a nearby utility pole, saying, brother, I'll shoot at that. Chi Xiong estimated the distance visually. Though not entirely precise, it was still at least 100 meters away. And since their main threat when searching for supplies were zombies, if the boy could hit the target from 100 meters, it was worth considering bringing him along. The boy expertly released the safety catch, chambered the bullet, then aimed. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and a bullet was already embedded into the utility pole. Moreover, Chi Xiong noticed the boy's aiming speed only took 3 to 4 seconds. This kind of precision proved the boy was undoubtedly an ace with firearms. Weapons weren't commonly used in the city, but they weren't rare either. Plus, with few people passing by just then, the boy's gunfire didn't attract much attention. However, some who passed by noticed the boy's sharpshooting skill. But given Qi Xiang's already widespread fame within the city, no one dared to contest him for the boy unless Qi Xiang rejected him first, which would essentially mean risking their own lives. But the world always has a few clueless types, like this imposing guy striding up confidently. This person exuded an immediate impression of being overweight, wearing a white tank top and suit pants. Behind him, oddly enough, was a bloodstained machete. His appearance screamed ferocity, yet paired awkwardly with a balding hairdo reminiscent of the Mediterranean Sea. This person was Wild Boar, also quite a significant figure within this gathering place. Unfortunately for him, he had just returned from outside and lost a marksman during the last search mission. Therefore, upon seeing this boy, Wild Boar immediately stepped forward, clearly intending to seize him. "Hey kid, I'll offer 100 caddies of rice. Come with me." Wild Boar approached and directly ignored Qi Xiang, addressing the boy instead. This action irritated Qi Xiang. The boy, looking at Wild Boar somewhat timidly, said, "Sorry, brother Wild Boar, this big brother found me first, so?" Apparently, the boy recognized Wild Boar's reputation and knew he wasn't someone easy to cross. Wild Boar raised his hand and slapped the boy across the face, cursing, "Brat, it's your honor that I even want you. Don't be so damn ungrateful, or I'll kill you." However, in the next moment, Wild Boar spun around 360 degrees and landed on the ground. Qi Xiang extended a hand to pull up the boy and, glaring at Wild Boar with a touch of anger, said, "You're Wild Boar, right? Truly have a pig face and a pig brain. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Saying this, Qi Xiang started a dramatic countdown. 3, 2. Wild Boar climbed back to his feet, drew the machete from behind his back, and rushed toward Qi Xiang, cursing, "You dare slap me? If I don't kill you today, then I'm not Wild Boar." Wild Boar swung his knife at Qi Xiang, but such an attack was too weak, too slow for Qi Xiang. He just slightly sidestepped, then kicked his right leg high, striking Wild Boar's chin and sending him flying into the air. Qi Xiang spoke disdainfully. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Too weak, truly too weak." The final exclamation seemed almost like a roar, while Wild Boar only felt his body slowly ascend. Qi Xiang grabbed Wild Boar off the ground, walked up to the boy, and said, "Hey, kid, you want to follow me, right? Fine. He slapped you earlier. Now return the favor and let me see what you can do." As he spoke, Qi Xiang loosened his right hand, letting Wild Boar drop to the ground. It wasn't over yet. Qi Xiang followed up with 2 consecutive kicks, striking the joints of both Wild Boar's legs.